Chapter 1 Rebirth Before the Apocalypse. Wei Dan is dead. After struggling for 6 long years in a post-apocalyptic world, she met her demise at the hands of her own kin. The city had just endured a devastating earthquake, leaving the ground in disarray, with fractured buildings collapsing around her. Massive cracks marred the landscape, and the air was thick with dust and smoke. Wei Dan lay in a chasm approximately 10 meters deep, her body grotesquely contorted beneath a massive boulder, her clothes caked in dust, seeping with blood. She trembled uncontrollably, blood frothing from her mouth, staining her sunken cheeks. Her internal organs were crushed. She knew she could not survive this. The earth trembled once more, and countless stones cascaded from the chasm, striking her battered form. With every ounce of strength, she turned her neck to gaze at the mangled corpse not far away. Fueled by rage, Wei Dan grasped a dusty bracelet tightly in her hand. She did not wish to die. To survive in this desolate world, she had consumed putrid food and scavenged resources from the dead. Each day brought uncertainty and danger, yet she had fought tenaciously to endure until now. Was she truly to perish like this? Living such a wretched life, she could not accept it. If only she could start anew, a fierce will to survive ignited within her, causing her body to convulse violently as her crimson eyes fixated on the beam of light streaming down from above. Her calloused hands emitted a faint white glow, and in an instant, Wei Dan was enveloped in the brilliance. All sounds of reality faded away, replaced by a buzzing hum in her ears. Dan, if you sell this house, I can add some money to buy a bigger one for you to live with your brother. It's a win-win situation, isn't it? Exactly. That way you can live with me. Hee. Hey, I'm talking to you. Don't be ungrateful. Wei Dan, I'm speaking to you nicely. Don't be so shameless. Trying to gain the upper hand with me. Dun. As the voices grew nearer, the scene before Wei Dan gradually came into focus, revealing her stepmother's disdainful face. With gaudy lipstick, her mouth flapped open and shut, occasionally spewing saliva laden with greed. She had been reborn? It was truly a miracle. This familiar scene was etched in her memory. Her stepmother, accompanied by a horde of relatives, had come to coerce her into selling the house left to her by her grandparents, promising to use the money to purchase a new home. They claimed it was for Wei Dan and her son, yet they had no intention of putting her name on the deed. They simply sought to swindle her. Not only were they scheming to take the central property, but they were also plotting to marry her off to her dim-witted son. Their intentions were glaringly obvious. Hey, Wei Dan, can't you see my mom is talking to you? Such an ungrateful child. The girl, dressed in a modified vocational high school uniform, leaned casually against the shoe cabinet, her hair pulled high, streaked with faded highlights. Lin Man. With a piercing gaze, Wei Dan lifted her eyes to confront the one who had once caused her demise, her fists instinctively clenching. Ungrateful? When Wei Dan was 8, her beloved mother passed away, and not long after, her meek father remarried. They lived in the house her mother had bought, yet the young Wei Dan was abandoned at the orphanage's doorstep. Now, less than a year after the passing of her grandparents, this family could hardly wait to come and demand the house. In her previous life, Wei Dan had been half deceived, ultimately selling the house as they wished, leaving her with nothing. In this new life, she would make them witness the consequences of their greed. If her memory served her correctly, the apocalypse was merely 5 days away, providing ample time for preparation. This time, she would not fall into the same trap. She would take the initiative, ensuring that this wretched family would not escape unscathed. What are you staring at me for? Mom, look at her. Lin Man, caught off guard by Wei Dan's menacing gaze, felt her legs weaken, instinctively taking a step back. Why did this dead woman's eyes seem so terrifying now? Little beast, how dare you look at Man like that? It'll smash your mouth. A hefty hand swung unexpectedly toward her, but Wei Dan felt no fear. Drawing upon her instincts honed from years of survival in the apocalypse, she effortlessly seized Lin Kuifang's wrist. Did they still think she was the naive Wei Dan of old? From this moment on, she was in control. This action left the scheming family of 4 in stunned disbelief, their expressions reflecting their incredulity. Was it merely an illusion? Why did Wei Dan seem so different? Lin Suifang, too, was taken aback that Wei Dan had dared to stop her hand. It must be a coincidence. Yes, just a coincidence. Wei Dan was just as spineless as her father. Wei Dan observed Lin Kuofang's face twist into a mask of disdain again. Her eyes narrowed as she subtly applied pressure. It hurts. Let go of me, you little beast. Wei Dan, let go of my mother. If you release her now, I might still forgive you otherwise. Even if you bear me a son, I want to acknowledge you. Lin Dezhuang, who had been leering at Wei Dan, finally tore his gaze away from her smooth legs upon hearing his mother's cries. Wei Dan nearly laughed in exasperation, tilting her head to glance at the shameless fool. Standing under 1.7 meters tall, weighing over 200 pounds, he possessed a low IQ and a mind filled with lewd thoughts. In her previous life, Wei Dan had been terrified of this so-called brother, fearing his intentions toward her. Yet now, he was merely a trivial nuisance in her eyes. Lin Dezhuang was the product of Lin Kuofang's previous marriage, 5 years her senior. Her scoundrel father had rushed to marry Lin Suifang after her mother's death, hoping for a son, yet he was left disappointed. Now, they foolishly treated this dim-witted son as their own, an absurdity indeed. Ignorance was truly frightening. Had he ever studied biology, he wouldn't entertain such foolish notions. Your family is utterly shameless, not only coveting my house, but also fixating on me. Unexpectedly, Wei Dan released her grip. Lin Suifang stumbled and fell to the ground, disregarding her pain as she scrambled to her son's side. The instigator, Wei Dan, observed coolly, as if nothing had happened, then turned to the frail man lurking in the corner, sneering. Father, do you think the same? Kai Mingdong, who had been watching from the shadows, was caught off guard by Wei Dan's direct address. He quickly adopted the pitiful demeanor of a man forced into a corner, exuding helplessness. Dan, Daddy didn't think that way. What was wrong with her? Why was she dragging him into this? Upon hearing Kai Mingdong speak, Lin Man hurriedly shoved him aside. Kai Mingdong nearly lost his balance. His face flushed as he hunched over, rubbing his hands anxiously at his clothing, feigning a reluctant posture. Your Lin mother is also doing this for your own good. This house is old, it would be better to sell it and buy a new one. Dan. Daddy is useless, let your brother take care of you from now on. Wei Dan smirked sarcastically. Oh, so this is for my own good? You really have worked hard for me. Chapter 2. Here at Wei Dan's home ground. Having lived a second life, Wei Dan felt a profound disgust upon seeing Wei Mingdong's hypocritical face once more. No one would have anticipated that the person who usually appeared so submissive would be the one with the most insidious machinations. In her previous life, Wei Dan was led astray by the illusion of familial affection, giving both money and property. Had she not experienced it herself, she would find it hard to believe that this man before her would, in the future, sell his own kin to malevolent forces merely to survive. With eloquent words, he would even persuade his daughter to barter her body for sustenance. Noticing her contemplative expression, he smiled with satisfaction. She remained the same simple-minded fool. The house can be sold for a new one. Upon hearing the first half of this statement, Lin Shuifang's family brightened, their smiles becoming uncontainable. Little did they know, Wei Dan's tone shifted in an instant. But, Father, you had Lin Shuifang take care of me, yet she cared for me into an orphanage. Now, her son wants to look after me, and I fear I might die without knowing where. Or do you wish for me to perish at their hands, so you can claim the house for yourself? Just as you tacitly allowed Lin Shuifang to abandon me at the orphanage, after which she ended up in custody while you conveniently received forgiveness from grandfather, and continue to live in my mother's house, Dan. How could you think of your father this way? Wei Mingdong never expected his hidden, selfish thoughts to be laid bare by Wei Dan, his face turning ashen, yet he stubbornly feigned innocence. Mom, what does Wei Dan mean? Is she refusing to marry me? Lin Shuifang had no time to pay attention to Lin Dezhuang. Though her education was lacking, she grasped the gravity of Wei Dan's words. She whipped her head around, glaring fiercely at Wei Mingdong. Under her scrutinizing gaze, Wei Mingdong felt a tightening in his chest. He swallowed hard, stammering. Wife, no, it's not like that. Let me explain. You live here too. Lin Dezhuang, witnessing his wife slipping away, was not pleased and reached out to grab Wei Dan. However, Wei Dan deftly dodged and executed a sweeping kick. Lin Dezhuang lost control and collided with the corner of the table, blood gushing forth. Blood. Oh, Mom, I'm bleeding. Wah. A man over 30 now cried out like a child of 7 or 8, only able to wail for his mother when injured. Oh, my son. Wei Dan, you little wretch. Just wait until I skin you alive. Before Lin Shui Fong could even approach Wei Dan, she was met with a swift kick that sent her crashing to the ground. Ouch. Ouch. At this moment, Wei Dan's aura surged, her eyes ablaze with seething rage and the coldness born of a post-apocalyptic world. She scanned the room, her gaze settling on Lin Shui Fong. It seems you no longer care for your foolish son's life. If you have any sense, scram. The others trembled under her murderous glare, frozen in place. Only upon hearing Wei Dan speak did they snap back to reality, hurriedly assisting Linda Zhuang to his feet. What a terrifying look Wei Dan had today. She was a veritable harbinger of doom. Lin Shui Fong and Lin Man Man gritted their teeth in hatred, yet dared not provoke Wei Dan further and thus retreated from her home. Dandan, your father still loves you. Please take care of yourself. Wei Ming Dong lingered, the last to leave, worry etched across his face as he closed the door behind Wei Dan. Wei Dan observed coldly, scoffing internally. He was truly the same hypocrite who had survived to become the second Dinkaman in a previous life, his insincerity repulsive. What are you doing, Wei Ming Dong? Hurry up and get over here. All right, I'm coming. As the noise outside faded, Wei Dan approached the window, confirming the family's departure before promptly turning to rummage through her bedroom. At last, she found the bracelet. With determination, she bit her finger, letting her blood drip onto the pearls of the bracelet, which absorbed it instantaneously. A flash of white light enveloped her, revealing a 200 square meter space before her, vast and empty, save for a patch of soft earth. There truly was a space. She had Lin Man Man to thank for this. Had it not been for the day before the earthquake when Lin Man Man boasted about the bracelet, she would never have known it held such potential. After some trial and error, Wei Dan finally mastered the technique to access the space. However, she found herself unable to enter it or manipulate objects within. Casting her gaze around the bedroom, she waved her hand, collecting everything from the jewelry box into the space. The items settled quietly upon the earth, and at Wei Dan's mental command, they shifted positions. Success! Opening her eyes, a wave of joy flooded her heart with this space. She had secured her foundation for survival. Even in the apocalypse, she felt confident she could not only survive but thrive comfortably. With 200 square meters, she could store a plethora of items, and Wei Dan resolved to stockpile. But first, she faced a conundrum regarding funds. Having graduated just a year prior, she had only saved 50,000, which was insufficient. Soon, however, Wei Dan devised a solution, transferring everything from her home into the space. Except for the immovable fixtures, she spared not even a single cent from the refrigerator and furniture to the smallest of stationery and trinkets. Everything was stored away. Gazing at her now empty home, Wei Dan locked the door with satisfaction. Thinking of the items belonging to her grandparents safely stored in the space, she felt no lingering attachment and stepped away from the house she had lived in for many years. Walking down familiar streets, she checked her phone and noted the time was still early. She likely wouldn't be able to reach anyone. Stowing her phone in her pocket, she decided to grab a bite to eat. Wei Dan swiftly located her favorite restaurant, entering with a flurry of orders. Sweet and sour pork, braised ribs, flavorful eggplant, and this. All of it, How many of you are there? The server's eyes widened. The quantity of food ordered was enough for a small army, certainly too much for a single person. Just me, just you? You definitely won't finish all this. Perhaps you should order less. Today, Wei Dan encountered a genuinely straightforward person, and no worries, if I can't finish, I'll take it to go. I've been craving this for 5 or 6 years. Oh, all right. I'll help you push 2 tables together. The amount of food may not fit otherwise. The server agreed and suspiciously relayed the situation to the manager. 5 or 6 years. Our restaurant has only been open for 3. All right, I understand. Find her a prominent spot. She's our star attraction today. Wei Dan ate her fill, leaving the restaurant with the leftovers carefully packed, the manager smiling broadly as he bid her farewell. In a nearby corner devoid of surveillance, she stored all the food in her space, then proceeded towards her intended destination. Chapter 3. Entering the stockpiling mode. The Madwa Real Estate Agency. Although this agency appears modest in size, it is backed by powerful connections, perfectly catering to Wei Dan's current needs. Your property will sell remarkably well. I will assist you in posting the listing, and it is certain to be sold within a week. A week provides the perfect window for maneuvering. One must not allow her to perceive any flaws. The man maintained an official smile, adjusting his glasses with a sincere gaze directed at Wei Dan. Wei Dan similarly scrutinized the intermediary manager whom she had encountered in her previous life. At this moment, he was clad in a respectable suit, his cheeks rosy and plump, unlike in her past life when he appeared emaciated and famished. It was precisely his penchant for circumlocution that remained as irksome as before. Manager Ma, I shall speak candidly. I wish to finalize the purchase of this property today. I am well aware of your company's capabilities. Wei Dan bit down heavily on the words capability, gazing at Manager Ma with an expression that was both mocking and enigmatic. Manager Ma's countenance shifted in surprise. Observing Wei Dan's assured demeanor, his eyes darted about, and he ultimately decided to dispense with the pretense. This arrangement is acceptable, but regarding the price, does this young lady possess some insider knowledge? Why do I feel as though I am rendered invisible before her? The price is negotiable. The old property is appraised at $2 million. I can offer a discount of $400,000, so $2 million would be agreeable, wouldn't it? Certainly. That is exceedingly agreeable. Who is this young scion, daring to engage in such a loss-making transaction? And what of the other property? As for the second one, I can extend a greater concession, but I will require a small favor from Manager Ma. Upon hearing this, Manager Ma's familiarity with such matters sparked his eagerness. He promptly thumped his chest, vowing to ensure the matter was handled impeccably. Rest assured, Miss Wei, this is our area of expertise. The two reached an immediate accord, and the signing, transfer, and payment proceeded seamlessly. As Wei Dan gazed at the $5 million that had just appeared in her account, the weight that had burdened her heart began to lift. A relief following the successful transaction. Eagerly, she checked the time on her phone and, unable to contain her excitement, opened her contacts and dialed a number. Guess where I am right now? A playful voice echoed from the receiver, and upon hearing that familiar tone, tears of joy streamed down Wei Dan's face uncontrollably. Wu Xin, on the other end of the line, detected the sound of muffled sobs and quickly abandoned her playful demeanor, her voice laced with concern. Dun dun? Are you crying? I was just joking. Oh dear, I was wrong. Wei Dan held the item a little farther away, took a deep breath, and calmed her emotions. Yenner, I am perfectly fine. I was merely blinded by the strong wind. In a moment, I will provide you with an address. Please pack your things and relocate there. After selling her house, Wei Dan rented 2 apartments from Manager Ma. Although the new residence is somewhat remote, its elevated position serves to safeguard against the impending torrential rains and floods. In her previous life, Wu Xin lost her life early on while trying to protect her. This time, Wei Dan is resolute in ensuring her safety. Furthermore, she will not let the one responsible for Wu Xin's demise escape justice this time. What? Dandan, what troubles you? Has that old woman upset you again? I shall confront her. Yenner, do you believe in me? Wei Dan understood that even if she informed Wu Xian about the impending apocalypse, it would be difficult for her to believe at that moment. I believe it. We are the best of friends. If I can't trust you, who else can I trust? Then gather your belongings and bring the 7 treasures along. We shall relocate to the new address, and I will meet you there tonight. All right, I will follow your lead. With a heart full of apprehension, Wu Xian hung up the phone and began to pack her luggage. Although she was uncertain of Wei Dan's true intentions, she firmly believed that her steadfast friend would never wish her harm. Upon hanging up the phone, Wei Dan hurriedly made her way to the agricultural market. As the orange-red light of dawn gradually spread across the sky, Wei Dan first ventured into the largest grain and oil store in the market. In this apocalyptic era, staple foods are the most filling and reasonably priced, offering the highest cost-effectiveness. Do you sell in bulk, boss? I would like to purchase some stock. The shopkeeper scrutinized Wei Dan, a young girl in her 20s, dressed quite modestly, seemingly not the type to make large purchases. She probably assumed this was yet another opportunist. A middle-aged woman lounged in a rocking chair, barely lifting her backside, pouting slightly, her gaze revealing impatience. All items are sold in batches of 100 pounds. We do not sell less. I would like 2,000 pounds of noodles, 1,000 pounds of high-gluten flour, 1,000 pounds of low-gluten flour, and 5,000 pounds of medium-gluten flour. Do you offer delivery, boss? As Wei Dan spoke, she diligently recorded notes on her mobile phone. What? How many pounds? Upon hearing Wei Dan's revelation, the middle-aged woman swiftly sprang to her feet. She widened her eyes and scratched her ears, seemingly unable to fathom that such words had escaped Wei Dan's lips. I said, "Boss, do you provide delivery?" Wei Dan patiently reiterated her request, all the while contemplating whether to seek a different vendor, as the shopkeeper appeared somewhat hard of hearing. Hurry, hurry! The middle-aged woman hastily stood up, anxious that the little fortune god might take his leave. Approaching the counter, she lowered her tone and tentatively inquired, "Is there any new business lately?" "Sister, do share with me, and I shall offer you a discount." "Oh, there's nothing much, just that my elders urged me to find some work. I need 5,000 pounds of rice. Could you calculate that for me? Out in the world, one's identity is self-assigned." All right, let me do the math." To her surprise, she discovered this individual was a wealthy heir, yet dressed in such a humble manner. Could it be another unfamiliar luxury brand? This brand isn't impressive. It's pilling. After a brief calculation, she announced, "The total comes to 490,000. A deposit of 50,000 will suffice. Please leave your address, and we shall deliver it first thing tomorrow morning." The middle-aged woman beamed, her face creased with joy as she respectfully handed the bill to Wei Dan. Dan glanced at the bill and made the payment via a QR code, leaving behind the address of a warehouse before heading to the vegetable section. A 600-square-meter warehouse was more than sufficient to accommodate these items. Moreover, Manager Ma was quite resourceful. Not only did he secure a significantly cheaper rental, but he also graciously allowed her to utilize the warehouse at no cost. Dan reciprocated the kindness, suggesting he stock up on supplies. The vegetable section was not like the grain and oil area, where one could purchase everything in a single visit. Instead, Dan had to enter each shop and deplete their vegetable stocks. Regardless of the type, she bought them all. In the apocalypse, a single vegetable was invaluable. And having endured hunger, Dan was not picky. She entered the store, cleared it out, paid a deposit, left her address, and departed in one fluid motion. Having acquired more than half of the vegetable section, Dan swiftly recorded her expenses on her phone. To her surprise, upon glancing up, she noticed the vendors in the adjacent area, who should have been closing up, eagerly anticipating her approach. "Miss, would you like some meat? The seafood here is exceptionally fresh. I assure you, you won't regret it." Goodness, Dan never expected that she would experience a day as the benefactor herself. After calling out to the neighboring meat section, Wei Dan hurriedly made her escape, resembling that irresponsible scoundrel. Chapter 4. The Retribution of the Villain. Wei Dan languidly reclined in the back seat of a taxi, her head resting gently against the headrest as she appeared to doze. Yet, beneath this facade of repose, her consciousness had already discreetly ventured into the realm of space. A flash of white light illuminated the surroundings, and her awareness seamlessly merged into the expanse. Upon surveying the scene before her, Wei Dan was momentarily taken aback. What once was an empty void now housed a well and a quaint single-story villa. The area of this newfound space had doubled, now boasting an impressive 400 square meters. How splendid! There was ample room to store even more treasures. Wei Dan manipulated her consciousness to arrive before the well, which was a most unassuming structure. This required drawing water by hand. Wei Dan attempted to use his spiritual awareness to cast the bucket into the well. Upon hearing a resounding thud, he shook the rope twice and swiftly drew the bucket back up. To his astonishment, the palm-sized bucket was brimming with water from the well. As Wei Dan drew closer, she discerned a wisp of white mist floating upon the water's surface, elusive and ethereal, while her consciousness experienced an unprecedented sense of refreshment. Wei Dan retrieved a thermos from her space, pouring in well water, filling the cup only halfway. She opened her eyes, feigning the act of retrieving something from her backpack. As the thermos materialized in her hand, unscrewing the lid, she could still see faint wisps of vapor rising. The chill permeated her dantian, gradually dispersing to her limbs, each inch alleviating her fatigue. What a remarkable treasure! Gulp, gulp. Wei Dan gulped down the well water in one go, the chilling essence penetrating her body, swirling around her dantian before dispersing to her limbs. This time, even her bones began to creak softly. Fortunately, it was merely a faint sound, not enough to attract the driver's attention. Wei Dan unconsciously exhaled a deep breath of stale air, feeling a wave of relaxation wash over her, invigorating her spirit immensely. Wei Dan contemplated re-entering the space, yet this time, as soon as she cast the bucket into the well, it was immediately rebuffed. It appeared that the water was indeed limited. She would have to wait until the morrow to try again. Although the well water was unattainable, Wei Dan's attention swiftly shifted to the quaint little house that had materialized alongside the well. What delightful surprises might lie within? As her consciousness penetrated the abode, it revealed itself to be akin to an ordinary dwelling, complete with a living room, a kitchen, and a bedroom, surprisingly devoid of a bathroom. After wandering around, Wei Dan did not uncover any other peculiarities, yet still encountered unexpected delights. The living room offers a charging station. The kitchen is equipped with running water. In the event of an apocalypse, water and electricity would likely be severed. While electricity can be managed by purchasing additional generators and using it sparingly, water is far more challenging to stockpile. Even if one were to accumulate a reserve, it would likely prove insufficient when acid rain descends. Previously, Wei Dan was troubled by concerns regarding water and electricity, but now everything has been effortlessly resolved. However, the mechanism for upgrading the space remains a mystery. As Wei Dan meticulously surveyed the surroundings, she discovered that two cherished paintings were missing, priceless treasures belonging to her grandfather. It was said that these artworks had been passed down through generations, not crafted by renowned masters, but rather containing a few poignant maxims intended to awaken future generations. The aesthetics of this space indeed reflected a refined taste. Suddenly, the soft chime of her phone echoed from her pocket, illuminating the darkness with a faint glow. Hastily, Wei Dan exited the space and retrieved her phone. She was aware that at this hour, the only person likely to message her was her trusted friend, Wu Xian. As she unlocked her phone, she found, as expected, a message from Wu Xian. After settling into her new abode, she had sent Wei Dan a video, showcasing an epic struggle between herself and a cat. Wei Dan found herself amused by the content of the video, a warm sensation bubbling within her chest, gradually easing her furrowed brow. The villains had been dealt with. Supplies were procured. She had reconnected with her close friend. Wu Xin was no ordinary fighter, having served in the military and earned several international championships in Sonda. In her past life, she had always protected Wei Dan. Had it not been for Wymingdong's betrayal, she would not have met such a tragic end. In a bid for survival, Wei Dan had entered the national military base and even lived as a scavenger. She was no longer the defenseless Wei Dan of yore. With her newfound abilities, she silently vowed to safeguard Wu Xin and Qibao this time. As for her worthless father and his family, their fortunate days were still to come. As Yu Dan entered the Gaodian community, she lifted her gaze to behold 5 towering buildings, each 19 stories high, with lights twinkling in almost every household. Yu Dan chose this secluded location, elevated and distant from Longhu, allowing her ample time for preparation. In this apocalyptic world, the Longhu base had emerged as a stronghold for the nefarious forces of Tiansheng, where Lin Man had been sold into captivity by Wei Mingdong. Utilizing Yu Dan's spatial abilities, they navigated the treacherous environment with remarkable ease, while Wei Mingdong astonishingly ascended to the position of the base's second-in-command. Wei Dan could hardly believe that Lin Man's actions on the day of the earthquake would be unknown to Wei Mingdong. This time, the situation was firmly in Wei Dan's grasp. She was curious to see how they would fare without the space. The sound rang out, "Ding ding, oh dragon, father, answer the phone, it's urgent." The caller ID displayed an unfamiliar local number. Wei Dan narrowed her eyes and answered the call. As soon as the connection was established, a sharp voice filled the receiver, laced with furious curses. "Wei Dan, you little beast, how dare you sell my house? Just you wait. I will." Suddenly, the voice on the other end diminished. "That is my property. You cannot take it. Someone is being assaulted. This is murder. Dandan, it's your father. Stop causing a scene. Your mother Lin and the others have realized their mistakes. Wymingdong, you scoundrel, hurry over and throw them out. The chaos in the call only elevated Wei Dan's spirits. Manager Ma certainly knows how to pick his moments. Being expelled at this hour likely means that all the hotels in the city center are fully booked. The streets in summer should provide a decent place to sleep, wouldn't they? Wei Dan, just wait. You resort to gangsters to seize my house. You all shall wait. I will call the police, and you can look forward to sitting in jail. Beep, beep, beep. Hearing the mention of the police made Wei Dan's smile widen. She had been anticipating this family to report her. She had previously feared their cowardice would prevent them from doing so, but it seemed she had underestimated their shamelessness. Chapter 5. This time, I'll protect you. Hey, have you just moved in? Would you like to come to my brother's house for a visit? The speaker was likely under 30, with neatly cropped hair, dressed entirely in black, and wearing casual loafers. He exuded an air of self-satisfaction, blending seamlessly into the crowd. Shortly after Wei Dan answered the phone, an individual began to lurk nearby, eavesdropping. Upon hearing her quarrel with her family, he crept closer. The neighborhood was a veritable mix of characters, and Wei Dan, along with Wu Xian, resided on the rooftop. Should the apocalypse descend, many would surely come seeking trouble. Just as she lamented her inability to set an example, this person fortuitously crossed her path. How delightful! Wei Dan held a pair of naive eyes, unmistakably embodying the innocence of youth. The man, taken aback by the ease with which he could deceive this girl, felt a surge of desire at the sight of her bewildered and unknowing demeanor, prompting him to eagerly reach out for Wei Dan's hand. Wei Dan had long since entered a state of combat readiness. Should the man's hand reach forward any further, she was poised to unleash a devastating technique. Lu Shiqiang, frustrated by the interruption of his intentions, was on the verge of unleashing his anger. However, upon lifting his gaze to see the newcomer, he unexpectedly restrained himself. Wei Dan gazed curiously at the middle-aged man, approximately in his 40s. How'd he know her? The man cast a cold glance at Lu Shiqiang's departing figure and scoffed. Dan, are you all right? Keep your distance from Lu Shiqiang. He is not a good person. Do you know me? As Wei Dan observed the collapse of Li Wei's plan, she remained unperturbed and turned to appraise the individual who had offered assistance. Cui Zheng let out a hearty laugh, sheepishly scratching the back of his head, having forgotten to introduce himself. I am Cui Zheng, but the residents of our community affectionately refer to me as Uncle Cui. I oversee minor matters around here. Today, your friend came to help you with the registration, and I happened to be in the security office. Understanding the situation, Wei Dan expressed her gratitude. Thank you very much, Uncle Cui. Confirming that Cui Zheng had no ulterior motives, she thanked him politely. Cui Zheng responded with a cheerful smile. No need for thanks. Just be mindful not to venture out at night. The surveillance equipment in our community is not particularly advanced. He reiterated the importance of safety in the neighborhood, saying, I reside on the 17th floor, so feel free to come to me if anything arises. If I am unavailable, my family can relay your message. Accompanied by Cui Zheng, Wei Dan entered the elevator hall. As they stepped inside, a figure emerged from the dark corner by the back stairs, a man whose face was contorted with indignation. It was none other than Lu Shiqiang, who harbored malicious intentions towards Wei Dan. Beep, beep, beep. The door to room 1901 swung open, and Wu Xian, upon hearing the sound, sprang up from the sofa and rushed towards the silhouette that had just entered. Dun, I have missed you dearly. Wei Dan's petite frame, unaccustomed to physical exertion, nearly succumbed when Wu Xian embraced her suddenly, teetering on the brink of losing her breath and abruptly ending her journey of rebirth. Could you please let go? I can hardly breathe. Hearing the strained words escaping from Wei Dan's lips, Wu Xian hastily released her grip and obediently stood to the side, her head drooping in submission. Observing Wu Xian's sheepish demeanor, Wei Dan couldn't help but chuckle, and she instinctively pulled the beloved Wu Xian closer, burying her head in that familiar embrace. Unable to suppress her renewed tears. Yenner, I've missed you so much. Everything will be all right. No matter the challenge, we can overcome it together. A tabby cat nuzzled against Wei Dan's leg, its soft fur pulling her back from her emotional reverie. With delight, she scooped up the little creature, 7 treasures, into her arms. Caressing the fluffy bundle and gazing at Wu Xian's carefree smile, Wei Dan's resolve solidified. She looked up earnestly at Wu Xian and declared, "Yinner, there's something I wish to tell you." Outside, the branches swayed chaotically in the wind, casting shadows that danced across the cool interior, illuminated by the street lamp's glow. The hot pot bubbled enticingly, with crimson oil rolling over the ingredients and wafting fragrant aromas into the air. As she took a bite, the spicy heat tingled on her tongue, nearly causing Wu Xian to fling her bowl away in surprise. "Take your time. No one is competing with you." Wu Xian accepted the tissue offered to her, sticking out her tongue and fanning her mouth. "Wait, are you saying you've been reborn?" Wei Dan blew on the freshly retrieved spinach from the pot and slurped it down, exclaiming, "Yes, indeed. Add a bit more meat." Bang! Wu Xian slammed her palm on the table, springing to her feet with a look of pride and triumph. "Ha! Finally, I have encountered such a thing. The world of anime does not deceive me." Wu Xian placed her hands on her hips, tilting her head at a 45-degree angle to gaze at the ceiling. From the very beginning, Wei Dan was well aware of her best friend's peculiar disposition, a quintessential manifestation of late-stage adolescence, capable of accepting any whimsical premise. She shook her head and continued her valiant struggle with the hot pot. It had been ages since she last indulged in such a delightful feast. How utterly delectable! Ahem! In such circumstances, it is certain that you would assume the role of the protagonist, which means I could also secure a place as the supporting character. Ha ha ha. As Wei Dan voraciously consumed her meal, she finally set down her bowl and chopsticks, adopting a serious demeanor as she broached the subject. In 2 days, news reports would emerge detailing the eruption of a long-dormant volcano in the Nation of Days, which would engulf half of its territory. This was merely the beginning. Following this, a light rain would commence globally, soon escalating into torrential downpours, heralding the approach of the apocalypse. We would face disasters such as deluges, extreme cold, unbearable heat, and grotesque biological mutations. The enormity of this information left Wu Xian speechless, her heart pierced by the emotionless manner in which Wei Dan recounted such harrowing events. Although Wei Dan did not explicitly state it, Wu Xian understood that she could no longer be by her side, and that she must have endured great suffering during the apocalypse. "Is there anything you need me to do?" Wu Xian straightened her posture, ever ready to face any peril. "Do you know anyone abroad who sells firearms?" Wu Xian lowered her gaze, her fingers subconsciously beginning to rub together in contemplation. "Well, it seems there might indeed be someone, but I am uncertain about how to get past customs. I have a solution for that." As Wei Dan spoke, she effortlessly stored the tissue paper from the table into her space, leaving Wu Xian wide-eyed as she witnessed the paper vanish into thin air. In astonishment, Wu Xian began to search through Wei Dan's sleeves, only to see Wei Dan wave her hand and the tissue reappear as if by magic. Wow, how incredible! In the air-conditioned room, Wei Dan and her companion enjoyed hot pot in a harmonious atmosphere, while Wei Mingdong's circumstances were far less pleasant. In the dimly lit confines of a small inn, for individuals crammed into a stifling space devoid of windows, where the air conditioner buzzed yet failed to deliver a refreshing breeze. It's unbearably hot. This air conditioner offers no relief. Silence. If you're unsatisfied, just get out. The sharp reprimand echoed through the room, revealing the tension that simmered beneath the surface. Chapter 6. The weapons have found their place. Lin Man sat on the floor, her cheeks flushed, biting her lip in frustration. "What good does it do to hit me? This is all Wei Dan's doing." She spat out her disdain. That little wretch, emboldened by her newfound confidence, has forgotten how to live under my authority. Tomorrow, she will pay dearly. Lin Suifeng, in her fury, overlooked the earlier transgressions of Wei Dan. "It's so hot. How can anyone sleep in these conditions?" A hefty individual rolled restlessly on the only bed in the room, creaking ominously as if it might collapse at any moment. "My dear son, bear with it a little longer. I shall send your father out to find a solution." Just then, as if summoned, Wei Mingdong returned, drenched in sweat and clutching a bag of ice cream, which he cautiously offered to Lin Suifeng. "You worthless fool. You can't do anything right, and now you're siding with that wretched child." Lin Suifeng hurled insults as she shoved the bag of ice cream towards Lin Dazhuang. Lin Man watched the bag, emitting frosty vapors, with longing but dared not ask for some, merely gazing enviously. "Ah, you want some, do you? Not a chance. Lin Dazhuang relished the ice cream, devouring it voraciously. Frustrated, Lin Man turned away, her face contorted in anger, stubbornly declaring, "I don't want any." At least Man understands. This ice cream is for your brother. Tomorrow, mother will buy you some. Yet Lin Man was skeptical of such promises, having heard them countless times before, especially when Wei Dan was present, ensuring her own share of benefits. Her hands clenched into fists on her lap, her eyes filled with resentment. It's all Wei Dan's fault. If only she would obediently relinquish the house. Wei Mingdong hesitated, his words caught in his throat. Just as Lin Suifang caught sight of him, she exclaimed with anger. Wei Mingdong departed from the hotel with a slight bow, making his way effortlessly to the 24-hour convenience store where he had previously purchased ice cream. The air conditioning here was abundant, a welcome relief compared to the stifling heat of the hotel. Sipping on the iced coffee he had ordered before leaving, he pondered how to persuade Wei Dan to relent and return the property to him. Perhaps he could also abandon those 3 useless individuals, which might lead Wei Dan to accept him once more. Just as dawn began to break, Wei Dan and Wu Xian took separate paths. Yu Dan continued her journey to the agricultural market to stock up on supplies, while Wu Xian proceeded to the warehouse with a scale to prepare for receiving goods. Despite the early hour, the market was bustling with activity. As Yu Dan stepped into the meat section, a vendor called out to her, "Bush, we met yesterday. Our meat is undeniably fresh, having been slaughtered just this morning." The stall owner, eager to assure Yu Dan of the quality, held up a piece of pork, marbled perfectly with fat and lean meat. Wei Dan gazed at the exquisite piece of pork and inquired, "Do you have any whole pigs available, dear proprietor?" Indeed. They are all in the warehouse." "How many do you require?" "I would like 200 whole pigs, along with 800 jin of tenderloin, 800 jin of hind leg meat, and another 800 jin of pork belly. Additionally, please provide 2,000 jin of beef and 2,500 jin of mutton." The vendor's eyes widened with astonishment as he absorbed the enormity of her order. He was aware that Wei Dan had made a substantial purchase the previous day, yet he had not anticipated such a colossal demand. "Alas, I currently do not possess such quantities." "Perhaps," the vendor cautiously observed Wei Dan, anxious that she might find his stock insufficient and choose to take her business elsewhere. "Do not fret. Pack whatever you have, but the quality must be impeccable." Wei Dan happened to wish to seek out a few more vendors, lest they provide subpar, stale goods. The stall owner, taken by surprise that this order could still be fulfilled, readily agreed. A true embodiment of benevolence. Wei Dan visited 2 or 3 more butcher shops, purchasing chicken and duck meat, effectively depleting the entire stock of these establishments. As she reviewed the receipts, she calculated her online purchases. 1,000 boxes of compressed biscuits, 3,000 pounds of sugar, 1,000 pounds of salt, and various seasonings, amounting to an astonishing expenditure of 3 million. Such money truly slips away effortlessly. This affluent second-generation heir is indeed impressive, nearly monopolizing our market. Indeed, the noodle vendor was almost fainting from laughter, and I found myself enviously captivated by the scene. A group of elderly women in the seafood section, with nothing better to do, gathered for gossip, and today their chatter fortuitously centered on the lavishly wealthy Wei Dan. "Is this seafood for sale? Oh, are you that rich second-generation heir?" It seems to be true. Wei Dan was bewildered by the extent to which her new persona had been disseminated. "You have arrived at our seafood section. Do let us know your desires." Just moments ago, the woman in the yellow coat was munching on seeds, expressing her envy. And now she found herself the center of attention, her gaze fixed intently on Wei Dan, fearful that she might slip away. "I want to monopolize the seafood." Truly, it is no surprise that someone could captivate the entire market in a single day. At that moment, a collective thought emerged in the minds of the onlookers. How extravagant! Under the scrutinizing gazes of several elderly women, akin to that of prospective mothers-in-law, Wei Dan instinctively took a step back, yet she maintained her high-class demeanor, exuding a cool and confident faade. However, she inwardly lamented the decision to cultivate such a persona, regretting it profoundly. "I demand only the freshest. If it isn't fresh, I 1 T pay." Why did the looks from these individuals seem so peculiar? The seafood vendors exchanged glances, pondering. In this era, even the wealthy second generation are opting for such entrepreneurial ventures. It is indeed unconventional. Ahem. Quite unique, indeed. Rest assured, it is absolutely fresh. Just after Wei Dan had paid the deposit of 200,000, Wu Xin's call came through. Dandan, I have both good news and bad news for you. The good news is that I have found a source for the goods. The bad news is that the source is in a land of fire and brimstone, where one might as well be sacrificed to a volcano. It was to be expected that firearms would be difficult to procure, and Wei Dan did not feel particularly despondent. She reassured, "It's all right, in the future." Before Wei Dan could finish speaking, she was interrupted by Wu Xin. "Don't be hasty. I have both good news and bad news. The good news is that I have a friend in the country who used to run an underground boxing ring, and he possesses a certain item. However, he has a prerequisite. You must purchase the medical equipment in his possession, which is estimated to be in the 8-digit range. It seems we may not have such funds." Medical equipment. Yi Dan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, this opportunity had come effortlessly, a rare commodity in the apocalypse. Buy it. Inform him that we shall conduct the transaction the day after tomorrow. Chapter 7. The wicked first complains, "Do we possess sufficient funds?" She mused, "Surely she isn't contemplating robbing a bank. That would be a precarious endeavor." "Indeed, we shall have the means the day after tomorrow." Yi Dan's tone was resolute, as if she harbored complete confidence. After hanging up, Wu Xian's mind began to wander. The rusty gears of her brain, surprisingly engaging in contemplation about how to assist Yi Dan in executing a bank heist. Wei Dan was utterly unaware of the convoluted scenarios that Wu Xian was conjuring in her mind. Resolute in her decision, she promptly navigated to the nearest lottery station. Standing before its entrance, her heart brimming with emotion. However, she now possessed the potential for advancement and access to medical equipment at her doorstep, especially since she was privy to the impending events that loomed ahead. With favorable circumstances aligning, Wei Dan's perspective underwent a transformation. She resolved to undertake a significant endeavor. In the second year of the apocalypse, after discerning the true nature of Wei Mingdong, Wei Dan chose to distance herself from her hometown, embracing the life of a wanderer. As the term suggests, a wanderer refrains from joining any base organization, existing as a solitary wolf. Along her journey, she occasionally encountered eccentric individuals. Some possessed survival skills, yet lacked the will to live. In a moment of life and death, Wei Dan crossed paths with a person teetering between madness and lucidity. She observed that this individual spent little time in clarity, predominantly existing in a frenzied state, often neglecting sustenance, incessantly reciting a string of numbers. Later, Wei Dan learned that it was the last lottery number drawn before the apocalypse, leaving her uncertain whether that person was fortunate or unfortunate. In his final moments, the individual muttered almost deliriously, and even in death, his eyes remained wide open. She never learned his name. Following this incident, after attending to his funeral arrangements, Wei Dan resolved to enlist in the military base, choosing not to continue her aimless wandering. By noon, the sun had yet to reveal itself, as the sky loomed heavy and overcast above. Although one would expect a hint of coolness, the temperature remained uncomfortably high, carrying an ominous portent of an impending storm. "Madam, are you claiming that your house was deceived from you by the agency, or was it your daughter who misled you?" These two matters differ significantly. The young officer had been entangled in this situation for the entire morning, fully aware that the family before him was being unreasonable. Yet he had to adhere to protocol. He felt overwhelmed, his brow furrowed in frustration as he scratched his head in despair. Lin Cuifong spoke until her mouth went dry. Reaching for a nearby paper cup, she discovered it was already empty. She shot a fierce glare at Wei Mingdong, who was cowering beside her. "Useless. What good are you? Isn't this the same thing? My house has been swindled, and now our family is homeless," Lin Cuifong exclaimed, having realized after a morning of ranting that the officer's demeanor was rather soft. She disregarded her image entirely, plopping down on the ground and wailing, "Heavens! What kind of police are you? My home has been taken, and you do nothing. You police care nothing for the common people. You are irresponsible, colluding with the unscrupulous." Lin Manman and Lin Dezhuang exacerbated the chaos, and the hall erupted into turmoil. The young officer's explanations were drowned out, and as he sensed the situation spiraling out of control, he could no longer contain himself and shouted, "Enough! Everyone be quiet." Having recently joined the force, and still somewhat inexperienced in handling such matters, his outburst only served to empower Lin Suifang further. The police are resorting to violence. This is what the police do. They're killing people. The scene descended into utter chaos, and the young officer found himself overwhelmed. Just then a calm, authoritative voice resonated like a divine intervention. "Xiao Wu, what is happening here?" "Captain, you have finally arrived." Officer Xiao Wu's bloodshot eyes lit up at the sight of his savior. This lady reported that her daughter was deceived by an agency, which sold their house. Yet she also claims her daughter is involved with gangsters who took their home. We've been unable to proceed as the situation remains unclear. Ignoring Lin Suifang's unreasonable behavior, Captain Xin Kaishan approached the desk, meticulously reviewing the recorded details. "I understand now. You may attend to other matters. I will handle this." Calmly pouring himself a glass of water, he took a seat and watched Lin Suifang's family create a scene with indifference. "Madam, your situation is quite complex. I believe we need to summon all parties involved for a direct confrontation." Upon hearing that the agency would be called in, Lin Suifang immediately expressed her discontent. No, I am stating facts. Rather than assisting us, you police are allowing the villains to intimidate us. Is this how you operate? Madam, do you not recall? This is the police station. No one dares to intimidate you here. We are already initiating the process. I will contact the necessary parties. Please wait in the case room with your family. With a commanding presence, Captain Xin Kaishan made it impossible for Lin Suifang to refuse. In less than half an hour, he managed to stabilize the situation that Officer Xiao Wu had struggled with all morning. "Answer the phone, Dad." "Ding ding, hello. Boss, the items have been retrieved and shipped as instructed." There was a brief pause before the voice continued. "The police just called me. I need to report to the station shortly." "Boss, you." As Wei Dan had anticipated, Lin Suifang had indeed caused a ruckus at the police station. She took a deep breath, a slight smile gracing her lips. "Thank you for your efforts, Manager Ma. Please accept this token of appreciation." Upon hearing he was to receive a reward, Manager Ma was about to refuse. Despite being a businessman, he adhered to his principles and was never greedy. No, Wei Dan is well acquainted with Manager Ma. In such dire circumstances of the apocalypse, a person who can maintain their integrity is unlikely to covet her modest sum of money. However, the complexity of this matter has far surpassed the amount previously offered by Wei Dan. She swiftly interjected, "Please accept it. I have other matters to trouble you with." "Very well, I shall accept it, and I hope to be of service again in the future." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Wei Dan ended the call, but her phone rang again just a few seconds later. Wei Dan gazed at the incoming call number, an involuntary smirk tugging at the corners of her mouth. Finally, it has arrived. Chapter 8. The Fate of Villains 1. Officer, we absolutely did not engage in a legal occupation. This is a sales contract personally signed by the homeowner, Ms. Wei. This is nothing short of an injustice. How can there still be such people in this world, turning the tables on others? As soon as Manager Ma stepped through the door, he cried out in protest, his face awash with tears, as if he were about to perform a lamentation at a gravesite. Manager Ma was a shrewd individual, adept at presenting various facades depending on the company he kept. He had encountered many unreasonable characters like Lin Suifang, and knew that to deal with such individuals, one must respond in kind. "You think you can create a scene? Well, so can I. You. Officer, just look at him. He is nothing but a rogue, stealing our family's home. Who will stand up for us? The struggling common folk?" Xin Kaisan discerned that both parties were equally troublesome, each more obstinate than the other. It seemed that before the crowd had gathered, this matter would remain unresolved. As Wei Dan stepped into the police station, she could hear Manager Ma wailing like a donkey from a distance. Remembering how he had previously assured her with an air of mystery that he possessed a solution to the family's predicament, it seemed that this was indeed the method he had alluded to. Wei Dan, the elderly gentleman on the subway, gazes at his phone. "Knock, knock, knock. Please enter." Upon hearing the icy male voice emanating from within, Wei Dan, whose hand was poised on the doorknob, momentarily froze. Whose voice is that? As Wei Dan pushed open the door, a familiar face appeared before her, and she momentarily parted her lips in surprise, though she quickly composed herself. Captain, what's he doing here? Xian Kai-san, the captain of the 5th Squadron at the Chinese military base, was known for his loyalty and justice, often maintaining a stern demeanor and exhibiting utmost responsibility towards his subordinates. This was Wei Dan's impression of him from her previous life, when she had joined the base's recruitment. And after passing the physical test, she was assigned to the notoriously rigorous 5th Squadron. There, she acquired numerous combat skills and rediscovered her hope for survival. Unfortunately, Wei Dan had always been rather unfortunate. Within less than 2 years, due to a power shift among the higher-ups, she was forced to become a sacrificial pawn. She wondered if Xian Kai-san had faced any repercussions after her departure. Xian Kai-san silently scrutinized the young woman who had just entered. Wei Dan was not particularly robust, appearing to be around 20 years of age, yet her face bore an uncommon gravitas for someone of her age. However, the surprise that had crossed her features upon seeing him raised an instinctive alarm within Xian Kai-san. Did she recognize him? You are Wei Dan, correct? I am Xian Kai-san, the officer in charge of this case. Please take a seat. He momentarily set aside his curiosity and scanned the room. Since everyone was present, they could commence. Lin Suifang had finally succeeded in bringing Wei Dan to the police station. She regarded Wei Dan with a look of schadenfreude, while Lin Man sat at the end of the table, displaying a similar expression. Beside Lin Suifang, Wei Mingdong wore a worried countenance, occasionally casting furtive glances at Wei Dan. The array of emotions displayed by the gathering was all too evident to Wei Dan. In the face of Lin Suifang's provocation, she remained unfazed. Turning her gaze to Xian Kai-san at the head of the table, her earlier apprehension dissipated. Ms. Lin Suifang, you just stated that, Ms. Wei Dan conspired with a real estate agency to deceive you out of your rightful property. Is that correct? Xian Kai-san succinctly distilled Lin Suifang's claims based on his investigative experience, focusing on the ownership of the house. Yes, that is precisely the point. Officer, you must make them return my house. Lin Suifang exclaimed, her voice brimming with agitation and satisfaction. Yet, Xian Kai-san swiftly redirected the conversation. Manager Ma, are you suggesting that Ms. Wei Dan has all the necessary documentation and merely sold her own property? Manager Ma presented his case logically, and Xian Kai-san nodded in acknowledgement as he reviewed the evidence presented. Lin Suifang, unable to contain herself, was about to interject when Wei Dan interposed. Officer, Xian, can this evidence prove that the house belongs to me? After meticulously examining the documents, Xian Kai-san handed a copy to Lin Suifang, stating emphatically, the evidence is clear. No illegal activity has been identified. Ms. Lin, we will not be filing your complaint. Officer Lin, this house was left to her by her mother. At the time, my father-in-law intended for it to be under my name, but I insisted otherwise. Wei Mingdong, who had been lurking in the background, finally spoke up, his expression laden with remorse, adopting a paternal demeanor. He paused, feigning an epiphany, and with tears brimming in his eyes, he choked out to Wei Dan. It was all my fault. After your grandfather's passing, I neglected your mental state, allowing you to be deceived regarding the house without your awareness. It is all my error. In just a few words, Wei Mingdong portrayed Wei Dan as an individual afflicted with mental illness following the devastating loss of a loved one. Wei Dan smirked, for the fox's tail had finally been revealed. If she truly had a mental affliction, then the previous transaction would be rendered null and void, allowing Wei Mingdong to assume guardianship over his daughter deemed mentally ill. How astutely calculated. Indeed, it is you who abandoned me in the orphanage after my mother passed away. Who bears the true fault? Wei Dan embraced her arms, leaning back against the chair. Yet, how could someone so flawed as you dare to remarry while residing in your mother's house? Do you truly believe you are worthy? Wei Mingdong was taken aback by Wei Dan's blatant disrespect, as she had the audacity to publicly insult him. Clenching his fists, he maintained a stoic expression and turned to Xian Kai-san with heartfelt urgency, saying, Officer, you have witnessed this outrageous provocation. My daughter has been incited to the extent of berating her own father. For her future, I implore you to assist us in arranging a mental health evaluation at the hospital." Upon hearing such an unreasonable request, Xian Kaisin promptly declined, stating, "Mr. Wei, I must advise you to choose your words carefully. No one here has the authority to infringe upon Ms. Wei Dan's personal freedom. Can we postpone the transfer process? Once the examination results are available, if any issues arise, then surely." Wei Dan rose from her chair, interrupting his words, finally dropping the facade. "Then we can proceed to the crux of the matter." Upon witnessing Wei Dan's devilish smile, Wei Mingdong felt a chilling shiver run down his spine, as an ominous premonition swiftly crept into his heart. Wei Dan surveyed the surroundings and exclaimed, "Oh, I have no intention of leaving. Please remain seated." She continued, "I merely step out to retrieve something. Your case may not hold, but mine might." Chapter 9. The Fate of the Villains, Part 2. Her words struck deeply into the hearts of those who felt guilty. With the resounding sound of the door closing, Wei Dan's figure vanished from their sight. What could she possibly mean? Wei Mingdong's mind was besieged by alarm bells, and an involuntary chill swept through his body, causing every hair to stand on end. He cast a fleeting glance at Xian Kaisin at the head of the table before lowering his gaze, fixating on the surface of the table, rendering it impossible to discern his thoughts. Apart from Lin Dazhuang, whose limited intellect rendered him oblivious to the underlying implications, the others exhibited a spectrum of expressions. Lin Man, the most restless among them, recalled her past misdeeds and anxiously clutched Lin Suifeng's sleeve. "Mom, what should we do? Does she know?" "She? Shut up." What a foolish thing to say at this moment. Lin Suifeng's countenance turned ashen. She could no longer deny the truth, no matter how much she wished to. Wei Dan is no longer someone she can easily manipulate or command. It seems that a formidable battle lies ahead today. Nevertheless, she remains resolute in not relinquishing her connection to Wei Mingdong as a father. Familial bonds are not so easily severed. As Lin Suifeng contemplated this, her expression softened considerably, and she discreetly kicked Wei Mingdong beneath the table. Lin Suifeng, already in a foul mood, shot him a sharp glare, but mindful of their surroundings in the police station, she could only grit her teeth and suppress her anger. What does she intend to do? File a report? No, that is not it. Her earlier gaze seemed to pierce through everything. Could she possibly know? No, it's impossible. How could she possibly know? Wei Mingdong's mind was spinning wildly, leaving no room to regard anyone else, especially not those inconsequential individuals. Among those present, only Manager Ma sipped his water leisurely, appearing calm on the surface while harboring a torrent of disdain for this family within. It was truly eye-opening. In this day and age, even beasts could become parents. The young boss had certainly endured a share of suffering. Although Xian Kaisin refrained from vocalizing his thoughts on Wei Dan's behavior, he nonetheless repositioned his chair near the door, silently conveying his stance through action. With a wealth of experience in handling cases, he had long discerned the true nature of this family. Yet, Wei Dan remained shrouded in a veil of mystery, eluding comprehension. "Officer Xian, thank you for your patience." A slightly frosty female voice interrupted the collective reverie of the crowd. With unwavering confidence, Wei Dan leaned on the armrest of the chair and declared, "Officer, I wish to file charges against Lin Dazhuang for assault. The injury assessment is on the 5th page, and the evidence video is on the USB drive." Xian Kaisin turned to the 5th page, where indeed, a medical report detailing the injuries was provided by the hospital. He proceeded to play the video aloud. In the footage, Lin Dazhuang arrogantly swung his fists, revealing just enough of Wei Dan's injured face. "I didn't hit you. My mother said that's how one should treat a wife. You're my wife, so that was not hitting you." Lin Suifeng was taken aback that this incident had been brought to light by Wei Dan, and that there was evidence to substantiate it. She quickly covered Lin Dazhuang's mouth and explained, "This is just young people horsing around, merely a playful scuffle." Wei Dan let out a cold snort, choosing not to respond, and continued, "I intend to accuse Lin Man of theft. The invoice details can be found on the first 4 pages. And video evidence is contained within the moving footage provided by Manager Ma." Furthermore, Lin Suifeng and her family have unlawfully occupied a residence for 15 years, with evidence presented on the 6th page. Additionally, Wei Mingdong and Lin Suifeng have abandoned their children, with proof located in. You're spouting nonsense. I have not. You little wretch, how dare you concoct such a scheme? Wei Mingdong, take a look at your precious daughter. The cacophony of insults surged, causing manager Ma's veins to bulge in fury, wishing he could silence this family. Fortunately, the overwhelming presence of Xin Kaisen compelled them to fall silent. Wei Dan calmly enumerated the charges, the majority of which were gathered by her steadfast confidant, Wuxin. It was Wuxin who had silently safeguarded Wei Dan's existence all along. Upon learning of Wei Dan's intention to completely sever ties with her family, she entrusted her with all the evidence she had meticulously collected over the years for Wei Dan to handle as she deemed fit. The shock that Wei Dan experienced upon receiving this evidence was akin to the tremor she felt when Lin Man revealed to her that the man she had called father for many years was, in fact, not her biological parent. Ultimately, on the final page of the evidence lay a paternity test report, which confirmed that there was no blood relationship between me and Wei Mingdong. Upon hearing the final revelation, Wei Mingdong's lingering sense of hope was ultimately shattered. He, who had remained silent until now, suddenly lifted his gaze, his eyes wide with disbelief as he fervently shook his head. How could this be? How could you possibly know? It's impossible. Those two old fellows could never have divulged this to you. Wei Dan narrowed her eyes, perplexed by why Wei Mingdong was so certain that their grandparents would not speak. Officer Xin, could you kindly assist me in obtaining a certificate? I wish to make a change at the Household Registration Center. A change? Upon hearing the word change, Wei Mingdong abruptly rose to his feet, his hands pressing against the table, his face adorned with a mania that Wei Dan had never witnessed before. Wei Dan, I advise you against this course of action. Do you even know who your biological father is? Your biological father is a vagabond. A vagabond, do you understand? A stinking bagaron distrats. Huh, a vagabond? Is that why my grandparents chose not to reveal the truth, fearing the humiliation it would bring her? Wei Dan is indifferent to the true identity of her biological father. For all these years, the love of her mother and the nurturing of her grandparents have sufficed. Regardless of who he may be, he is certainly superior to someone as morally corrupt as you. Wei Mingdong was taken aback by Wei Dan's apparent indifference. Anger surged within him, and he unleashed a ferocious roar at Wei Dan, resembling a feral dog that had just been robbed of its bone. Dare to change things? And I shall expose your mother as a promiscuous harlot. You are nothing but the offspring of a harlot and a beggar. As the apocalypse loomed, Wei Dan dismissed his threats with disdain. Once she made the change, Wei Mingdong would lose all claim to meddle in her life and, consequently, her wealth. Most crucially, during these dire times, he would no longer wield influence over her under the guise of kinship. This time, she would show no mercy. The room reverberated with vitriol directed at Wei Dan, while Xin Kaisen discreetly concealed the evidence in his possession. After receiving Wei Dan's final nod of approval, he summoned several officers to temporarily detain the raucous Wei Mingdong and his companions. Once Manager Ma completed the necessary documentation and took his leave, only Wei Dan and Xin Kaisen remained in the room. Officer Xin, if I present a letter of forgiveness, will they be released? Chapter 10. The imminent upgrade space indeed. As long as you are willing. How long after I provide it will they be released? They could be released as soon as the paperwork is finalized. Likely within 2 hours. Do you wish to furnish the letter of forgiveness? Officer Xin found himself increasingly perplexed by this evidently resolute young woman. If they pay the overdue rent for the property they have occupied for so many years and compensate me for my losses, I am willing to provide it. Officer Xin, you will convey this, won't you? From the very beginning, Wei Dan had meticulously devised a plan to deplete their resources before imprisoning the family on the eve of the apocalypse. Those arduous days could not simply be allowed to pass in tranquil confinement. As Xin Kaisen gazed at the sly smile of the girl seated diagonally across from him, an epiphany struck him. This young woman, engaged in selling properties and seeking compensation, was evidently in dire financial straits. Suddenly, everything made sense. Feeling enlightened yet struggling to articulate his concern, Xan Kaisan could only solemnly pat Wei Dan on the shoulder and say, "Just tell me the amount, and I shall convey it for you." Wei Dan, why does the captain seem a bit peculiar? Those unfamiliar with Xan Kaisan would undoubtedly fail to perceive his concern. Yet Wei Dan, having served under him, comprehends it instantaneously. However, she is perplexed as to why the captain has suddenly taken an interest in her. It is indeed quite abrupt. Nevertheless, the captain has always been this way, his thought processes diverging from the norm. 1,000,000. Her voice was crisp and decisive. Her rapid speech further affirming the thoughts swirling in Xan Kaisan's mind. Xan Kaisan. She must be in need of money. The Weiming family has been parasitically relying on Wei Dan for these past years, accumulating precisely 1,000,000. It is thanks to the foolish Lin Dazhuang that Wei Dan's certainty has been solidified. As Wei Dan stepped out of the police station, the clock struck 5 in the afternoon. Having resolved yet another matter, she felt a sense of lightness. Even the air she breathed seemed less stifling. With merely 4 days remaining until the apocalypse, the temperature had silently escalated, and the sky was shrouded in heavy clouds. The entire city lay beneath the oppressive gloom, while a fierce wind howled, forcing Wei Dan to squint her eyes. In haste, she retrieved her sunglasses from her bag and donned them. Dan flagged down a taxi and hurried to the warehouse to meet Wuxin. Thanks to Wuxin's presence at the warehouse today, she had the time to attend to other matters, and Dan once again experienced the warmth of companionship. Wuxin was busily checking inventory in the warehouse, and upon hearing the sound of the door, she did not think much of it. With practiced ease, she directed vegetables to the east, meat to the south, seafood to the west, and everything else to the north. "Please wait here while I check the inventory." With a click, she locked the door from the inside, and Dan chose not to interrupt her. Instead, she swiftly began collecting items from the eastern section of the warehouse after planning the layout in her mind. In just 40 minutes, she cleared the entire vegetable area. Lost in her inventory tasks, Wuxin eventually sensed something amiss. She looked up to find the vegetable section completely empty. The door was also locked. Startled, Wuxin tossed aside her notebook and grabbed a hefty scale. "Who dares to steal? Come out." Upon hearing the commotion, Dan poked her head out from the seafood section and exclaimed, "It's me." Recognizing the familiar voice, Wuxin's excitement surged, and she tossed aside the scale, rushing towards Dan. "I knew a little thief was stealing things too quickly." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Dan retrieved a table and the previously packed dishes from her space. Although 24 hours had passed, the food was still slightly steaming when presented. "You must be hungry. Let's make do with this for dinner." The table was laden with 8 dishes: braised pig estrotter, garlic oysters, sauerkraut with pork belly, spicy stir-fried meat, and garlic ribs, accompanied by 2 side dishes and a large bowl of seafood dumpling soup. This isn't just making do. This is lavish. Upon seeing the spread, Wuxin was instantly enticed by the aroma, and without hesitation, she grabbed an oyster and slurped it down. The fragrant garlic combined with the fresh taste of the oyster, along with the delicate vermicelli, delighted her palate, and she gave a thumbs up in approval. Both had been so busy throughout the day that they hadn't had a chance to eat, yet they managed to finish all 8 dishes at dinner. After feasting, Dan produced some well water from her space and poured half into a cup for Wuxin. The cool, sweet water washed away the fatigue of the day. "What kind of water is this? I feel rejuvenated all over, even my pores." Wuxin, tasting it for the first time, experienced a wave of refreshment. Perhaps due to the limited amount, she didn't feel any structural changes in her body. "This is water from my space. It can strengthen the body. However, the yield is quite low, only this half cup each day. Wow, how wondrous. I must savor it." Realizing the preciousness of the water, Wuxin eagerly licked the last few drops from the bottom of her cup. Upon witnessing this, Wei Dan silently gave a thumbs up in her heart. "Truly worthy of you." The two of them collaborated to place the remaining scraps into a garbage bag, disposing of it alongside other refuse in the large dumpster outside. Wei Dan once again stored the meticulously clean table into the spatial realm and proceeded to the seafood section to collect goods. Having drunk from the well, Wei Dan moved with remarkable swiftness. In just an hour and a half, she had gathered all the supplies in the warehouse into her space. The once vacant floor was now brimming with an abundance of items. With a flick of her mind, Wei Dan rearranged the contents, managing to clear a meager area of several dozen square meters. Gazing at the limited space, Wei Dan felt a pang of anxiety. There were still many items left to procure, and with only a few dozen square meters remaining, it was evident that an upgrade was imperative. What's wrong? Wu Xin noticed Wei Dan's unusual demeanor and inquired with concern. It's nothing, just a minor issue. Tomorrow, I need to make a trip to the provincial capital. You will have to work diligently to finish collecting the remaining goods. All right, no problem at all. I am brimming with energy right now. I can easily gather goods for another couple of days. Wu Xin declared, with one hand on her hip and the other thumping her chest. As Wei Dan gazed at Wu Xin, who was earnestly vouching for her, a warm sensation enveloped her heart. How delightful it was to no longer be alone on this journey. Fortunately, both of them were brimming with energy, and after braving the fierce winds, they managed to walk 2 blocks before hailing a taxi. The gale outside was so powerful that Wei Dan struggled to shut the car door, exerting all her strength before finally succeeding. As soon as the vehicle began to move, she included the purchase of a car in her plans. My goodness, the wind is utterly relentless. I just scrolled through Weibo and discovered that strong winds are sweeping across the nation today. Yesterday, the extent was nowhere near this severe. Upon entering their home, Wu Xin promptly tossed her dust-laden clothes, which had been battered by the wind, into the washing machine. As Wei Dan emerged from the restroom, she was met with the sight of a bare-skinned primitive man, clad only in undergarments, frolicking in the living room. A most jarring spectacle. Hyena, do exercise a bit of caution. Wei Dan could not help but utter the profound words of a certain comedian. What a dreadful name, Haiyan. I could tolerate being called Yinner, but Haiyan is simply intolerable. When it comes to the matter of names, Wu Xin holds considerable authority. After all, at the tender age of 8 or 9, she would cry, throw tantrums, and even threaten to hang herself, compelling the director to change her name from Wu Taiyin to Wu Xin. Chapter 11. Discovering treasures in the antique market at that time, Wei Dan had been left in an orphanage, where she met a short-haired little girl named Wu Taiyin. Upon hearing Wei Dan's name, the little girl was quite astonished, wondering why she wasn't bestowed with a name as grand as Dogen or Taizhu, and why it consisted of only one character. How pedestrian! This thought lingered until Wei Dan was taken away by an elegant gentleman, at which point Taiyin finally realized something was amiss. She was not an orphan. The name Wei Dan was bestowed by her parents, thus differing from theirs. Little Taiyin once believed that her name was too lengthy, which led to her lack of parents. After much contemplation and resolve, she decided to rename herself. Inspired by the wandering swordsman Kenshin, I shall be called Wu Xin. With a commanding call, Wei Dan stirred Ms. Wu Xin. She strode towards Wei Dan with a bold gait, her taut muscles flexing and revealing prominent veins, intending to intimidate Wei Dan with a casual punch. She was taken aback when her fist was caught. The atmosphere instantly became charged with tension, causing Qi Bao, who was grooming himself nearby, to retreat with a slight tremor. Adjusting her mindset, Wu Xin shed her earlier playful demeanor, her expression turning serious as she regarded Wei Dan as a genuine opponent. Summoning her strength, Wu Xin expertly executed her techniques, engaging in a fierce exchange with Wei Dan. As an international champion in Sanda, Wu Xin acutely sensed that while Wei Dan may not possess her raw strength, her moves were far less predictable. Each blow landed with palpable intent, forged through countless battles of life and death. Enough! Enough! After this initial bout, Wu Xin gained a preliminary understanding of Wei Dan's abilities. You're impressively formidable now. Wu Xion's pouting demeanor elicited laughter from Wei Dan, who, unexpectedly countering, sought to reassure Wu Xin of her own capability for self-defense. Even the strongest cannot surpass you. You are truly exceptional. During their exchange, Wei Dan distinctly felt the disparity in their strengths. She found the fight taxing, continuing only due to her instinctual responses honed from past encounters. If only I had the stamina from my previous life, I would be far more adept. Don't worry, I've got your back. Wu Xin beamed at the compliment, her face shifting back to a carefree expression as she cheerfully headed to the kitchen to ponder dinner. In Wu Xion's world, Everything aside from life and death was trivial, yet it was precisely such a person who steadfastly stood before her in the face of peril. Wei Dan gazed at the flustered figure in the kitchen, momentarily merging it with the blood-soaked silhouette that loomed in her mind. Her lips, which had curved upwards, pressed into a straight line, and her dark, profound eyes lowered. This time, let me be the one to protect you. While Wu Xin was busy preparing a meal, Wei Dan took the opportunity to contact the renovation company she had previously been acquainted with. The current residence was merely modestly decorated, lacking in security. She intended to replace all the windows with bulletproof glass and to install 2 additional security doors in the hallway. Wei Dan placed a substantial order with the renovation company for bulletproof glass, one-way privacy film, and 10 explosion-proof anti-theft doors, in addition to those intended for installation in her rooms. She reserved some for unforeseen circumstances. After transferring the deposit, she reviewed her expenditures from the past few days. The total cost for online purchase compressed biscuits, along with noodles, varying grades of flour, rice, and other staples, amounted to 610,000. The expenditure on various meats, including pork, lamb, and beef, reached 1.6 million. Although the seafood had not yet been fully delivered, she had already paid 800,000, alongside a deposit of 100,000 to the renovation company. Additionally, her online purchases of towels, toilet paper, sanitary napkins, shampoo, and other daily necessities totaled nearly 600,000. The initial 5 million allocated for the property had dwindled to just over 1 million, which was utterly insufficient to cover the remaining payments. The money certainly did not last long. Wei Dan, who had just tasted wealth for 2 days, was on the verge of becoming destitute. Fortunately, she still had her lottery winnings, which, after tax deductions, would leave her with around 40 million. Once news of the impending apocalypse spread online, prices would inevitably soar. With the prospect of becoming a millionaire looming, Wei Dan resolved to spend her money in the provincial capital. The following day, just as dawn broke, she set out. She boarded the earliest high-speed train, timed perfectly to redeem her winnings at the Lottery Exchange Center, and departed amidst the curious gazes of the staff. It seemed they had never encountered someone like Wei Dan, who had won such a substantial prize, yet showed no inclination to donate a single penny. Only Wei Dan understood that when the end times arrived, money would be redefined. Only gold would retain its value, rendering any donations futile. After leaving the lottery center, Wei Dan first ventured to the nearby hardware street, renowned for its comprehensive selection in the provincial capital. She casually selected a spacious hardware store and engaged in conversation with the owner for a brief moment. Subsequently, she purchased 20 portable heaters and 50 electric blankets, recognizing that these items would be invaluable during the harshest of winters. In a world where water resources are exceedingly scarce, although Wei Dan had running water in her space, she opted to exercise caution and acquired 5 water tanks from the owner. Before departing, she also secured the last 3 manual generators available in the store. Wei Dan visited several hardware stores, gathering 15 water towers, 50 buckets, 10 inflatable water reservoirs, and a myriad of various tools and parts. Fortuitously, she also stumbled upon 5 solar generators along with their panels. After this flurry of activity, Wei Dan found herself with less than 50,000 yuan remaining. Her bonus had yet to arrive. She casually chose a restaurant to grab a quick lunch. While dining, Wei Dan made good use of her time by opening her phone to search for a map of the provincial capital. Not only did she confirm the specific locations of a few stores she planned to visit in the afternoon, but she also discovered an unexpected delight, an antique market nearby. The last time her space upgraded, it had consumed a family heirloom painting. Wei Dan speculated that the upgrades might be related to antiques. The paintings in her family had been passed down for merely a century, yet they had significantly contributed to the space's enhancement. If she could find items with a longer history, perhaps the space could yield even more beneficial upgrades. Given that her funds were limited, and her remaining plans couldn't be executed immediately, she meandered through the antique market in a leisurely manner. The market featured not only several more established shops, but also a circle of vendors displaying their wares outside. Wei Dan strolled through the array of roadside stalls, yet none approached her with a word. In contrast, the more established shops offered her a few words of introduction. Regrettably, the antiques within those establishments were exorbitantly priced, far beyond her modest budget of $50,000. Thus, she could only hope for fortune's favor among the roadside vendors. Although she lacked expertise in identifying antiques, she possessed a peculiar intuition. The ancient coins appeared to have aged, their surfaces marred by the passage of time, rendering any distinctive features indiscernible. Carelessly, they were displayed among an assortment of coins from various dynasties by the merchants. The reason Wei Dan is captivated by it lies in the ethereal white mist that emanates from this ancient coin, reminiscent of the white mist released by the well water in the surrounding space. Chapter 12. The volcanic eruption engulfs the Kingdom of Days. Wei Dan imitated the seasoned veterans she had previously observed, feigning nonchalance as she picked up a piece of jade. She rubbed it between her fingers a few times before extracting a small flashlight purchased from a street vendor, illuminating the stone in a symbolic gesture. After repeating this several times, the vendor, growing increasingly impatient, could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, "If you're not going to buy, then stop idly browsing." Upon hearing this, Wei Dan was immediately intrigued. She suppressed the slight upward curl of her lips, adopting an expression of feigned regret. "Boss, this isn't very genuine of you. There are hardly any authentic items here. Have I misjudged? Is this individual truly an expert?" The vendor, astute in his own right, had navigated the streets for over a decade. Upon discerning that Wei Dan was no novice, he proceeded to showcase a captivating Sichuan face-changing performance. "As you mentioned, if all were authentic, I would have opened shop long ago. Have you found anything appealing during your time here? After all, one must at least initiate the opening of a small business." While the shopkeeper spoke of opening a business, it was merely industry jargon, implying a desire to forge a connection, a nuance that Wei Dan had only recently come to understand. With a raised eyebrow, Wei Dan feigned exasperation, acknowledging the challenges faced by the vendor. "Very well, I shall indulge you," she declared, casually selecting a few ancient coins. "Let these serve as a token for both of us, and should you acquire any fine wares in the future, do keep me in mind." The vendor, recognizing her apparent expertise, felt a surge of optimism at the prospect of a new opportunity and eagerly assured her, "Absolutely, absolutely." The total for the coins amounted to a modest sum, leading the vendor to believe that her discerning eye warranted a fair price rather than exorbitant demands. After completing the transaction, Wei Dan slipped away down the street, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Observing her leisurely departure, the vendor found himself perplexed by her choice of a replica Song Dynasty copper coin from the Republic era. Could it be a subtle hint that she sought authentic Song treasures? Unbeknownst to Wei Dan, all the coins she possessed were mere replicas. Once she turned the corner, she swiftly sought refuge in a discreet location. After confirming that the vicinity was momentarily deserted, she stowed the newly acquired coins into her storage space. And upon closing her eyes, her consciousness followed suit into that realm. As Wei Dan entered the space, she was greeted by a vast expanse of white mist, enveloping everything around her to the point of obscurity. After a series of cracking sounds, the mist gradually dissipated, revealing a charming little villa, now a two-story abode. It appeared to have expanded by half its original size. The area of the space had increased from 400 square meters to 600, complemented by an additional thatched cottage covering 50 square meters. Curious, Wei Dan approached to investigate and discovered that the interior was divided into 3 distinct areas. Although the facilities were rudimentary, it was evident that this was a livestock house. This revelation brought joy to Wei Dan, who had previously worried that the meat she had purchased would not suffice. Now, she could raise livestock within this space, ensuring an ample supply of meat in the future. As she rounded the thatched cottage, she came upon the well, which appeared largely unchanged. The only notable difference was that the bucket at the end of the rope had doubled in size, now sufficient to fill a thermos completely. Wei Dan's consciousness manipulated a bucket of water. Perhaps due to the increase in volume, the previously elusive white mist became distinctly visible. Wei Dan filled a thermos with water and took a moment to explore the quaint little house, which now finally boasted a bathroom. The 2 bedrooms were located upstairs. Apart from the exquisite decoration, there were no other alterations. Ding dong. "Hello, is this Ms. Wei Dan? Your deposits at our bank have reached VIP status. I am your personal manager, Xiaoming. Our bank offers exclusive services for VIP clients. No, thank you. I'm not interested in any services. By this time, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the hottest moment of the day. After several overcast days, the sun made a rare appearance, casting a mesmerizing orange-red hue across the sky. As Wei Dan lowered her gaze, she dared not linger any longer. After silencing her phone, she promptly set off for the largest outdoor equipment store in the provincial capital. With the impending apocalypse, the incessant downpours had begun, causing water levels to rise, and the world was on the brink of transforming into a city reminiscent of Venice. Traveling now necessitated the use of kayaks and similar vessels, which was one of the issues Wei Dan aimed to address during her visit. Upon entering, she immediately requested 5 kayaks and the store's only 3 electric inflatable boats. The service attendant had little opportunity to speak, passively following Wei Dan as she dictated her needs from the entrance. The barrage of demands came down like a hailstorm, leaving him no chance to lift his head, utterly bewildered by the flurry of requests. Whatever was within her line of sight, Wei Dan insisted on purchasing: binoculars, entrenching tools, waterproof jackets, and protective goggles, 200 of each. To prepare for contingencies, she also ordered 100 units of outdoor tents, tent heaters, waterproof mats, field cooking pots, and barbecue grills. As for the remaining items, regardless of their utility, she requested 20 of each. After meticulously recording all of Wei Dan's requirements, the attendant let out a sigh of relief upon viewing the towering list, only to inadvertently collide with the wall in his moment of distraction. "What is this? Are you trying to provoke me?" he exclaimed, having accidentally bumped into the tiles. Mi fine. Wei Dan. Oh, it truly is a case of collusion. With a single payment made in full, Wei Dan found herself astonished at the expenditure of 1 million. As she gazed at her card, the 4-digit prefix had transformed into a 3-digit one, causing her heart to flutter painfully. From the moment she entered to the completion of the transaction, barely half an hour had elapsed. Having swiftly concluded her business, Wei Dan prepared to venture to her next destination to purchase a car. Yet, before she could step out of the store, a sudden gust of wind, mingled with oppressive heat, slammed against the glass door with a resounding thud. Wei Dan was caught off guard and fell to the ground beside her. Suppressing her discomfort, she rose and gazed outside. Through the glass, she witnessed a sudden onslaught of wind, causing vehicles on the street to collide repeatedly. The traffic lights rendered inoperative as screams filled the air in an instant. Wei Dan sensed the ominous signs of an impending apocalypse. The dormant volcano, which had lain in slumber for many years, has just erupted. Chapter 13. The Calm Before the Storm. "Are you all right?" The service attendant, regaining his composure, hurriedly approached to assess Wei Dan's physical condition. Wei Dan shook her head at the young man who came to assist her, signaling that she was fine. After confirming that Wei Dan was indeed unhurt, the young man turned to help others. Wei Dan leaned against the shelf and opened her phone, where only a handful of individuals were discussing the recent tempest. "What is happening? Is there an earthquake somewhere? That wind nearly knocked me over," one user exclaimed. Another commented, "Ah, you're fortunate. A vehicle just flew past me. I almost met my end." A voice chimed in, "Do you not find this wind rather peculiar? I can't shake the feeling that even the sun above appears abnormal." Someone else remarked, "I went outside for a moment. You are not alone up there." The subsequent comments were largely repetitive, prompting Wei Dan to disable the comment section and continue scrolling. At last, she stumbled upon a post from a location in the Land of Days. The user, who lamented the subpar quality of sushi, had posted 3 minutes earlier. "Akomohid. Oh my, the Land of Days is finally facing its reckoning. They brought it upon themselves by discharging nuclear waste. Let them all perish." Another user retorted, "Let us not speak lightly. We have compatriots there too." Yet another inquired, "Are you all right?" "I noticed you Haven T replied. Have you escaped danger?" Lastly, someone expressed concern. "I suspect the original poster may have perished. The authorities just announced that a volcanic eruption in the Land of Days has engulfed 2/3 of its territory, with further engulfment anticipated." Wei Dan briefly skimmed through the information. A portion of individuals were seeking friends and relatives in the Land of Days. while a greater number reveled in schadenfreude. There were also a scant few voices expressing concern, and, occasionally, a couple of speculations regarding the apocalypse flickered by. Wei Dan turned off her phone, opting not to issue a warning in the comments. She understood that, even if she spoke out, her words would be drowned in the sea of other comments, rendering them ineffective as a warning. At that moment, only an official alert would hold true significance. Wei Dan lifted her head, noticing that the traffic accident outside was already being handled by the traffic police. She tucked her phone into her pocket and stepped out of the shop, bathed in the warm glow of the crimson sunlight. Everything would turn out well. At the very least, it could not be worse than in her previous life. The province where Wei Dan resides ranks third in the nation in terms of GDP, and the capital boasts a wealth of resources. Aside from the absence of marauders akin to apocalyptic war machines, various outdoor off-road activities remain available. Wei Dan spent an entire afternoon purchasing 2 Mercedes-Benz G-Class vehicles, a van, 2 pickup trucks, and even an excavator, ultimately expending a total of $6 million. Wei Dan's wallet has further diminished, barely maintaining a 3-digit figure. Among all the vehicles, only the van bore a temporary license plate, while the others were concealed in a hidden location, secured by Wei Dan. She meticulously organized the remaining supplies and, alongside Wu Xian, set off towards their agreed rendezvous to retrieve medical equipment and a life-saving gun. The chosen location was an abandoned chemical factory, long forsaken by time. As they approached their destination, the number of pedestrians dwindled, leaving only the glaring streetlights to illuminate their path. Time passed without awareness, and soon a fine drizzle began to fall. It was already 8 in the evening. Strangely, the sun lingered, refusing to bid farewell, casting an enchanting red glow on the dark horizon. After 3 days of relentless winds, they finally seemed to relent. Wei Dan extended her hand from the vehicle, feeling the slightly warm raindrops cool rapidly against her skin. Had it not been for Wei Dan's reincarnation, she might never have associated such comfortable weather with the apocalypse. Sensing the shift in Wei Dan's mood, Wu Xian also reached out her hand, finding nothing out of the ordinary aside from the mundane raindrops. If silence could be deemed unusual, it certainly was. "Are you afraid?" Wei Dan noticed Wu Xian's gesture and was the first to speak. Wu Xian reclined in the passenger seat, her carefree smile unwavering. "What is there to fear? It's merely the end of the world. And aren't you here?" In her perspective, obstacles were non-existent. As long as one could continue onward, the destination would inevitably be reached. This optimism was something Wei Dan had never possessed. When Wu Xian did not receive a response from Wei Dan, she suddenly leaped up from the passenger seat, exclaiming, "You aren't feeling homesick, are you?" Wu Xian's playful idioms shattered the carefully cultivated mood, leaving Wei Dan exasperated. With a tight-lipped expression, she pressed the accelerator. "Oh no, it's a murder. Shut up, Wu Taiyan. Didn't we agree not to mention that name?" A van sped down the desolate road, startling a flock of sparrows perched on the nearby utility poles. When Wei Dan and Wu Xian arrived, a large truck was already parked at the factory, and the driver was leisurely smoking beside it. The darkness was punctuated by the faint glow of embers. Upon noticing Wei Dan's vehicle approaching, he took a couple of deep puffs before casually discarding the cigarette, crushing it underfoot. "Why did you take so long? I thought you were going to breach the contract." Hearing the man's complaints, Wu Xian cast a knowing glance at Wei Dan. As she stepped out of the car, she approached the man and skillfully wrapped her elbow around his neck, tightening her grip as she spoke. "Oh, Lao Yang, do you still not trust me?" "How could I not trust you, my dear? Just let go. I can hardly breathe." Upon hearing his plea, Wu Xian released her hold with a huff. "Then why do you look so miserable? One might think you were planning to run away." The man, referred to as Lao Yang, coughed violently a couple of times, dramatically patting his chest. "Isn't it true that our nation has been swallowed by a volcanic eruption? Medical equipment has suddenly become quite marketable, so I merely indulged in a bit of wishful thinking." Haha. Wu Xian, displeased by this remark, retorted, "What? You don't want to sell after all? You ought to remember that our offer was quite generous. You're truly an ungrateful wretch." Chapter 14. The weapons arrive, along with unexpected surprises. Lao Yang did not deny her assertion, but instead played along, stretching his neck and slyly suggesting, "Sister Exit, you must understand that I've had my struggles over the years. How about you add a little more? Wei Dan discerned that Lao Yang was clearly attempting to inflate the price. She raised a hand before Wu Xin, signaling her to remain calm. It was premature to discuss the price. First, we must inspect the goods. Lao Yang, seizing the opportunity, hastily opened a cargo door, climbed inside, and retrieved a leather suitcase sealed with oilskin from the corner. After a few manipulations, the contents of the suitcase were revealed to the darkness. Wu Xin stood watch, while Wei Dan donned the night vision goggles she had prepared earlier and stepped forward to investigate. A 9mm revolver lay intact within the suitcase, bearing a faint inscription on its body. Fortunately, Wei Dan had heard Xian Kaisen mention it during her time in the military. Otherwise, she might have been deceived. The pistol was clearly a service weapon, its origin unknown. With a snap, the suitcase was closed. Lao Yang placed a hand atop it, aware that Wei Dan was the true decision-maker. So, can we discuss the price now? He inquired. After inspecting the goods, Wei Dan felt assured. Confronted with Lao Yang's sudden change in demeanor, she scoffed. This was a hot potato, accepting it would be tantamount to courting disaster. Lao Liang, initially hoping to exploit the cover of night to deceive, realized Wei Dan's discernment had exposed him. With a discomfited expression, he resigned himself to the situation. Since you've seen through it, name your price. No rush. Let's finish inspecting the medical equipment first, she replied. Yu Dan's expression was devoid of any discernible emotion, rendering her preferences inscrutable. She was acutely aware that the purpose of this endeavor extended beyond merely acquiring the firearm. The medical equipment held equal significance. Lao Yang had anticipated that Yu Dan would attempt to negotiate a lower price on the spot. To his surprise, the situation took a favorable turn. Yu Dan was willing to inspect the medical apparatus, indicating that there was still hope for a deal. He donned a facade of insincere flattery and set the suitcase aside. Activating the lights within the cargo hold, he revealed the medical instruments before Yu Dan. A comprehensive array of professional tools was on display, including ventilators, oxygen concentrators, and electrocardiograms. To Yu Dan's astonishment, there were even 2 sets of specialized isolation suits. Indeed, one could find treasures where least expected, effortlessly acquired. Moreover, with the inclusion of firearms and other medical devices, vital assets that could prove life-saving in dire circumstances, often unattainable even with wealth in the apocalypse, Yu Dan was determined to secure the entire collection. Let us proceed, as previously discussed, at 20 million. And I shall add an additional 1 million as a token of appreciation for your efforts, but Wei Dan, suppressing the excitement within, maintained an enigmatic expression as she continued, I require your assistance in procuring some additional items. Upon hearing the initial part of her request, Lao Yang's spirits were briefly lifted, only to be crushed by the subsequent, but he gazed at Wei Dan with trepidation, fearing she might present an unreasonable demand. It is evident that you possess certain capabilities. Assist me in acquiring some diesel, and the payment will be separate. Throughout her discourse, Wei Dan left no room for refusal. Upon hearing her request, Lao Yang exhaled in relief. He indeed had connections in the oil industry, yet after his encounters with Wei Dan, a sense of caution lingered in his heart. After a moment of inner turmoil, he steeled himself and consented. They agreed to meet again at the same time the following day, exchanging payment for goods hand in hand. Suddenly, someone approached. Wu Xin spotted a vehicle emerging from the end of the road and quickly alerted the others to extinguish their lights and take refuge in the nearby woods. Moments later, the vehicle did not veer towards Wei Dan's direction, but passed by their location, heading straight for the entrance of the abandoned factory. Once the transaction was completed, Wei Dan and Wu Xin each took a vehicle and departed from the derelict factory, parking in a secluded grove. As Wei Dan disembarked, she swiftly stored the truck and medical equipment into her spatial realm. The truck vanished from view, instilling in her a sense of fulfillment akin to having secured tangible goods. Just as she relished the smoothness of the day's events, an unexpected occurrence transpired. A different group of individuals, previously at the abandoned factory, inexplicably arrived in this wooded area. Fortunately, layers of trees provided ample concealment, prompting Wei Dan to quickly stow away the van and crouch behind the tall grass with Wu Xin. They exchanged a knowing glance and stealthily approached, with Wei Dan equipping Wu Xin with a pair of night vision goggles. Within the verdant haze, a black vehicle bearing the number 888 came into view, the very same one that had just passed before them. 3 burly men emerged from the black car, all clad in matching bulletproof vests, each armed, clearly not ordinary individuals. The first one is too astute. How could we possibly capture him? The first man, to alight, seemingly enraged, struck a tree trunk with his fist, startling the birds into flight. We are merely the obvious bait. The organization would not dispatch only our lower-tier team. Just watch. This time the first one escape. The man who had just spoken ignited a cigarette and continued, Number 199, you and T wish for the first to be captured, would you? After all, he is your former superior. I know what you desire, but alas, your wish is destined to be unfulfilled. You have seen for yourself that the factory indeed bore traces of the first. How foolish of him. Finally, the usually reticent Number 199 could no longer restrain himself upon hearing the derogatory remarks aimed at the first. He is merely searching for his family, which is a natural instinct. Number 178, please mind your words. After all, he is the first. Edan found herself enveloped in confusion. Yet she could ascertain one undeniable truth. These individuals were not to be trifled with. Just as they resolved to depart, an unforeseen incident occurred. As Wuxin retreated, she inadvertently stepped upon a slab of shale, causing the thin stone fragment to shatter with a delicate crack. Although the sound was faint, it was still audible to the smoking 178. TCH, who are these faceless relatives? 178 remarked, extinguishing the cigarette and instantly shifting into a state of alertness, brandishing a firearm as he approached Edan. Chapter 15. The Perils of Tiansheng in the Darkness. The only sound accompanying the gentle patter of light rain against the leaves was an unsettling silence that enveloped the surroundings. Wei Dan straightened his body, retrieving the freshly acquired revolver from the void, his eyes vigilantly fixed ahead. Wuxin also held her breath, positioning the dagger horizontally before her. The rustling footsteps grew increasingly closer. Do not hide. I see you. Number 1, is that you? Number 178 advanced cautiously, slowing his pace until he came to a halt before a thicket, testing the waters with utmost prudence. Wei Dan and Wu Xin concealed themselves behind the thicket, peering through their night vision goggles. They could discern the tip of shoe number 178. They were merely separated by a patch of bushes, almost within arm's reach. Just as Wei Dan contemplated launching a preemptive strike, the sudden crack of a gunshot echoed from beyond the trees. That direction was the factory where Number 1 had previously taken refuge. Panic washed over 245's face as he urgently shouted to the other two, "Something's amiss. We must flee." Number 178 understood the gravity of the situation, casting one last glance at the thicket. After a moment's hesitation, he turned and followed his comrades towards the abandoned factory. Wu Xin collapsed onto the rain-soaked grass, his breath shallow and frantic. "Quickly move." Wei Dan's voice was tense and resolute, betraying not a hint of relaxation. The two raced through the woods, unwilling to pause for even a moment, continuing until they reached the far side, only daring to rest once they were convinced they had distanced themselves from danger. My goodness, in this day and age, encountering an assassin is truly alarming. It seems the world is on the brink of destruction. Wu Xin gasped, hunched over, while Wei Dan also took deep breaths, recovering slowly. As Wu Xin straightened up, he noticed the contemplative expression on Wei Dan's face and inquired with concern, "What troubles you, Dan?" Wei Dan shook her head, refraining from voicing her concerns directly. With a wave of her hand, a van materialized once more. Wu Xin pondered for a moment, but chose not to press further, sliding into the driver's seat and leaving the passenger seat for Wei Dan. "Right, let's South change the meeting place with old Liang. It seems these individuals will continue their activities nearby." "Sure, don't worry. Given that kid's nature, he'll likely suggest a change of venue without you needing to mention it." Although Wu Xin claimed this, he still sent a message to old Liang, simultaneously confirming whether he had safely departed. In her previous life, Wei Dan had indeed heard of the infamous Number 1. It emerged during the latter stages of the apocalypse, a colossal base known as Rentianyu. The base was renowned for its advanced technology and an abundance of talent, quickly overshadowing the official bases of various nations. It was during this time that the name Number One resonated across the globe. Thanks to her position, Wei Dan had gained considerable insights into the life of Number One. However, she had never heard of him having any relatives. Logically, Number One should not be present in Tianqing at this moment, let alone be a traitor within the organization. What on earth had transpired? Wei Dan was utterly perplexed and decided to temporarily abandon her thoughts. She shifted her focus and pulled out her phone to check the prevailing public sentiment online. The internet was rife with familiar opinions, with only a handful sensing the looming crisis. In contrast, the older generation, disconnected from the digital world, was inciting a wave of stockpiling in reality. Prices had surged several-fold in less than 12 hours, prompting official intervention. After a long day of chaos, Wei Dan felt utterly exhausted, dozing off in the passenger seat, eventually succumbing to a haze of white consciousness. When she awoke, it was already midday the next day. She found herself comfortably nestled in a safe house, her clothes conspicuously removed, revealing the handiwork of a familiar presence. How could she have slept for so long? Just then, a soft meow shattered the silence of the room. Awake? Wu Xan, clad in an apron and wielding a spatula, peeked through the door. Beneath her feet, the lazy seven treasures stretched languidly in the corner, energetically wagging its tail, greeting Wei Dan in its own way. I've made braised beef noodles and even learned to cook fried eggs. Hurry up and taste my culinary skills. Once Wei Dan finished her morning routine, she found 2 bowls of appetizing braised beef noodles awaiting her on the living room table. The noodles were silky, the broth rich, the beef tender and juicy, while the fried egg floated perfectly atop, emitting an enticing aroma. With the first bite, golden yolk cascaded alongside the smooth noodles, creating a delightful balance of flavors. After fasting for 24 hours, Wei Dan, under Wu Xian's astonished gaze, indulged heartily, quickly reducing the bowl to mere remnants of broth. Wei Dan contentedly let out a satisfied burp, and with a mere thought, 2 thermos cups gently settled onto the table. As time progressed, her mastery of spatial abilities became increasingly effortless. She could now manipulate objects at will within a certain range. After handing one of the cups to Wu Xian, she unscrewed the lid of the other and gulped down a significant portion in one go. To her surprise, Qi Bao, usually indifferent to food, began to paw at Wei Dan's pant leg with its small paws, its wet, expressive eyes gazing up at her with yearning. Very well. You are part of the family too. Here, have a drink. Wei Dan, moved by compassion, poured some well water onto the lid of a cup and placed it before Qi Bao. The silver tabby cat, sensing the gesture, promptly buried its head into the cup, licking eagerly while emitting soft mewing sounds. Wei Dan's lips curled slightly, revealing a hint of contentment. She gently turned her head, her gaze traversing the transparent bulletproof glass, casting her eyes upon the world outside. Raindrops pounded against the glass like a relentless drumbeat, leaving behind poetic and picturesque streaks. Although the rain was more intense than the previous day, it had yet to reach the level of a downpour. Yet it was formidable enough to inspire awe. She recalled the phone call from the police station she had just received, narrowed her eyes, and drained the water from her cup, having conferred with Wu Xian before deciding to split their forces into 2 paths. Yu Dan proceeded to the police station, while Wu Xian seized the opportunity of the still accessible traffic to visit the shopping mall and procure the necessary appliances for the days to come. Chapter 16. The penultimate day of the apocalypse. The sky was shrouded in a dim, yellowish-gray hue, with heavy clouds hanging low as if foretelling an impending tempest. However, apart from Yu Dan, who had endured the trials of the apocalypse, no one else sensed the lurking peril within. Wei Dan alighted from the taxi, and her gaze fell upon the throng of people gathered outside the police station. She navigated through the bustling crowd and stepped into the corridor of the precinct, her eyes catching sight of Xian Kai-san presiding over a meeting through the glass window of the conference room. Wei Dan did not patiently wait. Instead, she wandered aimlessly within the precinct. "Oh, young lady, what are you doing here? Do you not realize this is the officer's office? You cannot just enter freely. My apologies. I'm terribly sorry. I must have taken a wrong turn." On the surface, Wei Dan appeared to be leisurely wandering, Yet her gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon Xian Kaishin's desk, searching for an opportune moment to discreetly slip the envelope into his drawer. Given that this is your first offense, I shall let you off this time. Depart swiftly, for the atmosphere in the police station is rather tense today. Zidan nodded hurriedly, signaling her comprehension. Yet her mind was swiftly recalibrating strategies, preparing to implement a contingency plan. She never denied that she was not a virtuous character in moments of life and death. She had not hesitated to snap the necks of her foes. After careful contemplation, she ultimately resolved to present the warning letter. Regarding whether anyone would believe it at this juncture, that was no longer Wei Dan's concern. Wei Dan chose to submit the warning letter to this police station precisely because she fortuitously encountered her former captain, Xian Kaishin. In her previous life, he had imparted the skills necessary for her survival. In this life, she aimed to repay him with an opportunity for advancement. Unfortunately, the police station was replete with surveillance cameras, making it nearly impossible to discreetly deliver the letter to Xian Kaishin. She glanced at her phone, noting that the time had already reached 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Wei Dan continued to feign a leisurely stroll around the station while gradually making her way towards the complaint mailbox. This was Wei Dan's meticulously devised Plan B. During her last visit, she had keenly observed that the officers would promptly open the mailbox at precisely 2 o'clock. Thus, she conceived a clever and silent strategy. At the very moment the mailbox was opened, she would utilize her unique spatial abilities to seamlessly insert the envelope within. However, should her plan falter, for instance, if no officer appeared to unlock the mailbox, Wei Dan would have no choice but to concede defeat and seek alternative methods. Fortunately, fate seemed to particularly favor Wei Dan. With just a minute to spare before 2 o'clock, the officer who had previously opened the mailbox approached slowly from the end of the corridor, key in hand. Wei Dan seizes the opportunity, stealthily approaching like a shadow gliding past the mailbox. With deftness, she employs her telekinetic abilities to blend the letter with a stack of blank envelopes, skillfully inserting it through the mailbox's partially ajar door. As the mailbox swings open, a cascade of envelopes tumbles forth like a waterfall, startling the officer who had just opened the door, nearly causing him to leap in surprise. Good heavens, so many letters. This month's performance will surely skyrocket, the officer exclaims. At this moment, Wei Dan has already become the covert architect of this complaint storm, striding toward the meeting room with the cunning of a sly fox. Taking a seat on a random chair with an air of nonchalance, crossing her legs with a self-satisfied grin, she conceals her achievements and identity. Xian Kaishin steps out of the meeting room, the clock reading 3:30 in the afternoon. His gaze inadvertently falls upon Wei Dan, who awaits outside, stirring a flicker of regret within him, possibly for having kept her waiting too long. A hint of embarrassment crosses Xian Kaishin's face as he hastens toward her, and soon they are engrossed in a tense yet orderly flurry of work. Before long, they have signed all the necessary documents. As per your request, we have only released Lin Suifang. I believe she will promptly transfer the compensation to your account. Once you receive this payment, the others who are detained will also be set free, Xian Kaishin asserts with unwavering sincerity. Thank you for your efforts, Officer Xian, Wei Dan replies with a slight nod, her tone laced with gratitude. While others might attempt to escape, Lin Suifang will not. For the sake of her simple-minded son, she will dutifully transfer the funds to Wei Dan. Compared to the meager provisions of prison life, Wei Dan has prepared an arduous survival script for them in the face of impending doom. After concluding her affairs, Wei Dan rises from her seat, her peripheral vision catching sight of the officer who had handled the letter approaching Xian Kaishin. She strides away, brushing past the delivering officer, her movements appearing seamlessly natural. Team Xian, here is your letter. Mine? On the penultimate day before the apocalypse, Wei Dan feels a wave of relief wash over her. Those deserving of punishment have been provided with a challenging survival script for the end times. The necessary tasks have been completed quietly and securely, and the supplies, with the exception of medications, are all in place. Medications cannot be purchased in bulk, especially antibiotics, which require prescriptions from hospitals. However, Wei Dan has devised a solution, albeit one that necessitates patience. Yindan's patient anticipation has finally culminated in the return of Wuxin. Although the van was recently acquired, it now appears somewhat travel-worn after just 2 days of swift journeys. As raindrops began to fall, Yindan unhesitatingly slipped into the vehicle, taking her seat beside the driver. "So, has everything been taken care of? Where shall we head next?" Wuxin, seemingly able to perceive the innermost thoughts of Yindan, understood and supported her every action. "To the warehouse, to collect the goods." The voice of Wei Dan conveyed a sense of ease and anticipation. Sensing this emotion, Wu Xian's spirits were instantly lifted. She excitedly pressed down on the accelerator, and the van surged forward through the curtain of rain. With a swoosh, a splash of water erupted, drenching Lin Suifeng, who had just reached the eaves. "Stop right there. Which fool lacks the awareness?" Lin Suifeng, already feeling disgruntled about sacrificing her savings for the foolish heir, was now seething with rage after being splashed. Wiping the dirty water from her face, she paid no heed to the pouring rain, fully embracing her indignant demeanor as she chased after the vehicle, hurling curses. However, the two individuals who had long since driven several kilometers away were undoubtedly oblivious to her outburst. Upon arriving at the warehouse, Wei Dan did not rush to receive the goods. Instead, she opened her food delivery app and began ordering. 100 Beijing roast ducks were merely the beginning. If one restaurant could not suffice, she would place orders from several others. Sauerkraut fish, rice noodles, fried chicken, desserts, she ordered everything available for delivery, each item totaling in the hundreds. Wei Dan, feeling the need to stock up, not only ordered for herself, but also encouraged Wuxin to indulge, reasoning that since money was plentiful and the space could preserve items, this was the opportune moment to gather provisions before the chance slipped away. After placing the takeout order, Wei Dan began to organize the various cat supplies, household essentials, and an assortment of snacks that she had previously acquired online, carefully arranging them within the cozy confines of her spatial cottage. Additionally, she had recently received a shipment of live animals, 10 rabbits, evenly divided between males and females, and 20 chickens, comprising 15 hens and 5 roosters. She also had several fertilized eggs, which she thoughtfully placed in the corners of the grass shed. As for cattle, sheep, and pigs, her decision not to purchase them stemmed from a misunderstanding with the vendor, following her recent stockpiling activities. Mistakenly believed she wanted all the live animals slaughtered and frozen, since it would take time to arrange for more distant deliveries. Wei Dan had no choice but to forego them for the moment. She endeavored to fit as much of her previous stock into the small cottage, stacking anything that wouldn't fit in a neat pile. Wei Dan gradually cleared the land outside with his telekinetic abilities, preparing to embark on the study of cultivation once his tasks here were completed. Dan had yet to finish collecting even half of the goods when the deliveries began to arrive one after another. With outsiders present, she dared not utilize her spatial abilities openly. She carefully maneuvered the cart to the warehouse entrance, discreetly relocating the delivered items behind the piles of goods, and, seizing the warmth that lingered, she waved her hand to absorb them into her space. One person confirmed the orders while the other transported the deliveries, and they toiled until darkness enveloped them, successfully storing all the items within the confines of her space. Chapter 17. That poor fellow, old Liang. Urgent notification. Urgent notification. Over the next 3 days, the nation will be engulfed by torrential rain, with our city anticipating a minimum precipitation of 100 millimeters. The Tianjin Meteorological Bureau advises all citizens to procure food and daily necessities in advance to avoid any inconveniences during the deluge. Urgent notification. Urgent notification. In the coming. Wei Dan sat in the passenger seat, fiddling with the radio she had purchased earlier, casually adjusting the channels. Almost every city's main stations were broadcasting news anecdotes. But when she tuned into the exclusive channel for Tianjin, an urgent notification suddenly blared through the speakers. To her recollection, Tianjin had never issued such notifications before. Evidently, the warning signal had taken effect. Xin Kaisen's efficiency was commendable. He had not squandered the precious gift Wei Dan had bestowed upon him. Shall we take a stroll through the supermarket? The radio continued to repeat the urgent notification, and Wu Xian's suggestion resonated perfectly with Wei Dan's thoughts. Sound good. Let's head to that large supermarket near our community. Moreover, should the apocalypse ever descend upon them, the sight of two individuals who had never stocked up on food would undoubtedly attract the covetous gaze of those with ill intentions. Although Wei Dan was not one to shy away from trouble, there was no need to invite it unnecessarily. As rain pattered down relentlessly, the van moved slowly, transforming what should have been a half-hour journey into a full hour of travel. By the time they arrived at the supermarket, it was already teeming with people, and a queue had formed at the entrance of the parking lot. Despite being a large supermarket, Wei Dan was taken aback upon entering. The store was a sea of humanity, predominantly filled with middle-aged and elderly individuals, with the aunties constituting the majority. The checkout lines stretched endlessly, seemingly without end. As the two of them squeezed their way through the densely packed crowd, the shelves that once displayed an array of products now lay barren, as if locusts had swept through. It was utterly terrifying. Wu Xen stood in shock beside the vegetable aisle, where the once vibrant produce bins were left with only a few wilted, yellowing leaves. Even those meager remnants were being snatched up by eager shoppers. Wu Xin, with her mouth agape, swallowed hard and whispered to Wei Dan, "Thank goodness you stocked up earlier. Otherwise, with our combat prowess, we'd probably struggle to secure even a single leaf of lettuce." "Oh, Dan, you're here to buy vegetables too?" Upon hearing the sound, Wei Dan turned around and was greeted by the sight of a family of three approaching her, each carrying an assortment of bags. A middle-aged gentleman pushing a cart excitedly exchanged greetings with them. Splendid. Just as Wei Dan had anticipated, it was indeed possible to encounter neighbors from the same community in this supermarket. Indeed, it seems you hurried over upon hearing the announcement, although it appears you have arrived a tad late. Wei Dan Chuklet, a hint of regret evident as she scratched her head. Chuizhen glanced down and, indeed, noticed that neither of them was holding anything. He promptly rummaged through his bicycle basket and retrieved a large bag, filling it with an ample assortment of items. The overflowing bag was presented before Wei Dan by a large hand. "There isn't much. You two can have this for now," he offered. "No, thank you, Uncle Chui. It's just the two of us, and we can come back tomorrow." "You should keep this for your family," she replied. Wei Dan understood the immense value of food in the apocalypse. She could not refuse this bag of provisions. Wu Xin nodded vigorously beside her. "Just accept it. Don't be so polite," said Chui Zheng, leaning forward and lowering his voice. "This is already the third batch I've purchased. We have plenty at home. Please take it. Sister, you must accept it. If you don't, my father will probably lose sleep over it tonight." Indeed, just take it. Old Chui has already filled the house to capacity." The family of three concocted various excuses, hoping to alleviate Wei Dan's sense of guilt and persuade her to accept. With their words having reached such a point, she could no longer refuse and had to accept the bag of food. "Uncle Chui, I will remember your kindness. If you ever need anything, just let me know, and I will certainly do my best to assist." Wei Dan spoke with great seriousness, yet Chui Zheng did not truly take it to heart. Wei Dan and Wu Xin appeared to be just in their early 20s, not much older than his daughter, so it seemed unreasonable to trouble such young ladies. Little did they know that today's act of kindness would significantly ease their existence in this post-apocalyptic world. After bidding farewell to the Chui family, Wei Dan and her companion ventured to the snack area, managing to gather a modest assortment. Indeed, the craftsmanship of Uncle Chui was as remarkable as the online review suggested. He was truly a wonderful person. "Who? Are you referring to Uncle Chui?" "Yes, he is a renowned content creator in the crafting community, capable of creating anything." Wu Xin merely provided a brief introduction, but as the speaker remained oblivious, Wei Dan had already begun to contemplate commissioning something from Chui Zheng. Typically by nightfall, less than half of the lights would illuminate, yet tonight, the number of lit homes surpassed 2/3. Is someone moving in at this hour? Wei Dan harbored a secret desire for the neighborhood to refrain from accommodating additional residents. For the more people there were, the more complications would ensue. As soon as she stepped beyond the surveillance range of the community, Wei Dan retrieved the truck she had concealed the previous day. As per routine, Wu Xin drove it to engage in the prearranged transaction of oil with Lao Yang. This time, the meeting place was conveniently nearby, within mere minutes. They arrived at their destination, where a solitary tanker truck stood quietly on the vast, muddy terrain. Wei Dan was the first to alight from the vehicle, braving the rain to inspect the goods with the instruments she had purchased earlier. After verifying everything was in order, she settled into the driver's seat. Wu Xin, having parked the truck, also climbed inside, shaking off her damp short hair. "I've transferred the money to Old Liang," I informed her. "The total amounts to 3.5 million, covering the oil, the vehicle, and the labor costs. This fellow has truly struck it rich." Suddenly, Wu Xian's expression shifted as she realized the impending apocalypse rendered any amount of money futile. She clicked her tongue, reflecting, "Poor Old Liang, he truly is a hapless soul." Meanwhile, the unfortunate Old Liang, cloaked in a raincoat and concealed in the shadows, beamed with delight at the 3.5 million that had appeared in his online banking account. He set off in the remaining truck, eager to indulge in a life of excess and extravagance. However, in his euphoric state, he overlooked the text message that Wu Xian had sent. By the time he emerged from his blissful reverie and read the message, it was already too late. Wei Dan drove the oil tanker to an area near the community that lacked surveillance, positioning the vehicle at the edge of the villa. The 1,500 liters of diesel would suffice for Wei Dan to indulge without restraint for some time. As Wei Dan stepped out of the elevator, Wu Xian arrived at the entrance. With a heart unburdened by worries, Wu Xian, filled with childlike exuberance, seized the opportunity to send a flurry of emoticons to Wei Dan as the elevator ascended. Just as she envisioned the expression on Wei Dan's face upon opening the door, the elevator doors slid open. There, collapsed at the threshold, lay Wei Dan. Chapter 18. The mysterious figure Wu Xian rushed out of the elevator, panic gripping her as she hurried to lift Wei Dan, shaking her shoulders vigorously. "Dun, wake up. Don't scare me like this, Wei Dan." Wu Xian tentatively placed her fingers before Wei Dan's nose, feeling the warmth of her breath brush against her skin, which brought her a moment of relief. Observing Wei Dan's flushed complexion and steady breathing, she noted that it didn't appear to be a health issue. Yet, no matter how fervently she called out, there was no sign of awakening. As Wei Dan remained unresponsive, Wu Xian's heart sank further, and in her frantic state, she fumbled for her phone to dial emergency services. However, a weathered hand suddenly obstructed her screen. Stunned, she looked up to see a man with a rugged beard. His age indeterminate. His clothes were soaked from the rain, and mud clung to his shoes, presenting a picture of weariness. Despite the emergency passage being secured with a locked door and the elevator remaining closed, how had he arrived here? Me? The man lowered his gaze, lost in thought. Countless individuals had posed this very question to him before, yet all had perished, leaving him in a state of uncertainty about his own identity. To Wu Xian, the man's hesitant demeanor screamed deception. Glancing anxiously at the unconscious Wei Dan, she hurriedly accessed the dialing screen on her phone. "Put down your phone, or what? Do you intend to harm her?" Wu Xian retorted, her anger igniting as she met the threat of a dark gun barrel pressed against her forehead. "Please, don't provoke me. I want to shoot." Cold sweat trickled down Wu Xian's back as she slowly placed her phone on the floor, deftly shifting her body to shield Wei Dan. Uncertain of the man's true intentions, she felt compelled to heed his demand for the sake of their safety. With determination, she hoisted Wei Dan into her arms, resolutely presenting her own back to the man. Step by step, Wu Xian approached the door, beads of perspiration cascading from her forehead, dripping onto the corridor floor. Gritting her teeth, she focused on the door just within reach, her heart racing wildly, only to falter at the sound of the man's voice. "If you wish to keep your secret, refrain from making any calls." This was absurd. Usin silenti guset, quickly retrieving the precious gemstone from the floor, disregarding a thorough inspection as she hurriedly carried Wei Dan into her home. Wei Dan slumbered within a vast expanse of white consciousness, utterly oblivious to the happenings of the outside world. When she finally opened her eyes once more, it was as if time had folded back upon itself, and she found herself once again lying in her own bed. "What has happened to me?" Wei Dan was startled, quickly sitting up from her bed, irritably tapping her forehead. How could she have fallen asleep once more? As Wei Dan donned her raincoat and stepped through the entrance, an inexplicable wave of drowsiness washed over her. She vigorously shook her head, compelling herself to remain alert as she boarded the elevator. Several times, she nearly succumbed to sleep, yet she persevered until the elevator doors finally opened. Just as she took her first step, the overwhelming fatigue seized her, as she lost consciousness at the threshold of the elevator. Wei Dan exclaimed in frustration, utterly perplexed. "You are awake." At this moment, Wei Dan finally noticed that Wu Xin was sitting by her bedside, bearing heavy dark circles under her eyes. "Why do you have such pronounced dark circles?" Wei Dan immediately captured the precise reference made by Wu Xin regarding him, who predicted it correctly. Upon seeing that she was indeed unharmed, Wu Xin finally set aside her worries and recounted the events of the previous day to Wei Dan in full detail. "So, do you recognize this person?" "No, I do not." The more Wei Dan listened, the graver her expression became, as she came to realize a certain truth. It was fortunate that it was merely a reincarnation, if it were a spatial matter. Wei Dan shook her head, daring not to delve further into her thoughts. According to Wu Xin's description, this individual bore no malice towards her. Could he be one of her kind? And what of the gemstone? Wu Xin fished the gemstone out of her pocket and handed it to Wei Dan. Despite her extensive research the previous night, she had failed to discern any peculiarities about it. However, the moment the gemstone appeared before Wei Dan's eyes, she instinctively recognized its uniqueness. A thick layer of white mist enveloped the gemstone, far more intense than the haze surrounding the ancient coin she had encountered earlier. With a flick of her wrist, Wei Dan attempted to absorb the gem into her space. But to her astonishment, the gem remained steadfastly in place. Undeterred, she tried several more times, only to face failure once again. She then shifted her focus to collecting other items, which successfully entered her space, indicating that her spatial abilities were intact. It was merely this particular gem that resisted absorption. Wei Dan was unable to discern the purpose of this gemstone, nor could she place it within her spatial domain. Consequently, she opted to store the gem in a box, temporarily placing it beneath her pillow. As for the enigmatic man, it was evident that his gift of the gemstone implied his knowledge of secrets, namely, that of space. However, he appeared to harbor no ill intentions. On the contrary, he seemed to be assisting Wei Dan, and the gemstone served as proof of this. Confounded by the mysterious man's motives, Wei Dan resolved to cease her futile speculation. Since he was purposeful in his actions, it was certain he would return. Next time, she would not allow him to depart so easily. Chapter 19. The discourse of the apocalypse intensifies. Having organized her thoughts, Wei Dan refocused on her preparations, deciding against venturing outside during the day. Seizing the opportunity before the torrential rain unleashed its fury, and while the electricity remained stable, she sprang into action. She promptly retrieved all her laptops, tablets, and phones, immersing herself in a sea of downloads. Variety shows, dramas, films, and a plethora of ebooks were eagerly crammed into her electronic devices. Was her laptop's storage insufficient? Wei Dan had anticipated this. With a box full of hard drives neatly arranged nearby, ready to expand her digital capacity, whether it pertained to agriculture, animal husbandry, medicine, or wilderness survival. Any skill she had yet to master was downloaded without hesitation. For tutorials available in video format, she downloaded the videos. For those lacking visual aid, she sought out comprehensive written resources. The power of knowledge is truly magnificent. It sparkles like gemstones, embedded within the profound river of Chinese culture. While awaiting her downloads, Wei Dan effortlessly replenished the cat's food bowl and unearthed 2 pre-ordered takeout meals from the corner of her spatial domain. With a gentle wave of her hand, 2 steaming portions of fried egg snail noodles materialized upon her table, each exuding an irresistible aroma. The dishes were replete with crispy duck feet, pickled bamboo shoots, and tofu skin, with a double portion that was utterly tantalizing. The scent was simply intoxicating. Wu Xin, drawn by the fragrance, emerged from the bathroom with damp hair. She casually wiped a towel across the sofa and made a beeline for the dining table, ready to indulge heartily. Wu Xin devoured her meal voraciously, drinking directly from the bowl and leaving not a drop of broth behind. "I'm so full," she exclaimed, contentedly rubbing her belly before reclining on the carpet. Before long, her eyelids began to flutter, and she succumbed to the embrace of slumber. Wei Dan gently opened her eyes and retrieved a bottle of well water from the space around her. Upon glancing up, she noticed that Wu Xin had quietly succumbed to slumber. With a resigned shake of her head, Wei Dan poured herself half a cup of the crystal-clear well water. This water, imbued with mysterious energy, dispelled the post-meal drowsiness with each sip, sharpening her mind and enhancing her acuity. As she indulged in it more frequently, Wei Dan could distinctly perceive a remarkable improvement in both her vision and hearing. Even her strength felt more robust than before. She effortlessly stretched her limbs, her muscles brimming with vitality. Subsequently, she picked up her phone and logged onto Weibo once again. This time, the trending topics had undergone a dramatic transformation. The entertainment headlines had vanished entirely, replaced by an official announcement regarding nationwide heavy rain warnings, stubbornly occupying the top spot on the trending list. With a complex array of emotions, Wei Dan clicked on the trending topic and began to peruse the comments below. Despite the stringent oversight from the authorities, Doomsday remarks emerged relentlessly like resilient weeds sprouting from every corner. They resembled phantoms washed by the downpour, appearing in this peculiar moment with an even more eerie and ruthless demeanor, striving to carve out a foothold amidst the chaos and unease. One comment read, "The government has issued a warning. Do you still not believe the apocalypse is upon us?" Another noted, "It's not just the nation. The entire globe is experiencing torrential rain and snow. Friends in the United States say their leaders have begun preparing to flee." As Yudan continued to scroll down, she stumbled upon the fourth most popular comment, noting that the geographical location mentioned was indeed Tiancheng, where she resided. "I have 100 responses. I am in Tiancheng. The elevation is not particularly high. I sincerely advise everyone who can venture outside to do so promptly and procure food. Fortunately, I received a warning yesterday and stocked up quite a bit, as today it is impossible to leave. The water here has already surpassed my knees. The apocalypse is upon us. I have prepared sleeping pills. Let us not indulge in alarmist rhetoric. Look at how a mere drizzle has frightened you all." Wei Dan sequentially opened each entry and discovered that apocalyptic statements were trending in major cities, yet not a single one appeared on the homepage of trending topics. Wei Dan reluctantly set down her phone, realizing that Zinkisen had yet to convince his superiors. Her warning had not reached the national level. Yet, it was understandable, as the content seemed like sheer nonsense to any rational person, making it difficult to believe. Noticing Wei Dan's troubled expression, Qi Bao patted over, rubbing against her arm. Where have you been?" Wei Dan observed that Qi Bao appeared as if just awakened, the feline looking more lethargic than usual. "Do you want to drink well water?" "Meow." Qi Bao responded with an excited tremor, seemingly comprehending Wei Dan's words. Gazing at Qi Bao's spirited demeanor, an audacious thought crossed Wei Dan's mind. If well water could alter the constitution of humans, could it not also transform the essence of animals? In the 5th year of the apocalypse, animals that had survived the cataclysm had undergone various mutations. While most mutations were detrimental, a handful of creatures emerged with significantly heightened intelligence and combat prowess. Wei Dan poured a small amount of well water before Qi Bao. Instead of immediately drinking, she gently nudged her head against Qi Bao's hand, seemingly conveying her gratitude. Yu Dan was taken aback with astonishment. Qi Bao had indeed commenced its evolution. It appeared that in the future, a portion of the well water would need to be reserved for Qi Bao. Within the confines of the modest abode, 2 individuals and 1 feline enjoyed a tranquil existence, while outside, a relentless tempest raged on, the water level continuously surging. Lin Suifang had transferred all her savings to Yu Dan, and with 4 family members, they could scarcely afford the rent. Forced to reside in a cramped underground chamber of less than 10 square meters. Tiancheng, already characterized by its low terrain, found its subterranean dwellers among the first to suffer from the calamity. Was this truly a place for human habitation? Living in such dismal conditions was hardly preferable to imprisonment. During the days Lin Man spent confined in the detention center, her once meticulous visage was now marred by weariness, her words laced with an acerbic bitterness that belied her youth. Lin Suifang, observing her ineffectual husband, her simple-minded son, and the leaky basement, felt a surge of frustration. And upon hearing Lin Man's grievances, she struck her without hesitation. "Ah!" Lin Man gasped, clutching her swollen cheek in silence. Though it was Lin Suifong who had struck, her heart was heavy with resentment towards Yu Dan. It was all Yu Dan's fault. She was the cause of this misfortune. Had it not been for her, they would not have descended into such despair. Chapter 20. You perceive me as your mortal enemy, yet I hold you in no contempt. Lin Man regarded Yu Dan as her principal adversary, yet she remained oblivious to her whereabouts. Meanwhile, having prepared a survival script for the impending apocalypse, Yu Dan had cast him aside from her thoughts. Wei Dan, you may perceive me as a mortal enemy, yet I hold you in no disdain. Wei Dan busily organized her hard drive, yet her thoughts involuntarily drifted toward the over 300 square meters of land eagerly awaiting cultivation. As she perused materials on potato planting, she contemplated how to sow seeds of hope in this fertile soil. Reflecting on her past life, she recalled how the authorities had once distributed genetically modified seeds for free, yet at that time, Wei Dan was adrift, unable to pause and collect the seeds, let alone cultivate them. In a video, the tender sprouts of potatoes broke through the soil, vibrant with life. Wei Dan retrieved a few smaller potatoes from her storage space, carefully arranging them on her balcony. Following the guidance from the video, she illuminated the balcony and gently misted the potatoes with water from a spray bottle. Yuan Dan recalled that in the previous life, the first batch of seeds officially released included this genetically modified potato. However, the potato alone seemed insufficient to satisfy Yuan Dan's desires. A brief exploration online led her gaze to fast-growing vegetables. This type of produce is nearly an introductory choice for cultivators. As long as there is an ample water supply, it can be effortlessly cultivated without requiring extensive specialized skills. With a flicker of inspiration, Wei Dan harnessed her psychic energy, guiding the hoe to carve shallow furrows into the earth. In but a brief moment, the area she had cultivated exceeded 50 square meters. However, this endeavor was no trifling task. Fatigue soon enveloped her. She was compelled to momentarily withdraw from the space conjured by her mental prowess, taking a brief respite to rejuvenate her spirit. In the space, Wei Dan boldly unleashed her telekinetic abilities for the first time, only to discover that this power was, in fact, limited. A doubt arose within her. Had the previous overexertion of her telekinetic energy, due to the sheer abundance of items, led to her subsequent slumber? After a brief moment of rest and recuperation, she reopened her eyes, feeling somewhat revitalized, and returned to her cultivation efforts within the space. Through relentless toil and 3 periods of rest, she finally completed the planting of that patch of fast-growing vegetables. Time slipped away quietly amidst Wei Dan's industrious endeavors. And before she knew it, it was once again time for dinner. Wei Dan retrieved an electric pot for hot pot from space and poured in 2 servings of pickled fish takeout. Before long, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. Wu Xian, lost in slumber, stirred in her dreams, her nostrils twitching as they were enticed by the enticing scent. Ah, it smells so good. She suddenly sat up, her gaze immediately fixating on the pickled fish on the dining table. You dare to indulge in such a feast alone. I anticipated your awakening. Come and eat. Faced with the insatiable appetite of Wu Xian, what could Wei Dan do but allow her to feast to her heart's content? Wu Xin Juka. Her steps light as she approached the table, devouring the food with gusto. This is truly delectable. Being with you, Dan Dan, is pure bliss. Why not consider marrying me? Get lost, Wei Dan playfully scolded, placing the remaining half cup of water on Wu Xian's table. Remember to wash the pot once you're done. The 2 of them could do anything together, except for washing the dishes. Even their bowls were mere takeout containers. Every little bit of washing was to be avoided. Whenever the topic of dishwashing arose, Wu Xian's enthusiasm would evaporate like water doused in cold, her food losing its allure. With a glum expression and eyes filled with regret, she lamented, "How could I have forgotten to buy a dishwasher?" Just then, both Wu Xian and Wei Dan's phones buzzed simultaneously, the annoying sound ringing intermittently for a full 5 minutes. How irritating. Can't one even enjoy a meal in peace? Wu Xian complained, rolling her eyes in displeasure, her chopsticks striking the edge of the bowl with a sharp clink. She opened the messaging app, only to be greeted by a glaring red notification of 99 unread messages. With a vigorous swipe of her right hand, her brows furrowed deeper, someone was incessantly tagging both of them in a group chat. Who could this be? Dun dun. Do you know them? Wei Dan was preoccupied with organizing items in the space when she heard Wu Xin speaking and decided to check her phone for the historical messages. To her surprise, it was Liu Shiqiang, the rather unscrupulous individual she had encountered previously. Liu Shiqiang, Zing. My brother resides on the first floor and has already been flooded. He wishes to apply for accommodation on the 19th floor, room 1902, which is currently vacant. Liu Shiqiang. Jianxin Dan, you two wouldn't oppose such acts of mutual assistance, would you? Cui Zheng. Liu, this is someone else's rented property. You have no right to move in. Moreover, I have assessed the situation on the first floor, and it hasn't taken on much water. Liu Shiqiang, Skui, you are being heartless. We are willing to pay rent. With this torrential rain, what if it floods in the middle of the night? Liu Shiqiang, Jianxin, Dan. You wouldn't stand by and do nothing, would you? Cui Zheng. Liu Shiqiang, I advise you to cease while you're ahead. Don't think we are unaware of your intentions. Liu Shiqiang. What intentions could I possibly have? This is a matter of life and death. Liu Shiqiang, Jianxin, Dan. Liu Shiqiang, Jianxin, Dan, a rogue, unworthy of attention. Liu Shiqiang's motives were glaringly transparent, and it was not the opportune moment for Wei Dan to waste her time on such a person. A rogue, is it? Just watch how I deal with him. Wei Dan was busy, while Wu Xin had the leisure to engage. She stretched her hand and, with her phone in hand, began to respond fervently. Jianxin, what nonsense are you spewing, you pig-faced fool? Are you attempting to morally blackmail us? If I don't let you stay, you'll perish? Jianxin, why should I allow you to stay in my house? If you were to drown with that pig-like face, it would be no loss. Liu Shiqiang, sister, if you say such things, you're forcing us to our demise. You occupy an entire floor and yet stand by as we face disaster. Someone come and witness this. Jianxin, oh my, if you can't stay in someone else's home, you'd rather die? Your life must be truly worthless. Perhaps you should get your head examined. Liu Shiqiang, you little brat, you're cruelly pushing us towards death. Jianxin, thank you. The harder we fight in Sonda, the better our results. Jianxin, I'm so kind-hearted. If it doesn't work out, call the police and see whether they permit you to stay here or to move elsewhere. Surely, there will be a place for you. Wouldn't you agree? Liu Shiqiang glanced at the group chat on his phone, furrowing his brow in confusion as he turned to his companion beside him. Could this girl truly have trained in Sonda? Upon hearing this, Liu Shiqiang cursed his misfortune inwardly. He had indeed kicked a hard board this time. He dared not make any further moves. Even if offered accommodation, he doubted he would have the courage to accept it now. Liu Shiqiang, sister, you've taken it too far. My subordinates are foolish. I was merely joking with you. Liu Shiqiang, I have some fruit. Shall I bring it up for you as an apology? Jianxin, not interested. Keep it for the brothers on the first floor. Delightful. Wu Xin finished her retort in one breath, tossed her phone aside, and was about to continue eating when Wei Dan handed her a set of waterproof clothing. Put it on. It's time to get to work. Chapter 21. Initiating zero-cost purchases. Wu Xin held chopsticks in one hand while receiving the clothing from Wei Dan with the other, looking utterly bewildered at Wei Dan, who was fully equipped. Where are we off to? To the dishwasher. You put on first. I'll wait for you at the usual spot. The dishwasher. Hooray. Wei Dan chose not to take the elevator, but instead descended the building on foot via the emergency exit. The corridor doors on the 19th floor had been replaced with blast-resistant doors, and the stairway's door frames had taken on a defined shape. Outside, the rainwater had already engulfed the steps, forming a layer of accumulation in the first-floor corridor. Clad in a raincoat, Wei Dan quietly slipped out through the back door. As she stepped into the water, she found that even though the community was situated on higher ground, the water had risen to her knees. Battling against the resistance of the flood, Wei Dan trudged forward with great difficulty. What usually took half an hour had stretched to an hour as she braved the torrential rain. The further she ventured from the community, the lower the terrain became, with the water gradually lapping at her waist. Upon reaching an area devoid of surveillance, Wei Dan searched for a large stone nearby, bracing herself with both hands to pull herself out of the water, and after waiting for 10 minutes, she spotted Wuxin approaching. From her concealed space, she released an inflatable boat that had been fully inflated. The boat, capable of carrying 4 individuals, felt quite spacious for the 2 seated within. The engine hummed steadily as Wei Dan piloted the boat to the city's lowest point. Along the way, the only sounds accompanying the motor were the relentless patter of raindrops, transforming the once vibrant city into an eerie silence. The streetlights that typically stood sentinel along the roads had flickered out, leaving the area shrouded in darkness. While even the surveillance systems had succumbed to a power failure, Wei Dan anchored the speedboat beside the largest pharmacy in the city center, where the entrance had been submerged by rainwater to a depth of 2/3. She shed her raincoat and donned a simple wetsuit before leaping gracefully into the water. Wei Dan descended into the murky waters, and even with her night vision diving mask, the underwater scenery remained elusive. In the haze of her vision, she groped for the doorknob and successfully located the lock. With a swift motion, she retrieved a professional bolt cutter from her spatial storage and, after several attempts, finally severed the lock. A surge of joy filled her heart as she forcefully pushed the door, yet remained steadfast against the pressure of the water. Observing Wei Dan's emergence, Wu Xian hurriedly shielded her from the torrential rain with a raincoat. Wei Dan shook her head, removing the device from her mouth. The water pressure was too great to open the door. "Come with me. Let us attempt it together." "All right." In the interest of maintaining secrecy, Wei Dan refrained from directly handing the items to Wu Xian. Instead, she utilized the cover of the accumulated water to discreetly retrieve an advanced diving suit from beneath the surface, along with 2 new oxygen tanks. Once they donned their gear, they secured the inflatable boat to a nearby lamppost and promptly plunged into the water. The 2 of them, positioned on either side, exerted their combined strength against the pharmacy's glass door, yet it remained immovable. Observing this, Wu Xian gestured for Wei Dan to step back. She activated the mechanism on her diving suit and forcefully collided with the glass door, shattering it to create a substantial opening. Under the pressure, the water from outside surged through the breach. Without further delay, Wei Dan swiftly stored all the visible pharmaceuticals along with the shelves into her space. The unsoaked items were neatly arranged on the shelves, while those that had been drenched were laid out on the barren land devoid of crops. In addition to the medications, Wei Dan stumbled upon a considerable collection of child-sized protective gear, which she promptly secured into her space, as such items are exceedingly valuable in the apocalyptic world. Once she had cleared the counter of all medications, Wei Dan proceeded to pry open the warehouse door of the pharmacy. Since she was already there, she deemed it necessary to leave no resources wasted. The inventory within the warehouse was largely intact, and in a corner stood a defunct freezer. Upon opening it, a wave of cold air met her, revealing an impressive assortment of syringes, antibiotics, and various vaccines, approximately 50 vials in total. While the quantity was modest, these were the coveted medicines that were nearly impossible to procure in the desolate times. Wei Dan secured the freezer and stored it away, while the other medicines in the warehouse appeared untouched by water. She meticulously organized them back into the space according to the order of the shelves. In just an hour, the pharmacy had been completely cleared by Wei Dan. Under the cover of darkness and a gusty wind, she navigated her speedboat, repeating the operation and systematically emptying 4 or 5 inundated pharmacies in succession. "Where's my dishwasher?" she exclaimed, using the absence of the dishwasher as a pretext to express her frustration. As the clock approached 2 in the morning, Wei Dan lingered in the pharmacy, while Wu Xian, forcibly removed from the dining table, expressed his discontent vehemently. Wei Dan removed the diving apparatus, refueled the speedboat, and in an effort to soothe Wu Xin, adjusted their course towards a nearby shopping center. After all, a good donkey is easy to return. It is not difficult to find another. Wei Dan, piloting an assault boat, halted at the entrance of the underground parking garage. Observing the surveillance light above the entrance, she retrieved a stone she had previously picked up and shattered the camera. Subsequently, she donned her night vision goggles. After surveying her surroundings and confirming the absence of any operational surveillance, she stowed the assault boat away into her spatial pocket. In the apocalyptic world, Wei Dan had once resided in a shopping mall. Thus, she was aware that such establishments typically concealed a secret door exclusively for employees. The rainwater flowed seamlessly through the underground passage into the parking lot, leaving no puddles behind. Together with Wu Xian, she descended the corridor. In midway between the first and second basement levels, Wei Dan discovered the hidden door. Observing her adeptness at picking the lock, Wu Xian felt a profound ache in her heart rather than surprise. How much suffering must Dan have endured to attain such skill? The mall retained a flicker of dim lighting, suggesting the backup power had been activated. Time was of the essence, and Wei Dan resolved that they should split up. Wu Xian took several large burlap sacks and headed to the second floor of the mall. Wei Dan ascended to the sixth floor, the pinnacle of the mall, where an extensive array of appliances awaited her. Lacking prior knowledge regarding which dishwasher brand was most efficient, she opted to acquire several models from various brands. In addition to dishwashers, she gathered every usable appliance available, including electric water heaters, washing machines, automatic cooking machines, and robotic vacuum cleaners. Although she was unfamiliar with the installation of some devices, she had downloaded instructional videos onto her hard drive, enabling her to learn as needed. While the other appliances were manageable, the air conditioning units posed a challenge, as they required both indoor and outdoor components, each indispensable to the system. Wei Dan circled around once more, finding only air conditioning units inside the shopping mall, with no trace of any outdoor units. Glancing at her phone, she noted the time, 3 in the morning. With no choice but to abandon her quest for cooling, she proceeded to the second floor to rendezvous with Wu Xian. Chapter 22. Is it possible to do this? Wu Xian stood on the second floor of the mall, observing that most of the clothing stores were firmly locked, their doors secured tightly. Lacking Wei Dan's almost supernatural lock-picking skills, she could only gaze longingly at the closed entrances. In her frustration, she resolved to collect the garments displayed in the open shops. The clothes were predominantly summer styles, a dazzling array, yet to Wu Xian, who possessed little sense of fashion, she could only rely on her instincts to hastily stuff them into a burlap sack. As she busied herself, Wei Dan finally descended from the upper level. Upon reaching the second floor, he immediately spotted Wu Xian, who was pressed against the glass door of a clothing store, 2 bulging sacks beside her. The scene appeared rather peculiar. "What are you doing?" he inquired. At the sound of Wei Dan's voice, Wu Xian felt as if a parched desert had encountered a refreshing rain. Her heart swelled with joy. She abruptly turned around, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Wei Dan, you have finally arrived. Everything here is locked." Wei Dan never anticipated that Wu Xian would be hindered by a locked door. She realized that her approach to handling situations differed greatly from Wu Xian's. Having endured the apocalypse, she resorted to every possible means to resolve issues, while Wu Xian remained too cautious. Wei Dan cast a glance at the tightly shut shop door, then retrieved a hefty hammer from her spatial pocket. Under the astonished gaze of Wu Xian, she swung the hammer without hesitation, striking the glass door with tremendous force. With a crisp shattering sound, the glass door fragmented into countless pieces as Wei Dan obliterated the obstacle in the most direct manner possible. Wu Xian, who had never experienced the apocalypse, was left speechless, her heart filled with awe. She gaped, her face a portrait of disbelief. Goodness, is it truly possible to do it this way? Wei Dan casually tossed the hammer into Wu Xin's hands and promptly stepped into the clothing store. She had no time to meticulously examine the garments, hastily gathering them into her space, regardless of whether they were men's or women's, leaving no item untouched. Wu Xin stood at the entrance with the hammer in hand, her gaze filled with admiration for Wei Dan. She couldn't help but smacking her lips in genuine praise, exclaiming how incredibly cool that woman was. With a swift kick, Wu Xin struck down, and right after, Wei Dan expertly managed the aftermath. Their synergy was impeccable. Within a mere hour, they had already secured half of the store's offerings. The shop brimmed with summer attire, while autumn garments also held their ground, yet winter clothing was scarce. Fortunately, they had cleverly scavenged 2 first shops along the way, ensuring they would brave the frigid winter without fear of venturing outside. Time flew, and before long, it was 4 in the morning. Wu Xin, having just mastered the skills of piloting a speedboat, was brimming with excitement, while Wei Dan savored the tranquility, donning a raincoat as she surveyed the once familiar city. The torrential rain mercilessly ravaged the streets, unrelenting. The streetlights along the roads had long extinguished, and the towering buildings lost their luminous glow, plunging the entire city into profound darkness. A power outage had occurred. Wei Dan swiftly retrieved the fully charged battery, illuminating the lights within the home. Beneath this dim glow, they indulged in a rare hot shower, cleansing both their bodies and minds of fatigue and tension. Having washed away the dust of their labors, the two, as was their custom, each sipped half a cup of refreshing well water. The exhaustion from a night of toil seemed to dissipate instantaneously with this miraculous liquid. Wuxin felt invigorated, as if he could continue to battle through the night. Wei Dan approached the cat's nest, squatting down to gently shake Qibao, only to find it still nestled in slumber. With a sigh, she decided to store the prepared well water in her space, intending to feed Qibao once it awakened. Outside the window, the sky gradually brightened, yet the long-awaited sun remained elusive. The morning's awakening, however, brought with it an unexpected revelation. Many individuals stirred from their dreams, astonished to discover that the power in their homes had been abruptly cut off. They hurriedly dialed the utility company's repair hotline, only to realize that this predicament was not an isolated incident, but rather a citywide blackout. Wei Dan sat at the table, idly scrolling through her phone while slowly savoring her breakfast. The crispy youtiao sizzled with oil, perfectly complemented by a warm bowl of congee. At this moment, aside from the breakfast shop owner, only Wei Dan was able to indulge in such a delightful combination. The discourse surrounding the apocalypse on the internet grew increasingly fervent, inundated with a torrent of negative sentiments. For reasons unknown, the authorities had refrained from suppressing these apocalyptic narratives, allowing them to dominate the trending topics. Messages within the community group surged like a tidal wave. Some furiously questioned the property management for the sudden power outage, while others proudly showcased their stockpiled supplies. The majority, however, engaged in heated discussions about the various rumors of doom circulating online. Yet, to Wei Dan, all of this was merely ephemeral. Having experienced it all in her previous life, she understood that this was merely the tip of the iceberg of calamity. The power outage was merely an overture, soon to be followed by the collapse of signals and networks, plunging the entire city into chaos and darkness. By tomorrow, this world would regress to a primitive existence. The city was engulfed in darkness, and Wei Dan's home was no exception. Although she had prepared backup batteries as an alternative energy source, they had been completely drained after a thorough bath. Wei Dan retrieved the solar generator and photovoltaic panels previously purchased from storage, meticulously studying the installation video provided by the vendor while diligently taking notes. After grasping the fundamental principles, Wei Dan, accompanied by Wuxin, ventured onto the rooftop amidst the rain to commence the installation of the solar panels. After toiling for half a day, they finally managed to install the generator, only to find that the signal had unexpectedly vanished before they could even utilize it. Wei Dan gazed at the cross in the upper right corner of her phone, lost in contemplation. In her previous life, the signal had lasted a full day longer. Why had it faltered this time? Could it be the butterfly effect of the warning signal? Wei Dan let out a gentle sigh, refusing to allow her thoughts to wander any further. Meanwhile, Wu Xian showed no interest in such trifles. She was wholly engrossed in a battle with the dishwasher and the automatic stir-fry pot in the kitchen. Wei Dan found herself alone, yet empowered by her steadily increasing strength, as she transported the previously purchased security door to the staircase. Ever since she had imbibed that refreshing well water, her body seemed to be infused with newfound vitality, enabling her to lift the heavy door with remarkable ease. After considerable effort, she successfully installed the door into the designated frame with precision. Brushing the dust from her hands, her gaze lingered on the two sturdy doors, and a wave of contentment surged within her. As night fell, with the protection of these doors, she could finally sleep peacefully. In the 600-square-foot space, 3/5 had been occupied by supplies, and after reserving 100 square feet for gardening, only 30 square feet remained for further use. Accounting for the areas taken up by the villa and the grass shed, Wei Dan lowered her gaze to the meticulously tended soil, and to her astonishment, she discovered it remained remarkably moist, with tender green shoots defiantly breaking through the surface. A profound joy surged within her. It turned out that the growth rate of plants in this mysterious realm far exceeded that of the outside world by several folds. Not only did these plants flourish rapidly, but Wei Dan was also amazed to find that she did not need to water them herself. Within this space, the challenges of cultivation seemed significantly diminished, which was undoubtedly splendid news for Wei Dan, who had always felt at a loss regarding planting. With a heart brimming with curiosity and anticipation, Wei Dan ventured into the adjacent grass shed. A few steps further led her to the chicken coop, where a hen quietly nestled in her nest, keeping 2 eggs warm with her body heat, a scene deftly captured by Wei Dan's keen eye. Even more delightful was the sight of the feed trough in the coop, which remained abundantly full. Whenever an animal partook of the feed, the space would miraculously replenish it automatically, much like the cultivation area. Everything operated seamlessly without the need for human labor. Wei Dan, filled with joy, exited the space, cradling an egg still warm from the hen in her hands as she made her way to the kitchen. Wuxin had successfully installed the dishwasher and was now eagerly exploring the wonders of the miraculous automatic cooking machine. Wei Dan handed the egg to Wuxin, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. "Shall we try frying one? You set it aside for now. I shall ponder over it further, though." Suddenly, an urgent announcement interrupted their conversation, breaking the silence that had lingered since the power outage. Emergency notice. Attention, citizens of Huagua. Our nation is about to experience the longest rainstorm in history. Relevant governmental agencies have activated emergency protocols. Please do not lose hope. Await rescue calmly. The broadcast continued to repeat, and Wei Dan realized that her early warning signal had indeed proven effective, though she had not anticipated that it would be declared in the name of the nation. As Wei Dan turned her gaze towards the window, an inexplicable heaviness surged within her. The apocalyptic era had finally arrived. Chapter 23. To survive, one must learn a little of everything. The voice emanating from the broadcast was akin to an invisible claw, tightly gripping the hearts and minds of all who listened, plunging them into a state of panic and unease. Yet, amidst this tide of fear, Wei Dan stood apart. Her thoughts drifted elsewhere, preoccupied with the imminent lunchtime. While the world busied itself in the relentless pursuit of survival, she seemed to exist beyond this hustle, finding a rare moment of leisure. Takeout had become her staple food over the past few days, yet the monotony had begun to wear on her, and she could no longer suppress her distaste. Reflecting on the early days of her rebirth, she recalled her previous lack of discernment regarding food. As long as her hunger was satiated, she was content. However, as days turned into weeks, she rediscovered the joy of a hearty meal, and her palate had become increasingly refined. As for Wu Xian, that girl was not someone Wei Dan could count on for culinary prowess. Rather than delving into the art of cooking, she preferred to immerse herself in the world of boxing. Since learning that Wei Dan had placed all her fitness equipment in room 1902, Wu Xian had frequently visited, practicing boxing with fervent determination. Wei Dan sighed softly, contemplating that since she had some leisure time, she might as well prepare a meal. She opened the recipe book that accompanied her automatic stir-fry pot, flipping through its pages while retrieving a vibrant tomato, a crisp green onion, and a plump garlic bulb from the kitchen pantry. Following the steps outlined in the recipe, she methodically tossed each ingredient into the pot. Though her movements were somewhat clumsy, her gaze reflected a profound sense of earnestness. Wei Dan does not fully comprehend the workings of this automatic cooking pot. Yet the tomato and scrambled eggs she prepared turned out surprisingly delicious. The vibrant hues of red and yellow greatly stimulate one's appetite, and with just one bite, it is impossible not to nod in approval. This is certainly not the infamous dish of dubious repute. With newfound confidence, Wei Dan resolved to persevere. Following the recipe's guidance once more, she prepared 2 additional dishes: a tantalizing braised fish with a captivating hue and a refreshing stir-fried lettuce with oyster sauce. The 3 dishes, artfully arranged on the dining table, presented a feast for the senses, exuding an irresistible aroma that left one yearning for a taste. With a sense of accomplishment swelling within her, Wei Dan gazed contentedly at her efforts. In order to ensure that Wuxin would not go hungry in her absence, Wei Dan meticulously prepared an ample supply of food. She organized fresh vegetables, refreshing beverages, and an assortment of long-lasting ready-to-eat items neatly within the refrigerator's chilled compartment. Simultaneously, the freezer was filled to the brim with various meats and shelf-stable seafood, ready for any unforeseen circumstances. Upon returning from room 1902, Wu Xin radiated the scent of sweat. As she removed her boxing gloves and made her way to the kitchen, she caught sight of Wei Dan, busy in her apron. Instantly, she switched to her theatrical mode. Mimicking the innocent protagonists of vintage Korean dramas, Wu Xin held the boxing gloves to her mouth like a microphone, her large eyes sparkling as she beamed affectionately at Wei Dan. Wow, today I get to enjoy the dishes prepared by Dan Dan herself. How delightful. Oh, thank you, Dan Dan. Wei Dan wore a look of disgust, exclaiming, "Stop squeezing. Do you see how ridiculous those two boxing gloves look?" Despite the criticism, Wu Xian did not relent. She continued to squeeze her voice, insisting, "No, no." Wei Dan was so disgusted that her skin crawled with goosebumps. She exaggeratedly rubbed her arms repeatedly. What a misfortune. Ha ha ha. Observing Wei Dan's reaction, Wu Xian clutched her belly and burst into hearty laughter. Although Wei Dan wore a look of disdain on her face, her heart brimmed with joy. The two of them had not enjoyed such playful moments in a long while. In her previous life, Wu Xian had departed from her early on, leaving her to endure 6 years of solitude. Now, having been reborn, she was burdened by immense pressure, scarcely finding the time or the inclination to relish the joys of life. Yet now, everything had changed. They could finally be together forever. And Wei Dan vowed never to allow Wu Xian to suffer any harm again. At that moment, a crisp knock echoed from the security door at the top of the stairs. Since its installation, it was the first time anyone had knocked. The relaxation that Wei Dan had just embraced instantly tightened into tension again. "Who is there?" she called, but silence enveloped her, no response forthcoming. Only a small note slipped quietly through the crack of the door. Wei Dan gently nudged it closer with her toe before bending down to retrieve it. Cautiously, she unfolded the note, revealing a message. "Lu Shiqiang is seeking trouble with you. Do not open the door." The note bore no signature. "I will be going out shortly. You stay home and do not move," Wei Dan asserted, her tone resolute and decisive. After reading the note, Wu Xian's expression grew serious, and she vehemently shook her head, refusing. "What are you saying? I cannot allow you to face danger alone. We must confront this together, mustn't we? Rest assured, I will not open the door easily. I will only engage in remote attacks," Wei Dan replied, retrieving a set of bows and arrows from her space. The arrowheads were clearly meticulously crafted, sharp and gleaming. Her insistence on preventing Wu Xian from descending was not without cause. What they needed most at that moment was to quietly accumulate strength, hoping these adversaries would retreat in the face of difficulty. "You can do this?" Wu Xian asked, somewhat astonished. In order to survive, one must learn a bit of everything. Wei Dan skillfully secured the quiver around her waist, a confident smile gracing her face. "Rest assured, my marksmanship remains precise." Recently, Wei Dan had been diligently honing her skills during her leisure hours, and fortunately, her archery still remained remarkably proficient. Despite Wei Dan's unwavering confidence, Wu Xin was still plagued by unease. The urgent knocking at the door echoed like a frantic drumbeat, leaving Wu Xin no room for hesitation. Without hesitation, Wei Dan stepped out of her home, bow and arrow in hand, gracefully gliding through the second door and vanishing around the corner of the staircase. Wu Xian, after much deliberation, ultimately failed to fully heed Wei Dan's counsel. Clutching a kitchen knife tightly, she concealed herself behind the sturdy security door, ever ready to spring forth and provide the necessary assistance. "Damn it, there's still another door here. This wretched woman is as cunning as a fox. Open the door for me, or I'll make sure this door won't stand a chance. Open up." The torrent of curses mingled with the relentless pounding on the door, persistently testing Wei Dan's limits. She activated the mechanism of the door and pushed aside a metal panel. Lu Shiqiang's broad face gradually emerged through the iron bars, coming into view before Wei Dan. "Oh, little miss, you've got quite the audacity. Open the door and let your brother give you a kiss. Haha. Sister, we meet again. Have you heard the broadcast? Be sensible and let me move in, and you'll enjoy a life of luxury." You're looking rather fine. Big brother, your taste is impeccable. Wei Dan maintained an expression of icy indifference, remaining silent. With bow and arrow in hand, her movements were both agile and decisive. In a swift motion, a whistling sound echoed as the arrow pierced through the iron pillar of the security door, aimed directly at the heart of the crowd. A nearby attendant, closest to the door, let out a harrowing scream as the arrowhead embedded itself deeply into his thigh. In excruciating pain, he tumbled down the staircase, blood gushing forth. Fear and chaos spread like wildfire among the throng, yet Wei Dan appeared unfazed, her gaze remaining cold and resolute as she once again aimed her bow at the next target. Idan has unleashed 2 arrows in succession, striking the thighs of her targets with unparalleled precision, causing 2 agonized figures to tumble down the staircase. My leg! Oh, my leg! Blood! There is blood everywhere. She has killed. This woman is insane. She intends to take lives. Suddenly, chaos erupted in the corridor. Lu Shiqiang pressed himself tightly against the staircase wall, hardly daring to breathe, as beads of cold sweat cascaded down his forehead. He could scarcely fathom that Idan, that woman, was not only proficient in archery, but had indeed inflicted harm. How unfortunate to encounter these 2 women, skilled in both martial arts and marksmanship. Chapter 24, Mistress. We were wrong. Wei Dan's gaze was as cold as ice, fixating intently on Lu Shiqiang's face. With a chilling tone, she declared, should there be a next time, the arrows will not merely target your thigh. Her eyes brimmed with a profound warning, akin to a sharp sword piercing Lu Shiqiang's soul. She glanced down at the bow and arrows in her hand, a flicker of deep resolve flashing in her eyes as she made a decision. Lu Shiqiang, witnessing this, hastily swallowed his saliva, awkwardly propping himself against the wall. He cautiously approached, halting 5 steps from the door, his countenance reflecting fear as he stared at the entrance, as if something dreadful lurked behind it. Gathering his courage, he shouted towards the door, Yes, we were wrong, dear aunt. There will definitely be no next time. Brother, should we retreat? Originally a group of 6 robust men, within a mere 5 minutes, 3 had already been reduced to tears by Wei Dan's hand. Though Lu Shiqiang burned with rage, the fear within him overshadowed his anger, and he kicked at a subordinate beside him in frustration. Useless. Help him up, we're leaving. With a dejected demeanor, Lu Shiqiang turned to depart, leaving 2 relatively intact individuals exchanging glances. The 3 injured men lay on the ground, wailing incessantly. How could the other 2 possibly assist them? The security door exuded a chilling aura in the dim light, and the remaining trio dared not linger, supporting each other as they half-crawled, half-ran away from the 19th floor. Wei Dan quietly listened to the sounds around him. After confirming that no one was at the door, he slung his bow and arrows across his back, turned, and pushed open the second door, stepping inside. As Wei Dan gently caressed her bow, a sense of disappointment weighed heavily upon her heart. Despite having transcended the pinnacle of her former life, the long-forgotten sensation reminded her of her unfamiliarity with archery. She slightly curled her lips, casting her gaze downwards towards the 5 meticulously crafted arrows remaining in her quiver, a profound melancholy washing over her. For the sake of these arrows, she had devoted countless nights, honing them with her telekinetic abilities, ultimately acquiring this precious collection of 8. This realization ignited a tempest of anger within her. Upon returning home, the sight of the cold, untouched meal shattered her restraint. She slammed her fist onto the table, unable to contain a furious exclamation. Damn it. Dan, please don't be angry. It's so hot today that it feels suffocating. Let's have something cool to ease your temper. Wu Xan cautiously soothed, careful not to provoke Wei Dan's ire further. Gradually, as Wei Dan stirred her rice, her expression softened. You mentioned that Uncle Chui is a content creator from the Handmaid Zone, correct? Wei Dan abruptly inquired. Wei Dan shook her head, declining the offer. No need. I wish to create something with him. Wu Xan swallowed her food, lifting her gaze with a glimmer of curiosity. Is an arrow? Then I'll go find Uncle Chui. There's no need for that. I shall go alone. Wei Dan, contemplating the meticulousness required for crafting the arrowhead, resolved that it would be most prudent to undertake the task herself. Wu Xin felt a weight in her heart. This repeated refusal was becoming increasingly difficult to bear. Silently, she placed her bowl on the table, gazing at Wei Dan, and softly murmured, Dan, I believe we need to have a conversation. Wei Dan was momentarily taken aback. Although she did not comprehend why Wu Xin had spoken so suddenly, she could sense that Wu Xin's emotions were anything but ordinary. She set down her chopsticks and quietly awaited Wu Xin's next words. Taking a deep breath, Wu Xin continued, Dan, I understand that you're trying to protect me, but I cannot perpetually hide behind you, leaving you to confront all the challenges alone. Wei Dan furrowed her brow, comprehending Wu Xin's intent, yet acutely aware of Wu Xin's prowess and capabilities. She gazed at Wu Xin and softly spoke, you practice combat sports, and I firmly believe you possess the ability to safeguard yourself. However, I do not wish for you to take risks, nor do I want to witness you in harm's way. Wu Xin offered a faint smile, recognizing Wei Dan's concern, yet resolute in her own decision. She looked at Wei Dan and declared with conviction, Dan, I appreciate your care. Nevertheless, I cannot perpetually rely on you. I too must evolve and confront challenges. I will exercise caution and ensure my own safety. Yudan gazed at Wu Xin, fully aware that Wu Xin's resolution was unwavering and immutable. She sighed softly, then nodded and said, All right, I trust you, but remember, safety comes first. Wu Xin smiled and nodded in return, understanding Yudan's concerns and care. Yet she was equally cognizant of her own abilities and determination. She would strive to grow, confront challenges, and not disappoint Yudan. As Wu Xin felt her aspirations nearing fruition, a wave of excitement surged within her, prompting her to lift her bowl and devour her meal heartily. I will go to Uncle Chui's house shortly. Her emotions shifted rapidly, reminiscent of a child's, and upon noticing this, Yudan feigned a stern expression and teased, No, you must stand on your own, so you cannot go. You need to stay home and practice archery diligently. What? Dan, you misunderstand. That's not what I meant, truly. Wu Xin, flustered by Yudan's words, hurriedly attempted to clarify. Observing Wu Xin's disheartened demeanor, Yudan couldn't help but chuckle softly. Wu Xin felt even more frustrated at being teased, pouting and adopting a faux innocent expression, hoping to elicit some sympathy from Yudan. All right, no more jesting. I must discuss the Arrowhead production with him personally. Wu Xin had initially intended to merely converse with Yudan about this matter. It wasn't imperative to go, but she thought, well, I suppose I must practice archery. Indeed, she needed to practice. Fine. Wu Xin chose not to dwell further on the topic, opting instead to channel her discontent into her appetite, stuffing her cheeks full. In truth, Wu Xin understood that Yudan's decision was sound. Enhancing survival skills was paramount at this juncture. While she possessed a degree of prowess in close combat, she acknowledged that ranged attacks were her Achilles' heel. With only a pistol at her disposal, archery would adequately fulfill her need for long-range capability. Wei Dan led Wu Xin into the shooting range of 1902. She positioned herself 10 meters from the target, raised her arm, and demonstrated the art of archery to Wu Xin. The bowstring was effortlessly drawn back in her hands. She aimed, released, and with fluid grace, the arrow flew true, piercing the bullseye and firmly embedding itself in the 10-ring. It seemed that even amidst the hustle and bustle of life, carving out time for practice yielded evident results. Wu Xin watched in awe, her eyes sparkling with eagerness to try her hand. Imitating Wei Dan, she drew the bow and nocked an arrow. Yet at the moment she aimed for the center and released, the arrow veered off course, landing regrettably outside the target. Do not be disheartened. Archery demands patience and skill. Wei Dan gently grasped Wu Xin's hand, guiding her to feel the force and balance required in shooting. Under Wei Dan's attentive tutelage, Wu Xin once more positioned herself 10 meters away. She took a deep breath to steady her mind. Then, following Wei Dan's guidance, she drew the bow, aimed, and shot. This time, the arrow flew steadily through the target, landing in the 8-ring. Not bad. With a bit more practice, you'll find your rhythm. Wu Xin, inspired by Wei Dan's encouragement, threw herself wholeheartedly into the practice. Meanwhile, Wei Dan quietly observed from the side, occasionally offering precise insights. Wu Xin persevered in her practice, while Wei Dan remained diligent. Although each shot she took found its mark in the 10 ring, she meticulously adjusted her posture after every release. After all, this was a precious skill upon which she had relied in her past life, one she could never afford to relinquish lightly. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from the stairwell door. Wei Dan ceased her actions and cast her gaze towards Wu Xin. At that moment, Wu Xin happened to turn her head, and their eyes met in the air. Chapter 25. What delicate young lady is this? Wei Dan stood motionless on the staircase as the security door echoed once more with 3 succinct and forceful knocks, shattering the surrounding tranquility. She furrowed her brow slightly and inquired softly, "Who is it outside?" A familiar voice responded from beyond the door. "Dandan, is I, Chui Zheng." Upon hearing this, Wei Dan gently lowered the bow, an arrow in her hand. She slowly approached the door, lightly touching the switch, and the door creaked open, revealing a sliver of the world outside. She leaned out, gazing at Chui Zheng before her, a hint of confusion flickering in her eyes. "Uncle Chui, it is quite late. Do you need something?" Chui Zheng, observing Wei Dan's calm demeanor, felt a wave of relief wash over him. He smiled warmly and replied, "I heard that you might encounter some troubles, so I specifically brought some medicine. Are you all right?" Wei Dan felt a stir in her heart, as if she had come to an understanding. "Uncle Chui, is it the letter you previously sent us?" Wei Dan suddenly realized, "Uncle Chui, was it you who informed us earlier?" She too had come to this understanding in a flash, regretting that she could only leave a note and had not come to assist them. With a look of remorse, Chui Zheng held a bag of medicine, attempting to slide it through the crack of the door. Earlier, they were banging on doors in search of medicine, and I thought to come up and check. Who could have imagined the scene of blood everywhere? His voice carried a note of shock. "Uncle Chui, do not worry. This is all their blood. We are fine, and we owe much to your note." Wei Dan reassured him, shaking her head to decline the bag of medicine. "Very well. Then do take care of yourselves. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to me." Wei Dan keenly sensed that Chui Zheng appeared to be preoccupied with his thoughts, frequently glancing downwards as if something were tugging at his heart. Just as he was about to depart, a sudden inspiration struck Wei Dan, prompting her to urgently call out to him. "Uncle Chui, wait a moment. I have a small favor to ask of you," her voice tinged with a hint of urgency. Upon hearing her request for assistance, Chui Zheng immediately halted his steps, turning around with a sincere expression on his face. "Please go ahead and ask. I shall do my utmost to assist you, as long as it is within my capabilities." Wei Dan vigilantly scanned her surroundings to ensure no one was watching them. After confirming their privacy, she stepped back and opened the door, gesturing for Chui Zheng to enter the stairwell. "Uncle Chui, do you think you can craft this?" Wei Dan inquired, presenting the arrow she had painstakingly fashioned. Chui Zheng adjusted his glasses gently, accepting the arrow and raising it above his head for a meticulous examination. "This arrow is indeed quite intriguing," he remarked, "but alas, our current power supply is insufficient, making mass production rather challenging." Noticing the puzzled expressions on their faces, Chui Zheng hastily elaborated, "Crafting arrowheads is a skilled endeavor. By hand, one might only produce 1 or 2 in a day. However, with ample electricity and the aid of my tools, it would be entirely feasible to manufacture 15 in a single day." Upon hearing these words, Wei Dan's eyes sparkled with a hint of joy, and she promptly assured that there was no need to worry about the power issue. Initially, Chui Zheng harbored doubts regarding Wei Dan's statement, until she single-handedly carried a heavy manual generator down from upstairs. It was then that he realized how narrow-minded his previous judgment had been. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. What was this delicate young girl? To effortlessly bear such a colossal generator was simply beyond comprehension. In that moment, Chui Zheng finally understood why Lu Shiqiang and his gang had come to provoke them, only to suffer the loss of 3 members, while Wei Dan and her companion remained unscathed. Wu Xin, observing Chui Zheng's incredulous expression, felt a sense of comfort, finally witnessing someone else in such a state. What do you think of this?" Wei Dan, noticing Chui Zheng's frozen demeanor, began to doubt whether she had been misled by the hardware store owner. Chui Zheng was roused from his reverie by Wei Dan's voice, and he hurriedly examined the generator she had brought down. "It works, with a slight modification. This generator should sustain our power needs for an entire day, he declared, his tone brimming with confidence. You can modify it too? Uncle Chui, you are truly remarkable. Wu Xin, eager to ensure Chui Zheng accepted the task, hurriedly showered him with compliments. Feeling a bit bashful from Wu Xin's praise, Chui Zheng scratched the back of his head, dismissing it modestly. It's nothing, really. So, for this task, Uncle Chui, I shall take that as your agreement. Consider this generator as your reward. Wei Dan smiled, her tone exuding an undeniable firmness. For Wei Dan, the worth of the generator could never compare to that of a weapon, especially considering that Chui Zheng had previously assisted them without expectation of reward. However, in Chui Zheng's eyes, this generator was akin to a precious treasure. No, this is far too valuable. Chui Zheng repeatedly shook his head, his expression brimming with fear and refusal. Wei Dan gazed at him, a flicker of admiration glimmering in her eyes. She nodded gently and said, Uncle Chui, please make use of it for now. I have many matters I would like your assistance with. Her words were soft yet resolute, imbued with a certain enchantment that rendered Chui Zheng unable to decline. He looked back at Wei Dan, gratitude and respect flickering in his eyes, before he nodded earnestly. Suddenly, Chui Zheng made a forceful attempt to lift the generator, but his face flushed with exertion, as if all the blood in his body had surged to his cheeks in that moment. The generator barely rose a fraction, merely 10 centimeters off the ground. Good heavens! How could it possibly be this heavy? Chui Zheng gasped, his eyes filled with confusion and frustration. He was silently astonished. Wei Dan, with her seemingly frail physique, was able to hoist the cumbersome generator with such ease. The realization that he, a robust man, was outdone by a mere girl was utterly difficult for him to accept. Witnessing this, Wu Xin approached without hesitation, offering her assistance to Chui Zheng. She effortlessly lifted the generator as though it were not a burden at all, but rather as light as a feather. Chui Zheng followed closely behind Wu Xin, his mind racing with bewilderment. What could these two young women possibly have consumed to possess such strength? Wei Dan bid farewell to Chui Zheng and turned to enter the kitchen, ready to showcase her culinary skills by preparing a sumptuous hot pot. Having successfully resolved one matter, her spirits were particularly elevated, and she longed to celebrate her small victory with a lively feast. She retrieved 2 packets of broth base from the cupboard. The first was a package of a certain brand's clear soup base. Upon unwrapping it, a faint aroma of traditional Chinese herbs wafted through the air. As she poured the base into the pot and added water to bring it to a boil, the herbal scent gradually dissipated, replaced by an enticing fragrance that stimulated the appetite. This broth had a unique quality that enhanced the tenderness and succulence of the meat, transforming each bite into a delightful culinary experience. The other packet contained a spicy broth base from a well-known hot pot brand. Wei Dan poured it into another pot, and in an instant, the spicy and numbing aroma permeated the entire kitchen, tantalizing the taste buds. As Wu Xin entered through the door, she was immediately captivated by the enticing fragrance of the hot pot. Unable to resist, she took a deep breath, a satisfied smile gracing her face. Wei Dan picked up a steaming piece of lamb and offered it to Wu Xin. After this meal, I must step out for a while. You should stay at home. Wu Xin instantly grasped the underlying meaning of Wei Dan's words. Are you worried that those individuals might return to cause trouble? Wei Dan nodded slightly. Uncle Chui mentioned that they remained arrogant and overbearing downstairs, indicating that they had not yet given up. Wu Xin took a bite of the steaming lamb, exhaling gently. Rest assured, I will safeguard this place. You may attend to your own matters. After Yin Dan finished her meal, she left behind a crowbar and some remaining arrows for Wu Xin, while she donned a waterproof coat and resolutely stepped out the door. She intended to scavenge for useful supplies before others became aware of the situation. The torrential rain continued to rage, and as Yin Dan reached the corridor on the first floor, the water had already risen to her calves. The water level outside surged even higher, nearly reaching her neck. Wei Dan was acutely aware that using a motorboat at this moment would undoubtedly attract unnecessary attention due to the cacophony it would generate. She quietly approached the rear entrance, taking refuge behind a barrier, and retrieved a sleek black kayak. Gracefully, she settled into the vessel, her hands firmly gripping the paddle. On this tempestuous night, she propelled herself forward like a shadowy specter. Chapter 26. Plundering the heartless capitalists having paddled 1,000 meters beyond the community gate. Wei Dan deftly stowed the kayak and switched to a motorboat. Shielded by her raincoat, she produced her phone, encased in a transparent waterproof cover, and activated the offline map she had pre-downloaded, setting her course towards the previously raided shopping mall. Wei Dan followed the previously established route, stowing the assault boat into her space at the entrance of the underground parking lot, and then made her way along the path to the secret door she had pried open earlier. Within just a day's time, the water seeping in from the parking lot entrance had risen to a third of the way up the secret door. Wei Dan waded through the water, striding purposefully towards the concealed door. With a firm push of her right hand, she opened it just enough to slip through, following the swift currents alongside her. This time, her intentions were clear. Instead of rummaging through the shopping mall, she opted for the connected office building. She maneuvered around the mall and discovered a secure passage leading to the skyscraper, climbing breathlessly to the 15th floor. Upon her previous visit, Wei Dan had recognized this building, having submitted her resume to the company within. She was aware that floors 15 to 21 housed the same live-streaming enterprise. She had learned that this company featured a dedicated live-streaming room for the appraisal of antiques, and thus, she resolved to try her luck. Wei Dan wielded a massive hammer, shattering the glass door on the 15th floor. The contents within were hurled about chaotically, clearly indicative of a hasty evacuation. Indeed, the live-streaming company resembled a scene from a James Bond film, ruthlessly compelling its employees to fight until the very last moment. Truly a dire situation. Wei Dan bypassed the reception area and proceeded directly to the office at the back. Upon entering, she began rummaging through the contents. This was a woman's office, filled predominantly with cosmetics and various reports, offering little of practical value. Wei Dan searched around and discovered that the 15th floor was merely a facade of the company. She promptly abandoned her search and proceeded to the 16th floor. The structure of the 16th floor was in stark contrast to that of the 15th. It lacked any extravagant decor and was filled with cubicles. Wei Dan casually pushed open a door, and a myriad of snacks came into view. Why not indulge? She proceeded to open each remaining cubicle and, at last, discovered the appraisal live streaming room situated in the very center. Wei Dan surveyed her surroundings, noting the 2 rows of antiques stacked behind the backdrop in the room. Next to them were 3 labels inscribed with 1 glance fake, 1 glance real, and half true, half false. Both the half true, half false and 1 glance fake antiques were present, while the area labeled as 1 glance real was utterly devoid of any items. Realizing that there was no hope here, Wei Dan decisively shut the door and ascended in one breath to the 21st floor chairman's office. The entrance on the 21st floor was flanked by 2 electronic doors, remarkably secured with 3 different locks, while a surveillance camera was mounted at an angle on either side above. This unmistakably indicated the presence of valuable treasures. Wei Dan retrieved a more specialized set of lock-picking tools, meticulously assembled from her prior experiences in various hardware stores, undeniably potent in their efficacy. When it comes to professional endeavors, one must rely on professional instruments. The 3 formidable locks consumed an entire hour of Wei Dan's efforts. As the final lock yielded to her skillful manipulation, she straightened her back, bracing herself. You had better allow me to uncover something worthwhile. Otherwise, I may have no choice but to resort to other measures. Wei Dan flexed her stiff knee and, summoning all her strength, delivered a powerful kick to the door, astonishingly causing it to splinter and fall away. Oh my, had I known the door was so fragile, I would have kicked it open from the start. With a swagger, Wei Dan stepped over the fallen door and entered. Wei Dan was unaware that this door was, in fact, a specially customized import. It was not the door that was fragile, but rather her strength that was excessive. Utilizing her night vision goggles, Wei Dan navigated around the central fitness equipment and made her way directly towards the opulent desk at the center. The desk was luxurious, and so too was the chair that accompanied it. Wei Dan plopped down onto the chair, her fingers grazing its surface. The leather executive chair exuded an air of opulence, which was precisely what her home lacked. In an instant, the chair vanished, revealing a locked drawer beneath the table. Heeding past lessons, Wei Dan refrained from attempting to unlock it. Instead, she exerted force, yanking the drawer free along with its curved track. A thick layer of receipts lay nestled within the drawer, which Wei Dan disdainfully cast aside. Subsequently, she resorted to forcefully dismantling the remaining drawers, each one brimming with various receipts, including ledgers pertaining to illicit enterprises and sordid transactions. Wei Dan gathered the account book and decided to hold on to it for the time being. Should this individual fortuitously survive, she would treat him to some round-headed peanuts. It wasn't until she reached the final drawer that Wei Dan finally discovered something of value. A delicately crafted dagger lay within. As she unsheathed the blade under her night vision goggles, it appeared quite dull. Assuming her goggles were malfunctioning, she removed them and retrieved a flashlight from her space. Under the illumination, the dagger revealed its true hue. It was not as striking as an ordinary dagger, its blade enveloped in a muted gray. How sharp! A splendid find. Wei Dan had thoroughly ransacked the desk, yet aside from the dagger, she found nothing else. Was the CEO truly this impoverished? Wei Dan felt her efforts were in vain, and in her frustration, she kicked the wall. With a loud crash, a sizable hole appeared in the wall, prompting her to crouch down and pry at the damaged section. To her astonishment, a security door was revealed behind it. The craftsmanship of this door surpassed that of the main entrance. Wei Dan attempted to kick it open, but remained steadfast, impervious to her assault. After much trial and error with various tools, she finally succeeded in unlocking the door just before dawn. Wei Dan donned her night vision goggles once more, gripping a flashlight in her left hand while she pushed open the security door with her right. A 20-square-meter secret chamber gradually revealed its innards to her. Wow! Wei Dan exclaimed upon witnessing the spectacle within, a mountain of gold bars stacked in the center of the small room. Indeed, I have never seen such wealth. These unscrupulous bosses are truly affluent. Yet, regardless of how wealthy these ruthless proprietors once were, the gold was now hers. With a wave of her hand, she absorbed all the gold in her space, leaving not a single bar behind. Gold is a tangible asset, and with this collection, Wei Dan ascended once again into the ranks of the wealthy. In addition to the gold, the chamber housed an orderly array of tobacco and liquor, featuring various rare vintages. Although most of them were unfamiliar to her, she did recognize the prominent box of Matai in the center. In summary, it was a treasure trove. Gather it all. She hastily collected a few items, but soon found her space insufficient. Reluctantly, she discarded several boxes of clothing to accommodate the remaining treasures. In no time, the secret chamber was completely emptied by Wei Dan, yet it contained everything imaginable, except for the antiques she had been desperately seeking. Wei Dan, undeterred, gazed left and right, and as fate would have it, her perseverance bore fruit, allowing her to uncover a clue at last. Chapter 27. Tonight shall undoubtedly be a night of murder. Wei Dan knelt on one leg, bending down to examine the floor. She deftly extracted a tool and gently pried it open, effortlessly lifting the floorboard. To her astonishment, beneath it lay a depth of approximately 1 meter, revealing not only the antiques Wei Dan had been searching for, but also an arsenal of firearms. Wei Dan carefully transferred the items to the ground, with numerous antiques meticulously housed in boxes, amounting to an impressive total of over 40. Brother, the items that the boss desires should be located on the 21st floor. If we manage to retrieve them, reliant on her extraordinary auditory perception, Wei Dan discerned the sound of a man's voice emanating from outside the secret chamber. In a swift motion, she extinguished her flashlight and retrieved a box of clothing from her spatial storage, concealing the antique box and firearms within. As the footsteps grew increasingly audible, Wei Dan's mind raced, formulating a strategy to navigate the predicament. With only one secure exit available and uncertainty surrounding the presence of others downstairs, she resolved to remain on the 21st floor, carefully observing until the opportune moment to escape presented itself. Utilizing her night vision goggles, she stealthily emerged from the concealed space and sidled behind the curtains in the fitness area. Brother, the door is ajar. Could it be that President Liu has dispatched someone? Fool! He is far too frugal to damage the entrance. It must be someone else who has arrived first. Two men, one stout and the other lean, burst into the room, wielding flashlights. Concealed in the shadows, Wei Dan quietly scrutinized them through her night vision lenses. Upon recognizing the newcomers, her pupils dilated in surprise. She had not anticipated encountering acquaintances in this location. The lean man among them was none other than the rogue who had trailed Lin Man prior to the earthquake. Wei Dan initially intended to depart quietly, but her resolve has shifted. A dagger now silently graces her right hand. Tonight shall be a night of bloodshed. The thin man stood at the entrance, wielding a flashlight that swept across the surroundings, its beam illuminating the curtains as it drifted toward Wei Dan's direction. "Monkey, come here quickly. The desk is over this way." Upon hearing his companion's voice, the thin man hurriedly directed the flashlight toward the desk. "Damn it! All the drawers have been pried open. How am I supposed to explain this to the boss?" The stout man, seething with anger, slammed the flashlight onto the table. "Brother, there are still receipts on the floor. What if that person didn't take them?" The thin man, clenching the flashlight in his mouth, crouched down and frantically rummaged through the area. As Wei Dan quietly moved towards the desk while they conversed, she gripped the dagger tightly in her palm, ever ready to deliver a fatal strike. "Stop looking. It must be gone," the corpulent man exclaimed impatiently, kicking the desk in frustration, causing the flashlight atop it to tumble to the ground, spinning incessantly. Cursing under his breath, he bent down to retrieve it when a pair of women's waterproof shoes appeared before him. Looking up, he caught a glimpse of the lower half of a face with a slight smirk. Before he could utter a sound, he felt a sudden warmth and dampness at his throat, prompting him to hastily cover it with his hand. With a thud, his hefty body collapsed to the floor, his eyes wide open, staring unblinkingly at the ceiling. "Brother? Brother, what happened to you?" The sound of his fall interrupted the thin man's frantic search. In a panic, he grabbed the flashlight and directed its beam towards the corpulent figure. "Where is he?" "Brother." Holding his breath, the thin man cautiously approached the other side of the desk, where the horrifying corpse was illuminated by the light. "Ah!" he shrieked, stumbling backward in terror as a cold arm wrapped around his neck, the dagger pressing firmly against his skin. "Please spare me. I don't want the receipt. You can have it all." The thin man raised his hands, paralyzed with fear, trembling as he spoke. Wei Dan recalled the day of the earthquake, when this person had pleaded for mercy in a similar manner. Having committed such heinous acts, how could one have the audacity to seek forgiveness from others? "Ha!" Wei Dan scoffed coldly as she swiftly brought down the blade, claiming his life just as she had done that day. Wei Dan tentatively checked the breath of the two individuals. Upon confirming their lifelessness, she plunged a knife into their chests, twisting it within before extracting it. After this ordeal, it was already 2 o'clock in the morning. Wei Dan closed her eyes and entered the space, as she had anticipated. The space had indeed upgraded, expanding by an additional 200 square meters. The other upgrades were too numerous to examine in detail at the moment. Wei Dan glided down the escalator into the water as it gradually enveloped her chest, with her feet no longer touching the ground. She swam towards the entrance of a supermarket. Wei Dan grasped the nearby shelf, adjusting her direction in the water, while a multitude of plastic-wrapped foods floated on the surface, and the shelves above were abundantly filled. Wei Dan propped one hand against the shelf, while the other busily collected the floating supplies. Why not take advantage of the opportunity? If not now, there may never be a chance again. Wei Dan spent an hour gathering all the resources that could be collected on the surface, and upon her departure, she discarded the 2 corpses within her space into the stagnant water of the sublevel. As Wei Dan washed away the blood that had splattered across her face and body with the rain, she donned a pitch-black raincoat and retrieved a speedboat from her space. On her return journey, she noticed the city, which had seemingly been paused, coming back to life. Unexpectedly, she encountered 2 teams paddling kayaks along the way. They greeted her warmly, and she exchanged a few pleasantries in return. Yet, the true darkness was only just beginning, and one could only wonder how long such kindness would endure. Wei Dan arrived near the community and, as usual, took out the kayak to switch it up. However, possessing a treasure inevitably attracts the attention of those who covet it. As Wei Dan traversed the corridor with a kayak in her arms, a man with bleached hair happened to be outside, enjoying the fresh air. Before long, News of this incident reached Lu Shiqiang's ears. Upon stepping through her door, Wei Dan was greeted by the sight of Qi Bao, who had awakened from a deep slumber. She quickly changed out of her raincoat and soiled clothes, cradling the soft, fluffy kitten in her arms. Was there any unusual activity last night? Wu Exine inquired, rubbing her eyes. Someone attempted to pick the lock, but I managed to scare them off, she replied with a heavy yawn. Gazing at the bare security door, an idea struck her. She closed her eyes and began rummaging through her spatial realm. Chapter 28. Lu Shiqiang returns to cause trouble. Wei Dan brushed the dust off her gloves, and with a flick of her right hand, a small hammer materialized. She crouched down and systematically flattened the barbs that were tied to the bottom of the door. With a decisive click, Wei Dan locked the door securely with her key. After everything was finally completed, she allowed herself to sink into the comforting embrace of her bed. Having gone 2 days and nights without sleep, even the most refreshing well water could not alleviate her mental exhaustion. Wei Dan felt as though she were on the brink of collapse. Wei Dan lay on the bed and soon drifted into slumber. Within the box at the head of the bed, unseen by anyone, the white mist enveloping the gemstone gradually dissipated. Wei Dan slumbered until 2 in the afternoon. Clad in her nightwear, she ambled from her bedroom to the living room, where she discovered a note upon the table. She removed the plate that weighed down the note, revealing the water-stained scrawl before her. The dishes are kept warm on the stove. I am practicing in 1902. Oh, and I have taken away Qi Bao as well. He. The note was signed with a delicate heart. With a resigned smile, Wei Dan shuffled into the kitchen, her slippers shuffling softly against the floor. She lifted the lid of a pot shrouded in a veil of steam, revealing a sumptuous dish of shredded pork stir-fried with green peppers atop a bed of fluffy rice. The vibrant green peppers, glistening with juices, beckoned to the pangs of hunger stirring within her. Famished, Wei Dan hastily ladled a bowlful, then, retrieving a previously downloaded film from the television, devoured her meal with fervor, finishing it in no time. After the last morsel, she tossed the bowl into the dishwasher, donned her raincoat and boots, and ascended to the rooftop, carrying a water tank from the stairwell. Dan had previewed the installation video in advance. The assembly of the water tower was, in fact, not particularly challenging. However, due to the interference of the torrential rain, the installation duration was doubled. It was not until 4 in the afternoon that Dan descended from the rooftop, her hair damp. Oh, what have you been up to? Hurry and dry your hair, lest you catch a cold. Wei Dan took the towel and headed towards the bathroom. She installed a water tower, seizing the opportunity to purify the water before any potential interruption in supply. Is a water stoppage imminent? Wei Dan retrieved the hairdryer from the drawer, realizing how swiftly time was passing. It was only a few days away. How quickly it approached. Perhaps I should gather more water and store it, she thought. Wu Xin, ever decisive, immediately set to work, dragging several stacked large buckets from the storage room toward the kitchen. Ding! The phone resting on the sink chimed, displaying a reminder for Wei Dan to leave at 4 o'clock. She had previously arranged with Cui Zheng to inspect the goods at 4 in the afternoon, and now, merely 15 minutes remained until that hour. Wei Dan set down her phone and hastened to dry her hair. It was still not yet 4 o'clock when the staircase echoed with a series of crackling sounds. It was Cui Zheng. This was the secret signal they had agreed upon the day before, holding a piece of cured meat that she had prepared in advance. Wei Dan made her way to the staircase. Is that you, Uncle Cui? It's me. Upon hearing the voice, Wei Dan opened the door slightly to confirm, and after noticing that no one else was around, she welcomed Cui Zheng into the stairwell. As soon as Cui Zheng entered, Wei Dan observed that he appeared to be in a rather poor condition. His eyes were bloodshot, his spirit languid, and a bruise marred his forehead. Uncle Cui, what happened to your head? Cui Zheng had anticipated Wei Dan's inquiry. Chuckling lightly, he adopted a nonchalant demeanor. Oh, it's nothing, just an accidental bump, haha. Wei Dan is not a fool. She cannot be deceived by Cui Zheng's words. Has Lu Shiqiang been troubling you? Upon realizing that he could not conceal the truth from Wei Dan, Cui Zheng nervously rubbed the hem of his clothing with his fingers and awkwardly began, It's not trouble. He just asked me to assist him with something, and there was a bit of a scuffle in between. Cui Zheng refrained from revealing the entire truth. In fact, Lu Shiqiang had come to him, requesting that he pry open the door on the 19th floor. It was only after Cui Zheng refused that he received a beating. Noticing Wei Dan's troubled expression, Cui Zheng hastily added, "Don't worry, Dan. See, I'm perfectly fine, cough cough." Before he could finish, he erupted into a violent fit of coughing, hastily covering his mouth in an attempt to suppress it. Given the circumstances, how could he possibly be fine? "Wait for me, Uncle Cui," Wei Dan said, somewhat exasperated, as she shoved the cured meat into his hands and turned to head upstairs. Cui Zheng was still processing what had just happened when Wei Dan vanished from sight. He glanced downstairs, aware that he could not draw attention to himself, and thus stood in place, waiting patiently. Although Cui Zheng remained silent, Wei Dan instinctively understood that the beating he had endured was undoubtedly connected to her. No need. I have medicine at home." Cui Zheng quickly shook his head, refusing to accept Wei Dan's offering. He lied. In truth, the medicine at home had already been taken by Lu Shiqiang. He realized that at this moment, medicine was more precious than food, and he could not afford to part with it. "If you truly had medicine, you wouldn't have come to see me like this," Wei Dan remarked, revealing the truth with a hint of resignation. "Uncle Cui, I want to give you this medicine for free. Do you see the bars on this door? I would like you to help me modify it to be electrified." With Wei Dan having articulated her concerns so clearly, Cui Zheng found himself devoid of any justification to refuse. He reached out and accepted the black bag. Inside were 10 arrows. He had spent a bit of time crafting a small boat for Lu Shiqiang today, but he anticipated being able to produce more by tomorrow. He retrieved the finished arrows from the bag, guilt-ridden, and handed them to Wei Dan. "A boat?" Wei Dan seized upon the crux of the matter, gazing at Cui Zheng in perplexity. Cui Zheng mirrored her confusion. "Indeed, I have no idea where they procured 2 pieces of dilapidated wood, but they insisted I fashion them into a boat. I told them the wood had soaked in water and would hardly last, even if I managed to construct a vessel. Yet they were adamant. Reluctantly, I complied." As he spoke, he suddenly lowered his voice. "They've just stepped out. Otherwise, I would have had a hard time coming up here." "Where did they leave? Have the other neighbors in the building shown any signs of activity?" Wei Dan continued her inquiries. Cui Zheng shook his head. "They've all been frightened off by Lu Shiqiang. They're hiding at home." Speaking of Lu Shiqiang, he seemed to have a sudden realization. "Oh, right. Dan, you must be cautious when you go out. Lu Shiqiang has somehow found 2 burly henchmen." As if summoned by their conversation, Lu Shiqiang's voice echoed from downstairs. "What bad luck. You better prove useful to me. Picking you up cost me a whole boat." The chaotic sound of footsteps grew increasingly louder as they approached the 19th floor. Chapter 29. Someone is picking the lock. "Oomph. If it weren't for the boss sending me here, do you think I would willingly come to assist you?" Dan swiftly gestured for Cui Zheng to be silent, pressing her ear against the door. Observing her, Cui Zheng also leaned closer to the doorframe, straining to listen intently. Unlike Dan, whose senses had been honed by the well water, he found that no matter how hard he pressed against the door, he could detect no sound at all. Silence reigned. "Meow, meow." Qi Bao, in a state of agitation, dashed to Idan's side, while Wu Xan emerged from the room wielding a crowbar. "What is happening outside?" Qi Bao has been scratching at the door incessantly. "Uncle Cui is still in the stairwell. I heard Lu Shiqiang is coming up to the 19th floor, and this time he is well prepared. We must prioritize our safety." Qi Bao seemed to comprehend, a look of grievance on its face, neglecting to groom itself. It fixed its gaze on Idan's shoulder and leapt with determination, landing deftly. "Wow, Qi Bao, how have you become so impressive?" Hearing Wu Xian's astonishment, Qi Bao flicked its tail twice vigorously and resumed licking its paws, exuding an air of feline superiority. "Humph, now you recognize my prowess, do you?" Wei Dan realized that the well water had taken effect. Observing the increasingly sentient Qi Bao, she made a bold decision. Within mere minutes, Lu Shiqiang, accompanied by a group of individuals, arrived at the entrance of the 19th floor. The occupants above listened intently as he counted to 5, warning them to open the door willingly or else. Lu Shiqiang's display was quite formidable. He had somehow procured a loudspeaker and shouted towards the 19th floor. The amplified sound drew the attention of other floors, with many peering out to catch a glimpse of the commotion above. Hearing Lu Shiqiang's voice, Cui Zheng paced anxiously in the stairwell. Suddenly, A silvery gray figure leaped onto his shoulder, a small, pudgy paw tapping on his head. Startled, Chui Zheng let out a yelp, and upon glancing at his shoulder, he discovered it was merely a cat. Wei Dan and Wu Xin hurriedly descended the stairs, positioning themselves on either side to shield Chui Zheng. "Uncle Chui, please step back." "Wei Dan, I know you're home. Open the door this instant." Lu Shiqiang shouted through a loudspeaker, casting furtive glances at those nearby. Clad in yellow, a bald man wielding tools approached the lock of the security door, taking advantage of the loudspeaker's cover. Someone is tampering with the lock. As Wei Dan and Wu Xian exchanged glances, Wei Dan gestured, prompting Wu Xian to take up Wei Dan's bow and arrows. She stepped forward, cautiously opened the door, and pulled back the metal sheet. Lo and behold, they were indeed well prepared. Through a few iron columns, Wu Xian spotted Lu Shiqiang clad in makeshift iron armor, a metal helmet adorning his head, standing at a distance on the 18th floor stair platform, resembling a remarkably low-budget version of a Gundam. She knocked an arrow and shot repeatedly into the open, yet 9 out of 10 arrows missed their mark. Hilarious! Your archery skills leave much to be desired. If you know what's good for you, hurry up and open the door, and I might just show you a bit of kindness, huh? Wu Xian cast a disdainful glance at the arrogant Lu Shiqiang, silently cursing him as a fool. The bald man in yellow, drenched in sweat, heard Lu Shiqiang's boastful remarks and inwardly scoffed. Such an imbecile, and the boss actually brought him along. Though he looked down on Lu Shiqiang, he did not cease his work. Noticing the silence from within, Lu Shiqiang set down the loudspeaker and cautiously approached the door, wondering why it wasn't ready yet. "Are you capable of this?" Lu Shiqiang couldn't retort. In his desire for revenge, he held his tongue. The bald man in yellow shot Lu Shiqiang an irritated glance before turning back to his task, extracting a piece of wire to insert into the lock. The moment the wire made contact with the lock, his body convulsed violently, his fingers turning charred black, and soon, the last strands of his hair were singed as well. The bald man collapsed from the electric shock, while Lu Shiqiang and his companions watched in terror, paralyzed and unable to assist as the man continued to convulse. In the stairwell, Wu Xian stood at the back with Qi Bao, while Wei Dan and Chui Zheng crouched on the ground before a rudimentary power-generating device. Chui Zheng held a wire, asking, "What do you think? Should we increase the voltage?" Wei Dan shook her head, perking up her ears to listen to the sounds outside. With her extraordinary acute hearing, Wei Dan had long been aware that Lu Shiqiang had brought a locksmith with him. A cunning plan began to form in her mind. She instructed Wu Xin to shoot arrows ahead, diverting the attention of Lu Shiqiang and his companions, while Chui Zheng utilized the tools provided by Wei Dan to fabricate a makeshift power supply. Outside, apart from a few heavy breaths, all that could be heard was the faint crackling of electricity. Wei Dan signaled for Chui Zheng to cut off the power. As she peeled back the iron sheet, an overpowering stench assailed her senses before she could even glimpse the figure within. A bald head, shrouded in darkness, was affixed to the door, and his tattered yellow clothing bore testament to his dire state. He was frothing at the mouth, excrement continuously oozing from beneath him, leaving him with barely a hint of life. Without uttering another word, Wei Dan drew her bow and released an arrow with tremendous force, aimed squarely at Lu Shiqiang's knee. The arrow pierced through the metal, embedding itself in Lu Shiqiang's knee, causing him to clutch it in agony and collapse to the ground. "Lu Shiqiang," she declared, "I recall mentioning that next time it wouldn't just be your leg." Wei Dan once again raised her bow, aiming at Lu Shiqiang's heart. Lu Shiqiang, transfixed by the glinting arrowhead, was paralyzed by fear, his mouth agape and trembling, unable to utter a single plea for mercy. "You cannot kill him." One of Lu Shiqiang's subordinates, braver than his leader, bore his terror and shouted towards the upper floor. "Is Chui Zheng up there? Was it him who unleashed the electricity just now? His family is still downstairs." Hearing Chui Zheng's name, Lu Shiqiang, kneeling on the ground, suddenly comprehended the situation, erupting into a maniacal laughter. "Ha ha ha ha, it's you, old man. Xiao Mao, take the brothers downstairs to capture him." Upon hearing the call, Wei Dan ceased her actions. When it came to family, Chui Zheng could no longer contain himself. "Lu Shiqiang, if you have the courage, come at me, but do not harm my family. Chapter 30. Ultimately, it is impossible to remain low-key. Chui Zheng, in a fit of rage, grasped the doorknob, desperate to open the door, but Wei Dan swiftly intervened, seizing his arm. Let me out. Lily and the others are still downstairs. Chui Zheng's voice trembled with urgency. Uncle Chui, please remain calm. There are too many of them. If you go out, it will be like a lamb entering the tiger's den. Wei Dan was taken aback by Lu Shiqiang's vile actions as he dared to target Chui Zheng's family. Although she wished to preserve her strength, the current situation left no room for hesitation. She grasped Chui Zheng's hand, opened the second door, and thrust him inside, locking it securely with 2 turns of the key. Uncle Chui, remain here quietly. You expose yourself to aid us, and I assure you, I will not let anything happen to Lily and the others. Dandan, do not be foolish. There are so many of them. Open the door. Kui Zeng stumbled, but upon hearing Wei Dan's promise, he anxiously pounded on the security door. What are you doing? This is a society governed by law. You're committing kidnapping. Let my mother go. Lu Shiqiang, are you not afraid of prison? The voices of Aunt Chui and Lily echoed from the 19th floor. Hearing them only intensified Chui Zheng's frantic banging on the door. Lu Shiqiang's despicable voice rang out again. A society governed by law? Huh. Let me tell you, the outside world has fallen into chaos. The nation is finished. Do you understand? Seeing Wei Dan raise her weapon once more, Lu Shiqiang felt no fear. Instead, he grew increasingly arrogant. Go ahead, shoot if you dare. I guarantee they will accompany me to the grave. Upon hearing those words, Wei Dan seemed to ponder something deeply and, astonishingly, lowered her bow and arrows. Then how shall you let them go? Wei Dan's submission provoked another bout of hearty laughter from Lu Shiqiang. It's quite simple. If you come out, I shall release them. Yu Dan lowered her head, feigning contemplation, and slipped the life-saving handgun into Wu Xian's hand, while inscribing words upon her other hand. What if we go outside and you have a change of heart? Let them come over, and we shall make an exchange. Yu Dan continued. Wu Xian grasped Yu Dan's intention, her eyes widening as she shook her head vigorously. It's too dangerous. You cannot go. Very well. If you open the door now, I shall let them pass. Otherwise, a nearby lackey tugged fiercely at Lily's hair, eliciting a startled cry from her. The clamor from outside afforded Wu Xian no respite, as Yu Dan grasped her hand and whispered, Trust me, I could do this. With no other recourse, Wu Xian resigned herself to the gamble, closing her eyes and ultimately acquiescing to Yu Dan's plan. It is settled. The once firmly shut door creaked open, and Yu Dan stepped forth with her bow drawn, followed closely by Wu Xian, who concealed the handgun behind her. Why you? Put down the arrow. Even though he understood that Yu Dan would not dare to take his life. The pain in his knee served as a stark reminder of the sharpness of the arrowhead. Wei Dan did not lower her bow this time. With a mocking smile, she taunted, You aren't truly frightened, are you? The moment I step closer, you won't have time to shoot. Oomph. Such bravado. Am I supposed to fear you? Release them. The young henchman who had previously spoken up to rescue Lu Shiqiang felt uneasy and attempted to intervene, but was silenced by a fierce glare from Lu Shiqiang. Although the tactic of provocation may be antiquated, it remains effective, as evidenced by yet another instance of manipulation. Aunt Chui and Lily were pushed forward, their hair disheveled and hearts heavy with trepidation. They slowly made their way towards Wei Dan and her companion. As Wei Dan and Wu Xian advanced forward upon their convergence, Wei Dan discarded the bow and arrows in her possession, and everything began to unfold in the direction Lu Shiqiang had anticipated. Just as Lu Shiqiang let his guard down, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Wu Xian swiftly pivoted and dashed towards Aunt Chui and her companion, seizing one with each hand. She hastily flung open the door to the 19th floor and propelled them inside. Lu Shiqiang, witnessing Wu Xian's betrayal, turned pale before he could comprehend the situation. Wei Dan lunged forward and yanked the arrow embedded in his knee. Ah, my leg, you wretched woman. Blood streamed down from his knee as Lu Shiqiang's anguished screams echoed through the corridor, causing the surrounding lackeys to scatter in terror at Wei Dan's ruthless actions. Wei Dan, with a series of powerful strikes, sent his helmet flying. Just as she grasped her dagger, poised to strike, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. 3 burly men swiftly closed in, the very subordinates of Lu Shiqiang, as mentioned by Cui Zheng. Upon seeing Wei Dan encircled by these men, Lu Shiqiang, disregarding the pain in his knee, hastily rolled and crawled down the stairs in a desperate bid for escape. As Wei Dan witnessed Lu Shiqiang escape once more, she unleashed the fury that had been simmering within her upon the 3 individuals encircling her. In a swift motion, she crouched down and, harnessing her extraordinary strength, delivered a sweeping kick that shattered their shins, sending them crashing to the ground in agonizing cries. The human barricade was effortlessly dismantled, allowing her to rise swiftly and pursue the fleeing Lu Shiqiang. Wei Dan wiped the blood from her chin with the back of her hand, resembling a malevolent specter from the depths of hell as she advanced step by step towards Lu Shiqiang, who was descending the staircase. Dragging his lame leg, Lu Shiqiang gazed at Wei Dan in terror, incessantly pleading for mercy. "I was wrong. Please, Wei Dan, don't kill me. I shall never dare again. I will do whatever you say." In an instant, a flash of light illuminated the scene, and Wei Dan's figure materialized behind Lu Shiqiang. He clasped his hands around his neck, which was gushing blood, his eyes wide with horror, and within mere seconds, he succumbed to the abyss of death. As Wei Dan recalled the coercion exerted by Lu Shiqiang, compelling her to commit murder before the watchful eyes of many, a wave of discontent surged within her. Ultimately, it seemed that maintaining a low profile was no longer feasible. Upon hearing the commotion outside gradually subside, Wu Xian swiftly opened the security door on the 19th floor as she spotted Wei Dan ascending stairs. With a joyful flourish, she swung the door wide open, only to be met with the alarming sight of Huang Mao brandishing a cleaver behind Wei Dan. In an instant, her expression shifted dramatically, and she shouted at Wei Dan, Dan, get down." The smile on Wei Dan's face instantly froze as the blonde-haired assailant raised his dagger, now alarmingly close. Suddenly, a gray shadow burst forth from the doorway, striking the blonde's face with a claw. Seizing the opportunity, Wei Dan lunged forward. My face." Several crimson lines marred the blonde's visage, crossing over his eyes. One hand pressed against his bleeding face, while the other momentarily halted the dagger before he swung it forward. Bang! With the sound of a gunshot, the dagger clattered to the ground, and the blonde collapsed, struck in the heart. He lay there, blood gushing from his wounds, gasping. "Brother, I'm sorry I couldn't." In the corridor, upon hearing the gunshot, Wei Dan looked up, noticing the smoking muzzle of the pistol held by Wu Xian, who stood frozen in the doorway. I killed someone. There's a dead person here." Residents from other floors, emboldened by curiosity, approached to investigate, only to be greeted by a pool of blood. Chapter 31. Transformation after the storm of blood and chaos. Wei Dan disregarded the sounds emanating from below. She swiftly rose and rushed to Wu Xian's side, relieving her of the firearm clutched in her hand. Wu Xian remained in a state of shock, her face reflecting panic as she gazed at Wei Dan, incredulous. Dun. I just took a life. Do not fear. They were all villains, deserving of their fate. Bidan risusurit her. Unlike Wei Dan, who had grown accustomed to the act of killing, Wu Xian grappled with psychological barriers. Wei Dan embraced Wu Xian, gently patting her back in an effort to soothe her troubled heart. The door slowly creaked open under its own momentum, revealing the mother and daughter peering through the crack at the grim scene outside. Aunt Shui, stricken with terror, felt her legs give way, only to be steadied by Lily. Both wore expressions of sheer horror. Bang! Startled by the gunfire, Chuizheng pounded on the door with renewed fervor, demanding to know what was transpiring outside. Lily, one hand supporting Aunt Shui and the other bracing the door, sensed the tremors reverberating from behind it. With a pale complexion, she inquired, "Sister Dan, will this door ever open?" Upon hearing the knock at the door from Chuizheng, Wei Dan gently released Wu Xian from her embrace. In a flash, Qi Bao demonstrated its remarkable speed, appearing on Wu Xian's shoulder in the blink of an eye. Meow. It purred, licking its paw, and softly called out to Wei Dan, seemingly reassuring her not to worry. Lily pulled Aunt Shui aside, creating space for Wei Dan, who then stepped forward to free Cui Zheng. Lily, are you all right? Dad. Upon seeing Cui Zheng, Lily rushed forward and enveloped him in a tight embrace, her crimson eyes finally unable to hold back the tears. Hui Zheng gently pulled Lily away, inspecting both of them from head to toe. Once assured of their safety, he turned to Wei Dan, gratitude etched on his face. He bowed deeply towards Wei Dan and Wu Xian, expressing his heartfelt thanks. This bow was a gesture of appreciation for Wei Dan's willingness to risk her own safety to save their lives. Wei Dan hurriedly approached and helped Cui Zheng to his feet. Uncle Cui, please don't say that. You have always been affected by us. This crisis was entirely overcome thanks to their skills and intellect, and in the future. He hesitated, pondering for a moment before continuing. Dandan, I wish to propose a deal with you. Cui Zheng released Wei Dan's hand, cautiously closing the security door of the corridor, then turned to Wei Dan with a serious expression. I know where there are guns and ammunition. His words fell like a bombshell, causing the others to change color in shock. However, unlike the expressions of Aunt Cui and Lily, Wei Dan's reaction was one of astonishment mingled with joy. Uncle Cui, are you serious? Yes, I can reveal the location, but... Cui Zheng paused, refraining from disclosing the whereabouts of the firearms. He took a deep breath, made a decision in his heart, and continued, I want a gun. He lifted his head, his gaze resolute. If you find them, I want a gun. Since the moment he heard the gunfire, he had been contemplating this matter. He could not allow his family to be in danger. Old Cui, what are you saying? Dad, Aunt Cui and Lily were both filled with disbelief, for this was the first time they had seen such a side of Cui Zheng. Wei Dan did not lose her composure due to Cui Zheng's words. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, Uncle Cui, allow me to consider it further. Since Cui Zheng chose to share the information with them, the location must be of considerable significance. Wei Dan cast a worried glance at Wu Xian, who was still lost in thought. Perhaps it would be prudent to wait a little longer. Cui Zheng recognized that he might be placing undue pressure on her. Very well, should you be inclined. I am prepared to set off at any moment. Wei Dan nodded, momentarily setting aside the matter at hand. She thought of the bodies outside. If they were not attended to soon, the summer heat would surely invite an unpleasant odor. Her gaze swept the area as she made her decision. Lily, please wait here with Aunt Cui, Wei Dan instructed, turning to Uncle Cui. Are you able to assist? We shall go outside to take care of things. Upon hearing Wei Dan's plan, Cui Zheng did not hesitate and nodded decisively. As Wei Dan opened the security door and stepped one leg outside, Wu Xian suddenly reached out and grasped her arm. I shall go too. I shall go too. Wu Xian repeated, fearing that Wei Dan might refuse. Wei Dan felt a sense of relief as Wu Xin took the initiative to make this step. She gently placed her hand on the back of Wu Xin's hand and gave it a soft pat, expressing her approval. Cui Zheng was the first to emerge from the room, laboriously dragging the charred, bald head down the stairs. The scorched head thudded against the steps, producing a series of dull thumps. Grandma, there's someone outside, and he asked, dragging someone else. Is this a new game? The innocent voice of a child echoed from room 1801. Cui Zheng heard their conversation and sighed helplessly, pausing to wipe the sweat from his brow before resuming his strenuous task of pulling the bald head down the stairs. For the sake of his family, he had no regrets. How could you let this happen to my grandchild? If anything happens to him, I will have my son divorce you. Upon entering, the elderly woman, holding the child, transformed into a figure of sharp criticism, launching a tirade at her daughter-in-law. Mom, that is Uncle Cui outside. What are you? What Uncle Cui? Don't corrupt my grandchild. He is a murderer. Although Cui Zheng could not hear the commotion within room 1801, Wei Dan and Wu Xin absorbed every word with clarity. When Dan gazed anxiously at Wu Xian's retreating figure, and upon noticing her tightly clenched fists, she could no longer restrain herself from speaking. Do not heed those words. They are misguided. Hearing the voice behind her, Wu Xian halted and shook her head. Dan, I am fine. I merely feel utterly useless. In this apocalyptic world, I still cannot manage to adapt. Human nature is such that, regardless of one's actions, malice will inevitably flourish. Once Wu Xian came to this realization, suppressing the urge to retch, she approached the corpse of the blonde-haired man, lowering her gaze to the blood-soaked machete. This very weapon had nearly been plunged into Wei Dan's flesh. Wu Xian's resolve intensified, and with a surge of strength, she hoisted the body onto her shoulder, allowing the viscous blood to drip down. Wei Dan observed Wu Xian's transformation in silence, choosing to follow closely behind her without uttering a word. Chapter 32. Who is your leader? Speak. Wei Dan walked at the rear, casually dragging Lu Shiqiang's lifeless body as the sound of his head striking the staircase echoed in concert with the previous thuds. You cannot. Suddenly, amidst the cacophony, a feeble voice emerged. Upon hearing it, Zhang swiftly bent down to investigate, noticing a narrow slit opening in the pitch-black face of the man. Is he still alive? Zhang released his grip and crouched down, leaning closer to the bald man's ear. What did you say? You, let me go. I assure you, the boss won't cause you trouble. The man, barely clinging to life, struggled to speak, his breath shallow and labored. I am from Longhu. You must let me go. Before he could finish, he gasped and succumbed once more into unconsciousness. Longhu? How could Longhu manifest at this moment? Wei Dan's gaze sharpened instantly. Had Longhu already established its scale before the apocalypse began? No, that could not be right. Something must have transpired that Wei Dan was unaware of. Could it be that there are other individuals who have been reborn? Wei Dan was astounded by her own thoughts, her eyelids fluttering in disbelief. She discarded Lu Shiqiang's lifeless body and, in an uncharacteristic frenzy, seized the collar of the bald man, shaking him violently. Who is your boss? Speak. Yet, no matter how fiercely Wei Dan shook him, the bald man remained limp, his head drooping without a trace of response. Witnessing such an unhinged side of Wei Dan for the first time, Wu Xian hurriedly stepped forward to intervene. Dun Den, please calm down. He's beyond help. Wei Dan was forcibly pulled away by Wu Xian, while Zhang quickly reached out towards the bald man's nostrils, but there was no breath left. Wei Dan was aware of her lapse in composure. Taking a deep breath to regain her poise, she asserted, "We must not abandon his body here." With that, she opened the window of the 18th floor stairwell and, with a swift motion, heaved Lu Shiqiang's lifeless form out, followed closely by Wuxin. The sound of two splashes echoed as the body was swallowed by the water below, vanishing from sight. Once the remains were dealt with, Zhang fetched 3 mops and a bucket from his home, and the trio diligently wiped away the conspicuous bloodstains. After tidying up, Wei Dan led the two to Lu Shiqiang's residence. Since the ground floor had been completely inundated, he had stored all supplies in Unit 1001. As Zhang approached to unlock the door, Wuxin halted him. Without hesitation, Wei Dan delivered a powerful kick to the door, causing the security barrier of 1001 to detach from its frame. Zhang's mouth fell open in astonishment, and it took him a moment to recover from the shock. Get used to it. This is how they operate, Zhang. Wei Dan was the first to enter the room, and to her astonishment, there lay a corpse within. She stepped closer to investigate, faintly recalling that this individual was one of those she had previously shot in the thigh. Could it be that he succumbed to his injuries? Zhang also recognized this person as one who had been wounded earlier. Wei Dan turned over the corpse and, grasping a dagger, sliced through the trousers on the man's thigh. Though the wound was not deep, it had already begun to fester. It was not a fatal injury. No. As Wei Dan felt the man's emaciated abdomen and recalled his curled posture at the time of death, the cause of his demise became evident. He had succumbed to starvation. Wei Dan lifted the garment covering his abdomen, revealing a gaunt belly. How despicable! No wonder none of his little subordinates proved to be of any use. He truly deserves this fate. Upon learning the truth, Wuxin and Zhang unleashed a torrent of vitriol upon Lu Shiqiang. Wei Dan seized the individual and hurled them out the window. The supplies within the room were evidently pilfered, a chaotic assortment of various items. Wei Dan carelessly selected a few, leaving the remainder for Zhang to manage. Zhang, however, did not take much, only a modest amount of easily preserved provisions. As he recalled the anti-theft door that Wei Dan had kicked away, he wiped the sweat from his brow, realizing that a reinforced security door was essential. Today's events had imparted a stark understanding of the brutal law of the jungle to Zhang. He refrained from uttering polite platitudes this time and sincerely expressed his gratitude to Wei Dan. Ever since he overheard the gossip among the neighbors, He had resolved to promptly enhance the security of both their homes. Dan, what shall we do with the body? Came Wu Xian's voice from the entrance, where she was wrapped in a bath towel, changing her slippers. This person could not be allowed to surface. Any discovery would yield dire consequences. Wei Dan lacked the strength to confront the vast Longhu base, especially considering that Longhu might have evolved beyond its previous state. Wuxin observed Wei Dan voraciously devouring rice alongside spicy boiled meat, the bright red chili oil causing her stomach to churn, nearly prompting her to retch. "You truly have an impressive appetite," she exclaimed with a look of distaste, giving Wei Dan a thumbs up. "There's water on the tea table. You should sip some to ease your discomfort." "That sounds delightful." The gluttonous Wuxin never anticipated a day when she would struggle to eat. She guzzled the water like a thirsty beast, feeling invigorated as the cool sensation spread through her digestive system, gradually banishing the nauseous feeling in her stomach. Both families, having survived adversity, cherished the moments spent together with their loved ones. In an unprecedented turn of events, Wei Dan opted to remain indoors, spending her time lounging with Wu Xian. Meanwhile, the others in the building displayed less restraint. Lu Shiqiang, who had previously roamed about committing acts of robbery, left his family in a state of trepidation, harboring grievances yet remaining silent. With Lu Shiqiang now having met his demise at the hands of Wei Dan, his subordinates scattered and lost their cohesion. Bold individuals seized the cover of night to infiltrate Lu Shiqiang's residence, dividing the remaining supplies amongst themselves. Having acquired a considerable bounty, they became intoxicated with the thought that Lu Shiqiang's oppressive presence was no longer a threat, even establishing a committee on the spot, completely overlooking the fact that their fortunes were a direct result of Wei Dan and her companion's actions. What about those on the 19th floor? Should we invite them in? And what of Uncle Chui? A tall, slender man shivered at the recollection of the bloodstains on the staircase. While we call them, do not forget they are murderers. Another man, bespectacled and disapproving, leaned against the door, a damp cigarette dangling from his lips as he struggled to ignite his lighter. Indeed, they are murderers. I dare say, Chui Zheng is a butcher himself. Allowing such vile individuals to reside here is a mercy. Exactly. We shall heed Lu's counsel and refrain from contacting them. The anxious tall man expressed his worry. But they truly are murderers. What if they come after us? The bespectacled man, frustrated by opposition, hurled his cigarette to the ground. Damn it, they dare. Lu Shiqiang was no ordinary man. We are law-abiding citizens. Crushing the cigarette underfoot, he gestured mysteriously to the others, who leaned in closer. Let us put it this way. If they wish to serve a shorter sentence, they will need our testimony. It is they who must seek our assistance. Chapter 33. Another notification? Upon hearing this, the four grew increasingly emboldened, promptly establishing a committee right then and there. Meanwhile, on the 19th floor, Wei Dan vaguely sensed some commotion but had little time to dwell on it. At that moment, she was blissfully reclining on the sofa, with Qi Bao peacefully nestled in her lap. She gently stroked the cat's silky fur, relishing this rare moment of tranquility. Compared to a few days prior, Qi Bao had noticeably filled out, its coat transforming from coarse to a glossy sheen. As it lay in Wei Dan's embrace, eyes half closed in contentment, she tenderly scratched its chin, prompting a satisfying purr from Qi Bao, who even flipped onto its back, revealing an unreserved trust and dependence. You little rascal, you certainly know how to enjoy life, Wei Dan teased with a smile. As if understanding her words, Qi Bao suddenly sprang up, landing gracefully on the floor while casting a disdainful glance back at her. Such a troublesome little creature. And I wasn't even going to pet you, Wei Dan remarked, a bemused smile crossing her face. She observed Qi Bao's transformation. Its intelligence had clearly surpassed that of an ordinary cat. Today, thanks to Qi Bao's timely intervention, she was afforded the luxury of lounging at home. You were splendid today, Qi Bao. A reward of well water is in order. Wei Dan closed her eyes and entered the space. Since her last upgrade, she had yet to properly explore it. The space remained largely unchanged, with the most significant transformation being the expansion of the land area to 800 square meters. Observing the vacant plot in the center, Wei Dan resolved to plant potatoes there. The psychic energy of Wei Dan continued to extend forward. The villa still stood there, its appearance having undergone little change. It had not further enlarged its footprint. It merely added an additional small loft. Wei Dan did not enter to investigate, but instead utilized her telekinetic abilities to organize the supplies she had previously stored. Time was of the essence, and everything had been carelessly discarded on the ground. A haphazard pile of materials accumulated in the center, prompting Wei Dan to commence her tidying efforts. She first extracted the water-stained items from the chaotic heap, delicately placing them on the balcony of room 1902 to dry. Subsequently, she turned her attention to the remaining supplies. Watches, alcoholic beverages, and tobacco were meticulously sorted, each item handled with the utmost care, as if they were the most precious treasures. However, as she reached the bottom of the pile, an unexpected discovery nearly made her burst into laughter. A box of children's novelty items came into view, and Wei Dan could not help but chuckle. Upon opening the box, she found an array of premium Okamoto products, splendidly varied and abundant. Wei Dan's laughter grew increasingly boisterous, the curve of her lips nearly stretching to the roots of her ears. This is truly invaluable. In this apocalyptic world, such resources are undoubtedly treasures beyond measure. Wei Dan carefully placed this box alongside the more than 40 antique boxes she had previously stored in her space, and then continued to sift through the collection. Wei Dan utilized her telekinetic abilities to open all the boxes, gently placing them on the ground. Within each box lay a piece of yellow silk, upon which the origins, dates, and estimated values of the antiques were meticulously inscribed. There were burial porcelain vases from Empress Dowager Cixi of the Qing dynasty, calligraphy and paintings from the Song dynasty, and bracelets from the Ming dynasty. What a remarkable fortune for Wei Dan. Wei Dan scanned each item and finally spotted a solitary empty box in the center, the only one of its kind. She lifted the yellow cloth within the box, which bore an inscription indicating that it was a moral exhortation from the Tongji era of the Qing dynasty, valued at 2 million, with no market recommendations for collection. Wei Dan glanced at the end, curling her lips in disdain. It seems it is indeed worthless. What exactly is the essence of this space? Wei Dan carefully sealed the remaining boxes and placed them in the attic of the villa. During the initial upgrade of the space, it absorbed a treasured calligraphy work passed down through her family. In the second instance, it acquired an ancient coin of unknown origin. Now, as she prepared for the third upgrade, Wei Dan speculated that the space seemed to favor the absorption of heirloom antiques, judging by the first and this latest enhancement. Indeed, it is a space of exquisite taste, a means of saving money. However, Wei Dan did not feel joy at this revelation, for the selective nature of the space's absorption indicated that the difficulty of upgrading had significantly increased. With a forlorn expression, Wei Dan approached the well. The bucket, having grown larger with the enhancement of space, now yielded twice the amount of water with each descent. She meticulously filled 2 thermos cups with the water she drew today, and upon opening her eyes, she poured the remainder into Qibao's water bowl. The moment Qibao caught wind of the well water, she incessantly pawed at Wei Dan's hand. Yet Wei Dan remained unresponsive, her eyes still closed. After what felt like an eternity, when Wei Dan finally opened her eyes, Qibao, brimming with excitement akin to a little puppy, followed closely behind her, never straying an inch away. After watering, Wei Dan stepped onto the balcony and retrieved the potatoes into her space, where the tubers had sprouted vibrant green shoots. Following the instructions from the tutorial video, she applied a layer of wood ash to the potato pieces using her mental focus and planted them in the soil beside the fast-growing vegetables. Dandan, rubbing her sleepy eyes, emerged barefoot from the bedroom, holding a radio. Upon hearing Wu Xian's voice, Wei Dan set down the potato chunks and exited the space. "What is the matter? Another announcement?" Wei Dan inquired, gazing at the radio nestled in Wu Xian's arms. "Yes. Just now, there is a notification that the Tianqing Reservoir is going to release water. There is also a possibility of floods and mudslides in the near future, urging citizens to remain vigilant for their safety." Wu Xian stifled a yawn and glanced at the wall clock, realizing it was already 1:30 in the morning. To issue a notification at this hour? I almost thought it was dawn. With a hint of impatience, Wu Xian shoved the radio into Wei Dan's embrace, yawning once more. "I'm going back to sleep. You should turn in early as well. Wei Dan, lost in contemplation, responded softly as she retrieved her night vision goggles and approached the window. The once tranquil pool of water had indeed transformed into a turbulent torrent, its level rising with alarming speed, threatening to submerge the second floor's windows. As Wei Dan had anticipated, water was already beginning to seep through the second floor windows, and the furniture lay submerged in the rising tide. The family, compelled by necessity, stood atop the dining table, clinging to their possessions. "Father, what are we to do?" A voice lamented. "Useless fool. You should have heeded my advice and purchased the upper floor," barked the man, standing on the table, clad only in a pair of shorts. His wife's complaints ignited his ire. "You foolish spendthrift. Do not whine at me here. Tomorrow, I shall confront the building manager. If all else fails, we shall move to the 19th floor." The woman, unaware of who the building manager was, assumed her husband was merely boasting and fiercely grasped his ear. "Who is this building manager? Kui Zing? They are murderers. Would you dare to reside in the abode of a murderer? Release me. I declare it exists." An urgent announcement echoed from the radio, warning that the reservoir's flood discharge had caused multiple water pipe ruptures, and water supply would be suspended in 2 hours. Citizens were urged to stockpile water in advance, with a specific time for restoration yet to be determined. The radio continued to repeat the emergency notification. "The reservoir's flood discharge has led to multiple water pipe ruptures, Chapter 34. The source of the stench turns out to be myself." Wei Dan heard the notification from the radio, yet she remained lying in bed, unresponsive. With her eyes closed, she busied herself in her mind, cultivating potatoes in a realm of her own. Yu Dan has proactively installed a water tank and purification system on the rooftop, while Wu Xin has also prepared sufficient water in advance, ensuring there are no issues regarding water supply. Furthermore, there is always the tap water available within Yu Dan's space. Wei Dan's lack of concern regarding water usage does not imply that others share her indifference. Shortly after the emergency notice was disseminated, a cacophony erupted in the corridor. Soaring, working late to modify his doorway, heard the urgent alert and hastily awakened the mother and daughter duo to stockpile water. He then carried a makeshift water storage device he had prepared in advance and ascended to the balcony to install it. The other residents, lacking the foresight exhibited by Wei Dan and the practical skills of Soaring, could only mobilize as a family, groping in the dark to fill every available container with water. While others were preoccupied with gathering water, those on the second floor were hurriedly moving out. With only an hour until the floodwaters would be released, the water level surged several meters, completely inundating the entire second floor. A man clad in shorts, the building manager, climbed to the 15th floor under the feeble light of a candle and happened to notice the door of apartment 1502 ajar. Lu Wenshan was busy hoarding water and, caught off guard by someone calling him building manager, nearly failed to register the address. He set down the water bucket, adjusted his glasses with his right hand, and stared intently at the man before him, struggling to recognize him. "Who are you?" "Building manager. It's me, Xiao Wang, from the second floor, a member of our committee." Upon hearing committee, Lu Wenshan finally recalled the disheveled figure before him. "Xiao Wang, what has happened?" "My home was flooded tonight. Building manager. Please think of a solution and find us a place to stay." Xiao Wang rubbed his hands together, adopting a beseeching demeanor that made it difficult for Lu Wenshan to decline. "Wasn't Lu Shiqiang's previous apartment available? We arrived too late, and our neighbors took it." Lu Wenshan sighed, visibly torn. "Xiao Wang, it's not that I don't wish to assist you, but our building is currently full." Xiao Wang, already anticipating this excuse, chuckled slyly. "Isn't there still one unit on the 19th floor?" Upon hearing this audacious suggestion, Lu Wenshan's expression darkened. His earlier bravado had merely been a facade, and to maintain his dignity, he forced himself to respond. "Do you dare to occupy the apartment on the 19th floor? Would your wife and child dare to live there?" "I would," Xiao Wang retorted. "Did you not say they would have to plead with us? This is the perfect opportunity to assert our authority." He paused, a cheeky grin spreading across his face. "As the building manager, you currently only have us few who recognize your authority." Lu Wenshan's face grew even more grim. He had intended to discreetly visit each household come morning, reiterating the boast he had made, thereby solidifying his role as building manager. However, It seemed that Xiao Wang was not about to relent, and he could not afford to lose the hard-won title he had acquired. He suspected Suijing was behind this. Both were at most mere accomplices, and he doubted those two women would dare to commit murder in broad daylight. Believing himself to be clever, he pondered for a moment and, in order to preserve his position, gritted his teeth and agreed. Fine, I will take you up at dawn. Indeed, it was Lu Wenshan's audacity that inspired confidence. Meanwhile, Wei Dan herself lay soundly asleep in her bed. Half an hour earlier, while tending to the potatoes she had just begun planting, Wei Dan felt her mental energy waning and quickly drank a cup of well water to revive herself. However, instead of invigorating her, the water only deepened her fatigue, and she ultimately succumbed to the call of sleep, drifting into a dream. In the room, only Wei Dan's rhythmic breathing and the occasional cracking of her joints broke the silence. This state persisted until dawn, when a layer of black sludge oozed from her exposed skin, filling the room with a putrid odor. Lying in bed, Wei Dan unconsciously sniffed the air, exclaiming, "How foul!" Frowning, she sat up and searched for the source of the stench, only to glance down and discover that her body was covered in black mud. Wei Dan raised her arm to her face and took a deep breath, only to find herself unable to hold it any longer. The unpleasant odor was emanating from herself. Without uttering a word, Wei Dan hurriedly dashed into the bathroom, washing herself thoroughly. As the water cascaded down, her skin transformed into a translucent sheen, as delicate as that of an infant. However, the most remarkable change she felt was in her senses. Her eyes, with a focused gaze, could effortlessly adjust their focal length. She attempted to fixate on the droplets streaming from the shower head, each drop vividly manifesting in her line of sight. She inhaled deeply, no longer perceiving a muddled scent, but rather discerning each aroma and its approximate direction with precision. Her ears, too, could regulate the distance of sounds. She concentrated her mind and extended her awareness, clearly hearing the voices of several men. "Hey, are we just the two of us going to 19th floor?" Xiao Wang, clad in a shirt that clung tightly to his frame, revealing a protruding belly, expressed his surprise. He had assumed Lu Wenshan would summon the others, not expecting him to be so audacious as to venture alone. "What is wrong, afraid?" Lu Wenshan scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Xiao Wang. "Why fear those two girls?" Xiao Wang reconsidered. After all, those two were merely in their early 20s, not seasoned killers. Straightening his back, he followed Lu Wenshan with feigned bravado, unaware that he resembled a collector of protection fees. Upon reaching the steps of the 19th floor, they were greeted by the sight of a spiked security door, with several bloodstains still visible in the stairwell. "Leader, why is there so much blood?" Xiao Wang, startled by the ominous iron door, instinctively took a step back, shedding his previous bravado. Observing the security arrangements, Lu Wenshan felt a sense of relief. Indeed, it was due to Cui Zheng's craftsmanship. If those two were truly formidable, such a door would be unnecessary. Xiao Wang contemplated retreating, but recalled boasting to his formidable mother at home, causing his head to shake vigorously in refusal. Lu Wenshan, noticing his cowardice, emitted a derisive snort and called out from a distance, "Wei Dan, are you home? We are from the committee and need to discuss something with you." Receiving no response, Xiao Wang discreetly stepped back, hiding behind Lu Wenshan. "Wei Dan, are you home?" Lu Wenshan sighed and repeated his inquiry. With a creak, a noise emanated from behind the door, causing both men's hearts to race as they anxiously fixated on the security barrier. Chapter 35. We have agreed on the previous matters. Committee? A pale face appeared in the crack of the door, revealing Wei Dan's wary expression as she scrutinized the two strangers outside. "What do you want?" she inquired cautiously. Lu Wenshan appraised the girl before him. Her skin was almost translucent, her complexion rosy like a peach. Though her physique appeared sturdy, it lacked the hardened aura of a martial artist. Internally relieved, he lowered his guard and took a step closer to the door, wearing a warm smile, akin to the gentle caress of spring. "Hello, I am a newly appointed building manager. You must be Wei Dan from 1901. Building manager? Where did you come from?" The situation is as follows. Due to the reservoir releasing water, our building's second floor has been flooded. Consequently, 2 households must relocate. one of which has already been arranged by our committee to move to the 9th floor. He paused briefly, then gestured to Xiao Wang, pushing him forward. This is Xiao Wang from the 2nd floor. We were considering arranging for him to move into 1902. Upon hearing that a household was moving into Lu Shiqiang's residence, Wei Dan understood their true intentions. They were once again coveting 1902. Wei Dan was nearly amused to the point of laughter, her tone unmistakably tinged with discontent. Are you seeking my permission? Lu Wenshan, misinterpreting the situation as a potential turning point, maintained his sanctimonious demeanor and retorted earnestly. Of course, the mission of our committee is to uphold fairness and justice. Our neighbors should stand together in times of adversity, for Lu Wenshan's words trailed off as he suddenly realized that Wei Dan was indicating her disapproval. He awkwardly cleared his throat, taken aback by Wei Dan's obstinacy. She was remarkably unyielding. Wei Dan, the suggestion to have Xiao Wang move in is primarily for your benefit. This man certainly had a way with words, yet he regrettably lacked a sense of self-awareness. With a disdainful glance from the corner of her eye, Wei Dan stood quietly behind the door, prepared to observe what tales this man could conjure. Lu Wenshan bent down, peering through the crack of the door, one hand covering his mouth as he whispered, "You were involved in a fatal incident before, and our committee is aware that it was Lu Shiqiang's fault, which is precisely why we decided to allow Xiao Wang's family to move in. Just think, they have been in close proximity to you, perfectly positioned to testify before the police." Listening to them, Wei Dan could not help but smirk in her heart. These individuals always sought to mask their selfish motives with the most grandiloquent justifications. However, how could Wei Dan be so easily deceived? You speak eloquently, but I fear you would not dare to reside here in 1902. Since they regarded Wei Dan as a pliable target, she would certainly not let them off the hook so easily. After drinking from the well, Wei Dan was imbued with a surge of vitality. And as she pondered how to channel this newfound energy, she resolved to bestow upon them a grand gift. Lu Wenshan, noticing a shift in Wei Dan's demeanor, felt a surge of joy and was about to speak when Xiao Wang interjected eagerly. It's all right. I am quite bold and unafraid. Wei Dan, dear sister, do not worry. I reside upstairs and can protect you." Xiao Wang boasted, thumping his chest with bravado. What a so-called murderer. She is merely an inexperienced young girl. Lu Shiqiang cannot even handle such a little girl. What a worthless fool. He thought dismissively, regardless of what lies within. Once he moves in, this girl is rather attractive. Lu Wenshan cast an irritable glance at Xiao Wang, then turned back with a smile, exclaiming, "Indeed, Brother Xiao Wang is quite courageous, perfectly suited to safeguard both of you lovely ladies." Wei Dan was rendered speechless by the remarks of the two individuals. "Very well. Since Brother Wang is willing to reside with the corpse, I shall consent." But what does this consent imply? A corpse? With a tone softened by intrigue, Wei Dan recounted the grim tale of Lu Shiqiang and his companions, noting the absence of provisions. After finishing her narrative, she coyly licked her lips, savoring the memory of the exquisite flesh. Lu Wenshan leaned in, his face betraying palpable disdain as he remarked, "My dear, your story is truly a fantastical fabrication." He scoffed and straightened up, only to catch sight of the security door slowly creaking open. Emerging from the threshold was Wei Dan, her once porcelain visage now marred by blood, cradling a dripping hunk of flesh in her hands. She appeared as a specter risen from the depths of hell, gliding ominously towards them. "Ah!" Lu Wenshan screamed in terror, losing his balance and crashing to the ground. All his prior mental preparations shattered in that instant. "Why you? Don't come any closer," he stammered, his voice trembling as he gazed at Wei Dan. She approached with a sinister grin, leaving a trail of crimson footprints in her wake. In that moment, his body turned to stone, as if ensnared by an invisible frost. His mouth, agape in horror, felt bound by unseen chains, rendering him utterly voiceless. Indeed, when Wei Dan had casually mentioned the word corpse, the flicker of doubt within him had dissolved, replaced by an icy grip of dread. The footsteps of Wei Dan echoed like the relentless drumbeats of death, steadily approaching Lu Wenshan, who lay upon the ground. She lowered her head, her expression transforming into one of exhilarating anticipation, akin to a predator fixated on its prey. "I am grateful for the generous gift from the building manager," she whispered, her words flowing like an incantation. "I shall ensure that room 1902 is immaculately cleaned to welcome the new neighbor." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wang trembled involuntarily, a wave of terror washing over him. In a state of panic, he cried out, "No, please don't kill me. I can't stay here. I want to leave." Within her heart, Wei Dan could not help but laugh uncontrollably, yet her face feigned a look of regret. From behind, she drew forth a dagger, advancing slowly. The floor manager remained silent, and I had yet to grasp this realization. Since she was here, the sunlight glinted off the blade of the dagger, reflecting onto Lu Wenshan's face, awakening him from his stupor as he cried out in panic, "We were wrong. Stop it. Let's go." Lu Wenshan and Xiao Wang scrambled in a frantic escape from the 19th floor, with the terrified Xiao Wang being dragged along, having soiled his pants. Wu Xian, hearing the commotion outside, had just opened the door when she beheld Wei Dan, drenched in blood. "Wow, what is going on? What do you have in your hand?" Wei Dan, however, remained unconvinced, casually thrusting the bloodied piece of meat into Wu Xian's hands, a slab of fresh pork. "We shall indulge in braised pork for lunch today." Wu Xian gazed at the pork in her grasp, still warm with the lingering touch of Wei Dan's palm and faint traces of blood. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she followed closely behind. Do they truly believe it? As she chewed on the tender braised meat, a look of incredulity washed over her. This is utterly naive. That so-called head of the building possesses not even a fraction of the courage that Uncle Chui does. The arrival of Lu Wenshan and his companion felt like a bucket of cold water, further illuminating for Wei Dan the insatiable abyss of human greed. Although the two had not yet committed any overtly egregious acts today, Wei Dan remained on high alert. She understood that when individuals are driven to the brink, they often abandon their last vestiges of humanity. Thus, she resolved to prepare for the most calamitous scenarios that might unfold. "You have a walkie-talkie with you, right?" Wu Xian lifted her face from the bowl, confusion flickering in her eyes as she looked at Wei Dan. "Yes, it's with me. What's the matter?" Wei Dan gently placed the dishes on the table, her gaze resolutely fixed on Wu Xian. In a moment, she would need to mention to Uncle Chui the matter we had previously agreed upon. Chapter 36. Let us venture forth. But did you not say before that it would undoubtedly be perilous, and that we should not take risks lightly? Wu Xian looked up at Wei Dan in confusion. Wei Dan took a deep breath, pursing her lips, and gazed at Wu Xin, shaking her head. Compared to the cruelty that lies ahead, the present is hardly perilous. Just like Lu Wenshan and his companions, even if they harbor ulterior motives, they're only bold enough to engage in idle chatter for now. The future remains uncertain. Wu Xin understood that once Wei Dan made a decision, it was always after careful contemplation, and her sole option was to support her. "Very well, but you cannot leave me at home. Otherwise, all discussions are off." In truth, Wei Dan's choice to venture out at this moment was also intended to cultivate Wu Xin's abilities. In her past life, Wu Xin always shielded Wei Dan, which led to her being distracted by Wei Dan's safety during life-and-death moments, ultimately costing her life. After Wu Xin's demise, the defenseless Wei Dan became akin to a lamb in the apocalypse, vulnerable to slaughter. With such a cautionary tale behind them, Wei Dan resolutely refused to allow a similar fate to befall them again. Seizing the opportunity while the forces of evil were just beginning to rise, it was the perfect time to train Wu Xin. "All right, we shall go together." Chui Zheng had not slept all night. His eyes were bloodshot. Since the traumatic experience of his wife and daughter being kidnapped, he had tirelessly remained in his workshop, crafting useful tools. Upon receiving news from Wu Xin, he quickly gathered the tools in hand along with the arrows he had previously prepared and made his way excitedly towards the 19th floor. Wei Dan set up a table in the corridor on the 19th floor, accompanied by 3 chairs, atop which lay a detailed map of Tianqing. "Dandan, Uncle Chui has arrived," Wu Xian announced as he entered through the second door, accompanied by Chui Zheng. "Uncle Chui, please come take a seat." Wei Dan, pouring water from a kettle, noticed Chui Zheng's entrance and promptly handed him a cup filled with water. Chui Zheng placed the items he had brought on the table and accepted the cup with both hands. Wei Dan attentively observed the bloodshot veins in Chui Zheng's eyes. Uncle Chui, you should drink some water and take a break. Your eyes suggest you didn't sleep well last night. Chui Zheng's fatigue was unmistakably evident as he sighed. Indeed, I dare not to sleep. With a troubled expression, he lifted the cup and took a sip. As the refreshing water slid down his throat, his eyes widened in surprise, and the redness within them dissipated almost instantly. This water is so cool. It truly invigorates. Wei Dan smiled gently and raised her cup to take a sip. The corridor lacked air conditioning, so she had chilled some water in advance, fearing it might be too warm for him. The liquid in Chui Zheng's cup, however, was not the ice water that Wei Dan had mentioned, but rather diluted well water. It wasn't that Wei Dan was stingy. She simply feared that if Chui Zheng drank too much, he might uncover the secret of the water. Nonetheless, even in its diluted form, it still possessed invigorating properties. Uncle Chui, can you now reveal to us the location of that place? Wei Dan rose from her chair and, with a swift motion, pushed a map of Tianqing across the table towards Chui Zheng. Upon hearing her words, Chui Zheng hastily set down his cup and retrieved a folded map from his pocket. Realizing that the map of Tianqing was of no use, he needed to examine this one. Chui Zheng unfolded the map, laying it over the Tianqing map. As the two focused their gaze, they were astonished to discover that it was a military map. Wei Dan and Wu Xin rose from their seats, their gazes fixed upon Chui Zheng as he gestured animatedly over the military map. Right here, Chui Zheng declared with unwavering conviction, pointing to a particular corner of the map. Wei Dan walked along the edge of the table to the map pointed out by Chui Zheng. Are you certain? Gui Zhang nodded solemnly. I am certain. This is something left behind by an old friend of mine. In his youth, Chui Zheng had spent some time in Myanmar, where he became embroiled in the gambling of jade, squandering his already meager fortune. The border of Myanmar is a gray area, and after losing all his money, Chui Zheng was introduced to a smuggling organization. This group dealt in various illicit trades, excluding only the sale of drugs. Chui Zheng managed to navigate this world fairly well, earning a modest sum, yet due to his extravagant lifestyle, he saved very little. He thought his life would continue in this manner until he encountered Aunt Chui, who had been trafficked. In a moment of compassion, Chui Zheng secretly rescued her and hid her in his home. The two spent day and night together and soon pledged their lives to one another. However, their happiness was short-lived. The leader of the organization discovered Chui Zheng's duplicity and sought to capture them. Fortunately, within days, his boss's schemes unraveled, leading to the disbandment of the organization overnight, and Chui Zheng temporarily preserved his life. After their marriage, in order to honor his promise, Chui Zheng moved with Aunt Chui to Tianqing. Yet, even until now, he has not seen that old friend. For the safety of his wife and daughter, he thoughtfully decided to share this matter with Wei Dan. Uncle Kui, you are truly a man of honor, Wu Xin exclaimed, giving Chui Zheng a thumbs up after hearing his past. Had Chui Zheng not brought it up himself, who would have guessed that this amiable man harbored such a story? Feeling shy from the praise, Chui Zheng chuckled and scratched his head. So, these firearms are stored in a military zone? Wei Dan did not lose sight of their ultimate objective due to Chui Zheng's past. Indeed, he claimed that the most dangerous place is the safest place. Upon hearing Chui Zheng's confirmation, Wei Dan exhaled deeply and slumped into her chair. Her expression clouded with worry as she rubbed her temples. Uncle Chui, she lamented, setting aside the perilous nature of this place. Can you truly ascertain that those firearms remain here after all these years? Wei Dan astutely posed the question, catching Chui Zheng off guard. He had never contemplated this matter before. Sitting in silence upon his chair, Chui Zheng reflected for a moment, then fixed his gaze upon Wei Dan and declared with conviction, Surely, he is still around. I am well acquainted with the cunning of this old friend. Dan, please trust me. Wei Dan found herself in a state of indecision, hesitant to make a rash choice. The sunk costs of this venture were substantial, far exceeding her initial expectations, making it a perilous undertaking. If she were to embark on this journey alone, it would be a different matter. She could simply retreat if faced with insurmountable odds. However, this time, they were three, and any misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. Yet, upon glancing at Chui Zheng's resolute demeanor, Her heart began to stir with anticipation. What if there truly was something extraordinary awaiting them? To forego such an opportunity would be a grave disappointment. Wuxin, observing Wei Dan's inner turmoil, recognized her capability in the present moment. Wei Dan was calm in the face of adversity and decisive in her actions, unafraid to venture into military territory. The sole consideration weighing on her mind was the safety of Wuxin. "Dandan, you must trust in my ability to protect myself." Wuxin grasped Wei Dan's hand, her gaze unwavering. Two pairs of determined eyes fixed upon Wei Dan, and with a resolute heart, she made her decision. Rising from her seat, she struck the table with conviction. "Very well. Let us embark on this adventure." Chapter 37. Cui zengesse idin dicts. Excellent. No problem at all. Cui Zheng and Wuxin were swept up in Wei Dan's fervor, springing to their feet in excitement. Wuxin was the first to extend her right hand, addressing the other two. Together, with unwavering resolve, we shall surely succeed. Cui Zheng beamed with delight, placing his right hand atop Wuxin's. Following closely behind, Wei Dan and the others clasped their hands tightly together, exclaiming in unison, "We shall surely succeed. Ha ha! It has truly been a long time since I have experienced such a feeling." The trust bestowed upon me by Wei Dan and the others rekindled a long-lost fervor within Cui Zheng. "Indeed, I'm grateful for your faith in me. Since we have resolved to embark on this endeavor, we must ensure that we are thoroughly prepared before proceeding. Unkule Kui, could you kindly elaborate on the specific route for us?" Wei Dan was acutely aware of the myriad dangers that lay ahead. However, she did not linger in her emotions for long. She resumed her seat and, with a composed demeanor, meticulously studied the two maps before her. Wei Dan never engages in battles without preparation. This upcoming expedition is fraught with peril, necessitating meticulous planning in advance. Cui Zheng unfurled the concealed map of Tiancheng, directing attention to a specific grove depicted upon it. "We shall traverse directly through here and access the target location via the rear entrance." As Wei Dan gazed upon the familiar location, her pupils constricted and a frown creased her brow. "Must we depart from here?" Wu Xian, intrigued by Wei Dan's words, leaned closer to the map. "Isn't this the site of our previous transaction with old Liang?" The very woods marked on the map indicated the abandoned chemical plant they had visited before. Cui Zheng was taken aback by their intense reaction. While they could circumvent other areas, this one was unavoidable. Noticing the unsettling expressions on their faces, he cautiously inquired, "Is there something amiss with this place?" The stakes were high, and Wu Xian hesitated to divulge the truth to Cui Zheng. She carefully glanced at Wei Dan, and upon receiving a nod of affirmation, she began to reveal the reality to Cui Zheng. "Are there assassins present?" "That indeed complicates matters." Cui Zheng found himself in a quandary, instinctively rubbing his chin as he pondered. "Let me think." He pushed the map towards Wei Dan and pointed to a specific area, saying, "If we traverse along the edge of the woods, we should be able to avoid encountering this group, shouldn't we?" Wei Dan could discern that the new route chosen by Cui Zheng was an earnest attempt to steer clear of the abandoned chemical factory. Yet, where this group of individuals might emerge remained uncertain to anyone. Wei Dan closed her eyes for a moment, contemplating. "Let us follow this route. We shall strive to pass through here during the night. Indeed, we must embark as soon as dusk falls." Suddenly, Suijing seemed to recall something important. After a brief silence, he continued, "There is a pressing issue. The materials we currently possess can only construct a small vessel accommodating 2 individuals. You need not worry about the boat. We have that covered." Wei Dan diverted her gaze from the map. "However, our available weaponry is rather limited, Suzheng." Upon hearing this, Suijing realized it pertained to his area of expertise, and he had indeed come prepared. Yes, he exclaimed, lifting the map from the table to reveal the items he had brought with him. The two of them stared in silence at the peculiar object on the table, momentarily at a loss for words. Could this chicken-foot-like contraption truly be a weapon? And what about the tattered cloth beside it? Do not be misled by its unremarkable appearance. This has been meticulously designed by me and is guaranteed to be effective. Suijing spoke with pride, confidently picking up the object that Wei Dan and her companion had likened to a chicken's claw. "I have named this device the Fulong hook, though it may resemble a chicken's foot now. It will not appear thus when deployed. With that, Suijing stepped to the doorway of room 1901 and activated the device, launching it toward the door of room 1902. The Fulong hook shot forth with a swift motion, trailing a slender steel wire behind it. As the claw made contact with the door, a steel spike unexpectedly shot out, embedding itself firmly within the door structure. Wuxing curiously approached and opened the security door of room 1902. Finding it unscathed, the iron spike had not penetrated through. As she tugged at the claw, it remained steadfastly in place. "My, this contraption is quite sturdy," she remarked, clearing his throat. Suijing was about to downplay his invention when he noticed Wei Dan exerting considerable force, successfully dislodging the claw with its sharp spike intact. This. Suijing held the activation switch, gazing at Wei Dan in disbelief. "It is merely that I possess a bit of strength. It is not that your device is inadequate, Suijing." Yuan Dan was taken aback to discover that she could extract it herself. It seemed yesterday's well water had not been consumed in vain. With the claw in hand, she wore an awkward smile. "Wow, Uncle Chui, you are truly remarkable. You live up to your reputation as Master Chui," Wu Exine exclaimed, utterly astonished, clutching the claw as if it were a precious treasure. Receiving such praise, Chui Zheng felt a surge of joy within him, prompting him to unveil another tattered piece of fabric. "This is a parachute." With a swift motion, the once limp cloth sprang to life, taking on the semblance of a gliding apparatus. Despite its worn appearance, this was the technologically advanced diamond cloth I painstakingly procured. Upon seeing the parachute, Yuan Dan could not help but lavish praise upon Chui Zheng, recognizing its invaluable utility for a hasty escape. "If I had known you were this skilled, I would not have been so conflicted." Flattered by their compliments, Chui Zheng experienced for the first time a sense of significance within the team. Once all preparations were in place, the trio agreed to gather at the delivery point outside the community at 8 o'clock that evening. As the clock struck 8, Chui Zheng stealthily made his way downstairs, but upon reaching the 15th floor, he unexpectedly encountered Lu Wenshan, who claimed to be the floor leader. "Uncle Chui, heading out?" Lu Wenshan seemed to have been waiting for him, showing no surprise at his descent. A veteran in the game, Chui Zheng maintained a calm demeanor and replied, "Oh, Wenshan, what brings you here at this hour?" Leaning against the wall with a persistent smile, Lu Wenshan remarked, "I'm just waiting for the meeting to commence." "Where are you off to?" Unable to deflect further, Chui Zheng answered, "I heard the second floor was flooded and thought I might lend a hand." "Oh, then you should join us for the meeting later." Earlier that afternoon, when Chui Zheng had departed from the 19th floor, Wu Xian had relayed Lu Wenshan's earlier visit without omission. Faced with Lu Wenshan's evidently ulterior motives, Chui Zheng felt an urgent need to descend and find a safe spot to inform Yuan Dan. Chapter 38. A heist? "No, I must check the water pipes in the back. We cannot be without water." Chui Zheng's rationale resonated with Lu Wenshan, who was no fool and understood the significance of water resources. "Then I appreciate your effort, Uncle Chui." Nodding in acknowledgement, Chui Zheng did not linger and promptly turned to descend, gradually vanishing from Lu Wenshan's sight. "I shall wait here and see what schemes you concoct." Having barely descended a few floors from the 15th, Chui Zheng encountered others, yet despite having a walkie-talkie, he found no opportunity to alert Yuan Dan. Anxiously, he exchanged hasty greetings and quickened his pace downwards. The temperature in the corridor was oppressively humid, and Chui Zheng felt a spike of tension within him. He did not pause until he reached the 3rd floor, panting heavily, wiping the sweat from his brow with his hand. Just as he was about to retrieve his walkie-talkie, he heard footsteps echoing from the 3rd floor corridor. Observing the water rising from the 2nd floor, he reluctantly stowed the walkie-talkie in a waterproof layer and plunged into the water. By the time he reached the delivery station, Yuan Dan and Wu Xan were already seated in the speedboat, awaiting Chui Zheng's arrival. "How'd you get here so swiftly? You didn't run into Lu Wenshan, did you?" Chui Zheng wiped the rainwater from his face, his expression one of astonishment. With a sly smile, Wei Dan realized she had narrowly escaped. This incident dates back to the moment she stepped outside. As the clock struck 8, just as Wei Dan and her companion were about to depart, they overheard a conversation between Chui Zheng and Lu Wenshan. Recognizing the futility of the route ahead, Wei Dan's mind sparked with inspiration. She retrieved the outdoor climbing rope she had previously purchased from her spatial storage and let it down from the window of a 19th floor stairwell. Utilizing their superior strength, the two effortlessly slid down the exterior wall and stealthily set off in their inflatable boat. Even if Lu Wenshan were to wait for days, he would not catch up with them. The trio navigated their inflatable boat along the preordained route, encountering numerous individuals who were venturing out to scavenge for supplies. Merely 2 days had passed since Wei Dan last encountered strangers outdoors. At that time, they had greeted each other amicably, but the atmosphere had markedly shifted by that evening. Most strangers gazed at Wei Dan and her companions with suspicion, while a small faction brazenly approached to rob them. "Hey, be wise and leave the supplies and the boat behind, or I shall take your lives." The speaker was a burly man clad in night vision goggles, his muscular torso exposed to the rain, brandishing a sharp butcher's knife stained with remnants of blood. Beneath him lay another inflatable boat, occupied by 4 individuals, all as robust as he, each wielding a weapon. The 4 before them represented the initial wave of provocateurs, exhibiting a level of proficiency that suggested this was not their first foray into such conduct. "You should be the ones to back off, hurry up, and get lost," Wu Xian declared, drawing forth a large machete and brandishing it menacingly. "A woman. Ha ha, this is truly fortuitous." The lead man, whose night vision goggles were of inferior quality, could only discern vague shapes cloaked in raincoats. Hearing Wu Xian's voice, he laughed unabashedly amidst the torrential downpour. "Perfect. None of you shall escape." The man cackled lewdly, steering the inflatable boat directly toward the 3. Wei Dan had long anticipated such an occurrence and had already donned her bow and arrows. She declared, "Increase the distance. I shall handle this." Upon hearing her words, Wu Xin urged the horse to gallop in the opposite direction. "Damn it! Hurry up! They are getting away!" the burly man exclaimed, witnessing Wei Dan's swift vessel effortlessly create distance. "Silence! I'm already at full speed." The assault boat owned by Wei Dan is undoubtedly the most specialized one available in the store, naturally outpacing ordinary craft. The burly man is aware of the disparity between the 2 boats. He swiftly retrieves a piece of wood from the surface of the water, exclaiming, "Damn it! Paddle harder." Catching up to their vessel is only a matter of time. Whoosh! Before the crew aboard could muster their strength, Wei Dan's arrow struck the assault boat first. "Damn it! They can shoot arrows." The burly man reached for the arrow to pull it out, only to be halted by a companion beside him. "Don't pull out. If you do, it's truly over. Row swiftly while it hasn't begun to leak." As soon as he finished speaking, a barrage of arrows descended from above, not only piercing the assault boat, but also injuring several men aboard. Apart from the first arrow, the subsequent ones were all shot by Wu Xin, who peered towards the distant assault boat and remarked, "It seems I have missed again." The distant vessel soon began to take on water, causing the burly men aboard to plummet into the depths. "Not miss. You hit precisely." Wu Xin beamed at Wei Dan's praise, grinning broadly as she propelled the boat forward with all her might. As they approached the abandoned chemical plant, the number of people they encountered dwindled, until their assault boat was the sole vessel within a 100-mile radius. The outlines of the woods gradually emerged before the trio, and Wu Xin cautiously navigated the assault boat into the foliage. The once dense forest was submerged in water, with only half of the tree trunks visible above the surface, and layers of leaves obscured Wei Dan's view. The boat slowed its pace, weaving carefully between the leaves, while the 3 aboard held their breath, wary of any lapse in vigilance. Each person clutched their breath tightly until they finally emerged from the wooded area, allowing themselves a moment of relief. Beyond the forest, few buildings remained as thick, stagnant water enveloped the former road, transforming it into a dark, expansive sea. As Wei Dan's ears twitched, she detected a sound emanating from a distance of 2,000 meters. She swiftly grasped Wu Xian's arm, urging Yin'er quickly, "Retreat into the woods." Chuizheng strained to hear, but detected no noise. Though puzzled by Wei Dan's assessment, he remained poised, holding his breath and refraining from making a sound aboard the assault craft. But number 1 has already taken a step back. There may not be another chance. The individual referred to as number 1 remained silent, fixated on the water surface. Alas, another sighed, opting not to press further. Their kayak gradually approached the forest, the sound of splashing water growing increasingly near. As they drew closer, not only did Wei Dan overhear the conversation, but Wu Xian did as well. She gasped in astonishment, silently exclaiming, "It's that number one, the leader of the assassins." Yet, why did number one's voice seem so familiar? Just as this thought crossed Wu Xian's mind, she dismissed it, rolling her eyes and shaking her head. I must have misheard. How could I possibly have encountered the leader of the assassins? As she shook her head, her movement brushed against the leaves behind her, producing a subtle, rustling sound. Number one in the kayak quickly lifted his gaze, peering through the foliage in the darkness, pinpointing the trio's location. Is someone there? Chapter 39. Arrival at the military zone. Number one closed his eyes and inhaled deeply in that direction, the scent wafting through the air into his nostrils. It's her. After pondering for a moment, he directed the person beside him, 199, paddle left. Without a hint of doubt, 199 gripped the oars tightly and steered the kayak to the side. As the sounds of water gradually faded, Wei Dan's tense body instantly relaxed. She slumped against the side of the boat, exclaiming, "Let us keep moving." Shui Zheng and Wu Xian, hearing Wei Dan's words, exhaled in relief, their expressions reflecting the aftermath of a harrowing experience. "We finally escaped. That was terrifying." Wu Xian wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead, coordinating with her hands to power the assault craft. As the trio's vessel sped away, the kayak, which had vanished into the woods, re-emerged in the night. "Were you hiding from them?" 199 observed his unwavering resolve and sighed in resignation. "Very well, then. Boss, please stay safe. I hope you achieve your goal." After offering his advice, 199 handed the oars to number one and, donning a mask, leaped into the water, swimming towards the woods. Number one waited momentarily before picking up the oars and leisurely paddling in the direction where Wei Dan and the others had vanished. Dun. Is that number one the same person they tried to capture last time? Wu Xian had long been curious but hesitated to ascertain their safety. It was only after she poured on the power to navigate the assault craft, finally leaving that perilous area, that she dared to inquire of Wei Dan. It should be. Shui Zheng, having heard Wu Xian mention this incident, finally comprehended the gravity of the earlier danger. "Are we safe now?" he asked anxiously, glancing back with trepidation, swallowing hard in fear. As Wei Dan closed her eyes and extended her auditory perception, she confirmed that there were no sounds within her range before opening her eyes and calmly stating, "It is safe. Do not worry." "That is good. Thankfully." Dan reacted promptly, or else they might have discovered us. Did they truly not notice? The kayak had initially been heading towards their direction, yet number one had suddenly altered its course. Was it merely a whimsical decision? No, that notion was quickly dismissed by Wei Dan. Although her view had been obstructed by leaves at the time, she still caught a glimpse of number one glancing in their direction through the sparse gaps. Why would he spare them? Wei Dan could not believe that a killer would suddenly exhibit compassion. What is it? Do you recall the man we encountered the last time you fainted? I remember. Shui Zheng listened attentively, aware of what questions were appropriate to ask. I feel that the voice of that number one just now resembled that of the man from that day, though it is possible I misheard. What did that person look like? Wei Dan sensed that Wu Xian was on the verge of uncovering the truth. If it was indeed that individual, it would elucidate why he had abruptly turned away moments ago. A bearded man? The person just now had a remarkably clean face. Were there any other distinguishing features? Wu Xian exhaled, closed her eyes, and fell into silence for a while before opening them and shaking her head in resignation, unable to recall any further details. Wei Dan did not blame Wu Xin. She gently patted her shoulder and suggested that if she couldn't recall, it was of no consequence, and she should focus on navigating the boat. Wu Xin sighed with self-reproach, bending down to adjust the throttle of the speedboat. When she lifted her hand, she noticed that remnants of gasoline had inadvertently smeared on the back of her hand, forming a dark spot. Annoyed, she was about to rub the stain off on her clothes when a sudden thought flashed through her mind. She turned around abruptly, her eyes alight with excitement as she gazed at Wei Dan. "Oh, I remember now. He has a mole in his eye." Wei Dan was taken aback. "Which eye? The left or the right?" "The right. Is the right eye." At this very moment, Wei Dan finally confirms that the man is indeed number one, but regrettably, They have already missed their chance. It is number one. Wei Dan shook her head and continued on her way, believing that fate would bring them together again. Wei Dan remained oblivious to the fact that number one was stealthily following closely behind them, although she felt a tinge of regret. The gravity of the situation necessitated a clear distinction between urgency and importance. The trio navigated the speedboat for an additional 3 hours, finally reaching the boundary of the military zone at 2 in the morning, in stark contrast to the pitch-black city left in the wake of the power outage. The boundary was illuminated by numerous lights. At that moment, Wei Dan and her companions concealed their speedboat behind a large tree. Cui Zheng retrieved the map from his pocket, enveloping himself within the raincoat. Indeed, this was the location, the entrance with the weakest military presence. Yu Dan glanced at the distance to the watchtower, realizing that even she could not discern it clearly with the naked eye. She reached into her bag and extracted 3 professional-grade night vision goggles, handing them to the 2 individuals. Dan, I truly admire you. You always manage to turn the tide in critical moments. A hint of embarrassment flickered across Yu Dan's face upon receiving the compliment, as both she and Wu Xin understood that it was the spatial advantage of play. They merely pressed their lips together in silence. Cui Zheng, oblivious to their subtle expressions, was entirely captivated by the night vision goggles in Yu Dan's hands. With palpable excitement, he removed his own goggles and eagerly accepted the night vision device. Due to the absence of signals in this apocalyptic world, all surrounding cameras remained dormant, supplanted instead by increased manpower. At the 11 o'clock position, 2 soldiers could be seen atop the tower, while only 1 soldier stood at the 1 o'clock position. However, below on the platform, a group of individuals was engaged in some unknown activity. Within the military area, there were 3 to 5 patrolling inflatable boats, one of which carried 4 individuals. After gathering the essential information, Yu Dan set down the night vision goggles and inquired of Cui Zheng, Uncle Cui, which entry point do you think will be most suitable? Having never partaken in reconnaissance at a military base, Yu Dan felt uncertain and could only place her hopes in Cui Zheng. With his eyes closed, Cui Zheng appeared entranced, muttering incoherently as he continuously simulated various routes in his mind. Wait a moment, he finally exclaimed, opening his eyes and retreating once more into his raincoat to meticulously study the map. Come take a look, he urged, propping the raincoat up with his hands, laying the map flat across his lap. Wei Dan and the other person donned their night vision goggles and leaned in closely. Chapter 40. How did Xian Kaisan end up here? Cui Zheng pointed to the red dot marked on the map, indicating that this area, once the most difficult to access, has now become more navigable than others. Is this in our 11 o'clock direction? Aren't there 2 sentinels stationed there? At 1 o'clock, there is only 1. Wu Xian hesitated for a moment, but ultimately voiced the doubts that lingered in his mind. Cui Zheng, undeterred by the skepticism, patiently elucidated, although there are 2 sentinels above. The structures beneath the tower at the 11 o'clock position are more closely packed. If we conceal ourselves well, we stand a chance of blending in successfully. Upon hearing this, Wei Dan once again lifted the telescope in her hands, observing the terrain beneath the tower. Indeed, as Cui Zheng had mentioned, that particular area was more conducive to concealment. Realizing this, she pondered how they could approach the boundary fence. Before Cui Zheng could speak, Wei Dan placed the telescope in her backpack, retrieved a piece of black cloth, and confidently declared, "Of course, we shall swim across." What could this mean? Wei Dan unfurled the black cloth and explained, "This is made from special material that maximizes our ability to conceal our tracks." She expressed gratitude towards the capitalist from whom she had stolen. For had he not thoughtfully included instructions, she would have discarded it long ago. Cui Zheng, unable to contain his impatience, reached out to touch it, prompting Wei Dan to reiterate, Dan, you are truly remarkable." The 3 of them donned the black cloth, swimming cautiously to avoid drawing attention. They approached the railing with utmost care, and under the cover of the fabric, Wei Dan retrieved the lock-cutting pliers she had used previously. Holding her breath, she gradually submerged, pressing her body against the railing. With the pliers in hand, she snipped through 4 strands of wire, and upon creating an opening the size of a fist, she began to ascend. Due to Cui Zheng's presence, Wei Dan could not carry an oxygen tank. Instead, she covered her mouth and slowly surfaced, taking in the surrounding air with restraint. After a brief respite, she submerged once more, repeating her previous actions. After several iterations, the railing was finally breached and Wei Dan tugged at Wu Xian's foot, signaling her to proceed through the gap. Receiving the cue, Wu Xian retracted the black cloth and, with Cui Zheng in tow, plunged into the water. The two closely followed Wei Dan as they slipped through the opening. Below the tower, a layer of black cloth quietly floated to the surface, gradually moving inward until it vanished from sight. The trio swam to a building 800 meters away from the tower, where they fortuitously spotted a kayak waiting for them. Wei Dan spread the black cloth above and casually dragged it away. After leaving the boundary area, Wei Dan and Wu Xin paddled their kayak in succession, with a bulging black raincoat nestled between them, under which Cui Zheng peered at the map. We must continue eastward. East? Which way is east? Wu Xin halted her paddle, posing a critical question. It was not only Wu Xin who struggled with orientation. Wei Dan was equally perplexed. She had always been directionally challenged and had even faced reprimand from Xian Kai-san during her military training. Although she had managed to navigate during the day through her training, her capabilities diminished significantly at night. Noticing the kayak had ceased its forward motion, Cui Zheng poked his head out from under the raincoat and sighed. Just keep paddling ahead. How much farther do we have to go? Dawn is approaching. Wu Xin rolled her eyes in exasperation. Soon. Just a few more kilometers, and we will see it. Cui Zheng chuckled, attempting to soothe the irritable Wu Xin. You said the same thing half an hour ago. Wu Xin grumbled, her face glum, yet she resumed her paddling, unwilling to slacken her efforts. As the light of dawn began to break, the trio finally glimpsed their destination, hidden behind a shelter, their faces reflecting shock as they gazed at the distant white building. Uncle Cui, that thing isn't hiding in there, is it? Wei Dan gazed at the building with her mouth slightly agape, rendered speechless. Was there any distinction between this and walking into a trap? Cui Zheng stared at the edifice, his expression one of confusion, as he hastily retrieved a photograph from his pocket. Unwilling to concede defeat, he scrutinized the image for an extended period, scratching his head awkwardly. Indeed, it was the very same. The building in the photograph appeared slightly yellowed, its size merely half that of the current structure, and its decor lacked the grandeur of the present day. The sign above the entrance in the photograph bore the inscription Military Health Facility. In stark contrast, the real building, though partially submerged in water, was still bustling with activity. Faint lights flickered throughout its expanse. The words Military Base Administrative Center now adorned the sign, replacing the former designation. At the inundated entrance, two inflatable boats floated, occupied by 6 armed soldiers, an undeniably precarious scene. Uncle Cui, this is truly a predicament. Wu Xian could no longer contain her exasperation. Cui Zheng managed an awkward laugh, his smile strained as he looked at the two of them. So, shall we proceed? Yuan Dan, embodying the traditional spirit of Huagua, sighed helplessly. Let us go. But how shall we enter? Wu Xian turned to Yuan Dan, and Cui Zheng followed suit. Yet upon meeting Yuan Dan's gaze, he instantly felt a pang of guilt. I truly have no idea. Wu Xian nodded in agreement, as the burden of devising a plan fell squarely upon Yuan Dan's shoulders. At this moment, dawn was breaking, rendering their nocturnal strategies ineffective. Just as Yuan Dan was racking her brain for a solution, a series of distant clattering sounds reached their ears. Is someone approaching? A speedboat. Inspiration struck Yuan Dan as she devised a clever plan. She motioned for the two to take cover behind a barrier and shared her thoughts with them. They would stealthily follow the speedboat, submerging themselves as they neared the building, using the vessel's cover to infiltrate the structure. The concept was beautifully crafted, yet reality proved to be starkly unforgiving. Wei Dan was taken aback to find that the oncoming speedboat was, in fact, a small 2-seater model. She was compelled to revise her plans and instruct them to act separately. Yudan instructed Wu Xin and Cui Zheng to infiltrate the building as originally planned, while she sought alternative methods. With the assault boat so close at hand, Cui Zheng understood that time was of the essence, Despite his reluctance to leave Yu Dan alone, he submerged into the water alongside Wu Xin. Once they departed, Yu Dan felt a wave of relief wash over her, finally able to retrieve the diving suit from her space. Donning the suit, she stowed the conveniently accessible kayak in her space and plunged into the water. Following an underwater passage, Yu Dan bypassed the main entrance and entered the interior of the building. With a splash, Yu Dan emerged from the depths, appearing in a room inundated with water, leaving only a meter of air above the surface. She shed the diving suit and tucked it away, then navigated through the corridor in search of the staircase. "Commander, what have you decided?" Shout Xian. "This matter is still under discussion. Please be patient." Zinkazin? What is he doing here? Chapter 41. A Twist of Fate. Zinkazin stood rigidly, neck strained as he remained motionless. "Very well, I shall wait right here." Shao Xian Yu. How am I to commend you now? What significance does it hold to declare the apocalypse at this moment? The middle-aged man behind the desk, his hair streaked with gray, gazed at Zinkazin with a mix of frustration and disappointment. Zinkazin, unwavering, stood tall, unaffected by the man's demeanor. Those in power are already aware of the truth regarding the apocalypse, yet the common folk remain in ignorance. The people have the right to know the truth. The middle-aged man was incensed by Zinkazin's words. He glanced around, grabbed a file from the desk, and hurled it at Zinkazin. The file struck Zinkazin in the chest, scattering its contents across the floor. "Zinkazin, you must understand, they have elevated you to your current position, and they can just as easily erase you." Zinkazin resolutely continued, "Commander, if you are afraid, allow me to speak directly to them." Upon hearing Zinkazin's proclamation, the middle-aged man nearly lost his composure, slamming his hand on the table, a sardonic smile creeping onto his face. "Very well, I shall grant you your wish. If you desire to meet them, I shall arrange it for you tomorrow. Now, get out." "Yes." Zinkazin finally achieved his goal, saluting before exiting the office. The middle-aged man leaned back in his chair, breathless with frustration. Grabbing a cup to drink, he was once again jolted by the cold tea. In a fit of rage, he slammed the cup down onto the table, turning to glare at the door through which Zinkazin had departed. Stubborn, truly infuriatingly stubborn. Taking a moment to compose himself, the middle-aged man picked up the internal intercom to make a call. "Hello, Old Wang, I need your assistance." Although Wei Dan is indifferent to how the higher-ups intend to handle the apocalypse, her exceptional hearing allowed her to listen to the entire conversation. It seems that the captain is fortunate this time to have encountered a competent superior. Wei Dan ascended the staircase to the 3rd floor, where the air was noticeably drier than below, yet it had already succumbed to the encroachment of stagnant water. The staircase leading to the 4th floor was cordoned off with warning tape, prompting Wei Dan to refrain from further ascent. Instead, she sought out a soundproof room on the 3rd floor and retrieved a walkie-talkie. She activated the device, attempting to tune into the 6th frequency that Shui Zheng had previously adjusted. A crackling noise erupted, assaulting Wei Dan's eardrums. With a visage contorted in anguish, Wei Dan hastily reduced the volume while pressing the transmission button. "Hello, can you hear me?" The only response was a cacophony of static. Undeterred, she repeated Dong Wai. "Can you hear me?" The crackling continued. "Dan? Dan?" Upon hearing a familiar voice, Wei Dan exhaled in relief. Thankfully, the frequencies hadn't T-crossed. Uncle Chui truly possesses some skill. "Where are you?" She pressed into the intercom. However, the signal was poor, and despite her repeated attempts, communication remained futile. Realizing this was no viable solution, she urgently shouted into the radio, "Yellow? Yellow." This was their prearranged code, with colors representing their respective floors in ascending order of the rainbow. Yellow denoted that Wei Dan was on the 3rd floor. Purple. Purple? The static crackled back. "The 7th floor? How did they get up there? I wonder if Dan heard me. If she's on the 7th floor, she's in grave danger." Wu Xin, filled with concern, set down the crackling intercom. Wu Xian and Shui Zheng had infiltrated the underground via speedboat, fortuitously discovering a secret passage that led directly to the 5th floor. Hiding within the narrow confines of the passage, they overheard a man's voice. "What's the status of those items? Have there been any successes?" "Excellent. Secure the items. There's no need to spare anyone on the 7th floor. Indeed, eliminate them all. Wu Xin and Shui Zheng exchanged anxious glances. Trouble was brewing. Wu Xin, worried about Wei Dan's lack of understanding, hurried towards the upper levels, quickly retrieving the intercom to warn her. You are, the static interrupted. Hearing Wei Dan's voice brought a flicker of hope to Wu Xin's heart, and she exclaimed, Dan, what did you say? Whatever you do, don't go to the 7th floor. Avoid purple. You must not go there. Regrettably, due to the poor signal, Wei Dan failed to catch the earlier warning and unwittingly proceeded towards the 7th floor. Ding! Just as Wei Dan was about to slip into the 7th floor, she heard footsteps approaching the elevator. In a moment of panic, she leapt out, her hands bracing against the window frame, pressing tightly against the outer eaves of the building. Go! A dozen heavy footsteps thundered from the elevator, revealing their trained precision. Surely, they wouldn't have discovered Yin before Wei Dan could ponder further. The sound of shattering glass resonated, followed by a piercing scream. Help! Don't kill me! With a muffled gunshot, the individual collapsed, wide-eyed, blood gushing from their forehead. An eerie silence followed, only to be shattered by more screams, indistinguishable in gender. Several more gunshots rang out, and the number of bodies sprawled in pools of blood multiplied, causing the remaining individuals to scatter in frantic disarray. Taking advantage of the chaos within, Wei Dan stealthily slipped to the other side of the 7th floor. She traversed a lengthy corridor, only to encounter a tightly shut grand door. To the right of the door was a fingerprint recognition device. She flexed her wrist, grasped the doorknob with both hands, and pulled with all her might. Yet the door remained utterly immovable. The quality of this door was remarkable, surpassing all others she had ever encountered. Who's there? She anxiously felt along the door's edge, desperately hoping to discover a means of entry, but to no avail. Damn it! What a wretched door! The door was decidedly unyielding, leaving Wei Dan with no choice but to seek refuge elsewhere. Just as she glanced around in dismay, the door unexpectedly creaked open a fraction. Stop! I'm talking to you. Halt! The manner in which the door opened was indeed peculiar. Had Wei Dan possessed another option, she would certainly have avoided this door. However, the urgency of the moment rendered her thoughts irrelevant. She sidled through the narrow opening and swiftly closed the door behind her. Outside, the pursuers hastened to the entrance, witnessing a silhouette slip through. Breathless, one of them quickly seized the walkie-talkie and exclaimed, "Someone has entered room 701. I repeat, someone has entered room 701. Chapter 42. The mysterious youth of 701 as Wei Dan stepped through the entrance. A vast expanse of white unfolded before her, filled with sterile white apparatus that rendered the environment as frigid as a laboratory. Are you not one of the inhabitants here? Wei Dan turned upon hearing a sound, revealing a youth of approximately 15 or 16 years standing at the door. He was barefoot, clad in a pristine white lab coat, his attire as pale as his complexion. The boy's exposed skin appeared remarkably pallid, and he regarded Wei Dan with an expression of vigilant caution. That almost genuinely startled. How could this child walk without making a sound? Who are you? Were you the one who let me in just now? Wei Dan questioned suspiciously, silently distancing herself from the youth across from her. Though the boy bore a youthful visage, the expression on his face revealed a maturity far beyond his years. Oh, still just a child. The boy, taken aback by such brazen audacity, felt his mask of composure shatter, replaced swiftly by indignation. Ah, you've broken my defenses. Indeed, you're still just a child. After confirming that he posed no threat, Wei Dan gradually approached the young boy. Don't come any closer. Furthermore, I am no longer a child. The boy instinctively retreated to the corner, watching her warily as she advanced. All right, I won't approach. What are your thoughts on the proposal I made earlier? Upon witnessing the youth's reluctance, Wei Dan promptly halted her steps, seeking to soothe him. The boy's expression was one of inner turmoil as he wrestled with conflicting thoughts. How infuriating! Why did it feel as though he were being dragged along by this woman? Yet, in comparison to that group of individuals, this woman at least regarded him as an equal. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded. Yes, I am not from here. Wei Dan paused briefly before continuing. And you? Were you the one who allowed me entry just now? Indeed. The boy's demeanor softened slightly upon confirming that Wei Dan was not from this place, and he gradually regained his composure. Despite having never met, the two shared an unspoken understanding, instinctively posing questions they had both pondered. What brings you here? The second inquiry struck at Wei Dan's vulnerability. She could hardly confess to the boy that her purpose was to steal. Clearing her throat, she masked her momentary unease, replying, "My friends are here. I have come to find them." The boy thought, "I am not lying. We truly are here in search of someone." "Really? Are your friends employed here?" Wei Dan shook her head and replied, "No. None of us belong here." "What about you? How did you come to be here?" Upon hearing this question, the youth chuckled softly and gestured toward the experimental apparatus behind Wei Dan, saying, "Surely you see, I am but a specimen." "A specimen? Are they conducting experiments on people?" The youth's expression remained calm, devoid of any resentment or negative emotion as he spoke these words. "Could you possibly?" He grasped the hem of his garment, hesitating to articulate his thoughts. Upon witnessing the boy's hesitation, Wei Dan regarded him with a look of perplexity. "It's right inside. We've been here for a while." The boy attempted to speak once more, but Wei Dan swiftly covered his mouth, whispering, "Someone is approaching." The boy's pupils contracted in alarm as he tried to pry Wei Dan's hand away, only to find himself unable to do so. He could only persistently convey his urgency through meaningful glances, signaling that he had something to articulate. Upon perceiving the youth's condition, Wei Dan released her grip. She heard the boy murmur, "I know how to escape from here, but you must promise to take me with you." The sound of beeping echoed from outside the door, and Wei Dan, filled with trepidation, retrieved a pair of shoes from her bag, placing them at the boy's feet. "All right, I promise you. Put on the shoes." The boy stared blankly at the shoes beside him. "Are they for me?" He crouched down and slipped them onto his feet. Astonishingly, they fit perfectly. Elated, he wiggled his toes, realizing it had been ages since he had worn shoes. "Don't just stand there. We must hurry. They are coming in." Wei Dan piled the experimental table at the entrance, hoping to delay the opening of the door. "Come help me. I cannot push it open myself." Wei Dan approached and gently exerted force to push the small bed aside, revealing a rough underground tunnel before her. Almost simultaneously, the door was burst open by several burly men clad in suits, who stood frozen in place, bewildered to find the room utterly vacant, devoid of any presence. Wei Dan glanced around, her curiosity piqued as she scrutinized the cave. Contrary to its rough exterior, the interior revealed a meticulously crafted tunnel. Who exactly was this boy? How could he possibly be trapped on the 7th level, knowing of such an underground passage? With a mind full of doubts, she trailed behind him when a familiar voice suddenly echoed in her ears. "Neither of us can get in. I wonder where Dan is." She wouldn't have encountered any misfortune, would she? "Don't speak such disheartening words. She will be fine." As the two drew closer to Wu Xen, the boy abruptly halted, his senses heightened. "There's a sound. Someone is below." Wei Dan did not expect that the boy's hearing was so acute, nearly rivaling her own after having drunk from the well. She placed her hand gently on the boy's shoulder and patted him lightly, reassuringly. "It's all right. He is my friend." How remarkable that this woman's friend could discern the existence of the tunnel. The boy, wearing an expression of vexation, shrugged his shoulder forward, shaking off Wei Dan's hand. "Got it. What had he done to provoke this?" Wu Xin stood at the entrance of the underground passage on the 5th floor, engulfed in melancholy. Suddenly, she heard footsteps from above, and her instincts kicked in. "Uncle kui uri." "Up there." She turned and grabbed Shui Zheng, urging him to run down, but unexpectedly, a voice echoed from the tunnel. "Yinner, it's me." Wu Xin slammed to a halt, colliding with the unprepared Shui Zheng. He stumbled, landing awkwardly on the ground, groaning. "Why are you so jumpy?" Wu Xin, filled with remorse, helped Shui Zheng to his feet. "Ah, I must have misheard. It seems like it was Dan." "Dun?" Shui Zheng strained his ears toward the tunnel above, but heard nothing at all, frustration evident as he straightened his head. All right. It must be that I'm getting old, unable to hear anything." Equally perplexed was the boy beside Wei Dan, who heard her speaking softly, yet could not discern to whom she was addressing. Should he inquire? No, perhaps not. This woman is so formidable. Asking might make me seem less clever. "By the way, you haven't told me your name yet." Wei Dan suddenly spoke, startling the boy, causing him to flinch. Chapter 43. Take me back to your base. The boy halted, his body rigid, and an expression of regret flitted across his face as he turned away from Wei Dan. A name? Darn it. She has pressed me for it again, and I have yet to concoct a plausible alias. Just as he stood there, torn in thought, a woman's voice resonated from the depths of the tunnel. Dan. Seizing this opportunity, he quickly diverted the conversation, pointing ahead and stammering, Hey, your friend is coming up. As Wei Dan followed his fingertip with her gaze, Wu Exine gradually revealed her head from below, excitedly raising her hand to greet Wei Dan. Alas, in her eagerness to acknowledge Wei Dan, Wu Exine momentarily forgot that she was still supporting Cui Zheng, causing him to wince in pain. Are these two friends of hers? They certainly do not appear particularly bright. The expression on the boy's face was indescribable. He took a step back, creating a space for Wei Dan and her companions. What has happened to Uncle Cui? As Cui Zheng approached, Wei Dan immediately noticed something was amiss with him. Wu Exine awkwardly smiled and recounted the events that had transpired, to which Cui Zheng responded with a cold huff, expressing his dissatisfaction. By the way, who is this child? In an attempt to alleviate her embarrassment, Wu Exine hastily redirected the conversation to the boy. Yes, who are you? Wei Dan recalled how the boy had also shifted the topic earlier, suppressing a laugh as she followed Wu Exine's lead and turned her attention to him. The boy pretended to cough dramatically, pointing at Wei Dan. I am Ban Zhengqing, brought out by this woman, the mother gorilla. Have you ever seen a child who is 1.70 meters tall? Bon Sen Kuing. Upon hearing the name Ban Zhengqing, Wei Dan instinctively gasped. Realizing her slip, she quickly covered her mouth and glanced at the reactions of the other two. Fortunately, their attention was drawn away by Wu Exine's boisterous voice, sparing Wei Dan from further embarrassment. The name Ban Zhengqing was all too familiar to her. He was, after all, the superior of her superior in her previous life, the youngest Secretary General of the Huagua Alliance in history. She could never have anticipated encountering him here, especially as a mere, inexperienced youth. By the late stages of the apocalypse, the name Ban Zhengqing had become universally recognized, with his appearances heralding various new policies, earning him admiration despite his tender age. The realization that this young man was indeed Ban Zhengqing left Wei Dan feeling as though the very sky had collapsed upon her. What could possibly be more disconcerting than the scene unfolding before her now? As Wei Dan gazed at the youth engaged in a fierce struggle with Wu Exine, her idolized image of him shattered completely. How she longed to cry out to the heavens. How could this be? Exine, please stop hitting him. He's just a child. Cui Zheng, clutching his waist, anxiously tried to intervene. He himself admitted it. Just watch, I will flatten this little brat. Mother Gorilla, let go of me. You wretched woman, just stand there and watch as she bullies me. Ban Zhengqing, having endured a fierce blow, hurriedly turned to Wei Dan for rescue. Yenner, stop. Wei Dan, regaining her composure, quickly stepped forward to separate the two. With both hands on Ban Zhengqing's arms, she meticulously checked for any injuries. Although he appeared somewhat battered at the moment, he was destined to become the future Secretary General. She could not afford to offend him. Bon Sen Kuing, visibly displeased, coldly snorted and shook off Wei Dan's grasp. You brat, who are you snorting at? Wu Exine, poised to advance again, was halted by Wei Dan's arm. Yenner, don't stoop to his level. Upon hearing Wei Dan defend him, Ban Zhengqing turned with a smug expression towards Wu Exine, infuriating her further as she clenched her fists. Dun, let go. This brat deserves a beating. Stop. If this continues, those outside will discover us. Wei Dan, caught between the two, looked at Ban Zhengqing with a weary expression. You better behave, or I won't take you out. Wu Exine suddenly realized they were on someone else's turf. A wave of apprehension washing over her as she lowered her voice. They won't hear us, will they? Before Wei Dan could utter a word, Ban Zhengqing interjected. His face twisted in disdain as he mocked. Look at your cowardly demeanor. Who are you calling timid? This is merely a prudent avoidance. Keep your voice down, you little brat. Truly cowardly. They cannot hear you anyway. If I were to exert myself, you would claim not to hear, as if this is your family's territory. As Wei Dan observed the two individuals preparing to engage in yet another round of sharp confrontation, she swiftly intervened, covering their mouths with one hand to silence them effectively. Dear ancestors, must you continue this ruckus? Chui Zheng, cautiously supporting his waist while maintaining a safe distance, feared for the well-being of his fragile frame. At that moment, upon seeing Wei Dan step forward, he nodded vigorously in agreement. Indeed, let us cease this commotion. We still have important matters to attend to. Wei Dan cast a warning glance at the two individuals, signaling them to behave. I'll let go. You both better not cause a ruckus. Agree by blinking. Upon witnessing their obedient blinks, Wei Dan finally withdrew her hand. Uncle Chui, are you certain about the location? As soon as Chui Zheng heard Wei Dan's inquiry, he hurriedly limped over, affirming, yes, it's confirmed. Room 513. I have tested it with Uncle Chui. The security on the 5th floor is exceptionally stringent. It's quite challenging to get in, let alone retrieve anything. Wu Xan, recalling the previous experience on the 5th floor, anxiously cautioned Wei Dan. Are you both heading to 513? Wei Dan found herself entangled in the conundrum of how to enter room 513 when she heard Ban Zhengqing's voice and instinctively turned to him. She had nearly forgotten about him. After all, this young man was destined to become the future Secretary General. Although he was still quite young, he must possess some clever means. How about it? Do you know how to get in? Ban Zhengqing cast a surprised glance at Wei Dan, realizing how perceptive she was. It was merely a casual inquiry, yet she seemed to discern that he had the solution. Indeed, I know, Ban Zhengqing asserted with conviction, a smile gracing his lips as he gazed at Wei Dan. However, I have a condition. The unsettling nature of his smile sent a shiver down her spine. Wei Dan squinted her eyes and inquired, following his lead. What are the conditions? As long as they are not excessive, we can negotiate. Upon hearing Wu Xian's mockery, Ban Zhengqing's expression turned serious, yet he remained undeterred, fixating his gaze on Wei Dan. Chapter 44. The future Secretary General is indeed cunning. Wei Dan noticed the reluctant gaze of Ban Zhengqing, and with a resigned sigh, she spoke. Ban Zhengqing was unaware of the true thoughts that lingered in Wei Dan's heart. He believed, as Wu Xian had suggested, that she merely found him to be a burden. His eyes brimmed with tears, and he felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Do you also see me as a burden? The young man, realizing the futility of the situation, turned away with a slight grimace, instantly concealing his vulnerability. Fine, then you can owe me. Come with me. Wei Dan observed Ban Zhengqing, whose expressions changed more swiftly than the turning of pages in a book. A pang of realization struck her. He truly was the future Secretary General, cunning beyond measure, and she had nearly fallen into his trap. Without further ado, Ban Zhengqing proceeded towards the underground passage, with Wu Xian closely trailing behind Wei Dan. She leaned in, whispering incessantly into Wei Dan's ear. Could it be that this fellow is ensnaring you? Uncle Chui and I entered through the underground as well. Wei Dan was at a loss regarding Ban Zhengqing's intentions. She shook her head and refrained from responding. Not far off, Ban Zhengqing heard Wu Xin's words and rolled his eyes, muttering under his breath, "Fool." As the hidden door opened, water surged into the tunnel, and the four held their breath while swimming against the current. Soon, a head broke the surface. With a gasp, Wei Dan emerged, greedily inhaling the long-awaited air. Moments later, Wu Xin and Chui Zheng also surfaced, but Wei Dan quickly scanned her surroundings, only to find Ban Zhengqing was missing. A tightness gripped her heart as an ominous premonition washed over her. Without hesitation, she plunged back into the depths. In the dim underwater realm, Wei Dan, utilizing her exceptional vision, finally spotted Ban Zhengqing sinking as her oxygen supply dwindled. Without a moment's pause, she swiftly swam to him, grasping his arm with all her might, and fought her way towards the surface. With a series of coughs, Ban Zhengqing broke through the water, gasping for air, his eyes bloodshot as he struggled to breathe. While submerged, he had thought he was nearing death, only to see Wei Dan's face gradually approaching him. Once again, she had saved him. "Are you all right?" Wei Dan asked, her face mere inches from his. He was so overwhelmed that he nearly sank back into the water. But Wei Dan's quick reflexes prevented that. "I'm fine, let go of me. I can swim on my own," Ban Zhengqing insisted, hastily freeing himself from her grasp and splashing away to create distance. He concealed his flushed cheeks beneath the water. leaving only the upper half of his face visible as he swam toward a corner. Wei Dan was perplexed as to how she had managed to irritate him once more. With a sigh, she hurriedly beckoned Wu Xin and the other to follow. Ah, the capriciousness of adolescent youth. After a brief moment of swimming, Banjing halted his movements, realizing that the entrance to the tunnel lay just behind the iron sheet below. Just as he was about to submerge himself, Wei Dan grasped his arm firmly, instructing him to wait there while she went ahead. Yu Dan skillfully plunged into the water, swiftly locating the iron sheet. With a firm grip, she pried it open, revealing the entrance to the tunnel behind it. Let's go. Yu Dan surfaced after speaking, showing no hesitation as she dove back down. Cui Zheng was the first to react, adjusting his breathing and quickly following her. Just as Wu Xin took a breath and prepared to dive, she caught sight of Ban Zhengqing, whose face was etched with astonishment. Instantly, her spirits soared, and she boasted, "Did you ever imagine that with our Dan in action, it wouldn't take more than 10 minutes? Indeed, she is formidable." Ban Zhengqing, for once, did not retort at Wu Xin's praise of Yu Dan. Wu Xin cast a doubtful glance his way, but chose not to respond, instead plunging beneath the surface. Upon witnessing the three individuals gradually entering the water, Wei Dan exerted her strength to turn the wheel on the valve of the subterranean door. Under the pressure of the water, the entrance slowly emerged before the eyes of the four. Wei Dan deftly grasped Ban Jingqing's arm, exerting her strength to pull him ahead into the cave entrance, with Wuxin closely following and Cui Zheng bringing up the rear, tasked with closing the door. This tunnel indeed possesses an air of intrigue. The passageway was not overly dark. Wei Dan had not donned her night vision goggles, and she turned to glance at Ban Jingqing. "How do we proceed?" she inquired. "Ah, just up to the 5th floor, and upon opening the door, you will find room 513, the destination you seek." Ban Jingqing's unusual demeanor piqued the curiosity of the other three. It was not only Wuxin who felt perplexed. The other two also sensed something amiss with Ban Jingqing. What was up with this mischievous child, acting so strangely since emerging from the depths? Had he taken on water? Time was of the essence, and Wei Dan chose not to dwell further on the matter. She took the lead, stepping forward to guide the group toward the 5th floor. In less than 10 minutes, the quartet arrived at the entrance of the tunnel on the 5th floor. Wei Dan pressed her ear against the wall, and after confirming there was no sound from within, she subtly nodded to the three individuals behind her. Wei Dan took a step back, grasped the valve of the tunnel door with both hands, and with a vigorous effort, the disordered room came into view. Wei Dan, Wuxin, and Cui Zheng entered in succession, while only Ban Zhengqing lingered in the tunnel. He approached the door, mimicking Wei Dan's forceful grip, yet the door remained utterly unmoved. How could this be? A perplexed expression, one not befitting his youth, surfaced on the boy's face as his gaze fixated intently on Wei Dan. This woman was indeed peculiar. "Uncle Cui, over here," Wuxin exclaimed, pulling aside an old carpet, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. Cui Zheng waved a hand to disperse the dust before crouching down to examine the mechanism hidden beneath the carpet, a look of delight illuminating his features. "This is it." Wei Dan hurriedly approached upon hearing the sound. "Can you open it?" "It will take some time," Cui Zheng replied. After saying this, he took out a set of tools he had prepared earlier from his bag, spreading the toolkit on the ground and retrieving a uniquely crafted small knife. Yu Dan allowed Cui Zheng the freedom to explore as she rose to continue her inspection of the room. Long before they entered, Ban Jingqing had wandered off to another area. Yu Dan noticed, but did not intervene. After all, everyone harbors their own secrets. With a crisp sound, the mechanism door was forcefully pushed open by Cui Zheng. The expression on his face, once brimming with anticipation, collapsed like a frost-bitten eggplant upon witnessing the scene beyond the door. The armory, which should have been brimming with an array of weapons, now appeared desolate and empty. What was once a dense array of arms now consisted of a mere handful of lonely guns, lying there like forsaken children, neglected and unwanted. "Someone's coming. Quickly, conceal the weapons." Chapter 45. Yu Dan engulfed by the sea of flames. Wei Dan retrieved a black cloth bag from her bag and tossed it to Wuxin, then swiftly approached the door of room 513 and locked it securely. Without a moment's hesitation, Wuxin and Cui Zheng took hold of the bag, diligently using both hands to stow the firearms and ammunition within. Wei Dan surveyed her surroundings, moving every heavy object to barricade the door, then closed her eyes, extending her hearing through sheer mental force. Commander, no one has been found in the tunnel of 701, but another tunnel entrance has been discovered underground. Captain Xin is attempting to unlock it. To think there was yet another tunnel. They were indeed not speaking the truth. We must search. He must still be inside the building. Yes. Upon hearing about the tunnel, Wei Dan felt a surge of dread. The tunnel had been uncovered. Without hesitation, she rushed forward and yanked him into the room, swiftly shutting the door behind them. The torrential rain continued to lash against the old windows, creating ripples of raindrops. Peering through the glass, Wei Dan spotted a line of kayaks encircling the building below, occupied by men clad in black suits, identical to those she had encountered on the 7th floor. This was dire. They were now heavily surrounded. Even possessing firearms would prove futile. Wuxin slung a black cloth bag over her shoulder, securing it with 2 loops of rope, and anxiously approached Wei Dan. Dan, everything is packed. What shall we do next? There was no escape this time. In her previous life, Wuxin had already made the ultimate sacrifice. Perhaps it was her turn now. Wei Dan took a step back, lowered the curtains, and retrieved 3 masks from her bag. She handed 2 of them to Wuxin. You and Uncle Chui must wear these. Do not reveal your faces at any cost. Have you thought a plan? Wuxin inquired, as she obediently placed the red mask upon her face. With a grave expression, Wei Dan nodded slightly. Yes, but we must separate to create an opportunity. I will distract them on this floor, while you follow Ban Zhengqing to the 7th floor. Entering from a northeast corner, Wei Dan turned to the designated Ban Zhengqing. You know where it's safe, right? Will you take them up? What are you going to do? Are you abandoning me as well? Ban Zhengqing remained rooted in place, silently observing Wei Dan. He watched as she busied herself for the safety of the other 2, scarcely sparing him a glance, and now she was pushing him off to someone else. What does this mean? Are you not coming along? Wuxin, upon hearing Wei Dan's decision, protested vehemently. No, you must come with us. I will not leave you here alone. A deep male voice resonated from outside as the door lock was jostled. Captain, the 513 door won't open. Force it open. They must be inside. The footsteps outside multiplied, and Wei Dan had no time for explanations. Gritting her teeth, she resolutely declared, Chuizheng has always known that Wei Dan possesses certain abilities. After a moment of hesitation, he made his decision. He chose to trust Wei Dan. Go. Uncertain where the strength came from, he grasped the arms of Wu Xian and Ban Zhengqing, forcefully dragging them into the tunnel. Wu Xian was reluctant to leave, but upon seeing Wei Dan's determined gaze, he relinquished his resistance. You must come find us. Wei Dan gazed at the departing figures of the 3, resolutely closing the door and donning her blue mask. Almost simultaneously, the door of room 513 was flung open as Wei Dan retrieved 2 homemade explosives and a lighter from her space. 5 soldiers clad in military uniforms stormed into the room, their rifles all aimed squarely at Wei Dan's head. Do not come any closer, Wei Dan commanded, brandishing the lighter as if to ignite the explosives. The leading soldier, upon seeing the crude explosives in Wei Dan's hands, let out a derisive laugh. Not every explosive is guaranteed to detonate. I advise you to surrender quickly. Is that so? Wei Dan retorted, sensing his disbelief. She promptly opened a window, ignited one of the explosives, and hurled it towards the kayaks below. With a resounding boom, the explosive detonated just before it hit the water, capsizing 4 or 5 nearby kayaks. The downpour of water was violently displaced by the force of the explosion, sending waves crashing over the remaining kayaks. Retreat! Retreat! The soldiers, hearing the commotion below, felt a cold sweat trickle down their backs. Those who had initially doubted Wei Dan now witnessed her ignite the lighter again, prompting one to shout nervously, Stay calm. We believe you. Close the door. Wei Dan's icy gaze fixed upon the 5, threatening, Hurry. The leader, noticing the lighter in Wei Dan's hand, swallowed hard and, gritting his teeth, commanded, Close the door. The 5 complied with Wei Dan's orders, yet she did not lower the lighter, continuing her threat. Lock it. Barricade it with the table. The 5 exchanged glances. The leader addressing Wei Dan, "Put down the explosives, and we will close the door. You lack the authority to negotiate." Wei Dan scoffed, tightening her grip on the lighter, which flared to life. "Fine, fine. You put down the fire, and we will comply." The leader of the soldiers, unwilling to confront her, rolled his eyes and acquiesced. The soldier at the back, trembling, lowered his weapon and turned to secure the door, nervously approaching the nearby table. However, before he could move the table, the leading soldier fired a shot directly at Wei Dan's head. With her reflexes heightened by the well water, Wei Dan swiftly evaded. A bullet struck her right shoulder, and almost simultaneously, the explosive was ignited by Wei Dan. A resounding bang echoed through the white building as an explosion engulfed the room in flames. Dan, along with 5 others, was instantly engulfed by the explosion, vanishing into the sea of flames. The 3 who had just reached the northeast corner of the 7th floor distinctly heard 2 explosions, their mouths agape in shock, unable to believe the dreadful thought that had crossed their minds. Wu Exin, regaining her senses, immediately lost her composure, turning to rush downstairs in search of Dan. Dun. Something has happened to Dan. Cui Zheng, with a face full of grief, seized Wu Exin, equally distressed, but aware that he had to intervene and prevent her from throwing herself into danger. Xin, stay calm. She is incredibly capable. She may not be in peril, he urged, straining with all his might to restrain her. Wu Exin, please, maintain your composure. Dan undertook all of this for your survival. Do not let her efforts be in vain. Each of Cui Zheng's words struck Wu Exin's heart like daggers, and she collapsed to the ground in despair. I know. I've always known. She sobbed, her control slipping as she wept softly. Chapter 46. She is so formidable. She cannot possibly be dead. Since hearing the explosion, Ban Zhongqing had stood frozen in place, as if turned to stone, unable to move. After a moment's adjustment, he spoke to the 2 with an unusual calmness. Let us leave. She said she would wait for us at home. Wu Exin stared vacantly at the boy by the window, realizing he spoke the truth. Dan was so powerful, she must have escaped by now. Seeing the spark of hope rekindle in them, Cui Zheng felt a pang of guilt for not revealing the truth, and he reluctantly nodded in agreement. The place has exploded. Is that lad inside? Everyone who entered has perished. No one knows if he was inside. The man in black, anxious, glanced at his boss in military attire, fearing he might bear the brunt of his anger. Then continue searching. Their family is cunning. They would not die so easily. Cui Zheng retrieved a grappling hook from his bag, uncertainty etched on his face. Will this hook bear the weight of us all? I shall test it. If it holds, you may follow. He secured the claw against the window frame and leaped, sliding down the steel wire to the water below. Once safely in the water, he waved up to the others. Ban Zhongqing, seeing this, stepped aside, urging, "You go first." Wu Exin did not expect such bravery from him in this critical moment. "You cannot do this now, you little brat. Hurry down. Mother Gorilla, please descend quickly. That wire looks flimsy. If you can manage, then I will follow." Although Ban Zhongqing's words sounded like provocation, Wu Exin understood he was merely putting on a brave front, unwilling to let her bear guilt. Fearing that further hesitation might lead to catastrophe, Wu Exin refrained from responding, swiftly seizing the wire and sliding down. Despite knowing the wire would likely cut into her palms, she descended with urgency, not daring to delay. Just as she reached the halfway point, chaotic footsteps echoed from the 7th floor. "He is here." Wu Exin's heart raced as she heard the sound. Her instinct was to climb back up the wire to rescue Ban Zhongqing. However, in that very moment, the wire snapped like a severed kite, plummeting without warning. Wu Exin watched helplessly as Ban Zhongqing lost his grip, her eyes wide as he fell rapidly towards the water with a splash. Cui Zheng, witnessing the entire scene, saw Wu Exin plunge into the water and, disregarding the unfolding events on the 7th floor, dove in to rescue her. Ban Zhongqing stood at the window, watching the 2 vanish beneath the surface, uncertain whether to laugh or cry. In that moment, as he turned, 2 hands grasped his arms. "At last, I've got you, you little rascal." But before he could finish his thought, a flying knife embedded itself in his forehead, his eyes wide in shock as he collapsed. "Is it Dan?" Ban Zhengqing turned in surprise, yet he saw no one who had thrown the knife. A series of swift strikes followed, and before the remaining individuals could react, they were swiftly dispatched. "Let's go, lad." Wei Dan found herself enveloped in a sea of white, with several screens appearing above her head, replaying scenes from her past life like a cinematic loop. Am I dead? The bullet had been inescapable, despite her utmost efforts to evade it. It had struck her right shoulder. A muffled groan escaped her lips as pain surged through her. In order to conceal the absence of others in 513, Wei Dan resolved to detonate the explosives immediately. Of course, she had initially intended to leap through the window, never contemplating a martyr's demise. However, in the final second before the explosion, her right shoulder was wounded once again, pierced by an unknown object that shot in from outside the window. In that fleeting moment, Wei Dan lost her last chance for escape, feeling a wave of heat rush towards her. And then, Wei Dan felt a throbbing pain in her head, and she frantically struck the back of her skull with her hand, yet she could not recall the scenes that transpired before her demise. It seemed she truly was dead. Wei Dan, in a state of despondency, crouched on the ground, oblivious to the screens above her flickering out one after another. Wei Dan firmly believed that she was utterly finished, both in reputation and in spirit. She collapsed to the ground, her head thrown back in a dramatic gesture, ready to unleash a heart-wrenching wail to the heavens. However, just as she opened her eyes, a pink gem materialized in the center of the space. Wei Dan, filled with curiosity, approached and reached out with her hand. In an instant, as the world spun around her, the scene before her underwent a dramatic transformation. Wei Dan curled up with her legs held close, enveloped by a shroud of white mist, lying on the earthen floor of the void. She suddenly opened her eyes wide, gasping for breath. Where is this place? As Wei Dan gazed upon the familiar surroundings before her, she intended to rise, but in an instant, she was propelled outward with a swift motion. Wei Dan sat dazedly on the ground, surrounded by utter darkness, the air thick with the scent of tar. Rising to her feet, she dusted off her trousers and retrieved a pair of night vision goggles from her space, donning them with purpose. The room was engulfed in a dense blackness, unmistakably the aftermath of an explosion. Is this 513? I'm still alive. A surge of uncontrollable joy welled up within Wei Dan, prompting her to instinctively raise her arm, inadvertently tugging at her previous wound. She couldn't help but wonder how the others were faring. Wei Dan cautiously approached the window, where shards of broken glass still lingered. Peering through the window, she noticed that the previously moored kayak had vanished without a trace, leaving the water's surface serene once more. Swiftly, she retrieved her outdoor climbing rope and deftly secured it to the window frame. Taking a deep breath, she leaped with grace, gliding down the rope and into the water with an elegant finesse. Her movements were both agile and decisive, reminiscent of a nimble fish, silently disappearing beneath the glimmering surface of the water. Under the cover of darkness, Wei Dan stealthily navigated through the water, retrieving her previously stowed kayak once she had distanced herself from the confines of the White Tower. Settling into the kayak, she donned a raincoat over her damp clothing, and concealed beneath its shelter, she extracted a portable alcohol lamp and a dagger from her spatial pouch. The dagger glowed a fiery red in the flame of the alcohol lamp as she gritted her teeth and plunged it into her right shoulder. Accompanied by a sizzling sound reminiscent of roasting meat, a bullet shell slipped from her wound. The pain caused beads of sweat to form on Wei Dan's forehead. Yet she persevered, fully aware that neglecting the injury could lead to graver consequences. She continued to press into the wound at her back. After a strenuous effort, she finally managed to extract the foreign object. Without allowing herself a moment's respite, Wei Dan promptly retrieved a painkiller from her spatial pouch and swallowed it dry. After a brief pause, she turned to examine the object that had fallen behind her, even with a trace of blood and flesh adorning it. Wei Dan could distinctly discern the swirling white mist surrounding it. Chapter 47. Brother, who are you? What is this? Wei Dan reached out to pick up the mysterious object and rubbed it against her clothing. As the covering was removed, the surrounding white mist thickened considerably. Leaning in for a closer inspection, she discovered yet another gem. Unlike the previous sapphire, this one was a vivid red. While she could not ascertain its authenticity, The density of the white mist was undeniable. Upon seeing this gem, Wei Dan finally comprehended its significance. It appeared that her timely entry into the space, allowing her to escape peril, was a gift from this very gem. Contemplating the origins of the gem, a frown creased her brow. Why was number one being so helpful to her? She pondered this conundrum, attempting once more to store the gem within the space. But the result mirrored her previous experience. The gem lay motionless in her palm. After placing the gemstones securely, Wei Dan opted not to switch to a speedboat in order to minimize her exposure. Instead, she continued her journey in the kayak. Ignoring her wounds, she vigorously paddled with her arms, and within a couple of hours, she arrived near the previous boundary. Wei Dan found a secure spot to halt her kayak, her eyes widening in astonishment as she beheld the tower platform teeming with twice as many individuals as before. She murmured to herself, "Goodness, why are there so many people? Have they not yet managed to escape?" At this moment, Yudon's complexion was remarkably pallid, her right shoulder bearing two wounds that had reopened due to prolonged rowing. She concealed the boat behind a structure and retrieved well water from her spatial storage, drinking it in one swift motion. The crystalline well water coursed through Yudon's meridians, ultimately settling upon her injuries. Yudon, astonished, shifted her right shoulder, the discomfort having dissipated. To her surprise, the two wounds on her shoulder were gradually healing, leaving behind pink scars at the sites of injury. Unconstrained by the wounds, she retrieved her diving suit from her spatial storage and, with a flick of her hand, retracted the kayak into the same space. Silently, she submerged into the water, swimming towards the previously severed entrance. Before long, the barrier loomed before her, the entrance she had cut earlier now obscured by 2 layers of sturdy wire. Damn it! Which scoundrel did this? Wei Dan was undeterred. She accelerated towards the enclosure and halted before it, producing a pair of pliers in an attempt to employ her previous method. To her astonishment, the steel wire remained utterly impervious to her efforts, showing not even a trace of a breach. With her oxygen supply dwindling, she had no choice but to abandon her endeavor. Utilizing the remaining air, she sought shelter and surfaced. As she removed her mask, Wei Dan pondered for a moment before placing the kayak back onto the water surface. She climbed aboard the kayak and retrieved her phone to examine the surrounding terrain. Although the civilian map on her device offered scant information about this area, she nonetheless discerned a glimmer of hope within its confines. The terrain rose progressively towards the west, where the city's most expansive villa complex lay, inhabited by the affluent and elite. Thus, the regulations in that vicinity were likely to be less stringent. After confirming her route, Yudon paddled westward in her kayak, scarcely pausing except for a meal when hunger became unbearable. As the dawn's gentle light began to break, Yudon hastily made her way towards the western border. Just as she had imagined, the enclosure was not merely a low fence, but featured an entrance that extended a full 10 meters. Beside this entrance lay 2 kayaks, anchored on either side, with 2 soldiers stationed atop, tasked with the scrutiny of vessels entering and exiting. Wei Dan, taking refuge behind a barrier, submerged once more into the water. She seized the opportune moment to blend in among other vessels, silently traversing the entrance. After swimming several hundred meters further, she dared to surface. She shed her diving suit and retrieved a new speedboat from her spatial storage, accelerating towards the villa district. This district, situated atop a mountain, is distinctly divided into 3 areas. The lower tier accommodates affluent merchants, comprising 1/4 of the entire villa district. The residents of the mid-slope not only possess financial means, but also navigate intricate political ties. Their numbers are merely half that of those in the lower villas. Yet they occupy another 1/4 of the district's area. The remaining half is inhabited by those residing on the mid-slope and at the summit, with an increasing sense of nobility as one ascends. Had it not been for her experiences during the apocalypse, Wei Dan would not have comprehended this hierarchy so thoroughly. She was acutely aware that even the powerful and influential seldom survived beyond 2 years in the harsh reality of the post-apocalyptic world. Wei Dan navigated past the submerged gates of the villa district, heading towards the other side of the mountain. The once exquisite houses now appeared unrecognizable. as they were inundated by floodwaters, with some barely revealing only their rooftops above the surface. Ba-ba-ba! Upon hearing the sound, Wei Dan glanced up and was astonished to see a sheep standing atop a distant rooftop. A wave of joy surged within her. She had long desired to raise some cattle and sheep, and here it was, an unexpected opportunity presenting itself. Wei Dan swiftly altered her course, maneuvering the assault boat beneath the eaves of the building. With utmost caution, she ascended to the rooftop, fearful of startling the sheep. The drenched creature, bleeding in fright, nearly toppled off the edge upon noticing her presence. Fortunately, with remarkable agility, Wei Dan seized the sheep by its neck, and with a splash, both she and the sheep plunged into the water below. As Wei Dan seized the opportunity provided by the accumulated water to usher the sheep into the space, the little lamb, struggling momentarily, found itself standing upon a patch of land adorned with vibrant green vegetables. Its initially bewildered expression transformed into one of radiant clarity in an instant. The sheep pondered, "Is this truly a stroke of good fortune?" Wei Dan remained oblivious to the changes within the space. After securing the sheep, she boarded the speedboat and continued her hurried journey home. "Big brother, who are you?" The familiar question from number 1 left him speechless as he rubbed his forehead, bemused by the youth's penchant for inquiring about names. "By seniority, I should be your uncle. You may call me uncle." "Bah, uncle? My family is long gone. Who are you, and why did you save me?" Ban Zhengqing scrutinized the suspicious man before him, determined to uncover his true identity. This stranger, whom he did not recognize, had specifically come to the 7th floor to rescue him. Ban Zhengqing had once suspected that this man was sent by Wei Dan, but it seemed otherwise now. He had followed him then, drawn by a scent reminiscent of Wei Dan. Ban Zhengqing trusted his instincts and was resolute in his quest to discern this man's identity and his connection to Wei Dan. "Because someone wanted to save you. I wanted to help her," number 1 replied, feeling overwhelmed by the boy's inquiries. Regretting his decision, he felt the tension rise. Upon hearing number 1's words, Ban Zhengqing's heart raced with hope. He grasped number 1's arm excitedly, asking, "Is it Wei Dan? Did she send you? Is she alive?" Number 1 recoiled, withdrawing his arm as if shocked. "Don't come any closer. Can you take me to her?" Ban Zhengqing pleaded, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears as he gazed at number 1. Without hesitation, number 1 flatly refused, "No." Undeterred, Ban Zhengqing intensified his insistence, leaving number 1 exasperated. He was not the only one yearning to see Wei Dan. Dandan. Chapter 48. Lu Wenshan stirred with renewed energy. She rushed into room 1901, only to find the person she longed to see was absent. Wu Xian collapsed to the ground, unable to contain her despair, covering her face as her heart-wrenching sobs filled the air. "Meow." Qi Bao sensed Wu Xian's sorrow and, seemingly aware of the situation, turned to scratch at the door of room 1901 in frenzy. Cui Zheng, however, did not follow Wu Xian, but instead struggled to carry the speedboat upstairs. He did not wish to squander Wei Dan's sacrifice, even though his heart ached. As he made his way to the 19th floor, he noticed the neighbors he encountered along the way looked at him with an unsettling gaze. Something felt amiss upon reaching the 19th floor. He was alarmed to find a security door ajar, an ominous sign. He hastily discarded the speedboat and hurried upstairs. "Wu Xin, Xin." Cui Zheng rushed into room 1901 and found Wu Xian weeping bitterly on the floor. Upon confirming she was alone, he breathed a sigh of relief. Oh no! He suddenly remembered the speedboat he had left outside. "Only, what are you doing? Let go!" Cui Zheng barked, attempting to halt the woman's actions. Instead of heeding his warning, she pulled harder, dragging something down the stairs. "Did you not hear me? Let go!" Frustrated by her obstinacy, Cui Zheng rushed forward to intervene. The woman struggled, realizing she could not overpower him. She glared at him defiantly. "Old Cui, this belongs to all of us. Why should you stop me?" Seeing her unreasonable nature, Cui Zheng ceased to show mercy. With a determined effort, he reclaimed the speedboat, asserting, "That's enough." Meow. Qi Bao suddenly appeared, leaping in front of Aunt Li. Startled by the cat, Aunt Li lost her footing and tumbled down the stairs, her shrieks echoing through the corridor. "Cui Zheng has committed murder. He has stealing. This is outrageous." Wu Xian, exhausted, lay on the floor, silently shedding tears. Deep down, she had always known the odds of Wei Dan's survival were slim, yet she had clung to that hope. Throughout her harrowing journey, the belief that Wei Dan was at home had sustained her, but now she could no longer deceive herself. Cui Zheng stood quietly beside her. Sorrow painted across his features as he regarded Wu Xin, hesitating on how to offer comfort. Xin, would you like to eat something? He asked, feeling helpless. They had been on the run for a day and a night without food, and although he no longer felt hunger, he knew Wu Xin needed nourishment. Wu Xin remained motionless on the floor, her eyes vacant, prompting Cui Zheng to wipe his reddened eyes and head to the kitchen. Outside, dusk fell, and the aroma of food wafted from the kitchen. Wu Xin lay still in the darkness. Cui Zheng emerged from the kitchen, carefully setting the meal on the table. Please eat a bit. Dan would not want you to give up like this. He sighed, glancing at the unresponsive Wu Xin. Meow. Qibao approached, licking Wu Xin's tear-streaked face. Nudging her gently, the touch triggered fresh tears from Wu Xin's dry eyes. She quietly gathered Qibao into her arms, who did not resist as he usually would. Was she also abandoned? Little Taiyin looked at the pitiful young Wei Dan, believing her encouragement would prevent Wei Dan from fixating on those who had wronged her. Wei Dan, you can no longer cry like this. You must grow up strong, showing them that abandoning you was a grave mistake. Little Wei Dan, with a sorrowful expression, lifted her head and murmured, Can I grow up without parents? Wu Xin placed a reassuring hand on her chest. Of course, no matter what happens. As long as you eat well, you will grow. Little Wei Dan nodded, her face gradually transforming into that of an adult Wei Dan, smiling at Wu Xin. Yinner, you must eat well too. Dandan. In her dreams, Wu Xin abruptly opened her eyes, feeling a profound sense of loss as she scanned her surroundings, only to remember that Dandan was no longer there. Wiping her tears with the back of her hand, she finally stood up from the floor, murmuring to the empty air, I will take good care of myself. Holding the bowl of rice, Wu Xin numbly shoveled food into her mouth, tears falling one by one, mingling with the rice, creating a salty and bitter mixture. 15th floor building manager. That boat is on the 19th floor. My wife saw it with her own eyes this afternoon. It's quite luxurious. The speaker was Aunt Li, who had clashed with Cui Zheng earlier for the speedboat. She cradled her arm, her face a picture of indignation. Building manager, you said it yourself. We must help one another to survive. When I went this afternoon, old Cui was quite formidable. Lu Wenshan stroked his chin and turned to old Wang, who was clad in shorts, and said ahem, in that case, we should pay a visit and borrow that boat. Chapter 49. How did you know they had long been plotting? Aunt Li shrugged and craned her neck to glance upstairs, tentatively suggesting. But what about that old Cui? He seemed quite intimidating when I saw him yesterday. Lu Wenshan scoffed, exuding confidence. With Aunt Cui around, old Cui poses no threat. Speaking of Cui Zheng, Aunt Li instinctively touched her painfully swollen knee, fear evident on her face. Oh, right. There's also a cat on the 19th floor, and it looks quite robust. Cat. Old Wang's eyes lit up as he instinctively licked his lips. Goodness, they even have a beast, he exclaimed, filled with resentment at the disparity in their circumstances. Old Wang recalled that he had not tasted meat for several days. Ever since the torrential rains began, his meals had been reduced to nothing but porridge and noodles, leaving him feeling emaciated. The more he pondered, the more discontent brewed within him. He indignantly addressed Lu Wenshan. They would rather feed the surplus grain to livestock than extend a helping hand to us. As the building manager, you must ensure justice is served. Rest assured, if Aunt Li's claims hold true, I will certainly advocate for fairness on behalf of everyone. Lu Wenshan, the building manager, had gained the trust of the majority due to his selfless contribution of his own stored grain to assist those in need within the building, earning him a commendable reputation. He fixated with a steely glare at the staircase, contemplating how those who disregarded him should be taught a lesson. It was time for them to witness the consequences of crossing Lu. Wei Dan, navigating the speedboat, let out a resounding sneeze. She rubbed her nose, pondering the unusual chill of the day. Under the cover of the shelter, Wei Dan concealed the inflatable boat and swiftly made her way towards the residential complex. She couldn't help but wonder about Wu Xian's situation. Rubbing her ears, she questioned her own hearing. How could she still hear despite the 2 security doors? When had her hearing become so acute? Should she first deal with the old man Shui? Hesitantly, she stood up and walked towards the door. What are you planning to do? Aunt Shui, noticing Cui Zheng's intentions to venture outside, hurriedly grabbed his arm. With concern etched on her face, she sighed and gradually released her grip. Cui Zheng cautiously opened the door and tiptoed into the corridor. Through the peephole, he spotted several individuals making their way upstairs, and the last person was wielding a fruit knife. Cui Zheng straightened his posture, furrowing his brow in grave contemplation, his hand frozen on the doorknob. Should he go? After all, Wu Xian was alone upstairs. What are you doing? Aunt Shui, unable to quell her worries, rushed out to check, just in time to see Cui Zheng attempting to leave. I won't allow you to go. They must have planned this beforehand. It's only a matter of time before they breach the 19th floor. Aunt Shui stepped forward and clutched Cui Zheng's arm, tears streaming down her face. What will we do if something happens to you? She hesitated, unable to meet Cui Zheng's gaze. I didn't say. How would I know? Oh no, how could I forget to give this to Wu Xian? Wu Xian mechanically shoveled rice in her mouth, chewing numbly. Is Wu Xian there? We are from the committee. Having heard about the incident on the 19th floor, we came to check. Wu Xian, have you encountered trouble? Wu Xian, if you don't respond, we will be forced to enter. Break down the door. There's electricity, building manager. It must be that old man Shui who has set this up. He should be dealt with first. What should we do now? Wu Xian, undeterred by the commotion, continued to chew her food until she swallowed the last bite and walked towards the door. Lu Wenshan retrieved a pair of insulating gloves from his pocket and handed them to the burly man at the forefront. Use these, given by Aunt Shui. The burly man eagerly accepted, not forgetting to flatter. The building manager has a way. He donned the gloves and raised his axe once more. With a resounding crash, the axe struck down as 6 individuals drew closer to the security door. Illuminated by candlelight, they witnessed the barbed wire binding the door being severed. Yet the door remained intact. Lu Wenshan's expression grew grave as he impatiently urged, "Continue. We truly underestimated the 19th floor. I wonder where they found such a sturdy security door. That vile woman Wei Dan, even in death, seeks to oppose us." At Lu Wenshan's command, the burly man raised his axe again and struck the door. Just as the second blow was about to fall, the security door swung open on its own. Lu Wenshan quickly masked his surprise with a smile. Addressing the woman at the door, "Wu Xian, we mean no harm. We are merely concerned for your safety inside." With reddened eyes, Wu Xian remained silent, emerging from within with a large cleaver, coldly surveying the 6 men before her. 7 treasures. Attack. What? Lu Wenshan was bewildered by Wu Xian's declaration. Yet in the next instant, a blur flashed past, and he suddenly understood. My eyes. The burly man was struck squarely by the blur, dropping his axe and clutching his eyes in agony. The remaining individuals, drawn by the commotion, turned to see a cat. There stood a silver tabby cat, nonchalantly licking the blood from its paws, its claws shimmering in the darkness, the feline measuring a full foot in length. Is that really a cat? Whose cat is that big? Chapter 50. Who are you sending off? Wu Xian, what are you doing? Lu Wenshan, well aware of the mysteries surrounding the 19th floor, was taken aback by the sight of the 7 treasures. He could only shout at a distance. Wu Xian leaned the cleaver against her shoulder and scoffed. What am I doing? Do you not know? You. We have not provoked you. How could anyone know your intentions? Look at her with that knife. She intends to kill. Wu Xian, if you take this path, we will not hold back. Although Lu Wenshan felt fear rising within him, the thought of confronting only Wu Xian emboldened him as he signaled the others to advance. With a decisive bang, Wu Xian slammed the security door shut. The people inside the building stirred restlessly. Alone on the 19th floor, she recalled Dan's words. Evasion was futile. With resolve, Wu Xian raised her cleaver, glaring fiercely at those consumed by malice and selfishness, thinking, one life taken is one gained. As chaos erupted, Cui Zheng, hearing the commotion from above, could no longer remain calm. How had things escalated so quickly? He grabbed the handgun he had previously retrieved, decisively opened the security door, and hurriedly ascended the stairs. Agile as ever, seven treasures and Wu Xin were formidable. Despite their numerical advantage, they could do nothing against her. I'll handle that cat with Aunt Lee. You all go after her. Whoever kills Wu Xin first can claim the supplies. Lu Wenshan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, unable to contain his true nature any longer. Are we really going to kill? The burly man and the others exchanged glances, surprised by Lu Wenshan's order. Dodging seven treasures assault, Lu Wenshan barked angrily at the hesitant group. Fools. If you don't kill her, just wait for her to kill you. The burly man gripped his axe tightly, steeling himself against his fear of taking a life. Before he could act, Old Wang charged ahead. Wu Xin, don't blame me. Since you refused to help, we have no choice but to take it by force. Yes, you struck first. You cannot blame us. Exactly. This is merely self-defense. Wu Xin coldly regarded the four assailants charging towards her, their faces twisted with greed, their words dripping with hypocrisy. She scoffed. Dan was right. Humanity is indeed grotesque. The group rushed towards Wu Xin, and despite her extraordinary strength, she found herself outnumbered, gradually losing ground. The burly man seized the opportunity and kicked her in the chest, causing her to fall to the ground, while seven treasures was also struck and sent flying against the window. As the axe was poised to strike, a gunshot echoed from below, startling the burly man, who instinctively crouched and covered his ears. Xin. Wu Xin turned towards the sound, spotting Cui Zheng standing on the staircase, gun in hand. Uncle Cui, you need to leave. Wu Xin knew Cui Zheng was inexperienced with firearms, and if they discovered him, he would be in danger. Stop. Everyone don't move. Sweat dripped from Cui Zheng's forehead as he tightly gripped the gun, sweeping it across the group before him. Uncle Cui, please don't be agitated. We one team move. We one team move. Noticing the tremor in Cui Zheng's hand, Lu Wenshan raised his own, feigning surrender. Once the group settled down, Cui Zheng cautiously maneuvered past Lu Wenshan and the others, slowly making his way towards Wu Xin. Lu Wenshan stealthily picked up the baseball bat from the ground and slowly approached the back of Cui Zheng, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he raised the bat, preparing to strike at Cui Zheng's skull. Uncle Cui, be careful. Lu Wenshan stepped forward and snatched the gun from Cui Zheng's hand. Oomph. I never imagined you, old man, possessed such a weapon. I truly underestimated you. He greedily examined the gun, his eyes glinting with avarice, while those around him retreated cautiously, unwilling to confront him. Noticing their reactions, Lu Wenshan arrogantly surveyed the crowd, taunting. What is the matter? Are you all so cowardly? No, it's not that. The floor leader is formidable. Old Wang stammered, drenched in cold sweat. The remaining individuals, fearing Lu Wenshan's wrath, quickly echoed his sentiment. Lu Wenshan set down the gun, restoring his refined smile. I'm not like them. There is no need to fear me. Though he spoke those words, none present believed him. Lu Wenshan, emboldened by the firearm in his possession, was indifferent to the opinions of others. He turned to aim the gun at Wu Xin, declaring with feigned righteousness, Wu Xin, since you refuse to cooperate and wish to take a life, I shall act on behalf of the committee to deal with you. Wu Xin scoffed disdainfully, closing his eyes. If you intend to kill, then do it. Spare me your nonsense. Defiant, even in the face of death. Very well, I shall send you on your way. Lu Wenshan's finger rested on the trigger, ready to extinguish Wu Xion's life with the slightest pressure. Who are you planning to send away? A familiar female voice echoed from below, startling Wu Xin into opening his eyes wide with surprise as he gazed toward the staircase. Damn it. Wu Xion's face broke into a grin, tears welling in his eyes once more, as he felt as though he were dreaming. The others were also drawn by the voice. Turning in shock to see, Lu Wenshan followed suit, his gaze fixed on the staircase, where a figure with damp, short hair came into view. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Lu Wenshan instinctively felt a pang of anxiety and took a step back. Aren't you dead? With each step, the fair and delicate face of Wei Dan emerged on the staircase landing, her serpent-like gaze fixated on Lu Wenshan, who brandished a pistol. I might as well be dead, yet the sight of you, intent on taking my life, has rekindled my spirit, she declared defiantly. I am not afraid of you. I have a gun. Lu Wenshan glanced at the firearm in his grasp and erupted into manic laughter. Indeed, I possess a gun. I refuse to believe that you can outpace a bullet. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, Lu Wenshan's finger twitched, swiftly pulling the trigger. Bang! A bullet, accompanied by a flash, erupted from the muzzle, hurtling towards Wei Dan. Idan's attention remained fixated on the firearm in Lu Wenshan's grasp. The instant she perceived his index finger twitch, she swiftly pivoted to her right with remarkable agility. The bullet grazed her arm, embedding itself into the wall to her right. After evading the projectile, Idan did not succumb to inaction. Instead, she immediately turned and lunged towards Lu Wenshan. Chapter 51, A Fatal Strike. Amidst the crackle of thunder and flash of lightning, Idan advanced assertively, delivering a powerful kick that sent Lu Wenshan's gun flying from his hand, followed by a backflip that struck him squarely on the chin. Lu Wenshan's head snapped back as he coughed up blood, sliding several meters before crashing against the security door. With a jolt, accompanied by the crackling sound of electricity, Lu Wenshan, on the brink of unconsciousness, was forced to regain his senses, crawling forward in a desperate attempt to escape. He clawed his way a few meters, resembling a wretched creature, before collapsing to the ground, his body involuntarily convulsing from the residual electric shock. The remaining 5 witnesses were momentarily disoriented, utterly astonished by how Idan had so swiftly turned the tide of battle. They gazed in horror at Lu Wenshan's plight, retreating to the corner with trembling legs. Was this truly the work of a mere mortal? Wei Dan stepped forward to retrieve the gun, then turned to embrace the injured Qibao. Meow. Wei Dan gently stroked Qibao's head. You have done remarkably well. Now, rest for a while. Upon hearing this, the cat truly closed its eyes and fell asleep. The 5 individuals huddled in the corner were taken aback by the bizarre scene, collectively exclaiming in astonishment, "What on earth? This cat can actually understand human speech. My heavens, what kind of creatures dwell on the 19th floor?" Wei Dan cradled Qibao in one arm while wielding a gun in the other, her eyes rising to meet the 5 trembling figures huddled in the corner. The murderous intent in her gaze swept over them one by one, sending chills down their spines. As if the temperature of the entire 19th floor had plummeted, Lao Wang, thrust to the forefront, could no longer contain the terror swelling within him. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, repeatedly bowing his head before Wei Dan. I was wrong. Sister, please don't kill me. I truly made a mistake. As he pounded his head against the floor, he began to weep uncontrollably, crying out, "Oh, I was deceived by Lu Wenshan. Sister, I was blind. I promise I won't do it again. Just treat me as nothing and let me go." The remaining individuals were taken aback by Lao Wang's premature surrender, hastily following suit and kneeling in desperation, fearing that a moment's delay would lead them to become a dish on Wei Dan's table. Their cries echoed in the hallway, a cacophony of despair. Lu Wenshan, stirred by the commotion, slowly regained consciousness, sputtering out a mouthful of congealed blood, in which lay a few broken teeth. "It's that beast Lu Wenshan who forced us into this." Hearing the blame directed at him, Lu Wenshan disregarded his injuries and crawled on his knees toward Wei Dan. "No, they incited me. Wei Dan, don't believe them. My intentions were not like this. I genuinely made a mistake." His hands reached out, yet before they could touch Wei Dan's legs, she kicked him away, retorting, "Now you realize your errors? Why didn't you think of that when you were taking lives?" Covered in dust, Lu Wenshan clutched his chest in horror. "I didn't. They wanted to kill. I never intended to murder." At that moment, fear consumed him. All notions of dignity evaporated. Kneeling on the ground, he frantically slapped his own face, pleading, "Spare me. I beg you, spare me. I'll give you anything, just don't kill me." Watching Wei Dan remain motionless, Wu Xin felt a surge of concern. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, Lu Wenshan's head was severed cleanly from his neck. Rolling onto the ground, his eyes widened in shock, the expression frozen in his final moments, blood mingling with dust that coated his severed head. A gasp erupted from the corner as the others screamed, paralyzed by the sudden horror before them, some even losing control of their bladders in sheer terror. "He is dead. Someone has died." Wei Dan sheathed the dagger in her hand, wiped the blood splattered across her face, and pointed at the few individuals huddled in the corner, declaring, "You, take him to the second floor and dispose of him." Lao Wangis Ihong. His spirit nearly evacuated from fright. Upon hearing Wei Dan's command, he was momentarily bewildered before the realization struck him. What does this mean? I don't have to die. I am spared. All right, sister, he stammered, trembling like a leaf, cautiously inching forward. Once assured that Wei Dan would not take further action, he hastily rolled and crawled to retrieve Lu Wanshan's lifeless body. In comparison to the gruesome sight of the corpse on the ground, they were far more terrified of the Reaper, Wei Dan. The remaining few hurriedly followed behind. Those capable of moving stepped forward to assist, while the others, too frightened to walk, clung to the walls, trembling as they made their way downstairs. Just as it seemed they were about to exit the 19th floor with the body, Wei Dan suddenly called out, causing them to drop the corpse and kneel on the ground in terror. "Please, don't kill me. Please, spare me." Wei Dan remained oblivious to the fearsome image she projected in their minds. Observing the few individuals kneeling in submission, she rolled her eyes at their excessive timidity. "Well, since you acknowledge your faults, do share with us the nature of your transgressions as we descend, so that our neighbors may also bear witness." Upon hearing that their lives were not at stake, they eagerly acquiesced. Wuxing could not help but scoff, only to wince as the motion aggravated her injuries. Indeed, Dan was merciless in her retribution. This display would surely send shivers down the spines of all those in the building. As she watched the group drag their fallen comrade away, Wei Dan placed the 7 treasures into Wuxing's embrace, then extended a hand to assist Cui Zheng while simultaneously pulling Wuxing up. She maneuvered the 2 of them into the corridor and retrieved the remaining well water from her spatial pouch, offering it to Wuxing. Thinking of the equally injured Cui Zheng, she closed her eyes and entered her spatial realm once more. The moment Dan stepped in, she was mesmerized by the scene before her. "My, this dish is truly delectable." Wei Dan, upon witnessing the culprit's smug demeanor, trembled with fury, her gaze more menacing than that of a murderer. You are doomed." The sheep, sensing her wrath, changed its expression and bolted away on its 4 hooves, initiating a frantic chase through the expanse. Bah! As Wei Dan seized its horn, poised to deliver a fatal blow, she was taken aback to find her quarry shedding tears. How could this creature exhibit such human-like sorrow? Wei Dan sensed something amiss. This foolish sheep was evidently different from when she first captured it. Not only could it comprehend her expressions, but it also expressed emotions. "What have you consumed?" "Bah, my dish." "Bah." There was nothing to be done with the troublesome Wei Dan. After understanding the reason, she cast him into the livestock shed to fend for himself. As she gazed at the 1/3 of her seedlings that had been ravaged, she felt no anger. Instead, a sense of elation washed over her. It seemed that the vegetables grown in her space possessed the same beneficial effects as well water. For Wei Dan, who had always felt that the well water was insufficient, this was indeed a monumental piece of good news. Wei Dan stepped forward to examine the condition of the seedlings. Fortunately, most of what the sheep had consumed were potato sprouts, and the fast-growing vegetables had not suffered much. She plucked several pounds of dew-laden greens and fetched a bucket of well water before finally opening her eyes and exiting the space. Chapter 52. The guilt-ridden Aunt Cui Wu Exin, after drinking the well water provided by Wei Dan, found that although her wounds had not fully healed, they were much improved. She turned to look at Wei Dan, who had her eyes closed and, overwhelmed with emotion, embraced her tightly, choking back tears. "I'm so glad you're all right." With one hand holding vegetables and the other grasping a jug of water, Wei Dan opened her eyes to find a talisman of martial spirit hanging from her body. With a sigh of resignation, she inquired, "What is happening?" Upon hearing her voice, Wu Exin wiped away a tear, rose from her side, and confessed, "I missed you. I am so relieved that you are still alive." Upon hearing these words, Wei Dan was filled with a myriad of emotions. She set aside what she was holding and gently wiped the traces of tears from Wu Exin's face. "Why are you still crying?" "I am perfectly fine. Is it possible to express such devotion in this manner?" Wei Dan raised an eyebrow, but chose to concede first, saying, "I was wrong. I worried you." "Worried?" "More than that. I was nearly in tears. If you dare to act like this again, I will." "Humph." Wu Xian rolled her eyes and turned to embrace the 7 treasures lying on the ground. Wei Dan stuck out her tongue, relieved that she had finally managed to get through. She handed a cup of water to Wu Xian, instructing her to feed it to Qi Bao, while she carefully lifted the unconscious Cui Zheng from the ground. His eyes were tightly shut, lips pale, and the wound on his head had ceased to bleed. The dark red blood congealed around the injury. She produced 2 cups and diluted the well water before administering it to Cui Zheng. The diluted water was just right, alleviating his injuries without making his recovery too conspicuous. As Cui Zheng, having consumed the well water, was on the verge of awakening, Wei Dan hastily stowed the cup away. Cui Zheng slowly opened his eyes, and Wei Dan's face appeared before him, illuminated by the corridor's light. Dun dun. Have I died? His hoarse voice carried a tinge of sorrow. Wu Xian leaned closer as she heard the voice. Uncle Cui, you're awake? Seeing both of them before his eyes, Cui Zheng could no longer hold back his tears, choking out, Xian, I'm useless. I couldn't save you. Uncle Cui, what are you saying? I'm still alive. Alive? Cui Zheng looked at Wu Xian and Wei Dan in disbelief, supporting himself against the floor as he sat up. We're alive? Sensing Cui Zheng's skepticism, Wu Xian stepped forward, grasped his arm, and gave it a firm twist. See for yourself if you're dead. You doubt it, don't you? Upon witnessing the interaction between the two, Wei Dan couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. I believe it now, she chuckled. Cui Zheng, realizing the moment, abruptly turned his gaze toward Wei Dan. Dun dun, you're still alive? As he heard Wu Xian's words, tears instantly welled up in his eyes. I thought. Relief washed over him. As long as you were safe, that's all that matters. Seeing Wei Dan standing alive before him, he was unable to restrain his tears and began to weep uncontrollably. Wu Xian understood that Cui Zheng had not been devoid of sorrow. He had merely been holding it together throughout their journey. Watching his emotional breakdown, she too felt her eyes moistening. Please, no more tears. You both still bear injuries. If you cry too much, I shall feel guilty. Cui Zheng broke into hearty laughter, wiping his tears vigorously with the back of his hand. I must be getting old. I can't control myself anymore. I must have provided quite the spectacle for you. After saying this, he withdrew his arm from Wei Dan's grasp, only to find the world around him spinning, nearly causing him to faint. Wei Dan, quick-witted and agile, promptly seized him, urging, do not overexert yourself. Allow me to escort you. Cui Zheng, sensing the gravity of the situation, offered a sheepish smile and conceded, then I shall trouble you. Knock, knock, knock. Aunt Cui had been waiting in the corridor, her heart laden with unease since she heard gunfire from upstairs. Her anxiety intensified upon witnessing a group dragging Lu Wanshan's lifeless body away. Cough, cough. Dear, Dan is still here. Upon hearing Wei Dan's name, Aunt Cui looked up in astonishment. Wei Dan? Were you not dead? Aunt Cui, I am quite well. Wei Dan resuscitated her. Und Cui, momentarily taken aback, nodded in disbelief, unable to meet Wei Dan's gaze. I see. Then we owe it all to Dan. Wei Dan noticed und quiesce aloofness. And before she could ponder further, Cui Zheng interrupted her thoughts. Oh, very well. Just as Wei Dan was about to depart, she suddenly remembered the vegetables in her hand. She extended them towards Aunt Cui, saying, these are the quick vegetables we cultivated earlier. Do give them a try. Aunt Cui hesitated, not reaching out for them, until eventually, it was Cui Zheng who accepted the vegetables and expressed his gratitude to Wei Dan. Wei Dan crouched down, a bitter smile gracing her lips as she brushed her fingers through the glossy, silky fur. To her surprise, Qi Bao's fury not only persisted but intensified, her curses growing more fervent. Well deserved, Wu Xian remarked from the kitchen, where she was busy cooking, relishing in Qi Bao's outburst directed at Wei Dan. Meow. Upon hearing Wu Xian's gloating, Qi Bao abruptly ceased her tirade and trotted over to nuzzle against Wei Dan. Meow, it's what she said. I am not in cahoots with her. You wretched cat. Wu Xian peered from the kitchen, her spatula in hand, casting a sly glare at Qi Bao. Wei Dan shook her head helplessly and reached out to pick up the recently betrayed Qi Bao. My goodness, why is it so heavy? Wei Dan recalled the sheep in the space. How could it evolve so swiftly after merely consuming a bit of greens? She glanced down at Qibao and suggested, "Why not give it a try yourself?" Meow. Where do you want me to go? Chapter 53, A Paradise for Villains, a Haven for Humanity. Qibao warily fixed its gaze upon Wei Dan, and before she could react, it felt its body suddenly lift off the ground. Before a scream could escape its lips, its four paws landed on the soft earth, and it curiously brought its muddy paws to its eyes. Meow meow, where's this? Where are the others? With a bewildered expression, Qibao cautiously took a step forward, only to catch sight of Wei Dan's semi-transparent form materializing in the space. It sniffed the air twice and suddenly bristled, growling at Wei Dan. Meow, meow. It's me, Qibao. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Qibao approached with skepticism, only to pass right through Wei Dan's semi-transparent body. Do you like it here? Want to play for a while? Qibao tilted its head, surveying the surroundings. A lush vegetable garden with charming houses that dwarfed its own home. Elated, it leaped around Wei Dan a few times before darting toward the vegetable patch, completely liberated. Baba, I want to play too. Upon hearing the bleating of the sheep, Wei Dan paid it no mind. She offered a few words of advice to Qibao before stepping out of space. Wow, what kind of dish is this? It is utterly delicious. As Wei Dan opened her eyes, she beheld Wu Xian seated at the dining table, indulging in a hearty meal. With a wry smile, she approached her friend. Do try it. It is simply delightful, Wu Xian exclaimed, thrusting a pair of chopsticks into Wei Dan's hands and dramatically presenting a dish before her. Isn't this just the usual quick dish? Could it be that it was harvested too early, yielding a remarkably tender texture? With a heart full of curiosity, Wei Dan picked up a piece of the quick vegetable and placed it into her mouth. As soon as it touched her palate, it was like a refreshing spring, embracing her with a savory flavor that flowed smoothly down her throat into her stomach. The delicate fragrance of the dish swiftly filled her taste buds, prompting her to involuntarily exclaim in delight. Wow! She suddenly opened her eyes wide, gazing in astonishment at the dish before her. This is incredibly delicious. Wu Xian fixed his gaze on Wei Dan, eagerly asking, Isn't it exquisite? Where did you get this? It's absolutely delightful. Oh, I grew this quick vegetable in the space before. Wei Dan had never anticipated that ordinary seeds, enhanced by the power of space, could transform into such delectable delights. Is there more? If not, let's plant some more. Wu Xian was enraptured, shoving another mouthful into her mouth. Huh! Wei Dan let out a wry smile, gazing at the exquisite vegetables, her heart brimming with myriad emotions. Wei Dan had initially planned to wait for the trading market to open, intending to exchange these vegetables. However, now, the flavor of these vegetables is so unique that she dares not take them out. It seems she must devise another strategy. With a resigned demeanor, Wei Dan took another mouthful, the delectable dish sweeping away her troubles. It was simply too delicious. Meanwhile, Cui Zheng was dining at home, the three of them radiating joy as they gathered at the table. Even Aunt Cui appeared less troubled. The table was adorned with the greens sent by Wei Dan and a few cherished pieces of cured meat. Though modest in quantity, it surpassed what most families were enjoying at that moment. Cui Zheng nodded with delight, downing the little water in his cup, affirming to himself that as long as they were together, they would surely persevere. He set down his cup and placed a pair of chopsticks laden with greens on Aunt Cui's plate, urging her to taste the vegetables cultivated by Dan, which had already emanated an enticing aroma during cooking. Aunt Cui lowered her head, guilt etched on her face, as she set down her chopsticks. I have wronged them. Mom, what's the matter? Lily noticed her unusual expression and inquired with concern. I was misled by Lu Wenshan and nearly caused them harm. Aunt Cui, feeling dejected, recounted the tale of her deception. Mom, how could you sigh? Lily was taken aback by her mother's foolishness. Yet she realized it was her own failure to recognize the situation that had led to this grave mistake. Don't feel guilty. I will apologize to them tomorrow. You should eat. Cui Zheng resolved silently, determined to take full responsibility for Aunt Cui's actions, no matter what Wei Dan and the others demanded of him. Hearing his comforting words, Aunt Cui felt a bit relieved and picked up her chopsticks again to eat. Suddenly, she looked up, exclaiming, This dish, What is wrong with the dish? Lily quickly took a piece and tasted it, her eyes widening in surprise. This is incredibly delicious. Fresh vegetables are simply delightful. It seems you've all forgotten how good they are after so long, she remarked. Lily shook her head vigorously. No. You must try it. It's extraordinarily delicious. Chui Zheng, upon hearing this, hastily took a bite himself and confirmed its exquisite taste. In all his travels, he had never encountered such delightful fare. After a moment of contemplation, he raised his head and advised, "We must keep the matter of this dish strictly confidential. Understood? The secrets surrounding Wei Dan are numerous, and this excursion with her has truly opened Chui Zheng's eyes. Such a person is undoubtedly not one to be underestimated." The two were puzzled by Chui Zheng's assertion, but nodded in agreement nonetheless. From now on, it's best to avoid interactions with the neighbors. They should remain at home peacefully. Upon hearing this, Aunt Chui refused to budge, while Aunt Li. The mere mention of Aunt Li infuriated Chui Zheng, who sternly reiterated, "No contact. Aunt Li is certainly not a virtuous person. Lily, you must keep an eye on your mother." Chui Zheng foresaw that the days ahead would only grow more challenging. As long as they could safeguard their own family, that would suffice. It was not long before the radio crackled to life, shattering the facade of calm. "Dear citizens of Huagua, this is the Emergency Disaster Response Department. Please remain silent and listen closely. Since the onset of global torrential rains, the resulting surge in water levels has led to severe traffic disruptions and power outages, and we are tirelessly seeking solutions." The listeners were thrown into an uproar, with some erupting in furious exclamations. But before they could voice their anger further, the subsequent announcement left them in shock. According to predictions from relevant authorities, this deluge is expected to persist for a year or more. Regrettably, we must inform the citizens of Huagua that the apocalypse has arrived. What? What apocalypse? Am I hearing this correctly? What does it mean? Damn it. How are we to survive? The Emergency Disaster Response Department urged everyone to remain calm in their homes and await further instructions. This notification obliterated the last remnants of hope among the people. Some wept, others cursed, and the city, once silent under the relentless rain, erupted into chaos. Those without supplies cried out in despair, unwilling to accept the reality of the apocalypse. Even those who had been furious began to weep for their helplessness and the bleak future that lay ahead. A few, enveloped in despair, clasped their loved ones' hands and leapt from windows into the rising waters, vanishing without a trace. The world was gradually evolving into the sinister vision that Wei Dan had foreseen. A haven for villains, a paradise for depravity. Chapter 54. Humanity is the most insatiable creature on earth. Chui Zheng sat down in shock, unable to believe that his prior suspicions had materialized. Aunt Chui stood frozen, but upon witnessing Chui Zheng's expression, she suddenly embraced him tightly. "Is this truly happening?" Lily anxiously looked to Chui Zheng, hoping for a different response. He sighed and solemnly declared, "Regardless of what the future holds, as long as our family is together, there is nothing to fear." Upon hearing this, Aunt Chui began to sob quietly in his embrace, and Lily's eyes glistened with tears. Though the dishes on the table had yet to cool, the hearts of the three were already chilled as they stared at the meal before them, devoid of appetite. Soon after the broadcast ended, the corridor filled with a cacophony of noise. It was Aunt Li, knocking at the door of the 17th floor. "Chui, oh, my grandson. He hasn't eaten in days and has a high fever." Aunt Chui, hearing the commotion, lifted her head from Chui Zheng's embrace and, wiping her tears, looked at him. "What should we do? Should we give her the food?" Lily, sensing her mother's burgeoning compassion, quickly interrupted. "How can you still trust her? Just yesterday, she claimed that Lu and Shan had given them plenty of food." All right. Aye. Aunt Chui began to respond, but upon seeing Lily's expression, she quickly changed her mind and said, "I want to go. I'll just stay home." "Aunt Kui, you ungrateful wretch. You're going to do my grandson. Come and see." The voices outside shifted from pleas to harsh insults as no one emerged from within. In the meantime, someone from room 1702 could no longer sit idly by. A gaunt man stepped out, approached Chui Zheng's door, and knocked twice. "Old Chui, are you home?" Upon realizing it was a neighbor, Chui Zheng hurriedly opened the door. Although he was not fond of Aunt Li, The neighbor's family had always kept to themselves. What should we do about Antley outside? Let her keep knocking. Eventually, she will tire and leave. The man, catching a whiff of the delicious aroma wafting from within, swallowed hard and remarked, "If I had food at home, I would have given it to her already. Don't you have any? Wouldn't it be?" He hesitated, his eyes betraying a glint of greed. Zing, understanding his intentions, replied, "You know what kind of person she is. We still have a bit. Why don't you take some?" "Oh, thank you. Old Shui, you are truly a good person. I was puzzled when the previous building manager wasn't you. Just wait here." "Oh, okay." Shui Zheng interrupted him, turned to shut the door. "Should we get it to him?" Shui Zheng nodded. "Uncle Feng isn't like that upstairs. He looks famished. Let us give him some rice and cured meat, but not the vegetables. But if we start helping now, what will happen next time?" Lily, seeing that Shui Zheng had made up his mind, swallowed her concerns and assisted Aunt Shui in packing the food. If Wei Dan were present at that moment, she would undoubtedly chastise Shui Zheng for his foolishness. In an apocalypse, one must be wary of unwarranted benevolence, for humanity is the most insatiable of beings. Alas, Wei Dan was not there. She was comfortably reclining in an air-conditioned room, soundly asleep on a soft bed. No matter how shocking the news on the radio, it paled in comparison to the exhaustion of sleepless nights. Besides, she had heard such announcements countless times in her previous life and had long since grown indifferent to them. Wu Exen, noticing that Wei Dan remained unaffected, naturally dismissed the matter, while the usually bustling 19th floor became the quietest place that night. As dawn broke, Wei Dan awoke refreshed, stretching her limbs and noticing the necklace around her neck. Curiously, she reached behind her neck to remove it and turned to retrieve the box she had placed on her bedside. Wei Dan retrieved the ruby from its box and opened the container holding the sapphire. With bleary eyes, she carelessly tossed the ruby inside. To her astonishment, she beheld the gemstone within, her eyes widening in shock. Where had the white mist gone? The sapphire, once radiant, had lost its luster, and the surrounding ethereal mist had completely dissipated. In stark contrast to the ruby in her hand, which still gleamed with brilliance, the sapphire's decline was strikingly apparent. How could this be? She marveled as she examined the sapphire closely, confirming that it was indeed the same one from before. Could it be? In order to validate her thoughts, Wei Dan placed the sapphire on the bed and waved her hand, only to have it unexpectedly absorbed into the void. Inside this ethereal space, Qi Bao was peacefully slumbering when a gemstone fell directly upon her head. Startled, Qi Bao let out a meow, ready to protest, but the gem vanished in a thin air once more. Qi Bao meow meow meow. With a graceful wave of Wei Dan's hand, the sapphire reappeared on the bed. She tilted her head in uncertainty, preparing to test the nearby ruby. As Wei Dan had anticipated, the ruby lay motionless in its original position. Would the white mist upon the gem dissipate? Moreover, it was evident that the first gem was aware that his last endeavor was not solely to rescue her, but also to deliver a new gem specifically for her. It seemed she must find the time to seek him out. She wondered if he had relocated. Wei Dan placed both gemstones into the box and rearranged it beneath the pillow. The delightful aroma of stir-fried eggs with chili, braised fish, garlic-flavored eggplant, sweet and sour ribs, accompanied by a pot of fragrant rice, filled the air. After bustling about for an hour or two, Wei Dan finally presented the dishes on the table, thoughtfully setting down 2 cups of well water. Wu Xin awoke to the enticing scent, wiping the drool from the corner of her mouth as she climbed out of bed, exclaiming, "I knew it smelled so good." Just as they finished their meal, Wei Dan eagerly took Wu Xin to the 1902 research facility to explore vegetable cultivation. If the space produces such delicious food, why must we grow it here? Wei Dan moved 8 cultivation pots, each measuring 1 square meter, from the storage space to the balcony, and then extracted several nutrient bricks. These vegetables would later be utilized for exchanging resources and seizing the opportunity before the onset of extreme cold. She decided to plant 2 batches. Wu Xin, holding a watering can, was diligently watering the nutrient bricks when she heard Wei Dan mention the extreme cold. Curiously, she inquired, "How cold is extreme cold?" "What? So frigid. How shall we survive?" Chapter 55. Let us go get some meat. Wei Dan recalled the harrowing experience of being pursued in her past life, forced to take refuge in a wardrobe for an entire night. Little did she know that the extreme cold would stealthily descend upon her. Many perished silently in the frigid air, yet she found an unexpected fortune in her misfortune, managing to survive the first night of bitter cold by huddling among the garments within the wardrobe. Rest assured, the body's adaptability is far more formidable than we often realize. Wei Dan's expression remained utterly unperturbed as she observed the nutrient-rich soil had been meticulously prepared. She retrieved the remaining potato sprouts from her space. Witnessing her calm demeanor, Wu Xin felt a wave of relief wash over her. How fortunate she was to be alongside her in this lifetime, or else she would surely perish from the cold. Should Uncle Chui and the others be informed in advance? Uncle Chui? Wei Dan paused her actions, shaking her head in refusal, deeming it unwise to raise suspicions. Human nature is far too intricate. She dared not to probe further, especially considering Chui Zhang's abilities combined with the generator she provided, which made the entire heating apparatus quite manageable. All right, I shall heed your counsel. Wu Xin nodded, continuing to fuss with the wood ash. By the time the two of them rose, it was already nearing noon, and after planting the potato, the sky outside was nearly dark. Wu Xin stretched her stiff shoulders and remarked, "Farmers are truly remarkable. Cultivating vegetables is far more exhausting than boxing." Knock, knock, knock. Is Uncle Chui here? Wei Dan had just finished washing her hands with soap when she heard the commotion and set down her towel. She caught a whiff of the fragrance lingering on her skin and glanced helplessly at Wu Xin. Alas, it seems being too clean in this apocalyptic world isn't ideal. After enjoying such a period of good fortune, I've nearly forgotten how I survived in the past, covered in dirt. Wu Xin instantly grasped Wei Dan's sentiment and, with her hands caked in mud, exclaimed, "I'll go answer the door." Chui Zhang entered, carrying freshly sharpened arrows and a generous piece of cured meat. Though they already possessed firearms, he had not forgotten Wei Dan's instructions. As the security door clicked open, Wu Xion's face appeared. Noticing it was Wu Xion at the door, Chui Zhang instinctively glanced behind her, asking, "Where's Dan?" "Oh, she hasn't woken up yet. She's been utterly exhausted these past few days." Kui Zeng reflected, realizing that Wei Dan had indeed been overworked. Even the production team's donkey wouldn't dare work so relentlessly. He handed the arrows and cured meat to Wu Xin, expressing his gratitude. "You both have been a tremendous help. This meat was personally smoked by Aunt Chui. You must taste it." Wu Xin hesitated, contemplating the rarity of such items. Wanting to decline, but upon meeting Chui Zhang's pleading gaze, she found herself accepting it without conscious thought. Then, "Thank you, Uncle Chui." Seeing her accept the gift, Chui Zhang lingered, seemingly hesitant to depart. What is it?" Chui Zhang took a deep breath, mentally preparing himself, and divulged the unfortunate incident regarding Aunt Chui's deception in aiding Lu and Shan. Wu Xin was taken aback, holding the cured meat, unsure of how to respond. This, Chui Zhang, aware that discussing such matters was hardly dignified, did not expect Wu Xin to forgive them. He merely sought to make amends. Once he finished speaking, he averted his gaze, turning to descend the stairs. "Hey!" Before Wu Xin could voice her thoughts, Chui Zhang had already vanished at the end of the staircase, leaving her in a state of disarray with the cured meat in hand. Upon entering, Wu Xin handed the meat and arrows to Wei Dan, perplexed as she recounted Chui Zhang's revelations. Did Uncle Chui truly say that? Wei Dan, who was practicing boxing, paused to catch her breath, removing her gloves. After hearing Wu Xion's account, she replied, "What better day than tomorrow to act?" Wu Xin, busy scraping the dirt from under her nails, looked up in astonishment. "Tomorrow? What do you intend to do?" "To procure some meat." The following day, Wei Dan rose early, retrieving the necessary items from her space in advance. Wei Dan and Wu Xin each carried a speedboat, and as they turned on the radio, Wei Dan inquired, "Uncle Chui, have you finished preparing?" As per their usual practice, Yudan and her companions stealthily traversed through the window. Although the concealment during daylight was not particularly effective, it proved far superior to the ostentatious display of 4 individuals accompanied by 2 speedboats. Upon their successful rendezvous, the 4 individuals divided into 2 boats, one manned by Yudan and Aunt Chui, and the other by Wu Xian and Cui Zheng, with each vessel laden with various bundles. Wei Dan activated the navigation on her mobile device, directing them toward the villa complex they had previously passed. Sheep are inherently social creatures, and drawing upon her years of experience, Wei Dan surmised that there would surely be more than just one sheep in the vicinity. The four of them set off without a hitch, their gathering of the elderly and the weak particularly conspicuous. Perhaps due to the apocalyptic announcement made 2 days prior, they encountered nearly double the number of people along the way compared to the preceding days, and these individuals appeared primarily in organized groups. In the eyes of others, the Wei Dan team appears to be the finest quarry, equipped with the most exceptional gear. However, within their ranks are 3 vulnerable women, and the sole male member is a middle-aged individual. They are vigilantly scrutinized by onlookers, some even daringly approaching to seize what they possess. Yet, they swiftly pay the price for their overconfidence. Those who draw near are sent flying by Wu Xian's powerful strikes, while those who remain at a distance are precisely struck by arrows launched from the assault boat. Wei Dan and Wu Xian, in a harmonious display of synergy, moved in perfect synchrony, and before long, the surrounding puddles were stained crimson with the blood of the provocateur. Witnessing this, the other restless teams dared not approach any closer and hastily retreated from waters. Thanks to the duo's cooperation, the 4 of them finally arrived at the villa complex just before nightfall. Wei Dan deactivated the navigation system and relied on her memories to locate the house submerged in water. Are there really sheep here? Cui Zheng voiced the curiosity shared by the other 2. As darkness gradually descended, not a single trace of wool was in sight. At that moment, Wu Xian's stomach audibly protested, prompting her to bashfully cover her abdomen and awkwardly glance around. Wool? In a moment of trepidation, Wu Xian rubbed her eyes vigorously. Is there not a tuft of wool over there? She exclaimed excitedly, pointing towards a branch 100 meters away. As Wei Dan followed the direction of her finger, her eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed, it was wool. She promptly adjusted her course towards the side where the wool was located. Aunt Cui squinted her eyes and peered intently, wondering if her aging vision was deceiving her. She could see nothing at all. She poked Cui Zheng and whispered, "Did you see it?" Cui Zheng, accustomed to Wei Dan and her companions spotting things invisible to him, was taken aback by Aunt Cui's sudden query. With a gasp, he quickly regained his composure and confidently replied, "I see it. It's right there hanging." Observing Aunt Cui's skeptical gaze as she continued to look ahead, he secretly let out a sigh of relief. If both young ladies claimed to see it, he certainly couldn't admit to not seeing anything. Chapter 56. The Feast of Lamb. Since discovering the first strand of wool, more and more wool began to emerge in succession. After less than an hour of driving towards the sheep, Wei Dan faintly heard the sound of bleating. She excitedly exclaimed, "We're on the right track. We're almost there." Wu Xian and Cui Zheng also became exhilarated upon hearing this, rubbing their hands together in anticipation of the sheep shearing. Aunt Cui, puzzled by how Wei Dan made her judgment, poked Cui Zheng again, asking if they were really close and what was different about this place compared to before. Cui Zheng pondered for a moment, uncertain how to explain. After all, based on his previous experiences with the 2, Wei Dan was always correct, and he had grown accustomed to instinctively choosing to believe her. You should take a closer look. There are indeed significant differences, he thought, but kept to himself. I want to tell you that I didn't notice anything either. Really? Aunt Cui was once again brushed off by Cui Zheng, and she suspiciously scanned her surroundings. Still finding nothing, Cui Zheng silently wiped away non-existent sweat, reflecting, "Fortunately, I'm clever. I almost faced my wife's disdain." Bleating. Upon confirming the direction of the sheep through sound, Wei Dan pressed the accelerator and surged forward. Before long, a group of rain-soaked sheep appeared on the hillside. "Wow, so many!" exclaimed Wu Xin, his mouth agape in astonishment. Before them, on the slope, stood a small pavilion of approximately 10 square meters, where the entire flock huddled closely together within its shelter. Wei Dan roughly counted and found there were about 20 or 30. It was a bountiful catch. The 4 individuals brought the inflatable boat to the edge of the hillside and disembarked, noting that all that remained of the hill was a mere mound of earth. submerged by the accumulated water. Without uttering a word, Wei Dan seized a sheep and hoisted it onto the speedboat. Observing this, Wuxin also acted swiftly, effortlessly capturing another sheep to carry upon her shoulders. Aunt Shui stood to the side, utterly astonished. These two young women, particularly Wei Dan, appeared quite gentle. Yet their actions were remarkably straightforward and forceful. Shui Zheng swallowed hard, repeatedly whispering to himself with closed eyes, "You are accustomed to this, Shui Zheng. Remain composed and do not embarrass yourself before your wife." After completing his self-affirmation, he opened his eyes to find the two women had already secured the sheep and were awaiting him on the speedboat. In a state of disbelief, he inquired, "Where are you two planning to go?" Upon hearing this, Wei Dan revealed a smile that showcased her 8 pearly teeth, nervously reciting the premeditated lines she had prepared. "The surroundings here are inadequate. Allow me to escort you to the villa for a more comfortable respite." Ever since she had noticed the number of sheep, her mind had been concocting schemes, realizing that more sheep were still needed within this space. Upon hearing her considerate words, Shui Zheng, visibly moved, took Aunt Shui's hand and boarded the speedboat. Wei Dan found an unoccupied villa nearby to accommodate Shui Zheng and the others, and proceeded to retrieve the various condiments and tools from the speedboat. "Aunt Shui, there seems to be quite an abundance of lamb. I fear I may trouble you these next couple of days." Upon hearing Wei Dan's polite words, Aunt Shui felt a pang of guilt and quickly waved her hands, insisting, "Oh, it's no trouble at all. Not at all." Meanwhile, Shui Zheng squatted on the ground, stoking the fire, and cheerfully reassured the two. "Rest assured, I will assist here and ensure she doesn't tea-tire herself." Upon witnessing this, Wei Dan smiled and, accompanied by Wu Exin, ascended the assault boat once more. Steering towards the previously visited hillside, Aunt Shui produced a large iron pot, pre-prepared for this occasion, and poured in the pristine water she had brought from home. While awaiting the water to boil, she expertly disassembled the lamb into 8 substantial pieces. The tantalizing aromas of lamb, offal soup, smoked lamb, and roasted lamb legs permeated the entire villa, creating an enticing atmosphere. As dawn gradually broke, the quartet savored a sumptuous feast of lamb, after which they tirelessly resumed their work. Inside, the 4 were absorbed in their tasks. The only sound accompanying them was the crackling of the charcoal fire. Wei Dan noticed the bloodshot eyes of Uncle Shui and Aunt Shui, who had been awake all night. She took out some pre-diluted well water from her bag and offered it to them. "Uncle Shui, Aunt Shui, have some ice water to refresh yourselves." Upon hearing this, Shui Zheng lifted his head. He recalled the delightful taste of Wei Dan's ice water and eagerly took it, downing it in one gulp, exclaiming, "Refreshing." Aunt Shui observed Shui Zheng's reaction with surprise and decided to take a sip herself. The crisp water flowed into her mouth, instantly invigorating her spirit. "Dun dun, you are so considerate. This ice water is simply delightful." Aunt Shui felt an abundance of energy surging through her and turned to continue grilling the lamb skewers on the rack. Upon observing that the two individuals had regained their spirits, Wei Dan spoke up. "Uncle Shui, I shall dispense with pleasantries. There are a total of 26 sheep, and we require 20 of them, leaving you with the remaining 6. Wei Dan had already stockpiled a considerable amount, and thus was not lacking in mutton. Presently, there were 2 male and 5 female sheep in her space. As long as they successfully breed, there would be no concern about a shortage of meat in the future. The reason for giving 6 sheep was that 6 was the maximum that their family could accommodate. Shui Zheng and Aunt Shui had not anticipated that they would receive a share. They had previously agreed to assist in rectifying their mistakes, but this was unexpected. Aunt Shui gazed at Wei Dan in astonishment, exclaiming, "For us? No, 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 it is too much. Dandan, we initially came voluntarily to help. We cannot accept this." Upon hearing Shui Zheng's words, Aunt Shui quickly corrected herself, saying, Yes, we cannot accept it." Wei Dan had long anticipated their refusal, lamenting that their refrigerator could scarcely accommodate such an abundance. "If you do not accept it, it shall all go to waste." Shui Zheng hesitated for a moment before responding. "Then we shall keep it for you, and when you wish to partake, I shall deliver it to you." Wu Xinjing, fiddling with the flames while holding a wooden stick, interjected before Wei Dan could speak. "If you wish to take it, then take it. Kui. I truly do not mean to be impolite, but our home cannot possibly hold this much. Seeing that both Wei Dan and the others had already spoken, Cui Zhang gritted his teeth and chose not to decline further. Yet he remained adamant about consuming only two, insisting that the remainder be stored for them. Seeing that she could not persuade them otherwise, Wei Dan allowed them to go. The aroma here is intoxicating. It has been ages since I last savored the scent of roasted meat. Qingge, someone is grilling lamb inside, and I am famished. While Wei Dan and the others were preoccupied, a group of 7, consisting of 6 men and 1 woman, approached the villa, their faces pale and their figures gaunt. Chapter 57. What flew out? The leader of the group caught a whiff of the lamb's fragrance, instinctively licking his lips. He gently patted the girl in his arms and said, "Darling, wait for me here. I shall go knock on the door." Just then, a scarred-faced man, displaying impatience, shoved past him and headed straight for the villa's entrance. Oomph. Even in a time like this, you're still hesitating. Zhao Qing, are you afraid? The scarred man spoke with disdain, devoid of any respect. What did you say? Zhao Qing, incensed, prepared to confront him, but was restrained by his companions behind him. With thoughts of food, Zhao Qing let out a cold huff and suppressed his anger, refraining from advancing. Wang Meng had been nothing more than a pawn to him before the apocalypse. Had it not been for his father's insistence on keeping Wang Meng close, he would never associate with such a person, feeling utterly degraded. However, ever since the news of the apocalypse reached him, Wang Meng had increasingly disrespected him, daring to provoke him in such a blatant manner. Contemplating this, Zhao Qing's gaze toward Wang Meng gradually turned venomous. He would surely find a way to eliminate him. Open the door inside. Hearing the voice, Cui Zhang and his wife exchanged alarmed glances at the entrance. What should we do? It seems someone is coming. Don't worry. With Dan and me here, you can focus on smoking the meat, Wu Xian replied, fanning the flames vigorously. Aunt Kui, is the fire all right? Aunt Cui, astonished at their calm demeanor, had not yet collected herself when Wu Xian called her name. She quickly glanced at the fire and said, yes, it's fine. Cui Zhang cast a doubtful look at the two. He recalled their extraordinary senses. They must have heard the commotion long ago. Since they remained unfazed, it was clear that there was no immediate danger outside. With this understanding, Cui Zhang felt reassured and returned to his tasks. Stop pretending you can't hear me. Come out quickly. I know you're home. The voice outside insisted. Hand over the lamb, and I may leave you a little. Otherwise, haha. Wei Dan insisted on finishing the last brush of seasoning before standing up to remind Aunt Cui, the left side is spicy, and the right side is not. Do not confuse them. Aunt Cui nodded in a daze, wondering if the child had been frightened into a stupor. At this moment, how could she still be thinking about the sheep? Cui Shu, please keep an eye on the fire. If it burns, it could be carcinogenic. All right, don't worry, Cui Zhang replied, his face devoid of concern, as if they were merely stepping out for a stroll. Aunt Cui felt increasingly perplexed by the reactions of the three, feeling out of place amidst it all, pondering life while smoking the meat. Wang Meng, noticing that the people inside had not come out, was about to step in when the door suddenly swung open halfway. He had not expected it, and his foot landed awkwardly, resulting in a comical split that sent Wu Xian into peals of laughter. Zhao Qing stood behind the scarred-faced man, smirking, showing no intention of helping. The others, sensing the awkwardness, hurried past Zhao Qing and quickly assisted the man rolling on the ground, clutching his groin. He scanned the surroundings, picked up a stone, and swung it towards a door. The other half of the door was flung open, revealing Wei Dan and Wu Xian slowly stepping into view. Wang Meng smirked disdainfully. A woman? This is indeed a stroke of luck. I happen to be in need of 2 warm beds. Wu Xian, observing his insufferable expression, felt a surge of displeasure. What of it being a woman? At least she won T collapse in a split. You. Wang Meng's foot was firmly jabbed by Wu Xian, igniting his rage. Yet, upon catching sight of the 2 women's fair skin, he abruptly calmed down. A glimmer of lust crept into his eyes, fixating on Wei Dan. Such well-cared-for skin, far superior to that scrawny one beside, Zhao Qing. However, they were merely 2 pampered women, regardless of how arrogant they appeared now, once in bed. The only woman among them noticed the shift in Wang Meng's expression and anxiously tugged at Zhao Qing's sleeve. "Qinggu, Wang Meng is about to act lewdly. Should we stop him?" Zhao Qing scoffed, not only refusing to intervene, but also displaying contempt. "Stop what? He won't heed my words. Umph. Such a fool will meet his end in bed eventually. But we can't let him do something like that. The two women were bound to suffer misfortune, and I cannot save them. Dear, do not worry. We shall feast on meat tonight. Let Wang Meng revel in his arrogance for a while." The female companion was taken aback by Zhao Qing's words, retreating 2 steps in disbelief and instinctively releasing his sleeve. Zhao Qing remained oblivious to her discomfort, continuing to mutter disdainfully, "As long as Wang Meng knows his limits, they are merely 2 women. If he wants them, he can have them." The younger men behind began to entertain their own thoughts upon seeing Wei Dan and her companion, casting disdainful glances at Zhao Qing. Zhao Qing, always accompanied by his girlfriend, was indeed a source of envy for the single men who watched their affectionate displays daily. If Wang Meng were to succeed with the 2 women today, it would be splendid. Not only would there be mutton to eat, but also women to enjoy. Ha ha! Wang Meng licked his lips, sizing up the 2 women, and stepped forward, intending to grab the seemingly easier target, Wei Dan. "Today, I shall show you what a real man is." Just as his lecherous hand was about to seize Wei Dan's arm, she unexpectedly bent sideways to evade him, swiftly turning and delivering a kick that sent him flying. What just flew out? This woman just kicked him away. The powerful kick from Wei Dan left a group of onlookers utterly astonished. Is this truly a woman? How can she possess such strength? They stood there, wide-eyed and motionless, failing to register that Wang Meng was still sprawled on the ground. Wang Meng groaned in pain, yet no one stepped forward to assist him. He bellowed at the crowd, "What are you staring at? Come help me." Only then did the others realize that the figure on the ground was Wang Meng, their strongest warrior. If even Wang Meng had been taken down, who would dare approach? Before the others could sort through their confusion, an arrow whizzed through the air, striking precisely between Wang Meng's legs. Startled, Wang Meng let out a peculiar sound, quickly silencing himself as he scanned the surroundings, noticing that no one was paying attention to him. Zhao Qing and the others were entirely fixated on Wei Dan, who held the bow with an intimidating gaze. That woman's eyes were filled with a murderous intent. Wang Meng, drenched in cold sweat as he beheld the arrow mere inches away, decided against waiting for assistance and pushed himself up with determination, hastily scrambling to leave the area. Wei Dan once again raised her bow, her gaze exuding a palpable threat, while Wuxin beside her demonstrated her martial prowess with gestures of fists and feet. "We must leave at once." Zhao Qing, his face ashen, quickly fled upon hearing Wei Dan's insistence to let them go, neglecting even to take his female companion with him. Observing Zhao Qing's hasty retreat, the others swiftly followed suit, leaving only Wang Meng and the solitary woman lingering at the doorway. Wang Meng, his expression clouded with gloom, dared not lift his head. What a useless bunch of second-generation heirs. "Thankfully, I possess a secret weapon. Just wait until tonight," he mused, his thoughts drifting to the hidden advantage he held. A sly smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth as he cast a vague glance at Wei Dan before turning to flee as well. The remaining woman, seeing that everyone had departed, cautiously glanced at Wei Dan before turning her gaze towards the direction they had vanished. "You are aware of their unreliability, yet you still wish to follow them?" Wei Dan recalled the earlier exchange between the woman and Zhao Qing and kindly cautioned her. The woman stood rooted in indecision, clearly troubled. "But how can I survive alone? Zhao Qing was merely startled. "He has always treated me well." Upon hearing the woman begin to fabricate excuses, Wei Dan comprehended her choice and refrained from further commentary. After reassuring herself, the woman ultimately set off towards the receding figures of the group. Sighing, Wuxin exchanged a look of exasperation with Wei Dan. Cui Zheng had been listening intently by the doorway, and only when the outside fell silent did he regain his composure. Observing this, Aunt Cui felt a measure of relief and teasingly remarked, "Given your previous demeanor, I thought you were unconcerned." Cui Zheng shed his calm facade, his eyes brimming with affection, akin to those of a parent worried for their children. "They are but children. Aunt Cui, I perceive that this area is not particularly secure. Could we hasten our progress? Wei Dan expressed her concerns regarding the possibility of the group returning, fearing for the safety of Uncle Chui and Aunt Chui. In response, Aunt Chui rose to assess the workload, her expression reflecting slight trepidation. The earliest we could manage would be tomorrow, and with transport, the timeline would extend even further. Transport. This issue warranted careful consideration. Wei Dan lowered her gaze, contemplating for a moment before speaking. After Wei Dan expressed her concerns about the possibility of rejection from the two, she continued, I fear that those individuals might return. It is manageable while we are present, but I dread the thought of them exploiting any opportunity. Wei Dan had elucidated the situation so clearly that Shui Zheng nodded in agreement with her perspective. After reaching a consensus, the four of them eagerly immersed themselves in their tasks, consuming morsels of freshly cooked lamb when hunger struck and sipping on diluted well water to quench their thirst. They tirelessly labored through an entire day and night, astonishingly completing the smoking process before dawn. As the first light of day broke, Wu Xin heaved the inflatable boat into the water, while Shui Zheng followed closely behind, burdened with a large sack of lamb and their used tools. Shui Ant ambled along at a slower pace, having consumed the least amount of well water among them, her condition noticeably deteriorating, with bloodshot eyes signaling her exhaustion. Be careful on the road. Dandan, take care of yourself too. After all the work was completed, Wei Dan surveyed the vacant courtyard, stretching contentedly before reclining leisurely in a chair. Brother Wang Mang, is everything truly all right? That woman is utterly terrifying. Suddenly, the sound from outside the villa jolted Wei Dan from her repose, her eyes snapping open to reveal a chilling smile. Finally, they had arrived. The dagger reappeared in Wei Dan's hand. Her earlier decision to spare him had merely been out of sympathy for the well-meaning girl. Now, however, Wei Dan had long perceived that Wang Mang harbored malicious intentions. To await his actions, Wei Dan remained ever vigilant throughout the night. At precisely 2 o'clock yesterday morning, she detected a commotion outside. Immediately donning her night vision goggles, she stealthily exited, only to witness Wang Mang surreptitiously dispersing a powder into the courtyard before hastily retreating. The composition of this powder was unknown to Wei Dan, yet she paid it little heed, for she possessed the omnipotent well water, which the four of them consumed incessantly, rendering them impervious to any threat. Did that powder truly possess efficacy? Wang Mang himself was uncertain. Nevertheless, recalling its origins, he confidently asserted, this powder belongs to my former employer. It must be effective. They are probably all incapacitated by now. The companions accompanying Wang Mang nodded with skepticism, one of them whispering conspiratorially, Brother Wang Mang, considering my support for you. What about inside, contemplating the arrogant science? Wang Mang's ire flared anew. He clapped a hand on the man's shoulder and, with a sly grin, remarked, rest assured, Gu Shao, the women will remember your selection first. Upon hearing this assurance, the individual referred to as Gu Shao laughed heartily, expressing gratitude. Thank you, Brother Wang Mang. Wang Mang silently scoffed, thinking of the fool who knew nothing beyond women. Oblivious to Wang Mang's thoughts, Gu Shao eagerly positioned himself against the wall, crouching down to serve as a makeshift ladder, allowing Wang Mang to ascend the villa wall. After confirming that the courtyard was deserted, Wang Mang leaped down, pondering the unusual silence. Brother Wang Mang, I'm still out here. Gu Shao's sudden voice startled Wang Mang, who was already on high alert. He patted his startled heart and disdainfully whispered over the wall, I know. Wang Mang unfastened the rope he had prepared in advance and swung over the wall with force. Gu Shao climbed in via the rope Wang Mang provided, bending low to closely follow him. Brother Wang Mang, it's silent inside. Could the powder be taking effect? Wang Mang craned his neck, cautiously surveying the courtyard. Apart from the sizzling sound of lamb, meat frying inside the villa, there was no other noise. He feigned clearing his throat, straightening his posture, and declared, of course, when I say it's effective, it is indeed effective. Gu Shao, with a sycophantic demeanor, responded in agreement, showing no trace of his previous aristocratic airs. Standing atop the rooftop, Wei Dan let out a derisive laugh, were it not for her attire. which still bore signs of considerable worth. One might have mistaken her for a subordinate of Wang Mang. Wei Dan adjusted her stance, having ascended to the rooftop upon hearing footsteps in the courtyard, allowing her to observe the myriad of activities below. Those damned women. Just wait until I deal with you. Wang Mang secured the rope, forming a loop to rest upon his shoulder. A sinister grin etched across his face as he fixated on the slightly ajar door of the room ahead. Let us go. The two strode forward with audacious strides, eagerly kicking open the door. However, they were left dumbfounded at the threshold. Inside, the room was shrouded in a haze of black ash, with a small barbecue grill positioned at the center, still hosting half a leg of lamb sizzling over the coals. Most significantly, the room was utterly devoid of any occupants. Where is everyone? Gu Xiao exclaimed, casting a bewildered glance towards Wang Mang, hoping for some analytical insight. Wang Mang, equally perplexed, wondered aloud, where are the people? And what happened to all the lamb? With a sizzle and a pop, the lamb fat dripped onto the coals, releasing a wisp of gray smoke into the air. The tantalizing aroma of roasted lamb wafted towards them, causing both to swallow hard in unison, their gazes fixated on the half-leg of lamb over the fire. Gu Xiao, feeling his protesting stomach, gazed longingly at the meat and said, Wang Mang, you mentioned that once we entered, I could do as I pleased, right? At that moment, Wang Mang, brimming with anger, reacted without hesitation, kicking Gu Xiao to the ground. The friction against the floor kicked up a cloud of dust. Cough! Why are you taking it out on me when you couldn't catch anyone? Gu Xiao complained, clutching his aching chest. If you utter another word, believe me, you won't see the sun rise tomorrow. Wang Mang threatened, raising his fist, intimidating the now dust-covered Gu Xiao. Seeing his fierce demeanor, Gu Xiao quickly conceded, silently berating himself for accompanying him. Wang Mang snorted derisively, then approached the grill, seizing the leg of lamb and taking a hefty bite. The succulent juices oozed from the meat under his teeth, an exquisite delight. As he wolfed down the lamb, a sense of regret simmered within him. He had unveiled his long-hidden secret weapon, only to have the prey escape. This was a considerable loss, having failed to capture anyone while the room, full of lamb, had vanished without a trace. Is the lamb delicious? Wang Mang suddenly heard Wei Dan's voice, startling him almost enough to drop the leg of lamb. Regaining his composure, he turned around with excitement. So, you haven't left. Yu Dan stood tall beneath the eaves, a subtle smile playing on her lips as she regarded Wang Mang and the leg of lamb in his hands. Isn't this a wait for you? She inquired. Wait for us. Wang Mang, puzzled by her words, set down the lamb leg, rudely wiped his mouth, and retorted disdainfully, Stop pretending. How could you possibly know we would come? Did you not visit last night? Recalling the previous evening, Yu Dan felt a wave of exasperation. Who could fathom how much dust could infiltrate a home during a torrential downpour? Wang Mang's expression shifted dramatically upon realizing she was aware of his visit the night before. No wonder he had evaded capture. It was truly a blunder. A cold sweat quickly beaded on his forehead as he stealthily slipped his hand into his pocket and dashed toward Yu Dan, with one arm shielding his nose. He flung the white powder he held toward her. Cough, cough. Yu Dan stood in the courtyard, brushing the powder from her head, lamenting the sheer volume of it. With a dismissive wave of her hand, Wei Dan coughed lightly and inquired, And then? You, how come you have it? This is impossible. Wang Mang exclaimed in astonishment, shaking his head. Was the powder ineffective? Had he been deceived? In a hurry, he fished out the remaining bit of white powder from his pocket and turned to sprinkle it onto Gu Xiao's face. You. Gu Xiao pointed at Wang Mang in disbelief. But before he could finish his sentence, he rolled his eyes and fainted, perfectly illustrating the phrase, caught in the crossfire. This medicine works. Why are you unaffected? Wang Mang shook his head frantically, unable to comprehend why the drug had no effect on Wei Dan. Wei Dan gently tapped the powder on her head and caught in her hand, responding with an unrelated question. Does this stuff actually work? Before she could finish her sentence, Wang Mang felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Why am I so lightheaded? As he clutched his spinning head, he happened to catch sight of the sheep bone on the ground. Just before losing consciousness, he finally understood it was sheep. Ah, now I comprehend. Wei Dan observed Wang Mang collapsing and nodded knowingly. She stepped forward and removed the rope from Wang Mang, exerting considerable effort to bind the two of them back to back. In the final moment before losing consciousness, Wang Mang thought he was surely doomed, only to realize that Wei Dan had merely tied him up. He secretly opened one eye and saw Wei Dan squatting under the eaves, seemingly preoccupied with something. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for. He stealthily began to shift his body, rubbing the rope against the table leg to wear it down. She truly is a woman, so prone to useless compassion. She fails to grasp the principle that wild grasses cannot be entirely eradicated. They will sprout anew with the spring breeze. Once I manage to free myself from this rope, she shall see. Meanwhile, Gu Xiao, tied to Wang Mang, gradually regained consciousness due to his movements. Blinking in confusion, Gu Xiao looked down and saw the ropes binding him, nearly crying out in panic. "Don't shout. Quickly, while she hasn't noticed, help me rub the rope." Upon hearing this, Gu Xiao exclaimed in acknowledgement and was about to assist, but suddenly recalled that it was Wang Mang who had sprinkled the powder on him. He instantly halted his actions and urgently shouted to Wei Dan, "Invincible sister, Wang Mang is trying to escape." Wei Dan turned around in silence, having long noticed the change in Wang Mang's breathing. Initially, she had no intention of intervening. However, this Gu Xiao was exceedingly noisy, disrupting her efforts to collect medicinal powder. Wang Mang was taken aback by Gu Xiao's cunning, muttering to himself, "Shut your mouth, you fool. If she comes over, neither of us will fare well." Gu Xiao scoffed at Wang Mang's remarks, retorting, "It's you who won't fare well. I haven't drugged anyone." Chapter 60. Damn it. This woman truly means business. As Wei Dan approached, Gu Xiao wore a sycophantic smile, exclaiming, "Sister Invincible, I had no intention of fleeing. It's Wang Mang who wishes to escape. He.S. busy tying knots." Sister Invincible? What an odd moniker. Wei Dan curled her lips in disdain, momentarily setting aside her grievances for the sake of the matter at hand. Gripping the rope firmly with both hands, she exerted a powerful tug to the side. The two were swept away from the vicinity of the table with a startled gasp, their eyes wide in disbelief at the astonishing events that had just unfolded. Is this the strength that a woman should possess? Wei Dan was too preoccupied to concern herself with their thoughts. She clapped her hands with satisfaction, her mischievous eyes fixated on Wang Mang. "Did you concoct this powder?" Upon hearing the term powder, Wang Mang trembled in fear, realizing her ulterior motive. Compared to the cruelty of her former employer, what could a mere 20-something girl like her possibly accomplish? After weighing his options, he scoffed and turned his head away, offering Wei Dan no semblance of respect. "Ask me. I know." Gu Xiao interjected, eager to offer his knowledge. Wang Mang glared at him, filled with indignation. "Do not speak." After witnessing the events of the day, Gu Xiao had lost all trust in Wang Mang. Dismissing the threat, he asserted that the powder belonged to the former employer, speculating that it had been pilfered. "Oh, and who is this former employer? What company do they run? Where is it located?" Wei Dan's barrage of questions left Gu Xiao momentarily speechless, and he offered her an awkward smile. Perhaps it's best to inquire directly with him. A tactical misstep. He regretted not asking earlier. "You shall not extract any information from me." Wang Mang, noting Gu Xiao's inability to respond, replaced his earlier panic with defiance, holding his head high as if vowing to remain steadfast. Upon witnessing the scene, Wei Dan remained unperturbed. She drew forth a small dagger, approaching Wang Mang with a smile. "What do you intend to do?" Wang Mang exclaimed, his eyes wide with fear as he attempted to retreat, only to be restrained by Gu Xiao. He stared in terror at the dagger in Wei Dan's hand, watching helplessly as she, like a vengeful specter, crouched beside him. Under the piercing gaze of Wang Mang, Wei Dan swiftly slashed at his thigh, blood gushing forth in an instant. My leg. Demon. You are a demon." Wang Mang's face flushed crimson, writhing in agony. Gu Xiao, positioned behind him, was equally petrified by Wei Dan's actions, reflecting on his previous reckless behavior and trembling involuntarily. "Can we speak now?" Wei Dan's eyes glinted with a palpable threat as she crossed her legs, one hand dangling at her side, the dagger twirling deftly between her fingers. Wang Mang glared at Wei Dan with resentment, stubbornly clenching his teeth. "I will not speak. If you have the courage, kill me. Damn it, this woman is truly ruthless." With a disdainful smile, Wei Dan remarked that it is best not to be so obstinate in life. In the next moment, her fingers deftly flicked the dagger forward, striking accurately into Wang Mang's other thigh. Sister, I know who his current boss is. We conduct background checks on the bodyguards we hire. You must certainly be aware of who Wang Mang's previous employer was. I beg you, spare my life. Oh, pray tell, Wei Dan responded, intrigued by this new lead. Turning her gaze towards the speaker, Gu Xiao. Upon meeting Wei Dan's piercing stare, Gu Xiao trembled in fear and quickly added, "It's that Zhao Qing from yesterday. The one with a girlfriend. Oh, that fellow. He's quite a coward, but I suppose he could be of use." Wei Dan, with a swift and decisive motion, extracted a sock from her pocket and stuffed it into the mouth of the howling Wang Mang, swiftly followed by a strike to his neck, silencing him instantly. After executing these actions, she turned to Gu Xiao with a smile, saying, "Gu Xiao, would you take me with you?" "Cease, y veranot, oh no. I meant to say just call me Xiao Gu." Huh. Gu Xiao was once again taken aback by Wei Dan's resolute demeanor, his forehead beaded with sweat, his words tumbling out in confusion. The dagger sliced through the ropes, liberating them, and Wang Mang collapsed to the ground with a thud. Wei Dan picked up the remaining ropes and rebounded him. "Let's go." Gu Xiao observed her fluid movements, cold sweat trickling down his back, and nodded vigorously in response to Wei Dan's command. "Qinggu, I am so hungry." Jin Zhao moaned weakly, feeling lightheaded from hunger. "Hungry, hungry, hungry. All you ever do is complain about being hungry." Zhao Qing, irked by the news of Wang Mang's unauthorized departure with someone surnamed Gu, vented his frustration onto Jin Zhao. "Qinggu, why are you?" she whimpered. Zhao Qing, realizing his tone was harsh, softened his demeanor upon seeing her tears. Gently coaxing, "Darling, please don't cry. I didn't mean to yell at you. It's all that Wang Mang's fault for defying my orders." Hearing Zhao Qing's apology, Jin Zhao's sobs gradually subsided, and she nestled against him, saying, "I knew you didn't mean it, Qinggu." Zhao Qing, noticing her calming down, absent-mindedly patted her back. What a foolish woman. If it weren't for your father, I would not tolerate your princess-like temper." Zhao Qing. "Someone is looking for you." The others in the room perked up at Gu Xiao's voice, their eyes eagerly turning towards the door, wondering if food had arrived. Gu Xiao rushed into the room, panting heavily. "No?" He pointed outside, swallowing hard before continuing. There is someone coming. Is there food or not? Don't just stand there gasping. Say something." Zhao Qing interrupted, casting a displeased glance at him. Before Gu Xiao could respond, a woman's voice drifted in from outside. "You run rather swiftly." Gu Xiao turned in fright upon hearing the voice, only to see Wei Dan standing at the door, her breath steady and a smile upon her face. He recoiled in shock, retreating 2 steps. "How could you be so fast? I clearly took the back route." That is Zhao Qing. In a desperate attempt to save himself, Gu Leking trembled as he pointed towards Zhao Qing, exclaiming. Wei Dan followed the direction of her finger and looked at the crowd, smiling with satisfaction. Indeed, Xiao Gu has done remarkably well. Gu Lekyang, upon hearing Wei Dan's words, was startled and instinctively lowered his head, feeling a sense of guilt and unable to face his companions any longer. As Wei Dan took a few steps, she observed Zhao Qing being forcefully pushed out of the crowd by others, stumbling and falling to the ground, rolling down the slope until he landed at her feet. Chapter 61. Successfully obtaining key information. What a coincidence, we meet again. Wei Dan cheerfully bent down, waving her hand in greeting to Zhao Qing. Gu Leking, noticing her calm and composed demeanor, involuntarily swallowed hard. This woman truly exhibited a myriad of expressions. One might think this was nothing more than a perfectly ordinary exchange. Zhao Qing, sprawled on the ground, heard the voice and, disregarding the pain in his body, stiffly raised his gaze, encountering Wei Dan's friendly face before him. For reasons unknown, despite the absence of malice in her expression, he felt a chill run down his spine. You, hello." Zhao Qing trembled uncontrollably, his mouth agape, struggling to articulate a coherent sentence. Seeing his dismal demeanor, Wei Dan immediately wiped the smile off her face, gripping his collar and lifting him up. No, don't kill me." Zhao Qing, fearing for his life, quickly shut his eyes and raised his hands to shield his face. King Ye. Jin Zhao covered her mouth, attempting to rush forward to rescue Zhao Qing, but was halted by someone beside her. What should we do about him? You'd better keep quiet. If you attract that woman's attention, none of us will survive. Jin Zhao was taken aback to hear such words from a companion she had spent so much time with. Angrily, she pushed away the hand resting on her arm. I must save him. Don't kill Qing Ge. Jin Zhao dashed from the crowd, halting just a meter away from Wei Dan. Wei Dan did not attend to the escaping Jin Zhao. Instead, she lifted her gaze, peering beyond her to search for a secluded spot within the villa where a private conversation could unfold. The individuals huddled in the corner, oblivious to Wei Dan's intentions, swiftly bowed their heads to diminish their presence, fearful of inadvertently attracting the attention of this harbinger of misfortune. As Wei Dan released her grip on Zhao Qing, she brushed her still-damp short hair and addressed the crowd, inquiring which room had the best soundproofing. Upon hearing Wei Dan's words, Zhao Qing's legs weakened, and he collapsed onto the tiled floor, his expression a desolate shade of gray, reflecting a sense of hopelessness. Jin Zhao, noticing Wei Dan had let go, hurried forward to support him. Qingge, are you all right? Among the few individuals huddled in the corner, a faint voice emerged, revealing, the room where Zhao Qing resides has the best soundproofing. It's to the left, the second room on the left. Wei Dan, fully aware of the situation, turned to the vigilant Jin Zhao, who was protectively holding Zhao Qing. Since you are here, could you kindly assist him over there? Jin Zhao was uncertain of Wei Dan's intentions, yet her demeanor did not suggest any malicious intent. After a brief moment of hesitation, she resolutely helped the still-dazed Zhao Qing to his feet, and together they struggled toward the room. Upon observing her relative compliance, Wei Dan refrained from urging them further and leisurely followed behind the two. With a resounding thud, Wei Dan entered the room and casually shut and locked the door. The sound of the door slamming startled Zhao Qing once more, causing him to shiver. Jin Zhao assisted him in sitting down on the bed, cautiously directing her gaze towards Wei Dan. You're not here to kill us, are you? What exactly do you intend to do? Upon hearing this, Wei Dan raised an eyebrow, realizing that this young woman possessed a higher intellect than all the men present. She searched the room for a chair and seated herself leisurely. Indeed, I am not here to commit murder, but Jin Zhao felt her heart leap to her throat, and in a panic she inquired, but what? Upon seeing her take the bait, Wei Dan continued, however, if you cannot provide me with a satisfactory answer, then it may not bode well for you. What is it that you wish to know? Wei Dan did not respond to Jin Zhao's words. Instead, she tilted her head to gaze at the foolishly pretending Zhao Qing, who had hidden behind the woman. If you continue to feign ignorance, I may be compelled to take action immediately. Zhao Qing was instantly struck with panic. He had intended for Jin Zhao to bear the brunt of the confrontation while he sought an opportunity to ambush Wei Dan. Little did he know, Wei Dan had seen through his ruse. In a moment of desperation, Zhao Qing fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. Do not kill me, please. I assure you, I will divulge every detail I know, leaving nothing unspoken. Jin Zhao stood frozen in place, taken aback by this unexpected side of Zhao Qing. Wei Dan cast a fleeting glance at Jin Zhao and addressed Zhao Qing, inquiring, who is Wang Mang's former boss? Upon hearing this question, Zhao Qing felt a tightening in his chest. He lowered his head, concealing the panic that flickered across his face, stammering, I am unaware that he had a previous employer. Wei Dan had long anticipated that Wang Mang's former employer would possess an extraordinary background. Upon hearing this revelation, she remarked with a seemingly playful smile, "You are not being truthful. Wang Mang did not convey such details to me. He was merely fabricating tales. There is no former employer. He is simply a bodyguard my father hired through an agency. Since you refuse to speak, I shall have to expedite your journey," she declared, drawing a dagger and rising from her chair. Before Jin Zhao's horrified gaze, she slashed Zhao Qing's arm. Blood! There's blood!" Zhao Qing cried, clutching his arm, his face contorted in agony. Witnessing the crimson flow, Jin Zhao could no longer suppress her overwhelming dread. Her legs weakened, and trembling, she stammered, Please, do not kill him. I beg you. Speak. I will tell you everything. Just do not take my life. As Wei Dan achieved her objective, she lazily leaned back against the chair, crossing her legs as she awaited Zhao Qing's next words. Zhao Qing, drenched in sweat from the pain, hesitantly opened his mouth, his gaze flickering uncertainly. I don't know exactly what his boss is called. Please, don't rush me. Upon seeing the impatience etched on Wei Dan's face, he hastily exclaimed, previously, Wang Meng mentioned something while drunk. I know that boss has a live streaming company. It's called Long Ida, located in a commercial building in the city center. That is all I know. I swear, please don't kill me. I beg you. After uttering these words, Zhao Qing inexplicably began to weep. Wei Dan cast him a disdainful glance and remarked, Today's events must remain confidential. Do you both understand? Understood. Understood. I want to say a word, and you want to ask anything. Zhao Qing replied, realizing he had narrowly escaped peril, nodding eagerly in agreement. Fearful of any change in Wei Dan's mind, Jin Zhao, observing Wei Dan's approach, quickly nodded as well. I understand. I want to speak of this at all with both of them in agreement. Wei Dan turned and opened the door, exiting the room. Chapter 62. So it was as everyone witnessed Wei Dan emerging from the room, her clothes stained with blood, their fear intensified. She had truly killed them. They stared at the blood on Wei Dan, their legs weakening involuntarily. Some were so frightened they knelt on the ground, pleading, spare us. It was all Wang Meng and Zhao Qing's doing. We had nothing to do with it. Today, Wei Dan was truly enlightened. She had done nothing, yet these individuals, each dressed impeccably, still harbored delusions of persecution. With a sigh of resignation, she inquired, which room belongs to Wang Meng? That one, the room adjacent to Zhao Qing. Upon receiving the information, Wei Dan swiftly turned and opened the door to the adjacent room. The others exchanged bewildered glances, standing frozen in place, pondering their next move. What should we do? Gu Leking was taken aback, realizing that Wei Dan had indeed committed murder. In a panic, he flung the door open and shouted at the others behind him, What are you dawdling for? Run. His words jolted them from their stupor. As they attempted to lift their trembling legs to flee, they caught sight of Jin Zhao, supporting the injured Zhao Qing as they emerged from the room. You're not dead, Gu Leking exclaimed in astonishment, eyeing Zhao Qing, who was intact. Of course not. You fool. I haven't settled the score with you yet. Zhao Qing retorted, recalling that it was Gu who had invited this peril into their midst and was ready to confront him. Brother Qing, we should leave quickly. She'll be out soon. Jin Zhao urged. The thought of Wei Dan wielding a dagger filled Zhao Qing with dread. Right, let us hurry, he echoed. What about Wang Meng, who is still at the previous villa? Should we rescue him? What rescue? It's a miracle if we survive. Enough talk, let's go. Gu Leking, closest to the exit, anxiously declared before making a break for it. Just as he turned, a resounding thud echoed. A dagger was firmly embedded in the doorframe. Gu Leking gasped, his mouth agape in terror as he glanced up. The glinting blade was mere inches from his head. I was wrong. I won't leave, he cried, crouching down and covering his head, his voice thick with despair. Not out yet. Is this woman even human? How could she throw a dagger without even opening the door? It's terrifying. This sentiment resonated not only with Zhao Qing, but with everyone present. Their faces reflected a shared despair as they gazed at the dagger in the door, and none dared to make a move. For Wei Dan, the commotion outside was merely a minor distraction. She turned Wang Meng's room upside down, yet found no second bag of powder. Could it truly be that there was only one bag? This cannot be. The reason Wei Dan is so concerned about this bag of powder is that in her previous life, the base known as the Tian, which was on par with Long Hu, thrived because of this very substance. If Long Hu base's infamy is unparalleled, then the Tian base is not to be underestimated either. During the apocalypse, this base regarded defenseless women as mere resources, plundering them indiscriminately and daring to engage in open trade. Wei Dan never anticipated encountering him here. Yet judging by Wang Meng's demeanor, it appears to be merely a coincidence, rather than an affiliation with that base. A broadcasting company? With a sudden chime resonating in her mind, Wei Dan hastily rummaged through her space to retrieve the documents she had previously stored in the office on the top floor. She flipped through the pages one by one, and at last, her eyes fell upon a familiar name, Wang Defa. In an instant, Wei Dan comprehended the matters that had previously eluded her understanding. It turned out that the mastermind behind the Tian base was none other than Wang Defa. This individual is truly despicable, managing to conceal himself so deeply within the military base of Huagua. Previously, Wei Dan thrived at the military base, yet inexplicably found himself ousted due to a shift in high-level authority. After much turmoil, it became clear that he had encroached upon Wang Defa's interests. With such an individual entrenched within the system, it is no wonder that Huagua remains at a disadvantage, consistently overshadowed by other official bases, unable to foster any substantial development. This predicament is not one that can be resolved in a mere day or two, much akin to the situation at Longhu Base. Wei Dan, with a sense of helplessness, tucked away the documents and turned to exit the room. She brushed past a few trembling individuals and reached for the dagger hanging by the door. "Do you know where Wang Meng is?" she inquired. Before Zhao Qing could finish his sentence, Wei Dan shot him a piercing glance. Gu Leking immediately grasped her implication and hastily replied, "I have no idea. Wang Meng has always disdained us illegitimate children and has long since slipped away." The others, realizing the situation, quickly chimed in, Yes, we haven't seen him in ages." Upon witnessing the scene, Wei Dan fixed a somewhat mocking gaze upon the group, deftly manipulating a dagger to perform an intricate flourish. "Has anyone come to seek your company today?" The others, transfixed by the glinting blade, shook their heads in unison, declaring a lack of visitors. Meanwhile, Wang Meng stirred from his unconscious state, a sharp pain radiating from his neck. Instinctively, he attempted to press his fingers against the source of his discomfort, only to realize that his hands were bound. As he glanced at the ropes binding his limbs and the blood staining the floor, the events leading to his predicament flooded back to him. Damn it, that wretched person! Gritting his teeth against the agony, Wang Meng shuffled toward the corner of the table, using its edge to fray the ropes that held him captive. Just as he was on the verge of breaking free, Wei Dan's figure reappeared in the doorway. With a silent curse, he quickly fell back, feigning unconsciousness once more. Wei Dan entered the room, shaking off the rainwater from her body. Upon turning her head, she keenly noticed that Wang Meng had shifted his position. "Stop pretending. I know you are awake." Wang Meng suspected that Wei Dan was attempting to deceive him. He kept his eyes tightly shut, lying on the ground as if in slumber. "Where's Wang Defa?" Wang Defa? How could she possibly know that name? At the mention of that terrifying figure, Wang Meng abruptly opened his eyes, only to meet Wei Dan's cold and piercing gaze. Feeling guilty, he lowered his head and stammered, I don't know who you are talking about. In this situation, you ought not to fear someone who is far away. As long as you wish to evade him, he would not be able to find you. Would he?" Wang Meng's mind raced as he pondered Wei Dan's words, and after a moment's deliberation, he finally relented. "I don't know exactly where he is, but I know he regularly visits the chemical plant on the outskirts." "That abandoned chemical plant?" "Yes. What a coincidence. I was planning to go there myself. It seems everything converges at once. Can you let me go now? Aren't you on the verge of breaking?" Wei Dan tilted her head, a playful smile on her face, as she turned to walk into the courtyard. "Indeed, I'm utterly worn out." Wang Meng glared venomously at Wei Dan's retreating figure, a sinister smile escaping his lips. Chapter 63. Journey to the abandoned chemical plant. Wang Meng freed his hands from the ropes, swiftly retrieving a blade from his shoe, and severed the bindings around his ankles. With a wicked grin, he brandished the blade and hurried towards Wei Dan from behind, gathering his strength to plunge it into her neck. Suddenly, the sky erupted with thunder and lightning, illuminating the courtyard in a moment of stillness. In that fleeting instant, the blade that was meant for Wei Dan was instead thrust into the side of Wang Meng's neck by a pair of delicate, fair hands. His eyes widened in shock as he instinctively pressed his hand against the wound. However, no matter how desperately he tried to staunch the flow, blood gushed forth, streaming down his neck. As blood mixed with the rainwater on the ground, a vivid red spread rapidly until it was diluted into transparency. Wei Dan maintained her smile as she reached forward pushing with an insidious hand. Wang Mang stared in horror at the malevolent appendage advancing towards him. He stumbled backward, unable to maintain his balance, and fell straight onto the ground of the courtyard. Wang Mang gazed in disbelief at the terrifying woman, straining to move his lips as he gasped, "How could this be?" Wei Dan let out a soft exclamation, casting a sarcastic smile at the lifeless figure on the ground, remarking that only the dead can keep secrets. "Surely, you must think the same?" Wang Mang's heart trembled with shock. He realized he had misjudged the situation from the very beginning. She was even more ruthless than Wang Defa. Wang Mang's body shuddered violently for a moment before abruptly falling still, his eyes gradually losing their luster under the relentless downpour. Wei Dan crouched down to test his breath, and upon confirming the absence of life signs, she brandished a dagger and carved a circle into his chest. She sheathed the dagger and hoisted Wang Mang's lifeless body onto her shoulder, making her way to the pool of water in front of the villa. There, she bound a stone to him and cast them both into the depths. With a resounding splash, the corpse plunged into the water, sinking beneath the surface, never to be seen again. As dusk fell, Wei Dan encountered far fewer people than on her way there. Without a second thought, she accelerated towards the abandoned chemical plant. The journey was remarkably smooth, taking only half the time it had on her initial passage, and soon, she and her boat arrived near the chemical factory. The familiar woods emerged before her, reminding her of the two previous encounters with the assassin organization. Heightening her vigilance, she reduced her speed and extended her auditory senses, keenly observing the surroundings. As the clock struck 4 a.m, Wei Dan circled the chemical plant in her speedboat twice, yet not a soul was in sight. Puzzled, she steered the boat to the entrance of the plant, where the main gate lay submerged in water. Despite its abandoned status, it bore no signs of decay. The long-neglected chemical factory, battered for days by the torrential rains, surprisingly showed no trace of leakage. Wei Dan's expression grew increasingly grave. These signs were so conspicuous that she had only just now taken notice. It seemed evident that there lay an unspeakable secret within. Edan retrieved the dragon hook, aimed it at the window frame, and pulled the wire tightly, ensuring its solidity before pressing the button. Whoosh, the wire rapidly retracted, and Edan's foot halted at the window's edge due to inertia. Grasping the dragon hook with one hand, she leaned closer to the glass. After confirming that all was silent within, she clenched her fist, wrapped it with her clothing, and struck the glass. Crack! The glass shattered, falling away in one piece. Remarkably, it was tempered glass. Edan was now certain that something sinister lurked within the chemical plant. She grasped the window frame with both hands and, turning her body sideways, slowly maneuvered her way through the jagged opening, holding her breath. The interior of the factory was antiquated, cloaked in dust. Edan descended from the window with the dragon hook, crouching to muffle her landing. Everything within the plant resembled the remnants of a forsaken factory, the only anomaly being that the external water level had risen to 5 meters. Yet not a single drop had seeped inside. The architects of this place had truly labored painstakingly. Without the torrential rain, no one would have discerned the hidden secrets. Wei Dan hastily removed her raincoat and secured it to the hook of the fulong, then brushed the soles of her shoes against the dust on the ground, concealing her footprints with the surrounding earth. Once she was certain that no traces would remain, she remained vigilant, observing her surroundings with keen eyes and attentive ears as she cautiously ventured inward. Wei Dan searched the area thoroughly, finding neither a soul nor a single peculiar detail, leaving her perplexed as she tapped her head in contemplation. Could it be that Wang Mang had deceived her? How could number 1 possibly be absent? Just as she was about to abandon her quest, a faint sound reached her ears. She discreetly closed her eyes, amplifying her auditory senses to their utmost. A low hum emerged once more, this time more distinct than before. The sound was sharp yet hollow, reminiscent of the resounding clamor produced by steam engines in a post-apocalyptic world. In Wei Dan's mind, alarms blared as she pondered the unexpected sound of steam engine. She struggled to sharpen her hearing, eager to amplify the range once more to pinpoint the origin of the sound. Not sufficient. Further still, a pained expression crossed her face as dizziness began to envelop her. Just as she felt she could no longer endure, the sound echoed again. With a sudden gasp, Wei Dan's eyes flew open, her complexion ashen as she clutched her head. She was underground. Could it be the underground city? The term underground city does not refer to a specific urban area, but rather to a type of architectural structure that emerged during the latter stages of the apocalypse. As the name implies, these cities are constructed beneath the surface, forged from a unique alloy of metal and steel that can withstand the majority of natural disasters. A privilege only enjoyed by the elite in the post-apocalyptic world. The metals required for the construction of these underground cities are exceedingly rare and substantial, with only 3 such cities existing even amidst the chaos of the apocalypse. With a face full of astonishment, Wei Dan could hardly believe that the underground city had been constructed long before the apocalypse. "Boss, a woman came in half an hour ago." The man speaking stood within an office devoid of windows, its walls forged from steel. The individual referred to as the boss leaned back in a leather chair, revealing only a thick mane of dark hair. "How did she get in?" Upon hearing the question, the person in the chair swiftly turned around, slamming a hand onto the desk in anger. "Jenny, you fool. Is someone with such skill merely an ordinary person?" Jenny, witnessing the boss's fury, quickly bowed his head in contrition, acknowledging the boss's wisdom. "Should I follow her and take care of it?" The person in the chair pondered for a moment. Has she discovered something? Never mind. Remaining concealed is of utmost importance. "Yes, boss." Chapter 64. The relief supplies are robbed. Rain lashed against Wei Dan's face, rousing her from her reverie. Wei Dan lowered her head and noticed the rainwater on her body, realizing that she had forgotten to wear her raincoat. She hurriedly untied the raincoat from the steel wire and donned it. Ever since she suspected that there was an underground city beneath the chemical plant, Wei Dan had cautiously explored the area once more, and this time she truly discovered something remarkable. In the most advantageous corner of each room, there stood a decorative object, its base intricately and snugly fitting against the ground. Although it was their first encounter, Wei Dan could discern that this was one of the distinctive features of the underground city, the surveillance mirror. The surveillance mirror, through the refraction of its surface, allowed one to perceive clearly all that transpired above, even while being underground. Upon seeing this, Wei Dan's immediate reaction was the realization that she had been exposed, and that too without any prior knowledge. This was the first time since her rebirth that she had lost complete control over her surroundings. A familiar yet unfamiliar sense of panic surged within her, stealthily creeping throughout her entire being. Wei Dan had no time to ponder why the inhabitants of the dungeon had not yet come to address her. Her mind was consumed by a singular thought. She must escape from this place. Wei Dan removed the hood of her raincoat, exposing her face to the relentless downpour, tilting her head upwards to embrace the raindrops as they battered her unreservedly. The sensation of relinquishing control was indeed discomforting, yet after a moment of contemplation, she suddenly opened her eyes amidst the rain and broke into a smile. In that instant, she realized that her greatest advantage lay in the opportunity to live anew. Given that fate had granted her this chance of rebirth, she was determined to seize it wholeheartedly. With the emergence of the underground city occurring earlier than anticipated, she resolved to devise a meticulous plan to ensure its acquisition. Wei Dan resolved to no longer dwell in confusion. She donned her raincoat once more. Unlike her previous state of uncertainty, her heart was now resolute as she navigated the speedboat toward home. Just last night, the official broadcast announced a rescue plan, stating that aid workers would deliver supplies directly to each household. Upon hearing this news, the residents of the community were filled with elation, particularly the Chui family. Yet, merely half a day passed before the promised supplies were not delivered, but instead, a second notification from the authorities arrived. Aid workers were frequently going missing, with a third of the team vanishing in just that morning. The officials suspected organized criminal activity. She still carried Lamb, and should she encounter that group, misfortune would surely follow. However, Dan was blessed by fate. She would be safe. Chui Zheng felt an equal sense of apprehension, his gaze anxiously fixed outside the window, his hands clasped tightly together in a restless manner. "Knock, knock, knock. Old Chui, please help us. My wife is on the verge of collapse." A voice called from outside, yet the 3 within the house astonishingly refrained from answering the door. "That old phone. Why does he keep pestering us? Chui Zheng turned away from the window. Irritation etched across his face as he stared at the door. Lily moistened her dry lips, pondering why they insisted on coming to their home for food when they must have provisions of their own. Just the day before, the Feng family had come seeking sustenance. But at that time, only Lily was home. Recalling Chui Zheng's admonition before he left, she had refrained from letting them in. Had it not been for Lily overhearing the conversation, Aunt Chui would never have imagined the Feng family would descend to such a state. Filled with regret, she sighed and lamented, "Had I known, I would never have given them anything. Alas, it is all my fault. Old Chui, you cannot turn a blind eye to our suffering." Old Feng continued to pound on the door. Chui Zheng scoffed, striding toward the entrance. "Old Feng, we heard your previous words. You clearly have provisions, yet pretend otherwise. I never expected you to be such a person." Upon hearing Chui Zheng's accusation, Old Feng's expression shifted dramatically, his hand frozen mid-knock, mouth agape in silence. Chui Zheng, observing through the peephole that Old Feng had departed, waved dismissively behind him. Aunt Chui glanced at their dwindling supplies, despondently sinking into a chair. Father and daughter wore expressions of sorrow, their only hope resting upon Wei Dan. As Wei Dan navigated the speedboat along the familiar route, she had yet to reach the vicinity of the community when her gaze fell upon two lifeless bodies clad in police uniforms, floating upon the water surface. A surge of alarm coursed through her, prompting her to draw nearer and use a hook to retrieve the remains of the two individuals. After a thorough examination, Wei Dan noted that neither bore any external wounds. However, a pallid discoloration marred their necks, indicating a fatal slash. Wei Dan observed that two slender ropes still remained on the belts of the two individuals, and she immediately comprehended that a gang robbery of relief grain had occurred, just as in her previous life. If her intuition served her right, the culprits could undoubtedly be none other than the gang from Longhu. What Wei Dan did not anticipate was that the robbery would occur so early and so swiftly, as if it had been meticulously planned for some time. They were already quite close to the community, and Wei Dan was concerned about the situation within. A shadow of doubt lingered in her mind, prompting her to press on towards the neighborhood without delay. Within the community, everything appeared as it always had, save for the homeless families seeking refuge in the corridors. The other residents remained behind closed doors. After just 3 days of absence, the water level in the community rose precipitously, even submerging the 4th floor. After observing for a moment to confirm that there were no irregularities in the neighborhood, she navigated her speedboat to the window of the 19th floor and utilized a grappling hook to launch an arrow upward. Wei Dan mounted the assault boat, one hand pressing down on the switch, and with a swift whoosh, both he and the vessel collided with the 19th floor window. Wei Dan touched her nose in pain, silently reflecting on her oversight. How could she have forgotten that it was bulletproof glass? With a sense of resignation, she retrieved a walkie-talkie from her space and called out, "Yinner, could you please open a window?" Ever since Wei Dan's previous disappearance, Wu Xian had been plagued by psychological shadows. Chapter 65. Is this a surprise? Wu Xin, filled with excitement, set down the walkie-talkie, donned her pajamas and slippers, and hurriedly flung open the stairwell door, racing to the window with unparalleled speed. Her face beamed with enthusiasm as she waved at Wei Dan outside, swiftly unlocking the safety latch and deftly pulling open the window. As Wei Dan swiftly maneuvered, she deftly shoved the inflatable boat through the window, promptly following it inside. "Sister, the water, I'm still drenched." Wei Dan, fearful that the filth on her body might soil Wu Xin's attire, awkwardly propped her arms at the window, caught in a blend of laughter and tears. As Wei Dan gazed at Wu Xian's indignant silhouette, she could only chuckle helplessly while closing the window. Taking a deep breath, she inhaled the lingering scent in the air and ascended the stairs with the inflatable boat in tow. The 19th floor still bore the semblance of her departure, and though she had only been away for a few days, she felt an uncanny sense of having been gone for much longer. Wu Xian, having long awaited with a change of clothes in hand, remarked, "Look at your disheveled state. Go take a hot shower first. I shall prepare lunch. Today holds a delightful surprise." Upon hearing the delightful news, Wei Dan raised an eyebrow in surprise. With one hand, She removed the necklace box from around her neck and handed it to Wu Xian, while with the other, she accepted the garment from Wu Xian's grasp. Wu Xian, unaware of the contents of the necklace, refrained from inquiring further and simply signaled an okay with her fingers. As the warm water cascaded over Wei Dan's body, she finally relinquished the vigilance she had maintained for days, allowing her deeply concealed fatigue to surface. Time passed steadily, and as Wei Dan emerged slowly from the bathroom, drying her drenched hair, she recalled Wu Xian's mention of a surprise and curiously glanced toward the dining table. There, she found only a bowl of plain noodles floating in a peculiar-shaped poached egg. Is this the surprise? Wei Dan gazed at the dining table, lost in contemplation, when suddenly a melody filled the air. She looked up abruptly to see Wu Xian emerging from the kitchen, cradling a cake in her hands. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Wei Dan. Happy birthday to you. After a moment of bewilderment, Wei Dan finally realized that today was, in fact, her lunar birthday. Ever since the onset of the apocalypse, she had not celebrated a birthday. Her mind had been consumed solely with survival, and the notion of a birthday had long since faded from her memory. Little did she expect that in this new life, she would once again have the opportunity to celebrate her birthday. Tears began to glisten in Wei Dan's eyes as she gazed at the unusually shaped cake in Wu Xian's hands, and she couldn't help but chuckle softly. How wonderful it is that Wu Xian has survived this time, thriving splendidly. Do not laugh. This is the pinnacle of my abilities. Wei Dan shook her head and smiled, exclaiming, "This is exhilarating, quite unique. I adore it." Upon hearing this, Wu Xian also broke into laughter. She carefully placed the cake on the table and retrieved a lighter from her pocket to ignite the candles. 1, 2, 3, 17, 18. Wei Dan counted the candles in sync with Wu Xian's movements, marveling at the fact that a single 8-inch cake had been adorned with a remarkable 18 candles. Wei Dan wiped away the tears from her face and obediently approached the cake, clasping her hands together to make a heartfelt wish. She hoped that they would successfully navigate through the apocalypse and that Wuxin would remain healthy and joyful. Wei Dan opened her eyes and took a deep breath, puffing her cheeks to extinguish the candles. At the age of 24, why were there 18 candles? Wu Xian chuckled. Did you not once proclaim that you would forever be 18? What wish did you just make? Once spoken, it will no longer hold power. Hurry and fetch a plate. I am about to cut the cake. Wei Dan gazed intently at the cake, eagerly rubbing her hands together, genuinely curious about its flavor, which seemed quite appealing to her senses. Upon hearing this, Wuxin hurried into the kitchen to retrieve a plate and fork, anxiously watching as Wei Dan prepared to slice the cake. With a deft stroke, Wei Dan sliced through the cake, and indeed, though its exterior appeared somewhat unkempt, the filling was abundantly generous. It seems you have utilized every fruit from the refrigerator. Wei Dan took a piece of cake and placed it in her mouth, surprisingly finding it quite delightful. Her eyes sparkled as she nodded approvingly at Wuxin. Observing Wei Dan's reaction, Wuxin felt her previously anxious heart finally at ease, and she picked up her own portion to indulge in the delicious treat. In a cozy abode, Wei Dan and his companion savored a delectable cake, while the other families in the building were not so fortunate. "Mother, what are you doing? Stop this at once." Xiao Yun's mother-in-law, Aunt Li, struggled to drag a woman whose eyes were tightly shut, a large bump on the back of her head, suggesting a heavy blow. She's not only my daughter-in-law, but also the mother of my grandson. If she doesn't go, who will? Should I go myself? Aunt Li shot a glare at her son before continuing to pull Xiao Yun, who lay on the ground. "Come help me." Seeing he could not dissuade his mother, Li Ruizhi knelt, pleading, "Mother, we cannot let Xiao Yun go. Those people are clearly up to no good." Aunt Li looked at her cowardly son, then slapped him, exclaiming, "Do you have any idea that your mother and son might starve? If she doesn't go, what will we eat?" After a moment of hesitation, Li Ruizhi thought of his son, who had fainted from hunger. With a heavy heart, he turned away from his wife. Aunt Li, seeing her son's compliance, smiled with satisfaction. "Come on, help me. I can't lift her alone. They're waiting downstairs." Reluctantly, Li Ruizhi stepped forward, his face etched with sorrow as he lifted Xiao Yun's leg, resigned to the fate that awaited them as he opened the door and descended the stairs. As they made their way down, Onlookers pointed and whispered, "What a heartless woman. She is selling her own daughter-in-law." Mortified by their words, Li Ruiji lowered his head, while Aunt Li, unfazed, muttered, "We've been hungry for days. Why is she still so heavy? Oomph. She must have been sneaking food." Upon reaching the fifth-floor window, they found a small boat below, manned by two burly men. Aunt Li opened the window and yelled, "Where's the rice? Did you bring the 10 pounds? The men raised 2 bags of loose rice, declaring, "Throw her down, and you'll get your rice." Li Ruiji stammered, "But this rice is loose." The men, displeased, retorted, "What is wrong with loose rice? If you don't want it, others will." No, we want it." Aunt Li, fearing the loss of the rice, hurriedly reassured them. "Hurry, help me," she urged Li Ruiji, who hesitated. With tears in his eyes, he joined Aunt Li in lifting Xiao Yun through the window. As raindrops fell on Xiao Yun's face, she stirred awake, realizing she was suspended in midair, held by her husband. Panic set in as she exclaimed, "What are you doing? Let me down. Don't hesitate. Just send her down." Though confused, Xiao Yun understood they were about to give her away. Gripping Li Ruiji's hand, she pleaded, "Husband, please. Where are you taking me?" The men outside reached for her, and Aunt Li, sensing her son's hesitation, hissed, "Do you see those men? If you don't hand her over, do you know what will happen to us?" Shaking with fear, Li Ruiji finally released her hand, tears streaming down his face. Aunt Li smiled in triumph, knowing her son well. "No, don't do this, Li Ruiji." A burly man seized Xiao Yun, striking her neck, rendering her unconscious. Here's your reward." 2 bags of rice were tossed inside, landing on Li Ruiji and spilling everywhere. "This is our lifeline." Aunt Li quickly knelt to gather the scattered rice, but found it was all broken. Exhausted from her efforts, she accepted the reality that even broken rice was better than nothing. Carrying a bag of rice each, mother and son trudged upstairs. Neighbors, hearing the commotion, peeked out to see the broken rice, swallowing hard in envy. Aunt Li, noticing their covetous gazes, shouted, "You starving wretches! What are you staring at? If you want rice, go get yourself." The crowd, recognizing Aunt Li's fierce reputation, could only look on hungrily, some even contemplating her taunt. Most were men, clutching their empty stomachs, their eyes drifting toward the women. "How about it, Aunt Li? This one I introduced to you isn't bad, right?" On the 9th floor, a man named Old Wong swaggered out in his shorts, grinning at the rice bags in Li Ruiji's hands. "You promised me half as payment. Hand it over." Aunt Li quickly shielded the bags, retorting, "No, this is for my daughter-in-law. It's not for you." Old Wong fumed, recognizing Aunt Li's formidable nature, and snatched the rice bag from Li Ruiji, kicking him aside. "You coward. You really traded your wife for food? I'll take this bag in place of your wife." Give it to me. Why kick my son? Come on, son, let us go." Seeing Old Wong's aggression, Aunt Li abandoned her rice bag and pulled Li Ruiji home. The incident erupted throughout the building, spreading rapidly within a day. Since Aunt Li's family began this trade, such exchanges became increasingly common, though the rewards dwindled to half of what they once were. This, however, is a matter for another time. Meanwhile, on the 17th floor, Cui Zheng's family learned of these events through their neighbor, Old Feng. 5 minutes earlier, Old Feng had knocked on their door again. Although Cui Zheng initially wished to ignore him, Old Feng insisted he wasn't there to borrow food, but had something to discuss. After much deliberation, Cui Zheng decided to step out and hear Old Feng's new scheme. How could they do this? Indeed, I can't believe Li Ruiji is so spineless. Old Feng glanced at Cui Zheng's expression and continued. Upon hearing this, Cui Zheng scolded. "So what if he is? Is that the point? Such actions are simply abhorrent." Yes, that is not the point. I'm merely commenting." Noticing Cui Zheng's strong reaction, Old Feng opted to drop the subject and bid farewell, heading home. As Cui Zheng considered urging Old Feng further, he heard Lily calling him. With a sigh, he decided to let it go. "What is up?" Sister Dandan said she'll send down lamb soon. We need to open the door for her. We finally have something to eat. Lily's mention of lamb made her lick her lips instinctively. After days of subsisting on thin rice soup, she felt faint with hunger, eager to welcome the lamb herself. "All right, I'll go plug in the refrigerator." Aunt Cui, observing the excitement of the two individuals, could not help but join in their laughter. The family, elated by this news, felt as though they were celebrating the new year, eagerly gazing towards the entrance. Talp, talp, tap. Edan and Wuxin each bore a substantial burden of mutton, resembling thieves as they stood at the entrance of the 17th floor. The 4 hefty bundles weighing a total of 80 pounds. Lily, crouched against the door, listened intently to the sounds outside. Upon hearing a knock, she swiftly turned to call for Cui Zheng, and the two of them quietly opened the door and stepped into the corridor. Chapter 67. Silently entering the village. No gunshots allowed. Cui Zheng, holding a pre-prepared oil lamp, followed closely behind Lily, treading lightly towards the stairwell door. As he raised the lamp, intending to open the door, the memory of Old Feng's demeanor suddenly halted his actions. Cui Zheng lowered his hand, took a step back, and exchanged a knowing glance with Lily before approaching Old Feng's door. He covered the peephole with his hand and nodded at Lily. Receiving Cui Zheng's signal, Lily cautiously opened the door, and the enticing aroma of mutton enveloped her senses. She inhaled deeply, instinctively swallowing as she thought, how delightful, despite her ravenous hunger. She recalled Cui Zheng's admonition. Enter the village quietly, no gunshots allowed. She stepped aside and discreetly ushered Edan and Wuxin into the house. Once Edan and the others had entered, Cui Zheng removed his hand from the peephole, turned, and followed them inside. He quickly shut the door behind him and anxiously inquired of Edan, "Dandan, are you uninjured? You didn't encounter that gang looting the relief supplies, did you?" With a thud, Edan placed her burden on the dining table, wiped the sweat from her brow, and shook her head, saying, "I didn't run into those people, but I did come across some aid workers who had been killed near the neighborhood. We must be cautious when going out in the future." Upon hearing this, Cui Zheng scrutinized her for any signs of injury, and only when he confirmed that Edan bore no marks did he breathe a sigh of relief. "That's good, as long as you're safe." Wei Dan untied the bundle, revealing the smoked mutton within. She explained to the Cui family, "This amounts to the meat of 3 sheep, mostly preserved smoked meat. In a while, we shall make another trip to bring down the remainder." Cui Zheng, touched by Wei Dan's consideration for them, chuckled, "How can we trouble you further? We can manage on our own, under Aunt Cui's guidance." Wuxin placed the bundle on another table, and upon hearing Cui Zheng's words, clarified, "Uncle Cui, she is not merely being polite. This meat is exceptionally heavy, and you surely cannot move it." Noticing the sweat on their foreheads, Cui Zheng realized Wuxin spoke the truth and could only nod in resignation. Lily, however, remained skeptical. She approached the bundle, eager to test it for herself. "How heavy can it possibly be? Let me give it a try." Wei Dan was merely a bit more robust in stature than she, and yet she could lift her effortlessly. Lily felt confident in her own abilities as well. She flexed her wrist, encircled the bundle with her arms, and exerted force from her waist and legs. However, as Lily's face flushed crimson, the bundle merely lifted at one corner. After 10 seconds of effort, she finally admitted defeat, exclaiming, "Why is this so heavy?" Upon raising her gaze, she found the entire room focused on her. Embarrassed by her earlier struggle, she sheepishly scratched her head. To her surprise, it was indeed so heavy. "Sister Dandan, you two are truly remarkable. You've carried this distance without even breaking a sweat." Upon hearing these words, Wei Dan's heart raced, and her expression momentarily froze. Before she could conjure an excuse to deflect, Cui Zheng spoke first. With a reproachful gaze directed at Lily, he remarked, "You're an adult now. Why are you still causing such a ruckus? Hurry and put the meat in the refrigerator." Although Cui Zheng's response was quite natural, Wei Dan sensed an underlying nuance. Was Uncle Cui attempting to shield her? Could it be? Wei Dan cast a discreet glance at Cui Zheng, recalling his previous demeanor, and chose to remain silent. Lily's movements flowed seamlessly, revealing that she was accustomed to such actions. Wu Xin, having never experienced a lack of resources, reflected inwardly. It is not that the apocalypse is simplistic. Rather, it is Dan who has meticulously prepared everything. Without Dan, I fear I would struggle to live even this semblance of life. Wei Dan remained oblivious to Wuxin's transformation as she gathered the canvas bags. "Let us make another trip. We can discuss matters later." The two moved swiftly, and within half an hour, they had transported the remaining lamb. Cui Zheng laid out a sheet on the ground, assisting Wei Dan and Wu Xin in unloading the meat. Squatting down, he unfastened the canvas. Inside lay several robust cuts of lamb, predominantly from the hindquarters, with scarcely a bone in sight. This was no mere 6 sheep, Dan's. This exceeded the count of 6. It was simply untenable. Cui Zheng felt a profound sense of unearned reward, recalling Wei Dan's earlier promise of 6 sheep, which had already surpassed their labor's worth. And now, Kui, please accept this as an advance for my future requests. There will be much more I shall need from you. Wei Dan did not say this merely to persuade Cui Zheng. She genuinely believed that there would be numerous matters requiring Cui Zheng's assistance in the future. Moreover, Cui Zheng had just helped her cover up an issue. Naturally, she was reluctant to let such a capable ally go unrewarded. Although Cui Zheng wished to decline, upon glancing at the two individuals busily preparing lamb in the kitchen, he pondered for a moment and ultimately accepted. With utmost sincerity, Cui Zheng gazed at Wei Dan and declared, "All right, I will not forget your kindness, Dan. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to call upon me. Father, I think I can smell lamb." Upon hearing his son's stomach rumbling, Old Feng gently replied, "Xiaoxiang, bear with it a little longer. Once the rain subsides, we shall have lamb to feast upon." Feng Xiaoxiang took a deep breath, suddenly opening his eyes wide. "No, Dad, I truly smell lamb. What? How did I not notice?" He rose from the bed, continuously sniffing as he moved forward, halting only at the door. With a swift motion, Feng Xiaoxiang flung the door open, and the lingering aroma of lamb wafted into his nostrils. Ecstatic, he quickly closed the door and turned to say, "There really is lamb next door. You should go and smell for yourself." Skeptical, Old Feng approached the door and opened it, indeed catching a whiff of the subtle meat fragrance. He cautiously navigated forward in the darkness, eventually stopping at Cui Zheng's doorstep. Pressing his face against the crack of the door to inhale deeply. There truly is the scent of lamb. Old Feng cautiously shut the door, then grinned widely. Old Cui is quite inconsiderate. How can he have lamb without sharing even a morsel with us after all these years of neighborliness? Feng Xiaoxiang chuckled mischievously, his eyes gleaming with cunning. Do not fear if he possesses it. Fear if he does not. Just wait, tomorrow we shall have meat to eat. Old Feng was well aware of his son's cleverness. It was his idea to frequently visit and share tales of woe. Now, hearing his son speak with such conviction, he chuckled alongside him, already envisioning the feast of lamb that awaited them the following day. Chapter 68. Truly outrageous, these scoundrels. Wei Dan is tending to the potato seedlings she has planted, while Wu Xin immerses herself in the gym, practicing archery. Wu Xin feels a profound sense of regret. Had she mastered archery earlier, she would not have felt so helpless during the last encounter with Lu and Shan. She realizes that she has been enjoying the benefits bestowed by Wei Dan without contributing anything in return, once boasting to Wei Dan with unfounded confidence. Wu Xin had underestimated the complexities of the apocalypse, but recent days have illuminated the harsh realities and dangers lurking within it, revealing the struggles Wei Dan has faced in the past. A newfound determination glimmers in Wu Xin's eyes as she repeatedly draws her bow and aims for the target. Wei Dan, preoccupied with the potato seedlings on the balcony, remained oblivious to the inner turmoil that Wu Xin was experiencing. She gazed at the wilted, yellowing potato sprouts before her and sighed, pondering how they differed so greatly from those in her space. The previous ease with which she cultivated them had led her to take things for granted. With a deep sigh, Wei Dan lamented the challenges of gardening. After diligently studying the issue for half a day, she finally discerned what her potato seedlings were lacking. Fortunately, she had purchased a substantial amount of fertilizer beforehand. Wei Dan retrieved the necessary fertilizer from her space and meticulously sprinkled it upon each potato seedling, completing her task only after dousing them with water. She brushed the fertilizer powder from her hands, and to address the issue of insufficient sunlight, Wei Dan extracted 2 large lamps from her space, positioning them on either side of the potato plants. Upon finishing all these preparations, she rose with a furrowed brow, murmuring to herself, "You must grow well for me." Before departing, Wei Dan glanced at Wu Xian in the gym and was surprised to find her practicing archery. An unusual sight for her. It had indeed been a long time since she last took a break. Wei Dan slumbered until noon the following day. Stretching her limbs, she sat up from her bed and reached behind her to retrieve the necklace box she had set on the bedside. Wei Dan pried open the box, revealing 2 gemstones that lay quietly within. One had lost its luster, while the white mist enveloping the other had grown exceedingly thin. With an expression that confirmed her suspicions, Wei Dan snapped the necklace box shut. Before embarking on this outing, she had deliberately brought along these 2 gemstones, intending to seek clarification from number 1, only to find that she had not encountered him this time. Wei Dan sensed that number 1 was deliberately avoiding her. She sighed, fearing that she would only see him again when the mist of this gemstone had completely dissipated. Why was it so quiet? Had Yinan not yet awakened? Wei Dan sensed something amiss and approached the door of Wuxin's bedroom. Cautiously, she leaned her ear against the door, straining to listen to the sounds within. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the security door of 1901 slammed shut as Wuxin returned from outside, drenched in perspiration. Upon hearing the sound, Wei Dan swiftly rose from the door, intending to feign that she was merely passing by. Yet, before she could take a step, she was caught red-handed by Wu Xian. "What are you doing?" Wu Xian shook the sweat from her brow and feigned composure, saying, "I went to practice archery at 1902. Something fell amiss." Wei Dan squinted at her. Hadn't she always despised archery practice? Why was she so suddenly diligent? Practicing throughout the night was indeed peculiar. Wuxin noticed Wei Dan's gaze and recalled the well water from the previous night, realizing she could not evade the situation any longer. She resigned herself to her fate, saying, "I feel utterly useless, unable to contribute in any way. I simply wish to stand on my own one day, to relieve you of your worries, and to truly be your teammate." Upon hearing Wu Xian's words, Wei Dan felt a deep sense of satisfaction within. She nodded and said, "All right, then practice diligently." This left Wu Xian utterly bewildered. She gazed at Wei Dan in astonishment. "Is that it? Shouldn't you be praising me? Shouldn't there be a wave of emotional acknowledgement?" Wu Xian felt she had misallocated her affections. Internally, a tumultuous storm raged, yet she forced a semblance of a smile on her face and said, "Well, that's just. Quite good. Look at you, drenched in sweat. Go take a shower. We shall feast on roasted lamb legs shortly." The melodious voice of Wei Dan wafted from the kitchen, instantly invigorating Wu Xian, who joyfully made her way to the bathroom. "Dandan treacherous for me." After the two had finished their meal, they resumed their individual pursuits. Some practiced archery, while others tended to the garden. Whenever the desire for archery waned, they would cultivate the earth. Conversely, when the urge to garden faded, they would return to archery. This harmonious existence persisted for a week, until the tranquility of their lives was once again disrupted. As usual, Wei Dan tended to the potatoes on the balcony. The once wilted and yellowing potato sprouts had now transformed into a vibrant green, radiating vitality, just as she was about to revel in her masterpiece. A sudden cry for help echoed from below. "Help! Sister Dandan! Help! Sister Wuxin!" Upon hearing Lily's panicked voice, Wei Dan suddenly rose to her feet and hurried down the corridor, only to collide with Wuxin, who had also rushed out upon hearing the commotion. "Is it Lily?" Wei Dan nodded and quickly opened the door, pulling Lily inside. "What happened?" Lily, with tears streaming down her face and a red handprint imprinted on her cheek, anxiously exclaimed, "Sister Dandan, please help my parents. They... Take your time. What happened to Uncle Chui and Aunt Chui? A few days ago, Uncle Phone from across the hall learned that we had mutton and insisted that we share half with his family. My father refused, and so he rallied the other residents to confine us in our home. They even intended to sell me in exchange for rice. Woe is me. How did you manage to escape? Didn't TU have a walkie-talkie? Why didn't TU use it?" Lily hurriedly recounted the events of the past few days through her tears. Old Fong on the 17th floor, having failed to obtain the mutton, contacted Aunt Lee from 1801. She had been digging a hole in her floor for several days. They collected rainwater and, under the cover of night, flooded Uncle Chui's home, causing a short circuit that ruined the walkie-talkie. Now, apart from these two families, others are also trapped in Uncle Chui's house. and Lily was forcibly taken downstairs to exchange for rice. Fortunately, her captor was Aunt Lee's son, who, just before the exchange, inexplicably let her go, granting Lily the opportunity to seek help. How outrageous! These wretched scoundrels. Chapter 69. Are we neighbors now? She bore a bough slung over her shoulder and wielded a large machete. Lily, rest assured, we will certainly rescue Uncle Chui and the others. Today, I shall ensure that these scoundrels meet their end. Wei Dan nodded in agreement, grasping the still panicked Lily by the hand, leading her to the corridor. Stay here for a moment. We shall return shortly, she advised. Dan comfortingly patted her hand, assuring her, and then turned to follow Wuxin down the stairs. Is this all the lamb? Old Chui, you truly have a talent for hiding. Feng Xiaoxiang, wielding a baseball bat, glared at Chui Zheng, who was pinned to the ground. Chui Zheng, struggling to lift his head, revealed his battered visage and angrily shouted, "You deceitful scoundrel! I've already handed over the lamb. Where's my daughter? Release her at once." He kicked at Chui Zheng's face, exclaiming, "With so little lamb and so many mouths to feed, if I release your daughter, they won't be pleased. Indeed, you selfishly hoard for yourself, disregarding the plight of others. Lily is your just retribution. Xiaoxiang is right. If you won't give us the lamb, we shall take your daughter instead." Feng Xiaoxiang grinned maliciously. "I advise you to hand over the lamb quickly, or else." He raised the baseball bat and approached Aunt Chui. Aunt Chui, bound by Aunt Lee, gasped in terror, her pupils trembling as she fixated on the blood-stained bat. Witnessing this, Chui Zheng struggled even harder, his eyes bloodshot as he cursed, "You beast, do not lay a finger on my wife. If you have the guts, come at me. Speak. Where is the lamb? Where have you hidden it?" Aunt Lee yanked Aunt Chui's hair, reveling in the moment as she gestured menacingly at Chui Zheng. "I'll talk. Just let her go." Chui Zheng urgently cried out upon hearing Aunt Chui's cries. Feng Xiaoxiang, upon hearing this, gestured for Aunt Lee to halt. She scoffed and reluctantly released her grip on Aunt Chui's hair. "Where is it?" Chui Zheng, lowering his head in resignation, replied, "It's hidden elsewhere. Let me go, and I shall lead you there." Feng Xiaoxiang's spirits lifted at this news, but just as he was about to agree, Aunt Lee interjected, "Don't trust his words. This old fox is full of tricks." Feng Xiaoxiang fell into contemplation, and seeing the situation might shift, Chui Zheng quickly added, "Only I know how to operate the mechanisms there. If you don't believe me, then kill us." After a moment of deliberation, Feng Xiaoxiang agreed. "I advise you not to play any tricks. After all, with so many of us, you cannot escape alone. Let us not forget your daughter is still in our hands. If it weren't for the lamb, you, a mere boy, would not even dare to command me." Chui Zheng, finally regaining his freedom, suppressed his discomfort and rose from the ground. "I need a chair." The chairs in the room were either broken or occupied by outsiders. Feng Xiaoxiang, hearing this, looked at the nearest individual. "You little brat, what are you looking at? I can't stand upright." Embarrassed, Feng Xiaoxiang turned to the man in shorts and said, "Old Wang, please let go of the chair." Old Wang, taken aback that Feng Xiaoxiang would request such a thing, begrudgingly complied, despite feeling displeased, having once been on friendly terms with him during his time in the committee. Seeing no one else assist him, Chui Zheng slowly made his way to the chair and moved it towards the kitchen. He glanced at Aunt Chui, cautiously standing on the chair, and with both hands, began to pry down the tiles from the ceiling. Cunning indeed, to hide the lamb in the ceiling. No wonder I could smell it, but could not find it. Feng Xiaoxiang, elated, shouted to the group, eyeing Chui Zheng menacingly, "Everyone go help. All right, let's go." The gaunt faces of those starved individuals filled with excitement upon hearing the command. "Stop right there." Just as they advanced halfway, Chui Zheng brandished a gun, pointing it down at them. The moment they realized the weapon in Chui Zheng's hand, their expressions turned to shock, halting their advance. Feng Xiaoxiang never expected Chui Zheng to have a backup plan, let alone a firearm. He cautiously forced a smile, attempting to calm him. "Uncle Chui, don't be agitated. These are all neighbors. Let us put the gun down." Hearing Feng Xiaoxiang's words, Chui Zheng swung the gun towards him, sneering, "Now you want to be neighbors? Spare me your nonsense. Release my wife and child at once." Feng Xiaoxiang sensed the situation spiraling out of control as Chui Zheng, standing atop the chair, suddenly lost his composure, leaping down to confront Aunt Lee. "How dare you? Where did you sell them? Speak. Aunt Lee, trembling before the gun's muzzle, stammered. It was old Wang who introduced me. I don't know where. Old Chui, I had nothing to do with this. Don't listen to her. She's lying. Old Wang, caught off guard by Aunt Lee's sudden betrayal, hurriedly tried to distance himself from the situation. You all deserve to die. Chui Zhang was aware of what had happened to Aunt Lee's daughter-in-law. He knew Lily would not meet a good fate if sold to such a place. Enraged, he could no longer contain his fury and pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot startled old Wang and the others, who covered their ears and fled in panic. Aunt Lee's body slid down the wall to the floor, her eyes wide open, a dark red hole in her forehead, surrounded by charred flesh, lifeless. Seeing Aunt Lee dead, Chui Zhang could no longer hold back. He crouched down, embracing Aunt Chui as he wept. I am useless, Lily. Forgive me, my daughter. Feng Xiaoxiang, seizing the opportunity, glanced up, noticing Chui Zhang had let his guard down. He quickly picked up a baseball bat and swung it menacingly at Chui Zhang. Chapter 70. Qiaoyan returns. Aunt Chui's eyes reflected Feng Xiaoxiang's figure. She attempted to push Chui Zhang away, but, helpless due to her bindings, could only shout frantically, Old Chui, watch out. Unfortunately, her warning came too late. The bat was mere inches from striking the back of Chui Zhang's head when he instinctively shielded Aunt Chui beneath him. Simultaneously, an arrow flew through the air, piercing Feng Xiaoxiang's temple. Blood gushed from the wound, splattering onto Aunt Chui's face. She stared in shock as Feng Xiaoxiang's body collapsed with a thud, the bat clattering to the floor. My son. Everything transpired too swiftly. Old Feng, recovering from his shock, threw himself onto Feng Xiaoxiang, weeping bitterly. Chui Zhang, feeling warmth behind him, raised his head in astonishment at the source of the arrow. Dandan. Ah, it's Idan. Idan has come. Old Wang, witnessing this formidable figure, felt his legs weaken and knelt in fear. Memories of their previous encounters on the 19th floor flooded his mind, solidifying Idan's image as a vengeful spirit. Others who had never seen Idan before had heard her name and, upon seeing the bow in her hand, were filled with dread. Is this really Idan? The rumors were true. Wei Dan navigated through the crowd, directly approaching Chui Zhang, assisting him to his feet. Uncle Chui, are you all right? Upon hearing her words, Chui Zhang was overwhelmed with sorrow. Anxiously, he grasped Wei Dan's arm. Lily, Dandan, Lily has been sold by them. I must rescue her. Do not fret. Lily is upstairs, and she is unharmed. Wei Dan comforted Chui Zhang upon hearing his distress, succinctly recounting the incident of Lily ascending the stairs to seek her out. Only then did both Chui Zhang and his aunt feel a sense of relief. Chui's aunt could no longer contain her tears, repeatedly murmuring that everything was fine, that everything was indeed well. Thank goodness she was unharmed. Chui Shu, how do you wish to address these individuals? Wei Dan spoke as she drew a dagger, swiftly severing the ropes binding Aunt Chui. Together with Chui Zhang, they helped her to her feet. What are you doing? How dare you treat us like this? Let me go. No, please don't kill me. Old Wang understood Wei Dan's intent all too well. Terror-stricken, he retreated to the doorway, only to collide with the imposing figure of Wu Exin, who showed no mercy. With a single kick, she sent old Wang sprawling to the ground. Oh! The remaining individuals, witnessing old Wang's dire predicament and glancing at the formidable Wu Exin, felt their fleeting thoughts of escape extinguished in an instant. Their faces turned ashen, and they cried out, hastily kneeling before Wei Dan, repeatedly bowing their heads in apology. Please don't kill me. It was all old Feng's family's idea. Yes. It was old Feng and Aunt Lee's foolish scheme. Yes, right there. You should kill him. With a disdainful smile, Wei Dan coldly remarked. Kneeling before me serves no purpose. Here, I heed Uncle Chui. Upon hearing this, the crowd hastily shifted their focus, bowing before Chui Zhang once more. Observing the transformation of former neighbors into their current state, Chui Zhang felt a pang of discomfort, yet he resolutely refused to grant them forgiveness. His previous acts of compassion had inadvertently led to this dismal situation, causing suffering for his family. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, Aunt Lee's family has reduced our home to this, yet her son has freed Li. Let them move into my house and experience the anguish of a leaky roof. As for you, old Zhang, Vacate room 1802. We shall relocate to the 18th floor. And old Wong, you have amassed quite a bit of grain from selling people recently. Hand over that grain. Old Feng, your family is the root of this calamity, but considering the loss of your son, it is best for you to leave this community. Chui Zhang's conditions were judiciously framed, ensuring they faced deserved consequences without inflicting mortal harm. Wei Dan could hardly refrain from applauding him. However, regarding Old Feng's fate, although she disagreed, she chose to remain silent. Have you all heard? Make sure to resolve these matters today. Should it be postponed until tomorrow, the repercussions will be far graver. Wei Dan spoke solemnly to the few stunned individuals, and upon hearing that they could still retain their lives, the others dared not to refute and nodded in agreement. Only Old Feng remained hunched over his son's lifeless body, lost in a daze, oblivious to Chui Zhang's words. Understanding the weight of his grief, Chui Zhang chose not to press the matter further and turned to Wu Xin, saying, Xin, let them leave. The group, feeling as if a heavy burden had been lifted, scrambled to exit Chui Zhang's residence. Meanwhile, Old Feng struggled to hoist his son onto his back and began his descent down the stairs. Chui Zhang observed Old Feng's weary figure and could not help but let out a deep sigh. Very well. Wei Dan hoisted Aunt Li's lifeless body onto his shoulder. After Chui Zhang secured the door, the four of them descended from the 17th floor together. The hallway, once filled with a semblance of life, now lay in complete silence. Damn! Li Ruizhi exclaimed in disbelief upon seeing Aunt Li's body, a fearful expression mingling with a trace of sorrow. He had been waiting on the stairs of the 18th floor, too afraid to follow and commit the act of violence, yet unwilling to defy his mother's wishes. He could only remain helplessly on the staircase. Upon witnessing his trembling hesitation, Wei Dan resolutely bypassed him and placed Aunt Li's lifeless body in the corridor on the 18th floor. Li Ruizhi, overwhelmed with grief, lunged forward with a heart-wrenching cry, struggling to catch his breath in the depths of sorrow. At that moment, the door of room 1801 creaked open. A woman, pale as death and stained with blood from the waist down, emerged from within with great difficulty. Upon hearing the words, Wei Dan cast a bewildered glance at the woman, who appeared to be on the brink of death. From Wei Dan's perspective, Xiao Yun's lower body was continuously seeping blood, and in the absence of medical assistance or medicine, her chances of survival were exceedingly slim. Xiao Yun offered no glances to others. Her expression was one of indifference as she approached Li Ruizhi's side and weakly inquired, Is she dead? Li Ruizhi looked up, spotting Xiao Yun, and assumed she had come to offer him comfort. He began to weep, exclaiming, Xiao Yun, what am I to do now that my mother has died? What will I do in the future? With a self-deprecating smile, Xiao Yun replied, What can you do? You asked me what you should do. She lived as fate decreed. How can you say that? Li Ruizhi, oblivious to Xiao Yun's peculiar demeanor, continued to weep and lament. Gradually, Xiao Yun's gaze hardened. She retrieved a pair of scissors from her pocket and decisively plunged them into Li Ruizhi's neck, blood splattering across her face. You! Li Ruizhi spat blood, soon losing his breath. Xiao Yun, with her blood-soaked hands propping her up, stared at the deceased pair, both laughing and crying. Ha ha! It's good that they are dead. Chapter 71. Is this a hemostatic drug? The three individuals, aside from Wei Dan, were rendered speechless by the scene before them. The woman had descended into madness, picking up the scissors once more and frantically stabbing the already lifeless Li Ruizhi. Although they did not condone her actions, they refrained from intervening, for they understood that Xiao Yun was not to blame. She had been driven to this state by those devoid of conscience, as well as by the merciless nature of the world. Although Wei Dan had long since grown accustomed to it, the sight still tugged at her heartstrings, leaving her eyes somewhat misty. She helplessly patted Wu Xin's back and said, Let us go. Lily is still waiting above. Just as Chui Zhang assumed Wei Dan was calling to him, he turned to speak, but only saw her silhouette pause on the staircase. Uncle Chui, let us go. Wei Dan's voice was devoid of any emotion, yet Chui Zhang could still detect a hint of sorrow within it. As the security door on the 19th floor clicked open, Lily, who had been anxiously waiting in the corridor, appeared before Chui Zhang and the others. Mom, Dad, are you all right? Lily, without regard for her own wounds, Aunt Shui suddenly enveloped Lily in a tight embrace, and the two women were soon in tears, overwhelmed with relief. Thank goodness you're safe. What would I do if anything happened to you? Standing at the doorway, Shui Zheng watched the poignant reunion of mother and daughter. Unable to restrain his own tears as he stepped forward to envelop his family in a warm embrace. As long as we are alive, Wei Dan carefully closed the door, refraining from intruding upon the reunion of the family of three. Instead, she retreated to the bedroom to fetch the medicinal supplies for treating wounds. It was not only her heart that was filled with sentiments. Wei Dan too felt a pang of helplessness and melancholy. In a world beset by despair, some matters could not be resolved merely through effort. Yet, despite her thoughts, she instinctively gathered the hemostatic supplies. Uncle Shui, Aunt Shui, let us tend to your wounds first. Upon seeing Wei Dan emerge with a medical kit, Wuxin quickly cleared the table of unnecessary items, making space for their task. Shui Zheng and the others hastily wiped away their tears, releasing each other's hands. Dandan, you have saved our family once again. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. Shui Zheng's voice faltered as his emotions overwhelmed him. He choked out. Thank you so much. I may lack skills, but if you ever need my assistance, I will do my utmost to help. With reddened eyes, he spoke sincerely, and Wei Dan did not reject his heartfelt offer. She smiled and replied, That's fine, but you must first take care of your health. Otherwise, I shall hesitate to entrust you with any tasks. What have I done to deserve encountering you all? Shui Zheng began, his voice thick with emotion, but Wu Xin, noticing his state, playfully interrupted him. Oh, dear Uncle Shui, do not be so sentimental. Come over and let us apply the medicine. At her words, a shared smile spread among the group, finally pulling them away from their earlier sorrow. Lily assisted the gravely injured Shui Zheng to a chair, ready to begin their care. Wei Dan opened the medicine box and handed Lily a bottle of iodine and a cotton swab, saying, Aunt Shui only has some superficial injuries. Please assist her in treating them. Lily responded affirmatively and, alongside Wuxin, proceeded to apply medicine for Aunt Shui. Wei Dan approached Shui Zheng, cautiously inspecting him from head to toe. With a furrowed brow, she said, Lift your leg so I can take a look. Shui Zheng, enduring the pain, struggled to raise his foot but quickly lowered it again, lamenting, I fell quite hard. It will heal in time. Just a moment, let me see, he added, thinking Wei Dan intended to examine his leg. To his surprise, she pulled out her phone from her pocket and began to peruse it earnestly, murmuring, the medical advice here is incorrect. It suggests mobility. Kui Zheng interjected. So you're learning on the go. He chuckled awkwardly and tentatively remarked, well, I suppose I'm probably fine. Wu Xian, hearing the commotion, leaned closer to Wei Dan's phone and exclaimed, Is this the book you've been reading? It's wrong, look at me. Upon hearing this, Wei Dan put away her phone and gazed at Wu Xian with confusion. Wu Xian, brimming with confidence, circled around behind Shui Zheng, crouched down, and measured with her hands for a moment before suddenly pressing down. Shui Zheng exclaimed in pain, Xian, my old bones cannot withstand such antics. Why don't you try lifting your leg? Upon hearing Wu Xian's words, Shui Zheng realized that the pain had vanished. He skeptically lifted his leg again, and to his astonishment, he felt no discomfort this time. He looked at Wu Xian with delight, exclaiming, It's truly better. Xian, your technique is quite impressive. As Wei Dan observed the scene, she hurriedly approached Shui Zheng. Upon witnessing the remarkable recovery of his leg, she gazed at Wu Xian in astonishment. Yania, how was I unaware of your prowess in this technique? Wu Xian cleared her throat, feigning modesty. It is merely a result of having sustained numerous injuries during competitions. Hence, I possess a smattering of knowledge. With her hands clasped behind her back, Wu Xian reveled in the adoration emanating from the two, blissfully oblivious to the fate that awaited her. The smile on Wei Dan's face grew increasingly radiant, sending a chill down Wu Xian's spine. Just as those medical books had left her feeling dizzy and overwhelmed, this moment seemed to offer a splendid resolution to her significant dilemma. After Wei Dan and Wu Xian tended to Shui Zheng's wounds, they escorted his family to the door. Shui Shu, you might find this medicine useful. Wei Dan remarked nonchalantly as she handed the hemostatic powder to Shui Zheng. Feeling overwhelmed by the kindness his family had already received from Wei Dan, Shuizheng instinctively hesitated to accept it. However, upon noticing the label on the bottle, he paused. Is this hemostatic powder? We aren't in a situation where blood is gushing. Could it be for Xiao Yun? The more he pondered, the more convinced he became of his deduction. He quickly accepted it, assuring Wei Dan, all right, I know how to use it. After leaving the 19th floor, Shuizheng led his family into the corridor of the 18th floor, where the bodies of the mother and son lay motionless, blood already seeping into the floor. Lily, unaware of the events that had transpired, gasped in disbelief, frozen in shock. Seeing her daughter's fear, Aunt Shui attempted to shield Lily's eyes, but was halted by Shuizheng, who looked at her with a knowing gaze. He shook his head meaningfully. Lily needed to confront such realities. Aunt Shui quickly grasped her son's intentions. Although her heart ached for her daughter, she ultimately restrained her instincts. Leaving the two behind, Shuizheng approached the door of 1801. He reached out to knock, only to discover that the door was ajar. With a sense of trepidation, he pushed open the security door and stepped inside. Xiao Yun? Xiao, I've come to bring you medicine. Chapter 72. That child seems to have died. No one responded from 1801. Shuizheng peered inside. The living room was empty, save for the bloodstains scattered across the floor. Alarmed, he feared for Xiao Yun and Xiao Zhao's safety and hurried into the bedroom, only to find it deserted as well. Dad, come out and see. At the sound of Lily's voice, Shuizheng rushed out of 1801 to her side. What's wrong? Did you see Xiao Yun? Lily, her face a mask of shock, pointed at the bloodstains on the floor, trembling as she stammered. It seemed she went downstairs. Following her, Shuizheng noticed the staircase was marked not only by the previous dried blood, but also by several fresh footprints. A sense of dread washed over him, and he dashed downstairs, colliding with Old Wang, who was waiting on the 17th floor with supplies. Chui Shu, I brought you the food, but what are you doing? Grabbing Old Wang's arm, Shuizheng, his expression frantic, inquired, Have you seen Xiao Yun? She just went down with the child. As soon as Shuizheng heard that Xiao Yun had gone down with the baby, he sprinted away, failing to catch the latter part of Old Wang's sentence. That child seems to have died. Ignoring the pain in his waist, Shuizheng ran at full speed, finally spotting Xiao Yun's unsteady figure on the 6th floor staircase. He called out urgently, Xiao Yun, where are you going? Without hesitation, Xiao Yun, cradling her deceased child, leaped from the window, plunging into the murky water below. No. Despite his desperate attempts, Shuizheng could not reach her in time. He leaned out of the window, watching helplessly as Xiao Yun and the child were swept away by the current. When Lily finally arrived downstairs, she found her father despondently sitting on the ground, speechless. Dad, are you okay? Dad, earlier, Xin asked me if I wanted to learn combat skills with her. I hesitated then, but now, I want to go to the 19th floor and learn from them. All right. In this post-apocalyptic world, many succumb to despair, choosing death as their escape. Yet those who endured through tribulations often emerge transformed. Wei Dan had done so, and now Lily was following suit. Within a day, Shuizheng's family had organized the 18th floor and moved in. This time, they not only installed security doors in the corridor, but also dismantled the door of 1801 to secure the staircase, adding electricity in the process. Starting the next day, Lily committed herself to climbing upstairs daily, training in combat under Wu Xian's guidance, while also observing the sparring sessions between Wei Dan and Wu Xian. Thanks to Wei Dan's occasional provision of well water, Lily's progress was remarkable, and she eventually joined Wu Xian and Shuizheng on scavenging missions. Consequently, Wei Dan found herself with an unprecedented amount of free time, which she devoted wholeheartedly to her vegetable-growing endeavors. This was further facilitated by Shuizheng redistributing the food provided by Old Wang to those truly in need among their neighbors, as well as contributing a boat he had scavenged. Shuizheng understood the importance of not cornering a dog into a dead end, lest it bring endless troubles. Time passed swiftly, like a fleeting shadow, until the year drew to a close. The weather gradually turned cooler, yet the oppressive heat had merely diminished slightly, despite being December. Temperatures still hovered around 20 degrees, an anomaly in every sense. Lily, carrying a large bundle, nimbly made her way to 1902, locating Wei Dan's balcony and placing her load on the ground. "Oh, my ancestor, when will you ever calm down?" Wu Xian followed closely behind Lily, entering at a leisurely pace. Wei Dan wiped the sweat from his forehead with a relatively clean sleeve and inquired about the bundle before him. "What is this?" Wu Xian raised an eyebrow, her expression mirroring the same anticipation as Lily. Wei Dan felt a sense of unease. She removed her soiled gloves and, wielding a pair of scissors, crouched down before the package to sever the rope. In an instant, a vibrant green object sprang forth, colliding squarely with Wei Dan's face. Upon closer inspection, she discovered it to be a prank toy. "It's Lily. It's Sheen." The two exclaimed in unison, betraying one another, which made Wei Dan regard them with newfound respect, pondering the source of their uncanny rapport. Wu Xian, who had been engaged in a silent stare-down with Lily, burst into laughter upon hearing Wei Dan's remarks. "There's more beneath. Hurry, keep looking." Yudon has increasingly begun to doubt Wu Xin's words. Previously, due to the mischievous nature of the apocalypse, she had managed to restrain herself. However, ever since Lily's arrival, her playful spirit has been rekindled, and she has inadvertently led Lily astray. With a wary gaze fixed on Wu Xin, Yudon cautiously removed the cardboard covering, revealing a splash of red that caught her attention. A spring festival couplet? Wei Dan unfurled the rolled-up spring festival couplets, gazing at the two with a look of bewilderment. Lily, sensing Wei Dan's confusion, spoke up first. "Indeed, tomorrow marks the beginning of a new year, and my parents have invited you both to celebrate the new year at our home." After finishing her words, Lily squatted down to continue unwrapping a bundle, revealing several packages of hot pot base. "And here are 2 new outfits, handpicked by me." She shook the garments out and proudly presented them before Wei Dan. "Considering my earnest intentions, do come along." Wu Xin, nodding fervently beside her, recalled how the quality of meals at her home had plummeted since their cooking machine broke down 2 weeks ago. Although there remained the option of takeout, it was not something one could rely on consistently. The mere thought of enjoying Aunt Shui's cooking the following day filled her with immense joy. Seeing this, Wei Dan could only smile helplessly and agreed. "All right, we'll definitely go tomorrow." "Yay, I'll tell my parents right now." Lily, upon receiving Wei Dan's nod, dashed home eagerly, prompting Wei Dan to shake her head in amusement. Still just a child. Chapter 73. The rebellious phase of youth. The following day, Wu Xian rose early, eagerly setting up a ladder to affix the couplets to the door. Perhaps influenced by the festive spirit of the couplets, the home was filled with a joyous atmosphere. Wei Dan casually summoned Qi Bao from her space. To her astonishment, the once diminutive kitten, weighing merely 5 or 6 pounds 6 months ago, had transformed into a robust creature resembling a small leopard. Its fur was sleek and lustrous, its gaze sharp and penetrating, and its muscles subtly defined as it moved. Qi Bao had grown quite content in the space, indulging in delightful treats and companionship, living a life of utmost comfort. "Oh, you finally come out." Qi Bao had truly become quite the celebrity. Ever since Qi Bao began to frequently request entry into the space, each emergence was met with Wu Xian's playful reprimands. Upon hearing the teasing, Qi Bao flicked its tail defiantly and cast a dismissive glance at Wu Xian, inciting her to turn to Wei Dan in exasperation. "Dun dun. Look at how increasingly rude Qi Bao has become. It even dares to roll its eyes at me." Wu Xian pointed at the cat grooming itself on the sofa, indignantly voicing her grievances. As Wei Dan followed Wu Xian's, she observed that Qi Bao had instantly transformed. It gently wagged its tail, emitting soft purring sounds as it approached Wei Dan's legs, nuzzling its head against her, appearing entirely different from moments before. Wu Xian, taken aback, never anticipated that a cat would outsmart her one day. Indignantly, she pointed at Qi Bao, exclaiming, "You cat, how dare you show favoritism? Meow. I did no such thing. Do not wrongfully accuse me." Wu Xian's cheeks puffed up in frustration, unable to articulate her thoughts as she pointed at Qi Bao for an extended period. Finally, she hoisted the ladder with determination, huffing at Qi Bao before making her way to room 1902. Observing Wu Xian's departure, Qi Bao rolled onto its back, mewing playfully as it sought Wei Dan's affection. Wei Dan unconsciously smiled indulgently, but soon sensed something amiss and instantly adopted a serious demeanor, saying, "You must not be so impolite in the future. If you continue to mimic meow meow, I shall have no choice but to roast it for dinner." Meow. No, please. Then you must behave and refrain from constantly provoking her. Since you have this opportunity, you ought to learn the ways of human interaction. Understood? Meow. All right. As Wei Dan observed the creature's obedient demeanor, she felt a sense of satisfaction as she gently caressed its exposed belly, sinking into contemplation. Ever since she had entrusted the 7 treasures to the space, it had indeed accelerated its transformation at a remarkable pace, now comprehending the majority of her words. However, what surprised Wei Dan was that it had been brainwashed by that foolish sheep, spending its days in the space assisting in its escapades to steal food. Nonetheless, both the cat and the sheep retained a semblance of awareness, managing to keep the space from descending into chaos. This level of mischief Wei Dan could tolerate. She had previously nourished other animals with well water and vegetables, but apart from their enhanced vigor, no other significant changes had occurred. Never mind, she thought. I shall not dwell on it. Wei Dan dismissed the matter from her mind and retrieved the garments that Lily had delivered yesterday from the dryer. She neatly folded one of the pieces and draped it over Chi Bao, intending to head to 1902 while offering an apology. At first, Chi Bao believed the clothing was meant for it, only to discover otherwise. With its head lowered, it muttered indignantly, vigorously swishing its tail as it made its way outside. No cursing, Wei Dan admonished, as she approached the door and swung it open. Upon observing Chi Bao obediently delivering the clothes, Wei Dan finally made her way to the bedroom and donned the outfit. The attire, rather stylish, was not typically in line with Wei Dan's usual preferences. After all, aside from a few obligatory tasks, she preferred to languidly nestle at home, opting for comfort in her clothing above all else. As dusk approached, Wei Dan retrieved a bag of dew-laden vegetables and 2 large sacks of potatoes for her space. These were the fruits of her recent cultivation endeavors at 1902. With her growing expertise in planting, the quality of the subsequent harvest far surpassed that of the initial batch. Let's go. Wu Xin tugged at her clothing, standing before the mirror to adjust her appearance. Meow, I wish to join too. Wei Dan was intercepted by Chi Bao, and she smiled indulgently. Of course, I would never forget you. Wu Xin curled her lip, quietly lamenting the tea cat as she forced a smile and approached the door. Some cats, after all, ought to be more considerate and not impoverish others. Meow, wicked being. Upon receiving Wu Xion's reminder, Wei Dan suddenly recalled and retrieved a bag of cat food from her space, presenting it to Wu Xion. She then spoke gently to Chi Bao. Chi Bao, upon hearing this, drooped his little head, feeling a profound sense of desolation as he made his way towards the door, casting a disdainful glance at Wu Xion as he passed her by. Miser. Wu Xion observed his woeful expression and finally felt a sense of relief. She took the item from Wei Dan's hand, her demeanor one of triumph, as she opened the door and strode ahead with confidence. Upon witnessing their childish antics, Wei Dan could not help but chuckle softly, shaking her head as she followed suit. Happy New Year, Uncle Chui! Upon seeing the abundance of items in the hands of Wei Dan and her companion, Chui Zheng remarked with the warmth of an elder during the festive season, "You needn't have brought anything. Thanks to you. We are in no want of anything at this time. Let us merely add to the festive cheer." Fearing that Chui Zheng might continue to prattle on, Wu Xian deftly sidestepped and made her way into the house. "Aunt Chui, a joyous new year to you." Wei Dan raised an eyebrow in feigned helplessness at Chui Zheng and promptly squeezed inside. Upon seeing both of them enter, Chui Zheng chuckled softly, shaking his head as he turned to close the door. "Meow meow, don't forget about me." Chi Bao sauntered gracefully to Chui Zheng's door, gazing at him with a look of longing. "My goodness, how enormous you are! Are you, Chi Bao?" Chui Zheng stared in astonishment at the colossal creature before him, instinctively taking a step back. Although he had heard from Lily that Chi Bao had Maine Coon genes and was quite large, he never anticipated such a size. Could this truly be a cat? With such dimensions, one could easily mistake it for a leopard. "Will you let me in?" Oh, quickly come in." Only then did Chui Zheng realize that the door was too small for Chi Bao to enter, and he hurriedly opened it wide, allowing Chi Bao to step inside. Watching Chi Bao stroll leisurely into the room, Shui Zheng felt a surge of emotion. Indeed, this was a cat raised by those two, full of personality. Wait, hold on. Did I just comprehend the cat's speech? Shui Zheng, belatedly aware, quickly dismissed the thought. Impossible, impossible. This is utterly absurd. Dad, what are you doing outside? Hurry up and come in. We've been waiting for you. I'm coming. At the sound of Lily's voice, Shui Zheng cast aside the peculiar incident, shutting the door behind him with a beaming smile as he stepped into the room. Chapter 74. The rain has lessened. Come, come, taste your Uncle Shui's culinary skills. This braised pork is my signature dish. Your Aunt Shui praised it endlessly when she was younger. It's how I won her heart. Upon hearing Shui Zheng's words, Aunt Shui's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she scolded. You shouldn't speak like that in front of the children. Shui Zheng, feeling bashful, scratched his head with a sheepish grin and served each person a piece of braised pork with the communal chopsticks. Aunt Shui then turned to Wei Dan and the others, saying, You should try it. Your Uncle Shui is not wrong about this. His braised pork truly is exceptional. Wei Dan and the other person hurriedly picked up their chopsticks and took a bite. The taste was indeed delightful, rivaling that of the restaurants from the world before the apocalypse. The braised pork was tender and succulent, melting in the mouth, with a perfect balance of sweet and savory. The meat neither too fatty nor too lean. Exquisite. Uncle Shui, it is a pity that your culinary skills are not put to use as a chef. Shui Zheng, flattered by the praise, beamed with joy and eagerly picked up a piece of smoked meat to savor. Wei Dan observed that Shui Zheng and the other two were solely focused on picking at the cured meats and dried vegetables, while placing the stir-fried dishes and braised pork directly in front of Wei Dan and her companion. Upon a cursory glance, Wei Dan could discern the sincerity behind the array of dishes laid before her. In the days preceding the apocalypse, such a spread might have been commonplace. However, in this current world of desolation, the freshness of the vegetables speaks volumes. Moreover, the meticulously preserved pork is exceedingly rare, making it all the more remarkable that they would choose to present such a delicacy to her. Yu Dan felt a surge of emotion within her, yet she refrained from voicing it. Silently, she picked up the serving chopsticks and placed a piece of food on each person's plate. Dan, you little cat, would you like to have a bite? Aunt Shui inquired hesitantly, having noticed the pitiful expression on Qi Bao's face as it gazed longingly at the braised pork. Upon hearing this, Qi Bao perked up instantly, its drooping head rising with two glistening eyes fixed on Yu Dan. Meow, I wish to eat. Wei Dan cast a glance at Qi Bao and shook her head at Aunt Shui, indicating that it was unnecessary. She could only consume cat food and could not partake in the meal. Meow, meow, I can eat it. You're lying, Qi Bao protested, feeling wronged, yet refusing to suppress its emotions. It howled loudly at Wei Dan, drawing the attention of everyone around. With a resigned glance, Wei Dan silenced Qi Bao's cries. Yes, it's time to eat. Wu Xin chimed in gleefully, struggling to contain the smile, threatening to break free. Aunt Shui turned around with a hint of suspicion, thinking to herself, why does it feel like I understand what this cat is saying? It must be a trick of the mind. The group savored their meal in harmonious delight, and by the time they finished, it was nearly 9 o'clock in the evening. Wei Dan and her companion assisted Aunt Shui in clearing the table. Lily opened the window, preparing to discard the gathered trash into the outside water accumulation. The rain seems to have lessened, Lily remarked. Hearing this, Shui Zheng curiously peeked out with the remaining garbage, and indeed, it had diminished. Could this mean it's coming to an end? The other three, upon hearing him, hastily set aside their tasks and rushed to the window to take a look. The torrential downpour had transformed into a gentle drizzle, and the sky appeared significantly brighter. Lily involuntarily leaped up, excitedly embracing Aunt Shui. The rain has finally lessened. How wonderful! We can return to our previous lives. Wei Dan observed the Zheng family's exhilaration, feeling a lump in her throat, unsure of how to explain the future to them. Ha, this is splendid. Once the rain completely stops, I must take a leisurely stroll outside. Shui Zheng gazed outside, his heart brimming with emotion. Turning to Wei Dan and Wu Xin, he noticed their expressions were far from joyful. Confused, he inquired, "What's wrong? Is something amiss?" Wu Xin, unsure of how to respond, quickly feigned excitement, stammering, I don't know. Nothing seems wrong, right? Wei Dan organized her thoughts internally and remarked, the cessation of this rain is undoubtedly a positive development. However, tomorrow marks the onset of January, and it is quite chilly in this deep winter. We should prepare ourselves in advance. Upon hearing this, Cui Zheng smacked his forehead, exclaiming, Indeed, how could I have overlooked this detail? Lily's suggestion resonated perfectly with Wu's intentions, prompting her to nod in agreement. Thus, the matter was effortlessly settled. As Wei Dan cradled the slumbering Qi Bao and Wu Xian while departing from Cui Zheng's residence, her expression darkened the moment she stepped into the hallway. Was the impending frigid season arriving earlier than anticipated? In her previous life, it had not come so swiftly. Was the severe cold truly upon them? Wu Xian, noticing Wei Dan's unusual demeanor, inquired with concern. Wei Dan nodded, considering the differences this time, and said to Wu Xin, It's highly likely. So let's put in some extra effort to prepare in advance tonight. Wei Dan gently placed the slumbering Qi Bao upon the sofa, retrieved the toolkit and insulation materials from space, donned his night vision goggles, and ascended to the rooftop alongside Wu Xin. Although the solar panels were designed to withstand low temperatures, they were still somewhat inadequate for the impending weather, which was expected to plunge below 40 degrees. Wei Dan donned insulating gloves and meticulously disassembled the power generation panel, handing it over to Wu Xin for packaging. The two then collaborated to envelop the surface of the water tower with a layer of insulation material. By the time they completed these tasks, it was already past midnight, and the rain in the sky showed no signs of abating. Nevertheless, Wei Dan continued her efforts on the rooftop, suspending a hook to reach the positions of the 3 air conditioning units, ensuring to wrap the back with another layer of insulation. Early in the morning, Wu Xin carried the inflatable boat downstairs to seek out Lily, embarking with Cui Zheng and others to scavenge for usable supplies. Wei Dan pressed her head, compelling herself to rise from the bed. The aftermath of an entire sleepless night manifested as a dull ache in her head. Gritting her teeth against the discomfort, she made her way to the balcony to retrieve the circuit board. The 10-square-meter balcony barely accommodated a single solar panel, and its capacity to capture sunlight was limited compared to that of the rooftop. Wei Dan sighed, murmuring helplessly, It seems I must conserve my resources from now on. Fearing a shortage of electricity, she retrieved a manual generator from her storage space, seated herself on the sofa, kicked off her slippers, and began to study the instruction manual with her legs crossed. Meow felt a bit chilly, and Qi Bao lethargically emerged from the bedroom, leaping onto the sofa to nestle beside Wei Dan. Cold. Wei Dan swiftly turned to glance at the thermometer mounted on the wall, only to realize that within a mere day, the indoor temperature had plummeted to a chilling 15 degrees. Chapter 75. The harsh cold approaches unnoticed. The temperature had inexplicably dropped so drastically overnight. Could it be that this extreme cold was arriving ahead of schedule? In the previous life, the temperature had only begun to fall after the rain ceased. Why was it happening so swiftly this time? Wei Dan instinctively furrowed her brow, a flicker of unease washing over her. She tossed the instruction manual onto the sofa and rose to approach room 1902. The vegetables on the balcony of 1902 still exuded vibrant vitality. Wei Dan estimated that they would be ready for harvest in about a week. However, the current changes had already surpassed her expectations. Wei Dan, with a heavy heart, retrieved insulation materials from the space and encircled the corners of the balcony walls. While this method ensured warmth, it regrettably deprived the area of sunlight. After contemplating for a moment, Wei Dan retrieved a battery and connected it, illuminating the supplementary light. I hope this will last us through these few days. Bang! Don't even mention it. The people outside have gone mad today. While there are few robbers, there is instead a multitude of lunatics surrounding us tightly. Upon hearing this, Wei Dan nodded. The current circumstances mirrored those of the previous life. Meanwhile, the disorganized multitude seized the opportunity to conceal themselves, fearing repercussions once the apocalypse concluded. Wu Xen shed her damp outerwear in the living room, swiftly changing into slippers before darting towards Wei Dan. You dare indulge in secret. How inconsiderate! Wu Xen exclaimed. Observing vi dansawuring her culinary delights. She sniffled, stifling an impending runny nose, and without further ado, she prepared to take action. Upon witnessing this, Wei Dan slapped her hand and said helplessly, "Wash your hands before eating." After the two had dined, they together perused the instruction manual to assemble the manual generator. This is the most fundamental hand-cranked engine, requiring a rapid half-hour of cranking to store a mere kilowatt-hour of electricity, compared to the ones previously given to Wei Dan. The quality of this generator is the best Wei Dan has managed to procure. Wu Xian personally took a turn at it, but regardless of how swiftly she cranked, the output was only 1/20th of the original amount. Why is it so little? At this rate, it would take an eternity. Wu Xian exerted every ounce of her strength for an hour, and yet could barely sustain her household's electricity for 5 minutes. And that was only with essential appliances in operation. Gasping for breath, she reclined back onto the carpet, her expression one of utter despair. Was there truly no other generator available? Wei Dan contemplated the remaining generators, remarking that there was a solar panel on the balcony, with a capacity that was merely 1/10 of what it used to be. Wu Xin let out a sigh, already envisioning the bleakness of their future. "I shall seek out Uncle Chui to see if modifications can be made. I recall that he had successfully altered one previously, and it seemed to function adequately." Upon hearing this, Wu Xin abruptly sprang up from the carpet, exclaiming, "I believe it can be done." Wei Dan, with resolute determination, dismantled the generator's components and bore them down the stairs. "Chui Shu, do you think it can be modified?" Chui Zheng, wielding his tools, cautiously unscrewed the outer layer of screws, meticulously examining the generator in its entirety. While the modification posed no significant challenge, the generator itself was crafted from mediocre materials, yielding a maximum output of only 3 times its current capacity. Standing upright, Chui Zheng looked at Wei Dan with a puzzled expression and inquired, "Where do you intend to install this?" "I must proceed to that location for the modifications, as once altered, it cannot be relocated." "In my home," Wei Dan replied. "The previous generator panel was inexplicably damaged, and now the electricity supply is insufficient. I was hoping to install another." After 6 months of rigorous training, Wei Dan could now weave lies effortlessly, with not a hint of guilt betraying her demeanor. Upon learning of the malfunctioning generator panel at Wei Dan's residence, Chui Zheng promptly rose, eager to dismantle his own generator. "Why didn't you mention it sooner? Use mine. Its quality far surpasses that of yours." "All right, you go ahead, and I'll fetch a tool before joining you." Wei Dan was taken aback when she realized that the tool Chui Zheng referred to was a bicycle. As he brought it in, both Wei Dan and Wu Xian instantly comprehended its purpose and simultaneously gave him a thumbs up. The two watched in astonishment as Chui Zheng skillfully transformed the hand-cranked device into a bicycle in merely 2 or 3 hours. "Let us give it a try," Chui Zheng exclaimed, as he hastily affixed the final piece before the household electricity ran out, looking at his creation with unwavering confidence. Wu Xian skeptically mounted the bicycle for a test ride, and to her surprise, it performed remarkably well, achieving an impressive efficiency of 1 kilowatt-hour every 5 minutes. If used sparingly, pedaling for just 1 or 2 hours a day would suffice. "Chui Shu, you are far too modest. This modification is simply extraordinary." Guizeng, flattered by Wu Xian's praise, chuckled and scratched his head, downplaying the feat. "It's not that impressive. I'm just glad to help you." As the days passed, the incessant rain outside showed no signs of abating, with temperatures consistently lingering at a comfortable 15 degrees. One evening, when everyone had let down their guard, the bitter cold quietly descended upon them. She shivered uncontrollably, frantically pulling every piece of clothing from her wardrobe onto her body. And only then did she timidly emerge from the closet, still trembling. Wei Dan could not help but shed tears once more. Each droplet fell onto the floor, instantaneously transforming into icicles. Qi Bao was gone. Yin Er had also perished, and she found herself bereft of a home. Perhaps. Wei Dan stood uncontrollably at the window, her eyes shut tight as she spread her arms wide, poised to plunge from the 15th floor. "No, I cannot perish," Wei Dan cried out, abruptly sitting up in bed. As she gazed around her familiar bedroom, she let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it was merely a dream. The breath escaping her lips transformed into a white mist. And it was then that Wei Dan felt the chill in the room. She shivered slightly and hastily wrapped herself in the blanket. Chapter 76. The first night of extreme cold, Wuxin's blanket had been kicked to the floor, and her clothes lay in disarray beside her. Wei Dan thought to herself, "Oh no, hypothermia." She quickly retrieved the blanket and draped it over Wuxin, then hurriedly turned on the air conditioning and electric blanket. Wuxin, with her eyes tightly shut and brow furrowed, instinctively attempted to toss off the blanket, feeling excessively warm. Wei Dan hastily grasped her hand, forcibly tucking it beneath the covers, repeating this motion until Wuxin ceased to reach out. Only then did she let out a sigh of relief. Wei Dan slowly moved to the window, draped in a blanket, and pulled back the curtains. Outside, the puddles had formed a delicate layer of ice, and the rain had been replaced by falling snowflakes. The temperature had plummeted dramatically, a hallmark of the extreme cold. Although Wei Dan was aware that such frigid weather would arrive, she had not anticipated its abrupt onset. Even she, who had made ample preparations, nearly lost her life. How much more perilous must it be for others? The cold was biting, yet fortunately, Wei Dan had acted swiftly, and Wu Xian's body temperature returned to normal after only a brief moment of warmth. Upon seeing that Wu Xian was unharmed, Wei Dan retrieved the fur she had previously collected from her space, enveloping herself snugly from head to toe. Bearing the biting cold, she approached the 18th floor security door, knocking vigorously while calling out, "Uncle Chui, Aunt Chui, Lily?" Uncle Chui, after knocking for over 10 minutes. Just as Wei Dan felt a sense of hopelessness and was about to kick the door, the security door on the 18th floor finally creaked open. Lily stood at the threshold, trembling under her blanket. "Done, sister, done. Why is it so cold?" Upon noticing that her brows were already frosted with white, Idan hastily draped the prepared fur over her shoulders and anxiously inquired, "Where are they?" "No, I don't know." Lily could not suppress a shiver, as Idan hurriedly dashed past her towards home. Upon reaching the doorway, without uttering a word, she forcefully kicked it open, revealing Chui Zheng and another person tightly entwined under the covers, their condition seemingly better than that of Wu Xian. Idan hastily turned on the air conditioning and retrieved the small heater from the corner, placing it in front of the bed where Chui Zheng and the other lay. How could this happen? Lily limped into the room with her stiff legs, her eyes reflecting despair, for the cold had rendered her face incapable of expressing any emotion. Wei Dan sighed as she pulled her to sit at the edge of the bed, while she retrieved insulation material from her pocket and hung the hook of the dragon onto the air conditioning unit. Although she had donned gloves, her hands were still numbed by the biting cold. Enduring the pain, Wei Dan wrapped the back of the unit with the material. Wasn't the apocalypse supposed to be coming to an end? How could it? Perhaps it has not truly passed. Wei Dan was at a loss for words as she gazed at the three individuals on the bed, her heart heavy with myriad emotions. The drop in temperature had been alarmingly swift, far exceeding the intensity of her previous life. In just one night, countless souls would likely perish in their slumber. Lily? Why is it so cold? Chui Zheng, having consumed a considerable amount of well water, was the first to awaken, his gaze puzzled as he looked at the two people before him. "Chui uncle, the weather has changed. The temperature has plummeted to -20 degrees. As the balcony door creaked open, Wei Dan beheld the once vibrant vegetables now encased in ice. A wave of melancholy washing over her as she sighed for what felt like the umpteenth time that night. Perhaps she had been overly presumptuous. She should have anticipated the need for precaution as soon as she discerned the signs of extreme cold, which deviated from her previous experience. Yet, fortune still smiled upon Wei Dan, as fortunately, no significant mishaps occurred that evening. Wu Xian slept soundly until dawn, only to awaken and discover that the air conditioning and electric blanket were both activated. Finally realizing the extreme cold had arrived, she noticed a fur coat lying nearby and hastily donned it before making her way to the living room. -15 degrees. Wu Xian gasped at the thermometer inside the room, instinctively scratching her hand, only to find frostbite had already set in. Goodness, is this truly necessary? Upon hearing the commotion, Wei Dan emerged from the room with reddened eyes. How does she feel? Is there any discomfort? No. Wu Xian remained oblivious to the fact that she had narrowly escaped death the previous night, gazing at Wei Dan in confusion, uncertain of the reason behind her inquiry. Upon witnessing the scene, Wei Dan recounted the events of the previous night. Before Wu Xin could express her astonishment, the long-silent radio crackled back to life. Dear citizens of Huagua, this is the Emergency Response Department for Special Disasters. Regrettably, we must inform you that the apocalypse is far from over. According to predictions from relevant authorities, torrential rain has been replaced by extreme cold, and temperatures are expected to plummet to a chilling -40 degrees. The Emergency Response Department will commence the distribution of relief supplies within a week. We ask that you remain safely at home. Moreover, the Emergency Response Department is currently seeking security personnel. Selected candidates, following assessment, will receive 2 bags of relief supplies monthly. This announcement was the longest since the onset of the apocalypse, and Wei Dan was taken aback by the promptness of the response. You were appointed as the Deputy Minister of the Emergency Response Department under considerable pressure. What on earth are you thinking? Xin Kaishin stood resolute, devoid of any trepidation. Commander, I merely conveyed the current situation to the citizens of Huagua. I have not breached any regulations. The middle-aged man, seething with anger, found himself powerless in his chair and, in exasperation, shouted, "Get out!" Yes. As the middle-aged man watched Xin Kaishin depart, he slumped helplessly against the back of his chair. He was well aware that Xin Kaishin was indeed acting rightly. However, if he allowed such obstinacy to persist, what would happen if they truly provoked those in power? Sigh. Wei Dan descended the staircase, clutching her ice skates. The once popular corridor now lay in eerie silence. Some doors had even been vandalized, while frozen corpses were carelessly discarded at their thresholds, and the interiors had been ransacked completely. With an unperturbed expression, Wei Dan approached the window on the 7th floor, donned her ice skates, and leapt down, landing somewhat unsteadily upon the glistening ice. In a nearby building, a man, fortunate enough to have survived the frigid night, peered out from the window with a gaunt visage, his cheeks deeply hollowed, trembling as he surveyed the scene. There, on the ice, a nimble figure glided effortlessly, her lithe form expertly maneuvering on her skates with grace and speed. "Stop!" called out a tall man, lying in wait for an opportune moment. He had long been hidden, hoping to seize a fortune from unsuspecting passers-by. Noticing Wei Dan's rosy, well-nourished face, he recognized her as a girl evidently well protected by her family, untouched by hunger. The man fixated on the large backpack she carried, instinctively licking his lips. She was indeed a prize catch. With a sinister grin, he brandished a rusted blade, positioning himself menacingly 100 meters ahead of Wei Dan. As Wei Dan lifted her gaze in response to the sound, she beheld a man clad in an array of garments, each displaying a distinct style, resembling a veritable jester. Some of his attire appeared faded, as if plucked from the corpse of a deceased individual. Noticing that Wei Dan did not halt her advance, the man's pallid visage twisted into a menacing snarl as he shouted, "Stop! Did you not hear me?" Raising the rusted kitchen knife in his grasp, he charged toward her. Just as they were about to confront one another, Wei Dan deftly sidestepped with an elegant flourish, unleashing a glinting arc of cold light. The man staggered, missing his target, and, driven by desperation, he turned to pursue her once more, only to suddenly feel a chill at his leg. Glancing down, he was dismayed to discover that the several layers of his trousers had been sliced open, revealing his emaciated limbs, a testament to his hunger. In a panic, he hastily pulled up his pant leg, seething with resentment as he watched a retreating figure, muttering, "You are indeed formidable." For Wei Dan, this encounter was merely a trifling episode. With unwavering focus, she continued her journey toward her destination, skillfully evading each obstructive figure along her path. The snow in the sky danced with the wind, sometimes intensifying and at other times diminishing. When it grew heavy, she sought refuge, emerging only when the flurries lessened to resume her progress. This relentless pattern persisted for 3.5 hours until at last she arrived at her intended destination, the Tianqing Black Market. The formation of the black market had been foreshadowed 2 months prior. Yet Wei Dan was aware that arriving early was futile. Only in the depths of winter could vegetables attain their utmost value. The drastic overnight temperature drop rendered the produce even more scarce, and those who could still afford it undoubtedly possessed some wealth, presenting an opportunity to seek items for potential upgrades. Wei Dan paused before the supermarket, half encased in ice. She removed her ice skates and replaced them with a pair of warm cotton shoes from her bag. Externally, it appeared to be an abandoned supermarket without question. Yet within its walls lay a hidden world. As Wei Dan entered through the passage excavated by others, she found herself amidst a bustling crowd, where a myriad of vendors vociferously peddled their wares, transforming the once orderly shelves into makeshift boundaries for the stalls. Wei Dan tirelessly searched through the crowd for that familiar figure, weaving her way among the shelves until she reached the last row, yet she found no trace of him. How could this be? Could it be that he is already? Little boss. Upon hearing a familiar voice, Wei Dan turned around in delight, only to be greeted by the sight of a gaunt face resembling that of a horse. Little boss, it truly is you. At this moment, Manager Ma was clad in bulky attire, and his glasses, perched precariously on the bridge of his nose, bore a crack. Although his exposed cheeks appeared somewhat emaciated, they were still significantly healthier than in his previous life. Manager Ma, it's been a long time. Wei Dan greeted him warmly, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. Fortunately, the lad had encountered no mishaps, or else this trip would have resulted in a loss for her. In her previous life, Wei Dan had first encountered Manager Ma here. He was, by and large, a man of integrity, refraining from exploiting her simply because she was a young girl. However, she had arrived somewhat late then, missing the prime opportunity for a transaction. This time, she could be said to have seized the moment. Cool me. Do not linger here. Follow me, the little boss urged. Things are not as they were before. With such a large bundle of goods, do you dare venture to the back? That area is known for its direct robberies. As Wei Dan encountered Manager Ma, she maintained her usual carefree demeanor, laughingly remarking, had I not entered, I might never have crossed paths with you. Manager Ma sighed, taking a moment to truly observe Wei Dan. He noted her plump, rosy cheeks and the vibrant energy she exuded, a stark contrast to the desolation that enveloped others in this post-apocalyptic world. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. He had not anticipated that the young proprietor possessed such resilience, which explained her audacity to venture alone into the black market. He nodded thoughtfully, inquiring, so, young proprietor, are you here to engage in trade? Indeed, I wish to exchange some goods. Do you have any channels available? Upon hearing this, Manager Ma's previously lackluster eyes sparkled with renewed vigor, and he exclaimed with enthusiasm, absolutely. This is precisely my line of work. Yes, you. No one in the black market boasts broader connections than I do. Feel free to share your requirements, and I will ensure they are met. However, there is one matter. Manager Ma's gaze shifted towards the large backpack behind Wei Dan, his words trailing off uncertainly. Wei Dan was undoubtedly aware of his thoughts. The bag contained highly sought-after goods. If you can procure the items I desire, I assure you, a substantial profit awaits you. Although it was merely a glance, Manager Ma couldn't help but notice the exceptional quality of those vegetables, particularly the leafy greens, which still bore droplets of water. Upon realizing Wei Dan's capabilities, he immediately adopted a sycophantic demeanor, his facial creases capable of squashing a mosquito. Understood. The young boss is known for his generosity. What does he wish to exchange this time? Can you find protective clothing? The more advanced, the better. It must be corrosion-resistant. Manager Ma presumed Wei Dan sought to trade for some everyday essentials, but was taken aback by such an outlandish request. But, young boss, what do you need that for? It offers no warmth. Unable to articulate its purpose, Wei Dan devised a clever ruse, feigning disdain as she remarked, with that expression, you wouldn't be struggling, would you? Upon hearing Wei Dan question his professional capabilities, Manager Ma nearly leapt from his seat in indignation, swiftly defending his reputation. How could that be? It's merely protective clothing. I will certainly procure it for you. In 5 days. No, in 3 days, I shall have it ready. Very well. If you could also manage to find some gas masks or similar items, I assure you that all future business will be directed your way. Manager Ma, elated by the prospect of such fortune, felt a renewed sense of hope. With Wei Dan's support, he need not worry about a lack of clientele in the future. My dear boss, I can certainly handle it. No need for 3 days. By tomorrow. At this time tomorrow, I will have it for you. In a bid to secure Wei Dan as a client, Manager Ma boldly made his promise. Chapter 78. golden opportunities in turbulent times, antique treasures in prosperous eras. After solidifying their agreement for the transaction the following day, Manager Ma promptly took his leave from the black market, reminding Wei Dan to remain vigilant for her safety before departing. While Wei Dan superficially agreed amiably, once Manager Ma departed, she plunged headlong into the stacks of shelves. In the black market, the majority of goods on display for trade consisted of clothing and staple foods such as rice and flour. After a prolonged search, Wei Dan finally discovered what she sought nestled in a corner. In chaotic times, gold is treasured. In prosperous times, antiques are esteemed. A man with deeply hollowed cheeks and a visibly despondent demeanor stood before a piece of exquisite silk fabric, upon which lay an antique that had once been worth a fortune. Today, he had just learned of the existence of this black market, tirelessly transporting these paintings and antiques, only to find that items that had previously been priceless were now met with indifference. "How are these things sold?" he inquired, quickly raising his gaze upon hearing a voice, only to be met with the sight of a young girl, extinguishing the flicker of hope in his eyes. He sighed in resignation, his voice heavy with defeat. Only in exchange for food. Wei Dan knelt down, sweeping his gaze over the antiques, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. These relics exhibited a peculiar phenomenon. A thin veil of white mist enveloped each one, so gossamer that it would have gone unnoticed had Wei Dan not scrutinized them closely. What could be the reason for this? Wei Dan found herself utterly perplexed, yet she could not truly relinquish these antiques. After all, while a mosquito may be small, its numbers are formidable. The white mist adorning these relics, when gathered together, could rival the density found upon precious gemstones. "I possess potatoes and greens. I shall take everything from your stall. Please state your price." Wei Dan spoke as she took out a bag of earthy potatoes and fresh greens from her bag. The man was taken aback by the unexpected depth of this young girl. He glanced at the antique on the ground and hesitated, saying, "I shall take them all. I will have 50 pounds of potatoes and 10 pounds of greens." Wei Dan assessed the quantity of vegetables in the space, determining it was sufficient. However, she felt the need to exchange for other items and could not provide him with so much. She bargained 25 pounds of potatoes, 5 pounds of greens, and 2 legs of lamb. "If that is acceptable, we have a deal." The man, thinking of his wife and daughter waiting at home, realized that even if he was reluctant to part with these cherished possessions, he had to relent. With a heavy heart, he nodded and said, "All right, it's a deal, but I want the goods on the spot." Wei Dan did not anticipate his swift agreement and readily accepted. For the sake of safety, the two departed from the black market, making their way to a secluded street. Wei Dan extracted 5 bags of potatoes, 10 bags of quick-cooking vegetables, and 2 lamb legs from her enormous backpack. As soon as the lamb legs emerged, an enticing aroma of meat wafted into the man's nostrils, prompting him to instinctively swallow hard as he reluctantly handed over the antique to Wei Dan. In the presence of the man, Wei Dan deftly stowed the antique in her backpack before assisting him in neatly wrapping the provisions in silk cloth, which he then hoisted upon his shoulder. The nearly 50-pound burden nearly caused him to stumble and fall, yet fortunately, Wei Dan's quick reflexes allowed her to steady him just in time. "Thank you." The man felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that he was outmatched in strength by a mere young girl. Nonetheless, the weight of the load was considerable. How could she possess such remarkable strength? He thought of his wife and daughter at home, dismissed his concerns, and bid farewell to Wei Dan before setting off with the heavy burden towards his dwelling. As Wei Dan witnessed him turn around, she swiftly reached into her backpack, hastily stowing the antiques into her spatial pocket. Following this, she donned her backpack and quietly trailed behind the man. Did you see that correctly? Did it truly sell? Indeed, it was a young girl who traded fresh potatoes and vegetables. The scar-faced man had long been aware of this antiquities seller. He had specifically contacted individuals from the black market, biding his time to negotiate a price in the afternoon. However, he never anticipated that a mere young girl would intercept his plans. "Brother Long, the chubby one has already followed. Should we?" One of the younger subordinates smirked, gesturing a throat-cutting sign toward Zhao Qinglong. "You truly understand me. Neither the antiques nor the food will escape this time. Let's proceed." This statement struck a chord with Zhao Qinglong, who let out a hearty laugh, grabbing the nearby cleaver as he strode outward. Wei Dan followed closely behind the man who was moving at a leisurely pace. In truth, she had taken advantage of him. The value of these antiques far exceeded that of mere grain. Moreover, as the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Since these antiques had already made an appearance in the black market, it was certain that they would attract attention. Little girl, having already exchanged with him, do you still desire to engage in a black market scheme? Zhao Qinglong, relying on a marker provided by the stout man, effortlessly trailed the two individuals. What surprised him was that this woman was employing a method of tailing. Truly, it was a stroke of fortune, as he no longer needed to make a second trip. Upon hearing this, Wei Dan halted her steps, finally catching up. She turned to face Zhao Qinglong, the leader of the group, a familiar figure from her past. In her previous life, she nearly fell victim to his schemes, but fortunately, Manager Ma arrived just in time. Otherwise, in the realm of the black market, who could outmaneuver Zhao Qinglong? To his surprise, Zhao Qinglong discovered that this woman recognized him, indicating she possessed some skill. However, that skill was insignificant in his presence. With a sinister grin, he smirked, the corner of his mouth curling upward, his eyes leering as he fixated on Wei Dan's visage, and said, upon hearing the words, Wei Dan scoffed with derision, unburdening herself of her backpack and reaching to remove the cumbersome fur layer enveloping her. To Zhao Qinglong and his companions, her actions appeared as a capitulation, igniting the imagination of a nearby lackey whose eyes nearly bulged with excitement. Brother Long, I too wish to partake. What do you think? Haha. After hurling insults, he unconsciously licked his lips, hastily handing the machete he held to a person named Fatty, rubbing his hands together eagerly as he approached Wei Dan. Wei Dan tossed the fur onto her backpack and coldly remarked, I believe there was a particular statement you made just now that resonated profoundly. At that moment, Zhao Qinglong, consumed by his carnal desires, was oblivious to Wei Dan's unusual demeanor. He instinctively, in a rather lascivious manner, inquired, which statement are you referring to? Wei Dan rested her hand upon the dagger at her waist, her eyes glinting with lethal intent as she scoffed, indulge in your fanciful dreams. Huh, what? Chapter 79. No one can outpace a bullet. Zhao Qinglong instinctively halted his advance, momentarily stunned. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Wei Dan had unsheathed her dagger and swiftly closed the distance between them. Her form was as swift as lightning, imbued with an icy aura, in the blink of an eye. Wei Dan's face was mere inches from his own. A subtle smirk played at the corner of Wei Dan's lips as she swung her dagger forward. Zhao Qinglong's eyes widened in an instant, and he reflexively crossed his arms to shield himself. Years of experience had ingrained in him a muscle memory. He instinctively reached forward, only to discover that the space before him was utterly vacant. Upon witnessing her strike miss its mark, Wei Dan swiftly pivoted and retreated to one side. Her gaze towards Zhao Qinglong grew solemn as she once more positioned the dagger horizontally before her face. In the depths of Wei Dan's heart, a sense of regret lingered. Indeed, dealing with a martial artist proved to be far from effortless. Long, brother Long, your hand. Zhao Qinglong's thick sleeves were torn open, revealing the cotton within, soon stained crimson with blood. Damn it. Fatty, come cover me. The carnal desire in Zhao Qinglong's eyes swiftly evaporated as he warily retreated a couple of steps, fixating on Wei Dan, who wielded a dagger. Hearing the commotion, the once rotund Fatty, now emaciated from hunger, swiftly positioned himself in front of Zhao Qinglong. Zhao Qinglong tore off the damaged sleeve, biting one end while his other hand hastily tended to the wound. Wei Dan squinted her eyes, discerning that it was indeed a propitious moment for an attack. However, she remained cautious and refrained from acting impulsively. She was acutely aware of Zhao Qinglong's cunning nature, not to mention the hidden cards he held. He was likely aiming to lure her into a trap, just as Wei Dan anticipated. Although Zhao Qinglong appeared fully engrossed in bandaging his wounds, his peripheral vision was constantly monitoring her movements. His bandaged hand discreetly grasped a pistol tucked within his clothing, poised to strike the moment Wei Dan approached. Yet, to his frustration, she did not advance even after he had completed his task. A malevolent expression crossed Zhao Qinglong's face as he spat onto the icy surface, realizing he had misjudged her. This woman was indeed formidable. I see you possess considerable skills. If you were to join forces with me, I would overlook today's incident. As for those antiques, I could offer you half. What do you think of this proposal? Surely, you wouldn't want to offend the powerful figure behind the black market. Zhao Qinglong employed a blend of intimidation and persuasion. Were he dealing with an ordinary individual, they might have readily acquiesced, but unfortunately for him, he was confronted by Wei Dan. Upon hearing this, Wei Dan scoffed disdainfully, expressing her disbelief. Is this truly the best you can muster? You really fail to recognize your own insignificance, antagonize us, and prepare for your demise. For we are backed by a dragon. The stout man continued to boast recklessly until Zhao Qinglong cast a menacing glance in his direction, causing him to realize his blunder and hastily cover his mouth. What a liability! Zhao Qinglong shot a glare at the stout man, only to hear Wei Dan's scornful voice resonate in his ears. What is the big deal about the Longhu base? Zhao Qinglong turned to face the audacious Wei Dan, a contemptuous smile gracing his lips. Since you are aware of Longhu, you ought to comprehend that we are not someone you can provoke. Concealed behind the stout man, Zhao Qinglong revealed half of his sinister visage. Such a pity, since you are so obstinately foolish. Do not expect me to show any mercy. Utilizing the stout man's cover, he swiftly drew a pistol from his pocket, aiming it at Wei Dan and firing a shot with precision. Zhao Qinglong kept his eyes narrowed, fixated on the distance. The separation made it difficult to ensure accuracy. A gust of wind swept through, lifting the snowflakes from the ground and enveloping Wei Dan in a shroud of snowy mist. Bang! The bullet erupted from the muzzle, piercing through the swirling snowflakes at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, aimed directly for Wei Dan's forehead. Wei Dan had long been aware that Zhao Qinglong possessed a hidden card. The moment the bullet was fired, she, with her extraordinary vision, discerned the trajectory of the projectile. However, even with her remarkable speed, she could not entirely evade being struck. The only variance would be the location of her injury. In a moment of turmoil, Wei Dan instinctively positioned the dagger before her forehead. Clang! The bullet struck the dagger, producing a resonant sound, and the immense force jolted her arm, rendering it nearly numb. As the snowstorm subsided, Wei Dan appeared before the two, unscathed, clutching the dagger. Zhao Qinglong could hardly believe his eyes, rubbing his eyelids vigorously. What? It actually deflected the bullet. Just moments ago, he thought he had misheard the sound. Now he gaped in astonishment at the small dent on the dagger. Brother Long, her dagger can block bullets. In this world, there exist both sensitive and insensitive individuals, and the fatty was evidently among the latter. Noticing only the dagger in Wei Dan's grasp amidst the life and death situation. Enraged, Zhao Qinglong smacked the fatty on the forehead, inadvertently aggravating his arm wound. Idiot, be silent. This dagger is formidable. The woman wielding it must be even stronger. At this moment, thoughts of retreat began to form in Zhao Qinglong's mind. A woman capable of deflecting bullets was too terrifying. He donned a facade of cheerfulness and called out to Wei Dan, "Since you are unwilling, let us part ways. We shall take our leave now." The fatty hesitated at this, still failing to comprehend the extent of Wei Dan's danger. Brother Long, shall we just let go? Zhao Qinglong, eager to depart, was incensed by this foolish question, gritting his teeth as he replied, "Stop with the nonsense. Hurry up. If we delay, we won't be able to leave." Before the fatty could process this, a gunshot rang out, and he widened his eyes in disbelief. Reaching toward his chest, the fatty collapsed before Zhao Qinglong, blood frothing from his mouth, leaving him no chance for further thought. Zhao Qinglong was taken aback by Wei Dan's ruthlessness. In his shock, he swiftly raised his gun, preparing to fire. Yet, even a moment's hesitation proved fatal. Bang! A second shot followed in quick succession, the bullet piercing Zhao Qinglong's forehead and ending his life. He fell directly onto the fatty, his fingers still fixed on the trigger, never having had the chance to pull the trigger before his demise. Upon witnessing the two individuals collapse, Wei Dan exhaled a plume of smoke from the muzzle of her firearm, grateful for Zhao Qinglong's timely warning. After all, in a contest of speed, One cannot outpace a bullet. She holstered her pistol and approached the lifeless bodies, as was her custom, plunging a dagger into their hearts for good measure. After disposing of the remains, Wei Dan forcefully pried the gun from Zhao Qinglong's grip and meticulously searched his person, ultimately uncovering a lighter and a spare magazine. Once she had stowed these items away in her concealed space, she turned it on the fur coat she had previously discarded, shouldering her enormous backpack once more. Chapter 80. The Butterfly Effect. Finding a secluded corner, she carelessly discarded the bag and retrieved a bottle of ergotu from her space, pouring its contents over the corpses. Wei Dan grasped a lighter, igniting a flame that she cast upon the lifeless body, which instantly erupted into a fierce blaze. Witnessing the fire engulf the scene, she lingered no longer and turned away from this place of turmoil. The pursuers had been dealt with, and she chose not to follow the direction from which the earlier figure had vanished. Instead, she donned her ice skates and glided towards home. In the frigid depths of winter, when days are short and nights long, it was already dusk at 4 in the afternoon. Wearing her night vision goggles, Wei Dan effortlessly navigated past the unruly throngs that obstructed her path. Wei Dan removed her ice skates and slung them over her shoulder, replacing them with cotton shoes as she made her way down the corridor. To her surprise, the hallway buzzed with an unusual liveliness today. The candles that were usually reserved and scarcely lit were now brought forth by every household, bathing the corridor in a warm glow. Upon noticing Wei Dan's figure, one family on the 6th floor promptly extinguished their candle and retreated into their home, while another hesitated, uncertain, and dared not approach to speak. In the past 6 months, Wei Dan has undeniably earned the notorious title of a living tyrant within the building. Although the reputation is rather unsavory, it has indeed spared her from numerous troubles. How is it that the distribution of relief rations is so prompt this time? Could it be the butterfly effect stemming from that letter? Your surname is Wang, correct? You have 5 family members. Please have them step out to fill out the forms. This time, old Wang was not merely clad in his shorts. He was wrapped in a thick quilt, trembling at the doorway as he stammered, "Comrade, we only have 2 quilts to keep warm, and the 2 elderly cannot come out. You see, this is simply unreasonable." The official, already accustomed to such deceitful claims of inflated household numbers for rations, grew impatient and approached the entrance, saying, "Then I shall enter directly." Upon hearing this, old Wang immediately became displeased, blocking the public servant's path. "This won't do. You are putting my wife's life at risk." As darkness enveloped the surroundings, old Wang's attempt to stall were futile, and the official, unwilling to waste further effort at his residence, inquired once more, "Are you certain there are 5 members in your household?" Old Wang, ready to concede, began to nod, but a glance out of the corner of his eye caught sight of Wei Dan ascending the stairs, her shoulders gleaming with the chilling edge of an ice blade. Instantly, old Wang's heart quaked with fear, and he stammered, No, there are only 3 of us. Just 3. The official, now displeased, retorted angrily, "How many are there? One moment it's 5, the next it's 3. 3. I miscounted earlier. I will call them out to register now." The official, observing old Wang's sudden compliance, was puzzled as he clutched his clipboard. Turning around, he spotted Wei Dan, who had reached the top of the stairs. "Miss, which floor are you on? Have you registered?" Upon hearing the mention of the 19th floor, he immediately recalled the numerous security doors on the upper levels and recognized that they were among the only 2 households of normal individuals. "Oh, you're the one who went out? Please wait here while I finish registering a few households downstairs, and I will assist you afterward." As the official spoke, he gestured toward the ground floor, only to find that the crowd that had been waiting at the entrance had vanished entirely. Where did everyone go? Wei Dan suddenly felt a wave of unease wash over her, and she managed an awkward smile as she said, "Since there is no one else, perhaps I should go ahead and register." The public servant, puzzled, opened the file and inquired name, age, date of birth. Just as Wei Dan was filling in her details, old Wang's wife, clad in bulky attire, emerged, her sharp voice echoing even before her figure was visible. "How can one be so inconsiderate? What kind of person is this? Does she not have any family at home?" The public servant furrowed his brow. It was his first day on the job, and previously, the residents had been cooperative. Yet, in this building, despite the residents appearing more spirited than those in others. The level of unreasonable behavior was truly astonishing. As old Wang's wife pushed the door open, she intended to continue her derisive remarks, only to find Wei Dan standing at the threshold. Her legs weakened instantly, and she clutched the doorknob, rendered speechless. Internally, she cursed, "What a calamity! This devil is here. And old Wang, that scoundrel, says nothing. Does he wish to bring about my ruin?" The public servant, taken aback by her sudden transformation, remarked, "Please wait a moment. I shall complete her registration before attending to you." "Very well. I am in no rush. I shall wait," she replied, her earlier bravado evaporating as she cast a timid glance at Wei Dan and quickly lowered her head, attempting to diminish her presence. The public servant noted her gaze and, following it, cast a suspicious glance at Wei Dan. What kind of look is that? She is merely a young girl. The residents in this building are indeed peculiar. Upon catching his gaze, Wei Dan offered an innocuous smile. "Is that satisfactory? Very well, you may leave now. Do remember to collect the relief provisions in the center of the community 3 days hence." Upon hearing this, Wei Dan nodded once more and departed from the 9th floor. Only after she had left did old Wang's wife finally exhale in relief. "Now, please share your date of birth and age." With a soft click, Wei Dan entered room 1901, where a wave of warmth enveloped her. She set down her backpack, changed into slippers, and made her way directly to the living room. Wu Xian wiped the sweat from his brow, persistently pedaling the modified electric bicycle. "So you've registered?" he inquired, panting slightly. Earlier that morning, Wei Dan had pedaled for 2 hours before leaving, and with the energy collected from the solar panel, she was certain that the day's power supply would suffice. Wu Xin, catching his breath, gradually ceased his pedaling and broke into a hearty smile. "Well, since I have the time, I might as well pedal a bit more. It not only serves as exercise, but also helps to store some electricity, truly a twofold benefit." As Wei Dan contemplated, she removed her heavy attire and feigned a serious demeanor. Nodding in agreement, "All right, just be cautious and avoid prolonged contact. The battery cannot endure it." Wu Xian scoffed, rolling her eyes in exasperation. "I knew you wouldn't utter anything of substance. Rather than concern for me, you worry about the battery." Oof. Upon witnessing this, Wei Dan could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter, clutching her belly and unable to stand upright. Seeing her in such good spirits, Wu Xian decided to let go of her previous concerns. After a moment's hesitation, she tentatively suggested, "Well, I just inquired with that individual, and he mentioned they are currently recruiting a large number of security personnel. Since I have ample time at home, perhaps I could give it a try." Chapter 81. Application for Security Personnel. Security personnel? Yu Dan's thoughts drifted back to the upheaval of her previous life, causing her gaze to lose focus and gradually widen. She vividly recalled that day when snowflakes danced through the air, marking her very first duty since enlisting. The once tranquil streets were suddenly invaded by a throng of masked figures. They operated with an unsettling organization and discipline, swiftly toppling the security personnel with little effort. Their brazen rampage left chaos in their wake as they plundered indiscriminately. The relief supplies, which the authorities had prepared for the populace, were snatched away before they could reach the hands of the needy, during which many individuals mysteriously vanished. This period of turmoil endured for a full 10 days, during which numerous fortunate survivors ultimately succumbed to the ongoing chaos, a period that became infamously known as the 10-day turmoil. Even after Yu Dan's untimely demise, the true nature of the uprising remained unresolved, revealing the vastness of the organizations involved. Although she managed to survive the ordeal, Yu Dan was left with the lingering repercussions of her injuries, suffering from debilitating headaches that nearly prevented her from passing the military base's medical examination. Wei Dan withdrew from the scenes of the past and gazed at the hopeful Wu Xian before her, saying, "I believe it is worth a try, but..." Wei Dan is unable to ascertain whether the turmoil of this era will return, nor can she determine the timeline. After all, it appears that the relief supplies have been distributed earlier, and many events have deviated slightly from the trajectory of the previous life. Wei Danton paused momentarily and succinctly recounted the tumultuous events to Wu Xian, entrusting her with the decision. Upon hearing this, Wu Xian's expression grew solemn. She pursed her lips in contemplation before resolutely declaring, "I understand. But I still wish to go." Noticing the surprise on Wei Dan's face, she further elaborated. "If what you mentioned is destined to transpire, regardless of whether I enlist, everyone will face the potential of danger. It is better for me to take the initiative, to seek the truth within the security team. Moreover, as you noted, the relief supplies arrived unexpectedly early. I believe I still have time to prepare." Wu Xin's reasoning was compelling, leaving Wei Dan at a loss to dissuade her, especially as she found herself in agreement with Wu Xin's perspective. "We can see Wu Xi's Fuman." Wei Dan felt a sense of pride akin to that of a parent watching their child blossom into maturity. She nodded and smiled, saying, "Very well. Since you are resolute, go forth." Just as Wu Xin was about to express her gratitude, she was met with a caveat, her heart leaping into her throat. "However, should you encounter insurmountable difficulties, you must inform me. Do not venture alone into peril." "Understood," Wu Xin replied, finally feeling a wave of relief wash over her. Her heart swelled with emotion, akin to that of a young eagle taking its first flight, filled with both excitement and a hint of trepidation. She gazed at Wei Dan, who was inspecting the solar panels on the balcony, and a myriad of thoughts filled her mind. Since Wei Dan had revealed her rebirth, their relationship had undergone a remarkable shift. The once gentle and timid Wei Dan had evolved into a figure of strength, composure, and caution. Meanwhile, Wu Xin had naturally transitioned into the role of one who was cared for and protected. She had longed to stand on her own, yet felt she still had much to learn. Now, with the opportunity to take this step, she vowed to embrace it wholeheartedly, striving to become a partner capable of aiding Wei Dan. Wei Dan bent down to adjust the angle of the solar panel, her mind wholly consumed by the turmoil around her, oblivious to the fact that Wu Xin was watching her intently. Since her rebirth, many matters had gradually unraveled, and now, upon reflection, she could begin to piece together a semblance of the truth. The laboratories Banjingxing, the underground city beneath the abandoned chemical plant, the concealed Wangdefa in the high-rise, and the inexplicably vanished individuals amidst the chaos. All of these elements converged in Tianqing. Wei Dan knew this could not merely be a coincidence, but rather a grand scheme orchestrated by a hidden mastermind. Yet, the identity of this true puppeteer and their intentions remained shrouded in mystery, leaving Wei Dan with a deep sigh, acutely aware that her knowledge was still insufficient. The following morning, Wu Xin set off to the designated location to apply for a security position, accompanied by Lily, the daughter of Chuizheng. Ever since Wu Xin learned of the potential dangers involved, she had intended to go incognito for her application. However, Lily had been waiting for her on the 18th floor since early morning. Given the involvement of Wei Dan, Wu Xin found herself unable to explain the situation to Lily and, resigned, agreed to go together. "Sister Xin, I heard that security personnel can obtain the newly developed mutated seeds in advance. This is even more enticing than relief rations." "Mutated seeds?" Wu Xin inquired, intrigued by the term, turning her gaze towards Lily. Upon noticing Wu Xin's confusion, Lily's face broke into a wide grin, her excitement palpable. "Huh, finally, something you don't know," she exclaimed, her tone brimming with pride. "You see, the person who visited yesterday mentioned that the officials are currently researching a seed that can survive in extreme cold temperatures. With such a seed, a family's basic needs can at least be assured. It's so cold outside. If it weren't for this seed, I would even bother coming here." "Oh," Wu Xin replied, realization dawning upon her. Such a remarkable opportunity existed, and yet Dan had failed to mention it yesterday. What a duplicitous woman she was. Wei Dan? The two individuals, bundled in thick clothing, moved at merely half their usual pace. Fortunately, most people had gone to apply for security positions today, rendering the streets relatively peaceful. After an hour of walking, the police station, blanketed in snow, came into view. The hall where they once worked had been frozen over, and public officials had to set up 3 tents in the courtyard, each with a cloth-wrapped passage leading to it. Wu Xin had set out early, yet a long queue had already formed in the courtyard, with individuals clad in bulky attire creating 2 serpentine lines. Wu Xin pulled Lily to the end of the line. Although lengthy, it progressed swiftly, and in less than half an hour, they reached the front. As Wu Xan waited outside the tent, a man emerged, his head hung low. He sighed deeply, wrapping a scarf around his slightly sunken face. The man took a few steps before suddenly collapsing to the ground, weeping. I only came to apply because I had no food. What could I do while being this thin? I am utterly helpless. Aside from the few at the end of the line who turned to glance, the others had grown accustomed to such scenes, having witnessed many emerge in tears before. Despite knowing the application standards, some still clung to false hope, even when aware they did not meet the criteria. After all, the guarantee of a family sustenance was a significant temptation for those who had barely enough to eat. Next, Chapter 82. Those who walk by the riverbank will surely get wet. Jia. You can do it. Wu Xian lifted the curtain and entered the tent. Before her sat a man and a woman, both donned in official, standardized cotton coats. A charcoal brazier burned in the room, but the temperature did not feel significantly warmer than outside, with the constant in and out of the curtain. Upon seeing a woman arrive, the previously expressionless female official's face softened, and she gently inquired name, age, date of birth. Wu Xian confidently provided her basic information, catching the man's attention as he raised his head in surprise. A woman is applying? Please remove your outer coat and step forward for height and weight measurement. Obeying, Wu Xian shed her bulky outerwear, revealing a single layer of thermal underwear, with her well-defined muscles visible beneath. The two officials could barely contain their astonishment at Wu Xian's impressive physique, noting that she was more robust than many of the men. Height, 172 centimeters, weight, 65 kilograms. Please dress again and proceed to the next tent. Wu Xian dutifully put her clothes back on and made her way through the passage to the next tent. I can't believe a woman is applying. This is quite an eye-opener. Those big fellows will surely feel disheartened. After sharing a laugh, they flipped through their papers and called out next. Lily, encouraged by the call, entered through the curtain, reporting her information and undergoing height and weight measurement. After 6 months of training, although Lily's physique was not as muscular as Wu Xian's, she still easily passed the assessment. The two watched Lily's departing figure in astonishment, pondering how today's girls reached such high standards. The remaining 2 tents assessed physical fitness and coordination, and without surprise, they both successfully passed and received their acceptance letters. Upon rising, Wei Dan habitually tended to the generator before making a simple bowl of noodles in the kitchen. As she sat alone, savoring her breakfast, an unexpected pang of loneliness washed over her. Though Wu Xian had previously ventured out to scavenge for supplies, she had often found solace in her own company. Yet today, an inexplicable sense of desolation clung to her. The elderly Wei Dan, left behind, could not fathom the source of her melancholy. After finishing her noodles and washing the bowl, she closed her eyes and entered her space. Since yesterday, when she had stored the antiques in that realm, she had been preoccupied with various matters and had yet to explore her space. In the sanctuary, the playful cat, Qibao, was frolicking with Mian Mian when it suddenly spotted Wei Dan's arrival and hurried over, tail wagging with excitement. Even though it knew it couldn't nuzzle against her legs in this realm, it still leaned its head close to Wei Dan, expressing its sheer delight. "Oh, my dear, you have come." Wei Dan utilized telekinesis to levitate the 7 treasures. As she turned her head, she caught sight of the foolish sheep sneaking into the shed, and in the blink of an eye, it vanished without a trace. Wei Dan sighed in silence, pondering to herself, "I have no time today. I shall attend to you another day." She lifted her gaze, observing that the expanse of space showed no signs of further expansion. Only the livestock shed had become somewhat more refined, and the bucket by the well had grown larger yet again. Upon entering the quaint villa, Wei Dan discovered that there had been no discernible changes. Puzzled, she made her way to the rooftop adorned with antiques. Could it be that the white mist was not victorious through sheer numbers? Wei Dan placed the treasures upon the ground, hesitantly opening the grand door upstairs. What lay within the room astounded her. The sight of those antiques left her utterly incredulous. She instinctively attempted to rub her eyes, only to find nothing but emptiness. How could these antiques be here? Remarkably, they had not been absorbed by the space. Wei Dan shook her head in confusion and remarked, "If my memory serves me right, it was merely tossed aside at that moment." Wei Dan never anticipated that the antique she had previously acquired from the black market would end up intact on the rooftop. Confounded, she picked up a ceramic jar seemingly from thin air. To her astonishment, the white mist that had enveloped it had vanished entirely. And the same was true for the other antiques. Only the white mist had disappeared. What on earth is happening? What do you truly enjoy consuming? And how do you partake in it? Wei Dan was utterly perplexed by the scene before her frustration palpable as she led out a long, anguished wail towards the sky, laden with confusion and resignation. Unable to make sense of the situation, she forcefully closed the door behind her and, feeling utterly defeated, exited the villa, intending to inspect the vibrant peppers and eggplants that were currently bearing fruit in the vegetable garden. Wei Dan lowered her head and moved towards the vegetable section when a delicate green sprout unexpectedly caught her eye. What is this? The green sprout was incongruously growing in the very center of the brick floor. How could a sprout emerge from the bricks? Wei Dan hurriedly approached to examine the scene, where the green shoots unfurled their leaves, reaching the size of her palm. Whose sprouts could have grown to such an extent? She squatted down in astonishment, resting her arms on her legs, craning her neck to scrutinize closely. To her utter surprise, she noticed a wisp of white mist swirling among the curled leaves. Goodness! Wei Dan was taken aback by the sight before her, instinctively slapping her thigh, only to unexpectedly feel a pang of pain. It was only then that Wei Dan realized, as she drew closer to the green sprout, that her body was gradually exhibiting signs of becoming more substantial. So this is how it is. At last, Wei Dan began to comprehend that the previous white mist was not insignificant. On the contrary, its effects were remarkably pronounced. The reason the mist had not been absorbed by the space was that it did not originate from the antiques themselves. If Wei Dan's conjecture was correct, the source of that white mist must still be near that man. She felt a twinge of regret for not having followed him home yesterday. As for this green sprout, it was the product of the space's absorption of the white mist, and it seemed likely that even if it were to evolve further, the area of the space would remain unchanged. After Wei Dan came to a realization, her curiosity deepened regarding what this green sprout might eventually yield. Would it be possible that as it grew, her own body could also traverse into that realm, reminiscent of the previous explosion? She pondered for a moment and then conceived an idea. With her mental prowess, she grasped the 7 treasures out of thin air, and together they exited the space. She resolved to strive and adapt, reminding herself that she could no longer remain in that dimension. Wei Dan's expression was stern, leaving no room for Qibao to act coy. Now that the extreme cold had set in, it was the most conducive environment for mutations, and naturally, it could no longer remain in that space. Moreover, adolescents are easily influenced by negative peers. A certain troublesome friend, Wei Dan tidied up her home, donned her heavy fur coat once more, and set out with her large backpack. She had previously arranged with Manager Ma to conduct a transaction today, and she intended to take the opportunity to inquire about the whereabouts of the antique seller. Wei Dan pondered as she donned her ice skates. Gliding gracefully across the ice like a swallow, she skated unceasingly towards the vicinity of the black market. Could it truly be Longo? How could that be? One who frequently traverses the river cannot avoid getting their shoes wet. Once I complete this task, I intend to apply for a security position. Although the remuneration is modest, it offers a sense of safety. Take me along. Wei Dan's ears perked up as she caught wind of the discovery of Zhao Qinglong's corpse. Maintaining her composure, she casually entered the black market, making her way towards the prearranged meeting spot with Manager Ma. Chapter 83. Manager Ma trembles. The bustling crowd was teeming with individuals carrying bags of various sizes, and someone like Wei Dan was hardly conspicuous. With her head lowered, she tightened the straps of her backpack and discreetly navigated through the throng into the black market. Little boss, Manager Ma had been eagerly awaiting her arrival in the trading area, his gaze fixed intently on the entrance. Upon spotting the fur-clad figure entering with a backpack, he excitedly waved to greet her. Upon hearing a familiar voice, Wei Dan lifted her gaze, and an excited, animated face appeared just beyond the entrance. She inwardly mused. Wasn't she previously quite cautious? How had she suddenly become so audacious, daring to call out to her at the threshold? Wei Dan approached Manager Ma and softly inquired, "Why are you waiting here for me? Are you not afraid of being watched?" Manager Ma, shedding his earlier caution, replied with a playful grin, "It's a long story. Something significant occurred yesterday, and those individuals you noticed at the entrance." Wei Dan glanced at the crowd at the entrance and nodded slightly, acknowledging their presence. Manager Ma cleared his throat, straightened his back with a flourish, and continued in a feigned manner. "Brother Long from the black market has met his demise. Our boss received the news last night and, along with several other bosses, proceeded to absorb his share." Wei Dan pressed her lips together, her expression shifting to one of perplexity. In Manager Ma's eyes, it seemed she was confused, prompting him to hastily clarify. "Oh, you are unaware of who Longo is, right? How should I explain this to you? In any case, he operates on the same level as my superior." Wei Dan's expression was inscrutable, yet she continued to nod in agreement, allowing Manager Ma to excitedly ramble on beside her. She was well aware of Long Ji's true nature, considering it was she who had personally dealt with him just the day before. From this day forth, the black market would be governed collectively by several leaders. "I still possess a voice in this realm. Little boss, why not join me?" Suddenly, Wei Dan felt the weight of scrutiny upon her, her expression stiffening as her mind raced to shift the conversation. "Ah, quite impressive. So, have I received what I sought?" Upon hearing these words, Manager Ma immediately cast aside his previous remarks, a mysterious and alluring smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Of course. Come, let me show you the goods." With that, Manager Ma emerged from the transaction area and gestured to Wei Dan, leading her towards the staircase. Upon witnessing his swift transformation, Wei Dan silently exhaled in relief and followed suit. Wei Dan cast a surprised glance at Manager Ma's retreating figure. His earlier assertion of shared authority among several leaders now seemed rather modest. After all, this was the VIP room upstairs, and he had brazenly brought Wei Dan here. It appeared that his superior had secured a significant voice in this ongoing contest. "Little boss, over here." As Wei Dan pondered in her heart, she momentarily lost track of time, only stepping into the VIP room upon hearing Manager Ma's call. This VIP room was, in fact, the former office of the supermarket, a place to which Wei Dan had never had the privilege to ascend in her previous life. This marked her inaugural encounter with the legendary VIP room. Although converted from an office, it exuded no signs of modesty. On the contrary, the interior was resplendent and magnificent. Wei Dan was nearly blinded by the dazzling wall of gold foil, squinting her eyes as she inwardly mused, "This style is truly..." The boss was right. Zhao Qinglong's taste is utterly lacking. "Little boss, when you come next time, it shall not be like this." Manager Xiao, noticing Wei Dan's speechless expression, wisely hastened to pull down the curtains, attempting to obscure part of the spectacle. "Little boss, please take a seat. I shall fetch your goods." Wei Dan sat in the room, savoring the freshly delivered tea, its rich aroma wafting through the air. She was taken aback, inhaling deeply and inwardly marveling at the wealth of the black market. Such exquisite tea was casually offered to guests, a commodity that could undoubtedly be exchanged for a considerable amount of food in the outside world. Before long, Manager Ma opened the door, and several burly men carried a large box into the room, subsequently exiting and leaving only Wei Dan and one other person behind. "Boss, come take a look," Manager Ma exclaimed, his face alight with excitement, resembling a dog eager for praise. Wei Dan set down her teacup and approached the box with a hint of skepticism, lifting the lid. Inside lay 3 brand-new, complete sets of protective gear, along with 5 gas masks and several scattered oxygen tanks, far exceeding her expectations. She looked up in astonishment. She had anticipated finding at most 2 sets of protective clothing, yet Manager Ma had procured 3. Observing the expression on Wei Dan's face, a smile crept across Manager Ma's lips, almost as if she could see a tail wagging behind him. "What do you think? Impressive, isn't it? I never expected to acquire so much. I owe it all to an unknown benefactor who took care of Zhao Qinglong. As we discussed yesterday, let us stick to 50 pounds of potatoes and a box of cigars. From now on, I'll rely on the little boss for continued support." Although Manager Ma did not explicitly state it, Wei Dan accepted his favor, recognizing the rarity of receiving so much without an increase in price. A feat almost unheard of before the apocalypse. Truly, Manager Ma was remarkable, possessing both grand vision and substantial ability. Since you have such prowess, I have a favor to ask. Assist me in locating someone. Wei Dan, with a generous display of admiration, raised his thumb in praise, causing Manager Ma to float with elation. So much so that he did not quite catch Wei Dan's subsequent words before ascending. Having always engaged solely in transactions, how could he have ever conceived the idea of seeking assistance? Indeed, given your current prowess, finding someone should undoubtedly be an effortless task for you. Wei Dan's words struck the mark perfectly, and he immediately adopted a posture of confidence. Picking up the tea from the table, he took a sip and said, indeed, no problem at all. I shall find it for you. Wei Dan squinted her eyes and smiled slightly, resembling a cunning fox. She spoke. Please help me locate the person who sold antiques here yesterday. Manager Ma, startled by Wei Dan's request, spluttered his tea, coughing. Whom are you referring to? Who is it that you wish to find? Wei Dan's expression remained unchanged as she calmly reiterated, the one selling antiques. There was only one who sold antiques yesterday. Manager Ma set down his cup, wiped the tea from his face, and furrowed his brow in astonishment, saying, Little boss, you must be joking. I cannot dare to seek that person. Where did you hear about this? I'll have someone drive those people at the doorway immediately. Manager Ma assumed Wei Dan had heard the news from someone else and wanted to take advantage of the situation. But this was not an opportunity for just anyone to seize. Unable to find him, noticing that Wei Dan's expression was serious, he pondered aloud. It is certainly possible to locate him, but why do you wish to find that individual? Are you aware that Zhao Qinglong's men are currently searching for him? Let us not get involved in this turmoil. Manager Ma earnestly advised, viewing Wei Dan merely as a young girl forced to become fiercely independent by her family, unfit to wade into such treacherous waters. I know, the antiques he has are the ones I purchased. Chapter 84. That is a flying heaven mount high? What? Manager Ma's face, already long, now hung agape like a bewildered monkey. He stared at Wei Dan in shock. Wait, are you saying that batch of antiques has already been traded? Yes. So that batch of antiques is now in your possession, little boss? Indeed. Upon hearing Wei Dan's affirmation, Manager Ma stood frozen, a wave of dread washing over him, causing cold sweat to bead on his back despite the frigid temperature. His expression turned anxious, and he steadied himself against the table, trembling slightly as he spoke, little boss. You didn't kill Zhao Qinglong, did you? Upon witnessing his evident fright, Wei Dan had no intention of revealing the truth. She gently shook her head, denying, that is not the case. Well, that is a relief. Manager Ma sighed in relief, straightening his posture after a light cough. How could she possibly have silently eliminated Zhao Qinglong, a seasoned fighter no less? Yet, how did she manage to escape? So, did you encounter Zhao Qinglong yesterday? Wei Dan smiled, revealing 8 gleaming teeth, her expression radiating sincerity as she directly denied the implication. If Wuxin were present at that moment, she would undoubtedly detect the underlying falsehood. Oh, is that so? Manager Ma, observing Wei Dan's earnest demeanor, instantly believed her. What ist? If Zhao Qinglong truly fell victim to a small-scale entrepreneur, that would be utterly preposterous. Yet, didn't you already acquire the antique? Why is there still a need to purchase it? Wei Dan pondered for a moment, feigning difficulty, and said, To be frank, we agreed yesterday to conduct another transaction today. Upon arriving, I overheard that group of people outside planning to find him, and I have already provided all my provisions. Upon concluding her statement, Wei Dan couldn't help but applaud herself. She had truly become increasingly adept at weaving tales. Upon hearing that it was merely for a trifling amount of grain, Manager Ma pounded his chest in exasperation and implored, Little boss, what are antiques compared to life? Heed my advice. Let's refrain from joining the fray. Upon hearing this, Wei Dan sighed, raising her finger to signify the number 1. A box of cigars. No, that is far too perilous. If the boss were to find out, he would surely break his legs. 2 boxes of cigars. That one tea do either a firm price. A bottle of Maodai. No Maodai? What Maodai? Manager Ma was on the verge of voicing his dissent when he was taken aback, turning to gaze at Wei Dan, who had just extracted a well-preserved bottle of Maodai from her backpack. Flying fairy Maodai. Manager Ma's eyes widened in astonishment as he cautiously approached the bottle, nearly losing control of his eyes in excitement. Is it feasible? Speak up. Manager Ma, with a glint in his eye, grinned obsequiously and declared, Of course. Why would it be? I will fetch it right away. It was not that he lacked moral integrity. Rather, the small boss had provided him with far too generous an incentive. This was indeed flying fairy Maodai. After a brief absence, Manager Ma swiftly gathered information about the individual and relayed a piece of news to Wei Dan. Zhao Qinglong's henchman, a certain Lu, has already taken the remaining men to confront that individual. With a grave expression, Wei Dan hastily retrieved the previously agreed-upon supplies from her backpack, only to be met with an unexpected refusal from Manager Ma. Noticing Wei Dan's inaction, he continued to advise her, You must exercise caution. Those individuals are not to be trifled with. If things go awry, we should flee. I cannot afford to lose you as a significant client. In her previous life, Manager Ma exhibited similar traits. Despite his shrewdness and worldly wisdom, he possessed his own moral compass, revealing himself to be fundamentally kind-hearted. Indeed, I shall, Wei Dan responded resolutely. Observing her determination, Manager Ma sighed and summoned a few individuals to assist Wei Dan in carrying the boxes to the entrance of the black market. Wei Dan extracted a rope from her bag and bound it around the suitcase. With the bag slung over her shoulder and the suitcase in tow, she gradually vanished into the blizzard. Manager Ma gazed at her receding figure, sighed once more, and thought, Little boss, I hope we meet again. Did you see that? The strength of that woman was astonishing. I struggled to lift the suitcase, yet she effortlessly hoisted it. Indeed, how had he not noticed before? How could such a large bag be carried by an ordinary young girl? It contained at least 70 pounds of supplies. The more Manager Ma pondered, the more he felt a chill creep over him. An outrageous thought surfaced in his mind. Could it be that Zhao Qinglong was truly eliminated by the little boss? No, that is impossible. Sixth brother, this is the building. Lu observed the once upscale residential complex, now transformed into a frozen wasteland, indistinguishable from the other buildings. Let us go. Tell the brothers to be cautious. If he managed to kill Zhao Qinglong, he must possess some skills. Zhao Qinglong had it coming. We all heed sixth brother's words. As this was said, Lu scoffed, who told him to always strive to be the best. This time, he met his end before anyone could compete with him. Seeing Lu's exuberant demeanor, the lacking nodded in agreement. Without sixth brother, he is nothing. Ha. Once we acquire these antiques, you shall enjoy a life of luxury. Sixth brother, we found the person. A junior who had rushed upstairs interrupted their conversation in a frenzy. Did you apprehend him? The junior's expression was difficult to interpret as he hesitated. Sixth brother, you should go see for yourself. Lu, puzzled by the response, hurried upstairs. He found a gaunt man squatting in the room, hands clasped over his head, showing no signs of being a killer. The junior cautiously approached, fearful of incurring the man's wrath, and said, We didn't mistake our target. He is indeed the one who sells antiques, but what? The junior shivered at Lu's tone and continued. He claims he sold the antiques to a woman yesterday and hasn't seen dragon. Zhao Qinglong. Chapter 85. Rash Decisions. Hasn't seen him? Lu scoffed, kicking the emaciated man in the chest, venting his frustration. The man fell to the ground, clutching his chest and struggling to sit up, repeatedly bowing his head in submission. Please spare me, brave heroes. I truly have never seen that dragon. Although terrified, the man still shielded his wife and child behind him, unable to comprehend why these individuals had come for him, especially since yesterday. Be honest. Where are the antiques? Did you truly sell them? If you don't speak truthfully, not only will your life be at stake, but your wife and child's lives as well. Lu's expression hardened, his hand mimicking a throat-cutting motion, causing the family to panic further. The man nodded vigorously. I will be honest. I dare not hide anything. Please spare my family. Lu's demeanor softened slightly. The man did not seem capable of killing Zhao Qinglong. Lu was beginning to believe him. Damn it, This situation is more complicated than I imagined. Had I known, I would have refused the job. What a hassle. The sight of the man's battered face only fueled Alu's anger, and he cursed under his breath. The man, in a pitiful state, recounted the details of yesterday's transaction, repeatedly insisting it had nothing to do with him. A young girl? What did she look like? Alu remained skeptical. Could a mere girl have taken out two men? She even had the strength to dispose of the bodies afterward. Zhao Qinglong, regardless of his shortcomings, was renowned as one of the best fighters in the base, and he was even equipped with a gun. She had short hair and was pale and delicate. I was so dizzy from hunger that I didn't get a good look. Useless. You didn't even see what she looked like. You're of no help. Alu, exasperated by the man's incompetence, turned and kicked him again, causing him to curl up on the floor, groaning. Sixth brother, I think I found an antique. The lackey, having rummaged through the study for a while, excitedly emerged with an intricately carved wooden box. This old fool, isn't honest. Look, there's a painting inside, but I don't know what dynasty it's from. The lackey carefully unfolded the painting and presented it to Alu. Didn't you say there were no antiques? What is this? You truly want to die? Alu felt deceived and swiftly drew a long dagger from his waist, squatting before the family and feigning an intention to strike the man. The man, terrified, stammered, I didn't deceive you. This painting was created by my ancestors. It's not a work of any renowned artist. He quickly thought of a way to appease Alu. Sixth brother, this painting at least has some age to it. How could it not be considered an antique? It's just this old fool trying to hide something. Alu furrowed his brow, while the words held some merit. If the painting turned out to be worthless, he would be the one in trouble. Just take it for now. Alu waved his hand impatiently and leaned in to ask, are you truly unaware of where to buy antiques? I truly don't know. As he realized he could no longer extract useful information from the man, Alu tilted his head, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Make sure to clean this up. Leave no survivors. What? You can't mean that. Just now. Alu sheathed his dagger back into his waistband, turning his back on the man with a devilish grin. Just now? I made no promises. Ha ha, fool. Ah, please. Don't kill my child. Alu, hearing the cries behind him, casually dug in his ears and strolled to the front door, gripping the doorknob. In an instant, a loud crash echoed. The anti-theft door suddenly collapsed, crashing down upon Alu, catching him off guard and sending him sprawling to the ground amidst a cloud of dust. The commotion drew the attention of those inside, who all looked up in unison. As the dust settled, a figure clad in fur appeared at the entrance. With short hair and a mask, the individual stood approximately 7 meters tall, making it impossible to discern their gender from their physique. Who are you? The one who seeks your life. Wei Dan gazed at the multitude filling the room, her eyes briefly settling on a family of 3 nestled in the corner, as she brandished a dagger across her chest. The audacity of the woman was truly remarkable. The lackey regarded Wei Dan with disdain, but before he could finish his derision, Wei Dan surged forward, leaping onto the door panel. Just as Alu beneath the door reached out to lift it, Wei Dan's foot came crashing down, slamming the door back against his face. The figure of Wei Dan blurred swiftly, accompanied by a gust of cold wind as she dashed before the knife-wielding henchman, her hands sweeping through the air. To the onlookers, a glimmer of cold light flashed, followed by the sound of clattering metal as the knife fell to the ground. He stared with bulging eyes, incredulity etched upon his face as he clutched his neck. Collapsing softly before the family of 3, struggling briefly before succumbing to silence, the man stifled the urge to vomit, hastily covering his wife and daughter's eyes, his gaze rising in shock to behold Wei Dan, her mask soaked in blood. Is it you? He gasped. Damn it. Can't you all see that I was pinned by the door? Alu crawled out from beneath the door, one hand pressed against his bleeding nose, the other gripping a long dagger. The henchmen inside the room, witnessing Alu's emergence, finally snapped out of their stupor. Fear etched upon their faces as they cautiously fled from Wei Dan's side. What a blunder. We killed the wrong person. Alu, seeing all his subordinates gather around him, sniffed at his injured nose and sneered. You were the one who bought antiques yesterday, weren't you? Truly, you have chosen the path of heaven, yet refuse to tread it, bursting into the gates of hell. Since you are here, do not think of leaving. Everyone attack. The henchmen, having just witnessed Wei Dan's prowess, exchanged glances upon hearing the command, yet none dared to advance. Useless fools. She is but one person. What are you afraid of? Alu glared at his terrified subordinates, kicking the nearest one in the rear, berating him. In Chapter 86, Surrender Without Killing, one of the henchmen, clad in a tattered-down jacket, stumbled nearly to the ground from the kick, provoking a misunderstanding among the others. They believed someone had charged forward, hastily raising their weapons and rushing towards Wei Dan. Seeing the situation unfold, Wei Dan turned helplessly, gripping the dagger tightly as she charged forward. With her current prowess, dealing with these insignificant foes was a trivial task. She swiftly claimed the lives of 3 individuals with remarkable ease. Witnessing the swift demise of their comrades at Wei Dan's hands, the remaining few hesitated, instinctively retreating. What are you standing there for? Attack together. Alu's loyal subordinates had already fallen to Wei Dan's skill, and the few left were merely newly recruited to fill the ranks, naturally reluctant to advance any further. Quit. Heroine, spare my life. I only came for those 2 bags of rice, cried the despairing underling, clad in tattered garments, as he knelt on the ground and tossed his weapon aside. Upon observing his tattered attire, Wei Dan discerned that he did not resemble an individual from the Longhu base, and the remaining few appeared far from well-fed. With a steely voice, she declared, "Surrender your weapons, and I shall spare your lives." The others, upon hearing her words, hastily discarded their arms and bowed before Wei Dan. "We are in the same predicament. We act for our families. Who would willingly engage in such nefarious deeds otherwise?" One pleaded, "Indeed, who could foresee that the rice would elude us, nearly costing us our lives? It was all that fellow Alu's fault." Alu, witnessing his subordinate's sudden defection, was instantly engulfed in panic. He stammered, "What are you doing? Do you truly believe that if she spares you, you will be safe? Longhu has eyes everywhere in Tiancheng. Escape is impossible for you. You have not registered us, fair warrior. Please allow us to leave. We all have families and will certainly remain tight-lipped about today as events." Register? Wei Dan mused, intrigued by this novel term. It refers to documenting our personal information in the regional registry. Once recorded, we become part of Longhu, guaranteed provisions for each mission. Understanding dawned upon Wei Dan, and a smirk played at the corners of her mouth beneath her mask as she pressed further. "Where is this registry?" The group exchanged glances, all shaking their heads. None had ever seen it. "Well, we haven't been registered either." "Oh, right. Alu knows." Realizing that he could no longer deceive them, Alu prepared to make a discreet escape. However, just as he turned, he overheard them mention his name. His body stiffened, and he inwardly cursed his misfortune, hastening his steps towards the exit. Upon witnessing his attempt to flee, Wei Dan forcefully hurled the dagger in her hand forward. A sharp cry echoed as Alu suddenly lost his footing and collapsed to the ground, the blade piercing precisely through the hollow of his knee, eliciting a painful wail from him. "Enough! You may leave now." As Wei Dan spoke, her younger companions gratefully rose from the ground and swiftly scattered, leaving the room. At that moment, only the 3 members of the family and Wei Dan remained. Wei Dan dragged the injured Alu inside, blood flowing profusely along the way. She extracted a length of rope from her clothing and tightly bound Alu before tearing a piece of cloth from a nearby corpse to gag him. Only then did she turn her gaze towards the family huddled in the corner. "How are you? Are you able to stand?" The man cautiously lifted his head, and upon meeting Wei Dan's penetrating gaze, his body instinctively shivered. The dragon they spoke of must surely be the one she had slain. Truly, one should not judge a book by its cover. Yesterday, he had dared to haggle with her. The man felt as though he had traversed the brink of death the day before, and he tentatively ventured. Yu Dan tilted her head in confusion, never anticipating that he would entertain such a notion. However, to the man, this gesture signified her tacit acceptance. In a flurry of anxiety, he added, "If you wish to take it, then please do so. Just don't harm my family. I will compensate you for what has been consumed." You've misunderstood. I'm not." Before Wei Dan could finish her words, the man felt a jolt in his heart. He instinctively reached out to protect his wife and daughter, lamenting, "Are you here to kill us? Please spare my family." They have never seen your face and pose no threat to you. Wei Dan, taken aback by his assumptions, found herself speechless. She had said nothing to warrant such dramatic conclusions. I do not intend to harm you. I am here to propose a trade. Really? The man, seeing Wei Dan nod, wiped away his tears and, with his wife's assistance, rose to his feet. How much do you wish to sell this painting for? Wei Dan inquired, presenting the artwork she had retrieved from the wooden box. This painting has been passed down through my family for generations. It is worthless. If you desire it, you may take it, he replied. Seeing that he was relatively honest, Yudon nodded and said, I won't take anything for free. I will give you 5 pounds of smoked lamb. The man looked at the wooden box in Yudon's hand, puzzled. He had refrained from selling such a trivial item on the black market, so why were they all so eager for it? Wait, something is amiss. How did she know I had this? Just as he was about to inquire, he recalled Yudon's swift and decisive demeanor moments ago, promptly sealing his lips. Your address has already been compromised. It will be prudent to tidy up and relocate. I will step outside to fetch a bag while you prepare. Oh, thank you for the warning. We will get ready right away. After uttering those words, Wei Dan hoisted the whimpering Alu and leaped through the window of the corridor, dragging him to the safety of the shelter. Where's the book? Alu whimpered. Oh, I almost forgot. Wei Dan reached out to remove the cloth from his mouth. Alu, shifting his sore jaw, cast a sly grin at Wei Dan and retorted, If I tell you, will I still live? I only know that if I remain silent, you will certainly die, and it will be a most agonizing demise. Upon hearing this, Alu let out a hearty laugh, his gaze fixed on Wei Dan like that of a venomous serpent, no longer displaying the fear of death he had moments before. Regardless of whether I speak or remain silent, death awaits. Why should I grant you any advantage? As Wei Dan beheld his tranquil acceptance of death, a sense of foreboding enveloped her, prompting her to hastily grasp his chin. Alas, she was a moment too late. Alu's gaze remained fiercely fixed on Wei Dan, and soon blood began to trickle from his lips. In a matter of moments, he drew his last breath, having tragically bitten his own tongue to end his life. Chapter 87. The 3-0 Pill. Wei Dan's eyes narrowed, the emotions within them shrouded in mystery. What could compel him to embrace death rather than disclose the whereabouts of the booklet? She crouched down, meticulously searching around Alu's body. Aside from some tobacco and bits of gold and silver, she unexpectedly discovered an unusual object. It was a ceramic gourd, which Alu had worn close to his neck. Wei Dan forcefully removed the still-warm gourd and weighed it in her hand. It was merely an ordinary ceramic vessel, not particularly valuable. Intrigued, Wei Dan opened the mouth of the gourd and tipped it over her palm. A small black pill rolled into her hand, exuding a faint aroma of herbal essence. What could this be? Wei Dan once again examined the bottle, but found no detailed information regarding the pills, clearly indicating that this was a product devoid of any identifiable attributes. Could it possibly be a potency-enhancing drug? Wei Dan's conjecture is indeed grounded in reason. During the apocalypse, where scarcity of food and resources prevails, a decline in reproductive capabilities is commonplace. In the later stages of this cataclysm, the most sought-after commodities are various homemade aphrodisiacs, whose efficacy remains quite unpredictable, yet the demand from consumers continues unabated. Wei Dan disdainfully placed the pill into the gourd bottle, her hand subtly moving to store it within her space. Even the smallest mosquito is still sustenance. She cast her gaze upon the lifeless body of Alu, surveyed her surroundings, and with a wave of her hand, she stored the corpse away. Once the body was dealt with, Wei Dan retrieved her backpack and slung it over her shoulder, turning to ascend the staircase. The earlier commotion had been quite loud, and now that silence had returned, the remaining survivors in the building began to cautiously emerge. Upon seeing the unfamiliar figure of Wei Dan making her way upstairs, they found her masked visage somewhat peculiar. However, the sight of the substantial pack on her back quickly overshadowed their initial curiosity, their expressions shifting from wariness to avarice. Little girl, who are you here to find? It's not safe upstairs. There's a gang of ruffians. Perhaps you could share with me, and I might be of assistance, spoke a woman with sunken cheeks, her tone earnest. Had Wei Dan not been battle-hardened, she might have fallen for such a deception. Desiring to avoid unnecessary conflict, she chose to ignore the woman and continued her ascent. Yet, to her surprise, the woman's eyes gleamed with a more frenzied intensity as she suddenly lunged forward, reaching for the pack on Wei Dan's back. "Little girl, your bag is quite heavy. Let me help you lighten it." Wei Dan furrowed her brows, casually sidestepping to avoid the woman. The others, noticing the woman advancing, hastily gathered around Wei Dan, forming a remarkably united front. Just as Wei Dan was poised to retaliate, a commanding voice resonated from above, declaring, "Do not advance any further. This is my guest." Upon hearing these words, the crowd looked upward, and although there was a moment of hesitation in their gazes upon seeing the speaker, they ultimately retreated. Wei Dan gazed in astonishment at the man selling antiques on the upper floor. Could his words truly hold such significance? "We have tidied up, yet they were simply famished, devoid of any malice." The man, trembling with apprehension that Wei Dan might react unfavorably, stammered as he endeavored to clarify the neighbor's intent, losing the assertiveness he previously exhibited. The other residents, oblivious to Wei Dan's prior actions, merely believed him to be a guest of Professor Meng. However, as they continued to listen, they were struck by the revelation that Professor Meng intended to relocate. He was a pillar of the building. How could he suddenly contemplate departure? "Professor Meng, where are you headed? What shall we do if you leave?" "Mr. Zheng, you heard it as well. I have stirred up some trouble. If I do not depart soon, it may implicate all of us." "Oh, indeed." Those individuals were quite intimidating. "Was your family unharmed? So, where do you plan to go? Is it safe?" The remaining few, upon learning this news, quickly interjected with inquiries, creating a chorus of concern that allowed Wei Dan to piece together the situation. The antique dealer, whom they referred to as Professor Meng, was a professor of historical archaeology at Tianjin University, and the majority of the residents in the building were also educators from the same institution. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, he had managed to sustain the entire building's inhabitants single-handedly. Wei Dan finds himself at a loss for words, astonished that such a paternal figure has managed to live on until now. Fortunately, these neighbors still possess a semblance of conscience, aside from their previous treatment of Wei Dan. They now appear relatively normal. "I have left behind some potatoes for you. I once heard in the black market that, aside from security personnel, other positions might open up for a while. The requirements are not demanding, and while the remuneration is modest, it can still provide for basic needs. Oh, and I have also left you a boat." Professor Meng, treating these neighbors as if they were his own children, offered them heartfelt reminders, and in moments of deep emotion, he even shed tears. As Wei Dan observed that the sky outside had begun to darken, he mustered his courage to interject, "I say, have the farewells concluded? Time is of the essence. We must depart swiftly." The tearful neighbor, suddenly interrupted, turned to Wei Dan with a look of discontent and retorted, "Oh, how impolite you are. Child, can't you see?" Professor Meng, startled by this remark, trembled slightly and quickly grasped the neighbor's hand, forcing a smile as he interjected. The neighbor, wishing to voice more, fell silent upon witnessing Professor Meng's battered visage. As the crowd dispersed, Wei Dan accompanied Professor Meng upstairs. Upon entering, he proactively lifted the neatly packed luggage, causing Professor Meng to shudder once more. No, I can manage it myself. Wei Dan has been out for a day, and I never anticipated that it would take such an extended period. If I did not feel that I had taken advantage of him, I would have certainly fled long ago. Enough of the idle chatter. Let us hasten, for once we reach downstairs, you shall handle the moving yourselves." Upon finishing her words, Wei Dan hurriedly descended the stairs. When Professor Meng and his family arrived downstairs, they beheld a rough, homemade cart stationed at the foot of the building. Professor Meng approached with a look of astonishment, pointing at the luggage atop the cart and inquiring cautiously, "Is this made for us?" Wei Dan nodded, extending her hand to pass him the rope, and then pulled down her backpack to retrieve some smoked meat to stow away. Professor Meng cautiously accepted the offering, observing Wei Dan's actions, and felt a slight alleviation of his initial fear. Although she had committed acts of violence, she did not seem like a malicious individual. Her demeanor was paradoxically cold, yet warm-hearted. He hurriedly loaded the remaining luggage onto the transport, but just as he was about to set off, a wave of confusion washed over him. He turned and inquired, "Where exactly should we relocate?" Wei Dan had already walked 100 or so meters in the opposite direction. She was taken aback that this person would still pose such a question. Did he not fear that one day she might feel inclined to pay him a visit with malicious intent? Surely, he could not place such trust in her simply because she had assisted him in acquiring a vehicle. That vehicle. Ahem. Wei Dan did not halt her forward momentum. Instead, she called out loudly behind her, "Head towards the vicinity of the police station. There should still be a place to stay." "All right, thank you." The man's heartfelt gratitude reached her ears. Wei Dan paused momentarily, shaking his head in resignation as he continued onward, surprised to encounter such an eccentricity. Nonetheless, it was indeed a rare occurrence. Upon learning the destination, Professor Meng smiled at his wife and daughter, his bruised lips curling upward as he slung the rope over his shoulder. "Let us proceed. Daddy is at the door to our bathroom?" the girl innocently inquired, pointing at the base. Upon hearing this, Professor Meng curiously bent down to inspect, his eyes widening in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Indeed. When did she take it apart?" Chapter 88. Is Xin Kaishan the instructor? Wei Dan ventured a short distance before discovering a secluded spot, where she removed her mask and donned her ice skates once more, gliding homeward with her hands clasped behind her back. Along the way, she encountered numerous individuals heading to enlist for security duties. Observing their expressions, which were more sorrowful than joyful, a sense of unease crept into her heart as she mused. It seems the enlistment criteria have become more stringent this time, resulting in the elimination of so many. Wei Dan was aware of Wu Xion's physical capabilities and harbored no concerns regarding her passing the assessment. Yet, she found herself pondering whether these changes should be regarded as fortuitous or detrimental. Why had the authorities taken the initiative to enhance the security team, especially when she had not disclosed the imminent chaos in her warning letter? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, her legs quickened their pace. Aside from discarding a Lu's lifeless body along the way, she did not halt her stride. "Let the wicked remain at home with me." As for Lily's desire to enlist as a security personnel, Shui Zheng was initially opposed, reasoning that they were not in want of sustenance and had no need to court danger. Reluctantly, as Lily was insistent, they had no choice but to acquiesce. Fortunate that Wu Xian from the 19th floor would accompany them. Wei Dan heard a sound and walked to the stairway to open the security door of the 19th floor. "What is the matter, Uncle Chui?" Upon seeing no sign of Wu Xin behind the door, Shui Zheng, with a worried expression, voiced his concerns to Wei Dan. "What are we to do? I must go out and search. We mustn't panic, Uncle Chui. It is quite possible they are still in a meeting with the commander." "Oh dear, take it slow. My legs are giving out." As they conversed, a voice from downstairs called out, and without a second thought, Shui Zheng dashed down to open the door. Upon seeing Lily, he began to express his thoughts fervently. "We're in training. Dad, you have no idea. Our instructor is incredibly handsome." Meanwhile, Wu Xin, upon entering room 1901, cast aside her dust-laden fur coat onto the floor and collapsed onto the sofa, utterly exhausted. Is this the standard for choosing a partner? Wei Dan was also curious. How could one's choice of partner be related to applying for a security position? Following Wu Xin's lead, she inquired, "What do you mean?" Wu Xin, feeling utterly exhausted and sprawled on the sofa, had no desire to move. Hearing Wei Dan's question, she weakly replied, "Oh, you haven't seen that dreadful face of Instructor Xian. No matter how much effort you put in, he is never satisfied. Whenever he feels displeased, he simply demands more practice. It's as if he revels in tormenting us. Your instructor's surname is Xian. What's his full name?" Wei Dan immediately grasped the crux of the conversation, a wave of foreboding washing over her. Could this instructor possibly be Xin Kaishan? The name was not unappealing, yet his physique resembled that of a delicate youth. Utterly captivating Li, Wu Xian's subsequent remarks fell on deaf ears. Her mind was consumed by the three characters of Xin Kaishan. A bitter smile crept across her face. What a coincidence indeed. It seemed she could encounter the captain anywhere, and now she comprehended why the security personnel prioritized their selections. If this matter were indeed handled by Xin Kaishan, it would not be surprising, for he was known for his relentless pursuit of perfection. "Hey, are you listening to me? Do you know him?" No wonder he inquired whether I had ever served in the military. Many of my techniques were learned from you. So he must have found me familiar. Upon hearing Wei Dan's words, Wu Xian suddenly experienced a moment of clarity, finally understanding why Xian Kaisen had singled her and Li Li out. It's over. As Wei Dan realized that Wu Xian had inadvertently revealed their secret before Xian Kaisan, a single thought echoed in her mind. It was over. The captain was always perceptive. What if he followed this thread and uncovered her secret? Dan, have I caused you trouble? Noticing Wei Dan's troubled expression, Wu Xian swiftly rose from the sofa, concern etched on her face. Given the circumstances, Wei Dan sighed. What is meant to be a blessing cannot be a curse. If it is destined to bring misfortune, so be it. Henceforth, she would exercise greater caution to avoid revealing any further clues. All right, I will remind Li Li tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Wei Dan nodded in agreement, intending to head to the kitchen to prepare a meal. However, a sudden thought struck him. How did he become your instructor? In his previous life, Xian Kaisan had directly enlisted in the military. How is it that this time he has become the head of security personnel? He is the deputy minister of the Special Disaster Emergency Department. It is said that he requested to serve as our instructor himself. The Special Disaster Emergency Department. Idan's mind was once again bombarded. The sheer volume of information she had absorbed throughout the day was overwhelming. After much contemplation, she realized that the rapidity of this rescue was indeed attributed to Xian Kaisan. At one point, she even harbored doubts about the possibility of another individual having been reborn. Fortunately, Xian Kaisan's position as the deputy minister of the Special Disaster Emergency Department was undoubtedly a boon for Idan. With his leadership, the future security would assuredly surpass that of her previous life. Perhaps even the 10 days of turmoil could be effortlessly resolved. The burden in Wei Dan's heart finally lifted. Since the extreme cold began, she had remarkably enjoyed a restful sleep. In the opulent office of Long Lake in Tiancheng, the strategist, Alu, was dead. The black market had slipped from our grasp. The perpetrator remains elusive. A bespectacled man, fair and unassuming, turned around, rage etched across his face. Incompetent. You can't even manage this trivial matter. The man, referred to as the strategist, trembled as he adjusted his glasses, his inner turmoil starkly contrasting with his outward fury. How could this be? In the previous life, the black market had encountered far fewer mishaps. Where had it all gone awry? Chapter 89. Manager Ma weeps in despair since her rebirth. Everything had proceeded smoothly. How could such a significant loss occur in the black market? Could it be linked to those old-timers in the black market? Strategist, please temper your anger. I will immediately dispatch more personnel to investigate. The man glanced at him, acknowledging his own emotional turmoil. He removed his glasses, rubbed his modestly shaped nose, and sighed, no need. They're already organizing a security team outside. Increasing the number of people will only heighten the risk of exposure. We must not let this jeopardize our greater plans. Indeed, your foresight is unparalleled, strategist. Fortunately, he had secured the future trump card for the base ahead of time. Otherwise, with the limited knowledge he possessed, he could hardly maintain his position in the future. The man retrieved a delicately embroidered lens cloth from the table, absent-mindedly polishing his glasses as he inquired, "Has the lady exhibited any unusual behavior today?" He swallowed nervously, recalling the family's harsh demeanor, and tentatively replied, "The lady found the cold disagreeable and did not venture out today. It seems she is at home, trying on jewelry with your mother-in-law." Upon hearing this, the man exhibited an uncharacteristic excitement. He donned his glasses, disregarding the temporary blurriness, and eagerly asked, "Really? Did she find anything to her liking?" "Well, it seems not." His expression of excitement swiftly morphed into disappointment, and with an irritable wave of his hand, he dismissed the man. This family had so many issues, they were truly difficult to please. Were it not for that particular item, he would have long since cast them aside. Reflecting on their condescending attitude towards him only fueled his anger. He yanked off his glasses once more, tossing them and the lens cloth onto the table, cursing, "Damn it. This wretched lens cloth can't even clean a pair of glasses properly. I cannot fathom why those wealthy individuals are so enamored with such things." Wei Dan slumbered until noon, and when she awoke, Wu Xin had long departed for training, leaving only Qi Bao, who lay on the sofa, still drowsy. The adaptability of animals is indeed remarkable. Within just a few days, Qibao had shed the initial fear of the cold, even managing to sleep soundly in a room devoid of heating. Wei Dan exhaled a breath of warmth, rubbing her arms briskly before hastily turning on the air conditioning in the living room. It was unbearably cold. The thermometer in the living room now displayed a chilling -25 degrees, indicating an even greater drop in temperature. It seemed the outside world had plunged to a frigid -30 degrees. The temperature was increasingly reminiscent of that from her previous life, suggesting that the general trajectory of nature's calamities had not deviated. She shivered slightly, tucked her backpack entirely into her spatial realm, and closed her eyes to enter it as time dictated. The space remained unchanged, unaffected by the dense white mist that enveloped it. The mouth of the well had expanded outward, and the water bucket had once again doubled in size, alleviating the need to ration her drinking supply. The tightly curled green shoots had begun to unfurl slightly, revealing the white mist that dwelled within them. With a deep breath, Wei Dan detected an unusual and enchanting fragrance that soothed her inner essence as it wafted through her nostrils. She gazed down at her arms, which had swiftly taken on a corporeal form due to the enveloping mist, and her heart surged with excitement. This transformation was even swifter than the last. It seemed that in the near future, she would be able to effortlessly enter this space, perhaps even bringing other living souls along. To Wei Dan, the prospect of entering this realm was undoubtedly advantageous. In moments of impending danger, the ability to retreat into this sanctuary could avert numerous threats, providing her with the protection she needed for her future endeavors. Although Wei Dan's heart was tumultuous with emotions, she did not linger in the space for too long. After all, only through continuous advancement could she hope to realize her aspirations. She opened her eyes once more, pushed the door, and stepped into the living room, where the temperature was gradually rising to -5 degrees. Wei Dan simply draped herself in a fur coat and made her way to the kitchen to prepare a bowl of savory noodles, complemented by the fragrant fried sauce delivered by Aunt Shui. After savoring her lunch, she set aside a bowl of well water for Qibao, donned her attire, and ventured out once more. This time, Wei Dan's destination remains the black market. When it comes to searching for items, Manager Ma proves to be quite capable, and she has a matter of her own to inquire about. As Wei Dan glided on her ice skates, she encountered numerous security personnel along the way, with several teams stopping her for questioning. The demeanor of these squads did not resemble that of inexperienced recruits. Rather, they appeared to be temporarily drawn from the military. Clearly, Xian Kai-san had his own consideration for this approach. Wei Dan dismissed further thoughts and quickened her pace towards the black market. Did Alu die? When did that happen? Since Wei Dan departed the black market, Manager Ma had been attentively monitoring the news from the outside. Upon noticing this morning that those individuals had not congregated at the entrance as usual, he promptly dispatched someone to inquire. The body was found in an abandoned house. By the time I arrived, it had already been taken away by security. According to our insider information, it is estimated that the death occurred over 12 hours ago. Manager Ma scratched his head, pondering aloud. 12 hours? That would mean last night, wouldn't it? This must be the work of the young boss. Realizing he had stumbled upon a significant truth, he quickly covered his mouth, fearful of revealing this shocking secret. The matter was indeed too sensational, undoubtedly. There were investigations underway regarding Alu's death, likely involving more than one faction. However, Manager Ma was one of the few aware of the truth, and he now regretted his idle musings before sleep last night. Connecting the events following his encounter with the young boss, he increasingly felt that she was no ordinary girl. What common girl could lift such heavy boxes? Moreover, her prior claim of never having seen Zhao Qinglong was likely a ruse to conceal her fear. Just as Manager Ma was on the verge of despair, contemplating whether to seal his mouth with tape, news came in from his subordinate. Boss Ma, that girl who lifted the box with her bare hands is back. She has already entered the black market and is now wandering around the trading area. Upon hearing this, Manager Ma's expression changed dramatically. He leapt from his chair, nearly losing his balance, and steadied himself, exclaiming, "What? She has the audacity to leisurely stroll about? Hurry, bring her to me, right away." As his subordinate was about to rush downstairs, Manager Ma suddenly smacked his forehead, calling out, "Wait, I'll go down myself." Manager Ma hurriedly made his way to the black market trading area, where he found Wei Dan, dressed as usual, earnestly haggling with someone while carrying a large backpack. How could this young lady be so utterly unafraid? With a look of urgency, Manager Ma navigated through the crowd to reach Wei Dan, panting heavily. "Why, young boss, please, don't linger here. Come with me at once. If you want to buy something, just tell me." Without waiting for her consent, he seized her and began to pull her away. The moment the boss glanced down and then back up, the crowd had already dissipated, leaving only a distant voice calling out, "Hey, I want that item. Don't sell it to anyone else." Finally, Manager Ma managed to drag Wei Dan into the VIP room, slamming the door behind them. Breathless with urgency, he said, "Young boss, do you realize there are several factions searching for you? How can you dare to wander around down there?" With a puzzled expression, Wei Dan turned to Manager Ma and inquired, "What do you mean by several groups of people?" Manager Ma gulped down a mouthful of water, his expression conveying a myriad of unspoken thoughts as he replied, "The group from Longhu, along with my boss and other individuals from the black market. Security has taken over now. Whether they will search or not remains uncertain, but do exercise caution." "Oh, so I'm quite the center of attention now," she mused. "Wait a minute, though. They're unaware of my involvement. How would they come looking for me? Could it be?" Wei Dan narrowed her eyes, fixating on the disheveled Manager Ma. The weight of her gaze sent a shiver down his spine, causing his bravado to dissipate. He wiped away the moisture at the corner of his mouth, his expression stiffening as he stammered, "I assure you, I will not disclose this. It was I who informed you of Alu's position, and should this information escape my lips, I too would suffer dire consequences." Wei Dan was certainly aware that Manager Ma would keep this matter confidential, not solely due to trust in his character. More significantly, as he himself had stated, they were like grasshoppers on the same rope. Pulling one would affect them both entirely. Upon contemplating the subsequent events, Wei Dan felt a stir within her heart and feigned distrust, saying, "However, I believe our bond is not sufficiently deep to warrant my complete trust in you." Manager Ma stood there, momentarily taken aback, struggling to articulate a defense for himself. This is what would constitute depth then? Caught in the trap. A flicker of joy illuminated Wei Dan's heart, though her expression remained inscrutable, maintaining an air of profound mystery. "Indeed, only through our complete unity, through shared fortunes and misfortunes, can I place my trust in you." What shared fortunes and misfortunes? Are you implying a willingness to engage in dubious dealings? Manager Ma, adept at navigating the underbelly of the market, was no fool. He swiftly grasped Wei Dan's implication. He sighed, resigned, and inquired, "So, what task may I assist you with today, young proprietor?" Observing Manager Ma's compliance, Wei Dan shed her enigmatic facade, leaning closer to him and whispering, "Please help me acquire some antiques." Upon hearing this, Manager Ma was taken aback. He was about to respond when Wei Dan continued, "But not just any antiques. I require family heirlooms." The distinction between generational and familial treasures posed a challenge, as Manager Ma's expression reflected his dilemma, hesitating in place. Wei Dan straightened her posture and continued, "There is no rush. Consider this a long-term transaction with absolutely lucrative rewards. What concerns me is," Manager Ma, noticing Wei Dan's pause, leaned forward, eager for her to elaborate. Upon seeing this, Wei Dan wore a composed smile and beckoned Manager Ma to come closer, caught off guard by the familiarity of her smile. Manager Ma hesitated to approach, recalling that the last time she had graced him with such an expression was merely yesterday noon. As Wei Dan noticed his reluctance, her gaze turned impatiently towards him, sending a shiver down his spine. Overcome with trepidation, he leaned on the table for support and, with a resigned heart, made his way towards Wei Dan, his ear inclined in her direction, tears of despair welling up in his eyes. "Please help me get a booklet." "What?" Manager Ma, bewildered, cupped his ear, suspecting he had misheard her. He looked at Wei Dan, who wore a knowing smile, in confusion. "Little boss, which booklet are you referring to?" This time, it was Wei Dan who was taken aback. Hadn't those individuals from yesterday mentioned something about a roster? Why did Manager Ma seem so perplexed? With patience, She reiterated the words of the group from the previous day. "Oh, you mean the membership roster?" "Yes, precisely that," Manager Ma exclaimed, his expression one of sudden clarity. However, before Wei Dan could rejoice, he grimly added, "But I cannot procure it." Wei Dan initially thought he was merely declining, but just as she prepared to scold him, he weakly explained, "Little boss, I truly cannot manage this. That is the internal roster of Longhu, and my capabilities are utterly insignificant in their eyes." Upon hearing this, Wei Dan leaned back against the chair, her expression pensive and burdened as she contemplated for a considerable time. Just when Manager Ma presumed she was on the verge of conceding, Wei Dan finally spoke. "Can you ascertain the location where the roster is kept?" Noticing the hesitation on Manager Ma's face, she pressed further. "If you simply tell me the whereabouts, I shall bestow upon you 3 bottles of exquisite Fetian Matai." "What say you?" The conditions proposed by Wei Dan were indeed enticing. Yet Manager Ma pondered for a moment before shaking his head, declaring, "I do not want Matai." While he merely dismissed the Matai, he did not reject Wei Dan's transaction. Recognizing this, she eagerly inquired, "Then what do you desire? If it is within my power, I shall provide it." After weighing the pros and cons in his mind, Manager Ma gazed earnestly at Wei Dan and solemnly stated, "I can not only disclose the location to you, but also provide a layout map on one condition. I require your promise that if I ever find myself in need, you will assist me." Manager Ma discerned that Wei Dan was far from an ordinary individual. In a world fraught with uncertainty, one could never predict what tomorrow might bring. He was willing to take such a considerable risk, betting on a potential future. Yu Dan was taken aback by the unexpected demand made by Manager Ma. For the first time, she hesitated in response to his proposal. Manager Ma, taking the initiative, offered a deal that Yu Dan found impossible to decline. However, the terms were excessively passive and did not align with her usual approach. Noticing the uncertainty on Yu Dan's face, Manager Ma promptly addressed her concerns, assuring her, "Rest assured, this request is entirely ethical. If you find it unsuitable later, you are not obliged to fulfill it." His earnest words left Yu Dan with no further justification to refuse. "Very well, I agree, but this must occur while I am still alive." Chapter 91. M has offspring. Upon hearing Yu Dan's acceptance, Manager Ma's excitement was palpable, and he stammered, "Yes, yes, while still alive. I mean, the young boss will surely live a long life indeed." He felt particularly foolish for his earlier clumsiness and scratched his head awkwardly, silently worrying. "The young boss surely doesn't think I'm unreliable and will come to regret this. When will the location information be provided?" Wei Dan smiled, devoid of any remorse. She firmly believed that trust should be placed in those one employs. Moreover, this decision was made after thorough contemplation. Upon realizing she was addressing serious matters, Manager Ma immediately retracted his jovial demeanor and responded with gravity. "The news will reach you within 3 days at the earliest, or at most within a week." However, his expression shifted to one of slight discomfort, and after a pause, he continued, "How shall I contact you?" "The young boss when the time comes. Go to the Public Security Bureau on the road to the factory and ask for someone named Wu Xin. Have her relay the message." Manager Ma was taken aback, astonished by the young lady's unexpected connection to official channels. Could it be that she was a spy sent by the authorities? His thoughts were not unfounded, for it was widely known that the Public Security Bureau had been handed over to the official military, making entry difficult for ordinary individuals. Yet, what Manager Ma did not realize was that Wu Xin was merely undergoing temporary training there, alongside other elite participants, and the authorities had opted not to disclose this for their protection. After Wei Dan concluded her conversation, she bid farewell to Manager Ma and descended to the trading area to retrieve the antique. Donning her ice skates, she made her way home. Sooner or later, Long would catch up with her. Although her actions were sufficiently discreet for the time being, the seasoned figures in the black market had long established their presence nearby. The recent events would undoubtedly lead them to investigate Manager Ma's prior inquiries into Professor Meng's address. Ultimately, it was inevitable that her involvement would be uncovered. Today, her mention of Wu Xin at the police station was intended to create a disparity of information, instilling a modicum of caution in them. Given Manager Ma's eloquent persuasion and his elusive superior, it was reasonable to believe they could stabilize the situation and prevent collateral damage. Wei Dan was preoccupied with dual intentions, hastening her pace towards home while simultaneously scrutinizing the demeanor of the security personnel stationed along the roadside. As twilight descended, specially designed oil lamps flickered to life along the thoroughfare, placed every 2 kilometers. Though their illumination was modest, it was certainly preferable to the absence of light. As Wei Dan arrived downstairs, she changed out of her ice skates and ascended to the 18th floor with her backpack slung over her shoulder. Upon opening the security door to the 18th floor, she was greeted by the sight of Cui Zheng, bundled up tightly, dozing off at the entrance. Leaning against the door frame, Cui Zheng was in a state of drowsiness when he heard Wei Dan's voice, prompting him to startle awake and hastily rise from his stool. However, his sudden movement almost caused him to lose his balance. As dizziness overcame him, Cui Zheng instinctively braced himself with his right hand against the doorframe, just lifting his gaze to catch sight of Wei Dan's foot stepping forward. Upon realizing it was merely a false alarm, Wei Dan let out a sigh of relief, adopting a stern expression as she addressed Cui Zheng. "Uncle Cui, didn't Lily expressly tell you not to wait for her here?" Hearing Wei Dan invoke Lily's name, Cui Zheng immediately surrendered, his face betraying a flustered demeanor as he replied, "Oh dear, Dan, please don't mention this to Lily. I'm quite terrified of her now. It wasn't like this before. Ever since Lily ascended to the 19th floor to acquire her skills, she gradually began to take charge. Initially, he felt a sense of pride in her progress. However, ever since she took on the role of security personnel, her incessant nagging at home has left him feeling quite overshadowed." Hearing this, Wei Dan smiled helplessly, exchanged a few pleasantries with Cui Zheng, and then ascended the stairs. Upon hearing this, Wei Dan lowered her raised foot and turned towards Cui Zheng with a puzzled expression. "What is it?" she inquired. "While you were away today, the authorities announced via the radio a significant recruitment for the construction of a new community. Aunt Cui and I have decided to give it a try." Upon witnessing Cui Zheng's exuberance, Wei Dan smiled and said, "What splendid news. Done. Would you like to join us?" It is said that there are specific policies aimed at attracting elite talents, some of which even surpass the benefits offered to security personnel. Wei Dan understood that Cui Zheng had good intentions, yet in preparation for the impending turmoil, she had far more pressing matters to attend to. Wei Dan shook her head gently, declining Cui Zheng's proposal. "I shall not go. Do remember to take self-defense weapons when you head out, and stay safe." "Very well. I will accompany you, Aunt Cui, to ascertain the situation." Wei Dan nodded, contemplating the feasibility of these tasks. The ensuing turmoil primarily targeted the security personnel on duty. If it involved the logistical staff, the danger appeared to be considerably less. Despite the relatively low risk, she felt compelled to caution. "I perceive the roads remain quite tumultuous. It will be prudent to pursue indoor work." "Ah, very well." Ever since several individuals successfully enlisted, the people in the building began to hear the whispers of opportunity and gradually ventured out to apply. With the assurance of basic sustenance, the atmosphere in the building became markedly more amicable than before, with colleagues from nearby workplaces even coordinating their outings together. Aside from the special treatment accorded to the 19th floor, the relationships among others seemed to have reverted to a state as if the previous conflicts had never occurred. While some were occupied, others found themselves with leisure. Wei Dan was perhaps the most unoccupied individual in the entire building. Apart from cultivating various vegetables in her space, she devoted her entire focus to midwifery. "No bleeding. If you frighten your wife into a difficult labor, I shall skin you and roast you for dinner." Yuan Dan anxiously waited in the livestock shed, observing a large-bellied ewe before her, whose rear end had become damp. In response to Yuan Dan's threats, the ewe disdainfully rolled her eyes, internally muttering, "Humph, here we go again. You talk incessantly, yet I have never seen you truly take action." Wei Dan's entire focus was devoted to the ewe, leaving no room for concern for the bleeding lamb. Before long, the ewe began to labor, and after a brief struggle, a lamb enveloped in amniotic fluid slipped into the world, falling softly to the ground. Wei Dan held her breath, focused and undisturbed, for she had diligently absorbed various knowledge about assisting in the birth of lambs in preparation for this very moment. Before her eyes, the ewe lowered her head, persistently licking the amniotic membrane from the newborn lamb's body, while nudging it repeatedly, as if to compel it to rise. Yet, before the lamb could stand, another water-enveloped crya slipped from beneath the ewe. Wei Dan meticulously documented each scene, for this marked the inaugural breeding of animals in the space. A perfect opportunity to address the curiosity that lingered in her mind. Several lambs were born without the need for the potions she had prepared in advance. Chapter 92. How could the security personnel be so lax? Wu Xian's voice echoed through the space, and Wei Dan, fearing that the recently delivered ewe might be disturbed, swiftly muted the external sounds before exiting the realm. With great effort, she extricated herself from her cocoon of warmth, donned the first sleepwear she had crafted that very day, and ambled into the living room. Wu Xian, clad in the official cotton uniform, stood tall in the room. Upon noticing Wei Dan's presence, she cleared her throat and inquired, "Can you guess what transpired today? Did Manager Ma send someone to find you?" Wu Xian had intended to create an air of suspense. Yet Wei Dan discerned the truth instantly. She pouted in disappointment, exclaiming, "How dull! Can you not indulge me a little?" Wei Dan's casual guess unexpectedly proved accurate, and her face lit up with delight as she eagerly inquired, "Quickly tell me, what message do you bring?" Wu Xian, adept at discerning the gravity of situations, immediately abandoned his nonchalant demeanor upon hearing Wei Dan's question. He conveyed that the snake had emerged from its lair and insisted she must seek him out first thing in the morning. "Are you truly intent on pursuing that troublesome roster?" "Indeed, whether for my own sake or yours, this journey is imperative." As the date of the tumultuous upheaval drew nearer, Wei Dan's urgency to acquire the roster intensified. Only by obtaining it could they strategically position themselves against those involved, ensuring not only the safety of Wu Xian and others, but also curbing the expansion of Long Hu's influence. Observing her unwavering resolve, Wu Xian refrained from further persuasion. Understanding that once Wei Dan made up her mind, she would never relent, his sole role was to support her. "Is there any way I can assist you?" "Yes. In this endeavor, you are the centerpiece and will require." Wei Dan meticulously conveyed her plans to Wu Xin, aware that this matter was of paramount importance and demanded utmost caution and prior discussion. The woman speaking displayed signs of anxiety. Fearful of inciting the displeasure of the elegantly attired matron clad in exquisite fur, the noblewoman rolled her eyes, her steps unimpeded by the words spoken. Her disdainful voice pierced the air. Had Wei Dan been present, she would have immediately recognized this woman. Lin Man, the servant, noticing her ire, hastily denied the accusation, asserting, "No, my lady, it is the strategist who wishes to see you at all times." Although the servant trembled before the formidable figure, she was far more terrified of the capricious strategist, recalling his admonitions before his departure, which sent a shiver down her spine. "Is this truly what he said?" Lin Man furrowed her brows, her indignation intensifying as she narrowed her eyes at the somewhat sturdily clad woman. To her astonishment, the poised image of the noblewoman shattered in an instant as Lin Man raised her leg and forcefully kicked her to the ground. "Liar! They are all liars. I allowed you to deceive me, and today you shall perish." Lin Man's gaze was wild as she relentlessly struck the woman on the icy ground with all her might. "Liar! Pan Yu is also a deceiver. He went to great lengths to marry me, yet he has delayed consummating our union. He claims to cherish me, fearing that giving birth in this apocalyptic world would jeopardize my health. But is it not true that many have children in dire circumstances? With his status, how could he not procure a child?" The more Lin Man pondered, the more she felt something was amiss, and after several tests, she ultimately discovered that it was not restraint he exhibited, but rather, he was inept in that regard. This marriage felt less like a union and more like imprisonment, had it not been for his. The following day, Wei Dan rose early, departing before the others commenced their work. Outside, the tempestuous blizzard had unexpectedly transformed into a gentle snowfall, yet Wei Dan felt no joy. Rather, her expression was grave as she rolled up her sleeves and glanced at her watch. It was 7:30 in the morning, yet the world outside remained shrouded in darkness, a stark contrast to the usual dawn that would have already illuminated the sky. It seemed that the duration of daylight had further diminished, an unwelcome revelation for Wei Dan. She lowered her arms, pondering silently. How much longer could daylight possibly endure? Wei Dan donned her night vision goggles and glided towards the black market in her ice skates. This time, the presence of security personnel along the way was surprisingly sparse. Occasionally, a few on duty gathered in clusters, engaged in idle chatter, neglecting their patrolling duties. Wei Dan furrowed her brow. How could these individuals be so lackadaisical? They had clearly not been like this before. If they were to remain in such a state, how would one contend with that group? Wei Dan skated towards the vicinity of the black market, removing her ice skates, but instead of re-entering through the previous entrance, she veered and approached a mound of snow. Noticing that the area was deserted, she crouched down and exerted force with her hands, revealing a fissure in the previously smooth ice surface. As the gap widened, Wei Dan leaped into the icy pit, grasping the handle hidden beneath the ice, and restored the surface to its original state. During her last departure, Manager Ma had, as a precaution, disclosed to Wei Dan the existence of their clandestine passageway. Wei Dan had lived 2 lives, yet it was the first time she became aware of such clandestine passages within the black market. Following the staircase marked M2, she reached the end, where a door stood ajar before her. She extended her hand to push it open, revealing an office that contrasted starkly with the opulence of the VIP room, exuding an air of sophistication at every turn. "Is it you, little boss?" "Indeed, it is I." Upon finishing her words, Wei Dan heard a creaking sound emanating from the wall to her right, revealing a hidden door. Manager Ma emerged from within, his expression weary and his eyes shadowed. Under one arm, he held a folder, while in his hand, he carried a large box. "Have you been using drugs?" Wei Dan inquired. Manager Ma raised an eyebrow at her, casting a reproachful glance in her direction, and replied with a hint of grievance. "Little boss, this is work-related fatigue. I've been tirelessly investigating matters concerning you day and night for the past few days, and yet you still—" Wei Dan was overcome with goosebumps at his sorrowful demeanor, instinctively rubbing her arms. "Speak properly. Have you found anything?" Upon hearing Wei Dan inquire about the matter at hand, Manager Ma instantly retracted his frivolous facade. He placed the box heavily on the desk and declared with pride, "Not only have I discovered the whereabouts of the roster, but I also know how to infiltrate it." Chapter 93. Who is the strategist? "Do tell," Wei Dan exclaimed, eagerly leaning in at Manager Ma's confident stance. Wei Dan gazed at the black and white attire, utterly perplexed. She turned her questioning eyes towards the man whose face radiated pride. "Huh, little boss. This is the infiltration method I mentioned, donning this outfit to apply as a maid for the strategist's wife." Manager Ma, noticing Wei Dan's discontent, hastily clarified, "This is not my taste. Mind you, it belongs to that strategist." Upon hearing Manager Ma's explanation, Wei Dan held back her initial response, her brow furrowing in confusion as she inquired, "Strategist? Indeed. Isn't the strategist of Longhu Wei Mingdong?" "No, not yet. He hasn't assumed that title yet. In my previous life, the title of strategist was specifically conferred upon him by the leader of Longhu. Could it be another instance of the butterfly effect?" Manager Ma remained oblivious to the subtle shift in Wei Dan's expression, continuing to elaborate with fervor. He retrieved a whiteboard from behind the wall, its surface densely populated with the clues he had gathered over the past few days. The roster was frequently updated. Hence, it resided not at the Longhu base, but rather in Luoyang, 100 kilometers away, where Longhu maintained its second warehouse, heavily guarded. "I've been keeping watch in that vicinity for the past few days, and finally discovered that high-ranking Longhu officials have been stationed here for the past 3 days, though they have yet to reveal themselves." And then, as Wei Dan observed his enthusiasm, she reached out, pulled a chair, and sat down with a thud, retrieving a water cup from her bag to sip some icy well water. A shiver ran through her, and she exhaled deeply. The journey had been quite exhausting, a relentless rush. Seeing Wei Dan shivering, Manager Ma, with an apologetic expression, switched on the air conditioning. "I got too carried away and neglected the matter at hand." "It's fine. Please continue," she replied. This strategist had firmly established himself at Long Lake in the latter half of the previous year, earning the trust of the Long Lake leader. He had been dispatced to Luo town shortly after the arrival of the extreme cold. His credentials seemed impeccable. Yet just a month ago, he had unexpectedly married. At this revelation, Wei Dan confirmed in her heart that this so-called strategist was not Wei Mingdao. The question now was, from where had this individual emerged? Do you know his background? She inquired. Upon hearing this question, Manager Ma awkwardly cleared his throat. It was initially impossible to uncover, but my commotion did not escape the notice of the boss. After speaking, he cautiously glanced at Wei Dan, scrutinizing her facial expressions for any sign of reaction. To his surprise, Wei Dan remained composed, offering him not even a fleeting glance. Well, as expected. What next? She prompted. Manager Ma, momentarily taken aback, continued, rest assured. My boss assured me of confidentiality. He expressed admiration for a formidable woman like you, the young boss, and utilized the hidden informants within Long Lake to uncover this person's origins. As he spoke, a look of puzzlement crossed his face, and he extracted a document from his folder, handing it to Wei Dan. Strangely enough, before the apocalypse, this individual was merely an ordinary mechanic, living in utter poverty and solitude. Wei Dan turned to the first page, discovering that the man was named Peng Yu, age 35, and indeed, as Manager Ma had asserted, his life was utterly devoid of highlights. She furrowed her brow and set the file aside, inquiring, how did he gain access to Longhu? The most outrageous part lies here. He had managed to locate Longhu's lair on his own, claiming he possessed crucial intelligence, and yet, it is unclear why he. Hearing this, Wei Dan suddenly lifted her head, her right hand instinctively clenching into a fist, a flicker of astonishment crossing her eyes. Manager Ma was perplexed by Wei Dan's intense reaction. Pondering internally, could it be that I misspoke? After contemplating, he found no fault in his words and tentatively inquired, is it my mistake, young boss? No, please continue. Wei Dan replied, yet her thoughts had already drifted far away. She can now almost confirm that this Peng Yu was also reborn, which would elucidate the peculiarities she had noted earlier. It appeared he had also been at the Longhu base in his previous life, though she was uncertain how much he truly knew about future events. More importantly, could this Peng Yu have been one of those who followed Lin Man Man at that time? Regardless of his past identity, since he was now at Longhu, he stood as Wei Dan's adversary, an exceptionally formidable one at that. Wei Dan had never been lenient towards her enemies. A murderous intent brewed within her heart. Since he obstructed her path, he must be dealt with. While his background was relatively easy to investigate, information regarding his newlywed wife was conspicuously absent, as if deliberately obscured. Hidden? He had not concealed his own identity, but had shrouded his wife's? A hint of confusion flickered in Wei Dan's eyes. Indeed, reports from the outside world suggested that this strategist cherished his wife dearly, treating her as if she were a delicate treasure. Excellent. Once a weakness is identified, he becomes significantly easier to handle. Wei Dan had a general understanding of Manager Ma's proposal. When should I go for the interview? She inquired. Upon seeing Wei Dan's acceptance of his plan, Manager Ma clapped his right hand against the whiteboard and declared, this afternoon. Time is of the essence. I will send someone to drive you. No need, she replied. I can make on my own. Just give me the exact address. Even though it was someone arranged by Manager Ma, she remained cautious, for it was wise to be prudent in these times, especially since she had a vehicle at her disposal. Wei Dan spoke with conviction, and Manager Ma was well aware that Wei Dan was no ordinary individual. Her insistence on not needing an escort was enough. Very well. Allow me to reiterate the precautions for when you enter. The town of Luojin was unfamiliar to Wei Dan in her previous life. If it were not for the deep concealment of her past, it could very well be the strategist's intention. A strategist who does not remain at the base and ventures so far must surely harbor some ulterior motive. Edan glided on her ice skates to a secluded corner 2 kilometers away from the black market, where she retrieved a pristine, all-terrain vehicle purchased before the apocalypse. The vehicle gleamed without a speck of dust, and after enduring such a lengthy period in this desolate world, it was likely that any prior purchase records had been obliterated. Wei Dan confidently opened the car door, the residual warmth of the interior still lingering. She tossed her backpack onto the back seat and swiftly settled into the driver's position. An unregistered SUV sped across the snow-covered ice, its velocity astonishing, leaving a trail of swirling snow dust in its wake. Wow, Mom, that's a car. How cool. People are still driving. The child innocently pointed in the direction Wei Dan had departed, prompting his mother to hastily cover his small hand, anxiously admonishing, from now on, do not point at cars, understood? Why? Didn't we used to have a car? The child, filled with curiosity, gazed up at his mother. With a sigh, she explained, those who have cars now are significant individuals, ones we cannot afford to provoke. The child did not fully grasp his mother's underlying concern, but obediently nodded. Chapter 94. That was Lin Manman's voice. Wei Dan remained oblivious to the events unfolding behind her. Throughout her journey, security personnel patrolled the streets, causing her to refrain from driving too swiftly. Thus, it took her 3 hours to reach the vicinity of Luoyang. Beyond lay the territory of Longhu. Wei Dan parked her vehicle behind an unoccupied building. It was only 1 o'clock in the afternoon, leaving her ample time before her interview. She retrieved a jianbing guozi from her storage, devouring it ravenously. To ensure no time was wasted, this was her first meal of the day. Although the jianbing guozi had been stored for nearly a year, it retained a comforting warmth. In no time, she finished it completely. After her meal, she removed her extravagant fur coat and donned the outfit provided by Manager Ma, followed by a discreet down jacket from her storage. Wei Dan, clad in her newly donned ice skates, stealthily made her way along an inconspicuous path towards Luoyang. Though Luoyang barely registered as more than a village on the map, it bore the title of a town. She sensed that this place must possess some unique charm, for it had undoubtedly caught the attention of Longhu. Wei Dan glided around the perimeter on her ice skates. The town, though small, was teeming with guards clad in Longhu uniforms. What struck her as peculiar was the complete absence of any security personnel in the vicinity. Something felt amiss. Upon witnessing the stringent defenses in this place, which seemed even more formidable than those of the authorities, Wei Dan shivered, abandoning her intention to slip inside. Adorned in her ice skating shoes, she made her way to the location indicated by Manager Ma, where she found 2 shivering women already standing. Observing the scene, Wei Dan cautiously exchanged her ice skating shoes and approached them. Is this where one applies for the position of servant? In an effort to be cautious, Wei Dan deliberately lowered her voice. Although no one spoke, she discerned some clues. Both individuals bore dark bruises upon their faces, and judging by their postures, it was likely that they harbored numerous injuries beneath their garments. Shortly thereafter, another woman approached. She bore no visible wounds on her face, yet her overall appearance suggested ill health. What is happening here? This could be deemed a coincidence, yet with each person exhibiting similar conditions, it seems implausible to attribute it solely to chance. You're here. The woman to Wei Dan's right turned upon hearing footsteps, and upon seeing the newcomer, she initiated a greeting. Well, yesterday, the newly arrived woman cast a glance at Wei Dan, her expression difficult to articulate. A weary sigh escaped the woman to the right, who chose not to elaborate further, yet the 2 others instantly comprehended the unspoken implications, bowing their heads in silence. Yuan Dan now feels immensely grateful for having wrapped her face in a scarf. Otherwise, she would stand out far too much. Although she is unaware of the silent riddle they are playing, she understands that she should bear some wounds in this situation. Wei Dan discreetly retreated and turned around, silently cursing the unreliable Manager Ma in her heart, before delivering a hard punch to her own eye socket. Ouch, that hurts like hell. You 4, come here. A woman clad in a Longhu down jacket emerged from the swirling snow. She gestured towards the 4 individuals. The 3 others, aside from Wei Dan, immediately lowered their heads upon seeing her and skillfully advanced forward. Upon witnessing this, Wei Dan promptly lowered her head and obediently followed suit. The 4 of them, under the guidance of their leader, traversed the heavily guarded gates and proceeded to the very center of Luo town, arriving before an opulent villa. In the brief span of 3 kilometers, they trembled their way through the journey for an entire hour. The leading woman halted at the entrance and commanded, "Open the door." Flanking the entrance were 2 men, each raising a hand to block the way of the leading woman, declaring that they must be searched before entry. The woman was taken aback by being stopped at the door, and the 3 behind her wore expressions of astonishment. "Are you attempting to rebel?" One of the men on the right, noticing the woman's anger, hastily offered an apologetic explanation. Sister Chin, this is an order just issued by the strategist. Please bear with us. Upon hearing the term strategist, the woman addressed as Sister Chin instantly changed her expression, softly inquiring further. The man who had previously spoken nodded helplessly, casting a glance at the four and stating, "She is quite irate. Your arrival is most timely." Sister Chin's demeanor shifted slightly, while the three in front trembled incessantly, their voices almost quavering with suppressed sobs. Goodness, Wei Dan finally grasped the situation. It appeared they had come to serve as scapegoats. Sister Chin removed her coat, revealing a maid's outfit identical to Wei Dan's, and waved her hand towards the men standing guard, instructing, "In that case, proceed with the search." After Sister Chin completed her search and donned her attire, it was the turn of the others. Each of the three wore only a maid's outfit beneath their coats, which explained their earlier shivering. Fortunately, Wei Dan had endured the cold without additional layers for convenience, and this now rendered her part of the group. The men conducting the search were relatively respectful, refraining from inappropriate conduct, and soon it was Wei Dan's turn. She removed the scarf she had been wearing, revealing a face that, while still somewhat full, appeared a touch too sallow. Faced with increasingly dismal expressions, Sister Chin silently furrowed her brow. Yet, as they had already entered, she felt powerless to effect any change. With a sigh, Sister Chin urged, "Quickly put on your clothes and follow me." Wei Dan sneezed violently, shivering as she donned her clothing, her legs stiff as she trudged to catch up with the four individuals ahead. "Why won't you let me out?" A woman's voice, laced with anger, emanated from within the room. Sister Chin raised her hand, blocking the entrance for the others. The three women obediently halted, while Wei Dan stood with her mouth slightly agape, her heart racing with astonishment. She quickly lowered her head to conceal her emotions. That was Lin Man's voice. Chapter 95. The joy of eavesdropping. Aren't we all from Longhu? Why can't I go out? I feel like I'm suffocating in here. As her words echoed, the sound of a vase shattering resonated from within, causing the four at the door to flinch, as if they were the ones who had been struck. Man, listen to me. This is a crucial moment. It's not that I don't want you to go out, but it's just that the boss. The man's tone remained gentle, contrasting sharply with Lin Man's piercing voice. The rumors about the strategist's affection for his wife seemed to hold some truth. Yet, Wei Dan could not shake the feeling that she detected a hint of submissiveness in his voice. So, this is the newly emerged strategist? He harbors feelings for Lin Man? Had she been asked before entering, Wei Dan would have dismissed such a notion, but discovering Lin Man's presence changed everything. Given that this strategist had been reborn, he must surely be aware of Lin Man's previous possession of space. To protect her from being discovered by others, he was willing to expose his own information to draw attention, likely coveting the space from their previous life. Thus, it seemed this marriage was not as straightforward as the outside world had suggested. Inside the room, Lin Man appeared to have calmed down, persuaded by the man's words, and ceased her tantrum. Wei Dan lowered her head and smirked with a hint of irony. If this strategist truly married Lin Man solely for the sake of space, he would be sorely disappointed. In this lifetime, the space had long been claimed by Wei Dan, and no matter how long he waited, he would find no trace of it within Lin Man. Once again, Lin Man's voice echoed from within the door, and even those outside, lacking Wei Dan's keen hearing, felt their faces flush in embarrassment. "Darling, do you think my fitted lingerie looks good? Come and touch it." Man, what are you?" Lin Man's soft moans wafted through the door, leaving the few standing at the entrance in an excruciatingly awkward silence. Upon hearing the sounds from within, Sister Chin hurriedly ushered Wei Dan and the others away. As Wei Dan trailed behind the group, her hearing sharpened, allowing her to eavesdrop discreetly from a corner. "Darling, have some. This medicine is said to be particularly effective." A man's voice, tinged with a hint of anxiety, responded. Man, stop it. I have work to do." The sound of a medicine bottle crashing to the floor echoed from within, followed by Lin Man's furious outburst. "Hung you. You refuse to take your medicine, yet you pretend to be a husband. You're just wasting my time." A resounding slap interrupted her tirade. "Ah, you hit me. How dare you? I'll fight you." Before Lin Man's sharp voice could fade, Another loud slap resonated in the air, and the man could no longer contain his emotions. He loosened his tie, his eyes ablaze with fury as he approached Lin Man, who had never seen him like this before. Panic-stricken, she clutched the floor, instinctively leaning back. What? What do you want? It hurts. How dare you? You wretched woman. Without me, you are nothing. Who knows where your mother sold you off to? You're just a cheap harlot. Peng Yu's expression was frenzied as he gripped the tie tightly, disregarding Lin Man's cries and mercilessly striking her. He had endured the suffocating space of their relationship for far too long, and the incessant torment from his sharp-tongued family was unbearable. Even more so the relentless antics of Lin Man. They never considered that the comfortable life they enjoyed today was all thanks to him. Peng Yu, his habitual patience had only deepened their ignorance. With each strike, he seemed to release the pin-up rage within him. As Lin Man's wounds multiplied, Peng Yu's fury gradually subsided. Breathing heavily, he halted his assault, gazing at the trembling figure of Lin Man in the corner, feelings of regret washing over him. The opportunity for a fresh start was still within reach. What was he thinking, losing control like this? Seeing the fear etched on Lin Man's face, he felt a rush of remorse and instinctively moved closer to check on her injuries. However, as he took a step forward, Lin Man recoiled in terror. Peng Yu, no, darling, I was wrong. Please don't hit me anymore. It hurts so much. Seeing her distress, Peng Yu quickly cast aside his tie, kneeling in front of her with a pained expression. Man, I didn't mean to. Please forgive me. Lin Man, shaking, gazed into his tear-streaked face, recalling his earlier madness, and dared not trust him again. As Peng Yu noticed her lingering fear, tears streamed down his face. He reached out to embrace her. Man, trust me, I will never act like this again, I swear. Please forgive me. Lin Man, feeling the tightness of his embrace, winced, her wounds protesting. Darling, it hurts. Upon hearing her plea, Peng Yu quickly released her, wiping his tears away with the back of his hand. He lifted Lin Man from the ground and gently laid her on the bed. Ignoring the fear in her eyes, he wore a concerned expression, saying, It's all my fault for not taking care of you. Rest here, I'll go call a doctor. Lin Man, at a loss for words, could only nod slightly. Once Peng Yu left, she finally allowed herself to weep. Why must it be like this? It's all that woman's fault. If it weren't for her, our family wouldn't be in this predicament. You all stay here. No one is permitted to leave without my consent. Should any of you attempt to escape and be discovered, you will face the consequences. As the sound of footsteps faded, the women in the room finally relaxed. Phew, this room is quite warm. With the strategist here today, we might just escape calamity. The woman with bruises was the first to sit down, sighing. Seeing her take a seat, the other two women exhaled in relief and began whispering. Thank goodness the strategist came. Otherwise, we would have been in trouble again. The strategist is truly remarkable. How could he end up with such a cough? The bruised woman glanced towards Wei Dan and quickly silenced the one speaking. With a quick thought, she moved to sit beside another not-so-clean bed, her expression earnest as she said, Sisters, rest assured, I won't speak out of turn. I'm not foolish. I know we are all in this together. The three women exchanged glances, but refrained from engaging with Wei Dan. Gurgle. The friliest among them shyly covered her stomach. Upon witnessing the scene, Wei Dan reached into her garment and rummaged until she produced a plump piece of white cloth. With a graceful motion, she unveiled the fabric, revealing two large, fluffy buns nestled within. The trio, captivated by Wei Dan's revelation, found themselves unable to divert their gaze, instinctively clutching their bellies as saliva pooled in their mouths. Here, Wei Dan offered the buns with a friendly gesture. In Chapter 96, I am here to serve my lady. The frail woman, seated in the center, felt her stomach grumble once more. She caressed her belly, tentatively reaching out for the buns, only to be restrained by her companion. The woman with a bruised complexion wore an expression of wariness, her tone far from gentle. How could you? I have been with you all along. These were sewn into my undergarments by my husband in advance, and they are still warm. With a playful smile, Wei Dan extended her hand forward once more. The enticing aroma of steamed buns wafted across the space, causing the frail woman's eyes to gleam with desire. Upon realizing that the buns were not pilfered, she eagerly seized one. The remaining individual, unable to resist the sight of her ravenously devouring the bun, also reached out. Cautiously, she glanced at the woman with the bruised face, splitting the bun in half and offering a piece. "Sister Chung, do have a bite." The woman, referred to as Sister Chung, fixated on the tantalizing bun, ultimately reaching out to accept it. Observing that she had finally taken it, the woman who had offered the bun immediately took a large bite of her remaining half, mumbling as she chewed, "Sister, you seem well fed. What made you decide to apply for this job? The military strategist's wife is no easy person to deal with. Indeed, if I had any other options, I would be here." The two exchanged words, revealing their circumstances to Wei Dan, while the bruised-faced Sister Chung remained silent throughout. Wei Dan cast a furtive glance at her, his face etched with sorrow as he lamented, "I, too, have no desire to be here, but my son is unwell and requires antibiotics. Alas, while the remuneration is indeed generous, it will not provide you with such vital medication. Those are exceedingly costly these days." Wei Dan feigned innocence, lowering her head to whisper, "I actually came here to steal one." Just then, both individuals, taken aback by her shocking revelation, quickly glanced towards the entrance, gesturing for her to be quiet. In astonishment, they cautioned her, "Sister, I advise you not to act foolishly. This is no ordinary place. The guards are numerous." Indeed, Wei Dan sighed heavily, feigning the wiping of tears that had been forced from her eyes. "I understand, it's just that my son simply cannot afford any delays. I am also rather foolish. With such a vast town, where am I to search?" The two individuals who had been conversing earlier, upon witnessing Wei Dan's tears, quickly began to offer their consolation. Wei Dan nodded in acknowledgement, yet her gaze drifted through her fingers towards Sister Chung. Upon hearing that Wei Dan's son was in grave peril, Sister Cheng's expression shifted profoundly, and after much inner turmoil, she finally spoke. "I am familiar with the terrain here and know where antibiotics can be found. Oh dear, your son is in luck. Since Sister Chung has declared her knowledge, she must undoubtedly possess the information needed." Upon hearing this, Wei Dan looked up at Sister Chung with delight. "Is it true?" Sister Chung nodded, her expression solemn as she replied, "I can share this with you, but I have a condition. You must assist me in stealing another one." She paused, surveying the room and fixing her gaze on the two women beside her, reiterating, "I fear none of you will betray this secret. Regardless, I shall never admit to it. Whoever points a finger at me, I will reciprocate with the same accusation. To eliminate any future risks, we are bound to face the same fate. So I advise you all against rash actions, including you." As Sister Chung turned her attention back to Wei Dan, she continued, "If you are discovered, you may certainly point fingers, but know this, your son will lose an opportunity to survive. If I remain alive and can procure the medicine, I will ensure your son receives it. Do you understand?" Inside, Wei Dan felt a sense of secret joy, yet she feigned a demeanor of timidity, fully aware that she would remain silent. Indeed, Sister Chung was a remarkable figure. Manager Ma had proven to be quite astute in gathering intelligence about this matter. Prior to their departure, Manager Ma had meticulously gathered information on these women, which enabled Wei Dan to enact her earlier performance. Among the trio, Sister Chung had visited the most frequently and had endured the longest. She persisted in coming despite her frail health, driven by her love for her daughter, who was gravely ill and could only be cured with a special medication. This particular remedy was not available through the state, but was a proprietary drug of Longhu, known solely to its internal personnel. Observing Wei Dan's seemingly innocent and honest nature, Sister Chung rose and approached her bedside, whispering softly, "How do you plan to get out?" Once their hushed conversation concluded and they resumed their seats, the frail woman's tone revealed her genuine concern. Wei Dan feigned a troubled expression, stammering, I haven't figured out yet, but I will surely find a solution." Wei Dan had long since formulated her thoughts, yet for the sake of caution, she opted to maintain her silence. "Come out. Line up. The lady wishes to see you." With a creak, the door swung open, and Sister Chin stood at the threshold, calling out brusquely to those within. Wei Dan deliberately lagged behind, lifting her scarf slightly as she kept her head bowed in a manner reminiscent of her earlier demeanor. Just as before, Sister Chin led the four of them in a winding path until they finally arrived at the entrance of an unfamiliar room. Unlike the initial chamber, the doorframe before them exuded an air of exquisite elegance, suggesting it was a space more suited for a woman. Tap, tap, tap. Sister Chin gently rapped on the door, her tone tender as she inquired from within, "Madam, the guests have arrived. Shall we enter now? Come in." Lin Man's voice sounded somewhat ethereal, likely a consequence of the recent beating she endured. Sister Chin gently pushed the door open, ushering the four inside, where they instinctively arranged themselves from right to left. As Wei Dan stepped into the room, she immediately sensed a distinct difference. The temperature within was surprisingly over 20 degrees. It was not long before she began to perspire. "Take off your coat," Qin Jie remarked, only to be interrupted by Lin Man. Reclining on the chaise longue, her pallid complexion barely hinted at any injury. No removing allowed. The thought of the maid outfit that Peng Yu favored filled her with revulsion. It was utterly abhorrent, yet he found pleasure in such twisted whims. "Very well, madam." Lin Man's gaze traversed from right to left, ultimately resting upon Wei Dan. "A newcomer, I see. Yes, indeed, I am new here, and I am here to serve the madam diligently." Chapter 97. Confrontation with Lin Man again. Thank you, madam. I shall certainly strive to meet your expectations." With a clumsy accent, Wei Dan bowed and scraped before Lin Man, drawing the involuntary attention of others. Though those selected would receive greater rewards, those not chosen would still receive a portion, sufficient for a family to enjoy several days of good meals. The others were taken aback by the willingness to endure such humiliation, feeling immense admiration while simultaneously relieved to have escaped a similar fate. Observing Wei Dan's obsequious demeanor, Lin Man's vanity was greatly satiated. A smirk graced her lips as she commanded, "Akin, take the others down to collect their rewards. Do not disturb me today." Upon hearing this, Akin and the others felt an involuntary chill. It seemed another tragedy was about to unfold. Even with the knowledge of Wei Dan's fate, none dared utter a word, choosing instead to swallow their words and bow in gratitude. "Thank you, madam." The three lined up in an orderly fashion, following Akin out of the room. As they departed, Chung Sa, who walked in the middle, cast an ambiguous glance at Wei Dan. With a decisive click, the door closed behind them, leaving only Lin Man and Wei Dan within. Lin Man reclined on the chaise longue, carelessly extending her hand toward Wei Dan. Upon seeing the gesture, feigned bewilderment. After a prolonged wait without assistance, Lin Man turned her gaze sharply on Wei Dan and exclaimed, "Are you blind? Why are you not coming to help me up?" Oh, madam, I'm coming right away." Upon hearing the words, Wei Dan seemed to awaken from a profound slumber, hastily taking a couple of steps forward to rest the back of her hand upon the outstretched hand of Lin Man. As Lin Man felt the warmth beneath her hand, she shot a glance at Wei Dan. Her fingers delicately arched in a rather affected manner as she gradually rose from her seat. She stretched her arms, aside from a slight weakness. She was indeed devoid of any pain. This was largely due to Peng Yu persuading the doctor to administer a special medication, allowing her wound to heal within the span of an hour. Although her injury had mended, the humiliation she felt within had not diminished in the slightest. She dared not voice her grievances, instead seething inwardly. That scoundrel Peng Yu actually had the audacity to treat me this way. Fueled by rage, Lin Man, grasping Wei Dan's hand, was about to stand when, unexpectedly, Wei Dan feigned a misstep, causing Lin Man to lose her balance and cry out as her face met the ground with a resounding thud. With both hands firmly pushing against the earth, she wiped the blood from her nose and glared furiously at Wei Dan behind her. "You wretched girl, how could you support me like that? It hurts. Damn it, you're going to pay for this today." With that, she contorted her face in rage, seizing a wooden stick from the rack and swung it towards Wei Dan. Upon observing the wooden stick in Lin Man's hand, Wei Dan feigned terror and exclaimed, "I did not mean to. Madam, please spare me. I cannot endure such punishment." The sharp tones of Lin Man intertwined with Wei Dan's pleas for mercy resonated throughout the room, reaching the ears of the man pressing against the door, who absorbed every word with clarity. He scoffed disdainfully, muttering to himself, "Another monotonous day. This couple truly lacks any semblance of normalcy." This man had been dispatched by Pengyu to surveil Lin Man. Though he held this assignment in contempt, he felt compelled to obediently follow her out of necessity. Witnessing the familiar scene unfold within, he stretched lazily and sought a comfortable spot to indulge in idleness. Yet, as the moments passed, the fire of her anger not only failed to subside, but intensified. "You wretched creature, stand there and do not move. If you dare to shift, your compensation will be revoked." With a fierce determination, Lin Man hurled the wooden stick to the ground and retrieved a whip adorned with barbs from a shelf. Gritting her teeth as she lashed it forward, Wei Dan's ears twitched slightly as she heard the person at the door depart. She unfurled her slightly bent form and stretched languidly. With tear-filled eyes, she gazed at the whip that was about to strike her, and with a leisurely grace, she bent sideways once more, skillfully evading it. Even Lin Man, despite her usual foolishness, could sense something was amiss upon witnessing Wei Dan's demeanor. With wide eyes, she stared at Wei Dan and exclaimed in a panic, "Who are you? Someone please come." With a light chuckle, Wei Dan approached Lin Man, raising her voice. "I was wrong, my lady. Please spare me, my lady." Lin Man, filled with trepidation at the sight of this contradictory woman advancing towards her, opened her mouth to cry for help. However, before she could utter a sound, Wei Dan executed a sweeping kick, sending her crashing to the ground. Before she could express her pain, she noticed a foot drawing nearer. "Who are you and what do you want? When my husband arrives, you're finished," Lin Man exclaimed, scrambling backward with all her might. Before she could speak again, Wei Dan lunged forward and seized her meticulously maintained hair. "Ah, you wretched woman, let go of me." Wei Dan squinted her eyes as she gazed at Lin Man, the memories of the past flooding her mind. Her hand, gripping her hair, instinctively tightened, and she could even hear the sound of tearing. "Ah, my hair, let go of my hair." Lin Man continued to scream. However, Wei Dan had made up her mind, delivering a swift blow to her eye socket, causing Lin Man to roll her eyes back and faint. Wei Dan rose to her feet, disdainfully tossing the strands of hair that clung to her hands onto the floor. Wei Dan surveyed the room, her gaze falling upon the window. In a swift and effortless manner, she stripped Lin Man of her garments and donned them herself. Wei Dan approached the window, and upon noticing the absence of any onlookers, she firmly grasped the window frame and propelled herself outward. Lin Man's room was situated on the 4th floor, and due to the accumulation of water, the distance to the icy surface was not overly daunting. In this diminutive town of Zhaojin, not only were there guards stationed at the perimeter, but there were also individuals incessantly patrolling within the town itself. Although these men were not as formidable as the security personnel from outside, they were nonetheless rare specimens of strength in this post-apocalyptic world. Relying on the concealment provided by the architecture, Wei Dan arrived at the easternmost edge of Luoyang. Before her lay an expansive ice surface, upon which only mounds of snow, formed by layers of accumulated snowflakes, were visible. The snowy expanse was utterly desolate, devoid of any hint of architectural presence. Chapter 98. Another underground city? Wei Dan tightened the clothing around her body, using the snow beneath her to wipe away the yellowish hue from her face, revealing skin flushed red by the cold. Once her complexion regained its original pallor, she donned a wig and took a moment to apply some makeup. Wei Dan awkwardly imitated Lin Man Eschgate, swaying her hips as she made her way to the easternmost corner. "Who are you?" the man inquired, perplexed as he gazed at Wei Dan. This woman, adorned in splendid attire, revealed a visage that was both full and fair, a beauty so rare that one could scarcely find another in the entirety of the town. Could she possibly be the fabled wife of the strategist? Wei Dan cleared her throat and, adopting a sharp tone reminiscent of Lin Man, scolded, "Have your eyes gone blind that you cannot recognize who I am?" Upon hearing this acerbic voice, the man immediately realized his mistake and quickly attempted to rectify the situation, exclaiming, "It is I who lack the discernment to recognize such greatness. How could I fail to identify the esteemed lady? Truly, I am deserving of punishment." As he uttered these words, he struck his own face in remorse. Inwardly lamenting, What a misfortune it is to encounter this harbinger of trouble today. What purpose does she have in being here? Wei Dan was taken aback by Lin Man's unexpected usefulness in Luotian. Furrowing her brow, she raised her voice once more and exclaimed, "Stop it! Can't you see I'm still here freezing? Hurry and take me inside." Upon hearing her, the man ceased his actions but did not yield a path for Wei Dan. Instead, he hesitated and stammered, "Madam, what brings you here? Do you have any documents signed by the strategist?" Upon seeing that he refused to yield, Wei Dan exerted her strength and delivered a sharp slap to his face, furiously exclaiming, "You scoundrel! I have come personally, and yet you obstruct my entry. If you hinder the matters of the strategist, what will you offer as compensation?" The man, disoriented from the blow, had one side of his face swollen even more prominently than the other, which had already borne the mark of her slap. Seizing the opportunity while he was still dazed, Wei Dan pressed on. "Do you see the wounds upon my face? If you utter another word, I shall inform the strategist that it was you who struck me." After a moment of contemplation, the man ultimately acquiesced and allowed Wei Dan to enter. After all, it was the strategist's own wife coming to retrieve something. Surely, he would not voice any objections, for it was said that the strategist cherished his wife dearly. As Wei Dan descended the steel staircase into the underground, she discovered a miniature subterranean city, though it spanned less than 100 square meters. It was replete with all essential elements. The resonating sounds of steam echoed throughout this underground realm, creating a symphony of activity. This was Wei Dan's inaugural encounter with a genuine underground city, far more intricate than what she had previously glimpsed in promotional materials. Numerous steel rooms, varying in size, were arranged in a square formation beneath the surface, and as she walked, she observed her surroundings with keen interest. In this confined space, there were surprisingly 20 to 30 individuals on guard, who, upon noticing Wei Dan, exhibited a fleeting look of astonishment before quickly averting their gazes. "Madam, what medicine do you require? I shall fetch it for you." Wei Dan followed the man into a reception room, where he respectfully presented the tea. Wei Dan took a sip of tea and said, "3 special medicines, and this place is too cramped. Take me to my husband's office." The man, upon hearing Wei Dan's request, displayed a look of hesitation and did not respond immediately. Upon witnessing his hesitation, Wei Dan erupted once more, forcefully hurling the teacup to the ground. "What? Is my voice no longer effective? Am I forbidden from entering my husband's office?" The man displayed little reaction to Wei Dan's words, but his expression shifted dramatically upon seeing the tea splattered on the floor. He hurriedly removed his coat and placed it over the spilled liquid. "It's over, it's over." Wei Dan observed the figure kneeling on the ground, tirelessly wiping, her eyes narrowing slightly. "There is something amiss in this place." With a tone laced with impatience, she nudged the man with her foot. "Is it really necessary? It's merely a bit of tea. I am heading to my husband's office. Did you hear me?" The man, having absorbed the last remnants of tea into his clothing, finally exhaled in relief. However, upon hearing her irritable tone, a blaze of anger ignited within him. He rose, casting a glance at Wei Dan, and scoffed inwardly, "If you wish to go, then go. As for the consequences, you shall bear them alone." A flicker of rage flashed in his eyes, but he quickly suppressed it, lowering his gaze and responding submissively, "Very well, my lady. I shall escort you immediately. Please, this way." The man walked respectfully ahead, guiding Wei Dan through the corridor to the innermost chamber. He unlocked the door, saying, "My lady, this is the strategist's office. Please, do enter." With a surge of delight in her heart, Wei Dan maintained her haughty demeanor and commanded, "Where are my medications?" "Please hold on. They will be delivered shortly," he replied, concealing his expression as he called out, "Little son, come in." "Li Hong, what happened to your face? I didn't dare to ask earlier. Is that woman the strategist's wife?" Li Hong, displaying signs of impatience, retorted, "Indeed, given her demeanor, it must be her. Fetch me 5 vials of this special medication from the cold storage." 5? Why does she need so much? The strategist just took 1 today, and now only 5 remain. Hearing little son's words, Li Hong's expression shifted to one of resignation. "There's no choice. The lady insists on 5. Just bring them to her. This is her desire. Do you understand?" Li Hong's gaze bore into little son's eyes, emphasizing the weight of the lady's wishes. Understanding immediately, little son nodded eagerly, grinning, got it, got it. Once little son departed, Li Hong nonchalantly propped his shoed feet on the sofa, reclining with a satisfied smile. Aren't you quite impressive? Doesn't the strategist dote on you? What's the difference between 3 and 5 vials? Perfectly positioned to take the blame for my buddies. Meanwhile, the true Lin Man lay unconscious in her room, oblivious to the several heavy burdens about to descend upon her. As soon as the office door closed, Wei Dan switched to investigative mode, thoroughly searching the room until she effortlessly discovered a thick roster of names. It appeared that Peng Yu was confident no outsiders would intrude here, allowing him to act with such impunity. Idan found herself increasingly intrigued by this miniature underground city. Apart from the abandoned chemical plant's underground realm, this marked the second concealed city she had uncovered in her previous life. One could only imagine how many such hidden enclaves existed in the world, unbeknownst to the ordinary populace. While the common folk languished under the ravages of natural disasters, the privileged and powerful nestled comfortably within the safety of these subterranean havens, indulging in their fortunes. This world, as ever, revealed its profound inequities. Talp, talp, talp? Madam, the special medicine has arrived. Upon hearing the knock at the door, Wei Dan hastily stowed away the attendance list, restoring the office desk to its original state before settling into the boss's chair. With a voice that resonated through the room, she called out, "Come in." Li Hong, upon hearing her, pushed open the office door and placed the thermos box upon the desk, casting a furtive glance around to observe the unchanged decor of the office. Chapter 99. The grand performance directed by Wei Dan. 1. The office's arrangement remained entirely unaltered, leading him to conclude that this military strategist's wife simply had a multitude of quirks. His thoughts drifted to the 2 special medicines he had acquired effortlessly, and a smile graced his lips as he remarked, "Madam, here are the 3 special medicines you requested." As Wei Dan gathered all her possessions, she leisurely rose from her executive chair and opened the thermal box, a rush of cold air enveloping her as she beheld 3 vials of potent medicine nestled within. A surge of joy welled up within her, prompting her to promptly secure the box. With a subtle arch of her brow, she smiled at Li Hong. "Then I must thank you, madam." At her words, Li Hong's laughter grew more exuberant as he gazed upon Wei Dan's fair visage, inwardly scoffing, "What a foolish woman." With practiced ease, Li Hong input the password and verified his palm print. A pair of beeps echoed as the steel panel above gradually slid open, revealing the icy expanse beyond. "Madam, please take your leave," Li Hong urged as he pushed the icy surface upward. With a graceful smile, Wei Dan nodded gently, lifting the hem of her garment as she elegantly ascended from the underground, heading westward. Li Hong observed the affected silhouette gradually recede into the distance before finally lowering the ice surface and restoring his head to its original state. Wei Dan held her breath and focused as she approached a corner. Swiftly, she evaded detection and exchanged her high heels for cotton boots. Oh, those conical shoes would undoubtedly have earned a place among the instruments of torture in ancient times. Wei Dan gently massaged her toes, placing the thermos box she held into her storage space, alongside the roster she had previously discovered. Wei Dan stood beneath the window, pressing herself against the wall, straining her ears to ascertain safety within. After confirming it was secure, she took a couple of steps back. Observing that there was still a meter of distance from her head, Wei Dan skillfully retrieved the dragon hook crafted by Cui Zheng, aimed upward, and deftly opened the window to leap into the room. She inhaled the warm air inside, exhaling a breath of coldness, and quickly approached Lin Man. Just as Wei Dan was fastening her clothing, she was taken aback by Lin Man's soft murmur as she gradually awakened. Without uttering a word, Wei Dan swiftly delivered a precise chop, rendering Lin Man unconscious once more, just before she opened her eyes. Casually discarding the empty thermos onto the sofa, Wei Dan gazed at the now unconscious Lin Man, exhaling a sigh of relief. She then removed the wig from her head and meticulously applied a layer of yellowish makeup to her face. Wei Dan struck Lin Man across the face, the crisp sound of the slap echoing through the air. "Madam, why have you hit me? Please, oh madam, spare me." As dinner time approached, Sister Chin, Lin Man's personal steward, despite her disdain for the lady of the military strategist, had no choice but to come and knock at the door. However, just as she arrived, before she could even knock, a clumsy voice emerged from within. "He is still alive. Has the lady of the military strategist changed her temperament today? I won't say anything. I truly won't speak a word. Please, madam, do not kill me. Oh, madam, are you all right? Wake up." Before Sister Chin could ponder further, another sound emanated from the room, sending a jolt of alarm through her. "Madam, something is wrong." In a flurry, Sister Chin retrieved her key and pushed the door open, only to find Lin Man collapsed on the floor. Panic-stricken, she swiftly closed the door behind her and rushed forward. "Fortefully pushing Wei Dan aside." "Madam, madam?" She shook Lin Man twice, but there was no sign of awakening. In a state of terror, she extended her finger toward Lin Man's nose. Feeling the faint breath beneath her fingertip, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. I did not mean to. I truly did not intend to." Hearing Wei Dan's voice, Sister Chin's anger flared at the thought of being implicated. In a swift motion, she turned around, intending to strike the person behind her. A cry of pain pierced the air as Sister Chin clutched her throbbing hand, casting a resentful glare at Wei Dan, who wielded a wooden stick. When Wei Dan observed Sister Chin's futile attempt to steal a chicken, he felt a surge of amusement within, yet he feigned a look of panic on his face. He hastily cast the wooden stick from his grasp onto the ground and stammered in a flustered manner, I did not intend to." Wei Dan appeared visibly anxious, stammering, I dare not speak. My lady forbids me from saying anything." Chin Jia rolled her eyes, astonished that someone could be so foolish. In her quest for the truth, she took a deep breath and forced a stiff smile upon her face. "The lady is currently unconscious here. If you do not speak, both of us will perish when the strategist arrives. By revealing the truth now, I may still devise a means to save you. Do you understand?" Yu Dan feigned ignorance, nodding slightly, and finally spoke before Sister Chin's patience was entirely exhausted. "It was just that, when you all left, the lady threatened me, insisting that I remain obediently inside the room. And then Sister Chin looked on in confusion, urging her to continue. Then what? Please go on." She felt as though Yu Dan might drive her to a state of exasperation. Why must she pause thrice to convey a single matter? Was she not aware of the urgency? "The lady intended to whip me, and I was so frightened that I pushed forward. And she fainted. I truly did not mean to." After painstakingly listening to the entire account, Sister Chin was left with an array of questions swirling in her mind. The lady had left? What was her purpose outside? Would she face dire consequences for knowing this? The more she pondered, the more anxious she became, her feet instinctively shifting from side to side. Just as despair threatened to engulf her, Yu Dan's voice once again reached her ears. "Sister Chin, are we doomed? Here, take all of this. Just spare me my life." Upon hearing this irksome plea, Sister Chin's anger surged, overshadowing her previous trepidation. She glared at Yu Dan, only to be momentarily blinded by the dazzling array of jewels before her. Chapter 100. The Grand Performance, directed by Yu Dan, 2. Sister Chin gazed incredulously at the treasure before her. Among the jewels lay a considerable amount of gold. A glint of greed flashed in her eyes as she seized the jewels from Yu Dan's grasp. "Where did you acquire these?" As Wei Dan observed her fixation on the jewels, a faint smile graced her lips, only to be swiftly replaced by an expression of panic and terror. With a quiver in her voice, she implored, "I did not steal this. It was a hush money given to me by the lady before her departure. I am willing to return it all to you. Please grant me my freedom." Upon hearing this, Sister Chin lifted her gaze, clutching the jewels tightly to her chest, and coughed lightly before responding, "You have rendered the lady unconscious. How can I possibly let you go?" Sister Chin scrutinized Wei Dan, noticing a stark transformation from her earlier timidity to a newfound boldness. "Release me at once. After all, it was I who incapacitated the lady. If you refuse, I shall claim that it was you who instructed me to do so." Sister Chin was taken aback by the audacity of this foolish woman. As her fingers fumbled with the jewels, an idea sparked in her mind. "Very well, as you wish. I shall let you depart." With that, Sister Chin hastily stowed the jewels into her pocket and indeed opened the door, feigning an intent to escort Wei Dan outside. Wei Dan detected a glimmer of triumph in Sister Chin's gaze, and she responded with a playful smile, saying, thank you, Sister Chin. Wei Dan followed Sister Chin smoothly to the entrance they had come through earlier. Sister Chin nodded to the guard at the door and turned to Wei Dan, urging, don't just stand there, hurry up. Prompted by Sister Chin's insistence, Wei Dan quickly nodded and scurried away. As Sister Chin watched her depart, the smile in her eyes deepened, gradually revealing a hint of malice. Not long after Wei Dan had dashed out, she retrieved 2 small gold pieces from her pocket, handing one to each of the 2 men beside her. Catch up to her. Leave no survivors. The mistress will reward you handsomely afterward. The 2 men exchanged glances, and recalling the mistress's orders, they promptly accepted the gold and pursued her. Sister Chin, observing their departure with arms crossed and a smirk curling at the corner of her lips, mused, what a fool. Once you're gone, not only will the jewels be mine, but the mistress will also owe me a favor. Life is looking up. In the underground corner of Luo Town, Li Hong questioned, brotherly, what is happening? Why are we sending this special medicine again? Didn't the mistress just come to collect it? Initially, he had intended to wait until tomorrow to report a shortage of the special medicine, but now he was compelled to head out immediately. The mistress had only just left. She likely hadn't informed the strategist that she had taken only 3 vials. He was confident that the strategist's wife had acted independently in taking the special medicine, which emboldened him to keep the remaining 2 for himself. To his surprise, the situation was more complicated than he anticipated. Could it be that she had indeed informed the strategist before coming to collect? Li Hong cast a stern look at the young son beside him, warning, you're coming with me to the strategist. You know what to say. Young son nodded quickly, assuring he wouldn't speak out of turn, and they set off. Not long after Sister Chin had left, Lin Man, reclining on the sofa, slowly regained consciousness. She opened her eyes to the familiar ceiling. Where am I? Suddenly, recollecting the recent beating, she sprang up from the sofa, exclaiming, that wretched person, how dare they strike me? She winced, clutching her sore neck, contorted in pain. That vile person hit my eye, yet my neck hurts. Remembering the blow to her eye, Lin Man hurried to the mirror. In its reflection, she saw a bruise encircling her previously fair skin. Ah, that wretch. In a fit of rage, she kicked the mirror, which shattered like spiderwebs. Madam, what are you doing? Please, don't let your anger affect your health. I've already dealt with that person. Lin Man, hearing this, looked at Sister Chin with skepticism. That wretched person is dead? Sister Chin, with a comforting smile, guided Lin Man back to the sofa. I've ordered people to pursue her. Once she is found, she will be eliminated. Rest assured, no one will know of this. Lin Man, oblivious to the underlying implication in Sister Chin's words, felt a sense of relief at the thought of that wretch's demise. Humph. You thought you could escape alive after provoking me? Strategist, what's going on? Lin Man, what are you up to? Before Lin Man could relish her moment of satisfaction, Peng Yu stormed into her room, furious, and began questioning her. What are you doing with so much special medicine? Are you just wasting it? Do you not understand how precious it is? Having endured 2 beatings earlier, Lin Man was already brimming with frustration. Peng Yu's unprovoked accusations ignited her temper, and she jumped up, indignant. Who is wasting it? If you hadn't hit me, would I need to use that special medicine? You were silent when I needed it, yet now you dare to question me. The room, filled with Lin Man and Peng Yu's followers, fell silent, shocked by her boldness. Wasn't he the military mistress supposed to be coddled? Why was she acting like this towards the strategist? It seemed she had been far more courteous to them before. Peng Yu, taken aback by Lin Man's reaction, realized he had other people present. He calmed his anger and clarified, I'm not referring to the one meant for you. I'm talking about the 5 you collected just now. Lin Man was confused. 5? Who collected them? Her bewilderment only confirmed Peng Yu's suspicions. Before she could defend herself, he called out, Li Hong, the mistress is here. Repeat what you just said. Li Hong stepped forward, head bowed, recounting the matter of the 5 vials of special medicine. The others in the room gasped, and Sister Chin, increasingly anxious, regretted knowing the truth. You're lying. I never went out. Hearing Lin Man's denial, Li Hong pressed on, I'm not lying. The mistress came dressed as she is now, and many witnessed her arrival. Chapter 101, The Scapegoat. Lin Man Peng Yu furrowed his brow and asked again, "Look up and confirm it was indeed the mistress who went." Li Hong hesitated, but finally dared to glance at Lin Man. Her fair face bore a bruise similar to the one on the woman who had come earlier. "It is indeed the mistress." She specifically pointed out the bruise on her face. "I would never mistake her." Lin Man, at a loss for words, pointed an unsteady finger at Li Hong, trembling with rage. "You! How dare you slander me?" Faced with such an accusation, she cried and lunged into Peng Yu's arms, only to be rebuffed. Lin Man was shocked that even Peng Yu doubted her. In frustration, she stomped her foot and sat on the floor, tears in her eyes. "I didn't go out at all. I was beaten by the woman who came today. I was knocked unconscious and just woke up. Ah Chin, you saw it too, didn't you?" Sister Chin, desperately trying to minimize her presence, found all eyes on her due to Lin Man's words. After a moment of hesitation, recalling the jewels in her room, she decisively replied, Yes. When I arrived, the mistress was indeed knocked out, which is why I called the doctor." Sister Chin gestured to the doctor waiting nearby to support her claim, continuing, "I've already sent someone to capture that person. I'm sure they will be apprehended soon." Peng Yu frowned, as both Sister Chin and the doctor corroborated Lin Man's story, making it seem less like a fabrication. Moreover, Lin Man's earnestness did not appear feigned. Given her history of foolishness, she likely couldn't act so convincingly. Seeing Lin Man's tear-streaked face and her ungracious position on the floor, he quickly crouched down to lift her back onto the sofa, inquiring again, "Li Hong, take another good look. Is it truly the mistress? If you wrongfully accuse her, you may as well leave Long Lake." Li Hong felt a sense of urgency as Peng Yu began to relent. He glanced back at Lin Man, scrutinizing her tear-stained face. As he squinted, he increasingly sensed something amiss. The mistress before him, while fair and plump, had a slightly flattened nose, slanted eyes, and thinner lips. Their facial features were not alike at all. Li Hong realized he had mistaken the person, and a sense of dread washed over him. He had been deceived by that woman. His heart raced like a restless ant on a hot pan. Yet he dared not reveal his anxiety. The only course of action was to maintain a tight-lipped demeanor, for that might offer a glimmer of hope. Resolute in his decision, Li Hong nodded with determination, asserting that his subordinate had indeed confirmed it was the lady herself who had gone. Others had witnessed it. He would not dare to lie. Li Hong had the audacity to claim this because he was certain the others were merely distant observers, unable to discern the truth from falsehood. "Darling, you must believe me. They must have stolen it themselves, and now it has been pinned on me." His subordinate would not dare to make baseless accusations. The two held steadfast to their respective claims, each with witnesses present, leaving Peng Yu momentarily at a loss as to whom he should believe, plunging him into contemplation. If what Lin Man claimed was true, that Li Hong had embezzled funds, then he would not be foolish enough to steal the entire stock of the vital medicine. Once discovered, the blame would inevitably fall upon him. Could it truly be Lin Man's scheme? Was she truly that cunning? Lin Man, noticing Peng Yu's gaze suddenly fixated on her, panicked and stammered, "Husband, why are you looking at me like that? I truly didn't I was knocked unconscious. Yes, I was struck down. Perhaps it was her wearing my clothes." After a moment of confusion, Lin Man had an epiphany, growing increasingly convinced of her own narrative. Peng Yu, upon hearing her words, found a semblance of logic in her reasoning, turning once more to Sister Chin to interrogate. "The person who attacked the lady was brought in by you. Tell me, do they resemble the lady?" Sister Chin recalled Wei Dan's waxen complexion and, casting a furtive glance at Lin Man, thought to herself, "Madam, this is the strategist's inquiry. Do not hold it against me." Under Peng Yu's scrutiny, Sister Chin lowered her head and hesitantly shook it. "No, they are not alike. That person's complexion was pallid, and I did not pay attention to their features." The reactions within the room varied upon hearing the description of Wei Dan. Lin Man glared at Sister Chin, her inner turmoil intensifying. Yet Li Hong felt a sense of relief. It seemed that the individual in question was not the maid they had previously encountered. Lin Man covered her face in disbelief. "He actually struck me in front of everyone." Witnessing Lin Man being struck, Sister Chin knelt in panic, blurting out the events of earlier. "Strategist. It was the lady who forbade me from speaking. I cannot disobey her orders. What did you say? What else have you concealed from me? Sister Chin trembled, hastily stammering, "Wretched woman." A sharp slap echoed as Lin Man summoned her strength to strike Sister Chin. Gasping with rage, "You treacherous wretch, how dare you slander me? You must have colluded with Li Hong to frame me." "Madam, I am merely speaking the truth." Li Hong interjected, "My subordinate is innocent." "Strategist, you are aware that I've been on standby over there. What is this box?" An elderly doctor, initially standing at the back to avoid the commotion, caught a glimpse of the insulated box left by Wei Dan. Li Hong, understanding the situation, maneuvered around the sofa and spotted the very insulated box he had taken out earlier. How did this box end up here? Could it truly belong to that maid? A realization struck Li Hong. He had unwittingly become a pawn in someone else's game, and he was utterly astonished by the intricacy of it all. He retrieved the insulated box, placed it before Peng Yu, and opened it, revealing its emptiness. "This is precisely the insulated box containing the vital medicine that I presented to the lady today. I just do not know where the medicine has gone." Though Peng Yu still found the situation puzzling, with both witnesses and evidence at hand, he had no choice but to accept that Lin Man was indeed the mastermind behind this debacle. "I shall grant you one more opportunity. Confess why you took the vital medicine without permission." Lin Man, burdened by accusations, realized that even with 10 mouths, she could not defend herself. Observing Peng Yu's indifferent demeanor, she suddenly let out a scoff. "Ah, I see now. You wish to cast me aside, Peng Yu, is it not?" Peng Yu, sensing the impending revelation from Lin Man, hastily interrupted. Silence. Chapter 102. A desperate situation. Lin Man noticed the drastic change in Peng Yu's expression, and her pent-up fury began to dissipate. Ignoring his warning, she continued with a mocking tone, "You dare to act, yet lack the courage to own up. That is why you are a eunuch, devoid of any manly spirit. Is it merely because I exposed your shortcomings that you are displeased? Just say the word, and I shall leave. Must you heap such blame upon me?" Peng Yu, taken aback by Lin Man's boldness, felt an inferno of rage engulf him. He seized her by the hair with one hand and repeatedly struck her with the other. "Ah, you wretched scoundrel, let go of me. Wretched woman, I shall silence you. Who are you calling a wretched woman? What do you mean by eunuch? Are you implying the strategist?" "Cannot?" The others, stunned by the turn of events, felt a wave of dread wash over them. If this were true, what would become of them present? Meanwhile, the true instigator had long since driven leisurely toward the black market, while Manager Ma paced anxiously in his office, prompting his subordinates to murmur. "Manager Ma, stop pacing. I can barely see straight. I am simply anxious." Manager Ma's weight was agonizing. Although they had prepared a plan, the urgency of the situation weighed heavily, especially with the young boss venturing alone. If anything were to go awry, given the nature of the Longhu base, it would not only be the young boss's life at stake, his own and the boss's fates would likely follow suit. How could he not be concerned? "Have you warmed up enough? Hurry and continue to gather information for me." Manager Ma halted his steps, urging the others. As Wei Dan arrived near the black market, the night had already enveloped the surroundings in darkness. She stowed her vehicle into the spatial realm and proceeded on foot to the underground entrance of the market. Utilizing the reflection of the snow, Wei Dan peeled back the ice layer and made her way along the passage to the previously encountered security door. Wei Dan stepped forward, instinctively attempting to push open the door that had been merely ajar that morning. Yet now it stood resolutely immovable. In her frustration, she pressed her ear against the cold surface of the door, straining to discern the sounds within, where anxious footsteps echoed in a relentless cadence. "Knock, knock, knock." He unlocked the door and pulled it open, revealing Wei Dan's face, marked with a faint hue of purple. After a long day of exertion, Wei Dan found herself utterly exhausted. She gently pushed aside Manager Ma, who wore a puzzled expression, and hurried into the room to inhale the warm air. She placed her backpack down and languidly stretched her body. "Ah, that feels delightful. Is it all right if I stay here for the night?" Manager Ma noticed the bloodshot eyes of Wei Dan and quickly nodded in agreement. "Certainly. There happens to be a bed available inside. I'll have someone bring you a fresh set of bedding and sheets." "Oh, that won't be necessary. I'll manage with what I have. When you have a moment, could you help me find something else?" Of course, of course." What would you like, young boss? Wei Dan reclined on the sofa, adjusting the fur draped over her, and let out a yawn. Is it possible to find a low-temperature insulation box? Manager Ma observed Wei Dan yawning repeatedly, instinctively lowering his voice. Yes, you rest for now. I shall bring it to you once I locate it. Wei Dan slightly nodded, and in the next moment, she began to breathe evenly. Ma jie. Shoo. Manager Ma frantically waved at the newcomer, silently urging him to leave. Manager Ma swiftly turned off the lights in the room and tiptoed out of the office. Just as the door closed, Wei Dan, who should have been sound asleep, opened her eyes. Manager Ma glanced back at the door, nodding in contemplation. What's going on? Do you have more news? As expected, Ma Gu is quite perceptive. News has indeed arrived. Upon hearing this, Manager Ma raised an eyebrow. His curiosity ignited. Come, let us discuss this in the meeting room. Things have gone awry. Not just awry, it seems it has escalated significantly. 3 men and 1 woman have been killed, all key figures. Manager Ma was taken aback, pondering what could have provoked such a violent upheaval. How could the young boss be so ruthless? The newcomer quickly denied. No. Manager Ma, you misunderstand. It was the strategist from Longhu who did it. The strategist? Why would he turn against his own people? Were they not our informants? No. They were all our own. Until today, the strategist held them in high regard. The more Manager Ma listened, the more perplexed he became. Then why would he kill them? That seems utterly senseless. The newcomer was equally baffled. I don't know either. All I heard was that they were publicly accused of assassinating the strategist's wife. But that sounds fabricated. Manager Ma regarded the young man before him, who was analyzing the situation with remarkable clarity, and said with admiration, Well done, Xiao Zheng. Continue. Xiao Zheng's face lit up with joy, his voice unconsciously rising as he continued. Her name is Man Man. Oh yes, Lin Man Man. Lin Man Man? Why does that name sound so familiar? As if I've heard it somewhere before. Could this Lin Man Man be the former family member of the young boss he encountered at the police station? If so, the situation had turned upside down. No wonder the young boss had made such a fuss. It was a case of new grievances compounded with old ones. Unaware of who she was, the newcomer curiously asked, Who is this Lin Man Man? Have you met her, Ma Ge? Manager Ma, still enveloped in shock, responded curtly to the inquisitive expression. Why do you need to know so much? Is this all you've managed to uncover in such a long time? Hurry and find out more. Disappointed, the newcomer agreed reluctantly and headed for the exit, but was halted by Manager Ma's voice. Wait. Go fetch a vaccine cooler. With that, Manager Ma sent the newcomer away, remaining in the conference room to ponder the implications of what had just been said. Chapter 103. Someone is looking for Wu Xin. If it truly is Lin Man Man, then the young boss might be recognized. It's all his fault. He didn't invesigate thoroughly and instead proposed that dreadful idea for an interview. Yet, he never anticipated that the strategist's wife would turn out to be an acquaintance of the young boss. What a coincidence. This family is just too resilient. How unfortunate. Wei Dan reclined on the couch, her eyes slightly narrowed as she contemplated the words she had just heard. A twinge of astonishment coursing through her. Had those individuals truly met their demise? It seemed she had underestimated Peng Yu. She had not anticipated his ruthlessness in taking such decisive action. Indeed, a person who had navigated their way to such heights must possess a hardened heart. However, this turn of events also meant that Peng Yu had inadvertently alleviated her from future troubles. The weariness that had accumulated throughout the day surged upon her, and Wei Dan could no longer restrain herself, allowing her bloodshot eyes to close in surrender. Little boss. Wei Dan struggled for a moment before opening her eyes. Supporting her head, she gazed at Manager Ma and inquired, What time is it? It is nearly noon. I have arranged for some food. Please rise and have a bite, Manager Ma replied. Noticing Wei Dan's pallor, he felt a deeper sense of guilt for having contributed to her condition. My dear boss, I am truly sorry. It was my negligence that led to this. Alas, Wei Dan, enduring the discomfort in her head, sat up from the sofa. Although the room was quite warm, she still sensed a slight chill. Wei Dan understood that it was quite rare for Manager Ma to provide such a wealth of information. Upon hearing this, she spoke up. Do not blame yourself. I was not discovered. Is the thermal box ready? Not discovered? The fact that I was not caught is truly remarkable. The young boss is simply extraordinary. Manager Ma gazed at Wei Dan with admiration, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. As he hurriedly lifted the thermal box from the ground, eager to take credit. All right. It must be ready. At this moment, Wei Dan appeared quite fatigued, merely nodding slightly as she gestured for him to come closer. Could you please assist me with one more matter? She requested. Not at all. Oh, little boss, how could you say such a thing? Yuan Dan bent down to retrieve a special medication from her backpack, placing it inside the thermal box. This was a transaction I made with Sister Chung. Your information was indeed accurate. She possesses considerable knowledge about Luo Town. Please assist me in delivering this under the guise of the black market. Manager Ma gaped as he accepted the thermal box from Yuan Dan's hands. This, young boss. He found himself at a loss for words to express his gratitude. It was evident that this gesture would bring him significant merit. If this individual were to utilize it effectively, it would undoubtedly bolster both his standing and that of his superior. Upon realizing that he understood her intentions, Wei Dan waved her hand, choosing not to pursue the matter further. She had something exceedingly urgent on her mind. Have you found the antique I requested recently? Indeed. You truly possess an uncanny foresight, young master. Just this morning, we acquired a piece, and it is currently undergoing the settlement process. It shall be delivered to you shortly. Upon hearing Wei Dan mention the antique, he finally felt a sense of purpose. The timing of this acquisition was fortuitous, as it would serve as an apology to her. Very well. Please deliver a message to the factory road, instructing her to meet me at the black market tonight. Understood. A trivial task indeed. Do you have any other instructions, young master? None. I wish to rest a while longer. Manager Ma, noticing Wei Dan's diminishing spirits, refrained from saying more and departed with the thermal box in hand. As Wei Dan lay on the sofa, she could no longer contain herself. Her body felt utterly weak. Her head spun, and her spirit was utterly depleted. In her current state, anyone could easily topple her to the ground. However, she had not anticipated that the water from the well would have such adverse effects. After a night had passed, she felt even worse than before. On the night the extreme cold arrived, Wei Dan had already noticed that the white mist on the gem had completely vanished. Unable to wait for the first item, she resolved to try her luck at the black market. Although the white mist on those antiques was the most she had ever encountered, it still did not last more than a couple of days. Just as she was contemplating her next move, Manager Ma sent someone to deliver the antiques along with lunch. Once the person had departed, Wei Dan opened the box containing the antiques, only to find a complete vase devoid of any trace of white mist. With a resigned sigh, she reflected on Manager Ma's kind intentions, replaced the lid, and stowed it away in her backpack. Before Wei Dan's departure, she had informed Wu Xian, yet now, with a night spent away from home, anxiety gnawed at her. This worry disrupted her training today, leading to her receiving a severe reprimand from Xian Kaishan. At last, during the break, she sat dejectedly to the side, unable to find peace of mind. Wu Xian, someone is looking for you. Startled by the announcement, Wu Xian swiftly lifted her head, her excitement prompting her to call out towards the entrance before she hurriedly made her way there. Upon reaching the door, however, she found no sign of Wei Dan. As she scanned the surroundings, a man in the distance waved at her. Wasn't this the same person who had delivered a message from the black market last time? Wu Xian rushed over, carefully choosing her words to inquire, "Did she send you?" Though she did not specify, Xiaozheng quickly grasped whom she was referring to. "Yes, she asked me to tell you to take a day off tomorrow and that you must meet her at the black market tonight." At these words, Wu Xian panicked, grabbing Xiaozheng's collar. What happened to her? Is she injured? The thought that Wei Dan would not summon her to the black market without reason filled her with dread. It could only mean something was amiss with her health. Xiaozheng found himself lifted off the ground, struggling for breath as his eyes rolled back in distress, managing to squeeze out a few words. "She cannot breathe." Realizing her overreaction, Wu Xian's expression shifted to one of remorse as she released him. "I'm so sorry. Are you all right?" Xiaozheng stumbled and fell to the ground, gasping for air, only to be choked again by the sudden chill in the air. Seeing this, Wu Xian instinctively reached out to assist him in regaining his breath, but he raised a hand to stop her. Why are you so forceful? Are you trying to kill me? I truly apologize. I was just so anxious. What is her condition? Understanding Wu Xian's concern was not intentional. Xiao Zheng took a moment to collect himself before responding. She is fine, just a bit exhausted and resting. Don't worry. Here is the address for the black market. Don't enter through the main entrance. Go this way. After explaining the route, Xiao Zheng noticed Wu Xian had taken note of it and quickly departed. Wu Xin, having memorized the address, looked around to ensure no one was watching before stuffing the note into her mouth and swallowing it whole. Chapter 104. A return to the abandoned chemical plant. Edan gazed at the roster in her hands, utterly astonished. The list astonishingly included key figures from the Detian base. Does this imply that Detian and Longhu are, in fact, one entity? Thus, the so-called unique therapeutic agents of Longhu must also be manufactured by Detian. Is a mastermind behind this Wang Defa, or is it someone else entirely? No wonder Longhu has taken the initiative to incite chaos. It appears that Detian base stands to gain from it as well. The turmoil of the past 10 days is far more intricate than she had initially imagined. Wei Dan furrowed her brow, silently adding the Detian base to the list for elimination. Knock, knock, knock. Upon hearing a knock at the door, Wei Dan rose cautiously. Retrieving a handgun from her space and holding it before her, she approached slowly, yanking the door open with a sudden motion, revealing Wu Xian, who appeared equally vigilant. Both women instinctively brandishing their firearms. Coming quickly. Are you injured? As Wei Dan shut the door, Wu Xian seized her, inspecting her from head to toe. No, I'm fine, Wei Dan replied, noticing Wu Xian's gaze fixated on her eye, which reminded her of her own injury. Oh, this? I did it myself. It's merely a temporary measure. Upon hearing Wei Dan's nonchalant remark, rather than feeling reassured, Wu Xian's concern deepened. No matter how resilient your body is, you shouldn't treat it this way. How hard did you hit yourself? It's been 2 days, and it still looks so severe. Wei Dan seized the hand of Wu Xin, which was about to strike her face, and with a serious expression upon her countenance, declared, I must pay a visit to number 1. The gem? Wei Dan nodded slightly, casting a glance at the doorway to ensure no one was present before continuing. I fear I shall sleep until noon tomorrow. Everything now rests upon your shoulders. At dawn, drive me to conceal myself near the abandoned chemical factory. Conceal yourself? You want me to abandon you there? Number 1 will be waiting at the chemical plant? Wu Xian exclaimed, her eyes filled with concern and her voice tinged with agitation. You must be unaware of the dangers. Did you not mention there exists an underground city there? Are you courting death? What if number 1 is not present? What if you encounter that group? How will you manage in your current condition? Wu Xian's outburst took Wei Dan by surprise. She understood that her plans sounded akin to leading a sheep into a tiger's den, but she felt there was no alternative. This undertaking was imperative. With the impending turmoil of the 10-day rebellion, if her body remained in such a state, she would be incapable of executing her plans or safeguarding those she wished to protect. Grasping Wu Xian's shoulders, she resolutely declared, Yinner, I must go. Please assist me. Wu Xian gazed at the pallid Wei Dan, her eyes brimming with unshed tears, and she lowered her head, biting her lip. Very well, I shall escort you, but you must allow me to partake in all your plans. I mean all of them, not merely the 10-day rebellion. Upon hearing this, Wei Dan could not suppress a laugh, realizing Wu Xian's true intentions. So that was your aim. No wonder. Wu Xian, caught her own thoughts, felt a flicker of guilt. Just tell me whether you agree or not. Wei Dan did not wish to entangle Wu Xin in her troubles, as those matters were her own burdens, not Wu Xin's. Yet, to her astonishment, Wu Xin, feeling cornered, insisted on her demands. Furrowing her brow, Wu Xin declared that if Wei Dan refused to comply, she would not escort her today. Wei Dan found Wu Xin's petulance both amusing and exasperating, prompting her to deploy her trump card. Yinner, look at my condition. If I do not seek help actively, how long can I endure? Do you truly wish to witness the day I lie in bed, unresponsive? Wei Dan's words were not exaggerated. She could sense her waning vitality, and without locating number 1, she feared she might never awaken again. Very well. You have prevailed, Wu Xin conceded weakly, sinking into the sofa. As dawn broke, Wuxin borrowed a vehicle from Manager Ma and carried the still sleeping Wei Dan out through the corridor. Manager Ma was indeed astute. Wuxin marveled at the car adorned with black market insignia. She placed Wei Dan in the passenger seat and took the wheel, accelerating away. The ordinary passers-by were oblivious to the significance of the emblem, yet those affiliated with rival organizations recognized it. Even members of groups known for erecting malicious roadblocks and charging tolls yielded to Wuxin in deference to the black market's influence. Thanks to this vehicle, Wuxin traversed the route without obstruction, arriving at the wooded area near the abandoned chemical plant. Once lush, the forest now appeared sparse, its verdant leaves having all but fallen, exuding an indescribable desolation. Following her plan, Wuxin concealed Wei Dan in a relatively thick cluster of trees, covering her with branches. Ignoring Wei Dan's earlier advice, she chose to hide herself in the nearby thicket, vigilantly watching over the slumbering Wei Dan. "You should not be here." A dispassionate male voice suddenly echoed from behind Wuxin, startling her. Instinctively, she drew her gun and turned to confront the source. "Ah, you have a gun too." The man, pale-faced with a short beard on his chin, appeared to be in his 20s or 30s. Wuxin felt a surge of confusion at his words. Her gun still aimed with her finger poised on the trigger. Before she could pull the trigger, the man vanished like a specter. What is this feeling? It was the man from the elevator. He reappeared, skillfully toying with a handgun that resembled the one Wuxin had just held. It dawned on her that her gun had been taken without her noticing. "Keep trying," the man stated flatly as he returned the weapon to her. Wuxin, suspicious, accepted the gun, puzzled by how someone so youthful could exude an aura reminiscent of an elder. "Are you number one?" Number one was taken aback that she could address him by his title, intending to compliment her, but ultimately deeming her not entirely foolish. "Indeed, I am number one." With the confirmation of the man's identity, Wuxin's fear diminished considerably. "You possess a means to save Wei Dan, do you not? The gem you previously provided is ineffective." She has now succumbed to slumber. "Indeed, I am aware." His demeanor remained stoic, yet Wuxin internally ridiculed him, questioning why he maintained such a lackadaisical appearance. Perhaps he should don robes and become a monk. "Leave now. I will take care of her." The man's voice now carried a hint of warmth. Chapter 105. A cold-blooded assassin revealed to be socially awkward. "Are you suggesting I abandon you here because you are certain number one will come looking for you?" Wuxin observed that Wei Dan did not seem as helpless as she had anticipated. Instead, she appeared to possess a strategic mindset, prompting Wuxin to sense something was amiss. Yuan Dan continued to nuzzle on the soft bed, not with certainty, but rather with an inexplicable feeling that she would encounter him there. This sentiment was subtle, one that Yuan Dan herself could not articulate, reminiscent of the first time she met number one in the woods. Although they had never physically interacted, there was an undeniable sense of familiarity about him, an unnameable connection. This feeling intensified with the gems sent by number one and the upgrades to their space. Wu Xan turned over, contemplating the feasibility of Yuan Dan's plan, yet despite her efforts to analyze it thoroughly, she could not convince herself that this endeavor would be entirely safe. Behind her, Yuan Dan had already fallen into a steady slumber, and Wu Xan gently nudged her with her arm, but there was no sign of awakening. Indeed, she was once again in a deep sleep. Wu Xan sighed, helpless, and rose to tuck the blanket around Yuan Dan. "Since this is your choice, I shall assist you in fulfilling it." Heading west seemed the safest option for now. Wu Xan paused at the sound of number one's voice behind her, reflecting, he is not entirely devoid of empathy. "I hope Dan has not misjudged you." With a firm slam of the car door, she cast a glance at number one as he approached again, gliding on her ice skates toward the west. Though she appeared to leave, concern lingered in her heart for Yuan Dan's solitude. After sliding about 1,000 meters west, she concealed herself among the tree trunks, quietly observing the situation with Yuan Dan. Number one strode purposefully to the front of Yuan Dan's car, opening the door to gaze at the still sleeping figure in the passenger seat. He shook his head with a wry smile, pondering, what right do I have? Circumventing the front of the car, he reached for the steering wheel, gradually turning his head toward the west, narrowing his eyes. Wu Xin felt a jolt as number one glanced in her direction, freezing in place behind the branches. Has he spotted me? At that moment, Fear eclipsed her surprise. Her enhanced vision, a result of the well-water Wei Dan provided daily, had allowed her to see great distances, but how could this man also perceive her? Who exactly is he? Before Wu Xin could fully process her emotions, the vehicle hidden within the woods had already departed. Wei Dan reclined in the passenger seat, appearing to be in a deep slumber, though in truth, she had awakened long before Wu Xin exited the vehicle. Their conversation had reached her ears, and, as she had anticipated, Number One had been closely monitoring her actions. He typically concealed himself adeptly, leaving Wei Dan oblivious to his presence. As she listened to the drone of the accelerator, a nagging curiosity arose within her. Where is he taking me? At this speed? They must have long since departed from the confines of the abandoned chemical plant. After much contemplation, she resolved to maintain her fade of sleep. Stop pretending. I know you've been awake for a while. Indeed, his perceptiveness was remarkable. Upon hearing his voice, Wei Dan opened her eyes in succession, adjusted her posture, and cleared her throat to mask her embarrassment. When did you realize? The man, gripping the steering wheel with his gaze fixed ahead, responded casually without turning his head. I noticed the moment I saw you. To think it was so early. You could have mentioned it sooner. I've been pretending for so long that my backside has gone numb. Wei Dan cast a displeased glance at Number One. Then why are you only revealing this now? The man's expression was a tumult of indecision, as if he were wrestling with his thoughts. Perhaps he simply wished to tease her. If he spoke up, would she consider him too excessive and form a negative impression of him? Conversely, if he remained silent, would she perceive him as scheming and still harbor an unfavorable view of him? Number One, who struggled with social interactions, suddenly veered in an unexpected direction. Wei Dan, caught off guard, collided with the glass. Ouch! She clasped her forehead, gritting her teeth as she glared at the man. Are you doing this on purpose? If you don't want to speak, you could simply remain silent. Number One feigned a look of enlightenment, as though this option had never occurred to him. Observing his expression, Wei Dan lowered her hand from her head and pressed it against her heart, feeling as though she might suffer a cardiac event. After a brief exchange, Wei Dan discerned Number One's true nature. Beneath the facade of a cold-blooded killer, he was, in fact, social phobic. In pursuit of sufficient information, she suppressed her rising frustration, mustering a smile as she inquired, Are you going to take me to a place with gemstones? Number One pondered for a moment before responding with a simple yes, and then fell silent thereafter. Wei Dan was left in suspense, wondering why he was being asked anything, particularly about how he acquired his knowledge. Could their conversation truly come to an abrupt halt? Number One, unexpectedly, found himself needing to respond with a counter-question. Having spent his life within an assassin organization, he had little interaction with normal individuals, let alone engaging in meaningful dialogue. The only person he had recently interacted with was a rebellious youth. Yet even that boy had not prompted him for a retort. Forget it. How did you know I needed to use that gem? Who exactly are you? Chapter 106. The past of Number One, you possess a bracelet, do you not? That was a gift I bestowed upon your mother. His tone remained indifferent, yet it ignited a tempest within Wei Dan's heart. The revelation that the bracelet was a gift from him explained how he was aware of Wei Dan's abilities, as well as the side effects that accompanied them. Before Wei Dan could ponder further, Number One spoke again, his voice tinged with an inexplicable emotion. Uncertain how much time had passed, he awoke from unconsciousness to find himself ensconced on a frigid bed, entirely naked and bound. It felt as though his strength had been stripped away, leaving him in a state of utter weakness. Unable to break free, he opted to bide his time. For a true assassin must possess ample patience. The room around him was remarkably quiet compared to the cacophony emanating from the neighboring chambers. Apart from the occasional white-coated figure administering medications, he had not encountered anyone else, nor had he come face to face with his captor. The following days mirrored the first, as he remained confined in a sealed laboratory, subjected to relentless drug trials. He was acutely aware of his body's uniqueness. The medications would have little effect on him. Yet remaining in a laboratory was not a viable option. Fortunately, a turning point emerged. Number One's anomalies were reported by a balding man in a white coat. Ha ha ha! Let us administer that drug to him. The balding man, witnessing the fervent enthusiasm of the other, couldn't help but interject Professor Xie. But he explicitly stated he must not die. Fool! If it's in my possession, it belongs to me. Life and death are at my discretion. The professor commanded, cease all medications for 2 days. I shall personally administer the injection then. I can hardly wait for that exquisite scene. With the cessation of the drug injections, Number 1 felt his strength gradually returning. On the day he was dragged from the dim laboratory into an opulent bedroom, a man with a frenzied demeanor entered, his gaze hungrily tracing Number 1's muscular form, his mouth uttering praises. What a perfect physique! You ought to be grateful to me for granting you such a splendid demise. He laughed maniacally, beckoning, come in. Several unclad women, alluring and graceful, entered the room, causing the balding man's demeanor to tighten with unease. Seeing everything prepared, Professor Xie reached for a vial from a nearby shelf, his smile predatory as he approached Number 1. Observing the peculiar atmosphere, Number 1 felt a sense of urgency, his hands moving faster behind him as he demanded, what do you intend to do? Haha, fear not. You shall die without pain. Do not disappoint me with this arrangement, he declared, thrusting the needle toward Number 1's arm, injecting half the substance within moments. In an instant, the onlookers witnessed a blur, as the needle found its mark in Professor Xie instead, the remaining drug coursing through him. The window shattered, and the man who had once been sprawled on the bed vanished without a trace. Professor Xie, now in a state of panic, attempted to remove the needle from himself, but before he could, a drop of blood fell. His eyes widened in horror as he collapsed, blood and pus oozing from his nose, eyes, and ears. The balding man watched in disbelief as Professor Xie fell, the room erupting in screams, yet he remained lost in his own elation. Enough of the wailing. A mere death. Go fetch Captain Sun. Upon hearing his command, the women hastily fled the room. Dr. Wong, what transpired? One cried, while the balding man, known as Dr. Wong, turned to face them, a mask of sorrow upon his features. Captain Sun, alerted by the commotion, immediately rallied his men to pursue. As Dr. Wong wiped a tear from his eye, suppressing a smirk that threatened to emerge, he sauntered away, leaving Professor Xie's lifeless body alone in the chamber. At that moment, my strength had partially returned. Seizing the opportunity during the injection, I killed the man and escaped, yet Wei Dan was utterly captivated, but unexpectedly. Number 1 halted. Curiously, she turned her gaze towards him, only to witness him let out a sigh, revealing emotions for the first time in her presence. What could he possibly regret? Despite having turned the tables on him, I had still been injected with a potion, one that was, indeed, a substance that induces infatuation. Upon hearing this, Wei Dan felt a piercing alarm ringing in her heart. She fixated on the eyes of the individual designated as No. 1, her gaze unwittingly widening as the answer surged forth within her. At that moment, my mind was clouded, and by a stroke of fortune, I encountered your mother, who administered the antidote that allowed me to survive. Yet, this incident proved to be a misfortune for your mother. Bang! The subsequent words of No. 1 faded into oblivion for Wei Dan, as his remarks detonated in her mind like a colossal bomb, nearly causing her to short-circuit. She had indeed contemplated such a possibility, but the person before her appeared to be no more than a few years her senior, astonishingly. Thus, the architect behind her mother's hasty marriage to a scoundrel was this very individual before her, the one who had deprived her of the paternal love she had long yearned for, which had never belonged to her, was this person standing right in front of her. Stop the car. I command you to halt. Wei Dan gazed at the culprit with red-rimmed eyes, and when she saw him not stopping, she reached out to seize the steering wheel. The first individual, taken aback by Wei Dan's intense reaction, had never anticipated such a level of distress in his worldview. Although he acknowledged the regrettable nature of the situation, he believed it was not enough to provoke such a loss of control. Surely, according to the script of a television drama, this should have been a scene of reunion and resolution, was it not? Observing a dans escalating turmoil, he hastily freed a hand and struck her unconscious. As he beheld her tear-streaked face slipping into unconsciousness, he was inexplicably compelled to wipe away the tears from her eyes. Today, the weight of his sighs seemed to surpass those of the previous 40 years, and as he momentarily lost focus, the vehicle careened toward a dilapidated building. His pupils narrowed in alarm as he quickly swerved the wheel, narrowly avoiding disaster. With his foot pressing down hard on the accelerator, the vehicle surged forward, causing the snow piled upon it to scatter and reveal a car emblazoned with black market insignia. After 2 full days of travel, Wei Dan remained in a state of unconsciousness. The first individual had previously prepared a substance designed to induce such a state, but it was now rendered unnecessary. The weary vehicle approached a towering mountain. Curiously, its driver showed no intention of slowing down. Instead, he accelerated toward the mountain's face. Strangely, upon impact, there was no sound of collision, and the entire vehicle vanished into the mountain's depths. Had Wei Dan been conscious at that moment, she would have noted that the mountain appeared to shimmer like a mosaic, a fleeting glimpse too swift for any ordinary person to capture. He walked to the side of the car, intending to kick it in frustration, but was taken aback in the next instant. Chapter 107. The Mysterious World Within the Mountain. As the window rolled down, Ban Zhengqing saw the sleeping Wei Dan inside the vehicle. His previously sullen expression transformed into one of delight, and his raised foot froze in midair. Awkwardly, he lowered his foot, gripping the edge of his clothing while discreetly wiping the sweat from his palms, and gently inquired once more. Speaking of these antiquities, Ban Zhengqing's earlier buoyant mood was suddenly overshadowed by a hint of gloom. Given his prominent status in the family, he had never experienced any particularly favorable treatment from them, and he could easily imagine the difficulties that awaited her. The first individual cautiously lifted Wei Dan from the car and, noticing Ban Zhengqing's troubled expression, asked, "Where is the vehicle?" "She is not in good condition. We must act swiftly." Only then did Ban Zhengqing realize the flushed complexion and tightly shut eyes of Wei Dan in the first individual's arms, and that his earlier loud remarks had failed to rouse her. Oh, I was hiding in the back because I feared those antiquarians would see me come and pick you up," he explained hastily, searching among the buttons on the platform and pressing one. The rocky platform, once cluttered with stones, began to sink into the ground in an orderly manner, revealing a passageway constructed of stone. At the end of the passage, light emanated, with blue-lit stone pillars placed every 10 meters, all appearing to be identical gems. In the space where the platform had been, a red Santana emerged, its model outdated, yet its body still pristine. Seeing the mechanism settle, Ban Zhengqing quickly approached and opened the back door. Watching as the first individual placed Wei Dan inside with concern, he voiced, "Is it appropriate for her to go to the ancestral hall in this state?" "We're not going to the ancestral hall." "Not the ancestral hall? Then where are we going?" "You do not intend for her to recognize her lineage?" The first individual ignored Ban Zhengqing's questions and instead opened the passenger door for himself, stating, "To the forbidden area." What? Ban Zhengqing tilted his head, squinting as if in disbelief. The first individual, thinking Ban Zhengqing refused to go, pushed the car door open again. "If you do not wish to go, just wait here." Seeing him about to exit, Ban Zhengqing hurriedly slammed the door shut, exclaiming, "Who said I'm not going? If I'm with you, then I certainly won't go. But if I'm with her, I will definitely go." The first individual raised an eyebrow, an inexplicable sensation stirring within him, akin to having his treasured possession tossed into a foul sewer. He frowned, finding Ban Zhengqing increasingly irritating. Though he had previously found him bothersome, today he seemed even more so. Unaware of the first individual's inner turmoil, Ban Zhengqing gleefully entered the vehicle, engaging the clutch and speeding away. The first individual, still harboring a multitude of questions for Ban Zhengqing, forced himself to suppress the inexplicable displeasure brewing within him. "Well, do as you wish." Surprised by this unexpected acquiescence, Ban Zhengqing shot him a quizzical glance. "Why are you so agreeable today? It seems that the old antiquarians cannot do anything to you." Ban Zhengqing drove the car out of the passage and into an unassuming village where lush green grass flourished, embodying the temperate spring season, in stark contrast to the snow-covered exterior world. A closer observation revealed that not a single elder resided within the entire village. Even a common man by the roadside could lift a water barrel with ease. Upon seeing Ban Zhengqing's car pass by, he hastily set down the barrel and bowed toward the road. Though Ban Zhengqing had grown accustomed to such scenes, he could not help but comment. The class distinctions here are so pronounced. I always thought the old fogies back home were stubborn, but this place truly opened my eyes. The first individual paid little mind to his remarks, having grown used to such complaints. He lowered his head, contemplating the day's events, and tentatively inquired, "You mentioned that I should speak the truth. Why was she so angry?" Ban Jingqing, having grown accustomed to the first individual's abrupt inquiries, rolled his eyes in annoyance. "What did you say?" The first individual recounted their conversation, and upon hearing it, Ban Jingqing's grip on the steering wheel tightened, veins rising on the back of his hands. "Brother, I told you to apologize first. Where's your sense of remorse? She is, after all, a victim. Honestly, it's no wonder you are not well regarded in the family." Noticing the first individual lost in thought again, Ban Jingqing realized he had likely failed to understand once more, and he continued to explain, "Since she is upset, you should have comforted her, let her vent her frustrations by hitting or scolding you, rather than knocking her out with a single blow." It was only then that the first individual recognized the folly of his earlier actions. "Then what should I do? How strange. How could it be that you are not the only one to leave?" Upon hearing this, the first individual furrowed his brow deeply. "Which direct descendant has gone out? Let us switch. I will drive." That individual must have seen the vehicle at the entrance, and today there is likely a change in plans. "We must take a shortcut to the forbidden area. We cannot afford any delays." The first individual maneuvered the vehicle through the winding paths of the village, traveling eastward. As the seasons transformed around them, traversing from spring into winter, Ban Jingqing expertly donned his coat and draped the first individual's coat over the unconscious Wei Dan in the back seat. "Why did your ancestors create the 4 seasons? Wouldn't it be more comfortable to have only spring? With such advanced technology, they still allow the clansmen to be self-sufficient. I wonder what they were thinking." The first individual remained indifferent to the complaints, while Ban Jingqing paid them no mind either, his gaze drifting into the distance amidst the desolation. Yet despite this, he still longed for that place, yearning for the genuine smiles of those he cherished. Upon arrival, he opened the back door, intending to carry Wei Dan, only to find that the first individual had already lifted her and was striding forward. Chapter 108, Forgotten Memories. "Stay here and do not wander," he instructed, watching as their figures gradually faded from view. This place, after all, is a forbidden domain, and as an outsider, I truly cannot trespass. Yet, an inexplicable sense of constriction envelopes my heart. The more I gaze, the more my dissatisfaction swells. I raise my foot to kick a stone on the ground, but halt just before my shoe touches it. With a sigh, I crouch down and gently brush away the dust from the surface of my shoes. These were a gift from her, and I must not allow them to become soiled. Number 1 cradles Wei Dan as he traverses the labyrinthine passages, arriving at the very heart of the Forbidden Realm. Wisps of mist swirl around, clinging to the walls and the myriad gemstones scattered across the ground, obscuring the scenery within. Only a translucent, glass-like disc pierces through the haze, illuminating a path forward. With reverence, he removes both his shoes and wade-ons, stepping barefoot onto the disc. Advancing step by step, wading through the dense white fog, a steaming puddle materializes before number 1. The edges of the puddle rise in layers, resembling a lake if filled with water, yet for now, it merely contains enough water to cover a single person. Number 1 steps cautiously toward the puddle, his feet feeling the sharpness of the uneven surface, leaving traces of blood as he lifts them. He maintains an expressionless facade, as if the blood were not his own. As he draws nearer to the puddle, Wei Dan's breathing grows increasingly steady. Number 1 halts a short distance from the puddle, refraining from allowing even a single drop to touch him. He bends down carefully, immersing Wei Dan in the water. As she sinks into the puddle, a reflective surface emerges upon the water's surface, creating a shimmering mirror. After Wei Dan succumbed to a deep slumber, she found herself ensnared within an endless cycle of dreams. The funeral of her grandparents, the scornful faces of Lin Suifan and Wei Mingdong, the demise of Wu Exan, and the myriad hardships of a post-apocalyptic world. No, she once again witnessed Wu Exan perish before her eyes, devoid of any strength to resist, as she beheld the approaching figures charging towards her, the scene shifting once more. Wei Dan found herself in her former home, a place that once resonated with her mother's presence, where she had been a child nurtured by love. However, today's scenes starkly contrasted with the fond memories of yesteryears. The tender companionship she once witnessed had transformed into a disheartening tableau before her. You wretched harlot! You shameless creature who has been ridden by countless men. Marrying you was an act of charity. Transfer the house to me without the audacity to show your face. Wei Mingdong savagely pressed his foot against the woman's head, devoid of his usual gentleness. Tears streamed from her closed eyes as she bit down hard on her lip, refusing to yield, yet not resisting. Upon witnessing the scene, Wei Mingdong became frantic and, in a fit of rage, unleashed a flurry of kicks upon the woman's abdomen. His words still laced with venom. Are you intending to leave your illegitimate spawn behind? I shall ensure you do not. The offspring of a wretched woman is destined to be wretched. If you refuse to hand over the house, I will reveal to Wei Dan that she is a bastard. Let's see how you fare then. The woman, upon hearing these words, was seized by panic. She abruptly opened her eyes, pleadingly gazing at the man who was inflicting violence upon her. Please, I beg you, do not tell Dan. Crack. Wei Dan beheld her younger self stepping through the doorway, confronting a scene that left her in disbelief. She widened her eyes and shook her head fervently, exclaiming, "No, this cannot be. I have never witnessed this. It is not real, not real." Oh, mother! Though the young Wei Dan was still a child, she was acutely aware of her mother enduring her father's violence. She dropped the candied hawthorn skewers she had been holding and rushed to the bloodied woman. "Oh, mother, please do not die. You are losing so much blood." Wei Mingdong, upon hearing Xiao Weidan's words, finally noticed the pool of blood on the ground, and he instinctively took 2 steps back in terror. How could this be? You were pregnant? The woman's face was ashen, and she did not grant Wei Mingdong a single glance throughout. Cradling her weeping daughter, she weakly spoke, Dan, if one day mommy is no longer here, you must listen to your grandparents. Do you understand? No, I don't want mommy to go away. Where are you going, mommy? Please don't leave me." As the dream before her unfolded, Wei Dan, who had been a mere spectator, was already in tears, wiping her eyes in a daze. Why am I crying? This is all a lie. With a thunderous roar, a sharp pain pierced Wei Dan's head. She clutched it and crouched down as the scene shifted once more. The setting transformed into a hospital, where Wei Mingdong sat in a daze in the emergency room waiting area. Beside him, little Wei Dan, with red-rimmed eyes, gazed at her mumbling father and tentatively tugged at him. Daddy, will mommy die? Dee? No, she cannot die. That is my son. Why doesn't that wretched woman say anything? She must give birth to my son before she dies. Little Wei Dan stared at her father in shock, unable to utter a word. Was this truly the same father she remembered, who had always been so attentive to her mother? Her small figure gradually morphed into that of an adult Wei Dan, her gaze filled with resentment as she fixed it upon the selfish man. I remember everything. It was you. You caused Mother's death. Yet, no matter how fervently Wei Dan vented her anger, Wei Mingdong appeared oblivious, pacing anxiously at the door of the emergency room, leading anyone who saw him to believe he was merely worried about his wife. However, Wei Dan could hear his murmurs, "May the gods protect my son." The red light of the emergency room dimmed, and the door swung open, revealing a doctor with blood-stained hands. Ms. Li Xioni passed away at 10:23 p.m. What about my son? What happened to my son? What son? Sir, what are you rambling about? With a resounding clang, Wei Dan's dreamscape began to dissolve, and she found herself in a vast expanse of white, where a film continued to play above her head. Overwhelmed, she collapsed to the ground, clutching her head and weeping uncontrollably. The notion that her mother's frail condition was due to childbirth was a deception. The truth was that her mother's weakness stemmed from Wei Mingdong's violence. Even her mother's death was a consequence of him. How could she have forgotten? How could she dare to forget? Oh, mother, it's all my fault. If it weren't for me, how could you have endured such a life? Sacrificing your happiness and ultimately your life? As Wei Dan's cries echoed, countless wisps of white mist converged around her, slowly permeating her being. Subject 1, with a pained expression, stood before the puddle, gazing into the reflective water that displayed scenes from the hospital. He reached for his heart, lamenting how that woman had suffered so much because of him. Y&T, he tried harder back then. Chapter 109. The air revealed. Just as Subject 1 was engulfed in remorse, Wei Dan, lying in the puddle, suddenly opened her vacant eyes, gradually surfacing from the water. Moments later, the mist in her eyes dissipated, revealing the profound sorrow that belonged to Wei Dan. As the mirrored surface of the puddle shattered, Wei Dan, with eyes of flame, rose slowly from the water, while the white mist once again gathered around her. Subject 1 gazed in astonishment at the mist that Wei Dan absorbed, murmuring, "This is the legendary unification." Yuan Dan's ears twitched as she detected a sound, and she numbly turned around, the figure of number 1 reflected in her eyes. Suddenly, the white mist enveloping her began to quiver, and Yuan Dan fixated on the man before her, rising abruptly from the puddle with a splash. "It's you." A voice laced with boundless murderous intent echoed, and number 1, witnessing Yuan Dan's loss of sanity, felt an alarm ringing in his heart. This is bad. He had been unaware that Yuan Dan would become the inheritor. Recklessly placing her in the puddle had inadvertently initiated the trial of the mind. Yuan Dan, wake up." His tone, once indifferent, now brimmed with urgency and palpable panic. At this moment, Wei Dan was consumed by hatred, unable to control her actions. Her mind fixated solely on one objective: to kill, to slay the person before her. "Kill! I shall kill you. It is you who harmed my mother, kill." With a piercing scream, Wei Dan brandished her right hand, summoning a dagger from the void, and leaped forth from a splash of water. Seeing this, the first individual sensed impending doom and hastily retreated. Prior to embarking on the trial of the mind, one must prepare essential items, and the clan leader must arrange gems and infuse them with blood to ensure a 30% success rate. However, Wei Dan had fortuitously activated the trial of the mind without these aids, significantly diminishing her chances of success. Once the trial commenced, the only outcomes were either failure, leading to complete loss of control and a permanent state of unconsciousness, or interruption by external forces, resulting in diminished abilities akin to an ordinary person. Though survival would be guaranteed, the only lingering threat was that if she were to re-enter the trial, she would succumb to uncontrollable madness without resistance. The clan had not triggered the return to unity for many generations, and he had never imagined that the trial of the mind would manifest in Wei Dan, whose mother was clearly an outsider. Resigned, the first individual drew a soft sword from his waist, channeling his energy to parry, but with a resounding clang. The sword snapped in two. In shock, he seized the opportunity to retreat further until he reached the shore. Had his strength begun to wane as well? Glancing at the half of the sword in his hand, he made a resolute decision. Rather than lose his sanity and be slaughtered by his kin, it was better to interrupt the trial. Even if it meant becoming somewhat weaker in the future, it was preferable to immediate death. He thrust the broken sword forcefully into the wall, causing the gems nearby to tumble to the ground. He ducked to evade Wei Dan's strike and swiftly raced toward the wall, reaching for the gems. "What are you doing in the forbidden area? Who brought you here?" I just came to take a look outside. I haven't gone in." "Oof. You little brat, full of nonsense," is the ancient one inside. A voice echoed from outside the forbidden area, and the first individual cursed inwardly, hastening his movements. Just as he was about to grasp the gems, Wei Dan suddenly appeared behind him, dagger poised to plunge into his back. If the elders outside the forbidden area witnessed this scene, they would surely believe Wei Dan had lost her sanity. In a flash of lightning and thunder, the first individual chose to grasp the gems rather than evade the attack, grunting as he picked up 5 gems from the ground. "Kill! I will kill you!" As the blade descended, the first individual's back was instantly drenched in blood, while Wei Dan's expression remained devoid of emotion as she coldly withdrew the dagger to strike again. Feeling the wind from the blade, he rolled to the side, enduring the excruciating pain as he hurled the blood-stained gems toward Wei Dan's limbs and head. The moment the 5 gems struck her, the white mist surrounding her dissipated, and her body slumped backward, drained of strength. The first individual, quick-witted, shielded her head with his arm. "Ancient One, you truly disregard clan rules, repeatedly trespassing into the forbidden area." A middle-aged man, clad in ceremonial garb, with a goat-like beard, approached with a booming voice that reached the first individual's ears before he arrived. Upon seeing that the trial of the mind had ceased, he sighed in relief and leaned weakly against the wall. Elder Meng, furious, pushed through the mist, intending to berate further. But upon noticing Wei Dan in the first individual's arms, his anger intensified. After a moment of scolding, he realized neither of them spoke, prompting him to quicken his pace to the first individual's side. He saw that the first individual's back was soaked in blood, and the middle-aged man's demeanor shifted to one of panic, concern evident in his tone. Elder Meng, save her first. I just forcibly interrupted her trial of the mind. Save. Before he could finish, consciousness slipped away. The trial of the mind? Could it be? Elder Meng, astonished, turned his gaze toward Wei Dan, hastily crouching to align her face, his eyes darting back and forth between the two. The girl lay with her eyes tightly shut. Her remaining features were less similar to the first individual, yet when observed closely, a resemblance emerged. Only a direct descendant could activate the trial of the mind. And now that the direct lineage had dwindled to this singular branch, could this girl be the product of a clandestine union between the first individual and some clan member? How tragic that it was interrupted. Elder Meng sighed, hoisting both individuals onto his shoulders and proceeding along the passageway toward the forbidden area's exit. Bon Senkuing, frantic at the front of the vehicle, worried whether failing to stop Elder Meng would affect her. Ban Jingqing, come help. A booming voice echoed, prompting Ban Zhengqing to respond quickly, rushing to the entrance of the forbidden area. Please, let there be no incident. To his relief, Elder Meng emerged at the entrance, each shoulder bearing a person. He extended one hand, passing Wei Dan to Ban Zhengqing. She hastily received Wei Dan, whose small face was ashen, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead. What has happened to her? Take her to the Grand Elder and explain that she is in a similar situation to his disciple. He will know how to handle it. Elder Meng casually entrusted Wei Dan to Ban Zhengqing, then hefted the first individual onto his own vehicle, accelerating away. The girl had already failed the trial, completely losing her abilities, and regardless of her lineage, she held no further value. The first individual, however, was the sole hope for this generation. Upon witnessing Elder Meng's departure, Ban Zhengqing hastened to place Wei Dan in the passenger seat, steering toward the Grand Elder's residence. Chapter 110. Is she an outsider? Grand Elder, what has happened to her? Ban Zhengqing stood anxiously beside the bed, gazing at the beautiful woman clad in ceremonial attire. The woman furrowed her brow, her fingers resting on Wei Dan's pulse. Where did you find her? In the forbidden area? Indeed, in the forbidden area. How did the Grand Elder know? Is it because she entered the forbidden area that she has become like this? Is there still hope? Ban Zhengqing bombarded the Grand Elder with questions, witnessing her expression darken with each inquiry, his voice dwindling for fear of inciting the wrath of the notoriously fiery Grand Elder. This is absurd. Is this how they treat the trial of the mind? After a century, only one heir emerges, and they let it be squandered like this. It is madness. As the Grand Elder's voice escalated, Ban Zhengqing grew increasingly bewildered. What is this trial of the mind? She is an heir? The Grand Elder, already irate, perceived Ban Zhengqing's questions as challenges, shooting him a glare before rising to fetch medicine from the pharmacy. Whose child are you? Did your parents not inform you? I'm not anyone's child. I am Ban Zhengqing. Ban. The Grand Elder turned in surprise. You are from the Ban family? How did you end up here? Ever since her master departed this world, she had secluded herself in this humble abode, oblivious to the affairs of the outside realm, only aware of the calamities plaguing the world, utterly unaware that the Ban family would allow their child to come here. Noticing Ban Zhengqing's silence, she pressed further. How did your clan decide to send you to our remote place? Have they not always looked down upon us for our backwardness? At her words, the Grand Elder's hand hesitated mid-motion. Even the Ban family had vanished. How much longer could they endure? Since you are here, make the best of it. This place may not be as advanced as yours, but it is peaceful and secure. Ordinary people cannot find it. After listening, Ban Zhengqing nodded, refraining from further conversation, and instead reached out to touch Wei Dan's forehead. The Grand Elder, upon hearing this, tossed a transparent gem to Ban Zhengqing, placing it upon her brow. The trial of the heart's realm was not something that could be initiated casually. It was a legacy left by ancestors within the forbidden grounds, only to be inherited by direct descendants of the clan. Furthermore, the inheritor must attain unity to unlock the heart's trial. Indeed, it had been quite some time since I inquired about matters within the clan, and I was unaware that we had another inheritor. Pray tell, to whom does she belong? Upon hearing this, Ban Zhengqing's expression grew tense. Should he divulge to the Grand Elder that Wei Dan was not a pure direct descendant, but rather from outside the clan? The Grand Elder cast a sidelong glance at Ban Zhengqing, questioning, is her identity so difficult to disclose? Could she possibly be a bastard? Ban Zhengqing awkwardly smiled at the Grand Elder, realizing the truth in her words. Noticing his discomfort, the Grand Elder understood that she had struck a chord. Raising an eyebrow, she inquired, which direct descendant's illegitimate child? The youth of today truly lacked decorum. It is the child of an ancient outsider, Ban Zhengqing. Feeling the pressure from the Grand Elder, relayed the truth. An ancient outsider? No wonder the heart's trial could be opened so easily. How could he be so unreliable? Did the child's mother not care for her? She has passed away. She was an outsider. An outsider? The Grand Elder exclaimed, nearly toppling the potion jar in front of her. Observing Ban Zhengqing's demeanor, which seemed sincere, she was left puzzled. How could a child capable of initiating the heart's trial be born of an outsider? With her confusion, she hurried to Wei Dan's bedside, only to find that the previously transparent gem had absorbed dense white mist, now transformed into a deep crimson. This was undoubtedly a direct descendant. Where had the error occurred? Wei Dan felt as though she was submerged in a vast ocean, drifting like a water lily. As a warmth enveloped her forehead, she finally sensed a modicum of stability. What has happened to me? As days passed, Wei Dan felt the ocean beneath her receding, gradually allowing her to touch solid ground. Yet she remained unable to awaken. This is the last chance. If this doesn't work, I am a loss. Ban Zhengqing watched anxiously as the Grand Elder placed a translucent gem upon Wei Dan's forehead, his hands fidgeting restlessly. Aren't you supposed to be formidable? You must awaken. Where is everyone? Gong Shanggu, having just regained consciousness, staggered toward Wei Dan, his pallor evident as he dragged his injured body. The previous strike had inflicted not only physical harm, but also allowed the white mist energy from Wei Dan to seep into his insides, nearly costing him his life. Here, I'm here. Upon hearing this, Gong Shanggu disregarded his torn wound and stumbled to Wei Dan's bedside. Grand Elder, how is she? The Grand Elder felt exasperated at the sight of Gong Shanggu, who constantly wore a lifeless expression as if to show it to someone. Who would have thought that today the sun would rise from the west, and that lifeless expression would manifest urgency? Is there no hope left? Gong Shanggu felt a void in his heart. Regret etched upon his face as he muttered, "It's all my fault for not keeping up from the beginning. If I had given you the gem a few days earlier, it wouldn't have come to this." As the gem on the girl's forehead absorbed its energy, her breath began to wane, leaving the Grand Elder unable to voice the sarcasm that lingered on his lips. Alas, she's a child I watched grow. The Grand Elder's statement was not without merit. It was unprecedented for outsiders to enter the clan's tomb. However, Gong Shanggu interpreted it differently. His tone was resolute, tinged with disdain, as his eyes, sharp as a leopard's, bore into the Grand Elder. I will not allow you to use her body to nourish the small realm. The Grand Elder was taken aback by Gong Shanggu's fervor, wondering what had provoked such a reaction. Chapter 111. A father's responsibility. The Grand Elder helplessly watched as Gong Shanggu, disregarding his injuries, lifted Wei Dan and staggered away from the grass hut. How stubborn he is, just like 20 years ago. Can a dead person truly be revived? After speaking, she pondered, if, 20 years prior, Gong Shanggu had not been confined within a clan, perhaps this scene would never have unfolded. For millennia, only her master and this girl could unlock the heart's trials. Perhaps this is just retribution. Are you taking her there? What did you mean earlier? Speak. Quickly tell me she is all right. Speak. Ban Zhengqing, in a state of panic, followed closely behind Gong Shanggu, his eyes reddened and his voice trembling with suppressed sobs. Yet, Gong Shangu was solely focused on taking Wei Dan back to the forbidden area, ignoring him entirely. Though he knew the Grand Elder was the only one capable of healing Wei Dan, he refused to let himself give up so easily again. Steeling himself, he approached the vehicle, attempting to free one hand to open the door, but stumbled backward, caught by a pair of strong hands. In the past, upon hearing a word of thanks from him, Ban Zhengqing would have eagerly announced it to the world, but now he lacked the spirit for jest. This was the first time Ban Zhengqing had seen him so disheveled. He glanced at the unconscious Wei Dan, pursed his lips, and opened the car door before taking his place in the driver's seat. Gong Shangu shot a quizzical glance at the boy, hastily placing Wei Dan in the back seat before climbing in himself. With a swift roar, the vehicle sped away from the grass hut, the dust and the sound of acceleration revealing the driver's urgency. Shortly after Ban Zhengqing and the others departed, another vehicle pulled up to the grass hut. Where is he? Elder Meng, in the midst of a meeting, was informed that Gong Shangu had gone missing. He knew without a doubt that Gong Shangu would come to the grass hut in search of that girl, and he rushed over, only to find he was too late. The Grand Elder shot him a sidelong glance, clicking her tongue at the uninvited guest. Why would Elder Meng, who rarely stirs without gain, come to this dilapidated grass hut? Elder Meng, recognizing the woman was not to be trifled with, had no time to spar with her, and repeated, "Where did Gong Shangu take that girl?" Elder Meng, asking me is pointless. As a mere bystander, how would I know the whereabouts of the young clan leader? The woman continued to sort herbs in her basket, her normally quick speech now oddly measured. The man with the goatee could no longer contain his frustration upon hearing her sarcastic tone, and retorted harshly, "Gong Shanglu, have you grown senile with age? The young clan leader is the only one with the potential to attain unity. I must find him today." The Grand Elder, instead of taking offense at him calling her by her full name, merely smiled. "The only one? Elder Meng, do you not feel a twinge of shame saying that? The girl has already initiated unity, yet due to mishandling, she lost her life. If it weren't for your disdain for Agu seeking an outsider and your refusal to help, we might have resolved the clan's troubles by now." Gong Shanlu, pointing at Elder Meng, grew increasingly agitated, his finger nearly poking the man's nose. Elder Meng instinctively stepped back, colliding with the wall, trapped with no escape. His face contorted. He shook his goatee and waved his sleeve. "And so what? Grand Elder, that girl is beyond saving. How can an outsider possibly rescue us? You might as well tell me where he has gone." "I don't know. Aren't there plenty of you? Go find him yourself." Gong Shanlu, seeing him adopt an air of superiority, rolled her eyes and flicked her sleeves twice, the second time aimed directly at Elder Meng's face. "Who can't flick their sleeves?" Elder Meng, struck by the sleeve, could no longer suppress his anger, snorted coldly, and departed with his subordinates. "Elder Meng, the forbidden area. They've gone back to the forbidden area. How outrageous! Go summon the second elder and fifth elder. I want to see what he plans to do next." As Elder Meng stepped into the car, he began issuing commands to those outside. The red vehicle halted once more at the entrance of the forbidden area. Ban Zhengqing pressed the brake, questioning whether that method could genuinely save her. The clan records contain accounts, yet no one has ever attempted it. "I do not know if it will succeed." Ban Zhengqing was taken aback. "Since there was no precedent, how could you dare?" Gong Shangu, undeterred by Ban Zhengqing's words, approached the back seat, lifted Wei Dan, and turned toward the entrance of the forbidden area. Ban Zhengqing followed, but paused in front of the car, gazing at Gong Shangu's silhouette, filled with emotion. Even knowing the hope was slim, he still wagered his own bloodline. He truly resembled a father. Yu Dan felt her vitality withering like a desolate flower, teetering on the brink of extinction. The vast ocean beneath her had long since transformed into parched earth, relentlessly scorching her dwindling life force. Just as despair engulfed her, her desiccated form was enveloped once more by a moist, crimson mist, tirelessly mending her frail body. Dan, I hear your friends call you that. May I address you in the same manner? I apologize, not only to you, but also to your mother. I do not seek your forgiveness, yet I implore you to grant me an opportunity to make amends." Gong Shangu observed as Yu Dan, surrounded by shimmering gems, gradually regained her normal breathing. He bowed his head and drew the blade across his battered wrist once more. As Ban Zhengqing would say, I am devoid of empathy, even towards my own kin. I have never comprehended the essence of responsibility, the obligations of a young clan leader, the duties of a man, the role of a father. These concepts were foreign to me until I heard news of you in my past life. Since then, I have felt an inexplicable change within me, a hollow ache in my heart. As Gong Shangu murmured on, blood continued to drip onto the gems, tracing a path around them before seeping into Yu Dan's being. Because of you, I have gradually ceased to resist these responsibilities and have endeavored to learn the art of communication, yet I still manage to falter. With the completion of the sixth ritual, color returned to Yu Dan's pallid cheeks, and her chest began to rise and fall steadily. At last, I have accomplished something for you. Gong Shangu sighed in relief upon witnessing Yu Dan stabilize, his pale visage leaning against the wall as a smile broke forth. Mengju, did you say an outsider's child initiated the Heart Realm trial, but failed? Indeed, Elder 2, that child was with the young clan leader. He is our only. Before Meng Elder could finish, Elder 2 had already stepped towards the passage, with Elder 5 closely trailing behind. Observing Elder 2's persistent demeanor, Meng Elder sighed and quickened his pace to follow. Chapter 112. All right, let's return home. Hearing commotion from outside the forbidden grounds, Gong Shangu hurriedly bound his wounds with bandages, rolling up his sleeves to conceal the injuries. He mustered his strength to gather the scattered gems into his pockets, stuffing whatever would not fit into Yu Dan's pockets. When the elders entered, they beheld Gong Shangu cradling Yu Dan in his arms. Elder 2 squinted, scrutinizing the pair, curiously. Both appeared vibrant and healthy, contrary to what Meng had described. Xiaogu, what are you doing here? That child. Gong Shangu discreetly pinched his thigh, reassured that she was merely restored to her normal state. It was indeed unfortunate that the Heart Realm trial had failed. Elder 2's fleeting expression of regret was quickly overshadowed by a cold demeanor. Upon hearing those words, Gong Shangu abruptly lifted his head. He could no longer wield spatial powers, and his body was no longer robust. Venturing outside would be akin to courting death. He had personally endured the calamities beyond, fully aware of the suffering Yu Dan would endure in such a plight. So what? She has already failed, and thus has no right to remain here. Gong Shangu, this is not a discussion. It is the clan's rule. Rules. More rules. The same oppressive rules that led to our family's near demise in my past life. He scoffed, suppressing discomfort as he stood resolutely before Yu Dan. Rules? What if I refuse? You, Gong Shangu, do not overstep. Allowing her to leave alive is already a concession. Should you remain obstinate, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Gong Shangu fixed his gaze upon Elder 2's stern visage, stepping forward with unwavering determination. Then you shall have to step over my corpse. I will find a way to leave. The frail voice reached the ears of those present, causing them to turn in unison. The girl, once lying on the ground, was now striving to sit up. Dun. You have finally awakened. Gong Shangu's face lit up with joy as he turned to assist Yu Dan, yet hesitated upon encountering the detachment in her gaze. Elder 2 squinted at Yu Dan, perplexed as to why she would agree to leave. The world outside was far from the comfort of this place. What did you say? I will not remain here. Please take me outside at once. Dun. After Wei Dan finished speaking, she lowered her head, no longer casting a glance at Gong Shangu. Since the moment she fell into a coma, she had been able to hear all the conversations from the outside world, including the words spoken by Gong Shangu. Wei Dan found herself at a loss on how to confront him, yet she was acutely aware of one truth. This was not where she belonged. Even amidst the rampant natural disasters outside, there were her friends and unfinished endeavors awaiting her. That was her rightful place. The young girl possessed a remarkable spirit, far surpassing that of your father, cough, far superior to that of this rascal. The fifth elder, who had been silently observing from the back, could not help but admire Wei Dan upon hearing her choice. This was the courage expected of a direct descendant, infinitely better than those inferior characters. It is a pity. However, I had initially intended for you to recuperate before departing, but since you have taken the initiative, I shall send someone to escort you out. The second elder waved his hand towards the back, and two men stepped forward, poised to take Wei Dan away. At that moment, Gong Shangu instantly positioned himself in front of her. No, Dan, Your body is far too frail to endure the calamities outside. You cannot leave. I am fully aware of my choices, and my fate is of no concern to you, young clan leader." The words of Wei Dan struck deeply at the heart of Gong Shangu, who desired to persuade further, yet was interrupted by the sudden appearance of Ban Zhengqing. "I am a member of the Ban family, and also an outsider. You must allow me to leave as well. How did you trespass into our clan's forbidden grounds? For the sake of the Ban family, I implore you to depart swiftly. I shall not pursue this matter." Elder Meng, observing the unexpected emergence of Ban Zhengqing, began to blow his horned mustache, intent on expelling him. Elder Wu, unable to contain himself, interjected, "What business do you have here, young Ban? Are you unaware of the dire state of affairs outside? You are the last of your clan." "I am indeed aware," Ban Zhengqing retorted, "yet I cannot stand by idly while she marches forth to her demise. I beseech the esteemed elders for your consent." Wei Dan stared blankly at Ban Zhengqing, unable to comprehend why he would make such a choice. Shouldn't the Secretary General be the most adept at navigating the complexities of advantage and disadvantage? Suddenly, it dawned upon me. When Gong Shangu first brought this young scion of the Ban family into the fold, I harbored deep reservations. Now, with his voluntary departure, it has indeed spared us considerable effort. In light of this, let him proceed on his way. Someone escort them out. Gong Shangu attempted to step forward to intervene once more, but upon catching a glimpse of Wei Dan winking at him, he was left momentarily stunned, and the two were swiftly taken away for the unauthorized admission of outsiders into the forbidden grounds. Gong Shangu is hereby placed under house arrest at the grass hut from this day forth. As Wei Dan was assisted by Ban Zhengqing out of the forbidden area, upon hearing the disposition regarding the ancient matter, she felt a wave of relief wash over her, causing her legs to weaken, nearly leading her to stumble. Ban Zhengqing swiftly caught her, reassuringly stating, "Do not worry, I shall protect you this time." Despite being merely a teenager, his demeanor at that moment closely resembled that of the Secretary General standing at the pinnacle of power. One could surmise that in a previous life, he too had departed from this place, yet it remained uncertain whether accompanying her would alter his fate. The driver, having reached the passageway, honked incessantly, brusquely urging the two behind, "Get out of the car! Hurry up!" Just as Ban Zhengqing was about to retort, Wei Dan pressed him down, shaking her head and promptly opening the car door to step out. Observing her actions, Ban Zhengqing hastened to follow, taking a couple of quick strides to support Wei Dan. And with a radiant smile, he remarked. Wei Dan inhaled the refreshing air, stretching languidly as the shadows in her heart dissipated completely. Chapter 113. Departing from the minor realm. Ban Zhengqing nodded vigorously, assisting Wei Dan into the passenger seat, his face alight with excitement as he gently closed the door. He then settled into the driver's seat, firmly grasping the steering wheel. This vehicle remained a delight to sit in, far more luxurious than their dilapidated cars that had been hidden away for countless years. Wei Dan pondered while caressing the seat, realizing that Manager Ma was quite generous to lend her such a splendid vehicle. It seemed she owed him yet another favor. Ban Zhengqing was admiring the scene when he was suddenly startled by the sound of a stick striking the window. Hey, you two, don't just stand there. Hurry up and leave. How shameless can you be, each one of you wanting to linger here? He irritably rolled down the window and addressed the intruder outside with a mocking tone. Have you ever seen such a fine car, you country bumpkin? If you break it, not only will you be unable to afford the damages, but even your elders would struggle to compensate. Ban Zhengqing's words struck a nerve with the two men, as they were often ridiculed by other clans during their visits, and now even these two dared to confront them. The man wielding the stick retreated momentarily, only to return in fury, raising his club to smash the rear window of the black car. In the next instant, a thick plume of exhaust mixed with dust rolled over him, causing him to bend over and cough violently. If you have the guts, don't walk away. Ban Zhengqing caught sight of the man's enraged figure in the rearview mirror and burst into raucous laughter. Ha ha, how delightful. I have long been displeased with these people. Upon witnessing this, Wei Dan chuckled and shook her head, remarking on his childlike nature. As Ban Zhengqing exhaled his frustration, he promptly shut the window, mindful that Wei Dan could not endure the chill of the breeze. Wei Dan gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene before her, clicking her tongue in contemplation. Had it not been for her unexpected entry into that small realm, she and her fellow commoners would have remained akin to frogs at the bottom of a well, oblivious to the broader realities of the world. But where should she venture next? Ban Zhengqing's voice broke through her reverie, and instinctively, she raised her hand to retrieve her phone from the void, only to realize the emptiness of her palm. According to the ancient teachings, she had lost her right to utilize space. Noticing Wei Dan's prolonged silence, Ban Zhengqing turned to her, and upon seeing her dazed expression, he spoke hurriedly, "Do not be disheartened. Though you have lost the space, you have gained my companionship. I shall protect you from now on." In an attempt to reassure her, he pointed at the dashboard, his earnest demeanor capturing her attention more than the loss of her spatial access. The once wary child who had regarded her with suspicion seemed to have matured, embodying the essence of a future Secretary General. She observed the furrowed brow of Ban Zhengqing and smiled. "Very well, I shall entrust myself to you." As she witnessed his renewed, radiant smile, Wei Dan leaned back, sinking into the comfort of her chair. The inability to use space was indeed a formidable challenge, yet fear did not seize her heart. In her previous life, she had endured 6 years without it. What was there to dread now? Moreover, this time she had a companion by her side. Regardless of the adversities that lay ahead, Wei Dan was no longer alone. Wei Dan had just awakened from a deep slumber, her spirit still lacking vitality. After relaying the address to Ban Zhengqing, she succumbed to sleep once more. The unlicensed vehicle navigated through the howling wind and snow, and thanks to the black market insignia, no one dared to cause trouble. Even when encountering roadblocks, passers-by would willingly offer directions. The vehicle reached Tiancheng smoothly, but the night had already enveloped the sky. Observing the dwindling fuel gauge, Ban Zhengqing dared not stop to rest. The heater inside the car was continuously consuming fuel, and he had to hurry to reach Wei Dan's home. Ban Zhengqing cautiously maneuvered over the bumpy, icy surface, the car swaying precariously. Wei Dan kept her eyes shut, a frown etched between her brows. As dawn gradually broke outside, a fleeting wisp of white mist appeared in her palm, only to vanish in an instant. Since Wei Dan had been taken away by number 1, Wu Xian had been waiting at the community entrance every day before and after work. Finally, on the 9th day of Wei Dan's absence, she spotted the black car adorned with the black market insignia. The vehicle moved at a snail's pace towards the community, prompting Wu Xian to sprint forward with urgency. She pressed her face against the window, peering inside, only to find the driver's seat empty, while Wei Dan lay unconscious in the passenger seat, covered by a man's coat. Wu Xian began to knock frantically on the glass, attempting to rouse the slumbering Wei Dan. "Dun dun, wake up." After several attempts, with no sign of Wei Dan awakening, Wu Xian noticed another figure behind the vehicle. Stepping back, she saw a young man clad in a thin sweater, his hands swollen and red from the cold. Yet he persisted in pushing the vehicle. "Bon sang kuing, is that you?" Wu Xian recognized the frostbitten face after a moment of scrutiny. Ban Zhengqing's ears had long since lost sensation to the cold, mechanically pushing the car until he heard his name called. He looked up to see the imposing woman and managed a stiff smile, but before he could speak, he stumbled backward. The vehicle, bereft of Ban Zhengqing's strength, began to slide backward, almost crushing the young man. Wu Xian rushed forward to pull him aside. Despite her vigorous shaking, Ban Zhengqing remained unresponsive. Seeing his flushed cheeks, Wu Xian reached out to touch his forehead. "So hot." Realizing both Ban Zhengqing and Wei Dan were in dire straits, she rummaged through his pockets and found the car keys. Hoisting Ban Zhengqing over her shoulder, she inserted the keys into the car door. As the door swung open, she hurried to check Wei Dan's condition. A steady warmth greeted her fingertips, and she exhaled in relief. Turning to place Ban Zhengqing in the back seat, she removed her fur coat and draped it over him. She then approached the rear of the vehicle, emulating Ban Zhengqing's earlier efforts to push it forward. Fortunately, due to her unique physical constitution, she managed to move the car into the community without much difficulty. Thanks to the disaster response department, most residents had secure jobs that provided for their needs, and this was the time when many were heading to work. Passers-by gazed curiously at Wu Xian pushing the black vehicle, but were held back by fear. After all, she and the daughter of the Chui family were official figures, not to be trifled with. Xin. Chapter 114. The disappearance of Wei Dan on the bed. Lily, noticing a crowd gathering downstairs, peered forward in curiosity and spotted Wu Xian straining to push the car. She quickly dashed forward to assist without understanding the situation fully. Once they had pushed the car to the building, Lily finally asked, "Whose car is this?" Excitedly, she leaned in to peek inside, her expression instantly shifting to alarm. What happened to Sister Dan? And who is this man? Wu Xian shook her head, uncertain about Wei Dan's condition, realizing they would have to wait for Ban Zhengqing to awaken for answers. Wrapping Wei Dan's clothes around her more tightly, she carefully lifted her out and instructed Lily, "Help me carry this young man upstairs." "Okay." Seeing Wu Xian's solemn expression, Lily refrained from questioning further, obediently hoisting Ban Zhengqing onto her back and shutting the car door with her foot as they ascended to the 19th floor. Although she had a close relationship with Wei Dan, she had never been inside apartment 1901, a boundary respected due to the circumstances of the apocalypse. Wu Xian gently laid Wei Dan down, turned on the air conditioning, and then returned to the entrance to retrieve Ban Zhengqing. "Please inform HR that I need a leave of absence." "Got it." Understanding Wu Xian's distracted demeanor, Lily did not pry further, running downstairs to fetch a frozen chicken and handing it to Wu Xian. "Give this to Sister Dan to help her regain her strength." While life had stabilized, food remained scarce, and this chicken likely represented the entirety of Lily's savings. "Thank you." Lily smiled shyly, gave a wave, and left for work. Wu Xian closed the door behind her and went to check on the two individuals' conditions. Upon catching the scent of Wei Dan, Qibao scampered out of its nest, its long fur brushing against Wei Dan's cheek. "Qibao, come here, don't disturb Dan. She needs a rest." "Okay, as long as you let me stay here." "Meow. I promise to be good." Wu Xian, exasperated, shot a glance at Qibao before heading into the living room. Wei Dan showed no visible injuries, her breathing was steady, and she seemed to be faring well. The real concern lay with Ban Zhengqing, but considering he had suffered for Wei Dan's sake, she resolved to tend to him. Wu Xian retrieved a fever-reducing patch from the medicine cabinet and placed it on Ban Zhengqing's forehead. She then soaked a towel in warm water and gently wiped his swollen hands, applying ointment for frostbite. Water. What did you say?" Noticing the young man's lips moving, she leaned closer to listen. "Oh, water. Wait a moment. I'll get you some." Wu Xian filled a cup with hot water and poured it into Ban Zhengqing's mouth. After he swallowed a few gulps, she laid him back down. He struggled to open his eyes, gazing up at the unfamiliar ceiling, weakly asking, "Where am I?" Hearing Ban Zhengqing's voice, Wu Xian rushed out of Wei Dan's room, her face lighting up with joy. "You're awake. Would you like some water?" Seeing Wu Xian, Ban Zhengqing felt a wave of relief wash over him, his guard lowering significantly. He licked his cracked lips and nodded. "Yes." Wu Xian hurried to the kitchen, poured a glass of water, and handed it to him, her inquiries tumbling out eagerly. Wait. One question at a time." Wu Xian paused, contemplating, before asking the question that weighed most heavily on her mind. "Is Dan all right?" "She should be fine." "What do you mean should be?" "Speak clearly and comprehensively." Ban Zhengqing bowed his head in silence, contemplating whether to reveal the truth. What if Wei Dan didn't want her condition disclosed? Wu Xian interpreted Ban Zhengqing's hesitation differently, her heart sinking at the thought. "Is Dan done?" "Not well." Hearing her concern, Ban Zhengqing quickly shook his head, reassuring her. No, she's just a bit weak. She just needs some rest." "Just needs some rest?" Wu Xian gazed at the young man with confusion, questioning why he seemed so hesitant. "Speak honestly, what has transpired? Is there anything I am not permitted to know?" In response, Ban Zhengqing pondered for a moment before recounting the events that had unfolded concerning Wei Dan in the small realm. As Wu Xian and Ban Zhengqing's voices intertwined within the living room, subtle changes began to take place with Wei Dan in the room. Countless wisps of white mist emanated from her forehead, gradually flowing into the jewelry box at the bedside. Within it lay two gemstones, one blue and one red, which, upon the mist's entrance, began to transform into a uniform, transparent hue. They resembled the gemstone previously placed upon Wei Dan's forehead, the sole distinction being the swirling white mist contained within. Rather than changing to red due to the absorption of the mist, they retained their transparency, resembling a vessel for storage. Wei Dan felt the heat within her gradually dissipate. She exhaled comfortably and slowly opened her eyes. Is this my space? Wei Dan stood in astonishment, her mouth agape, as the familiar surroundings morphed into an unrecognizable spectacle. Everything had undergone a profound transformation. In the distance, the once humble grass hut had been replaced by a square, metallic edifice, within which all installations had been converted to automated systems, including mechanical arms dedicated to caring for the lambs. The outdoor cultivation areas had similarly embraced full automation, with ethereal, mist-like hands distributing the stored fertilizer across the soil. The quaint cottage had evolved into a grand villa, while the well had transitioned into an automated water retrieval system. Most strikingly, the entire space had expanded several-fold, now encompassing over 1,000 square meters, with the ceiling soaring to infinite heights above. Wei Dan, filled with curiosity, ventured forward. Just as she passed the center of the space, her form solidified with remarkable swiftness. Simultaneously, her physical body lying on the bed in reality vanished into thin air. Chapter 115. Could it be that she truly misjudged? Chi Bao had been peacefully slumbering in bed, but in the next instant, her essence was drawn into the space, where she beheld the awakened Wei Dan and, without hesitation, nuzzled up to her. Wei Dan felt a commotion in her legs. Chi Bao, how did you enter? Meow meow. Wasn't it you who brought me in? I brought you in? Wei Dan, perplexed, followed Chi Bao's gaze and beheld her own solidified form. She stared in astonishment at her corporeal hands, her gaze gradually shifting to the verdant sprout upon the ground. The tender green leaves of the sprout thrived vibrantly, having grown more than threefold since her last observation. A delicate yellow leaf extended halfway, revealing intricate veins beneath its surface. The white mist enveloping the leaves had thickened considerably, exhibiting a tendency to disperse outward. Wei Dan tilted her head, utterly perplexed by the transformation before her. Those ancient beings had clearly stated that she had failed the trial of the heart. Yet her realm not only persisted, but had evolved. Could it be that some unforeseen change had transpired in between? As Wei Dan lifted her head, she realized that her journey had not been in vain. Since pondering further proved futile, she inhaled the mist produced by the tender leaves, invigorating her spirit, and continued to stride forward. Observing the exquisitely transformed architecture, her heart swelled with delight, and her steps grew ever lighter. Wei Dan's gaze swept across the surroundings, glancing at the little sheep and then at the villa. Suddenly, she came to an abrupt halt, her smile freezing on her face. How could I perceive the situation within without even stepping inside? Wei Dan slapped her thigh, suddenly realizing that in addition to spatial evolution, her senses had also undergone transformation. She attempted once more, and with a mere thought, the vibrant red chili pepper appeared in her line of sight. Even the dew adorning its surface was clearly visible. In the next moment, the ripe chili was mechanically harvested, and Wei Dan's gaze followed suit. One by one, the small peppers were placed in boxes by machines, transported to the food area for categorization. To her astonishment, what she had previously clumsily organized had been completely restructured. Each shelf was meticulously labeled, and all the mechanical arms were performing their designated tasks. It was truly a marvel of a miniature intelligent world. Are you saying that Dandan escaped death, and her spatial abilities are no longer usable? That number one is her father? Wu Xin contemplated Ban Jingqing's words, extracting the crucial information. Ban Jingqing, noticing her astonishment mingled with slight dissatisfaction, awkwardly nodded. He had omitted all unnecessary details, even adding a filter to the mention of the ancient figure. Yet it seemed Wu Xin had not fully grasped it. Damn it, I told you that number one was peculiar. He is actually Dandan's father. How old is he, 30? He must have been a beast to have. At such a young age. Wait, that's not the point. No, you misunderstood. He is over 40, nearly 50, but he just looks youthful. She pouted, inexplicably feeling a sense of annoyance toward Dandan's so-called father. Hearing Wu Xion's complaints, Ban Zhongqing was at a loss for words, as it was indeed the ancient figure's fault. Realizing he could no longer defend him, he quickly changed the subject. So, how is Wei Dan? Can I go see her? Wu Xin, still mulling over her thoughts, cast a displeased glance at Ban Zhongqing. She pouted and led him to Wei Dan's door, pushing it open. To her shock, both the person and the cat were absent from the bed. Where is she? Panic crossed Wu Xion's face as she immediately glanced at the window. Noticing that it remained tightly shut, she hurried to the bedside, reaching out to touch the blanket. It was still warm. Where is she? Gripping the blanket, she fixed a fierce gaze on Ban Zhongqing, lifting him off the ground. Did you do something? Where have you taken Dandan? Ban Zhongqing struggled in midair, painfully turning his head toward the bed. What are you talking about? Isn't she right there? At his words, Wu Xen loosened her grip and turned to look, only to find that Dandan was indeed lying on the bed. In her shock, she rubbed her eyes vigorously. Could it be that she had truly misjudged? Ban Zhongqing's face turned crimson as he coughed awkwardly, gazing at Wu Xian in confusion. What do you mean by something is amiss? Isn't she perfectly fine lying on the bed? Wei Dan gradually opened her eyes and stretched lazily. As she gazed at the familiar ceiling, an unexpectedly large head belonging to Wu Xin suddenly intruded her line of sight, startling her. What on earth, Yinner? You nearly gave me a heart attack. You think that was frightening? You nearly choked me just now. Wu Xin cast a glance at her and quickly reached out to assist Wei Dan in sitting up from the bed. How do you feel? How is your body? Wei Dan gazed in confusion at Ban Zhongqing, who lay on the ground with his collar disheveled and his face marred by a purplish hue. What is going on here? Upon noticing Wei Dan's scrutiny, Ban Zhongqing immediately feigned a look of grievance, his face a portrait of tears and snot as he lamented. Wu Xin observed how swiftly this fellow's demeanor shifted, pointing an accusatory finger at him. Hey, it was merely a misunderstanding. Do not embellish the tale to paint me as the villain. A misunderstanding? You nearly took my life. Done. Look at him. Wei Dan, look at her. The two exchanged retorts, unable to extricate themselves from their entanglement, ultimately directing their focus upon Wei Dan. Where is everyone? As the debate between the two escalated, Wei Dan resolved to vacate the contentious scene. Just as she stealthily approached the door, she heard them calling her name. Ha! You two carry on. I shall see if there is anything to eat. With a shrug, she turned to make her escape, only to be seized by two hands gripping her shoulders. Stop! Don't leave! Wu Xian and Ban Zhongqing nearly synchronized their grasp on Wei Dan, exchanging a charged glance that sparked with tension. Wu Xen swiftly restrained the other hand on her shoulder, gritting his teeth as he declared, Men and women should maintain a respectful distance. Let me go. You are more antiquated than those old fossils. With such strength, it is you who should release me. Chapter 116. Do me a favor, will you? Seizing the opportunity while the two were entangled, Wei Dan slipped off her coat and, once freed, dashed towards the kitchen. Peering cautiously from behind the wall, she stole a glance, her heart racing with anxiety. These two truly could not meet without resorting to conflict. Wei Dan listened to the sounds of clattering from within and reached out to open the refrigerator. The cooling compartment was completely devoid of contents, and upon opening the freezer, she discovered a solitary frozen chicken lying desolately inside. Wei Dan sighed, plucking some fresh vegetables from the space and placing them inside, then filling the freezer to the brim before finally stopping. Dandan, aren't you going to keep an eye on him? Look at what he did to me. Wu Xin tossed Wei Dan's clothes onto the sofa, thrusting her injured hand in front of her. Wei Dan cast a glance at her, poised to speak, when Ban Zhongqing, covering his face, pushed Wu Xan aside and approached Wei Dan with a look of utter grievance. Wei Dan tugged at his hand, which was covering his face, only to reveal a small cut, devoid of even a trace of blood. She sighed in exasperation, casting her gaze skyward, and let the vegetables in her hand fall onto the cutting board. If you two are so free, why not prepare a meal? What affliction do these two possess? Wu Xian intended to argue further, but out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Ban Zhongqing had already rolled up his sleeves, eagerly standing beside Wei Dan, prepare to embark on a culinary endeavor. Surely, hunger must have spurred him on. I'll make your favorite braised pork. You adore braised pork. I can make it too. In an instant, The two were at it once more. Wei Dan cast a disdainful glance at the two individuals, shook her head, and departed from the kitchen. She collapsed onto the sofa, applying a facial mask with a sense of helplessness, inwardly lamenting. Wu Xian and Ban Zhengqing were in an impasse, each refusing to yield to the other. They simultaneously pressed against the freezer door, engaging in a brief contest of wills, until Wu Xian suddenly released her grip, mocking. I almost forgot. Everything in the fridge has been consumed. Go ahead and open it. Let us see where you'll find the pork. Upon hearing this, Ban Zhengqing cast a skeptical glance at Wu Xian, yet his hand continued its motion to open the door. As the refrigerator door swung open, it revealed an array of ingredients that Wei Dan had just placed inside. He retrieved the pork and raised an eyebrow, questioning, "Is this what you meant by having nothing at all? How come there are ingredients in here?" Wu Xian furrowed her brow in confusion. A spark of realization flickered in her mind, and disregarding Ban Zhengqing's triumphant expression, she dashed into the living room. Dun, did you place these ingredients here? What is the fuss about? Wei Dan mumbled, tugging at her facial mask. Huh? What did you say? Ban Zhengqing, having followed Wu Xian out, held the fresh pork in his hand. Upon hearing his words, Wu Xian's eyes lit up with excitement as she exclaimed, "So your abilities Haven T vanished. Your physical strength remains intact, right?" Wei Dan nodded, and seeing Wu Xin so elated, she couldn't help but smile, inadvertently pulling at her facial mask. "That's wonderful. I have no objections. If he wishes to stay, let him stay. After all, it's just one more mouth to feed." Upon hearing this delightful news, Wu Xin's perception of Ban Zhengqing improved significantly. She reclined on the sofa and reached out towards Wei Dan. "Give me a piece too. My face feels like it's cracking from the patrols these past few days." The two of them blissfully lounged on the sofa, applying their masks, and Ban Zhengqing thought to himself that he was still too naive. As the fragrant braised pork was served, the three of them sat at the same table for the first time, and thus, Wei Dan gained another companion. Ban Zhengqing, eager to impress, swiftly picked up a piece of the braised pork and placed it in Wei Dan's bowl. "You must try this." Wu Xin shot him a glance, muttering flatterer. Yet the next moment, she was utterly captivated by the taste of the braised pork. She looked at the young man in delight, exclaiming, "It's delicious." Wei Dan initially held little hope for this dish, but to her surprise, the boy who had been confined in the laboratory was remarkably skilled in cooking. "This is a recipe my mother taught me, and I possess many more culinary skills. I shall prepare them for you in the future." Upon hearing this, Wei Dan was suddenly engulfed in a myriad of thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, she offered a gentle smile to the young man across from her and replied, "All right." Observing the culinary prowess of Ban Zhengqing as he prepared succulent braised pork that delighted Wei Dan's palate, Wu Xian's competitive spirit was once again ignited. After the three of them finished their meal, in the absence of a dishwasher, she surprisingly took the initiative to wash the dishes. She released Qi Bao from her spatial realm, who then sprawled on the sofa, idly stroking its long fur. "Have you regained your abilities?" Hearing the voice of the youth, Wei Dan remained with her eyes closed, merely murmuring in acknowledgement. Upon learning the answer, Ban Zhengqing refrained from further inquiries. Although he harbored numerous doubts regarding the matter, he understood the importance of knowing when to inquire. Wei Dan, with her eyes closed, pondered these questions as well. According to what they said, she should transform into a fragile, ordinary person. However, apart from the weakness she felt upon awakening, she no longer experienced it upon waking again. Could it be due to the blood of the ancient deity? Wei Dan contemplated numerous possibilities, yet she felt that this reason was the most plausible. She sighed inwardly, realizing that she still owed him a favor. She could never forgive Gong Shangu for his past transgressions, but at this moment, her inability to forgive Wei Mingdong weighed heavier on her heart. That scoundrel with the heart of a beast. It was fortunate that this recent trial of the heart had prompted her to recall the events of that day. Otherwise, she might have never remembered. In hindsight, expelling him back then had been too lenient. Although the title of strategist had changed hands, he was likely still living comfortably at Longhu, thanks to his connection with Lin Manman. The more Wei Dan contemplated, the deeper her fury grew. It was imperative to advance the schedule. Abruptly, she opened her eyes and retrieved the meticulously transcribed list from her space. This document was compiled overnight during her time in the black market after acquiring the roster. It contained names previously reported by the authorities from her past life, individuals who were operatives during the 10 days of turmoil. In addition to these names, Wei Dan had also included the presence of Luo Town. The only remaining challenge was to devise an effective strategy to utilize this list to completely dismantle the conspiracy. "What is this?" Ban Zhengqing inquired, gazing at the suddenly revealed document in Wei Dan's hand, his expression one of confusion. Wei Dan turned to Ban Zhengqing, narrowing her eyes as a plan gradually formed in her mind. "Could you do me a favor?" Chapter 117. Seduction. Ban Zhengqing felt her intense gaze upon him, causing a reflexive tightening of his scalp, and his body instinctively leaned back at a 45-degree angle. Why did her expression seem so peculiar, reminiscent of that doctor by in a laboratory who had so persistently convinced him to take the injection? He crossed his legs, feeling a chill run down his spine at Wei Dan's cheerful demeanor, and, swallowing nervously, pointed at himself hesitantly. "Me? Yuandan maintainit her composure." Yet the mirth in her eyes deepened. She nodded, affirming, "Yes, it's you. Are you unwilling?" Upon hearing this, Ban Zhengqing inhaled deeply, hesitatingly lowering his gaze, his eyes darting frantically in a direction unseen by Yuan Dan. There was something amiss in his expression. Undoubtedly, there was a scheme at play. He furtively cast a glance at Yuan Dan, only to collide with her gaze, compelling him to raise his head and tentatively inquire, "What do you wish for me to do? Am I capable of fulfilling it?" "Absolutely. This task cannot be entrusted to anyone else." Yuan Dan, noticing his compliance, quickly donned an expression of high expectations. "Really?" Ban Zhengqing, though still feeling uncertain internally, could no longer conceal the excitement of being praised on his face. "More genuine than gold. You are the most capable individual I have ever encountered. Young man, you must have confidence." Wei Dan, with gentle persuasion, continued to extol him, causing Ban Zhengqing's last lingering doubts to vanish into thin air. "Is that so? Am I truly so formidable in your eyes?" He replied with a bashful smile, brushing aside the bangs that fell over his forehead. "Well, do tell. What is it that you require of me?" As the conversation turned serious, Ban Zhengqing adjusted his collar, sitting upright and attentively gazing at Wei Dan, awaiting her next directive. As Wei Dan perceived the opportune moment, she cleared her throat, igniting the young man's anticipation for her forthcoming task. "I have recently acquired a list of malevolent forces, which includes an official. I intend to use her as a leverage to disclose the list. I require you to approach the deputy minister of the military department and then feign an assassination attempt on her." What? Assassinate whom? Ban Zhengqing instinctively tilted his head at the absurdity of the task he had just heard. "Deputy Minister Zheng Yan. She is currently in her 40s, a woman who neither smokes nor drinks and has no penchant for power. Her only vulnerability lies in her lascivious nature." Upon hearing the last two words, Ban Zhengqing sprang up from the sofa, excitement coursing through him. You want me to seduce her?" He clenched his teeth, struggling to utter the final word. "Seduce? Yes, that's more or less the essence of it. Think it over?" Wei Dan nodded, her face betraying no hint of guilt. Yet her heart raced with trepidation, fearing that Ban Zhengqing might suddenly lash out and shatter her composure. Ban Zhengqing fixed his gaze intently upon Wei Dan's eyes, and upon ascertaining her sincerity, he let out a sigh, his previous assertiveness waning. "Is there truly no other way?" Wei Dan shook her head. Had she been able to personally intervene, there would have been no need for Ban Zhengqing to step in. Previously, she had contemplated various alternatives, yet each was thwarted by differing circumstances. The arrival of Ban Zhengqing, however, serendipitously opened up a new avenue. "Very well, he shall go." Wei Dan initially believed that he would not agree so readily, in an attempt to devise a way to persuade him. A considerable portion of his brain cells perished in the process. To his astonishment, he readily acquiesced. Observing Wei Dan's stunned silence, Ban Zhengqing awkwardly added, "I am doing this solely to assist you. Should I succeed, you must bestow a reward upon me." Upon hearing this, Wei Dan quickly closed her mouth, her face alight with joy as she promised the young man, "All right, rest assured, I will accompany you." If we succeed in this endeavor, you may have anything your heart desires. Ban Zhengqing nodded, lowering his head once more, a subtle smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, hidden from Wei Dan's view. When he lifted his gaze again, he restored his countenance to one of deep-seated sorrow and vengeance. Now, could you share the plan with me? The preliminary timeline is set for 5 days hence. It is only on that day that this Zheng Yan will detach from the official forces. And the location will be right here. Wei Dan retrieved a map from the space and laid it upon the coffee table, her finger tracing a specific coordinate. Look at this. In the ensuing days, their existence revolved around remaining indoors and exercising, save for Wei Dan's occasional excursions to the black market. Cui Zheng had previously encountered Ban Jingqing, and, upon overhearing Lily mention a young man residing in Wei Dan's home, he hurried upstairs to confirm. Upon seeing the familiar figure, he was nearly overwhelmed with emotion. How wonderful! You are safe. With reddened eyes, he gazed at the now taller youth, his heart brimming with sentiments. To see him standing before him, unharmed, was a relief that lifted a heavy burden from Cui Zheng's heart. Uncle Cui, have you just come back from work? Wei Dan, sensing Ban Jingqing's slight discomfort, quickly shifted the conversation. Cui Zheng took a deep breath and replied, Yes, I just heard Lily mention it, and in my excitement, I rushed up. I hope I haven't interrupted anything. Not at all. Wu Xian mentioned that you've joined the security department. That is quite a prestigious position. Cui Zheng scratched his head sheepishly, chuckling, Well, I'm merely serving as a consultant, assisting in the city's reconstruction. It's nothing particularly grand. Upon hearing this, Wei Dan's mind sparked with inspiration. Uncle Cui, are you currently able to access the architectural blueprints of Tianqing? My position seldom allows me such encounters. Just as Wei Dan's hope began to dwindle, she heard Cui Zheng speak again. However, I have channels through which I can obtain them. Dun. Which architectural blueprint are you seeking? As for government-related ones, I fear they may be beyond my reach. Upon hearing this, Wei Dan's eyes sparkled once more. The Tianqing Dance Club, which had previously existed, should now be a shelter. Cui Zheng, seemingly in contemplation, nodded in agreement, stating that he would inquire about it at work tomorrow. Coincidentally, he planned to bring Xiao Ban for dinner the following evening. After all, Aunt Cui had missed him dearly during his prolonged absence. Then it is best to comply with your wishes, he chuckled. The two exchanged playful banter, while Ban Zhengqing remained silent, a bystander to their cheerful exchange. It had been ages since he had witnessed such a harmonious atmosphere, if it were not for those individuals. He too had relatives and friends, but those memories felt as if they had been sealed away in the recesses of his mind for countless lifetimes. Ban Jingqing vividly recalled the earliest fragments of his memories. He had been toddling unsteadily, only to tumble onto the grass, losing one of his shoes in the process, leaving his bare foot caked in mud. It was his mother who gently patted his head, wiped his foot clean, and helped him put his shoe back on, all the while smiling through her tears, saying, Little Qing is crying again. It was until he encountered Wei Dan, who, despite her seemingly unfriendly demeanor, was the sole person to notice that he was barefoot. After bidding farewell to Cui Zheng, Wei Dan gently patted the thoughtful young Ban Zhengqing on the shoulder. Indeed, I now have a home again. Chapter 118, I am not afraid. Upon meeting Ban Zhengqing, Cui Zheng deliberately advanced a month's salary and prepared a sumptuous dinner at home. Wei Dan, as customary, brought along some ingredients and wine, not only to add to the meal, but also to express gratitude for the frozen chicken that Lily had so graciously provided during a time of need. Gulme, take a seat. Today, your aunt has specially prepared her signature dishes, Cui Zheng called out from a distance. Thanks to Aunt Cui, we must savor every bite. Wei Dan responded with a smile, placing the wine on the table, which caused Cui Zheng's eyes to widen in astonishment. In this day and age, where leaders seldom indulge in wine, the presence of such a beverage at his family table was a delightful surprise. He swallowed hard and tentatively inquired, Is that real wine inside? Cui uncle, how could you even ask such a thing? Dandan would never bring fake wine. Usin Vima, casting a helpless glance at Cui Zheng. Ha. Indeed. It must be genuine. Come, let's all take our seats. The flickering candlelight illuminated the dinner, making it appear even more enticing, while enhancing the warm and joyful atmosphere among the guests. Ban Zhengqing sat somewhat awkwardly at the edge of the dining table, relishing the unfamiliar yet comforting familial ambience. During the dinner, Wei Dan formally introduced Ban Zhengqing to Aunt Shui. Lily had already heard a bit about Ban Zhengqing and looked at him in astonishment as he raised his glass. She had previously heard that he was the one who saved them, yet he appeared so young. Remarkable. Come, let us toast. I'm not a child anymore. I'm nearing adulthood. Ban Zhengqing awkwardly raised his glass and drank it all in one go, only to be choked by it. Oh dear, take it easy, child. This wine is quite the kick. Aunt Shui quickly handed him a glass of water upon seeing his cheeks flush. Lily, witnessing this, slammed her hand on the table and exclaimed, "All right, you are quite the straightforward person. Shui Lily, will befriend you for sure." Just as she finished speaking, Shui Zheng slapped Lily on the shoulder and scolded, "Crazy girl, what nonsense are you spouting? Oh, how embarrassing. Dun, you old idiot." He continued, "This girl has learned bad habits since joining the security team." Lily shot a glare at Shui Zheng, prompting laughter from everyone. Thanks to this newly minted comic relief, Ban Zhengqing gradually relaxed and began to blend into the atmosphere. By the end of the meal, the two who had just met were tipsy and felt as though they had been friends for ages, even deciding to become sworn brothers on the spot. Let's be good brothers. Hiccup. Wu Xan, standing nearby, wore a look of disdain, thinking, how can this guy have such poor tolerance? One drink, and he has done for. Truly tisk tsk. Wei Dan, dragging the inebriated Ban Zhengqing, sheepishly addressed Shui Zheng. "Uncle Shui, we shall take our leave now." "No way, we haven't sworn brotherhood yet," he exclaimed. Afterward, he shouted at Lily, "You silly girl, if you can't drink, then don't. What a pity for such fine wine. I've scarcely had a sip." Ban Zhengqing gazed at Wei Dan with dazed eyes, foolishly chuckling as he wrapped his arm around her. "I will grow up quickly. You must wait for me." Before he could finish his sentence, Wei Dan swiftly rendered him unconscious with a precise chop, and the youth's head drooped limply. Wei Dan rudely hoisted him onto his shoulder and strode upstairs, prompting Wu Xen, who trailed behind, to shake his head in disbelief. The responsibilities of a classmate are indeed formidable. In the ensuing days, Wu Xien continued his routine at work, and aside from Wei Dan's occasional excursions to the black market, their lives revolved around home workouts with the topic of drinking never resurfacing. It was not until the penultimate day that, under the cover of night, Wei Dan took Ban Zhengqing out to the collection facility in Tianjin. Currently, the security department was not primarily overseeing operations, leaving only a previously filed architectural blueprint from the dance hall. The collection facility, newly opened after the harsh winter, was situated at a high elevation and had suffered flooding that submerged 2 of its floors. Externally, it appeared that only the entrance had been modified. Bon Senquing, equipped with night vision goggles, sat on the repurposed metal plate, with ropes on either side secured around Wei Dan in front. He gazed dreamily at Wei Dan's silhouette, finding that even the biting wind and snow against his face felt less painful. Edan glided gracefully across the ice, akin to a fairy dancing upon a frozen lake, leading the youth in a mesmerizing ballet upon the surface. As they progressed, a lifeless body suddenly plummeted from above. With remarkable agility, Edan deftly slid to the right, forcefully casting aside a metal plate, narrowly avoiding the impending disaster. The corpse crashed heavily onto the ice, causing a violent eruption of blood that splattered onto the nearby Ban Zhengqing. In stunned bewilderment, he wiped the blood from his face and turned to Edan, questioning the reason behind such a tragic act of self-destruction. Wei Dan glanced at the gruesome corpse, its flesh torn and exposed, before retrieving a towel from his pocket and handing it to Ban Zhengqing. Hunger and conflict are intrinsic to the fabric of reality. Are you afraid? Ban Zhengqing accepted the towel from Wei Dan, numbly wiping his cheek. Though confusion marred his expression, there was not a trace of fear. "I am not afraid." Upon noticing that he appeared to be in fair spirits, Wei Dan resumed her journey, leaving the corpse behind. Such occurrences transpire daily. Not only is Wei Dan accustomed to this, but all who have endured the apocalypse have grown indifferent to it. Ban Zhengqing had heard numerous accounts of the world beyond, yet he had never truly felt the despair conveyed through words. He had witnessed death, Each day in the laboratory brought the demise of someone, and as time progressed, he found himself numbed, even when the deceased were of his own kin. However, the scene before him today still left him profoundly shaken. Was this the stark reality of the cruel world they spoke of? Had she once experienced such despair? The young man pondered, refocusing his gaze on Wei Dan's silhouette, softly declaring, "I will always be by your side." Chapter 119, Come Out. I see you. In the nighttime streets, the white snow reflected in a pair of sharp eyes. Clad in hues of gray and white, she melded seamlessly with the snowy darkness. Is this the shelter? It appears quite exquisite. Bon Senkuing, dressed similarly in gray and white, gazed toward the imposing building across the way. Upon hearing this, Wei Dan stowed away her belongings into her spatial pocket and followed Ban Zhengqing's gaze. The building loomed with 13 stories, its newly constructed iron gate exuding a chilling aura amidst its imposing presence. At first glance, it was difficult to discern that this was a shelter. It resembled nothing less than a prison. Although the exterior appeared vacant, both Ban Zhengqing and Wei Dan, with their keen hearing, sensed the presence of multiple individuals lurking in the shadows. Wei Dan furrowed her brow slightly. Indeed, there was something amiss in this location, as it seemed that Yin Air had failed to procure the list of security personnel in this area. She turned her gaze towards Ban Zhengqing, who was holding the construction plan. What do you think? Is it feasible? I have made comparisons, and I believe the route we discussed earlier is viable. Ban's family has historical ties to Liu Ban, and thus, Ban Zhengqing is somewhat of an expert in this domain. Given his assertion, it is reasonable to conclude that the plan is indeed plausible. Wei Dan nodded, inadvertently adjusting the modified dragon hook in her hand, and turned her gaze towards the rooftop. Taking advantage of a gust of wind and snow, the two swiftly crouched and navigated through the narrow alley, concealing themselves in the shadows. On the rooftop of the building at 11 o'clock, there was someone present. Regardless of the approach we took to ascend, we would surely be detected. With their backs pressed together, Wei Dan exchanged positions with her companion Zhengqing, directing her gaze towards the indicated location. The windows on the top floor were tightly shut, with blackout curtains obscuring everything within, presenting an appearance of normalcy. No, something was amiss. Wei Dan squinted slightly, catching a glimmer of light, the reflection from the scope of a sniper rifle. Ban Zhengqing's observational skills were commendable. Had it not been for that faint glimmer, she might have almost overlooked it. Well done, young man. Flattered by the praise, Ban Zhengqing replied with a smile. There are no anomalies observed in the building to the east. We can ascend there to eliminate this individual. Unlike the 5 buildings in the center, the eastern structure was abandoned, with a height only half that of the others and walls already marred by cracks. Given its diminished stature, anyone who ventured there would be easily exposed. Wei Dan pursed her lips and nodded, contemplating for a moment before stating, "Yes, you keep an eye on that person on the rooftop while I head to the building on the east." As she departed, she tossed him a laser pointer, instructing him to use it to signal her when the time was right. With that, Wei Dan vanished into the swirling snow, swiftly traversing to the base of the abandoned edifice on the east. She deftly swung the grappling hook and secured it atop the roof with precision. After ensuring its stability, she propelled herself upward against the wall. Utilizing both hands and feet, she quickly ascended to the rooftop. To conceal her presence, Wei Dan gripped the grappling hook's arrowhead and cautiously maneuvered across the snowy surface, her body low against the ground. She extracted the arrowhead and patiently crawled towards the opposite end of the rooftop, finally pausing at the edge like a stalking leopard, poised for the decisive strike. Upon receiving a signal from Ban Zhengqing, Wei Dan launched the arrowhead towards her target building, seizing the moment to swing along the wire. She continued her ascent, her feet making soft sounds against the wall that quickly dissipated into the howling wind and snow. Yet, even that faint noise caught the attention of a man inside. He abruptly lifted his sniper rifle, directing his gaze towards the left wall, furrowing his brow as he cautiously rose. Producing a handgun from his waistband, he warily approached the bed. Leaning against the wall by the window, he carefully lifted a corner of the curtain and opened the window, the snow's reflection illuminating his menacing scar. The wind howled outside, but no other sound were present. Confused, The man shut the window and readjusted the curtain, leaving only a small aperture for his gun's muzzle. Did I hear wrong? Come out. I see you. Chapter 120. My purpose is your life. The door remained tightly shut, devoid of any presence. The man, refusing to lower his guard, maintained his focus on the door. 5 minutes elapsed, yet silence persisted outside. The dark muzzle of his gun pointed at the closed door as he shifted his numb legs, cautiously approaching. When he was merely 2 steps away from the door, he suddenly yanked it open with one hand, aiming his handgun outward. Outside lay nothing but emptiness. Disappointed, he lowered his weapon, shaking his head in confusion, muttering to himself, "Could I have truly misheard?" He exhaled a breath of warmth and reached to push the door again. Just as the door was a fist's distance from the frame, a scarlet hand abruptly grasped the doorframe. Alarm bells rang in the man's mind, prompting him to instinctively slam the door shut, exerting all his strength to secure it. However, before he could fully close it, a force surged through the door into his arm. He staggered back 2 steps, attempting to brace the door once more. But it swung open rapidly, that same red hand reappearing at the threshold. Realizing the dire situation, the man shook off the numbing sensation in his arm, warily raising his gun towards the entrance. As the door creaked open, a woman clad in a gray-white coat emerged, a smile gracing her lips as she lunged forward. With a sudden loss of strength, the handgun slipped from his grasp, sliding to the ground and coming to rest at Wei Dan's feet, where she deftly flicked it up and into her hand. The man's pupils dilated instinctively, shock coursing through him as he beheld the weapon aimed at his forehead. Raising his hands in surrender, he had prided himself on being a top-tier operative within the organization, yet he had barely managed 3 moves against this woman. Her prowess was undeniably extraordinary. "Who are you?" "This area is swarming with our people. If you fire now, you'll undoubtedly reveal your position. Why don't we negotiate?" "Oh, what do you propose?" "Survival of the fittest. I suppose you hold the reins now. I am merely a hired hand. As long as my life is spared, I am amenable to anything." He fixated on Wei Dan's every movement, speaking as a strategy to slowly retreat towards the window. The man's actions, coupled with his feigned humility, might have deceived someone less seasoned than Wei Dan, who remained composed in the face of his tactics. Following his trajectory, she glanced back and noticed a small bulge beneath the curtain at the windowsill. With a disdainful smile, Wei Dan remarked, "I find your words quite reasonable." However, the man, on the verge of retreating to the window, felt a surge of joy upon hearing the initial part of her statement. Yet, he was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the word "however," only to hear Wei Dan continue. "My objective is none other than your life." Before Wei Dan could finish her words, a glimmer of cold light flashed from her right hand as she aimed for the man's head. With a swift motion, the dagger struck with precision between his brows, causing his head to burst open instantaneously. The hand behind the man was merely 3 or 4 centimeters from the target, filled with unwillingness. He stared wide-eyed before collapsing to the ground with a thud, his head tilting to the side as life slipped away. Upon witnessing a man collapse, Wei Dan swiftly closed the door behind her and advanced to grasp the dagger, extracting it from the man's head with precision. In a fluid motion, she plunged it into his heart. Having completed this grim task, Wei Dan dragged the lifeless body into a corner and reached to lift the bulging curtain, revealing a walkie-talkie. She stowed the device away and crouched before the sniper rifle, peering through the scope to survey the surroundings of the storage area. With such meticulous observation, it became evident that there were watchers at various floors within the other buildings. Merely securing this one point would not allow for a silent ingress. Wei Dan averted her gaze, retrieving a laser light from her grasp. She lifted a corner of the window and directed the beam toward the narrow alley where Ban Zhengqing was concealing himself. Alone in the alley, Ban Zhengqing, noticing the prolonged stillness from Wei Dan's direction, surmised that she had likely succeeded in her endeavor. Seizing the opportunity, he meticulously noted the positions of the surrounding sentinels, swiftly constructing a 3-dimensional map in his mind. Upon receiving Wei Dan's signal, a smile crossed Ban Zhengqing's face as he prepared to move eastward along the path she had illuminated. Chapter 121. Agrave miscalculación. In the darkness, several beams of light abruptly activated, methodically sweeping the vicinity of the storage area. Curse be it. Ban Zhengqing gritted his teeth, pressing his body against the wall as he stealthily edged toward the center of the alley, his eyes fixated on the sweeping lights. Meanwhile, Wei Dan on the rooftop also spotted the illumination. She hastily drew the curtains closed and retreated 2 steps, searching the room. There! Wei Dan's gaze locked onto the switch beneath the windowsill. She strode over and flipped the switch, unleashing a beam of light from the rooftop that began to scan the surroundings automatically. Fortunately, she had entered ahead of time. Otherwise, the sudden illumination would have undoubtedly exposed her. Yet, she pondered, how was Ban Zhengqing faring at this moment? Wei Dan leaned once again against the window, peering through the scope to observe the commotion below. The street corner where Ban Zhengqing was located was incessantly illuminated by the sweeping beams of streetlights. Yet the young boy's silhouette remained elusive, and there were no unusual sounds emanating from the surrounding buildings. It appeared that he had not been discovered for the moment. That clever lad had likely taken refuge in advance. Wei Dan's shoe exhaled deeply, continuing to adjust the scope, diligently committing the locations of the surrounding sentries to memory. The lamppost swayed for a relentless half-hour, leaving Ban Zhengqing's limbs numb and his body thoroughly chilled by the biting wind that penetrated his garments. The light gradually diminished until it vanished completely, yet Ban Zhengqing remained in his original stance, motionless as a statue, frozen amidst the frigid winds and enveloping darkness. He understood, well, that in this obscurity, any reckless action could expose him, inviting unnecessary peril. Indeed, 5 minutes later, the lights flickered back on in intervals, sweeping the vicinity once more. Fortunately, this second sweep lasted only 10 minutes before extinguishing again. Ban Zhengqing maintained his position for several more minutes, ensuring the absence of light before finally allowing his muscles to relax. Gritting his teeth, he flexed his stiffened hands and feet, gradually propping up his rigid form, and quietly made his way towards the alley entrance. After assessing that the surroundings were secure, he cautiously retraced Wei Dan's earlier path toward the rooftop. As Wei Dan switched the lights on and off twice, her expression gradually turned grave, and she inwardly lamented, "I have underestimated them. This group truly possesses some capabilities. It seems I must revise my plans." Knock, 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 knock. The rhythmic knocking echoed, a previously agreed-upon signal with class leader Zhengqing. Yet, to be cautious, Wei Dan tiptoed to the door, pressed her body against it, and whispered, "Garlic-flavored ribs." Standing at the door, Zhengqing glanced around, and upon hearing the low voice, he was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing it was Wei Dan signaling him. He suppressed his voice and responded with her favorite dish, sweet and sour pork. With the signals matched, Wei Dan hurriedly opened the door and pulled Zhengqing inside. "I believe our plans need to be adjusted. We should discuss the changes." The two began simultaneously, pausing in surprise before breaking into laughter. Zhengqing cleared his throat, gesturing for Wei Dan to speak first. "We need to leave someone here to keep watch. The lighting in this area must be controlled by someone." Zhengqing understood the implication behind Wei Dan's words, and with a radiant smile, he continued in agreement. "Indeed, I was thinking the same. I will stay here. Be cautious when you go inside." Upon hearing this, Wei Dan raised an eyebrow, once again marveling at the prowess of a man who wielded power at such a young age. With their opinions aligned, and time slipping away with each passing second, Wei Dan felt compelled to act without further delay. The switch lay beneath the windowsill, a walkie-talkie that had yet to receive any signals. Ban Zhengqing took the walkie-talkie with care, casting a concerned glance at Wei Dan, as if to silently convey his apprehension. As the young man observed her departure, the smile that had graced his lips slowly faded. He hurried to the corpse, crouching beside it to remove the man's clothing. Subsequently, he carried the garments to the bathroom, meticulously cleaning away the bloodstains before donning them himself. He ran his fingers along the hem of the shirt, a wave of familiarity washing over him. The style bore a striking resemblance to the outfit he had first seen Gongshangu wear, albeit lacking in refinement. Ban Zhengqing squinted as he rummaged through all the pockets, ultimately discovering a label sewn into the leg pocket. He crouched down, exerting force to flip the tag over, revealing a number stitched in fine thread of the same color, number 476. Chapter 122. How peculiar. Wei Dan cautiously surveyed her surroundings. Akin to a leopard lurking on the eastern side of the shelter, she focused on the rooftop, deftly executing a hidden strike. Wei Dan agilely wound the steel wire around her waist several times, utilizing the strength of her legs to press closely against the wall, moving upward with utmost silence. Her gaze revealed the keen sharpness and determination of a leopard, constantly searching for the opportune moment to enter. At each window level, she crouched against the wall like a phantom, relying on her intuition and acute hearing to discern whether anyone was present inside. Her eyes, akin to an owl in the night, were piercing and profound as she ascended with unwavering focus, ultimately pausing at the 9th floor. A glimmer of light flickered in Wei Dan's eyes as she deftly produced a dagger from her waist, skillfully embedding it into the wall beneath the window. With her feet firmly planted on the hilt, she established a stable support. As Wei Dan gently pushed the window, it proved to be as immovable as a rock, refusing to budge. Undeterred, she deftly shifted her hand to the window frame and pulled with all her might. With a crisp crack, she astonishingly pried the window free from its frame, leaving only the locking mechanism precariously dangling from one side. Yet, she did not immediately remove the window entirely. Instead, she swiftly adjusted her position, deftly hanging from the steel wires of the window, her hands securely bracing its edges, artfully creating the illusion that the window remained intact. Sure enough, shortly after she secured her hold, the sound of the door opening echoed within the room. A figure clad in a servant's attire entered cautiously, meticulously inspecting the area for any signs of disturbance. How curious, he mused, puzzled by the audible noise he had just heard. His gaze roamed the surroundings until it settled on the window, prompting him to stride over and exert pressure outward. However, under Wei Dan's enigmatic influence, the window appeared as if it were firmly nailed in place, unmoving. The servant scanned the vicinity once more, failing to identify any other suspicious elements, and, with a resigned shake of his head, he exited the room. Once the sound of his footsteps faded into the distance, Wei Dan quietly resumed her task. One hand pressed against the window, while the other gently pushed against the wall, skillfully leveraging external force to adjust her posture. Taking a deep breath, the tension in her body began to ebb, the veins that had surfaced from her inverted position gradually subsiding into her skin. Just as she regained a semblance of comfort, she swiftly set to work, severing the lock that had previously resisted her efforts, and the window was finally dislodged completely. With a graceful wave of her hand, Wei Dan summoned the window into her space. Her movements were swift and agile. One hand grasped the window frame, while the other deftly untied the wire binding her. Like a nimble leopard, she slipped through the window and landed lightly upon the floor. Inside the room, necessities for the shelter were meticulously arranged upon the shelves, everything appearing orderly and devoid of any anomalies. She retrieved the blueprints that Shui Zheng had provided her and began to scrutinize them with great care. The structure of this room indeed mirrored that depicted in the diagrams. She murmured softly, her brow furrowing slightly. According to the original blueprint, exiting this room would lead through a corridor to the main hall. However, the challenge lay in how to skillfully blend into the surroundings, presenting a formidable dilemma. Before Wei Dan had the chance to ponder deeply, the sound of footsteps echoed once more down the corridor, shattering the tranquility of the room. Swiftly, she tucked away the architectural blueprints in her hands and glanced around, seeking a place to conceal herself. Her gaze settled upon a box brimming with clutter. Wei Dan promptly waved her hand, drawing all the items into her space, crouching low as she swiftly concealed herself within. The door creaked open, and 2 men entered. To Wei Dan's surprise, they did not immediately inspect the goods, but instead began to complain. These high-ranking officials are so troublesome. They insist on silk. In this year of calamity, we have none. Upon hearing such audacious remarks, the second man, flustered, whispered urgently, "Sure, I implore you, refrain from speaking such words. Some of the prominent figures have already arrived. If you wish to court danger, I, for one, do not." The first speaker, upon hearing his companion's analysis, felt a slight sense of relief. "Have you heard the news about that old woman arriving early? My wounds from the last encounter have yet to heal." His companion cast a sympathetic glance, softly reassuring him. Do not worry. She should not have arrived yet. Her work is so demanding. How could she possibly come out this early? The first man sighed, a hint of resignation in his voice. Let us hope that is the case. As his words faded, silence enveloped the room once more. 5 minutes passed quietly until the man's voice broke the stillness again. Thank you so much, Zhang Liang. Next time, I will certainly vote for you. All right, it's not easy for you either. Take a moment to rest, he replied. With that, the door gently opened and closed, leaving only Wei Dan and the man inside. Amidst the man's deep and lingering sighs, Wei Dan cautiously lifted the lid of the cardboard box. She stealthily emerged from within, akin to a specter, quietly approaching the man, each movement imbued with vigilance and caution. Chapter 123. First, tell me your name. Wei Dan raised her hand, shaping it like a blade, poised to strike at the man's neck. Yet, to her astonishment, he began to weep, his shoulders trembling uncontrollably. Upon witnessing this, Wei Dan felt a shift within her heart, and thus altered her decision. She gently placed her hand over the man's mouth, a sly smile curling at the corners of her lips as she pressed the dagger lightly against his neck. In a tone laced with temptation, she inquired, Do you wish to escape from here? If so, nod your head. The man widened his eyes, tears brimming within their confines. As soon as Wei Dan's words fell, he hastily nodded in affirmation, indicating his understanding. Very well, I shall release my grip, but you must remain silent. Do you comprehend? Nod if you do. As she spoke, she slightly raised the dagger from his neck, the threat implicit in her gesture. Fear radiated from the man's eyes as he quickly nodded again, signaling his comprehension. Wei Dan gradually loosened his grip, yet the dagger remained firmly pressed against the man's throat. The moment his hand withdrew, the man gasped for breath, trembling as he implored, noble hero, I am but a mere minion. Please spare my life. Wei Dan smiled faintly and leaned closer, whispering to him, I will not harm you. Rather, I shall assist you in escaping this place. Shall we strike a bargain? The man, trembling, questioned with a blend of skepticism and anticipation. Can you truly help me leave here? His anxiety intensified as he stammered. What can a nameless pawn like me possibly do? Noticing his willingness to cooperate, Wei Dan directly inquired about her lingering curiosity. Is the elderly woman you mentioned the deputy minister of the military department, Zheng Yan? The man's eyes widened in shock at her question, and he stuttered, What do you intend to do? She is not to be trifled with. I fear I cannot assist you. Do not be so hasty in your refusal, she urged. This is merely a small task. I assure you it will not embroil you in peril. Regardless of success, you will have the opportunity to leave this dreadful place. Observing a shift in the man's demeanor, Wei Dan continued enticingly. Do you not wish to escape the torment inflicted by that old woman? Outside, you could secure a job that provides for you, living freely. His heart stirred by her words. The man recalled the cruel torment he had endured at the hands of the elderly woman, unconsciously touching his still healing wound, his eyes betraying a flicker of fear and hesitation. So what do you say? Will you consider it? Wei Dan softly inquired, her eyes shimmering with allure. As she spoke, she sheathed the dagger pressed against his throat, revealing her face with a mask, and approached him with measured steps, standing directly before him. The man widened his eyes, fixated on the enigmatic mask before him, his voice quivering. How can I assist you? First, tell me your name, Wei Dan replied, her tone calm and resolute. Upon hearing this, Wei Dan's eyes, concealed behind the mask, sparkled with satisfaction. He retrieved the structural blueprint from behind him and placed it before the other person. No rush. First, inform me of Zheng Yan's usual operational area. He felt a sense of relief for having made the decision to collaborate, for such intricate schematics could not be completed in a short span. In this unfamiliar territory, he had dedicated a full 6 months to barely grasp the layout, proving that this individual had indeed come prepared. What must I do? Tomorrow, someone will meet with you. For now, before he could finish his sentence, Wei Dan swiftly struck the nape of his neck with a precise blow. You should rest for a while. Chapter 124. Awaiting the performance of tomorrow's act. Wei Dan clenched her fists, taking a deep breath as she prepared to attempt to draw him into her realm. Ever since her awakening, she could no longer condense a physical form within her space as she had that day, let alone bring a living being into it. She sighed softly, speaking to herself with a hint of regret. It seems that it is still impossible. Wei Dan found herself confronted with a perplexing dilemma. She could neither confine the individual within the confines of the space, nor abandon him carelessly upon ground. Her gaze drifted towards the box where she had previously sought refuge, a flicker of inspiration illuminating her eyes. Gently, she nudged the door open and stepped into the corridor, casting a sweeping glance to the left and right. Just as she was about to proceed to the right, a faint sound reached her ears, halting her in her tracks. Wei Dan's gaze suddenly sharpened, her ears quivering slightly as she turned sharply to the right, striving to capture more information. At the end of the corridor, a room erupted with a fierce argument. "Are you mocking me? How could it be that you have not a single strand of silk here?" A harsh male voice thundered. "Manager Wong, do you think that because of my humble position, I would simply endure this indignity? Your words are truly unjust. You are a pillar of the nation. How could I ever underestimate you?" A delicate female voice responded, tinged with a hint of helplessness and concession. "However, we truly have no silk left. There is nothing I can do." Upon hearing this, Wei Dan couldn't help but feel a chill run down her spine. The woman's voice was exceedingly soft and seductive. "I do not believe you. If you do not procure the silk for me today, I shall demolish this filthy place." A sharp and caustic male voice resounded once more, filled with menace and threat, accompanied by the jarring sound of shattering glass. With each step Wei Dan took, the temperature around her steadily rose, until by the time she reached the end, her body was glistening with perspiration. The corridor to her left led to a series of tranquil rooms, all of which were steeped in silence, evidently prepared for the guests of the morrow. Wei Dan wiped the sweat from her forehead and swiftly approached the door, her gaze darting around. Skillfully, she produced a set of lock-picking tools and effortlessly unlocked the door. She quickly slipped into the room, locking the door behind her, and her eyes scanned the interior with haste. With a flick of her wrist, she retrieved the voice recorder she had exchanged with Manager Ma and discreetly concealed it beneath the bed. Once everything was in place, Wei Dan cautiously exited the room and turned her attention to her next target. In this manner, she adeptly planted voice recorders in several luxurious guest rooms. Wei Dan gently brushed off the dust from her attire, a faint smile of satisfaction gracing her lips. Everything was in readiness, awaiting the performance set to unfold on the morrow. Upon witnessing the scene, Wei Dan swiftly deployed his agility, utilizing the dragon hook to leap through the window, vanishing into the night. Were it not for the chilling breeze that swept in through the window, he might have believed the entire affair to be naught but a vivid dream. He furrowed his brow, gingerly touching the lingering soreness on his neck, and, after considerable effort, managed to locate a ladder and laboriously ascend to secure the window once more. Outside, the inverted Wei Dan observed this with satisfaction, offering a subtle smile before sheathing his dagger and silently disappearing into the shadows. Chapter 125. You have returned. SSSSS. The lights will illuminate again in 5 minutes, after which everyone shall remain at their posts. 5 minutes hence, the lights shall shine once more, and all shall stay in position. Received. Echoed the responses. 365 acknowledged. 389 acknowledged. 537 acknowledged. Acknowledged. Ban Zhengqing lay prone before the scope, vigilantly monitoring the surroundings. Following a flurry of sounds, the intercom fell into silence once more, allowing Ban Zhengqing to relax his taut nerves slightly, a flicker of relief washing over him. Fortuitously, the ancient public figure had once informed him that a code was concealed within his trousers. Otherwise, he might have unwittingly revealed his identity at this juncture. Ban Zhengqing's thoughts spiraled, pondering the fate of that individual at this moment. His gaze inadvertently fell upon the intercom in his hand, a wave of inexplicable melancholy surging within him, oblivious to the presence of another in the room. Was it one of his organization's members? Wei Dan's voice suddenly pierced the silence, laced with a hint of hesitation, jolting Ban Zhengqing from his reverie. Startled, he swiftly turned to face Wei Dan. Upon hearing the tone in which Wei Dan had just mentioned the ancient figure, A sheepish smile crept onto Ban Zhengqing's face, and he awkwardly tugged at the corner of his mouth. I wonder how that fellow is faring now. He has transferred you half of his bloodline, and I can only ponder whether his body can withstand it. Half. A profound sense of confusion resonated in Wei Dan's voice. Since their departure from that small realm, Wei Dan had not voluntarily brought up their experiences there, and Ban Zhengqing understood the unspoken thoughts weighing on her mind. This was the first mention of the ancient figure since they had left the small realm. Noticing the puzzled expression in Wei Dan's eyes, Ban Zhengqing nodded gently and continued, Indeed, ancient texts state that 1/3 is sufficient, yet he insisted on transferring you half of his blood. This lineage may very well be rendered useless, and those antiquarians are likely to be infuriated. As Ban Zhengqing rambled on, every word he uttered betrayed his caution and unease. He meticulously observed Wei Dan's facial expressions, fearful that his words might prick her like thorns. Their relationship resembled an intricate web, where he, as an outsider, could only strive to speak favorably of the ancient figure. Upon hearing Ban Zhengqing's words, Wei Dan's eyes flickered with a hint of intricate emotion, which was swiftly supplanted by a resolute gleam. She gazed out at the faintly luminous horizon, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she shook her head. Why burden herself with such unnecessary worries? After all, it was unlikely that they would ever have the chance to meet again in this lifetime. Let us speak of matters at hand. According to the plan established earlier, you are to enter through the side door at the southwest corner in 1 hour, accompanied by the supervisor. Wei Dan retrieved a set of vividly striking garments from her bag and gently handed them to Ban Zhengqing, her eyes narrowing slightly and a mischievous smile gracing her lips. This is the outfit I prepared for you. Go change in the restroom shortly. I assure you, it will make you shine on stage. Ban Zhengqing, perplexed, accepted the attire, noting its lightness and smooth texture, and he couldn't help but glance up at Wei Dan, his brow furrowed in confusion. Wei Dan was momentarily taken aback, then offered an awkward smile, her tone tinged with a hint of guilt. Oh, I only realized it after entering. Trust me, it's true. Just then, Ban Zhengqing, holding his clothes, displayed an expression of reluctance. Before he could voice his thoughts, Wei Dan abruptly pushed him into the restroom. Stop hesitating, hurry up and change. We have no time to waste. Wei Dan urged. As the restroom door clicked shut, she exhaled gently outside. Time trickled away like grains of sand in an hourglass. Yu Dan stood anxiously at the doorway, awaiting the appearance of Ban Zhengqing, yet there was a conspicuous silence from within. She rapped on the door and called out, Are you ready? We truly cannot afford to be late. Ban Zhengqing, staring at the shabby attire in his hands, felt a tumult of emotions, despite his profound reluctance. He steeled himself and donned the garments. Chapter 126. Have you seen enough? The restroom door creaked open, and Ban Zhengqing hesitantly emerged, clad in a lightweight outfit that rendered him somewhat awkward and ill at ease. Indeed, clothing has the power to transform an individual. The youthful aura that typically surrounded Ban Zhengqing was artfully concealed by this attire. He exuded an ineffable charm, reminiscent of the demeanor captured in the photographs of the Secretary General that Yu Dan had once seen in newspapers in her past life. Is this real? Ban Zhengqing detected a fleeting glimmer of astonishment in Yu Dan's eyes, prompting him to unconsciously rub his warm earlobe as he inquired, tinged with skepticism. This figure is truly remarkable. Yu Dan silently mused, her thoughts drifting far away. Oh, esteemed Secretary General, in my past life, I toiled diligently under your command. Consider this lifetime a repayment of sorts. Have you seen enough? He finally could not restrain himself any longer, his tone laced with a hint of impatience. Wei Dan was lost in her thoughts when Ban Zhengqing's voice suddenly broke through, startling her as she lifted her head abruptly. Oh, I must say, you look truly stunning in that outfit. I couldn't help but steal a few extra glances. The words of Wei Dan instantly uplifted Ban Zhengqing's spirits. A smile graced his lips, and a faint flush crept upon his ears as an indescribable joy surged within him. However, before this elation could fully blossom, it was shattered by Wei Dan's subsequent remarks. Ban Zhengqing's countenance darkened in an instant, as if a tempest were on the horizon. He furrowed his brows, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction and ire. Is this all that occupies your mind? Wei Dan was taken aback by his transformation, her eyes brimming with confusion and innocence as she tentatively inquired, "What if not?" Upon observing Ban Zhengqing's ashen countenance, Wei Dan mistakenly assumed he was cold and hurriedly draped her coat over him. You truly are." Ban Zhengqing gazed at Wei Dan, whose innocent expression only intensified the frustration bubbling within him, leaving him utterly powerless to express his feelings. This foolish woman, despite her age, possesses such a lack of emotional intelligence. She cannot even perceive that I harbor affection for her. He inhaled deeply in an attempt to quell his emotions, ultimately deciding to temporarily sidestep the topic. In a fit of petulance, he turned away, refusing to look at Wei Dan's innocent visage. With his back to her, he extended his hand, demanding the item. Wei Dan witnessed the various transformations of Ban's hanking, her heart filled with confusion, yet ultimately attributing it all to the emotional fluctuations characteristic of adolescence. She retrieved a meticulously prepared list from her personal space and solemnly handed it to Ban's hanking, saying, "Find an opportunity to place this on Zheng Yan." The moment serious matters were broached, both resumed their grave demeanor. Ban's hanking turned to accept the list, and Wei Dan's admonition reached his ears. Above all, safety is paramount. If a suitable opportunity to deliver the list to Zheng Yan does not present itself, do not force it. Remember, your safety is more important than anything else. These words brought a warmth to Ban's hanking's heart. He understood this was Wei Dan's concern for him. Nodding, his gaze resolute, he replied, "Rest assured, I will be cautious." As dawn broke, a pale light illuminated the surroundings, shrouded in a mist reminiscent of an ordinary winter morning. Amidst this scene, a lithe figure stealthily traversed the deep alley, his movements brisk and agile, each step exuding heightened vigilance. Although he had confirmed that the lookout no longer monitored the area, Ban's hanking remained cautious, opting to take a wide detour, quietly approaching from behind a building to the east. Pressed against the frigid wall, his breath formed a thin wisp of vapor in the cold air. His sharp gaze discreetly observed the gathering crowd at the entrance of the shelter. They whispered to one another, seemingly exchanging significant information. Ban's hanking silently scrutinized the scene, his mind already calculating his next move. Tilting his head slightly, he tuned his keen ears, sifting through the cacophony for valuable tidbits. Suddenly, a subtle, quivering voice, like willow fluff in the wind, stood out amidst the clamor. "Do you know what this place is? My third uncle said I could have enough to eat here without freezing. Is that true?" The speaker, a seemingly young girl, exuded a sense of innocence and naivety that drew the gaze of those around her. A woman nearest to her, upon seeing the girl, smiled gently and stepped forward. With a flirtatious toss of her hair and a playful arch of her fingers, she said, "Oh, it seems you know nothing at all. Could it be that you are still a naive child?" Observing the girl's bewildered eyes, the previously jovial woman suddenly sobered, bending slightly to earnestly advise her, "Listen closely. Little one, your third uncle is deceiving you. The people inside only wish to drain your blood. Hurry and leave before the doors open." Though young, the girl sensed the woman's goodwill in her words. A conflicted expression crossed her face as she opened her mouth to respond, only to be interrupted by another voice. "Xiao, you are mistaken. How can you stop others from enjoying their fortune?" At an unknown moment, the door swung open, revealing a corpulent man with a greasy smile. Stepping outside, upon hearing his voice, Xiaoyu's countenance instantly changed. She discreetly pulled the girl behind her for concealment. Turning gracefully, she resumed her alluring demeanor, exclaiming, "Ah, your words could lead to misunderstanding." With a playful pout, she added, "I'm not worried about the little sister stealing my opportunity. It took a great deal for me to get this chance." The man's smile dimmed slightly at her remark. He surveyed the surroundings, his tone calm, yet laced with undeniable authority. "You people overthink things. This is a place of abundance, where everyone shares. One of our principles is fairness." His words effortlessly quelled the minor uproar. "Those who arrive here signify that good days are upon us. Now, line up by gender. We are preparing to welcome a new life." Seizing the moment when the crowd's attention was diverted to the young girl, Ban's hanking seamlessly blended in. As he heard the man's declarations, he gently removed his hood, revealing a handsome visage. Though his frame was slight, it bore the lightness and vitality typical of youth, further accentuated by an air of unique coolness that instantly captured the man's attention. "You, step forward. Young brother, how old are you this year?" With a wave of the man's hand, the crowd's gaze converged on Banzhanking at the back of the line. Undaunted, he confidently navigated through the throng to the forefront. The man squinted, his eyes flickering over Banzhanking, then covertly glancing at the girl hidden behind Xiaoyu, a satisfied smile creeping upon his lips. He mused internally. These two youngsters are quite promising. Minister Zheng and Director Wang will surely appreciate them. With this, next month's funding will be secured. Ha ha. Just as Banzhanking was about to stand before him, the man swiftly masked the cunning in his smile, adopting a congenial facade. He placed a heavy hand on the youth's shoulder, squeezing slightly, feeling the discernible bones beneath, and chuckled, "Young brother, how old are you this year?" Banzhanking felt revulsion at the touch on his shoulder, yet maintained an innocuous smile. "I am nearly 18. Upon hearing his age, the man's expression grew even more pleased. He burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, not bad, young man. The future is indeed bright for you." Banzhanking felt the greasy sensation on his shoulder. Yet behind his eyes lay a barely perceptible glint of menace. Nevertheless, his smile bloomed brighter, akin to a blossoming flower. Just as the man prepared to make further advances, a flustered figure burst through the entrance. Dressed in a thin servant's uniform, the hurried attendant stammered, "Manager Wang, the supervisor inquired when we may enter. Everything is prepared inside." Seizing the moment of distraction, Banzhanking deftly evaded the man's grasp. Angered by the interruption, the man shot an irate glare at the newcomer, bellowing, "No. My apologies, supervisor. It was unintentional. Enough. Go and inform the manager that I will bring the people in shortly." He swiftly altered his demeanor, turning his gaze to the girl in the crowd. "Little girl, yes. It's you. Come here to uncle." Though still young, the girl sensed the discomfort caused by the corpulent man's presence and timidly retreated further behind Xiaoyu. Seeing this, the manager's smile evaporated, and he warned Xiaoyu, remember, your father is." Upon hearing her father's name, Xiaoyu's determination wavered, biting her lip as she glanced back, conflicted. Noticing her silence, the manager intensified his tone. "Call her name once more, little sister. You must listen obediently once inside. Remember, the essence of existence is paramount. Do you understand?" Xiaoyu's voice quivered slightly as she spoke the final words, and the girl, though somewhat bewildered, could still grasp the profound meaning behind them, timidly nodding in response. Supervisor Wang caught sight of Xiaoyu leading the girl toward him, and instantly donned his customary amiable smile. He turned to the crowd, his voice calm and orderly. "Please enter as instructed. Gentlemen to the right, ladies to the left." Under Supervisor Wang's guidance, the group navigated through several corridors, ultimately arriving at the foyer of the shelter. In the foyer stood several men clad in identical uniforms, their scrutinizing gazes sweeping over the crowd, seemingly appraising each individual's worth. "Brother Wang, it seems you've had quite a fruitful day," one of them remarked, a hint of mockery in his tone. "Oh, Minister Zheng must be pleased this time," another chimed in. As their conversation unfolded, Ban Zhengqing felt a multitude of eyes assessing him, an uncomfortable sensation washing over him. He was acutely aware that these so-called prime goods referred specifically to him and the young girl. Standing at the forefront of the line, he cast a sidelong glance at the innocent child, his anger surging like a tidal wave. How could these wretches even target such a young girl? This place was far more sordid and sinister than he had imagined. Ban Zhengqing narrowed his eyes, his gaze slicing through the laughter of the men ahead. A cold resolve brewing within him. Today, he would overturn this den of filth. "Gentlemen, please proceed to the entrance. I shall await you there." The crowd, filled with confusion, dared not inquire further. His gaze roamed among the individuals, finally settling on the most distinguished Ban Zhengqing, scrutinizing him for a couple of seconds before shaking his head and exiting. "This is impossible." Chapter 129. Is this not a shelter? What kind of gaze did that person just give us? Is he afraid we might take his position? One man jested. "Huh, With your looks, you dare say that? I heard that fellow is Minister Zheng's favorite. Another responded. That news is long outdated. He's no longer interested in him. What are you two discussing? I can't comprehend a word. Is this not a shelter? Some individuals, oblivious to the truth, exchanged bewildered glances, a hint of panic rising within them. Indeed, I found it strange that the shelter would accept us all without question. Look at you all, lacking insight. This is no ordinary shelter. You will understand soon enough. Ban Jingqing quietly listened to the surrounding conversations, choosing not to engage. While they fervently debated, he glanced down at the servant's attire in his hands, swiftly donning it before exiting the changing room. She's too young. It can't be. That person didn't clarify. Where am I supposed to find her? Could it be a scam? Silence. Someone sent me to find you. She mentioned you reached some sort of agreement. Ban Zhongqing spoke in hushed tones. I couldn't confirm it was you before, but that hand-covering technique was identical to that person's. You. Ban Zhongqing adjusted the plan laid out by Wei Dan after witnessing the situation at the entrance, adding another step to the original scheme. He widened his eyes, fixating on the boy before him, swallowing hard, stammering, "Are you certain you're not jesting?" Seeing the urgency in Ban Zhongqing's demeanor, he intended to elaborate further. But just then, the changing room door swung open abruptly. He quickly lowered his voice, speaking rapidly. "I'm not joking. If you follow my instructions, you'll face no danger. At worst, you can escape from here." His words were cut short by the soft creak of the door, and an unspoken understanding enveloped them, plunging them into a profound silence. However, recalling Ban Zhongqing's final statement, determination surged within him, and he nodded slightly, conveying his resolve. The changing room door gradually opened, and people began to file out, forming a lengthy queue in the corridor. I will lead you to the main hall shortly. You're likely beginning to comprehend this place. Some were participating in such an event for the first time, and he felt compelled to remind them, regardless of what transpires, keep your mouth shut. He observed the mix of confusion and anticipation in the crowd, reminiscing about his own initial arrival here. Who could have predicted that the life he once yearned for concealed such a brutal truth? Those selected must remain silent, while those not chosen must exercise even greater restraint. Regardless of the outcome, their families would receive compensation. The hall differed drastically from the blueprint Wei Dan had in her possession, clearly having undergone significant alterations. Two adjacent halls had been merged, creating a vast expanse, with two dazzling stages on either side. There stood a group of alluring women, their figures accentuated by the shimmering lights. Among them, he spotted a familiar small silhouette, the little girl. Unlike the others, she was adorned in a charming princess outfit, her cheeks flushed and bare feet gripping the hem of her skirt tightly. "That child, put your hands down." The lead woman's piercing gaze detected the girl's actions, and she approached without mercy, roughly prying her hands apart. As the girl's hands were yanked away, Ban Zhongqing turned his head sharply, his inner fury erupting like a volcano once more. "Do not act rashly. If your plan succeeds, she will be safe. Going now would only jeopardize everything." Bon Senkuing, despite his reluctance, suppressed his emotions, contemplating the subsequent plan. Wow, these high-ups know how to play indeed. That's right. No more hand-holding. Do you not desire those rewards? The lead woman observed the tears welling in the girl's eyes, devoid of any sympathy. Xiao Yu, her cheeks swollen and burning, caught sight of the girl's tearful gaze, unable to bear it. Although fear consumed her, she summoned her courage and approached Lu Lingling. Her voice was soft yet resolute. "Sister Lingling, she is just a child. Please, give her a change of clothes." However, Lu Lingling seemed oblivious to Xiao Yu's plea, casting a cold glance filled with disdain as she provocatively replied, "Haven't you received enough slaps? There are no extra clothes left. Since you are so compassionate, why not take off your own and give it to her?" Chapter 130. Do not look around. Xiao Yu lightly touched the slit of her skirt, a profound sense of helplessness washing over her, and she lowered her head in shame, unable to look at the girl any longer. The individuals positioned behind the team witnessed this unsettling scene, whispers gradually spreading like wildfire. How could someone be so cruel to a little girl? Indeed, she is so young. I stood nearby, recalling the outfit that was only partially complete and how that person, Lu Lingling, adamantly forbade her from wearing it. Ah, how malicious she is. As the murmurs intensified, Lu Lingling's expression contorted, her eyes flashing with fury, and she suddenly screamed, her voice laced with hysterical madness. Silence. Everyone be quiet. I'm creating an opportunity for her. If anyone utters another word, I shall skin her alive. Although the whispers ceased, the fire of Lu Lingling's wrath remained unquenched. Her gaze, sharp as a blade, sliced through the trembling girl, as if she sought to extract her deepest fears and insecurities. In the next moment, a wicked smirk curled upon her lips as she mischievously commanded, "You, stand in the center of the stage." The girl silently bowed her head, her eyes brimming with tears of injustice, resembling a lake on the verge of overflowing. Upon hearing the piercing demand, her tears could no longer be contained, cascading like pearls from her frostbitten cheeks. She stole a glance at the imposing stage behind her, fully aware that once she ascended, she would be exposed for all to see. The girl bit her lip, her eyes reflecting helplessness and a silent plea, shaking her head at Lu Lingling as if to convey her internal resistance and dread. However, this pitiable sight failed to soften Lu Lingling's unyielding heart. Instead, it seemed to awaken her malicious nature even further. She viciously twisted the girl's arm, causing her to cry out in pain. Qianqian, still so young, felt a pang of compassion and reached out to embrace her, but Lu Lingling retaliated with a slap. A flicker of malice crossed Lu Lingling's face as she noted the swelling on the other side of Xiaoyu's cheek, a wave of inexplicable satisfaction washing over her. Seeing that Xiaoyu showed no signs of retreating, she unhesitatingly raised her hand once more. As the slap was poised to descend, Xiaoyu, gripped by fear, shut her eyes tightly but refused to release Qianqian from her embrace. Lu Lingling, just as the hand was about to fall, a man dressed in servant attire suddenly intervened, his hand firmly grasping Lu Lingling's descending palm. Her fury froze in an instant, transforming into shock. He was filled with confusion, unable to comprehend how he had summoned such courage. He, who typically endured slaps without complaint, had chosen to stand up for a stranger. Had he been influenced by the atmosphere? Clearing his throat, he warned, "Lu Lingling, I advise you to cease this behavior. If that child speaks out again, you should know the consequences." On the other side of the stage, Ban Zhongqing observed the situation momentarily calm, and his furrowed brow relaxed slightly, only to tighten once more. He pondered deeply, the chaos on stage proving unbearable, and an absurd thought suddenly flashed in his mind. This thought did not merely flicker away. It subtly guided him toward action. "You, stand in the center of the stage." Lu Lingling's biting voice echoed from the other side, prompting Ban Zhongqing to recall the experiments he had endured in the laboratory. His murmured words transformed into, "I must stop Lu Lingling." A wave of bitterness surged within him, and a bitter smile tugged at his lips. It seemed they had succeeded. The experiments that sacrificed his family had indeed borne fruit. He struggled to maintain an air of indifference, attempting to conceal the turmoil within. Shaking his head, he turned to the curious onlookers peering into the line, exclaiming, "Stand in formation. Do not gawk about." As the hall's decor reached a state of perfection, the relevant personnel entered the venue in a steady stream, silently taking their positions. Ban Zhongqing followed the procession, quietly standing in the shadows backstage, peering through a narrow gap in the curtain to glimpse the distinguished guests seated in the front rows. Though his perspective was limited, it sufficed for him. In front of the stage, 8 round tables were neatly arranged, adorned with luxurious satin, from which steam wafted, emanating an enticing aroma. Each table accommodated 3 individuals, including several men, yet they seemed inconspicuous in this predominantly female gathering. Ban Zhongqing's gaze involuntarily settled on the table nearest the stage, which at that moment remained unoccupied, clearly reserved for the deputy minister of the military department, Zheng Yan. A man dressed impeccably in a tailored suit, resembling a well-trained butler, respectfully guided a cold-faced, middle-aged woman to the designated seat. It appeared she was his target, Zheng Yan. As the suited man departed from in front of her, Ban Zhongqing finally observed Zheng Yan's attire. This middle-aged woman had her hair meticulously styled, with not a single strand out of place, yet she wore a pale pink chi-pao that seemed utterly at odds with her demeanor, creating an awkward contrast. As soon as Zheng Yin sat down, the overhead lights in the hall extinguished, replaced by the dazzling, colorful stage lights. The previously leading suited man took to the stage, microphone in hand, confidently striding toward Ban Jingqing's side. Meanwhile, the adjacent stage, also illuminated, the curtains slowly parting to reveal a similar setup, albeit with a more subdued color palette, seemingly crafted to cater to the tastes of the men in attendance. Unlike the proceedings on Ban Jingqing's side, the other stage featured individual performances. The girl, Qian, previously tormented, now stood at the center of the stage, every beam of light attempting to dissect her inner world, as though they sought to unveil her completely. The men's gazes in the audience roamed over Qian like ravenous wolves, their eyes glistening as they scrutinized the hem of her dress. Their expressions gradually twisted, desire and malevolence intertwining on their faces to form a grotesque tableau. Their conversations pierced his ears like needles. Ban Jingqing's countenance darkened, his molars grinding in fury, his inner beast roaring. Yet he was unable to unleash his wrath in the glaring spotlight. Ha ha, how slippery. I wonder who will go first. Chief, does this mean you intend to concede? I know my place. This is Director Wang's preferred type. Just look at how his eyes are glued. Once Director Wang has had his fill, it will surely be our turn. Ha ha. Ban Jingqing's blood boiled at their lewd remarks, a primal urge to leap onto the stage and extract their eyes boiling within him. Meanwhile, Zheng Yin, seated below, fixed her own predatory gaze upon Ban Jingqing, shifting impatiently and addressing the suited man. All right, Minister Zheng, please proceed. I will bring it to you shortly. The young lad has struck gold. Now follow me. Ban Jingqing composed himself and calmly stepped out from the side curtain of the stage, quietly trailing behind the man in the suit. Just as they were about to cross the threshold of the hall, a man clad in a similar suit suddenly appeared before them, crudely grasping Qian and hurling vile insults. You wretched creature, cease your futile struggles. To be noticed by a powerful figure is a blessing you've earned over 8 lifetimes. Upon finishing his words, the man lifted his gaze, a mocking smile adorning his face as he regarded Ban Jingqing and the suited man who had just appeared at the entrance. However, Zhang did not acknowledge him. Instead, he merely stated to Ban Jingqing, "Keep up," and proceeded with steady strides. The man continued to curse, his discontent seemingly poised to engulf the entire world. Damn it, why are all the ones I bring such obedient sheep? As the 4 of them navigated the winding corridor, Ban Jingqing keenly sensed that as they ventured deeper, the surrounding cacophony of voices grew increasingly sparse. A barely noticeable smile graced his lips as he abruptly halted in the corridor. The man trailing closely behind was unprepared for Ban Jingqing's sudden stop and collided with him, wincing in pain and unable to restrain his expletives. Damn it, are you made of bone? How can you be so hard? That hurt like hell. I really don't understand what Zheng Yin sees in you. Yet, Lao Ma refrained from responding. Instead, a dull thud resonated from behind, akin to a heavy object crashing to the ground. Zhang felt a twinge of suspicion and turned to investigate, but in that instant, darkness enveloped him as Ban Jingqing struck him forcefully, rendering him unconscious with another thud echoing through the corridor. Qian's eyes widened in shock. Her hand clamped tightly over her mouth as she stared at Ban Jingqing. He held a vase, hastily snatched from a nearby cabinet, and with a few casual swings, he had incapacitated both men. In this brief span of a day, Qian's spirit had undergone an unprecedented trial. The figure before her instilled a profound distrust in her heart. She gazed intently at Ban Jingqing, her lips moving tentatively as she cautiously inquired, "Big brother, what are you doing?" Noticing the wariness and anxiety in her eyes, Ban Jingqing quickly removed the coat from the man he had knocked out and, averting his gaze, bounded around Qian's waist. Chapter 132, Big Brother. I believe in you. Ban Jingqing regarded the 2 unconscious figures on the floor, attempting to bend down and grasp their arms to drag them up. However, their weight was unexpectedly heavy. Despite his utmost effort, he could only shift them a few inches. He raised his gaze to the corridor, his eyes appearing to pierce through the walls, doors, and pillars flanking either side, as a detailed architectural blueprint began to materialize in his mind, birthing a plan. Qian, I need to handle something for a moment. I will take you to a safe place shortly. Just stay here obediently, all right? Upon hearing his words, a wave of unease washed over her. She feared that Ban Zhengqing, much like her deceitful uncle, might lead her into another perilous situation. She cautiously lifted her head to meet his deep-set gaze. There was a gentleness in Ban Zhengqing's demeanor, starkly contrasting with those who had mocked her from the audience. And after a moment's hesitation, Qian nodded. Seeing her acquiescence, a warm smile illuminated Ban Zhengqing's face. He gently took her hand and, with utmost care, ventured eastward. He navigated through the silent corridor, following the memories in his mind, and soon arrived at a door tucked away in a corner. Without hesitation, he pushed the door open, and they stepped inside together. The interior of the room was immaculate and orderly, the items meticulously arranged. This was indeed the very room where Wei Dan had once lingered. As the door gently closed, the previously silent Qian spoke once more, her voice trembling with trepidation. "Big brother, are you going to punish those bad men?" Ban Zhengqing turned his head, his gaze softening as it fell upon Qian's face, and he nodded gently. He reiterated for her to remain in place, and then cautiously opened the door, slipping out silently. Ban Zhengqing was acutely aware that his subsequent task was of utmost urgency. The moment he stepped out, he quickened his pace, but keenly detected an unusual sound midway down the corridor. He swiftly concealed himself behind a statue, cautiously observing a shadowy figure lurking. "I'm here. I've knocked them out. You arrived just in time. Help me carry them to the warehouse." It had only been 5 or 6 minutes since he had incapacitated the 2 men, and they showed no signs of awakening. "You still remember me?" He scratched the back of his head, his gaze inadvertently drifting until it caught sight of Ban Zhengqing crouched on the ground, rummaging for something. Who exactly were these 2 men? Did they truly possess the power to overturn everything? They were formidable figures of immense influence. "Don't dawdle. Time is of the essence. Hurry and bind them. I'll get you out of here." Wei delved deeper. As long as he could escape this wretched place, who cared who they were? At the very least, he had rescued this girl, which surely indicated he wasn't a villain. Ban Zhengqing swiftly secured the bindings on the 2 men and then retrieved 2 tattered strips of cloth from a corner, carelessly twisting them into makeshift gags to stuff into the men's mouths. Having completed this, he glanced up at the window, approximately 2 meters off the ground, unhesitatingly procured a ladder, and ascended nimbly. Ban Zhengqing swiftly dismantled the window and extracted a cord that resembled steel wire, but was softer and more flexible. This seemingly ordinary wire possessed extraordinary resilience and strength. He grasped one end of the wire, tugging it twice. It was one of the few belongings of the Ban family, said to be left by the founder of their lineage. Fine as wire, yet 100-fold stronger, it could easily support 10 burly men at once. "Little brother, we're on the 9th floor. We can't go down." Ban Zhengqing noted the fear etched on their faces and followed their gaze to the slender wire. Understanding dawned upon him, and he promptly decided to demonstrate. He extended his hand, grasping the wire firmly as if lifting a feather, effortlessly suspending himself in the air, and calmly stated, "You see, this wire is not ordinary. It is crafted from special materials, smooth to the touch, causing no harm to your hands, and can bear weights far beyond your imagination. Thousands of kilograms. No problem." She hurried to the foot of the ladder, extending her delicate hand towards Ban Zhengqing, her gaze resolute as she clearly declared, "Big brother, I believe in you." Chapter 133. Who do you intend to deal with? Don't rush. Ban Zhengqing, seeing this, descended from the ladder, pulled out 2 more strips of cloth from his original place, and handed them to the 2 men. "Wrap these around the wire. It will be more secure." He cast a glance at their flimsy garments, adding, "Wait for me here." As the 2 individuals successfully climbed through the window, Ban Zhengqing began to scale the ladder, preparing to restore the window to its original state. "Thank you." The voice, though soft, was imbued with gratitude. In that barely perceptible moment, a flicker of guilt crossed his gaze. They slid down the slender thread. the adhesive nature of the fabric facilitating their descent with remarkable ease. With deft precision, he restored the window, as if nothing had transpired. Before leaving, he carefully concealed the two individuals within the dim recesses of the room. Just as Ban Zhengqing was about to depart, faint footsteps echoed from the corridor, seemingly approaching the guest room. He gently pushed open the door and, like a specter, silently advanced down the shadowy corridor towards the guest room. He followed the sound until he reached the penultimate room, pressing his ear against the door, the dialogue within gradually becoming clearer. "I am merely delivering a fine gift to you." A familiar female voice chimed, causing Ban Zhengqing's heart to clench. Was it not Lu Lingling's voice? His brow furrowed as he continued listening, the voice of Director Wang resounding with irritation. "I've waited here so long, and the person still hasn't arrived. You dare to peddle your wares to me? Are you all mad for money?" Lu Lingling had not anticipated the absence of the individual she had expected to deliver, planning to present the items to Director Wang while he was distracted, thus earning money and silencing that wretched girl. Yet, to her astonishment, Old Ma had failed to bring the person, subjecting her to a scolding from Director Wang. What a blunder! Her eyes darted as she donned a sycophantic smile once more. "Oh, this is a tribute for you. I hear it's a new drug from Longhu, very effective." Upon hearing the mention of Longhu's new drug, Director Wang's anger dissipated somewhat. Clearing his throat, curiosity tinged his voice. "A new drug? Is it more potent than the previous ones?" Lu Lingling's face brightened with a smile, as if the warm breeze of spring had graced her. "Of course. A relative of mine works at Longhu, and I was fortunate enough to obtain this new drug to present to you." Noticing the softening of Director Wang's expression, Lu Lingling realized her words had struck a chord. Director Wang abandoned his stern demeanor, extending his hand to accept the vial she offered, his gaze revealing a hint of greed. He leered at the bottle, neglecting to acknowledge Lu Lingling. "I'll take this drug. When will the person be delivered?" Internally seething, Lu Lingling felt her efforts were unappreciated. Yet she maintained a facade of amiability, betraying no dissatisfaction. "Oh, Director, I've just seen her. She's currently preparing herself. She should be here shortly. By the way, Director, this drug must be taken in advance. Otherwise, it may not yield the desired effects," Lu Lingling said with a charming smile. Upon hearing this, Director Wang's grin widened further, and he waved her off. "All right, I understand. You may leave now. Don't obstruct my affairs." With a radiant smile, Lu Lingling gracefully walked toward the door. Bon Sang Kuing, catching the commotion within, felt a surge of tension and hurriedly exited the room, slipping into the shadows of the corridor. As the door slammed shut, Lu Lingling's voice rang out again, filled with malice and venom. "What a fool. Just wait and see. You'll soon realize the effects of that drug. It's best if that wretched girl is taken care of." Ban Zhengqing, hearing her words, sensed something amiss. He fixed his gaze on Lu Lingling's approaching figure and suddenly dashed forward, pulling her sharply into his embrace, his hand firmly covering her mouth. Dragging her swiftly through the corridor, he entered an unoccupied bedroom. Lu Lingling struggled, her eyes wide with fear and confusion, unable to make sound. "Tell me, what kind of drug did you just give? Who are you planning to harm? Speak, and I'll let you go." Ban Zhengqing's voice was deliberately low, whispering in her ear, each word like a cold blade piercing her heart. Lu Lingling's pupils constricted, her internal panic surging like a tempest. Who was he? Had he heard everything? If the manager discovered her illicit use of the drug, it would spell disaster. Seeing Lu Lingling's silence, Ban Zhengqing spoke again, his tone imbued with an eerie rhythm, reminiscent of the grim reapers summoning lost souls from the depths of hell. Lu Lingling's expression became dazed, her lips moved slightly, and after a moment of struggle, she muttered dully, "That drug will induce madness and loss of reason, heightened by desire. I intend for Director Wang to torment Qianqian. Once that drug is administered, that vile girl will either die or be left in tatters." Chapter 134. Why did you lock the door? What utter nonsense! Ban Zhengqing was consumed by rage upon hearing her malicious scheme, his grip around Lu Lingling's throat tightening involuntarily. Her face flushed crimson. The veins on her forehead writhed like serpents, her eyes widening in terror, teetering on the brink of death. Just as Ban Zhongqing was swept away by fury, he suddenly regained composure, slowly loosening his hold, adopting a tone laced with temptation, whispering, "Go to Director Wang's room. No matter what happens, you are not to leave." As his words fell, Lu Lingling seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, mechanically pushing open the door. She walked with a puppet-like gait towards Director Wang's room, her lips moving in a constant murmur. "Cannot leave, cannot leave." The man grumbled in dissatisfaction, his polished shoes dragging across the carpet as if to vent his inner frustration. "Xiaoyu, you're in luck this time. The guest is quite taken with your rosy cheeks. You will tout tank Lu Lingling profusely? Ha ha ha." Xiaoyu followed silently behind the man, her thoughts occupied with Qianqian's predicament. Striving to muster a bitter smile, she echoed, "Yes, I must thank her." Though the man perceived the insincerity in her tone, he chose not to delve deeper, smirking derisively, mocking her in silence. "Humph, that guest always demands a sacrifice. You've truly struck gold this time." Here, death was a daily occurrence. Those who worked long enough had long since lost their reverence for life. To conceal the truth, the shelter provided generous hush money to the families of those who perished within its walls. Ban Jingqing's heart skipped a beat as he keenly sensed a faint tremor at the doorknob. He swiftly surveyed his surroundings, then executed a nimble roll, taking refuge in the shadows beneath the bed. "Xiaoyu, hurry and prepare. The guest is arriving soon. You've hit the jackpot." The man's voice faded as he finished speaking, followed by the door slamming shut, accompanied by the harsh sound of locks clicking into place. Xiaoyu's face turned pale, frantic as she pounded on the door, her voice filled with despair and terror. "Manager, why did you lock the door?" Outside, the man laughed derisively. "Ha ha ha. You foolish woman. It's to prevent your escape. Just enjoy the time that lies ahead." A sudden jolt of fear surged through Xiaoyu, overwhelming her like a tidal wave. With all her might, she pounded on the door, her voice trembling. "No, no, please open the door." Beneath the bed, Ban Zhongqing lay in hiding, listening as the footsteps at the door gradually receded. He swiftly extended his hands and pulled himself from the shadows beneath the bed. He looked up at the frantic Xiaoyu, his tones steady and calm. "Stop knocking. He has already left." The unexpected voice startled Xiaoyu, making her feel as though she had been struck by lightning. She screamed and turned around in terror, her eyes wide with fright and cold sweat trickling down her forehead. Who are you?" Ban Zhongqing, as if awakening from a dream, rubbed his head and realized that Xiaoyu had not actually made direct contact with him. Observing the panicked girl before him, he attempted to reassure her. "Xiaoyu, do not be afraid. Our situations are the same. We have both been chosen." Seeing that Xiaoyu still harbored doubts, Ban Zhongqing added, "I came here with Qianqian. You know her, don't you?" Overwhelmed by fear, Xiaoyu pressed her back tightly against the door. Upon hearing Qianqian's name, her taut nerves finally began to relax. Her gaze shifted over Ban Zhongqing, her mind swirling with questions, yet her words flowed forth unimpeded, like a stream unbound by thought. "What about Qianqian? How is she?" As her words fell, a sense of absurdity washed over her. She and the boy before her were mere pawns on the chessboard of fate. How could he possibly know Qianqian's whereabouts? However, Ban Jingqing's next words left her breathless with shock. "Rest assured, she is well. She has already escaped." Xiaoyu froze, her heart surging with astonishment. She opened her mouth, eager to inquire further, but she noticed a glimmer of determination in Ban Zhongqing's eyes as he spoke again, soon. At long last, he had welcomed the long-awaited freedom. Fortune had finally favored him. Despite this, a radiant smile illuminated his face, as if the entire world were imbued with hope. He gazed skyward, softly murmuring, "I am free. This time I am truly free." His voice lingered in the cold wind, tinged with a barely perceptible excitement and anticipation. Just as he reveled in the joy of regained freedom, a clear and youthful voice interrupted his thoughts like the chime of a morning bell. "Big brother, aren't we going to the police station? Reporting such a high-risk matter could lead to irreparable consequences if mishandled." He had narrowly escaped the jaws of danger, and a future filled with beautiful days awaited him. How could he be foolish enough to walk into a trap? Chapter 135. "I heard Minister Zhang wants to see me." Ban Zhongqing entered Zheng Yan's room and closed the door behind him, only to hear a woman's voice, sweet yet nauseating, from behind. "What a naughty boy. Why'd you take so long? I've been waiting for you. What are you doing?" Zhang Yan exclaimed, looking at the boy who seemed so different from before. Instinctively retreating a couple of steps, she groped beneath her pillow for the intercom, suddenly seizing it and shouting, "Send help immediately." As her words echoed, the intercom crackled. But the response was not what Zhang Yan had anticipated. "Oh, it seems the mission is progressing smoothly. Keep it up. I'm wrapping things up on my end as well." With one hand grasping the intercom and the other wielding a knife to extinguish the man's life, Wei Dan orchestrated the chaos. Her subordinate, Ban Zhengqing, split their forces. One infiltrated the detention center while the other dealt with the remaining sentries. She concealed the bodies and the sniper rifle resting on the windowsill into her space, stretching languidly as she gazed outside, proclaiming the completion of their task. Zhang Yin stared in shock at the intercom in her hand, but before she could utter another word, Ban Zhengqing leaped forward and knocked her unconscious. Casting a disdainful glance at the incapacitated woman, he carelessly draped a bedsheet over her. He hurriedly approached the door, locking it behind him, and tore off 2 pieces of tissue to stuff into his ears. Although this could not entirely muffle the screams from the adjacent room, it at least provided him with a sense of distance from the horror. After completing these measures, he held his breath and cautiously retrieved the recorder hidden beneath the bed, gently placing it into the water-filled sink. A glimmer of cunning sparkled in his eyes, as if all of this was part of a grander scheme. Despite having executed a series of meticulously planned actions, Ban Zhengqing felt it was insufficient. He stood before the mirror, scrutinizing his well-groomed appearance. With a casual flick, he disheveled his hair, unbuttoned his shirt for an air of nonchalance, revealing a hint of disarray. His suitcase brimmed with various items. However, to his disappointment, aside from an exquisite watch and a few inconsequential documents, the rest were unsightly. Frowning, he disdainfully tucked the pre-prepared list into the folder and attempted to restore the suitcase's contents to their original state before settling quietly into a chair to await the next phase. Time stretched unbearably as Ban Zhengqing lost track of the waiting period. He simply knew that guests were arriving in the surrounding rooms, and the screams from next door were gradually fading. Suddenly, his eyes shot wide open, fixating intently on the door, a profound smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Finally, it was time, he murmured to himself, his voice betraying an unmistakable anticipation. A commotion erupted in the corridor, shattering the previously tranquil atmosphere. The door to the first bedroom at the end of the hall was pounded upon, heralding the impending storm. "Open the door," the voice commanded from within. Ban Zhengqing recognized the moment had arrived. He composedly rose and approached the unconscious Zhang Yan, rudely slapping her awake. "Wake up. It's your turn." She felt herself roughly yanked from the cold floor, a tide of anxiety crashing over her. Her body thrashed in protest, her voice laced with confusion and fear. "What are you doing?" The lead security officer, a woman, entered after hearing the commotion. With a calm demeanor, she produced a file from her arm and scrutinized Zhang Yan sharply, stating matter-of-factly, name, age. Realizing the gravity of her situation, Zhang Yan understood she had been outmaneuvered. "Where's that boy? He knocked me out." She seethed, vowing to avenge herself. Dragged into the corridor, her eyes frantically searched for the boy's figure. "Where is he? Where is he?" "You won't find him. As a victim, he has already been safeguarded," the female security officer remarked, leaning closer to Zhang Yan's ear with a mocking grin. "Don't joke. I've personally come out for this. You think you can retaliate against my brother?" Li Li, steadfast and resolute, stared at Zhang Yan before turning to the security personnel who held her, issuing a cold and clear command. "She is one of the main perpetrators of this incident. Take her away." Zhang Yan's complexion drained of color. Disbelief etched across her face. The boy was in league with these security personnel. A wave of unnamable panic surged within her, yet years of political experience swiftly restored her composure. She straightened her back and shouted at Li Li, "I have never seen you people before. I suspect you are imposters. Have your superior come to see me immediately." Her voice exuded an undeniable authority, attempting to regain control amidst the sudden upheaval, but the voice that followed plunged her into despair. "Heard Minister Zheng wishes to see me?" Xian Kai-san, clad in his ministerial uniform, approached confidently. "It was you. You were the one who plotted against me," Zheng Yin exclaimed, incredulity flooding her as her calculations unraveled. "So that was it. You coveted my deputy minister position, and I never imagined I would fall into your hands." Xian Kai-san accepted the document from Li without sparing Zheng Yin a glance, waving his hand at the others behind him with an authoritative tone. "Take her away." Zheng Yin glared at her former subordinates, her expression twisted with resentment. "You betrayed me. You are the one who harmed me, Xian Kai-san." As she was dragged away, her venomous voice faded into the distance. A security officer emerged from Zheng Yan's room with a document in hand, presenting it to Xian Kai-san. This was found in her luggage. Ban Zhengqing was escorted by security personnel to the vehicle waiting outside the detention center. Surveying the interior, he recognized many familiar faces from a stage. As the door closed, a heavily disguised man leaned closer to him, prompting a smile from Ban Zhengqing. "I thought you had fled." Chapter 136. I won't go home. Big brother, are you trying to escape? Child, you mustn't speak carelessly. This is called risk mitigation. If I am exposed, you would suffer the consequences as well, wouldn't you? Is that so? Alas, little brother, consider this your misfortune. I am left with no choice. I owe you in this life, and I shall repay you in the next. Why must you be so stubborn? He watched as Qian attempted to move forward alone, seizing her hat with exasperation. Listen to your brother. Even if you go, they surely won't believe you, right? What if they discover clues and capture you instead? His words conveyed concern for Qian, striving to reason with her logically. Tears welled up in Qian's eyes, and after a moment of struggle, she broke down in sobs. But what will we do, big brother? If we don't save him, he will surely die. Her cries pierced the air like a haunting signal, drawing the attention of patrolling security personnel nearby. Oh dear, please don't cry. If they come over, we won't have a good explanation. He stumbled back, falling into the snow, the cold stinging painfully against his skin. Yet the man paid him no mind, urgently pulling Qian close. Qian, Daddy finally found you. Are you hurt? Is anything wrong? He frantically examined her, as though she were a long-lost treasure. Qian leaped directly into the man's embrace, tears streaming down her face as she choked out, "Daddy, I thought I would never see you again." It seemed that Qian no longer needed to fend for herself. She was truly free now. Yet despite this thought, his heart felt as though it were blocked by a massive stone, leaving him utterly uncomfortable. "Oh dear, sir, do not speak so recklessly. I did not abduct your daughter." Just as their argument intensified, a patrol of security personnel approached, widening the distance between the two. "Comrade, he is a criminal who traffics in children. He took my daughter away. Please arrest him immediately." With each insisting their own version of the truth, the security officer standing in the middle felt overwhelmed. He turned to Qian and asked, "Little girl, which one of them is telling the truth?" If she spoke honestly, it would not only trouble the big brother, but also cause her father distress, placing her in a dilemma. She pouted for a moment, then suddenly had an idea and declared, "Daddy, it's not true. This brother didn't abduct me. He rescued me from the bad guys." Qian's father remained unconvinced by the scruffy young man before him. He bent down gently to look into Qian's eyes and asked, "Is that true? Don't be afraid. The police uncle is here. He will help us." "Oh, you." Qian's father gazed intently into his daughter's eyes, seeking answers within her gaze. "My apologies, young man. This is all my foolishness that has led you to stumble." "Well done, young man. In this society, there are few brave and righteous youths like you who dare to confront evil." Chapter 137. The snow seemed to fall heavier. No way. With Qian taken away by her family, no one was there to condemn him. By his usual tendencies, he should have fled by now. He stared at the pristine doorplate of the Special Disaster Emergency Department, Team 8, his inner turmoil swirling like the falling snowflakes. Having come this far, should he not just go inside? No. If he were discovered, it would all be in vain. Sighing, he displayed a look of resolute determination. He knew that if he did not accomplish this task today, he would forever dwell in self-reproach. Was I too anxious imagining things? He shook his head in self-deprecation, pondering how those people could possibly find him so quickly. Yet that voice rang out again, clear and urgent. A girl was calling his name as she hurried towards him. Mid-sentence, he suddenly realized something and quickly sealed his lips, a wave of inexplicable panic washing over him. He muttered to himself, "Could it be that I've been discovered? Why is she here? Are you planning to report this?" "I'm not. I absolutely am not. Don't jump to conclusions. Calm down. I am here to report as well." That young man was concerned you might struggle alone, so he asked me to assist you. "Indeed." Xiaoyu nodded emphatically, filled with gratitude for having encountered him in that room. Otherwise, she might not have made it through today. "By the way, how is Qianqian? Is she all right? I heard you both escaped." Xiaoyu suddenly recalled Qianqian, a wave of unexpressed concern surging within her as she eagerly sought news of her well-being. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu's anxious heart finally found solace, as if a heavy stone had vanished in an instant. "I thought you had run away. You underestimate me. I will certainly fulfill my promise." Ban Zhengqing gently shook his head, a flicker of helplessness crossing his eyes, realizing he had unnecessarily worried. "I trust your promise implicitly. It was my folly to doubt your intentions. I apologize." Xiaoyu sat quietly beside them, listening to their exchange, a subtle smile gracing her lips, though her gaze had already drifted outside the window. Outside, snow fell in a flurry, the immaculate white flakes blanketing the wheels, as if draping the world in a veil of purity. The snow seemed to intensify. The snowflakes appeared to weave ever thicker. Wei Dan's voice floating gently through the cold wind, tinged with a barely perceptible anxiety. She concealed herself in the shadowy alley, her gaze penetrating the swirling snowflakes, observing the bustling vehicles and crowds at the shelter's entrance. She understood that the matter had settled. With Xin Kaisen's keen perception and decisiveness, those on the list would undoubtedly be cornered. The chaotic days of past turmoil were destined to remain history, never to be repeated. At home, only one person and a cat remained, as Ban Zhengqing was subjected to routine inquiries, while Wu Xin was the one overseeing this incident. All involved were busy with various matters, yet the planner of this scheme, Wei Dan, enjoyed a leisurely existence at home. Her face bore traces of fatigue, yet her eyes sparkled with something more. That day, the radio crackled back to life. The Special Disaster Emergency Department, Team 8, has successfully uncovered a shocking case in our city involving 36 suspects, including Zheng, Wang, and Li. These officials, who violated the law, shall face even harsher penalties. It is hereby announced: Wang, Liu, and Hai shall be sentenced to death, while Zheng and Li shall receive life sentences of hard labor. Other involved parties will be sentenced to varying terms of hard labor based on the severity of their crimes. The Special Disaster Emergency Department reminds everyone to stay vigilant about personal safety. That Director Wang is truly detestable. He deserves the death penalty. Wu Xin struggled to swallow the water Wei Dan offered, her anger somewhat quelled by the cool liquid. Wei Dan furrowed her brow, inquiring with curiosity, "What do you mean?" Wu Xin's eyes flickered with a trace of anger and revulsion as she took a deep breath and began to recount the tale. Chapter 138. What list? According to Lily, when she opened the door to Director Wang's office, she was taken aback by the horrific scene within. It was utterly brutal. That Director Wang, under the influence of some unknown substance, had bloodshot eyes and exhibited extraordinary strength, overpowering several burly security guards. Wu Xin's emotions intensified as she leaped onto the sofa, gesticulating passionately while narrating the details. Lily had followed him inside to clean up the aftermath, and the room was reeking of blood. There lay a woman, reduced to a pulp. Oh dear! As Wu Xin described the scene, it was as if she had witnessed it firsthand, her expression betraying profound terror. Her arms wrapped tightly around her body, she attempted to dispel the chilling sensation through friction. It was truly horrifying, she exclaimed with a trembling voice. That girl Lily hadn't eaten for days. Her face was ashen. I was fortunate not to have been present. It was simply too dreadful. Wei Dan, halfway through her thoughts, noticed Ban Zhengqing yawning, exhibiting a distinct lack of interest, which did not particularly surprise her. She raised an eyebrow slightly and inquired, "Did you have a hand in this?" Though phrased as a question, her tone was imbued with certainty. MHM. Ban Zhengqing lazily stretched, offering no denial. Good grief. So it was you who orchestrated this? Where did you acquire that drug? Wu Xan exclaimed, leaping from the sofa in shock, staring wide-eyed at the young man. Oh no, you've landed yourself in serious trouble. The 7th Squad is currently scouring for leads on the medication. Wu Xan paced anxiously, while Wei Dan turned her gaze, fixating intently on Ban Zhengqing, her expression clearly awaiting his explanation. Ban Zhengqing felt uncomfortable under their scrutiny and sighed helplessly. You two, stop staring at me as if I'm a criminal. I didn't provide the drug. This lad, it seems, has concealed his actions quite effectively. So, are we to assume that the drug originated from Longhu? Wu Xin's words pierced through the confusion, directly addressing the crux of the matter. Wei Dan furrowed her brow, immersed in profound contemplation. She lifted her gaze towards Wu Xin and inquired, have all the individuals on that list been apprehended? List? What list? Wu Xin responded, utterly bewildered, as if he had never heard of this so-called list. Wei Dan suddenly lifted her head, her eyes shimmering with an urgent light as she gazed intently at Wu Xin. Beside her, Ban Zhengqing, who had previously appeared relaxed and carefree, abruptly adopted a serious demeanor. He could not help but exclaim, I placed the list in Zheng Yan's luggage. You didn't find it? Upon hearing the mention of the suitcase, a spark of realization flickered in Wu Xin's mind. She exclaimed in enlightenment, oh, you mean the document retrieved from Zheng Yan? That document has already been reported by our department head. Could indeed be that list? Idan's mood was shrouded in a dark cloud, her brow furrowed in agitation as her fist struck the table with a dull thud. She realized that the situation had likely deviated from her original plan. 5 days prior, Zinkhuizen had acquired that list, yet now it seemed to have vanished without a trace, stirring no ripples in its wake. This indicated that the list had likely been suppressed by other higher-ups. What should be done now? Witnessing the expressions on their faces, Wu Xin understood the significance of the list and couldn't help but feel a wave of anxiety wash over her. What to do? Idan's emotions were ensnared like a tangled mass of threads as she sank despondently into the sofa. Her anxious contemplation only served to further cloud her mind. The more fervently she sought a solution, the more rigid her thoughts became, as if she were trapped in an inescapable dead end. Just when Idan felt utterly helpless, Ban Zhengqing's voice shattered the silence. I have an idea. The youth's tone was imbued with confidence and resolve, as if it heralded a glimmer of hope. Wei Dan lifted her head, a flicker of anticipation gleaming in her eyes as she gazed at Ban Zhengqing, secretly relieved. How could she jest? This was someone destined to become the Secretary General. His intellect might just unravel their current predicament. Do tell. Wei Dan's tone revealed a hint of urgency, her inner anxiety temporarily alleviated. As her look towards Ban Zhengqing brimmed with encouragement. This matter was not insurmountable, nor was it overly simplistic. However, it should pose no challenge for him. Ban Zhengqing smiled at Wei Dan, his confidence radiating and momentarily reminding her of the formidable Secretary General who stood above all others. Come on, stop keeping us in suspense. Hurry up. Ban Zhengqing turned, casting a disdainful glance at Wu Xin before inquiring gravely, do you know where this matter is currently stalled? He nodded slightly and continued his analysis. The blockage at the upper echelon stems from 2 primary reasons. First, the individuals listed threaten to disrupt the interests of certain powerful figures who will do everything in their power to prevent Xian Kai-san from pursuing his investigation further, let alone any apprehension efforts. He paused momentarily, a glimmer of depth in his gaze before proceeding. Secondly, these upper-tier individuals are inherently reluctant to accept this list, as it originates from Xian Kai-san. Having pondered for a moment, Ban Zhengqing raised his gaze towards the two, resolutely stating, most of those on the list are ordinary individuals, with a few being internal personnel from Longhu, but aside from Zheng Yan, there are no high-ranking officials. Hence, I lean towards the latter reason. Ever since the calamity began, Xian Kai-san has achieved remarkable feats, ascending to the position of deputy minister and even personally establishing the security system within a year. This is sufficient to instill fear in them, a dread of being supplanted one day. Residing in high positions, they remain oblivious to the true terror of the calamity. thus perceiving the imminent threat as this rising individual. With this realization, Wei Dan comprehended Ban Zhengqing's strategy and aligned her thoughts with his, stating, "If we wish to make them temporarily forget this threat, we must create an even greater one." Wu Exin, upon hearing this, suddenly grasped the intent, her eyes darting between the two in perfect synchrony. Tentatively, she ventured, "So, you intend for Dandan to create this greater threat?" Ban Zhengqing smiled subtly, snapping his fingers, bingo! Upon realizing she had correctly deduced the answer, Wu Exin could not contain her laughter, a sense of satisfaction and pride swelling within her. She felt that she had made progress, able to grasp such convoluted reasoning. The more she contemplated, the merrier she became. Her joy evident as she hurried over to Ban Zhengqing and playfully slapped his back, exclaiming, "You really have a clever mind." However, Wu Xin's hand struck Ban Zhengqing's frail back with unexpected force, causing him to lose his balance and tumble forward, landing with a dull thud. Wu Xin's eyes widened in shock as she beheld the youth, now sprawled on the ground, seemingly lifeless from her playful blow, an inexplicable panic surging within her. She lifted her hand, scrutinizing it as if struggling to comprehend what had just transpired. I didn't even use much force," she stammered, her voice tinged with disbelief. Aware of her unusual strength, she had deliberately tempered her blow to Ban Zhengqing, yet the scene before her left her utterly bewildered. Ban Zhengqing lay on the ground, yet to rise. He was neither dazed from the impact nor immobilized by pain. Rather, the sheer embarrassment of being knocked down by Wu Exin in front of Wei Dan was unbearable, a humiliation surpassing even physical discomfort. Witnessing the scene before her, Wei Dan was equally taken aback. She hurriedly stepped forward, cautiously assisting the youth on the ground to rise, and softly inquired, "Are you all right?" With her support, Ban Zhengqing managed to sit on the sofa with great difficulty. He attempted to move his injured nose and, upon lightly touching it, winced in pain, involuntarily drawing in a sharp breath and emitting a faint hiss. Wu Xin stood nearby, her expression tinged with embarrassment. Observing Ban Zhengqing, the vivid redness of his nose stood out strikingly against his delicate features, prompting her to stifle a giggle. However, as her gaze met Ban Zhengqing's, she suddenly became aware of her indiscretion and promptly suppressed her smile, forcing herself to contain the laughter. Upon witnessing this, Wei Dan couldn't help but cast a reproachful glance at Wu Xin, though the smile at the corners of her mouth was difficult to conceal. She swiftly wrapped the ice in a cloth and handed it to Ban Zhengqing. As Ban Zhengqing accepted the ice, he caught sight of the slight tremor at the corners of Wei Dan's mouth. He sighed as he sank into the sofa and resignedly remarked, "Feel free to laugh." Ha 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 ha. No sooner had he spoken than Wei Dan and Wu Xin could no longer contain themselves, bursting into hearty laughter. Their mirth pierced through Ban Zhengqing's eardrums, causing him to frown and shake his head in exasperation. He helplessly applied the ice to his injured nose, enduring the pain while his gaze involuntarily drifted towards Wei Dan. Silently musing, "Her laughter is truly delightful. Perhaps this fall was worth it." Having slumbered for several days, Qi Bao finally awoke amidst the commotion, striding out of the room with an air of authority, casting a disdainful glance at the three raucous individuals. "Meow, what's all this ruckus? You're so loud." As Ban Zhengqing rubbed his nose, he spotted Qi Bao's emergence and immediately pulled the feline into his embrace. The laughter behind him felt like a gentle breeze, and he couldn't help but turn, a smile gracing his lips as his gaze wandered to the world outside the window. The quartet of 3 humans and 1 cat painted a harmonious scene amidst the icy landscape, as the frigid calamity appeared to be softened by their warm atmosphere, losing some of its harshness. Outside, the wind and snow intensified, plummeting the temperature to a staggering -55 degrees. Yet the trio inside felt as though they were in a world of their own, focused solely on their impending plans. Did the lady truly say that? Peng Yu's expression was rife with skepticism and anger, as if he could scarcely believe this fact. Upon hearing the answer, his mouth began to quiver, the fury within him threatening to erupt. His fingers clenched tightly under the table, nails digging into the wood as he struggled to contain his wrath. He lifted his head, his gaze piercing as he fixed it on the woman, his voice low and cold. "Get out." Startled by his tone, the woman froze momentarily before hastily bowing and fleeing the office as if escaping a dire situation. Only when she had exited the building did she exhale in relief. Inside the office, as soon as the woman departed, Peng Yu's pent-up fury could no longer be restrained. He swept his arms across the table, causing a cacophony of clattering sounds. "Wretched woman," he spat, his face pale with anger, "you deceived me for so long, leading me to pursue the wrong person." Wei Dan. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Peng Yu's eyes as he shouted towards the door, "Bring Wei Mingdong to me." Wei Mingdong still presented a rather pitiful figure, trembling as he stood by the table, his gaze occasionally drifting towards the nominal son-in-law, his heart brimming with confusion and unease. Could it be that the troublesome girl man had once again stirred up trouble, inciting his displeasure? Upon Wei Mingdong's arrival, Peng Yu did not hasten to inquire. Instead, he deliberately assumed a demeanor of official business, lowering his head to scrutinize the documents on the table, seemingly intent on ignoring his guest. Time slipped by in silence. Despite the room's warmth akin to spring, an inexplicable chill enveloped Wei Mingdong. He cautiously glanced at Peng Yu, who appeared to be resting, and could not help but slightly shift his rigid body, inwardly lamenting his predicament. Just as Wei Mingdong became lost in contemplation, the previously feigned, busy Peng Yu finally shattered the silence. "Oh dear, look at me, so engrossed in the documents that I neglected my esteemed father-in-law. You, the military advisor, are undoubtedly overwhelmed with affairs. Who would dare trouble you?" Their exchange was laden with veiled probing, yet maintained the requisite politeness and distance. A trace of disdain flickered in Peng Yu's eyes as he cast a glance at Wei Mingdong, silently berating him. What a cunning old fox. Had it not been for his prior encounters with Wei Mingdong throughout his lifetime, he might have almost believed that the once decisive military advisor of Longhu had devolved into such a spineless entity. Observing the subservient posture of Wei Mingdong, his head bowed in submission, Peng Yu could not help but smirk inwardly as he approached him. He felt fortunate that in this life, leveraging the advantage of rebirth, he had secured the position of military advisor and firmly kept Wei Mingdong and his family under control, ensuring that he could not establish any contact with the leader. Thus, he could steadfastly hold his coveted position, enjoying the current days of being revered like a celestial body surrounded by stars. To preserve this hard-won status, he must pursue the whereabouts of that crucial item. A fleeting thought crossed Peng Yu's mind, and a warm smile soon graced his face as he extended his hand, amicably grasping Wei Mingdong's. "Esteemed father-in-law, I hear from Man that you have another daughter. Why have you not brought her here to enjoy the good life?" Wei Mingdong was somewhat taken aback by the unexpected enthusiasm of Peng Yu, and upon hearing him mention another daughter, a profound sense of bewilderment filled his heart. Although Wei Mingdong did not comprehend why he was asked such a question, he dared not disclose the truth to Peng Yu and could only acquiesce for the time being. "Indeed, I do have an elder daughter." As soon as Wei Mingdong's words fell, he keenly detected a glimmer of light flickering in Peng Yu's eyes across the table. An alarm rang in his mind, and he silently mused that something was amiss. There must be a hidden agenda. Man harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Wei Dan. She would never voluntarily mention that name. How, then, did Peng Yu come to know of Wei Dan's existence? At this moment, Wei Mingdong was utterly convinced that today's meeting was inextricably linked to Wei Dan in countless ways. Wei Mingdong had already discerned the intentions of the other party and had meticulously devised a counter-strategy in his mind. He deliberately feigned an air of regret and spoke slowly. This matter is truly lengthy to discuss. Ultimately, it is I, as a father, who bears the responsibility." Upon hearing this, Peng Yu could not help but display a hint of concern on his face, and a deeper anxiety stirred within him, fearing he might hear some ill tidings. He hastily inquired, "Could it be that she has encountered some misfortune?" Wei Mingdong sensed the urgency in Peng Yu's words, which bolstered his confidence. He knew there must be some underlying intrigue behind the matter and began to contemplate how to extract some benefit from it. He adopted an expression of profound sorrow, tightly grasping Peng Yu's arm, his eyes shimmering with tears of anguish. "Alas, Every family has its own difficult scriptures to recite. He sighed heavily, his voice imbued with endless melancholy. You are aware that Suafin and I are remarried. Dan has always harbored a dislike for this stepmother, and Suafin's quick temper has perpetuated a strained relationship between them. You, dear father-in-law, have also endured much. Yu gently offered solace, cautiously assisting him onto the sofa. His ears were perked up, fearing he might miss any crucial information. Just before the tempest broke, she, under some unknown provocation, boldly threatened to evict Suafin's entire family and even caused a commotion at the police station. Fortunately, she ultimately proved to be a dutiful child. After much persuasion on my part, she finally relented. Wei Mingdong's emotions were becoming increasingly agitated, presenting the image of a father deeply wronged. Yu hurriedly offered a tissue, hoping to soothe him momentarily. Wei Mingdong took the tissue, wiping his reddened eyes, his voice laden with profound sorrow. I am her father. She is my own flesh and blood. How can I not understand her feelings? In this household, she has never found the sense of security she deserves, which is why she resorted to such measures, merely seeking to elicit more concern from me. His words conveyed a sense of helplessness and anguish, as if he were a father tormented by fate, unable to reconcile the discord between familial duty and affection. Yu was no ordinary individual. His ascent to this position was a testament to his astuteness. Even though Wei Mingdong's demeanor appeared flawless, he still dared not place his trust too easily. And what followed? In pursuit of family harmony, I transferred the entirety of the property to her, and only then did the conflict subside. Alas, our days of peace were short-lived. As calamity soon struck, we became separated. As Wei Mingdong spoke, he became overwhelmed with emotion once more, his voice trembling as he grasped Yu's hand and continued. Dan is a capable child. She must still be alive. I implore you to help me find her. Yu, despite harboring lingering doubts, was swayed to a significant degree. From the information provided, it was evident that they had indeed visited the police station prior to the calamity. Reflecting on this, he firmly clasped Wei Mingdong's hand and earnestly replied, Dear father-in-law, your words are unnecessary formality. Dan is your daughter, and thus my sister-in-law. We are family, and I will exert every effort to locate her. Good. Wei Mingdong's gratitude was palpable, his eyes shimmering with tears of relief as he gently wiped the corners of his eyes. Suddenly, he paused, as if struck by a realization. But what was it? Wei Mingdong cast a glance at him, a hint of difficulty crossing his face. My eldest daughter has a stubborn disposition. Once she learns of your marriage to Man, I fear she may not come over willingly. The image of Wei Dan throwing Lin Suafin to the ground resurfaced in his mind. He continued, I am unsure where she acquired such skills, but I worry that if she encounters your people, the situation may become complicated. Perhaps it would be prudent for me to meet with her privately before any further arrangements are made. After Wei Mingdong's words fell, he meticulously observed Yu's reaction. Upon noticing that the latter did not immediately refuse, a flicker of hope surged within him, prompting him to swiftly add, Dan listens to me the most. After all, I am her only relative in this world. Hearing this, Yu slightly tilted his head to glance at Wei Mingdong once more. Upon witnessing his pitiable demeanor, Yu felt a stir within, contemplating. The bracelet appeared quite some time ago. There is still time to strategize for this Wei Dan. If I am to pursue her, she must not know of Lin Man's existence. It is indeed imperative that she does not come here. As for Wei Mingdong, overseeing him personally should not pose any significant issues. After a moment of contemplation, a sincere smile blossomed once again on his face, and he pretentiously remarked, You, esteemed father-in-law, have indeed considered everything thoroughly. Let us proceed as you wish. I shall summon the artist at once, and you can provide a detailed description of her appearance for the artist to create a portrait, which I will then send someone to deliver. As his words fell, the two exchanged smiles, each harboring ulterior motives and calculating their own schemes. Yet neither contemplated whether Wei Dan would acquiesce to their desires so easily. After all, in Wei Mingdong's eyes, searching for Wei Dan was merely a convenient pretext. His ultimate goal was to escape this place. Chapter 141. This list was transcribed by my own hand. Just as the two were plotting to ensnare Wei Dan and their schemes, a tempest brewed in Tianqing. Several prominent ministers were suddenly subjected to mysterious attacks. Among them, a distinguished director from the political department met a tragic fate in his own home. Shockingly, they had not even caught a glimpse of the assailant. Upon the emergence of this incident, the higher-ups of Tianqing were thrown into a state of alarm, each person feeling vulnerable. Within a day, an emergency meeting was hastily convened. Minister Xian, what on earth are your security personnel doing? They can't even capture a single individual. The current mayor of Tianqing, formerly the vice mayor, bellowed in fury. He was now the most powerful figure in Tianqing. Xian Kaisan sat at the end of the conference table. Facing the mayor's accusations, he did not appear overly flustered. Calmly, he perused the reports that had been submitted. His brow furrowed as if searching for the root of the problem. Mayor, please remain calm. Xian Kaisan finally spoke, his voice tranquil yet resolute. You. The mayor was momentarily taken aback by his words. Although he understood Xian Kaisan's forthright nature, he was still rendered speechless by his composed demeanor. Drawing a deep breath, the mayor's expression remained one of anger. He glared at the man before him, unable to suppress his fury. At that moment, a middle-aged man seated beside the mayor swiftly rose, extending a hand to soothe the mayor's emotions. With graying temples, he was the former official who had promoted Xian Kaisan. Now the vice mayor, Han Ming. Mayor, please calm down. He is always like this. Once the matter is resolved, I will reprimand him. Several individuals are hospitalized. He still behaves in this manner. Han Ming jested, fully aware that the mayor's anger was not unfounded. However, he also recognized that Xian Kaisan's impulsiveness stemmed from concern for his subordinates, particularly the injured direct superior. He further defended Xian Kaisan, saying, Mayor, you know he is not indifferent to the safety of his subordinates. His anxiety arises from the fact that his direct superior is involved. He is worried about their well-being, which is why he is so agitated. Please understand his feelings and grant him a chance to amend his ways. Upon hearing Vice Mayor Han Ming's words, the mayor's expression softened slightly. Xian Kaisan's eyes seemed to be glued to the reports, and as he delved deeper into the text, he increasingly sensed something amiss. Aside from the deceased deputy minister, the remaining attacks appeared to be mere intimidation, except for the seemingly shocking injuries. It seemed the assailants had no genuine intention of taking lives. Furrowing his brow, Xian Kaisan spread out all the reports, arranging them on the table like a puzzle. This action naturally drew the attention of those around him, their gazes converging upon him. Suddenly, Xian Kaisan slammed his fist onto the table, his tightly knitted brows relaxing. So that's it, he muttered to himself, as if in that moment, all the fog had lifted, gaining a measure of confidence. Xian Kaisan pondered deeply before finally discerning the true intentions of the shadowy figures behind this intricate series of events. He raised his head, his gaze resolute as he scanned the eager faces longing to uncover the truth, and slowly began to speak. I have identified the mastermind behind this. Who is it? The crowd inquired in unison. A barely perceptible cunning appeared on Xian Kaisan's face as he slowly extracted a densely written piece of paper from his folder, affirming, "It is the individuals listed on this document. How do you still possess that?" The mayor looked at Xian Kaisan, clearly unaware that he had privately retained such a list, and his expression began to fracture. This list had only been handled by a select few high-ranking officials, leaving most present in a state of confusion regarding the secrets contained within the paper he held tightly. In the ensuing silence, a woman seated to the right of the mayor noticed his unusual demeanor. She suddenly straightened, her tone tinged with urgency as she inquired, "What is that in your hand?" "Committee Member Pan, this is." The mayor felt a pang of anxiety, intending to explain, but was silenced by a stern glance from the silver-haired Committee Member Pan. "Let him speak," she commanded, her voice laced with authority, shooting an unsatisfied glare at the mayor before pointing at Xian Kaisan, her tone resolute. "You clarify this." The mayor awkwardly closed his mouth, having not anticipated that this matter would be brought up. In the conference hall, the atmosphere grew tense. Aside from a few high-ranking officials feeling guilty, others gazed at Xian Kaisan with puzzled expressions. Xin Kai-san, with an air of solemnity, unfolded the list in his hand and presented it to committee member Pan, seated nearby. His voice resonant and unwavering. This list was discovered a few days ago among the personal belongings of the former vice minister of the military department, Zheng Yan. Committee member Pan slowly lifted a pair of reading glasses from the table, delicately placing them on her nose as she scrutinized each name on the list. After she set the list down, she cast a cold glance at the mayor seated at the head of the table, then turned to return the list to Xin Kai-san. Continue. After receiving the list, Xin Kai-san gently pushed it to the center of the conference table, his gaze piercing as he surveyed everyone present. This list was transcribed by my own hand. He began slowly, his voice imbued with an undeniable conviction, explaining that the original document contained a few lines claiming they were about to instigate a cataclysmic wave of terror in Tianjin, with a scope so vast it was unimaginable. Pausing for effect, he continued, "Moreover, according to my investigations, the residences of those attacked overlap astonishingly with the areas where these suspicious individuals operate. Therefore, I have reason to believe that the claims made in this list are not unfounded. Those who have long lurked in the shadows have commenced their insidious plot." As soon as his words fell, the conference room erupted in chaos. "What? Such a thing truly exists?" Someone exclaimed in shock. I haven't heard a whisper of this before." Another murmured in confusion. "Chapter 142, scene. Minister?" Amidst a flurry of discussions, the conference room was imbued with an atmosphere of tension and solemnity. As Xin Kai-san boldly unveiled the list, the mayor's countenance darkened, revealing his profound dissatisfaction and resentment towards him. I had unequivocally issued orders to prohibit this matter. Yet this audacious individual dared to openly defy my commands and conduct an investigation on his own. This predicament is indeed troublesome. The mayor silently cursed under his breath while glancing at Commissioner Pan beside him, who wore a furrowed brow, clearly regarding the matter with utmost seriousness. A heavy sense of foreboding enveloped him. He sensed that escaping the fate of suspension and scrutiny would be exceedingly difficult, prompting him to lean back despondently in his chair. Since the moment Commissioner Pan caught sight of that list, her gaze had remained fixated on Xin Kai-san, her eyes betraying an unmistakable admiration. "Minister Xin?" The slightest alteration in official titles could incite considerable upheaval, and Commissioner Pan's deliberate elevation of the deputy minister to minister stirred ripples of intrigue among the assembly. Each individual present, astute and capable, keenly discerned the underlying implications of her words. It was evident that should Xin Kai-san successfully accomplish this task, his stature would soar, potentially catapulting him into the ministerial position. The position of Emergency Department Minister had hitherto been concurrently held by Deputy Mayor Han Ming, but it now appeared that significant transformations were on the horizon for the upper echelons of Tianjin. Xin Kai-san was acutely aware of this, his eyes gleaming with sharp resolve as he met Commissioner Pan's gaze and proclaimed with unwavering strength, "Xin Kai-san, at your command." For him, the elevation in rank was a trivial matter. The paramount objective was to apprehend all individuals listed, fulfilling the expectations of the unseen orchestrator behind the scenes. Ever since he received that enigmatic warning letter, it felt as though an invisible hand had been guiding the course of his destiny. Initially, he harbored doubts regarding the authenticity of the letter, yet with the advent of calamities and a series of subsequent events, he could no longer dismiss its veracity. This reality was simply too surreal. The existence of someone capable of foreseeing the future was, in itself, a chilling nightmare. Although the higher-ups had ordered an investigation, his private inquiries yielded naught, as if that individual had vanished without a trace. However, with the emergence of this list, his instincts informed him that this was no mere coincidence. This list, akin to the initial warning letter, was a deliberate clue left for him by that enigmatic figure. Xin Kai-san racked his brain, striving to dredge up every face he had encountered throughout his memories. Yet, no matter his efforts, the mysterious figure remained elusive. Like a specter in the fog, difficult to grasp. Who could possibly place such profound trust in him? Despite the identity of this individual remaining a mystery, Xin Kai-san had astutely discerned the true intentions of the puppeteer behind the curtain. He chose him because he perceived a certain steadfastness and dedication within Xian Kaishin's heart, hoping he would contribute to the greater good of Huagua. Since this individual had unconditionally placed their trust in him, he could not betray the efforts made for Tiancheng, nor could he betray the faith placed in him. As the meticulous plans of the three began to unfold, Wu Xian and Lily, having just relished a fleeting moment of tranquility at home, received an urgent summons from Xian Kaishin. Once again, only Yudan and Ban Zhongqing remained to rely on each other. 3 days prior, Yudan had systematically dismantled the high-ranking officials, even claiming the life of an undercover operative from Longhu. Within a single day, she had to evade the patrolling security personnel while precisely locating the positions of those officials, all while ensuring she did not expose herself during her endeavors. The daunting nature of this task had left her utterly exhausted. After a few days of recuperation at home, Wei Dan's strength had finally begun to recover. She, accompanied by Ban Zhongqing, set out for the vegetable garden of 1902 to commence a new round of labor. Wei Dan pondered quietly to herself, contemplating that these seeds might yield unforeseen rewards. Although the vegetables she had previously cultivated were of exceptional quality, their conspicuousness rendered them unsuitable for trade in the black market. Thus, she resolved to experiment with the cultivation of these improved potatoes as a new bargaining chip. Ban Zhongqing sat on a small stool, holding a greenish potato delicately before placing it gently into the freshly dug pit. He lifted his gaze towards Wei Dan, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. "Do you think this will suffice?" Upon hearing Ban Zhongqing's words, Wei Dan straightened her posture, gently brushing aside the strands of hair that obstructed her view with her wrist. She then turned around, directing her gaze toward the fields. Before Ban Zhongqing's feet lay several shallow pits, meticulously arranged with potato pieces, the depth of which was insufficient to even conceal the height of the potatoes. "Dig deeper. This is far too shallow," Wei Dan asserted with an unwavering conviction. "Is it too shallow?" Ban Zhongqing inquired, turning his head in confusion to follow Wei Dan's line of sight. Indeed, 1/3 of the potato pieces had already emerged, revealing a small portion, clearly indicating that the depth of the pits was inadequate. Silently, Ban Zhongqing set the potato pieces aside, grasped the shovel once more, and continued to deepen the pit. As Wei Dan gazed at his retreating figure, she lowered her head once more, her hands continuing their work. Yet her heart had already soared far away. During a recent capture operation, Wu Xian learned from several apprehended criminals that the upper echelons of Longhu were in search of a woman named Wei Dan. They even possessed an image of her, which Wu Xian had personally compared. The likeness bore an uncanny resemblance to Wei Dan. Only the Wei Mingdong family within Longhu was privy to her appearance. But given Wei Dan's understanding of them, it was unlikely that they were the ones truly seeking her. She speculated that it must be the legendary strategist behind this pursuit. In Wei Dan's mind, the figure of Peng Yu emerged, his expression gradually turning grave. From the fragments of past clues, she had confirmed that Peng Yu was also a reborn individual. In their previous lives, they had existed like parallel lines, never intersecting. Now in this life, what could possibly compel him to seek her so urgently? He even went so far as to expose the subordinates hidden within Tian City of Longhu. However, at this moment, Wei Dan no longer lingered on the reasons. Her heart was resolutely set on the appointment. She acted not only to eliminate Peng Yu, but also to bring an end to Wei Mingdong's life. She must avenge her mother. Chapter 143, The Strategist. Found. Peng Yu was overwhelmed in his underground office, entirely unaware that he had become Wei Dan's potential target. He fixated on the empty drawer, where a roster that should have been resting had mysteriously vanished, leaving only the hollow box behind. The roster had slipped from his grasp, and within a mere 3 days, Longhu's numerous spies had been uprooted, leading to chaos and disorder that seemed to stem from his blunder. An indescribable panic surged within him, as if invisible chains constricted around him, making it difficult to breathe. With the loss of those operatives, his meticulously planned 10-day turmoil had dissipated into nothingness, stillborn. The source of all this turmoil lay within himself. There was no denying it. How could he explain this to the boss? He slammed his fist down heavily on the table, tearing a letter of accountability from the Longhu boss into shreds. Peng Yu never anticipated that the 10-day turmoil, successfully executed in his previous life, would be preemptively uncovered and dismantled in this one. Who could be the unseen hand that had silently sabotaged his plan? Could it truly be that Li Hong had betrayed him, feasting on the inside? The only one who knew about the roster and had access to his office was indeed Li Hong. How foolish of him! He was filled with regret. Now that Li Hong was dead, the truth seemed forever shrouded in darkness, inaccessible from him, and he could find no other leads. This matter was destined to become a deadlock. The air around him felt as though it had solidified, pressing down upon him and making it hard to breathe. Just as Peng Yu wallowed in frustration over the severed connections, his trusted confidant rushed in, a glimmer of joy illuminating his face, knocking twice on the large door. "Come in, strategist. We found her." The confidant's voice brimmed with excitement from outside the door. "Who did you find?" Peng Yu furrowed his brows, still reeling from earlier disappointments. "Wei Dan, were you not instructing us to find that Wei Dan?" The confidant's tone barely concealed his exhilaration. "Wei Dan?" Instantly, Peng Yu's eyes sparkled. The agitation in his heart dissipated by this news. Had they truly located Wei Dan? Eagerly, he stood up, his voice trembling with enthusiasm. "Quickly tell me. Where is she now?" "In the western district of Tian City. Our personnel there remain relatively intact, and we just received word that they have caught up with Wei Dan. With your command, they can bring her here," the confidant said joyfully. However, Peng Yu's expression darkened in an instant. He abruptly waved his hand, sending a delicate ornament on the table hurtling toward the confidant, who was caught off guard. The ornament sliced his forehead, and blood gushed forth. "Strategist, the confidant stammered, clutching his wound, fear evident on his face. Peng Yu took a deep breath, forcibly containing his inner fury, and coldly commanded, "Quickly, notify them immediately. Under no circumstances must there be a conflict with Wei Dan." Though the confidant was filled with confusion, he dared not question further, hurriedly agreeing and leaving while covering his wound. Once the sound of his footsteps faded, Peng Yu sank back in his chair, feeling a weight lift off his shoulders. A wild grin spreading across his face as he burst into uncontrollable laughter. "Truly, the heavens aid me. The heavens aid me," he silently rejoiced, initially believing he had reached a dead end, only to unexpectedly discover Wei Dan's whereabouts at this critical juncture. Suddenly, his perspective widened. Previous concerns and worries evaporated into thin air. As long as he harnessed the power of that mysterious space, the Longhu boss was insignificant. Why should he toil in this treacherous game, exhausting himself as a strategist? Having contemplated all this, Peng Yu cast aside the worries over the lost roster. Reclining in his chair as if riding a wave of triumph, his mind beginning to devise grand plans for the future, Wei Dan donned a somewhat worn cotton coat. Traversing the somewhat desolate streets of the West District with a leisurely gait, her bag slung over her shoulder. Unbeknownst to her, two shadowy figures stealthily trailed behind, akin to cunning foxes lurking in anticipation of their prey. After confirming her thoughts, Wei Dan left her home alone and ventured to the Western District of Tianqing. Aware that the Dragon Lake faction was not included in this area, she intended to act as bait and test her luck. However, shortly after arriving in the Western District, she noticed two individuals trailing her. Their tracking skills were rather inept. Had she not deliberately slowed her pace, they would have lost her long ago. "Brother Qian, this weather is truly biting," remarked the man clad in an orange coat, rubbing his frostbitten hands together and exhaling a puff of warm air. "Why don't we just abandon the chase and take her away?" Brother Qian shot him a stern glance, his eyes betraying a hint of seriousness. "Don't be ridiculous. The strategist has issued a strict order. We must not engage her in any conflict. We must adhere to the rules." Upon hearing these words, Wei Dan raised an eyebrow slightly, her pace remaining deliberately unhurried, as if she were intentionally controlling her speed to ensure that the two clumsy individuals trailing behind her did not lose their way. As she ambled leisurely, her mind pieced together fragments of the earlier conversation she had inadvertently overheard, pondering to herself. Given the circumstances, could it be that Peng Yu has not discovered my previous visit to Luo Town, but rather seeks to extract something from me? While she was lost in thought, a faint sound of footsteps suddenly emerged from behind, seemingly originating from someone disembarking from a vehicle concealed deep within an alley. A group of burly men, led by a man with a scarred forehead, gradually approached Wei Dan's direction. Her heart raced, and with a reflexive motion, she plunged her hand into her pocket. As if by magic, a sharp dagger materialized between her fingers. Her body tensed like a drawn bow, every nerve heightened in a state of alertness. The footsteps grew increasingly distinct and closer, and Wei Dan could almost sense the oppressive aura surrounding them. Just when she believed a confrontation was imminent, a voice from the leading man suddenly broke the tension. "Excuse me, young lady, are you the daughter of Wei Mingdong?" Upon hearing the words, Wei Dan slowly turned around, feigning an expression of innocence. Her gaze fell upon the imposing figures of the man before her, and a flicker of alarm crossed her eyes as she instinctively took 2 steps back. With utmost caution, she spoke, her voice trembling slightly. "Wei Mingdong is my father. Who are you?" Chapter 144. Where is my father now? The leader of the group forced a somewhat awkward smile, attempting to present a more amiable demeanor in front of Wei Dan. A hint of confusion intertwined with anticipation flickered across Wei Dan's face, yet deep within her, emotions were taut like a tightly strung violin string. "Is it true? Where's my father now?" Her words carried a cautious undertone, while her heart surged with tumultuous waves. Could it be that the strategist they spoke of was not Peng Yu, but rather Wei Mingdong? Observing the softening of Wei Dan's demeanor, the leader continued in a gentle tone, gradually inching closer to her. "It is indeed true. If you simply come with us, you shall reunite with your father." Upon hearing this, Wei Dan secretly scoffed to herself. Accompany them? What a delightful thought. Yet, on the surface, she feigned hesitation and declared, "Stop. Do not come any closer." Wei Dan's fingers trembled as they pointed accusingly at the approaching man, her eyes glinting with a vigilant light. With a sudden flash of insight, she declared, "On what basis should I believe what you say? What evidence can you present to substantiate your claims?" "Please, remain calm," the man exclaimed, hastily halting his advance and retreating a couple of steps, fearful that his actions might provoke this seemingly delicate yet acutely aware woman. Internally, he mused, "This girl is quite perceptive, proving more difficult than the neglected strategist's wife." He had initially intended to share news of others in Luoyang with her, but a stern warning from Peng Yu abruptly surfaced in his mind. Under no circumstances should she be made aware that Lin Man and the others were also present here. This thought struck him like a bolt of lightning, instantly extinguishing his previous intentions. The man shuddered, as if a cold breeze had swept past him. Instinctively raising a hand to touch the bandage on his head, a flicker of fear evident in his eyes. He gazed at Wei Dan, his expression troubled, stammering, "Well, I must admit, I'm momentarily at a loss as to how to provide proof." After a brief pause, seemingly pondering a strategy, he continued, "How about this, young lady? I can contact your father and have him come to fetch you personally. Surely, that would put your mind at ease?" As he observed Wei Dan's enigmatic smile, an inexplicable chill surged within him. Rubbing his eyes, he looked back at Wei Dan, only to find she had already reverted to her guarded demeanor, as if her earlier smile had been nothing but a figment of his imagination. Suddenly, Wei Dan's voice interrupted Wang Wu's deep contemplation. "That elder brother, how long will it take for my father to arrive?" Wei Dan hesitated, glancing around, clearly struggling to accept the proposal. Wang Wu understood her concerns. In this frigid weather, clad so lightly, how could she possibly endure it? He felt a pang of difficulty in his heart, recognizing that this request was indeed a considerable burden for her. Yet, he had to ensure she remained within his watchful gaze. Should she flee, it would be quite challenging given the current scarcity of manpower. Wang Wu furrowed his brow, a glimmer of deep thought illuminating his eyes. He turned to the several burly men behind him and issued commands, which they promptly adhered to, hastening towards the vehicles parked nearby. "Given this weather, it feels like an ice cellar," Wang Wu remarked, gesturing towards the clothing before them. "You should wear these for now. We cannot have you freezing. I will do my utmost to bring your father to reunite with you as swiftly as possible." With that, Wang Wu left the two initial subordinates who had accompanied Wei Dan behind and drove away with the others. The wheels left deep imprints in the snow, gradually fading from sight. Wei Dan gazed at the pile of clothing before her, a flicker of complex emotion crossing her eyes. She extended her hand and selected a thick down jacket, gently donning it. The warmth of the jacket enveloped her body instantly, providing a rare sense of comfort, and she mused to herself. This person possesses a modicum of conscience, but alas, they are merely a subordinate of Longhu. She meticulously arranged the garments, and, as she lifted her head, she caught the gaze of the two individuals across from her. They slightly bowed their heads, casting her respectful and obsequious smiles. The duo obediently remained in place, their eyes riveted on Wei Dan, as if fearing she might vanish in an instant. Time, like a fleeting shadow, rendered the 2-hour wait a mere blink. Even for Wei Dan, a woman tempered by the trials of life and endowed with a constitution unlike that of ordinary folk, the strain began to weigh heavily. How much more so for the two commoners who watched her? They huddled beneath the heavy quilt left by Wang Wu, curled up in a corner, their bodies trembling from the cold. Frost clung to their faces, layer upon layer, resembling sculptures frozen in time, teetering on the brink of despair. The man clad in a bright orange coat now resembled a desiccated leaf, shivering within the thick quilt. He clung tightly to Qiangu, seeking solace in his warmth. His voice trembled, each word seemingly extracted with great effort. Qiangu, are we nearing the point of collapse? The fear in the orange-clad man's eyes intensified, and summoning all his strength, he uttered the next words. Shall we escape? If we linger here any longer, we truly will freeze to death. Upon hearing this, Qiangu shuddered violently, yet resolutely shook his head. No, that cannot be. They instructed us to wait here. We must comply. We cannot simply leave. With each laborious utterance, the orange-clad man felt as if he were ensnared in an ice cellar, the cold assailing him from all sides, rendering breathing a near impossibility. He opted to close his mouth, burying his entire head within the quilt. Upon hearing this, Wei Dan slightly turned her body, reaching for the scattered garments beside her and casually tossing them in the direction of the two individuals. She resumed her activities, attempting to dispel the pervasive chill with her meager warmth. Her gaze fell upon the snowflakes drifting through the air, and she couldn't help but lament internally. The weather has indeed grown increasingly frigid. It seems that the onset of extreme cold has accelerated compared to her previous life. Chapter 145. Has he not arrived? My dear father-in-law, when we meet shortly, I trust you know what to say. Peng Yu cast a sidelong glance at Wei Mingdong sitting beside him, his tone imbued with a subtle undertone of warning. Upon hearing these words, Wei Mingdong immediately turned to the side, a flattering smile gracing his face as he assured, I understand. Rest assured, I will certainly ensure that my precious daughter is taken care of. Peng Yu, noticing his keen awareness, nodded in satisfaction and refrained from saying more. He closed his eyes, leaning back against the car seat, and began to rest in silence. Upon witnessing this, Wei Mingdong dared not disturb him further. He turned his gaze toward the window, and in a discreet corner, a triumphant smile subtly graced his lips. The scenery outside rushed past him, yet his heart brimmed with schemes. You young man, think you can confine me to Luoyang for a lifetime? Today, you shall learn that the wisdom of one's elders is not to be taken lightly. When Wei Mingdong was initially brought to Luo town, he genuinely believed that it was with the intention of providing a better life for his family. However, as time passed, he began to sense something amiss. This young man was secretly wary of him, even going so far as to confine him within the bounds of Luo town. It was not until that fateful day, when he inadvertently mentioned his desire to meet the leader of Longhu, that he enraged Peng Yu and suddenly realized that this individual was actually afraid of his potential encounter with the Longhu leader. Yet, considering that Peng Yu was already a strategist for Longhu, why would he fear Wei Mingdong's meeting with the leader? Could it be that he was concerned about being usurped? Wei Mingdong pondered deeply, yet he found it challenging to fathom the underlying reasons. Nevertheless, his intuition urged him that he must personally meet this enigmatic figure, the leader of Longhu. At long last, the opportunity he had long awaited had arrived. In order to draw nearer to the woman he yearned for, Wei Dan, he felt compelled to accompany his father, despite Peng Yu's reluctance. The mere thought of Wei Dan darkened Wei Mingdong's expression. This so-called illegitimate child had subjected him to such trials and indignities. When the day came for him to rise to prominence, he vowed to make that girl pay dearly. As for Peng Yu, he cast a sidelong glance at the man meditating with closed eyes, a sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. Humph. You think you can have it all, enjoying the best of both worlds? What an illusion. Wei Mingdong contemplated for a moment before reclining into the soft embrace of the cushioned backrest. He closed his eyes, yearning to savor this rare moment of leisure. Yet, scarcely had he shut his eyes for a few seconds when he abruptly opened them wide, a flicker of astonishment and profound terror flashing in his gaze. Wei Mingdong's heart grew increasingly heavy, an unsettling gloom encroaching upon him like a relentless tide, threatening to engulf him entirely. In his mind, a colossal enigma seemed to gradually materialize, suffocating him with its weight. Suddenly, a thought flickered through his consciousness. The sole connection between these two individuals is that they are both my daughters. Could it be that they harbor secrets unknown to me? Once this notion took root in Wei Mingdong's mind, it spread like wild grass, uncontrollably fueling his inner doubts and anxieties. Wei Mingdong took a deep breath, attempting to calm the turmoil within his heart. His gaze was obscure, as if he were pondering something profound. Inside the vehicle, the two occupants harbored their own agendas. As time elapsed, they finally arrived at the alley where Yudon awaited. Military advisor, we have arrived. Miss Yudon has been waiting below. Wang Wu spoke softly, gently pulling the handbrake. He turned to glance at Peng Yu, who appeared to have been feigning sleep. Upon hearing Wang Wu's words, he swiftly yet composedly opened his eyes. The brightness in his gaze revealed a sense of vigilance and acuity, wholly uncharacteristic of someone just awakened from slumber. He promptly and methodically adjusted his coat, then was the first to push open the car door and step onto the ground, resembling a predator poised to pounce. Wei Mingdong gazed intently at Peng Yu's anxious expression, his conviction growing ever stronger that Wei Dan harbored secrets unknown to others. He refrained from hastily exiting the vehicle. Instead, he leisurely extended his hand to gently wipe away the mist obscuring the window. Through the glass, he directed his gaze towards the direction where Wei Dan was situated. Although the figure appeared somewhat indistinct amidst the haze, Wei Mingdong could still discern the layers of garments draped upon Wei Dan's form, each with its own unique style. The neckline of the innermost garment revealed a patchwork of frayed cotton fibers. Wei Mingdong observed the scene before him, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. He scoffed inwardly, thinking, it appears she is not faring any better. This illegitimate child truly deserves her plight. His gaze conveyed profound contempt and derision, as if he had already discerned the entirety of Wei Dan's fate. Early on, Wei Dan detected the faint sounds emanating from the mouth of the alley, her heart racing as she instantly recognized that the one truly seeking her was Peng Yu. In a flurry, she tore off her tattered garment and curled up beside a disheveled pile of blankets in the corner, feigning a pitiful appearance, trembling in the cold. Peng Yu rushed into the alley, and the desolate scene presented before him was heart-wrenching. A look of urgency crossed his face as he unhesitatingly shed his coat, draping it gently over Wei Dan's shivering form. Although today marked their first true meeting, the depth of affection in Peng Yu's eyes seemed to transcend the boundaries of time. Had Wei Dan not been acutely aware of his true motive for this encounter, she might have found herself swayed by his sudden display of concern. How could one allow another to suffer such torment in the cold? Wang Wu, what in the world are you doing? Peng Yu's voice was laced with fury, as though he were ready to consume Wang Wu with his wrath. Wang Wu, taken aback by the intensity of his anger, found himself at a loss, internally murmuring, was this not your command? To ensure she remained in place, no matter the cost, even if it meant enduring the chill? Yet, he dared not voice these thoughts, silently enduring Peng Yu's ire. Yes, it is all the fault of the subordinate. Wei Dan lay there, her face ashen, her lips tinged with a purplish hue, appearing remarkably frail. With great effort, she managed to open her eyes and gaze at the figure before her. Peng Yu, stammering, "W, who are you? W, where is my father? H, he hasn't come, has he?" Chapter 146. Dan, is it truly you? It was only then that Peng Yu became aware of his own indiscretion. Taking a deep breath, he approached Wei Dan, crouching beside her, endeavoring to soften his tone. "Oh, I neglected to introduce myself. My name is Peng Yu, and I am your father's superior. I have brought him to you." Peng Yu strived to maintain his gentlemanly demeanor, subtly appropriating the credit for himself. Meanwhile, Wang Wu stood to the side, observing the interaction between Peng Yu and Wei Dan. His heart filled with a mixture of emotions. He recognized that he had perhaps overstepped in this matter, yet he had merely acted on Peng Yu's orders. Now, witnessing Wei Dan in such a state, he felt a twinge of guilt. Dan, is it truly you?" As they followed the sound, they beheld Wei Mingdong approaching with a countenance full of sorrow, embodying the poignant image of a heartbroken father concerned for his daughter. A cold smile crept across Wei Dan's face as she mused to herself, a skilled performer, indeed. "I shall observe her act." With great effort, she forced her frozen body to move toward Wei Mingdong, uttering in a faint voice, "Father, have you come?" Wei Mingdong gazed at Wei Dan, a wave of confusion washing over him. He vividly recalled the previous incident that had left him utterly destitute. What was she attempting to do now? Could it be that this impetuous girl had undergone yet another transformation? Though his heart was filled with uncertainty, he maintained an impassive facade, continuing to play the role of the concerned father. "Dad, Dan, it is father who has come." He hurried towards Wei Dan, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Those 2 droplets of sorrow had yet to touch the ground before they crystallized in the frigid air, clinging tightly to the edges of his eyelids. "Father, sobi, you have finally arrived. I have searched for you with great anguish. At last, I have the opportunity to avenge mother." Wei Dan wept with profound sorrow, yet her tears seemed to fall in vain. Struggling to rise, her body appeared incapable of bearing the immense weight of her emotions. In that fleeting moment, it seemed she could no longer maintain her composure. Her body softened, and she collapsed onto the quilt. "Dan, Wei Dan," the 2 cried out in unison, their voices filled with urgency as they reached out to support the faltering Wei Dan. However, just as they were about to make contact, Wei Dan's figure transformed into a mere apparition, swaying before them and unexpectedly toppling in an entirely different direction. Wei Dan's body fell straight onto the thick quilt, startling the 2 individuals who had already succumbed to slumber due to the cold. What has happened to me? Am I dead? Is this the fabled 18 levels of hell?" One of them murmured, a note of fear and confusion lacing their voice. Peng Yu, closest to the quilt, was solely focused on Wei Dan's safety. Upon hearing the rustling from beneath the covers, he merely raised an eyebrow, not overly concerned. With a sudden pivot, he swiftly and powerfully lifted Wei Dan into his arms, urgency evident on his face. He called out to Wang Wu, "Hurry, bring the car over." Wang Wu, intrigued by the faint sounds emanating from the quilt, was about to investigate when Peng's voice thundered through the air, halting him. "It seems old Qian and the others are inside." "Aye." Peng's expression darkened immediately, his brows furrowing with displeasure. "Silence. Did you not hear me telling you to fetch the car?" Peng tightly held Wei Dan, his arms straining under the unexpected weight, as if bound by invisible chains that rendered him immobile. He attempted to shift his footing, yet the heaviness was overwhelming, and after a brief moment of holding her, a wave of soreness coursed through his arms, as if they might give way. He bitterly chuckled internally, muttering to himself, "Wei Dan does not seem heavy at all. Why does it feel like I'm carrying a boulder of over 200 pounds? Military advisor, perhaps I should take her for a moment," Wei Mingdong suggested, wanting to alleviate Peng's discomfort. However, before he could finish, Peng decisively rebuffed him. "No need." His tone was resolute, though his thoughts lingered on why Wang Wu had taken so long to bring the car. Wei Dan reclined in Peng Yu's embrace, feeling her body gradually sink. Yet a mischievous smile blossomed within her heart as she quietly contemplated. How much longer can you endure? With a subtle flick of her hand, concealed within her sleeve, She summoned 2 hefty 5-kilogram lead balls from the void, deftly tucking them into the layers of her clothing. The emergence of these lead spheres weighed down upon Peng Yu like 2 invisible mountains, rendering him nearly unable to bear the burden. His complexion turned an intense shade of crimson. His lips parted and closed in vain, struggling to utter a single word, while he could only cast a desperate glance towards Wei Mingdong for assistance. Wei Mingdong astutely perceived the subtle shift in Peng Yu's gaze, instantly comprehending his predicament. He realized that Peng Yu was overwhelmed and in desperate need of assistance. However, he feigned ignorance, adopting a perplexed expression as he inquired, "Strategist, are you suggesting that I withdraw a bit further?" His voice resonated with calmness and composure, as if he truly failed to grasp Peng Yu's intent. Upon hearing this, a surge of impatience welled up within Peng Yu. His eyes, as if ignited by a spark, began to dart about with increasing urgency. All right, I understand your meaning," he hastily clarified. "I will create a space for the two of you. I comprehend this, and I shall take my leave at once." Wei Mingdong stifled a laugh within himself as he turned away, his gait appearing leisurely while he remained subtly attuned to the movements behind him. He eagerly anticipated the moment when Peng Yu would falter, as if it would become the highlight of his day. He mused to himself, "Aren't you usually quite capable? How is it that you struggle to carry even a woman?" Yet, just as he reveled in his private amusement, Wang Wu had already driven the car over. Observing Peng Yu's labored movements, he quickly approached, extending a helping hand. Feeling Wang Wu's support, Peng Yu let out a sigh of relief, unhesitatingly transferring Wei Dan into Wang Wu's embrace, as if he had offloaded an immense burden. No longer wishing to bear the weight of her small form for even a moment longer, dragging his weary legs, each step felt as heavy as a mountain. He slowly made his way to the parked vehicle. With great effort, he climbed into the car, his body sinking heavily into the seat, gasping for breath. Wang Wu held Wei Dan, his gaze fixed on Peng Yu's unsteady steps, a wave of uncertainty washing over him. He glanced down at Wei Dan in his arms, bewildered, pondering. She is not that heavy. Why is the strategist so exhausted? Could the rumors be true? Wang Wu's eyes widened, as if in that moment he had glimpsed an undisclosed secret, his heart brimming with shock and curiosity. Chapter 147. This is the long-abandoned chemical plant. Wei Dan quietly attuned herself to every subtle bump and turn of the vehicle, silently tracing their path on the map etched in her mind. The car had been traveling for a full 2 hours, gradually surpassing the boundaries of the map she had long memorized. She could distinctly perceive the increasing heaviness of Wei Mingdong's breath beside her. In her heart, Wei Dan privately speculated, "This place seems rather extraordinary. Could it be that we are nearing the headquarters of a Long Lake base?" As the vehicle's speed gradually decreased, she realized that their destination was within reach. Taking a deep breath, she feigned the appearance of just awakening from slumber, slowly opening her eyes, which revealed a hint of confusion and curiosity, as if she were filled with wonder and anticipation for this unfamiliar place. Where is this?" she murmured softly, her voice gentle yet resonating distinctly in the stillness of the cabin. Upon hearing the news of Wei Dan's awakening, Peng Yu, seated in the front passenger seat, reacted more swiftly than Wei Mingdong, who sat beside her. A look of delight blossomed on his face as he quickly pulled his seat back, forcing Wei Mingdong to lean back in an effort to create more space. "You're awake?" Peng Yu's voice brimmed with joy, as if he were greeting a long-lost relative. Wei Dan exerted herself to prop up her body, slowly sitting upright. Her gaze flitted between Peng Yu and Wei Mingdong, her eyes shimmering with excitement. She looked at Wei Mingdong, her voice trembling with an indescribable thrill, and exclaimed, "Father, I never anticipated that in this lifetime I would see you again. You old rascal, you are still alive." Wei Mingdong witnessed the surge of emotions in Wei Dan, a profound paternal love swelling within him, prompting an instinctive desire to embrace her and convey the deep affection born from their long-awaited reunion. Yet, the chairs before him stood as an invisible barrier, constraining his movements and leaving him awkwardly reaching out, unable to bridge the distance to Wei Dan. Upon witnessing this, Wei Dan feigned a few sobs, showing no intention of approaching Wei Mingdong any further. She turned to look at Peng Yu, her eyes shimmering with gratitude. Thank you. Thank you for reuniting us, father and daughter. Wei Dan's voice was imbued with sincerity, yet her heart concealed a different sentiment. Internally, she silently rejoiced. Thank you for presenting this old fellow and yourself before me. A flicker of pride gleamed in Wei Dan's eyes, yet this fleeting emotion went unnoticed by anyone present. As Peng Yu observed Wei Dan's gratitude, a sense of quiet satisfaction welled up within him. He perceived Wei Dan to be even more pliable than he had anticipated, akin to a docile prey ensnared within his trap. Dan, you need not thank me. It is my duty to assist, he remarked, upon hearing Peng Yu's address. Both Wei Dan and Wei Mingdong were suddenly overtaken by an inexplicable chill. In her heart, Wei Dan secretly raised a middle finger at Peng Yu, yet her face remained adorned with an expression of gratitude, as if she were utterly indifferent to the matter. No, this is of great significance to me, she declared, casting her gaze out the window, where a flicker of astonishment danced in her eyes. Despite the thin veil of mist clouding the glass, she instantly recognized the location. It was the long-abandoned chemical plant. Were we? Wei Dan was momentarily taken aback, only to swiftly don a mask of confusion, as if she felt a profound sense of strangeness and unease regarding her surroundings. Wei Mingdong furrowed his brow upon hearing Peng Yu's words, a profound sense of confusion washing over his countenance. He fixed his gaze intently on Peng Yu, silently pondering the implications. Sensing the skeptical looks from both Wei Mingdong and Wei Dan, Peng Yu felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. However, he quickly composed himself, managing to conjure a warm smile as he turned to Wei Dan and reassured her. Dan, rest assured, this is the safest haven in Tianqing. You and Mr. Wei can settle in comfortably here, for everything you need is at your fingertips. You shall no longer have to toil through life, enduring those anxious days. Wei Dan exhibited a hint of hesitation, glancing around in confusion. The perplexity within Wei Mingdong deepened, while Wei Dan instantly comprehended where Peng Yu intended to venture, the very underground city she had longed to enter but had been unable to. Recently, the personnel of Longhu had been thoroughly purged by Exan Kai-san, yet Peng Yu remained remarkably composed, clearly having devised a strategy in advance. However, Wei Dan never anticipated that his ultimate escape route would lead to this abandoned chemical plant's underground city. She mused to herself, very well. This serendipitous opportunity resolved my previous dilemma of how to gain entry. Indeed, a stroke of fortune. Advisor, we have arrived at our destination. Wang Wu deftly parked the vehicle in front of the long-deserted chemical factory, then opened the door and stepped out first. Following in his footsteps, Wei Dan and the other two alighted from the car in succession. Wei Dan's gaze fell upon the familiar, yet unfamiliar chemical plant before her. Gradually, her eyes ascended to the glass window that she had once shattered in a fit of rage. At this moment, that window had been meticulously repaired, showing no signs of its former destruction. He turned to look at Wei Dan beside him, realizing she remained rooted to the spot, her eyes fixated on the dilapidated structure, now ravaged by time. A pang of concern gripped Peng Yu's heart, as he feared Wei Dan was paralyzed by the sight before her. He took a step forward, slowly approaching her, intending to grasp her wrist. Chapter 148. Very well, let us proceed inside. Wei Dan's attention remained steadfastly fixated upon the desolate chemical plant, as though ensnared by an ineffable force. Suddenly, she sensed a peculiar aura, a subtle disturbance stemming from Peng Yu's movements. Instinctively, she retreated a step, her gaze inadvertently betraying a hint of caution. Peng Yu, initially confident in his ability to reach Wei Dan, was taken aback when his hand grasped nothing but air. The gentle smile that adorned his face abruptly stiffened, as if frozen by an unforeseen awkwardness. He swiftly recalibrated his emotions, donning a smile tinged with mild regret. Wei Dan, please do not misunderstand, he murmured softly, his tone imbued with sincerity and remorse. I was merely concerned that you might wander off. It was my thoughtlessness that led me to overlook your feelings. Upon hearing Peng Yu's explanation, Wei Dan promptly concealed her vigilance, replacing it with an expression of remorse, and softly remarked, "No, it's nothing. I was simply too engrossed," which startled me quite a bit. As Wei Dan's words fell, she had no intention of further entangling herself with Peng Yu. At this moment, her mind was solely fixated on the desire to swiftly step into the legendary underground city. The underground city of Luo Town certainly existed, but in her eyes, it was merely a rudimentary form, yet to be perfected, far from the grandeur she had envisioned. Peng Yu was not a fool. He keenly sensed Wei Dan's detachment. The instant she turned to leave, his expression darkened, a flicker of unwillingness crossing his eyes. He fixated on Wei Dan's retreating figure, inwardly muttering, "You little brat, pretending to be so pure and innocent. Just wait until I seize the space. You'll see how I deal with you." Wei Mingdong consistently trails at the rear of the formation, his gaze akin to that of a keen-eyed falcon, precisely discerning every subtle movement ahead. The subtle interplay between Wei Dan and Peng Yu unfolded like a captivating drama, fully captivating his gaze. Observing Peng Yu's disheartened demeanor, an indescribable sense of satisfaction surged within him, akin to a refreshing spring that momentarily dissipated the anxiety and unease weighing upon his heart. Yet this elation was fleeting, as the unsettling feelings returned, tenacious as resilient weeds, lingering stubbornly in his mind. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to hasten his steps and approached Peng Yu's side. Tentatively, he spoke, his voice tinged with a hint of trepidation and hesitation. Peng Yu's mood, already akin to the calm before a storm, became increasingly tumultuous in response to Wei Mingdong's abrupt inquiry. His stern countenance seemed to be cloaked in a layer of frost, his gaze piercing like a blade directed at Wei Mingdong. His tone bore unmistakable signs of impatience and aloofness. "Wei Mingdong, I advise you not to play games with me. Just keep your mouth shut and follow my lead. Remember, as long as you assist me in dealing with your daughter, you will secure a life of prosperity and splendor for yourself." Wei Mingdong caught a glimpse of his gloomy expression, a pang of anxiety gripping his heart, prompting him to suppress all his thoughts and adopt a demeanor of compliance. He nodded frequently, echoing the words of the other, yet within him, tumultuous waves surged, thoughts racing. At this juncture, Wei Mingdong couldn't help but covertly glance at Wei Dan's silhouette, quietly contemplating, "It appears I must seize an opportunity to engage this troublesome girl in earnest conversation." Through meticulous observation during their journey, clarity began to dawn upon him. He sensed that Wei Dan's purpose for this visit extended far beyond merely seeing him. A deeper, more profound intention seemed to lurk beneath the surface. As they progressed, Wei Mingdong noticed that Wei Dan occasionally cast her gaze in his direction, a silent, profound scrutiny that, devoid of words, seemed imbued with unspoken sentiments. He fancied that this gaze still harbored remnants of their past father-daughter bond, suggesting that she, even in critical moments, still held onto old affections. This notion filled Wei Mingdong with a sense of pride as he reveled in his own fantasies, neglecting to consider other possibilities. The quartet, under Peng Yu's guidance, meandered around the derelict chemical plant, eventually arriving before Stonewall. This wall served as a specially crafted hidden door, which even Wei Dan would struggle to discern without Peng Yu's lead. Peng Yu crouched silently before the door, deftly manipulating the edge of the floor as if performing a silent magic trick. The floor was cautiously pried open, revealing an exquisite password machine before the group. He signaled to Wang Wu, hoping he would grasp his intent and turn with the other two. However, Wang Wu appeared oblivious to Peng Yu's meaning. He craned his neck in confusion, attempting to decipher something from Peng Yu's eyes, but it proved futile. Scratching his head, he wore an awkward smile and bluntly stated, "Strategist, I'm rather dense. Your gaze eludes my understanding. Please, just tell me directly." Upon hearing this, a surge of anger welled up within Peng Yu, but he restrained himself from erupting. Taking a deep breath, he forced a smile and turned his gaze toward Wei Dan, slowly articulating, aside from Wang Wu. The moment those words fell, the other two men wore expressions of sudden realization, instinctively turning away. Though their bodies faced forward, their ears were attuned like radar, keenly capturing every subtle sound behind them. Only Wang Wu, in his earnestness, turned around, continually regretting his earlier foolishness. Wei Dan endeavored to concentrate, attempting to discern each digit pressed by Peng Yu. However, as time passed, she gradually sensed something amiss. The length of the password, even in its most intricate combinations, was merely 8 digits. Yet at this moment, the beeping had resonated dozens of times, far exceeding the normal threshold. Wei Dan felt a sudden chill in her heart, instantly comprehending Peng Yu's intentions. He was deliberately stalling for time, heightening the difficulty of deciphering the password, thus preventing them from easily uncovering the truth. What a cunning and crafty individual he was. Deep within her heart, Wei Dan silently cursed, while the previously monotonous voice behind her suddenly transformed. Tick, tick. All right, let us proceed. Chapter 149. What exactly do you intend to do? Upon hearing Peng Yu's voice, the three swiftly turned to face him. Before their eyes, the stone wall that had seamlessly blended with the architecture appeared to come alive, quivering slightly before gradually retreating to the sides. Reminiscent of a stage curtain slowly being drawn back to reveal a grand entrance concealed behind it. This gateway, entirely crafted from black metal, emanated an aura of coldness and rigidity. Under the gaze of the onlookers, Peng Yu calmly removed his gloves, revealing palms marked by the passage of time. He gently pressed his hand against the palm-patterned code lock beside the door, as if performing a mysterious ritual. With 2 crisp beeps echoing, the black metal door seemed to respond to an enigmatic summons, gradually becoming translucent until it completely vanished, unveiling a vibrant neon passageway. Wei Dan curiously extended her hand, only to discover that it effortlessly passed through the door that had once stood before her, as if it had never existed at all. A look of astonishment spread across her face, clearly captivated by this miraculous scene. The remaining 2 individuals instinctively directed their gaze towards Wei Dan's peculiar action. They emulated her, cautiously reaching out their hands in tentative exploration. When their palms traversed the seemingly solid doorframe without resistance, they could not help but gape in disbelief. As if witnessing an extraordinary miracle, their eyes were filled with shock and confusion, unable to comprehend the unfolding reality before them. Peng Yu observed the scene, a surge of inexplicable pride swelling within him, as a subtle smile graced his lips, revealing an ineffable sense of accomplishment. There is no need for such astonishment, he remarked nonchalantly. Even more wondrous phenomena await us ahead. Come, follow me. With that, he took the lead, effortlessly stepping over the threshold and entering the enigmatic passage. Upon witnessing this, Wei Dan took a moment to examine the structure of the door once more before promptly following suit. Just as the last person's foot crossed the threshold, the once transparent door abruptly transformed, donning a heavy cloak of black metal. Simultaneously, the stone walls outside seemed to be compelled by an unseen force, silently closing in and isolating the outside world from any prying eyes. Wei Dan followed closely behind Peng Yu, her steps steady, yet her heart surged like tumultuous waves. She had just witnessed an astonishing scene, and the confusion and perplexity within her grew like a rolling snowball. This was not the first time she had encountered such an extraordinary spectacle. During her time in the smaller realm, she had also been a first-hand witness to similar mysterious phenomena. Although the scale and intricacy here may not compare to those she had observed in the smaller realm, the underlying essence shared between them was undeniably profound. A perplexing sense of bewilderment surged within Wei Dan's heart. She could not help but ponder, who, indeed, could be the illustrious figures behind the construction of the underground city? Could they, perhaps, be akin to the ancient noble families of yore, shrouded in mystery and seclusion? Wei Mingdong noticed Wei Dan's slow pace and mistakenly assumed she was waiting for him. A wave of inexplicable joy surged within him. He cautiously glanced ahead and observed Peng Yu walking confidently with his hands behind his back, exuding an air of indifference. Wei Mingdong hurriedly quickened his pace, seizing the opportunity to draw closer to Wei Dan's side. Lowering his voice, he said, Dan, at last, your father has the chance to speak with you privately. Listen to me. You must not be easily swayed by that Peng Yu ahead. He is far from a benevolent character. Upon hearing this, Wei Dan slightly raised her eyebrows, and a trace of a cold smile curved her lips. She gazed at Wei Mingdong with an air of icy disdain, her heart brimming with mockery and contempt. Is that so? If that is the case, then why did you assist him in seeking me out? Wei Mingdong stared in astonishment at Wei Dan's abrupt change in demeanor, momentarily rendered speechless. After a brief pause, he distanced himself from her once more. Observing Wei Dan's resolute and unwavering silhouette, a surge of indignation welled up within him, prompting him to mutter under his breath, "This wretched girl. I thought you had finally come to your senses, yet you are still just like that despicable mother of yours. How infuriating! If it weren't for the fact that you currently need me, I would hardly bother with you." Despite the satisfaction of venting his frustrations internally, Wei Mingdong was compelled to temper his emotions and, with a facade of bravado, hastened to catch up with Wei Dan. Lowering his voice, he tentatively inquired, "Do you not wish to know why, despite being complete strangers, he seeks you out?" Wei Dan initially intended to disregard him. However, his unexpected words struck her like a bolt of lightning, stirring ripples within her heart. With a subtle shift of her gaze, a clever idea blossomed in her mind, and a barely perceptible smile graced her lips as she gently inquired, "Do you know why he seeks me?" When Wei Mingdong observed her finally willing to engage in conversation, a surge of joy flooded his heart, further solidifying his suspicions. He secretly reveled in the thought. It seems she has truly reached a dead end, which led her to this place. Undoubtedly, she too yearns to escape this wretched locale. With our objectives aligned, the forthcoming matters will become considerably easier to navigate. With this in mind, he cleared his throat and, with an air of assuredness, remarked, "Not only am I aware of this, but I can also perceive your impatience. You are eager to depart from here, are you not?" His voice exuded a confidence that suggested everything lay within his grasp. He had always prided himself on his discerning eye, particularly in matters of understanding the human heart, boasting that no one could rival his acuity. Upon hearing this, Wei Dan's eyes twinkled with a hint of cunning, and she feigned surprise as she interjected, "Oh, so you do not wish to remain by his side? Is he not your superior?" "He is certainly not." Wei Mingdong hastily waved his hand, his expression laden with helplessness and inner turmoil. "I'm being held captive by him." Dan, consider this. If your father were not being coerced, why would he intrude upon your life? Nevertheless, rest assured, I am aware that he requires something from you, and I have consented to his demands solely to ensure your safety. Upon hearing Wei Mingdong's sanctimonious words, Wei Dan could not help but feel a wave of disdainful laughter rise within her. Yet, she refrained from displaying any hint of dissatisfaction on her face. Instead, she feigned being moved by his rhetoric, allowing her expression to subtly shift. She gently raised an eyebrow, as if genuinely contemplating Wei Mingdong's proposal, her voice laced with a hint of insincere eagerness. "What exactly are your plans?" Chapter 150. Are we truly about to commence? Upon witnessing this, Wei Mingdong secretly rejoiced, thinking to himself that there was hope. He subtly adjusted his pace, drawing closer to Wei Dan, and in a voice barely above a whisper, filled with seduction, he said, Dan, do you see this place? It hardly seems like a location where one can afford to let their guard down. We are currently in the same boat, bound together like grasshoppers on a single string. If we wish to escape this wretched place, your cooperation is imperative." His words exuded an inexplicable confidence, as if he had already secured Wei Dan's allegiance. "That pawn you covets the possessions you carry with you. We could leverage this as a bargaining chip to negotiate with him. It might just yield us a sliver of hope." Wei Dan listened quietly, her expression as cold as ice, betraying not a single ripple of emotion. Wei Mingdong's narration persisted, his voice akin to a sharpened blade, carving deep scars into Wei Dan's heart. She felt her hands tremble, yet she resolutely suppressed any signs of weakness, her nails embedding deeply into her palm. The pain served as a stark reminder to stay vigilant and not to lose sight of her purpose. Confronting the foe who had ruthlessly claimed her mother's life, Wei Dan traversed a path fraught with inner turmoil, her heart ablaze with an inferno of rage, yet she steadfastly quelled the impulse to exact immediate vengeance upon Wei Mingdong. The hatred within her surged like a tempest in the night, howling and wreaking havoc, an embodiment of her profound loathing for Wei Mingdong's treachery and deceit. as well as a poignant regret for her own inadequacy in safeguarding her loved ones. However, she understood that this was not the opportune moment to unleash her wrath. She must endure and await the right moment to strike. Dan, what are your thoughts on Father's plan? Wei Dong cast a nervous glance at Wei Dan, and upon noticing her silence, an unsettling feeling surged within him. He endeavored to adjust his expression, crafting a smile that was as gentle and sincere as possible, hoping to touch his daughter's heart. However, at that moment, Peng Yu, who was leading the way, suddenly turned around, interrupting their conversation. With a beaming smile, he approached Wei Dan, his gaze flitting between Wei Dong and Wei Dan, and then addressed Wei Dong, saying, "Mr. Wei, we shall soon arrive at our destination, and you and Dan will have ample time to reminisce. However, I have a few words I wish to discuss privately with Dan. I wonder if you might grant me this small request." Peng Yu's words carried a hint of cunning, as he deliberately raised an eyebrow, his eyes gleaming with a predatory glint, akin to a poised leopard ready to pounce on its prey. Of course. Wei Dong nodded repeatedly, his tone infused with flattery and concession. He was acutely aware of Peng Yu's temperament and understood that it was prudent to acquiesce to his wishes at this moment. Observing this, Peng Yu felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, a smug smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He extended one hand, turning his back to Wei Dan, and made a gesture of invitation, as if welcoming a distinguished guest. Wei Dan had long awaited this moment. She feigned shyness, nodding gently and gliding forward with light steps, following Peng Yu. Meanwhile, Wang Wu was discreetly ushered away by Peng Yu, trailing behind at a respectful distance. As the two walked side by side, a glance from behind revealed that Wei Dan's stature was remarkably comparable to that of Peng Yu, perhaps even surpassing it slightly. This scene appeared somewhat peculiar, as the surrounding air seemed to have solidified. Peng Yu called Wei Dan over, not out of a genuine desire for conversation, but rather to temporarily separate her from Wei Dong. He understood that if Wei Dong were to utter something he ought not to say, the object of his fervent desire might dissipate into nothingness, rendering all his efforts futile. Thus, he inhaled deeply, striving to maintain an appearance of composure, and then spoke first, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. Dan, I wonder if you believe in love at first sight? Regardless of your beliefs, I was captivated by you from the very moment I laid eyes on you. When I saw you, it felt as though Cupid's arrow had struck my heart, and I fell deeply in love with you. Upon hearing this, Wei Dan abruptly halted her steps, dramatically covering her mouth, her eyes glimmering with an unusual light as they fixated on Peng Yu. However, beneath her seemingly astonished facade, a cold smirk formed within her heart. Is this where all begins? Peng Yu too came to a standstill, his gaze towards Wei Dan imbued with profound affection. Observing this, Wang Wu swiftly grasped Wei Dong and retreated a couple of steps. Before Wei Dan could utter a word, Peng Yu spoke up eagerly, his voice trembling slightly, fearful that Wei Dan might misinterpret his intentions. Dan, please do not misunderstand me. I truly had no desire to coerce you into anything. It is just, the beauty of this scenery is utterly captivating, and I momentarily lost my restraint. Peng Yu's voice gradually diminished, seemingly filled with regret for his impulsive outburst. Wei Dan gently tilted her head, a fleeting and almost imperceptible smirk gracing her lips. Her voice carried a hint of trepidation as she hesitantly inquired, "Is that true?" "But my father—" She faltered mid-sentence, as though burdened by a secret too delicate to utter. This display ignited a sense of unease within Peng Yu, prompting him to urgently probe. "What is it with Mr. Wei? What did he say?" "Father, he mentioned that you might be seeking something from me." Upon hearing this, Peng Yu's countenance darkened instantly, a glimmer of fierce intent flashing in his eyes. I knew that old fox, Wei Dong, would not play by the rules. He has disrupted my grand plans. It seems he can no longer be allowed to remain. Chapter 151, Different Matters? Wei Dan cautiously peered at him, her keen gaze capturing the fleeting glint of cold malice in his eyes. A sense of satisfaction welled up within her as she realized she had successfully achieved her aim. She endeavored to make her voice sound more fragile and helpless, softly inquiring, "Do you truly think that way?" "Of course not, Dandan. How could you even contemplate such a notion?" "I am not that kind of person," he replied, a slight furrow forming on his brow, revealing a hint of confusion and grievance. He continued, "I cannot fathom why your father would harbor such a misunderstanding, but I assure you, I have no such intentions, Dandan. You must trust me." His voice was gentle yet resolute, striving to dispel the doubts swirling in Wei Dan's heart. Edan's gaze was fixed upon his sincere, water-like visage, her brows instinctively knitting together in a frown. She let out a gentle sigh, her voice tinged with a hint of bewilderment and confusion. "You both have your own narratives, and I truly do not know whom to believe. Yet, one thing is certain. Your facilitation of my reunion with my father leads me to perceive you as a person of deep affection and loyalty. Dandan, thank you. Thank you for choosing to place your trust in me." A radiant smile blossomed on Pingyo's face, and he gestured towards the distance, where a shimmering exit appeared to flicker. "Dandan, that is the exit. Stay close to me. The inhabitants here are not particularly welcoming to outsiders." Wei Dan's gaze was drawn to the seemingly ordinary yet profoundly enigmatic door. Guided by Pengyo's finger, her heart raced uncontrollably, as if an indescribable excitement was quietly blossoming within her. Although the exit appeared to be within arm's reach, it felt as though an infinite distance lay before them. The three of them advanced in silence. Their steps were steady, yet they could sense the urgency and anxiety in their hearts. After an interminable half-hour, Wei Dan finally stood before the grand door. This door resembled a colossal mirror, smooth and cold, reflecting the silhouettes of the three of them, yet it seemed to conceal deeper secrets. "Please wait here for a moment." Pengyo's voice shattered the stillness. He took a deep breath and stepped forward, crossing the threshold of the mysterious door. At the instant his body made contact with the door, it transformed from a mirror-like surface into a transparent veil, as if an invisible barrier had gently been lifted, reminiscent of the metallic door they had encountered before. As Wei Dan beheld the scene before her, her conviction grew ever more resolute. She understood that the architects of such an enigmatic underground city must undoubtedly belong to a reclusive and venerable lineage. Cautiously, she extended her hand, her fingertips nearly grazing the mirror-like door that had returned to its original state. Yet, at the moment of impending contact, she abruptly halted, as if ensnared by an invisible force. A stone traced a graceful arc through the air before crashing against the door with a resounding thud. Wei Dan once again extended her hand, cautiously reaching out to touch the door, smooth and reflective as a mirror. Her fingers made tangible contact with the surface. Yet when she withdrew her hand, not a trace of a fingerprint remained on the door, as if her touch had never transpired. In an instant, Wei Dan comprehended that this grand door was no ordinary object. It appeared to possess its own will and rules, requiring a specific method to be unlocked. Dun-dun. As Wei Mingdong noticed that Peng Yu had departed, he intended to continue discussing their previous plan with Wei Dan. However, he observed that Wang Wu was quietly standing nearby, seemingly attentive to their conversation. Wei Mingdong felt a pang of anxiety in his heart, hesitant to voice his thoughts directly. He could only hint ambiguously. "What do you think about the item my father mentioned before? If you find it satisfactory, my father would go to great lengths to fulfill your wish, even if it means plucking stars from the sky." Wang Wu found himself engulfed in confusion. The strategist's earlier whispered instructions to keep a close watch on Wei Mingdong and to prevent him from engaging in excessive conversation with Wei Dan seemed, to him, quite reasonable. He raked his fingers through his hair, choosing not to delve deeper into the matter, his gaze remaining steadfastly fixed on the grand, mirror-like door ahead. The journey thus far had been filled with extraordinary sights and experiences, as though he had truly stepped into an enchanting realm. Upon hearing this, Wei Dan cast a glance at Wang Wu. Noticing that Wang Wu did not direct his gaze towards her, she felt a slight relief. She then playfully winked at Wei Mingdong and gently said, "Father, I wish to observe personally before making a decision, but I will certainly take your words into consideration." Once these words were spoken, Wei Mingdong felt reassured that his previous statements had mostly resonated. Although Wei Dan refrained from expressing herself directly due to Wang Wu's presence. Wei Mingdong still perceived an inclination towards collaboration in her demeanor. "Very well. Whenever you have made your decision, simply inform me," he replied. Seeing that Wei Mingdong had fallen into her trap, Wei Dan chose not to elaborate further and instead continued to focus intently on the enigmatic mirror-like door. Wang Wu, observing Wei Dan's actions, scratched his head in confusion and remarked, "It's quite strange. Why does this door open only for you, strategist? Could it possibly recognize individuals?" This remark struck Wei Dan like a bolt of lightning, illuminating the fog in her mind. In a moment of inspiration, she feigned surprise and turned to Wang Wu, asking, "Brother Wang Wu, what do you mean by that? Is there something distinct about the strategist?" "Something distinct?" Wang Wu murmured to himself, suddenly slapping his thigh as if a light had dawned upon him. He sighed, realizing, so that is how it is. Raising his head, he then noticed that Wei Dan and Wei Mingdong were staring intently at him, their eyes brimming with curiosity and inquiry. It was then that Wang Wu became aware of his earlier indiscretion, quickly adjusting his expression to feign nonchalance in an attempt to mask the turmoil within. As Wei Dan observed Wang Wu's reaction, she discerned certain truths within her heart. It seemed that Peng Yu truly possessed a unique key. She silently resolved to find a way to acquire it, no matter the cost. Just as the three of them were lost in their own thoughts, the mirror-like door once again became transparent, and man stepped through. Chapter 152. Are you three the ones? A man of imposing stature emerged, broad-shouldered and muscular, resembling an iron tower. He wore a rugged, off-the-shoulder shirt, and the gray fabric beneath glimmered faintly in the dim light, evidently crafted from a special material that was both soft and resilient. His light attire stood in stark contrast to the bulky garments of Wei Dan and her companions, as though he inhabited an entirely different realm, impervious to the encroaching chill. The man cast a disdainful glance at the trio, his eyes brimming with contempt, as if he were scrutinizing three insignificant ants. His gaze traversed each of them until it settled on Wei Dan, a mocking smirk curling at the corners of his lips. "Oof. Even in such dire straits, you still bring a woman along. How utterly laughable." His voice was coarse and gravelly, akin to sandpaper scraping against metal. Harsh and unpleasant to the ear. Wang Wu felt the man's unbridled scrutiny ignite a surge of anger within him. He stepped forward, positioning himself protectively behind Wei Dan, and cautiously inquired, "Brother, did the strategist send you to escort us?" The man shot Wang Wu a glance filled with disdain, letting out a cold snort from deep within his throat. "What strategist? Do not presume that your superficial reputation outside means anything here. Once inside, you are all of the same rank. There is no strategist or otherwise. This is your designation. Keep it safe and do not lose it." With that, he casually tossed 3 transparent badges at Wang Wu's feet, the gesture reminiscent of charity, devoid of any semblance of respect. Anger boiled within Wang Wu, yet he understood that this was not the time to erupt. He swallowed his fury, crouched down, and collected the 3 badges one by one. Silently, he kept one for himself and handed the remaining 2 to Wei Dan and Wei Mingdong. "Thank you," Wei Dan said as she accepted the badge from Wang Wu. Her curiosity piqued as she examined it. The transparent badge lingered in Wei Dan's hand for scarcely 3 seconds before, as if by magic, a prominent number 88 materialized upon it. The badge was not made of cold, rigid material. Rather, it possessed an unexpectedly gentle softness. A surge of curiosity and astonishment welled up within Wei Dan as she tentatively pressed her finger against the sign. Yet, the sign responded as if awakened from a deep slumber, transforming into an impenetrable barrier, its hardness surpassing her wildest imaginings. Even as she exerted greater force, the sign remained ensconced in an invisible shield, showing not even the faintest hint of a crack. The other 2 individuals likewise grasped their signs, each discovering this peculiar transformation, and the trio stood in place, cradling these seemingly ordinary yet profoundly enigmatic objects. This scene, however, ignited an even more intense disdain within the rugged man observing them. "Hey, you country bumpkins, have you seen enough? Are you going in or not? Truly, you have never seen the world." The man leaned against the now crystalline door, his impatience nearly spilling from his eyes. Witnessing this, Wang Wu furrowed his brow slightly, but chose not to speak further. He instructed Wei Dan to stay close and not lag behind, then resolutely took the lead, stepping boldly through the translucent door. As Wei Dan stepped across the threshold, an unusual aroma enveloped her, profoundly awakening her senses. She recognized this scent, vividly recalling it from her last mission at the military base. This fragrance, akin to a mysterious brand, was indelibly etched in her memory, making it nearly impossible to forget. It was this very mission that had inexplicably led to her expulsion from the base. What could this scent be that instilled such apprehension in the personnel of the military facility? In her heart, Wei Dan silently pondered, striving to unearth more information about this captivating scent from the depths of her memory. Yet, as she was lost in thought, the scene before her underwent a startling transformation. A brilliant beam of light, akin to a swift arrow, surged towards her, momentarily blinding her and rendering her unable to gaze directly at it. Instinctively, she raised her arm, attempting to shield herself from the onslaught of luminosity, only lowering her hand when her eyes gradually acclimated to the intensity of the light. When Wei Dan finally reopened her eyes, she was greeted by a breathtaking expanse of blooming flowers. The lush, verdant grass resembled a meticulously woven carpet, while a myriad of blossoms vied for attention. Resembling nature's own palette, a gentle breeze caressed the air, playfully tousling Wei Dan's hair and carrying with it a delicate fragrance of blossoms. Here, how could there be a breeze? Wei Dan gently grasped the strands of hair lifted by the breeze, her eyes filled with bewilderment. In her understanding, the underground city ought to be a closed and somber space, not this vivid tableau of nature before her. Wind? What wind? Beside her, Wang Wu, upon hearing Wei Dan's murmurs, turned to look at her, his face etched with confusion. This is an indoor space, after all. Where could the wind be coming from? Indoor? Wang Wu, are your eyes merely ornamental? Wei Dong's voice carried a hint of jest and astonishment. Take a closer look. This is clearly a street. Raise your gaze. Is that not the blazing sun above? Wei Dan and Wang Wu exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with astonishment. The scene before them was astonishingly different. A shared thought surged within them. How peculiar indeed. The man leading the way, having overheard their conversation, curled his lips into a mocking smile. He turned to them, speaking in a tone that bordered on arrogance. This is the latest deceptive defense system, capable of crafting distinct illusions tailored to individual experiences, ensnaring one deeply and rendering escape impossible. Without guidance, you might find yourselves eternally trapped here, unable to break free. His words dripped with a sense of superiority, as if he were all too familiar with such occurrences. Meanwhile, Wei Dong, Wei Dan, and Wang Wu stood in stunned silence, a mix of inexplicable fear and curiosity swelling within them. They could not help but murmur, how astonishing. What on earth is this place? Chapter 153 is this truly your identification tag? You three, hurry up. Do you wish to experience the sensation of being trapped here? The man's voice carried an unmistakable impatience. Stay close to me. If you dare to halt suddenly again, I shan't have the time to tend to you. As he moved forward, the illusions around him dissipated as if banished, revealing the original glossy black ground beneath. Although the scene still appeared illusory, Wei Dan gradually discerned its intricacies. These seemingly spontaneous visions were not entirely conjured from nothing. Rather, they were constructed upon some unknown force, built upon the existing spatial foundation. Each of the man's steps seemed meticulously calculated, landing precisely upon the soft grass of the garden, maintaining an impeccable distance from the surrounding vibrant flora. Yuan Dan observed intently, striving to firmly imprint the man's path in her mind, gradually piecing together a clear and succinct map. Within just a few minutes, the trio arrived once more at a door. Unlike the earlier door, shrouded in mystery, this one appeared ordinary and unremarkable, a mere metallic barrier. The man extended his hand, gently pressing it against the keypad on the door. As a faint tremor resonated, the metal door began to open slowly inward, revealing a profound passage. At that moment, Dan realized the substantial weight of the door. Its solid texture seemed capable of isolating all external sounds and prying eyes, with an astonishing thickness of 20 centimeters. As the heavy door gradually creaked open, the scene before Dan became increasingly vivid. Her eyes were met with a chaotic world filled with steel beams and pipes. And the peculiar odor intensified at this juncture. The previously faint scent of pine had long been overpowered by an indescribable stench of decay, inducing nausea. Dan felt her stomach churn, as if it were on the verge of expelling all its contents. She endeavored to suppress her physical discomfort and turned to glance at her companions. They appeared oblivious to the nauseating aroma in the air, their eyes wide with curiosity as they surveyed the peculiar structure. Wei Dan could not help but wonder in silence. Could they truly be oblivious to this peculiar scent? After a brief exchange with another man, the one who had escorted them turned and called out, "You three, come here and register your information." She wished to quicken her pace to match Wang Wu's determined stride, yet Wei Mingdong, trailing behind, gripped her sleeve tightly as if it were a vice. "Dan, have you given it any thought?" His voice was low and urgent, tinged with a barely perceptible tension. Since their entry into this strange realm, he had suppressed his curiosity and unease, refraining from voicing any doubts. Now, in this fleeting moment apart from Wang Wu, he could no longer restrain himself from seeking insight into Wei Dan's feelings, fearing that the fantastical sights along their journey might waver her resolve. Wei Mingdong felt an unsettling aura permeating this place, as if each step he took was shrouded in an enigmatic mist. Yet, there seemed to be an inexplicable allure that tempted one to linger. Had it not been for his singular desire to meet the leader of Longhu, he might have entertained the thought of remaining here. Her voice was low and urgent, as if wary of being overheard. "I do yearn to escape this accursed place. But consider the intricate arrangements surrounding us. They are so convoluted they leave one bewildered. With merely the two of us, the notion of slipping away unnoticed is nothing short of a fanciful dream, unless—" She paused, a glimmer of cunning flashing in her eyes. "We could acquire the key that Peng Yu possesses." Upon hearing this, Wei Mingdong furrowed his brows, clearly weighing the pros and cons, observing his reaction. Wei Dan feigned concern and continued, "If Peng Yu refuses to hand over the key, our only option for escape will be to resort to murder." Wei Mingdong, after listening to those words, fell into a profound contemplation. His head hung low, as if he were repeatedly savoring the phrase to kill, each iteration seeming to etch those words deeper into his mind. Suddenly, a spark of insight illuminated his thoughts. A glimmer of resolve flashed in his eyes. He quietly steeled himself, deciding that it was better to act decisively and resolve the matter once and for all. Wei Dan keenly detected the subtle shift in his expression, a flicker of joy igniting within her. Just as she intended to further entice him, Wang Wu's voice abruptly shattered the silence. "Miss Wei, Mr. Wei, please come forth for registration." Hardly had the words left his lips when a cold and unfamiliar male voice interjected. "Here we only use code names. Has no one informed you?" The speaker was a bespectacled man whose tone exuded an undeniable authority, his countenance marked by a chilling disdain. Clad solely in a form-fitting garment made of a peculiar material, their conversation was abruptly interrupted by this unforeseen turn of events. However, not a trace of anger surfaced on Wei Dan's visage. Her mind was as clear as glass, fully aware that her objective had already been achieved. Through her cunning orchestration, the animosity between Wei Mingdong and Peng Yu had silently ignited like smoke signals in the dark of night. Wei Dan walked forward with a composed demeanor, naturally positioning herself where Wang Wu had once stood. Her gaze was sharp, inadvertently capturing a small number, 93, on the clothing of the bespectacled man, as if it were a brand, striking and vivid. A flicker of doubt surged within Wei Dan's heart, for the number seemed to deviate from her expectations. As she quietly pondered this discrepancy, she suddenly heard the person across from her exclaim, "Hand me your identification tag." However, at the very moment the man grasped the tag, it was as if an invisible force struck him. He gasped sharply, his eyes widening in disbelief as he fixated on Wei Dan. "Is this truly your identification tag?" His voice trembled, clearly shaken by the revelation contained within the tag he held. Wei Dan was somewhat bewildered by his sudden reaction. She blinked and inquired with curiosity. Indeed. What is the matter? Is there an issue? Chapter 154. To her surprise, there is electricity here. The bespectacled gentleman, designated as number 93, stood there with utmost respect, presenting the identification card before Wei Dan. The disdain that once graced his face had vanished entirely, replaced with a profound reverence. His gaze towards Wei Dan was imbued with an inexplicable respect. With a slight bow, he spoke earnestly. You are our esteemed guest. I, in my humble position, am unworthy to register you. Please allow me to escort you. The doctor awaits your arrival. Upon finishing his words, he gestured invitingly towards Wei Dan, his demeanor both humble and appropriate. What is this situation? Is there a distinction among these identification cards? The actions of number 93 sparked confusion among the other two present. Wei Dong furrowed his brow, unable to suppress the urge to step forward. However, just as he was about to approach, he was halted by a base personnel member who extended a hand. Why are you stopping me? The person ahead is my daughter. Remove your hand at once. Wei Dong exclaimed with irritation. Yet, the base personnel seemed impervious to his words, maintaining an expressionless facade as they coldly stated, Please present your identification card. Wei Dong cast a helpless glare at him, then retrieved his identification badge from his pocket and slammed it onto the table with force. Here is my badge. Take a good look. His voice was laced with a hint of anger and impatience. The badge lay silently on the surface, clearly inscribed with the number 176, as if it were silently narrating its own identity. The base personnel glanced at the badge, a flicker of disdain evident in his eyes. Without a hint of courtesy, he snatched the badge and flung it back at Wei Dong with force, the badge tracing a graceful arc in the air before landing in Wei Dong's embrace. He let out a cold snort, his tone dripping with mockery. With such a pathetic number, you should just obediently register here. Wei Dong's expression instantly turned ashen, and he shouted furiously at the individual before him. What do you mean by that? My daughter is a distinguished guest here, and I am her father. On what grounds do you deny me entry? However, the personnel at the base appeared utterly indifferent to his pleas. Growing increasingly anxious, Wei Dong called out loudly, Dandan, Daddy is still here. Please tell him to let me through. His voice carried a note of desperation and helplessness. Ahead, number 93, having heard the commotion, hesitated momentarily, regarding Dandan with respect, and inquired, Shall I bring your father along? No need, Dandan replied softly, her mind wholly absorbed in the mysterious numbered plate before her. She hurried on, seemingly uninterested in her father's request, her tone betraying a subtle detachment. Number 93 nodded slightly, maintaining an air of respect and propriety. Undeterred by Dandan's coldness, he continued to lead the way, gently stating, Please follow me. The doctor will be very pleased to know of your arrival. Upon hearing the mention of the doctor once more, Dandan felt a flicker of curiosity and seized the opportunity to voice her inquiries. Is the doctor you speak of the very architect of this place? And was my number assigned at random or reserved for me from the outset? Her tone bore a hint of investigation, yet she found no clarity in number 93's response. The doctor is indeed one of the key figures behind this establishment. Once you meet him in person, all mysteries will be unveiled. Number 93's voice was as calm as still water, devoid of any discernible flaws. Dandan understood that extracting further information from him would be a futile endeavor. The two walked in silence, one following the other, down what appeared to be an endless corridor. Wei Dan was not idle. She meticulously noted every subtle detail of the scenery, endeavoring to piece together a map of this place in her mind. However, the buildings here appeared to be replicated from the same template, and no matter how hard she tried, it was difficult to leave a lasting impression. We have arrived. The voice of number 93 shattered the silence as he halted his steps, gesturing for Wei Dan to wait for a moment. Wei Dan, following the gaze of number 93, cast a curious glance towards the edifice before her. This structure bore little distinction from those she had previously encountered, reminiscent of an act of mere replication. Yet, one particular aspect compelled her to halt in her tracks. That door, standing there in stark contrast captured her attention. It did not adhere to the dark tonal palette characteristic of the area. Instead, it opted for a bright silver hue, resembling a fragment from a futuristic realm inadvertently embedded within this ancient space. The silver gleamed with a chilling brilliance, emanating an inexplicable sense of futurism, sharply contrasting with the surrounding aesthetic, as if two disparate worlds were converging at this point. Number 93 approached the door with a tranquil demeanor, refraining from hastily knocking. Instead, standing upright before the doorframe, as if awaiting something. At that moment, a beam of green light suddenly erupted from the doorframe, slithering like a nimble serpent, gracefully traversing over number 93's form, conducting a meticulous scan. As Wei Dan beheld the scene before her, a tumult of astonishment surged within her. She gazed at the door in disbelief, murmuring to herself, "Is there truly electricity here?" Her eyes flitted around the perimeter of the door, seeking the source of this power. Yet everything surrounding her appeared so tranquil, as if the green beam was merely a figment of her imagination. In stark contrast to Wei Dan's astonishment, number 93 seemed entirely unfazed. With an air of composure, he addressed the closed door, saying, "Please inform the doctor that a lady has generated the identification number 88. His voice betrayed an unmistakable excitement and urgency. "Number 93. Quickly bring her in. To my office, no. Let her proceed directly to my laboratory." Chapter 155. Have you never been here before? Tick-tock. No sooner had he spoken than the once-closed silver door appeared to come alive, gradually swinging open as if inviting Wei Dan to step into an uncharted realm. "After you," number 93 intoned, his voice laced with a blend of respect and curiosity. Under his guidance, Wei Dan, filled with trepidation, cautiously stepped across the threshold. The sight that greeted her caused her eyes to widen in astonishment. The room was filled with an array of colorful test tubes and various intricate machines, each shimmering with a distinct luminescence, weaving together a vibrant tapestry. This scene evoked in Wei Dan the imagery of a cybernetic game promotional poster, though it was evident that these were mere decorations and used and idle. She pondered silently. Could this doctor be a sci-fi enthusiast? Her mouth formed an odd shape, as if she were also witnessing such a spectacle for the first time. They exchanged glances, each reading a mutual sense of wonder and curiosity in the other's eyes. "Have you never been here before?" Wei Dan could not help but inquire, her tone tinged with investigation. Number 93 was jolted back to reality by her voice, realizing that his prior demeanor had perhaps been a tad unseemly. "I have not ventured here for the first time. I have merely come and gone in haste." My head bowed so low it nearly grazed the ground, leaving no room to appreciate the surroundings. "It is thanks to you that I now have the opportunity to truly behold all that this place has to offer." His voice carried a note of gratitude, as though thanking Wei Dan for this rare chance. In response, Wei Dan offered a token nod, refraining from further commentary. Yet her curiosity regarding the enigmatic doctor deepened within her. The two traversed the area filled with test tubes, continuing towards the true laboratory, which lay just beyond a wall. In stark contrast to the previous room, the true laboratory emanated an aura of solemnity and professionalism. The walls and floor were adorned with pristine white tiles, exuding cleanliness and order. The instruments and equipment within the laboratory were meticulously arranged, their silver exteriors glimmering under the lights, radiating an undeniable sense of technological advancement. Through a transparent glass pane, Wei Dan's gaze fell upon an elderly gentleman, his hair already streaked with gray. He stood with a stoop, seemingly burdened by the weight of years, quietly facing away from them at the surgical table, his hands busily engaged in manipulating some crucial object, though the specifics remained obscured from view. "Doctor, the individual has arrived." Number 93 spoke softly, cautiously tapping twice on the glass, his tone imbued with reverence and awe, wary of disturbing the person within. Despite his apparent frailty, the elderly doctor possessed an acute awareness. "After you." Number 93's voice was respectful yet subdued, fully aware that his task was complete. He inclined his head slightly to Wei Dan before gradually turning and retreating toward the door. Wei Dan gazed intently at the hunched figure within her line of sight, a wave of inexplicable bewilderment surging within her. She inhaled deeply and gradually pushed open the heavy glass door. As the door creaked ajar, a bone-chilling gust rushed in, instantly enveloping her entire being. Despite having donned thick layers to shield herself from the relentless chill of the outside world, she found herself experiencing an unprecedented cold. It was as if the icy tendrils could penetrate her skin and reach deep into her marrow, causing her to involuntarily shudder. Wei Dan was utterly astonished, pondering to herself, "My garments are sufficient to withstand the extreme cold of the outside world. Yet why is it here several times colder? This temperature must be at least minus 70 or 80 degrees, I fear." Wei Dan's gaze momentarily froze, fixating on that figure, clad in a thin garment. The silhouette exuded an extraordinary resilience. She instinctively clenched her teeth, her hands rubbing together to dispel the biting chill, then resolutely continued her forward march. As she closed the distance, Wei Dan finally discerned the entity under the doctor's command. It was a seemingly intact, yet peculiarly distinct body, its skin emanating a faint metallic sheen, resembling a human being, yet imbued with a hint of mechanical essence. "What is this?" Wei Dan could not suppress her curiosity, her voice trembling slightly in the cold. The doctor, immersed in his labor, paused at her inquiry. He slowly lifted his head, his eyes shimmering with wisdom, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. He resembled a sagacious elder, his tone imbued with curiosity and concern as he gently addressed Wei Dan, "My dear child, to which family do you belong? How could your elders permit you to endure such hardship? What is your esteemed surname, doctor? Your research is remarkable. I have not heard my family's elders mention it." "Ah, you're quite the clever one. Unlike those who are merely set in their ways," the doctor chuckled lightly, setting aside the intricate machinery to scrutinize Wei Dan with a discerning gaze. "Let me take a guess. What family could produce a child of your caliber? The Huang family? No, that doesn't fit, nor the Gong family. Could it be the Dong family? Their descendants are indeed more liberated. I have heard whispers of them even engaging in assassin organizations. Are you from the Dong family?" Upon hearing these words, Wei Dan subtly raised an eyebrow, a hint of mischievousness curling at the corners of her lips. She inquired nonchalantly, "Why can't I be a member of the Ban family?" The mention of the Ban family caused the doctor's eyes to dim instantly, as if shrouded in an invisible veil of sorrow. He sighed deeply, his voice tinged with a sense of weariness and loss. "Are you intent on reopening old wounds? The Ban family has long since ceased to exist, leaving not even a trace of its lineage." Upon witnessing this, Wei Dan's heart was already enlightened. A gentle smile graced her lips, confirming her suspicions. Indeed, this doctor was a member of the Ban family, and furthermore, an elder of the Zhengxin clan. With a radiant smile, she spoke with unwavering conviction. "Who says the Ban family has no lineage?" Chapter 156. Could it be? You are truly a descendant of our Ban family? The young girl you. The doctor's voice suddenly faltered, his gaze intense as he scrutinized Wei Dan before him. He observed her expression, searching for any hint of jest. Yet her eyes were resolute and sincere, devoid of any semblance of a joke. "Could it be? You are truly a descendant of our Ban family?" His words brimmed with astonishment, each syllable seemingly extracted from the depths of his heart, as excitement sparkled in his eyes, as if he had witnessed something utterly incredible. Upon witnessing the scene, Wei Dan hastily interrupted his conjecture, exclaiming, "No, no, no, you have misunderstood. I am not from the Ban family." Her voice conveyed a sense of urgency, as she sought to swiftly dispel the doctor's misconception. Yet, her words struck like a sharp dagger, instantly piercing the hope that resided in the doctor's heart. The smile upon his face froze in an instant, and the tears that welled up in his eyes cascaded down uncontrollably. He suddenly burst into loud sobs, resembling a child, a stark contrast to the composed elder he had previously appeared to be. "At my age, how can you, a mere junior, still dare to deceive me?" Wei Dan found herself momentarily paralyzed by the unexpected turn of events. In a flurry of confusion, she stammered an attempt to clarify, her voice trembling with emotion. "No, that is not the case. You misunderstand. I did not intend to deceive you. What I meant to convey is that I am not of the Ban family. Yet the Ban lineage undeniably persists in the world. The doctor, who had been weeping profusely just moments before, immediately ceased his tears upon hearing Wei Dan's words. The wrinkles on his face seemed to smooth out as he regained his former composure, exuding an air of scholarly wisdom. The swiftness of this transformation was nothing short of astonishing. As Wei Dan gazed upon the scene before her, she felt an overwhelming sense of incredulity. This doctor appeared quite reliable, yet he still possessed an undeniable flair for theatrics. Ahem, where is the person you mentioned? The doctor astutely detected the fleeting glimpse of exasperation in Wei Dan's eyes, promptly recalibrating his demeanor as if the tearful figure from moments ago was but a stranger. Amused by her mischievousness, he chuckled and playfully chided, "What a little vixen you are." After a brief pause, he continued, "It is evident that you have already devised a plan. Spare me the roundabout approach, and simply articulate your desires." Upon witnessing the doctor's unexpected candor, Wei Dan ceased to beat around the bush. With a broad smile, she declared, "I shall not be polite then. What I desire is merely—" Her voice lingered, seemingly to tantalize the doctor. "This underground city. What did you say?" The doctor appeared to be either incredulous or unable to fully grasp her words, his ears instinctively tilting towards Wei Dan. Yet, she remained unperturbed, her demeanor tranquil as a still pond, as if the matter she had mentioned was merely trivial. He gazed at this audacious woman before him, and the shock that had initially graced his features gradually faded, replaced by a profound sense of resignation. With a soft sigh, he spoke slowly, "Wei Dan, perhaps you should reconsider your terms. The ownership of this underground city is beyond my control. Regardless of its ties to the Ban family, it now belongs to others. The Ban family is no more, and what difference does it make?" Wei Dan stood to the side, her eyes sparkling with a lively curiosity, seemingly searching for the opportune moment to interject. "Doctor, have you ever heard the name Wang Defa?" At this juncture, the doctor's voice appeared to carry a hint of inexplicable emotion, as if veiled secrets lay hidden within. But what exactly? Merely that he was a man of suspicion and complexity. Attempting to extract anything from him pertaining to the underground city would be akin to chasing after a mirage. I advise you to consider a more pragmatic proposition. Just look at the fruits of my painstaking research. Is there not a single one that could captivate your discerning eye? As he spoke, the doctor lifted the mechanical device in his hand, gently gesturing it towards Wei Dan, seemingly showcasing its remarkable nature. Wei Dan rubbed his hands together, exhaling a breath of warm air, a sly smile playing on his lips. "In that case, allow me to propose an alternative condition. Would it be too much to ask that, in your esteemed name, you assist me in arranging a meeting with Mr. Wang Defa?" Although Wei Dan's words appeared to concede, her true objective from the outset remained singular: to enlist the doctor's assistance in facilitating an introduction to the enigmatic Wang Defa. Upon hearing this, the doctor fell silent for a few moments, then abruptly turned his head, a flicker of realization igniting in his eyes as he fixed his gaze upon Wei Dan, a bemused smile curling at the corners of his lips. "So, this was your intention?" The doctor's voice carried a hint of astonishment and admiration. "You Easterners are indeed quite cunning." Wei Dan, unfazed, allowed a light chuckle and replied with poise, "What do you think? My demands are hardly excessive, are they? If you can arrange for him to meet me, I assure you, I will facilitate your introduction to the Ban family. Such a deal should be quite advantageous for you. Don't you think?" The doctor scoffed lightly, his smile gradually fading, replaced by a hint of dissatisfaction and resignation. It was evident that he disliked being maneuvered. Yet he could not deny that Wei Dan's proposition indeed intrigued him. "I can't believe I've been outsmarted by a mere girl," the doctor lamented, a hint of reluctance in his voice. "However, how long do you intend to remain here? Your identification tag has already manifested. I presume Wang Defa will soon receive this news." Wei Dan smiled gently, extracting the numbered tag from his pocket and delicately flipping it in his hand, curiosity sparkling in his eyes. Chapter 157. "You are very clever." He gestured towards the tag and spoke slowly. "On the surface, it appears to be merely an ordinary numbered tag, yet in truth, it harbors the secret to discerning the bloodlines of hidden families. In the past, it was primarily employed to assess the purity of our clan's bloodline, ensuring the lineage remained both untainted and robust. However now, the doctor's voice unveiled a profound sense of loss. It has long since forfeited its original purpose. Upon hearing this, Wei Dan was overcome by a profound sense of curiosity. She gazed at the doctor with intrigue, eager to uncover the secrets behind this number tag. A peculiar sensation surged within Wei Dan, as if she had caught a glimpse of an inexplicable insecurity emanating from the doctor. Could those enigmatic experiments truly be linked to the fabled hidden lineage? She mused aloud, her voice tinged with a sense of inquiry. What connection does this object bear to the current plight of the Ban family? Her gaze sharpened, as she seemed to detect the subtle implications in the doctor's words. The doctor paused his work, the nearly completed apparatus resting quietly on his workstation. He slowly turned to face Wei Dan, his eyes betraying a complex array of emotions. Why has the bloodline of your Ban family dwindled to such an extent? Wei Dan's tone conveyed a resolute determination, as if she had resolved to unravel this mystery. Some truths are not meant to be uncovered merely by desire, he replied, his voice deep and resonant, imbued with a hint of resignation and finality. Yet, since you have inquired, I may be inclined to share certain truths. With that, the doctor gestured toward the laboratory's exit, and he stepped forward, pushing the door open with a conviction that brooked no dissent. Follow me. Inside, test tubes were arranged densely, and various mechanical devices stood silently, seemingly whispering secrets untold. The doctor casually picked up an already used test tube, his gaze gradually deepening and drifting into the distance. He sighed softly and began to speak. These test tubes are not mere ornamentation. They symbolize the last struggles and hopes of the Ban family. Once, we were the most illustrious among all hidden clans, possessing the most advanced technology in the world, able to obtain anything we desired with ease. In those days, we were truly unstoppable, capable of anything. Yet behind that brilliance lay many unspeakable misdeeds, perhaps the very reason for our family's punishment, leading us to our current state. He continued, recounting events from 2 decades ago, when the elders of the Ban family discovered that their bloodline was gradually waning. The once keen hearing and vision, enhanced by their bloodline's power, were slowly fading until they became akin to ordinary people. If it were merely a descent into ordinariness, it would not be so dire. However, once the bloodline's power completely faded, individuals would age and perish at an alarming rate. It was not us old ones who aged first, but rather the youth, the future of the Ban family. The elders sought various means to retain the vanishing power of their lineage, yet to no avail. After much tribulation, they made a fateful decision that would ultimately lead to the family's demise. They concentrated the remaining bloodline power into a select few, hoping to safeguard the Ban family. In the aftermath, the number of Ban family members dwindled, leaving only a handful of frail and ailing individuals, with the experiments on the bloodline's power yielding no success. The doctor's words were laden with profound sorrow as he clutched the test tube tightly, as if it were the sole source of warmth in his heart. The crystalline liquid within swayed gently, reflecting his turbulent emotions, undulating in unrest. A mist gathered in his eyes, embodying boundless regret. The doctor's narrative unfolded like a vivid tapestry, drawing listeners into its depths, evoking an involuntary resonance. Yet, upon concluding, Wei Dan merely chuckled coldly. While you speak as if you are an outsider, the truth must extend beyond this, does it not, clan leader? The doctor's expression shifted subtly, yet he quickly regained his composure, gazing deeply into Wei Dan's eyes as if attempting to decipher more from her gaze. You are quite astute. Upon witnessing his admission, Wei Dan's lips subtly curved upwards, forming a delicate smile. She then continued with an air of nonchalance, clan leader. I harbor no interest in delving into the myriad disputes within your clan, nor do I wish to be informed of them. However, I must caution you. Should you entertain the notion of resurrecting that forbidden experiment, I shall personally ensure your demise. As her words fell, the gentle smile that had graced her face was instantly frozen by an icy gust, transforming into a chilling aura of lethal intent. Her eyes sparkled with an unwavering resolve and ferocity, as if capable of piercing through all deceit and falsehoods. Wei Dan understood that Ban Zhongqing was the last descendant of the Ban family endowed with the bloodline power. Since he was now one of her own, she would never allow anyone to harm him again. The clan leader of the Ban family gazed intently at the woman before him, a shiver running through him. He recognized that her bravado was not mere bluster. She indeed possessed the capability to accomplish all that she claimed. However, the clan leader did not betray the slightest hint of fear, slowly shaking his head while a bitter smile graced his lips. It seemed that the last of the Ban family was indeed the one who had succeeded back in the day. Rest assured, I, as a former leader of the Ban family, would never harm my kin. He paused slightly, his gaze settling upon Wei Dan, only to find that the wariness in her eyes had not diminished in the slightest. With a resigned sigh, he continued, "He is the only one, besides myself, who bears the bloodline power of the Ban family. This power holds profound significance for us. Even if it costs me my life, I shall ensure his safety." Though his words were reasonable, Wei Dan's doubts remained unassuaged. At that moment, the clan leader spoke again, his voice laced with determination. "I understand that you harbor doubts and distrust towards me. How about this? I will help you lure Wang Defa out, aiding you in seizing this underground city, thus proving my sincerity. Surely, this should earn me a measure of your trust?" His words brimmed with sincerity and anticipation, while Wei Dan fell into a brief contemplation. Her expression appeared veiled in a thin mist, concealing her true feelings. After a moment, a faint smile graced her lips, one that seemed to harbor unspeakable meanings. "Very well. I shall await your demonstration," Wei Dan replied softly, her tone imbued with a playful challenge. "Clan leader, I sincerely hope you will not let this junior disappoint you." With that, she lingered no longer, turning gracefully to retrace her steps, her arms gently waving as if bidding farewell to the clan leader, yet also subtly reminding him not to renege on his promise. The clan leader watched Wei Dan's receding figure, his expression gradually transforming into a complex array of emotions. He bowed his head in contemplation for a moment, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes, only to be followed by a sudden realization. "Ah," he sighed, seemingly grasping the situation. "This clever girl has outmaneuvered me. She has indeed set a trap." As Wei Dan stood at the threshold, poised to step outside, the voice of the clan leader unexpectedly resonated in her ears. A mischievous smile curled at the corners of her lips, as if she had already discerned everything. And with a graceful motion, she stepped over the threshold. "Number 88, you have finally emerged," remarked the ever-patient number 93, who had been waiting for quite some time at the entrance. Upon seeing Wei Dan, a broad smile illuminated their face. "May I inquire about your plans? I will be delighted to assist you and guide your way." Wei Dan cast a fleeting glance at him, already having formed a thought in her mind. She gently parted her crimson lips and spoke slowly. "Where have the individuals who entered with me gone? I would appreciate it if you could guide me to find them. They should currently be in room 5. I shall lead you there at once." "Room 5? Wei Dan mused, feeling perplexed. With such a prominent number, could it be Peng Yu? He, too, belongs to an esteemed hidden family? Chapter 159. Is it still exchangeable? It is the individual who escorted you in, the strategist from Longhu Base. Seeing the lingering confusion on Wei Dan's brow, number 93 hastily elaborated. The identification tag he bears is not randomly generated like the others. Rather, it is a specially crafted 5th tag, holding significant meaning. Upon hearing this, Wei Dan's lingering doubts gradually dissipated. Nodding, she said, "I see. Then, I kindly ask you to lead the way and take me to meet them." Under the guidance of number 93, Wei Dan traversed much of the underground city, and the structures before her gradually transformed into modern edifices, their skeletal frameworks composed of steel reinforcements. Wei Dan surveyed her surroundings and discovered that the scenery artfully employed the illusionary devices she had encountered at the entrance. These contrivances skillfully simulated the outdoors, creating an illusion that transported one into the vastness of nature, allowing them to forget the confining environment of the underground city. Before her stood a meticulously crafted building, quietly rising like a jewel amid the steel forest. The sheer existence of such opulent architecture in the subterranean realm was truly remarkable. Wei Dan squinted slightly, her gaze shimmering with unwavering determination. and her desire to seize control of this underground city intensified. "This is the place," 93 murmured, pressing the doorbell. He turned to Wei Dan, stating, "Now that we have arrived, I shall take my leave. Should you require anything, feel free to call me at 123-4593. As 93 departed, the door to the small building swung open. Peng Yu hastened out, and upon lifting his gaze, he spotted Wei Dan standing at the entrance. A radiant smile instantly illuminated his face, so bright that it seemed to stretch the wrinkles across it, as though he had laid eyes on a resplendent mountain of gold. Upon witnessing the scene, Wei Dan instantaneously grasped the situation. It was undoubtedly Wei Mingdong who had divulged the peculiarities of her number tag to Peng Yu. "Dun dun. Come in quickly. Don't just stand there at the door in a daze. Come see our new home." Observing Wei Dan lost in thought at the entrance, Peng Yu hurriedly and warmly urged her to enter, as if fearing that the opportunity might slip away. His gaze fixated on her with an eagerness that nearly compelled him to reach out. Wei Dan forced a smile as she was led by Peng Yu into the seemingly ordinary building. The interior of the building contrasted starkly with its warm exterior, filled with an overwhelming aura of advanced technology. She glanced around, her eyes catching sight of an array of cutting-edge equipment that sparkled with brilliance. Even more striking than the laboratory of the group leader, Wei Dan secretly marveled. What could be the relationship between Peng Yu and Wang Defa, that they could enjoy such treatment? I had indeed underestimated him before, just as she was surveying her surroundings. A person with a face ashen and eyes swollen like those of a panda suddenly appeared before her, startling her to the point of nearly screaming. Wei Dan took a step back, scrutinizing the newcomer, and to her astonishment, it was Wei Mingdong. Had he been beaten? It seemed the previous provocation had borne fruit. She mused with a hint of derision in her heart, though her expression betrayed a fade of concern. "What happened to you? How did you end up like this?" She feigned surprise as she inquired. Wei Mingdong, sensing Peng Yu's warning gaze, hesitated, stammering, "I just accidentally fell. I'll be fine after some rest." Seeing that he did not implicate him, Peng Yu swiftly diverted the conversation, saying, Dan, don't you think this place is quite nice? If you find anything unsuitable, we can always change venues." "Change again?" "Of course. I have some connections here. And considering your current status." Peng Yu paused, adding, "Given your position now, such requests are trivial. However, I feel somewhat unworthy of you now." Dun. "Would you look down on me?" Peng Yu feigned a melancholic demeanor, which caused Wei Dan to experience a wave of discomfort in her stomach. She suppressed her unease and replied, "What are you saying? If it weren't for following you in, I wouldn't have had the chance to obtain a numbered card. Moreover, your card is specially made. Mine is simply incomparable." Wei Dan, suddenly struck by a thought, exclaimed, "Oh right. The young man who brought me here mentioned that my identification card has yet to be activated. The doctor insisted that I return tomorrow. May I borrow your identification card?" Chapter 160, But What? Peng Yu was taken aback by Wei Dan's unexpected request regarding his identification card. A wave of unease washed over him, yet his face betrayed a hint of hesitation. He pondered internally. "This card is my last line of defense. I must devise a way to evade this request." "What is it? Is there something inconvenient?" Wei Dan inquired, noticing the troubled expression on Peng Yu's face. Taking a deep breath, Peng Yu forced a somewhat stiff smile and replied, "Not at all, Brother Wei Dan. You misunderstand me. The identification card is, of course, convenient. It's just..." He deliberately paused, a feigned expression of sincere remorse appearing on his face. "It happens that I do not have my identification card on me at the moment. I had to use it as collateral for this residence. You see, I am in quite a predicament, and I hope you won't take offense." "Oh, I see." Wei Dan had already anticipated that the matter would not be so easily resolved. She feigned righteous indignation as she continued. "The people here are truly too self-important, daring to withhold such an important identification card. I shall speak with the doctor and urge them to return it to you." Upon hearing the mention of the doctor, a surge of curiosity and calculation welled up within her. The doctor was the significant figure she had just visited. He appeared to hold considerable influence. Wei Dan deliberately left her statement hanging, intensifying Wei Mingdong's curiosity. "Appear to hold influence how?" "Seemingly quite esteemed here. Everyone outside seems to heed his words. Though the fleeting change in his micro-expression was subtle, it did not escape Pingyu's keen observation. A glint of malice flashed in Pingyu's eyes, and a murderous intent surged within him as he contemplated. Wei that cunning old fox, is indeed deeply scheming. He must not be allowed to remain by my side. An opportunity must be found to eliminate him completely. However, Pingyu's face bore no trace of his inner turmoil, still presenting a mask of gratitude as he addressed Wei Dan. It seems, Dan, you have encountered a benefactor this time. I entrust the matter of the identification card to you. It appeared that Pingyu's backing was indeed Wang Defa, as he so boldly allowed her to make the request, indicating he was quite confident that the doctor would not expose him. As their conversation gradually drew to a close, even the usually taciturn Wang Wu found himself lost in thought, and none dared to broach the sensitive topic any further. A hypocritical atmosphere enveloped them, prompting a shift to trivial matters, as if such mundane chatter could mask the turmoil within, creating a facade of harmony and joy. Upon entering, he began to lament with a quavering voice about Pingyu's actions, his tone rife with anger and helplessness. Dun, look at what they've done to me. We must leave this place at once. You must have seen through that boy's wicked intentions. My injuries are nothing, but I fear for your safety. Wei Mingdong, while sobbing quietly, cast furtive glances at Wei Dan. Upon witnessing his feigned ignorance, Wei Dan felt a profound disdain within her heart. She stated candidly, "The doctor has made it clear that only a specially designated identification tag permits one to traverse the underground city freely. You heard him earlier. He remains cautious of me and is unwilling to lend me his identification tag. However, but what? Chapter 161, however, we can collaborate, can't we?" A subtle smile graced Wei Dan's lips, her eyes glinting with cunning brilliance as she continued. The doctor possesses a kind of sedative, colorless and odorless, capable of inducing a deep stupor. If I procure some from him, incapacitating Peng you will become a considerably simpler task. Upon hearing this, Wei Mingdong's eyes momentarily sparkled with joy, only to quickly dim once more. Furrowing his brow, he expressed his concerns. However, there remains that Wang Wu. This individual might very well become an impediment to our endeavors. I fear he may thwart our plans. Should we not consider rendering him unconscious to ensure absolute certainty? Internally contemplating the implications of incapacitating Wang Wu, Wei Dan maintained an inscrutable demeanor, gently shaking her head as she softly replied. Upon hearing Wei Dan's intentions, Wei Mingdong was instantly engulfed by a wave of discontent. He inwardly scoffed, "You insolent girl, do you think I am oblivious to your schemes? Attempting to make a fool of me? Not a chance." Nevertheless, Wei Mingdong did not outwardly display any dissatisfaction. He merely furrowed his brow slightly, feigning a contemplative demeanor. Wei Dan noticed the hesitation on his face. She leaned slightly forward and gently inquired, "Father, are you worried about me?" Wei Mingdong was profoundly touched by Wei Dan's words. He smiled awkwardly and hurriedly explained, Dan, where are your thoughts wandering? How could your father ever be at ease about you? It's just that Wang Wu harbors a constant wariness towards me, coupled with the stringent rules and distinct social hierarchies here. I fear it would be quite challenging to take him around." As he spoke, he discreetly observed Wei Dan's reaction, and upon noticing her deep contemplation, he secretly rejoiced, believing his words had made an impact. Seizing the moment, he continued, "Your father would indeed like to go, yet it seems impossible. How about you bear a little more of the burden, and we can switch roles?" Wei Dan's face maintained an expression of deep contemplation, yet her heart was already rejoicing with exuberance. She had eagerly awaited Wei Mingdong to utter these words. Nevertheless, she concealed any sign of her inner elation, feigning hesitation as she began, but, however, her words had scarcely left her lips when Wei Mingdong interrupted her with urgency. He grasped Wei Dan's wrist tightly, tears shimmering in his eyes, adopting a facade of a benevolent father. With a voice tinged with emotion, he said, "It was wrong of me, deceived by the Lin family. Allowing you to endure such suffering. It is all my fault. Dan, please forgive me." Witnessing Wei Mingdong's hypocritical demeanor ignited a fierce anger within Wei Dan. She clenched her teeth, striving to suppress her inner hatred, inhaled deeply and forced a semblance of profound emotion as she softly replied, "Father, I always knew you weren't that kind of person. With mother and grandparents gone, you're my only family in this world. I believe in you." Upon hearing this, Wei Mingdong was filled with excitement. He reached out to gently stroke Wei Dan's head and said, "I entrust Wang Wu to you. This time, Father will surely take you out." Wei Dan remained with her head bowed in silence, her shoulders trembling slightly as if she were quietly weeping. Wei Mingdong gazed upon her delicate appearance, yet within him surged a tide of inexplicable disdain. A smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth as he inwardly mused, "Humph, you women are so easily deceived. A mere couple of tears can ensnare you completely. Truly, you are not of my kind, just as foolish as your mother." Chapter 162. Do you truly wish to continue aiding the wicked? Wei Mingdong observed the successful negotiation between Wei Dan and the others, and thus decided not to linger any longer. After performing an act of a benevolent father, he hastily exited Wei Dan's chamber. Just as the door clicked shut, Pang Yu suddenly emerged from the wardrobe, akin to a long-concealed leopard, instantly revealing a vigilant and piercing gaze. It was truly unexpected that Wei Mingdong could be such a person. Pang Yu's voice was deep and filled with indignation as he gazed at Wei Dan with a complex expression, continuing, Dan, you have truly suffered. Had I not heard those words with my own ears, I could scarcely believe he was a man with a beast's heart." Recalling the scene from 2 hours prior, Wei Dan had discreetly slipped Pang Yu a note while in the living room, requesting him to come to her room for a private conversation, which led to the current unfolding of events. Pang Yu fixed his unwavering gaze upon the closed door, his eyes glinting with a fierce intensity, intermingled with a barely contained excitement. He silently congratulated himself, thinking, "Fortune truly favors me. I had feared that eliminating this old man would raise Wei Dan's suspicions. Yet their father-daughter relationship is so intricately nuanced. This old wretch, full of lies, is indeed reaping what he sows." After their exchange, both Pang Yu and Wei Mingdong believed themselves to be the architects of the situation, like two cunning foxes engaged in a covert contest. Meanwhile, Wei Dan resembled a calm observer, quietly watching their dog-eat-dog drama unfold, unable to suppress a sneer of disdain. She swiftly adjusted her demeanor, feigning an appearance of profound sorrow, continuing to play along with Pang Yu's ruse. Wei Dan was acutely aware of the significance of this performance. Only by rendering it convincingly could she lower Pang Yu and Wei Mingdong's guard, thus paving the way for her plan. She wiped away the tears disguised with eye drops, her eyes resembling tranquil pools, glimmering with crystalline moisture as they locked onto Pang Yu. In a soft, gentle tone, she murmured, "Fortunately, I have you by my side this time. Without you, I fear I would have to relive those haunting moments of the past." Pang Yu, witnessing her vulnerability, felt a surge of emotion and hurriedly stepped forward to offer comfort, saying, "Dan, you need not worry. As long as I am here, I will ensure he pays for his actions. However, I truly wish to handle this myself." A flicker of determination flashed in Wei Dan's eyes. Yet before she could finish her words, she lowered her head, her shoulders trembling slightly, as if she were strenuously suppressing her emotions. This sight evoked an involuntary sense of pity in those who beheld her. Pang Yu initially intended to flatly refuse her request, but upon witnessing her distress, he found himself unable to harden his heart. After much hesitation, he finally steeled himself and said, "Very well, Dan, please cease your tears. I shall grant your request and proceed as you have suggested, but the number tag is genuinely not in my possession. I can only substitute it with another." Delighted, Wei Dan nodded enthusiastically, her face beaming with joy. However, her heart was rife with apprehension. This Pang Yu is indeed a cautious individual. It appears that to achieve my goal, I must explore alternative avenues. Once their discussion concluded, Pang Yu silently departed from her room. During the first night spent in the underground city, aside from Wei Dan, the other three found themselves tossing and turning, unable to find rest. Pang Yu and Wei Mingdong each pondered in their respective chambers how to fulfill their objectives, their thoughts diverging. Meanwhile, Wang Wu was lost in contemplation, reflecting upon the words Wei Dan had spoken when she had grasped his hand earlier that day. The words of Wei Dan flowed through his heart like a gentle spring, prompting him to reassess his stance and choices. Do you truly wish to continue aiding the wicked? Chapter 163. Gratitude does not equate to blind obedience. Do you truly wish to continue aiding the wicked? The words of Wei Dan seemed to carry an ineffable weight, settling heavily upon Wang Wu's heart. Caught off guard by this unexpected inquiry, Wang Wu hastily scanned his surroundings, ensuring that no one was paying attention before he let out a slight sigh of relief. He turned his head, his gaze imbued with a blend of seriousness and vigilance, and spoke to Wei Dan. Miss Dan, your words truly leave me somewhat perplexed. Though I, Wang Wu, may lack talent, my loyalty is unwavering, as the heavens can attest. I shall consider your remarks today as if I have not heard them, and I implore you not to mention them again in the future. Wei Dan observed his tense and guarded demeanor, and she couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. Gently shaking her head, a knowing smile graced her lips as she continued. Shoo, Wang Wu whispered urgently, quickly extending his hand to grasp Wei Dan's sleeve tightly, pulling her into an inconspicuous corner. His eyes were filled with desperation and imploring urgency as he spoke softly yet earnestly. Miss Dan, I beg you, please grant me a chance to survive. Let's speak no more of this, shall we? Wei Dan originally wore a hint of a teasing smile, but upon hearing Wang Wu's words, her expression immediately turned grave. She suppressed her smile, gazing intently at Wang Wu, and softly spoke. Elder brother Wang Wu, do you not realize? His arrival here signifies a complete abandonment of his loyal brothers, disregarding their lives entirely. Do you not find such behavior utterly excessive? As Wang Wu listened to Wei Dan's words, a surge of complex emotions welled up within him. He was acutely aware that Wei Dan spoke the truth, yet felt powerless to act. He sighed, shaking his head in resignation, and murmured. A profound and inexpressible sentiment enveloped Wang Wu's heart, for he understood that this debt of gratitude was one he could never hope to repay. Wei Dan stood aside, quietly observing Wang Wu, his gaze revealing a profound concern. Gratitude does not equate to blind obedience. At these words, Wang Wu's body quivered slightly, and he turned to meet Wei Dan's eyes. You should ponder this carefully. With that, Wei Dan turned and departed, leaving Wang Wu standing alone in the hall, his expression momentarily dazed. He muttered to himself, I ought to stop him. Can I truly stop him? The strategist, Peng Yu, was not entirely oblivious to the machinations at play. Wang Wu had often contemplated extricating himself from this web of conspiracy and deceit, especially after the strategist showed indifference to the fates of those two innocent brothers. The desire to leave had surged within him to an overwhelming degree. He had intended to find an opportune moment to candidly express his thoughts to Peng Yu. However, fate seemed to revel in tormenting him. This time, he had accompanied Peng Yu to this unfamiliar locale. Standing on this alien ground, Wang Wu could not help but reflect upon his future. If he truly chose to abandon Peng Yu, would it not leave Peng Yu utterly alone? Such thoughts filled Wang Wu with a sense of conflict and unease. Chapter 164. A meeting with Wei Dan on the following morning. Wei Dan donned the extraordinary temperature-regulating garment bestowed upon her by the doctor. After savoring the meticulously prepared, fixed breakfast by the robot, she feigned an outing, pretending to seek the doctor for medicine. Her true intention, however, was to seize this opportunity to delve deeper into the enigmatic underground city. The identification tag marked with the number 88 seemed to serve as her passport, granting her unobstructed access to the vast majority of the subterranean realm. At times, enthusiastic residents would even approach her, offering guidance. Yet there existed certain areas that were strictly forbidden to outsiders like her, akin to sacred grounds. Wei Dan treaded cautiously along each street and around every corner, meticulously etching the sights and atmosphere she encountered onto the map within her heart. She realized that the places she could not access were precisely situated at the four corners of the underground city, as if guarding some elusive secret of this subterranean realm. He feigned concern, drawing closer to Wei Dan, and seizing the opportunity with no one around, whispered softly in her ear, So, have you obtained the items? Wei Dan silently scoffed to herself, yet maintained an air of calmness and composure. She slightly nodded, signaling to Wei Mingdong, while her fingers deftly slid a note discreetly into the sleeve of his garment. Wei Mingdong keenly observed the subtle movements of Wei Dan, and a wave of joy surged within him. Nevertheless, he maintained a facade of concern, expertly concealing his true emotions. "It's a relief to know everything is well," he said softly, his tone imbued with a barely perceptible note of care. "Have you had dinner? Tonight's meal has been specially prepared with your favorite Sichuan dishes. Would you like to join me for a bite?" Upon hearing this, Wei Dan cast her gaze towards the dining table in the living room, where she observed that most of the dishes remained untouched. What stood out was that each of these culinary offerings was an authentic Sichuan dish. For Wei Dan, Sichuan cuisine was akin to touching a sensitive nerve, evoking a sense of aversion within her. Wei Mingdong's actions stirred no emotions within Wei Dan. She had long since grown accustomed to them. With merely a fleeting glance cast in his direction, she uttered a few words in a tone devoid of fervor. Wei Mingdong gazed at her unrelenting silhouette, a surge of indignation welling up within him. He muttered under his breath, "This insolent girl. She has truly grown increasingly ungrateful. How dare she disregard my authority?" Yet, acknowledging her remaining usefulness, he resolved to endure her for a couple more days. His voice, laced with anger, also bore a hint of resignation and compromise. He understood that he could not afford to fully antagonize Wei Dan at this juncture, given her potential value. Peng Yu stood concealed behind the curtains, observing the unfolding scene with keen interest. He directed his subordinate, Wang Wu, with a firm tone, "Go meet Wei Dan and convey my desire to know her specific plans. Ensure she comes today." "Understood." Chapter 165. "I agree to collaborate with you. I agree to collaborate with you. But I hope you will show mercy to Peng Yu, allowing him to live out his days in peace." His gaze seemed to harbor endless tales and profound wisdom, sending a tremor through Wang Wu, causing beads of cold sweat to trickle down his forehead. Since that pivotal moment when Wei Dan had jolted him from a stupor, Wang Wu realized that this seemingly gentle and fragile woman was, in fact, a master of concealment and the true predator in this hunting game. Every word and action of hers exuded a formidable strength and intelligence that could not be underestimated. Wang Wu meticulously reflected on his encounters with Wei Dan, gradually grasping some of her thoughts and intentions. He comprehended that she was not devoid of compassion. However, he found himself ensnared by her piercing, eagle-like gaze, as if bound by invisible chains, feeling an indescribable pressure enveloping every inch of his being. With great difficulty, he swallowed hard and mustered the courage to speak. "Though I am uncertain of your true intentions, I have but one condition. If you cannot fulfill this modest request, I fear I will be unable to stand by your side and fight alongside you." Upon hearing Wang Wu's words, Wei Dan could not help but feel a surge of admiration within her. She scrutinized the man before her, perceiving that although he appeared ordinary, there was an ineffable resilience and determination emanating from his very essence. In her heart, she mused, "This individual is indeed a rarity. How splendid it would be to entice him to work for me." Wang Wu was suddenly engulfed by an inexplicable sense of trepidation, as if Wei Dan's serene yet profound gaze had penetrated his very soul. Her eyes, though stripped of their sharpness, pierced through him with a disquieting yet benevolent intensity. He found himself whispering inwardly, "Indeed, this is her true nature. Terrifying. Why do I feel as though my life is in jeopardy? Wait, where is this feeling even coming from?" As Wang Wu sank into a whirlpool of chaotic thoughts, Wei Dan broke the silence with a hearty laugh, her lips curling upwards to reveal an immaculate set of 8 teeth, as if she were deliberately showcasing her amiability. She gently spoke, "I can grant your request. My ambition has never been directed at him, so rest assured." Her voice was soft yet resolute, akin to a warm current flowing into Wang Wu's heart, easing his taut nerves. Upon hearing Wei Dan's candid words, Wang Wu suddenly sensed the gazes directed at him soften. He inhaled deeply, seemingly attempting to release all the pent-up tension within him, preparing to relax, only to be abruptly taken aback. Confusion clouded his mind, and just as he was about to ponder deeply, Wei Dan spoke again, her tone imbued with an elusive significance. However, before you can meet my expectations, you must first demonstrate your worth to me. Worth? How does one prove that? Wang Wu furrowed his brow, gazing at Wei Dan with a look of utter bewilderment. Wei Dan smiled faintly, her smile seemingly concealing a profound significance. She beckoned Wang Wu to come closer. Although puzzled, he complied and leaned in as she spoke, his pupils involuntarily widening in disbelief at what he heard. Rest assured, we are not alone. We have numerous allies standing shoulder to shoulder with us, and we will never allow you to face danger in isolation. Wei Dan's words were like a gentle spring breeze, attempting to soothe Wang Wu's restless heart. Yet deep down, she was acutely aware that the only true ally she possessed was the clan leader. In a bid to project an image of reliability, she feigned confidence. However, upon hearing Wei Dan's words of comfort, Wang Wu felt not a sense of relief, but rather an intensified shock. What? There were others who had entered as well? When did this happen? Was it truly so easy to gain access here? In that moment, he was immensely grateful for the decision he had made. Chapter 166. Had they arrived together with Peng Yu? As Wei Dan watched Wang Wu's silhouette gradually fade into the distance, a sigh of relief escaped her lips. Without a moment's hesitation, she turned on her heel and strode purposefully towards Peng Yu. After an intricately orchestrated performance, she ultimately succeeded in persuading Peng Yu, compelling him to reluctantly acquiesce to her request. With this task accomplished, Wei Dan felt a wave of ease wash over her and promptly fabricated an excuse, claiming that the doctor needed her for an urgent matter before departing the dwelling and making her way to the doctor's laboratory. In truth, she had not spoken untruths. Just prior to Wang Wu's arrival, she had indeed received a message from the doctor indicating that Wang Defa was soon to arrive at the laboratory for a meeting. On this side, Wei Mingdong is under the meticulous scrutiny of Peng Yuzheng, while behind him, Wang Wu observes in the shadows, creating an invisible chain. Unbeknownst to them, Wei Mingdong subtly monitors the movements of both Peng Yuzheng and Wang Wu. The trajectories of the three men, under the careful orchestration of Wei Dan, ingeniously form a closed loop, granting her precious time to attend to other matters. Wei Dan deftly approached the vicinity of a laboratory, opting not for the conspicuous main entrance, but rather taking a lengthy detour to locate a little-known hidden door. With utmost caution, she slipped inside, anxious not to disturb those within. Just as she had barely entered the laboratory and had not yet straightened her posture, a man's voice echoed from within. The tone was strikingly familiar, reminiscent of the broadcast she had heard in her previous life. It was none other than the voice of Wang Defa. Wei Dan never anticipated that Wang Defa would arrive so swiftly. She couldn't help but furrow her brow, inwardly relieved that she had chosen this concealed entrance. Otherwise, she would have likely been discovered long ago. Quietly, she stood in the shadows, holding her breath and listening intently to the commotion within. Old man, just wait and see. Those self-important clans will eventually bow down and submit to me. Wang Defa's voice brimmed with excitement and fervor, as though he could already foresee the splendor of the future. The clan leader, Ban, remained silent, seemingly accustomed to Wang Defa's soliloquy, and felt no embarrassment. Wang Defa continued unabated. Heaven has finally turned its gaze upon them. I am in need of test subjects, and look, heaven has delivered them right to my underground city. It's all thanks to your Ban family's identification plate. It's a pity that young Ban was abducted. Had he remained with me, your skills would surely have found a worthy heir. The guilt on Wang Defa's face was like a carefully crafted veneer, layer upon layer applied, appearing genuine, yet concealing the falsehood beneath. His words flowed like a stream, all the while cautiously gauging Ban's reactions, as if seeking a slight fissure to exploit. Ban was engrossed in his tedious tasks, resembling an isolated island, untouched by the world. However, Wang Defa's words struck like a sudden tempest, shattering the tranquility. His movements faltered momentarily, akin to a plucked string, emitting a subtle quiver. He raised his head, complex emotions flickering in his gaze, and solemnly replied, alas, it is all predestined. You needn't blame yourself too harshly. Though Ban's voice was calm, his heart was tumultuous. He was acutely aware that Wang Defa's hypocrisy and deceit had been unveiled by that young lady, and he himself had nearly been kept in the dark. His earlier acquiescence to Wei Dan's request stemmed from a desire to use her to eliminate this charlatan. A surge of indescribable anger and disappointment welled within him. Yet he was compelled to maintain a facade of composure and rationality. Wang Defa keenly observed Ban's reactions, secretly reveling in a sense of triumph. He believed that through his lies and disguises, he had successfully manipulated Ban, unaware that Ban had already discerned his true nature, merely choosing not to reveal it. Oblivious to Ban's inner thoughts, Wang Defa, seeing the response he desired, smiled contentedly and continued, "That test subject, did he arrive alongside Peng Yu?" His tone tinged with both probing curiosity and cunning, like a sly fox testing its prey. Chapter 167. What do you mean? Test subject? Upon hearing Wang Defa utter that term, Wei Dan's brow arched in disbelief, a cold smirk rising within her. She quietly concealed herself in the corner, straining to catch every word of their conversation. Ban's actions remained unaffected, continuing with practiced ease and composure. His demeanor exuded a casual attitude, as if this were no significant matter. Wang Defa, seizing the opportunity, let a calculating gleam flicker in his eyes. He deliberately raised his voice, lacing it with a hint of provocation. "Oh, it seems our doctor is indeed oblivious to the matters beyond his window. I thought you would intervene to prevent me from using these reclusive clans for my experiments." Ban appeared unfazed by Wang Defa's taunts, maintaining his tranquil demeanor as he replied coolly. The man across from him was gentle in appearance, seemingly unremarkable. Yet who could fathom that beneath this seemingly harmless facade lay a mastermind of various schemes, perhaps even the architect of the cataclysmic disaster? He scrutinized the man's duplicitous visage, suspicion and confusion gleaming in his eyes, and slowly articulated, "I have long harbored doubts. Your ruthless actions against the descendants of the Gong family, coupled with your cunning schemes that eliminated the heirs of the other two clans, was it all merely to orchestrate that impending calamity?" Upon hearing these words, Wei Dan's complexion instantly turned as pale as parchment, her heart overwhelmed by shock akin to tumultuous waves crashing upon the shore, impossible to quell. A natural disaster, indeed orchestrated by human hands. No wonder he had been so prudent, establishing an underground refuge long before calamity struck. She murmured to herself, her voice laced with undeniable astonishment and dread. What does Gong Shangjia signify? Could it be the experimental base mentioned before the ancient times? At this thought, Wei Dan's breath quickened involuntarily, compelling herself to regain composure and continue absorbing the information within. Their folly lay in believing that seclusion would shield them from impending disaster. It was rumored that the sacred spring of Gong Shangjia had recently run dry, and it was likely that the small realm could not endure for long. On the day the small realm shatters, all of Gong Shangjia's people shall become my subjects of experimentation. Doctor, we are not far from the day we once yearned for. Wang Defa tilted his head back, his gaze drifting as if he had already glimpsed that fateful day. The clan leader chuckled, but tears unexpectedly streamed down his face. He pounded his chest and, leaning on his knees, bowed his head, uttering, "How absurd! That I would ever believe someone like you. Ha ha ha." Having said this, he abruptly raised his upper body, the sorrow and regret on his face supplanted by disdain. Wiping away his tears to address Wang Defa, "Do you truly think you can shake the hidden great clans?" "What do you mean?" Chapter 168. Wang Defa, I ask you. Wang Defa stared at the clan leader, confusion etched across his face as an inexplicable chill crept upon him, like the cool breeze of an autumn night, silently invading his heart. Just as he prepared to continue his inquiry, he suddenly sensed something amiss in the atmosphere. At that moment, a voice seemed to drift from the void, cold and clear. Its implication was that your life ends today. Startled by this sudden voice, Wang Defa spun around, only to behold a figure quietly materializing before him. Clad in a dark uniform, unmistakably the attire of the underground city, she bore a badge inscribed with the number 88. After a thorough examination, Wang Defa's previously anxious heart gradually settled, and he cast a derisive smirk toward Wei Dan. "Oomph. So you are the fabled individual of pure bloodline, now trespassing upon my territory. Even if your entire clan united, They could hardly rattle me, let alone a mere girl like you, audacious enough to spout such arrogance. Truly preposterous. He cast a scornful glance at the clan leader beside him, a mocking curve gracing his lips. Old man, is this your so-called contingency? It seems you have truly lost your wits to believe in such a little girl. The clan leader's laughter abruptly ceased, his posture straightening as the smile on his face was replaced by a fierce hatred. His gaze, sharp as two blades, pierced through Wang Defa, as if seeking to unveil his very essence. Wang Defa, I ask you. The clan leader's voice resonated with deep authority, unyielding and commanding. Is it true that the children of the Ban family have been abducted? Wang Defa cast a dismissive glance in his direction, a smirk curling at the edges of his mouth. He turned away, his gaze greedily falling upon Wei Dan, seemingly pondering something. He then shifted his attention back to Wei Dan, his eyes gleaming with avarice, scrutinizing her as if searching for something. It appears you were the one who intruded upon the building earlier, he sneered. Let me guess. What kind of extraordinary abilities has your bloodline bestowed upon you? He lowered his head, stroking his chin, suddenly adopting an expression of epiphany, his gaze towards Wei Dan becoming frenzied. He slightly bowed his head, fingers gently brushing over his chin, deep in contemplation. Suddenly, his eyes brightened, as if he had made a significant discovery, his gaze towards Wei Dan transforming into an intense, twisted fervor. I understand now, he exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement and exhilaration. I should have realized earlier that you are the one Peng you've been tirelessly searching for, the one endowed with spatial powers. Otherwise, why would he have gone to such lengths to bring you from Longhu to here? His gaze remained fixed upon Wei Dan, as if attempting to see right through her. Tell me, how do you summon your space? What secrets lie within? Is it truly, as the legends say, capable of creating independent realms? This is an extraordinary opportunity. I never imagined it would fall into my hands. Wang Defa. He threw back his head in laughter, his voice echoing with madness and pride, seemingly oblivious to the threats posed by Wei Dan and the clan leader. Upon hearing the word space, a profound sense of urgency surged within Wei Dan. Almost instinctively, she summoned a dagger from the enigmatic realm, clutching it tightly in her hand as if grasping the very throat of fate. Before her stood Wang Defa, without a hint of regard for his own safety, brazenly exposed his vital points to her gaze. This sudden action stirred a flicker of confusion in Wei Dan's heart. Yet at that moment, she had no time for contemplation. Wei Dan's figure moved like the wind, swiftly and resolutely wielding the dagger in her hand, forcefully aimed at Wang Defa's left chest. The sound of the dagger slicing through the air was sharp and piercing, as if heralding the imminent danger. The dagger, akin to a bolt from the blue, glimmered with a chilling light, arriving instantaneously before Wang Defa. Just as it was about to make contact, a hand, not particularly strong, suddenly appeared and firmly grasped the blade's edge. Chapter 169. Is this the power of space? Is this all you are capable of? Wang Defa sneered, securely holding the dagger that Wei Dan had thrown with great force. His gaze, once frenzied, regained its calmness, resembling a profound and tranquil spring, silently observing Wei Dan. Noticing this, Wei Dan slightly raised her brow. A twinge of unease had stirred within her since the moment she released the dagger. Yet the current outcome was within her expectations. Meanwhile, the clan leader, witnessing this scene, instantly turned pale, his eyes shimmering with shock and hatred. He trembled as he spoke, his voice filled with agitation. The power of bloodlines. How could you have transplanted the bloodline power of other clans into yourself? Between the two, a distance of 10 meters seemed to create an invisible chasm, yet there appeared to be a mysterious force tightly connecting them. They gazed at each other, silent, as an inexplicable tension permeated the air of the laboratory. So, it is no wonder the members of the Ban clan suffered such grievous losses. Unable to preserve the power of the bloodlines, it was all absorbed by you. He cried out hoarsely, his voice brimming with boundless regret and self-reproach, as if he were attempting to unleash the anguish within his heart. Simultaneously, tears glistened at the corners of his eyes, droplets of remorse and guilt cascading down his cheeks. falling onto the cold ground. His body trembled uncontrollably, each quiver seemingly narrating the pain and struggle within him. He repeatedly muttered to himself, his voice low and quavering, "It is all my fault. How could I be foolish enough to trust an outsider? The band family, once resplendent, has been destroyed by my own hands. This is all my fault, a consequence of my own doing." As he spoke, his complexion gradually turned a deep purplish hue, as if stained by anger and regret. Suddenly, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, which arched beautifully through the air before splattering onto his meticulously crafted masterpiece. He gazed at the bloody creation, a flicker of despair and madness crossing his eyes. Abruptly, he burst into laughter, a sound filled with sorrow and self-mockery, mocking his own foolishness and ignorance. Yet, the laughter was abruptly cut short. His body shuddered violently, and he collapsed heavily onto the ground. As Wei Dan gazed at the figure of the class leader, a profound concern enveloped her heart. Yet, the penetrating gaze of Wang Defa restrained her from advancing. She fixed her eyes upon Wang Defa, whose bright orbs shimmered with unyielding resolve and determination. At last, she shattered the silence, her voice laced with a hint of provocation and confidence. "How about we engage in a transaction?" Wang Defa raised an eyebrow, seemingly taken aback by her proposal. A playful smirk graced his lips as the dagger in his hand twirled, glinting ominously. "Oh, you wish to negotiate with me? This piques my curiosity. Pray tell, how do you envision this transaction?" As he spoke, he flicked his wrist, and the dagger transformed into a streak of silver light, hurtling directly toward Wei Dan's face. Wei Dan slightly narrowed her eyes, yet made no attempt to evade. Just as the dagger was about to make contact with her body, it seemed to be devoured by an invisible force, vanishing without a trace. Wang Defa watched in astonishment as the dagger disappeared, his shock beyond words. He fixed his gaze upon Wei Dan, his eyes gleaming with fervent intensity. "Is this the power of space?" he murmured, as if profoundly captivated by this enigmatic force. "This is space. So, Wang, are you interested in making this transaction?" Chapter 170, How to Transfer Space. With a confident smile, Wei Dan slowly took a step forward, testing the waters. Upon noticing that Wang Defa did not intervene, she gradually approached him. Wang Defa, seeing Wei Dan advance, felt as though a delectable cake had been presented to him on a platter. Rather than obstructing her, he was filled with eager anticipation. "Are you truly willing to part with it? This space can instantly engulf a dagger, a vital tool for survival. And yet you would give it to me?" "I am certainly willing to relinquish others' possessions," Wei Dan replied, "but you have witnessed the extraordinary capabilities of this space. Naturally, my conditions may pose some challenges." Wang Defa listened intently to Wei Dan's words, yet his face betrayed not a trace of trust. The corners of his mouth curled slightly, as he asked with a hint of mockery, "Oh, you claim this is someone else's possession?" Wei Dan nodded slightly, as if she had anticipated Wang Defa's reaction. She no longer beat around the bush, speaking candidly. "Indeed, this item belongs to the Gong family, but I have no connection whatsoever with them, nor am I a member of that reclusive lineage." Upon hearing this, Wang Defa could not help but snort coldly, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. He scoffed. "Not a member of a reclusive family? Umph, if you're going to fabricate a tale, at least craft a more plausible justification." As Dan spoke, she had already approached Wang Defa, not immediately checking on the clan leader's condition, but casually kicking the unconscious clan leader. "Gong Shanggu, have you not encountered him before? He once violated my mother in a desperate attempt to escape danger, and afterward, he vanished without a trace. He is the architect of our family's tragedy. Is that so? Then this space belongs to you." Upon hearing the name Gong Shanggu, a flicker of confusion appeared in Wang Defa's eyes, but quickly transformed into profound trust. After all, he distinctly recalled that it was his own teacher who had personally administered that enigmatic serum to Gong Shanggu. He understood the serum's effects better than anyone else. Wei Dan smiled faintly, a glimmer of cunning dancing in her eyes. "I took it, of course. After all, they refused to acknowledge our mother-daughter bond and nearly rendered me incapacitated. If you could annihilate the Gongshang family, I would be willing to grant you the space." Her words brimmed with righteous indignation, as if she truly harbored a deep-seated enmity towards the Gongshang family. Although Wang Defa was not entirely convinced by her claims, he found himself swayed by the fervor in her voice. Taking a deep breath, he spoke once more. Do you know how to transfer the space? As Wei Dan caught sight of Wang Defa's inquisitive gaze, she was acutely aware that his resolve had begun to waver. A feigned expression of difficulty crossed her features as she spoke, her voice tinged with a hint of regret. Indeed, the space can be transferred, but it requires the bloodline of the Gong family. Do not be deceived by my confident demeanor. My own bloodline has already been significantly diminished by the Gong family. However, do you not possess the ability to transfer? Once you seize the small realm, it will surely be a matter of ease. Upon hearing this, the smile on Wang Defa's face grew ever more radiant, akin to a flower in full bloom. He burst into hearty laughter, his voice brimming with pride and anticipation. There is no need to wait for the small realm to be breached. As a matter of fact, I currently have someone from the Gong family at my disposal. A member of the Gong family? Wei Dan feigned surprise, yet inwardly she reveled in delight. Indeed, like herself, he harbored a deep-seated hatred for the Gong family. It was he who had previously orchestrated the mischief surrounding the spiritual spring, and now it seemed he was destined to enjoy the fruits of his scheming. Ha ha ha! Truly, the heavens are aiding me. Upon hearing this, Wei Dan felt a sense of clarity. Her suspicions had proven correct. There was indeed a traitor. This revelation was, in fact, quite fortuitous. Although she did not consider herself a member of the Gong family, the welfare of the Gong family was intrinsically linked to the calamities of the outside world, and thus, she could not remain indifferent. A hint of caution flickered across Wei Dan's face as she cautiously stepped back 2 paces, maintaining a safe distance. Her gaze remained vigilant, and with unwavering resolve, she declared, "The ability to manipulate spatial transfer lies solely in my hands. Should you attempt any deceit, I cannot guarantee my own safety. Yet I am confident in my capacity to obliterate this realm entirely." Look at what you're saying. I merely mentioned it in passing. How could such a thought cross my mind? She retorted, "You had better not entertain such notions. But what should we do about the clan elder?" Upon hearing this, Wei Dan's expression relaxed slightly. She turned to assess the condition of the clan elder and, shielded by her body, swiftly offered him a refreshing sip of well water. The water seemed to possess an extraordinary potency. As soon as it touched his throat, the elder's complexion gradually regained some vitality. As Wei Dan's heart relaxed, she was about to rise when a sudden sharp pain pierced her neck, plunging her into darkness and rendering her unconscious. Wang Defa stood nearby, gazing at the fallen Wei Dan, casually shaking his hand, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. There is no need for you to concern yourself with how he would deal with her. Chapter 171. The final chapter. Wang Defa effortlessly hoisted Wei Dan onto his shoulder, his eyes shimmering with an almost obsessive fervor. In this moment, he was oblivious to everything else, including the faint tremor of the fingers of the unconscious clan leader. He deftly located the hidden passage and, with Wei Dan in tow, skillfully made his way inside, leaving behind a laboratory in disarray, bearing witness to the recent harrowing events. Awakened by a surge of excruciating pain, Wei Dan felt herself being hoisted upon someone's shoulder, jostled with every step. A tumultuous upheaval stirred within her stomach, an overwhelming wave of nausea crashing upon her. Yet she summoned an extraordinary willpower to suppress this discomfort deep within her throat. With great effort, she managed to pry her eyelids open just enough to catch a blurred glimpse of her surroundings. The scene before her was one of a narrow and profound passageway, encased by a labyrinthine framework of steel beams and intricately coiled pipes, resembling a clandestine vein deep within the earth. Steam occasionally erupted from the depths, carrying with it an undeniable warmth that stood in stark contrast to the biting chill of the outside world, rendering this confined space a veritable oasis of warmth amidst the cold. Sweat beads gradually emerged on Wei Dan's forehead and spine, indicating that this was indeed the vital source of energy sustaining the pulsating underground city. Wang Defa walked with a steady gait, his heart brimming with the joy of impending achievement. He hummed a tune that Wei Dan had once heard in her childhood, completely oblivious to the fact that the person on his shoulder had quietly awakened. In the dim light, Wei Dan's eyes shimmered with a vigilant glow as she silently opened her palm, revealing a translucent crystal of salt resting upon a delicate scratch. With a sigh of relief, Wei Dan was grateful that she had kept a contingency plan. She stored the salt block away and closed her eyes, delving into her space to search for a moment. At last, she discovered a jar of paint nestled in the corner. Since Wang Defa was the architect of this disaster, he must possess the means to halt it. The wisdom of no venture, no gain was not lost on her. Just as she began to use the paint as a pen to quietly mark her surroundings for future reference, the gentle melody that had flowed through the air abruptly ceased, as if an invisible force had seized its throat. This sudden silence rendered the atmosphere heavy with tension. With a deep, rumbling sound, the stone wall above seemed to come alive, slowly parting to reveal a hidden passageway from which a ladder descended. He adjusted Wei Dan on his shoulder, preparing to ascend the ladder, when his peripheral vision caught the glint of red liquid, akin to blood trickling from Wei Dan's body. He quickly narrowed his eyes, striving to decipher the meaning behind that deep crimson hue, but his thoughts flitted away like a shooting star across the night sky, eluding his grasp. "Professor, are you down there?" The voice from above interrupted Wang Defa's contemplation. He inhaled deeply and effortlessly climbed up, passing Wei Dan to the newcomer. "Secure her." "How? Is the laboratory?" "The laboratory is without anomaly. Your potion is being administered continuously." "How could there be any mishap?" A young man in a white coat gazed at Wang Defa with awe, as if he were a deity. "Indeed. Professor, there is a situation with Pengyu. Should we intervene?" The young man continued. "What has happened now?" Wang Defa replied impatiently. "This morning, it was observed that Pengyu altered the information of an exit using his authority, intending to mislead someone into believing they could escape. Get to the point. He fought with that individual. Neither could overpower the other, and if this continues, one of them is likely to be severely injured or worse. Should I intervene? After all, he previously promised to bring you someone from the hidden aristocracy. Fool! You don't even realize you've been manipulated." A flicker of anger crossed Wang Defa's eyes as he glanced at Wei Dan, bound to the bed. Suddenly, he burst into laughter. "Ha! Let him fend for himself. I've already found what I need. Professor, you truly are omnipotent. To have located someone from the hidden aristocracy so effortlessly." The young man smirked, rubbing his hands together. "As you wish, I'll leave the underground city to you for the next few days. Don't disturb me unless necessary." Wang Defa tossed off this remark and eagerly pushed Wei Dan's bed through a door deep within, his long-held aspirations on the verge of fulfillment, his heart brimming with the desire to claim Wei Dan's powers for himself. As Wei Dan lay on the bed, feigning sleep, she overheard the entirety of their conversation. The elixir of truth? Wasn't he this akin to merely dozing off while being offered a pillow? A surge of joy welled up within her. As the bed was wheeled into the room, the incessant beeping grew increasingly pronounced. It was the sound of a heart monitor. Should Wei Dan open her eyes at that moment, she would discover that she was not the sole occupant of the room. Others lay beside her, eyes tightly shut. Some contorted in anguish, while others bore expressions of bliss. The entire chamber was densely populated with white beds, numbering well over 100. With a decisive click, as the door swung shut, Wei Dan subtly opened her eyes, gazing at the moving ceiling above her. A dagger materialized in her hand, as if summoned from thin air. "No more pretense?" Wang Defa suddenly halted his steps, looking down as he spoke. Upon hearing the sound, Wei Dan was momentarily taken aback, yet her hands did not falter. The dagger glinted ominously as she deftly severed the bindings that ensnared her. With agile grace, she pivoted and rolled off the bed, swiftly creating distance between herself and Wang Defa. Observing her every move, Wang Defa displayed no intention of intervention, as if he had foreseen this very scene. "Did you truly believe you could turn the tables on me here?" Upon hearing the words, Wei Dan merely furrowed her brow, yet her heart was already in turmoil. Nevertheless, the resolve in her eyes remained unshaken. Even if Wang Defa had long discerned her intentions, she felt no trepidation if it came to it. She was prepared to risk everything. However, The immediate priority was to extract from him a solution to end the calamity. She quietly retreated, seeking more time to contemplate how to achieve this. Just as Wei Dan lowered her gaze, a conspicuous nameplate on the adjacent bed captured her attention. Gong Shangji, Ban Zhengtian, Ban Qing. The individuals confined here were all members of reclusive aristocratic families. Alas, you have seen this, but what is done is done. Soon you too shall become one of them. Ha ha ha. Wang Defa laughed maniacally, showing no fear of retribution. As the laughter echoed from across the room, Wei Dan's gaze gradually sank into a profound vortex, glimmering with determination and composure. Her movements were swift, akin to a leopard pouncing on its prey. With a deft flick of her fingers, a dagger transformed into a streak of silver, slicing through the air, aimed directly at Wang Defa. In the very instant the dagger was released, a handgun appeared in her hand as if by magic, her actions flowing with an astonishing grace. Yuan Dan devoted all her strength, channeling her martial skills and intellect into every move and technique. However, in the face of Wang Defa's seemingly inexhaustible defenses and counterattacks, her fierce assaults merely inflicted superficial wounds upon him. In the next moment, exhausted from exertion, Yuan Dan's movements faltered. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Defa unleashed a tremendous force that sent her soaring through the air. Idan was like a kite severed from its string, crashing violently against the surrounding beeping medical instruments. Wei Dan gasped for breath, struggling to prop herself up. She observed that Wang Defa was bleeding profusely, yet his spirit showed no signs of fatigue, as if he possessed an inexhaustible reservoir of strength. Even with the space at her disposal, Wei Dan found herself at a complete disadvantage. This was abnormal. Wei Dan's expression grew increasingly grave as she surveyed the surrounding machinery, recollecting the words she had previously heard. The professor has your medication administered continuously for 24 hours. How could there be any unforeseen circumstances? The notion of a 24-hour infusion sparked a revelation in Wei Dan's mind. She swiftly retrieved a cup of well water from her spatial reserve and consumed it, her exhausted body regaining a newfound lightness. Seizing the opportunity, she conjured a formidable blade from thin air, leaping onto the edge of the bed and aiming a strike at Wang Defa. Truly, as the heir of the Gong family, he still possessed considerable strength. My anticipation for acquiring your power only intensifies. Wang Defa staggered back from the blow, yet his madness escalated. Just as he was about to unleash a fatal assault on Wei Dan, he witnessed her form pivot mid-attack, directing her strike toward the instruments beneath the bed. No! Wang Defa's anguished scream sliced through the air, but before his words could fully escape his lips, his body seemed to be rent asunder by an unseen force, a violent spray of blood erupting from his shoulder. Upon witnessing the scene, Wei Dan discerned that her course was indeed correct. Her gaze was resolute, and her movements became increasingly decisive as the blade in her hand sliced through the air with the ferocity of a tempest, relentlessly striking at the remaining intricate devices. With each shattering of the instruments, Wang Defa lay battered and broken, his body in tatters, clinging to a faint breath as he struggled in despair. Upon witnessing the scene, Wei Dan ceased her assault, refraining from further destruction of the remaining instruments. She slowly relaxed her grip on the weapon, allowing it to clatter onto the cold floor. Producing a dull thud, Wei Dan's body weakened, and she sank to the ground, gasping for breath. Just as she was about to rise, the laboratory's heavy door creaked open, causing her to instinctively tense up, cursing her misfortune. Dun dun, are you inside? As the imposing iron door gradually parted, the figures that emerged before Wei Dan were none other than Wu Xian and Ban Zhengqi. Wei Dan exerted all her strength to muster a smile that was far from appealing, only to be subsequently engulfed by exhaustion and pain. Dandan, Wei Dan, Chapter 172 Extra 1. What have you considered? The man seated on the sofa diverted his gaze from the woman at the desk, who was frantically overwhelmed with work. Sitting upright, he remained oblivious to the beads of sweat forming on his back. The woman seemed not to have heard him, remaining engrossed in her tasks. As an awkward atmosphere enveloped the air, Xian Kaisen felt as though a crow had flown overhead, prompting him to clear his throat hurriedly. When he spoke again, his tone bore a noticeable hint of guilt. Wei Dan, considering our past acquaintance and the fact that Wu Xian is part of the staff, could we? As Xian Kaisen's unease grew, the thought of his mentor's request compelled him to grit his teeth and continue. Could you possibly provide 2 fertilized eggs for the Huaxia base? Currently, you're the only one with them globally. If you agree, we can meet any conditions you propose. Upon uttering these words, he immediately regretted them. Given Wei Dan's present status and background, it was absurd to think she would be swayed by their terms. With a mere gesture, she could shake the very foundations of the world. Realizing he had misspoken, Xian Kaisen decided to abandon his reservations. He abruptly stood from the sofa and strode toward the desk. I know you belong to a hidden aristocratic family, possessing numerous resources and lacking for nothing. I admit my words may seem shameless, but I must consider the survivors, the fate of the Huaxia base. His eyes, red with emotion, locked onto Wei Dan's as a tumult of feelings churned within him. The veins in his hands, gripping the desk, pulsed with urgency. Wei Dan, say something. In a moment of desperation, he slammed his hands on the desk, causing it to tremble. Startled, Wei Dan lifted her head abruptly, her gaze meeting the tear-filled eyes of Xian Kaisen, filled with confusion as she removed the 2 earplugs from her ears. What is going on? Wei Dan was perplexed as to how Xian Kaisen had found himself in her office, and why he regarded her with such a look of a scornful heartbreaker. Trembling, she awkwardly handed over the earplugs and forced a couple of nervous chuckles. A new product. Would you like to give it a try? I am but an awkward boundary. After listening to the unfolding events, Wu Xian felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration, nearly doubling over in laughter. The captain is experiencing this today. Ahem. Xian Kaisen shot Wu Xian a glare, using the pretext of sipping tea to mask his own embarrassment. When he spoke again, all traces of awkwardness had vanished, replaced by a defiant determination. Just tell me how we should proceed with this matter. Upon hearing this, Wei Dan raised an eyebrow and scrutinized Xian Kaisen's face, astonished that this previously obstinate individual, indifferent to human sentiment, had now become so audacious. Xian Kaisen felt a chill run down his spine under her gaze, vividly recalling how this person had caused that family to stumble, foolishly believing she had some unspeakable burden. Enough staring, why not be forthright? If you merely intend to discuss this matter, you have arrived too late. What does that mean? Are you out of options? Or have you reached an agreement with someone else? Xian Kaisen inquired. Before Wei Dan could respond, Wu Xian interjected swiftly, certainly not. Dan had everything arranged long ago. Captain, when you arrived, you must have missed Ban Jingqing. At this moment, not just fertilized eggs, but all manner of livestock have already been sent to the Huaxia base. Xian Kaisen's face displayed shock as he noticed Wei Dan nodding in acknowledgement, realizing just how wrong he had been. How could the person who once dared to alert the nation, risking discovery, now complicate matters for him? Recognizing his error, Xian Kaisen bowed deeply to Wei Dan, his voice laden with contrition. Wei Dan, I apologize. I judged you with the narrow mind of a petty person. Oh, is that not Commander Xian himself? Ban Jingqing's voice dripped with sarcasm, yet Xian Kaisen, for Wei Dan's sake, chose not to retaliate. What do you mean by that? Look at you. Ban Jingqing was about to continue when Wei Dan interrupted. You little rascal. Who taught you to speak like that? Apologies for the disturbance. I hope you found it amusing. He isn't normally like this. Wei Dan cast an apologetic glance at Xian Kaisen, perplexed by Ban Jingqing's peculiar demeanor around him. Scene. Please take Commander Xian to rest for a moment. Sure thing, Captain. Follow me. I'll give you an introduction. Wu Xian's voice gradually faded as Wei Dan closed the door, pulling Ban Jingqing to sit at the table. With an air of mystery, she retrieved a thick stack of folders from a drawer. Take a look. These are all reviewed by Chief Ban. See if any catch your fancy. Wei Dan smiled at Ban Jingqing, only to be met with an unexpected outburst. Wei Dan, what do you mean by this? Are you pressuring me too? I'll tell you this, I don't know that Chief Ban. If it weren't for his timely warning that brought us here, I would have kicked him out long ago. Don't mention him to me, and don't even think about reconciling us. Oh, is that really what I meant? Chapter 173, extra, twee, don. Dan, could you step out for a moment? The Huaxia base has sent a document. Hearing Wu Xian's voice from above, Wei Dan glanced again at the small tree in the center of the space. Although it was merely a sapling, the surrounding misty energy was incomparable to what it had been a few months prior, yet it was still far from maturity. How much nourishment does it require to bear fruit? Wei Dan let out a sigh and emerged from the space. Dan, you have returned. I must tell you, something incredible has happened. The Huaxia base, along with several other well-developed foreign bases, has formed a federation of sorts, and they wish to appoint you as the federation's head. Upon hearing this, Wei Dan took the document from Wu Xian's hands, perusing it swiftly before discarding it carelessly. Indifferent. This is merely an attempt by those elderly bureaucrats to exploit my labor without compensation. I am currently burdened with nurturing trees, leaving me no time to entertain their whims. Observing Wei Dan's demeanor, Wu Xian plopped down on the table, crossing her legs with a chuckle. Now the base is under the management of Ban Zhengqing. Aside from tree cultivation, you have little else to occupy your time. Why not indulge in some leisure? It could enhance our base's reputation and attract more recruits. You know I am occupied with tree care. It is an arduous task. The trees resemble frail saplings, overly particular about their sustenance. They only absorb resources from our huagua, and the provisions sent by the Eagle Nation were utterly ineffective. The hidden families are pressing me thrice daily. My plight is unbearable. The mention of the spatial trees filled Wei Dan with despair. In these calamitous times, the hidden families were precariously positioned, with vigilant eyes fixated upon this singular tree. Alas, my suffering is profound. Witnessing Wei Dan's lamentation, Wu Xian suddenly conceived a plan. Dun, ta se yor weiping. Look at how those individuals have tormented you. We cannot allow this to pass unchallenged. We must exact our revenge upon them. Let us seize the mantle of leadership and make them weep. Make them weep? How do we accomplish that? Like this and then that. And again this way. Xian, you truly embody the essence of the system. Your ingenious suggestions are plentiful. In the third year of the calamity, multiple official bases united under the principle of mutual assistance to establish a federation, heralding its first leader, a woman, who inscribed a significant chapter in history. The birth of the Federation represented not only a geographical reconfiguration, but also a profound amalgamation of hearts and wills. It stood as a beacon, illuminating the path of hope amidst the tumultuous sea of disaster, enabling a world once fragmented by calamity to march forward in unprecedented unity. As this collective spirit emerged, the shadow of death cast by the disasters gradually receded, while the wheels of technology, previously stalled by adversity, roared back to life, propelled by intellect and toil towards the illustrious shores of the unknown. The name of Wei Dan has since reverberated through the heavens, her achievements transcending the ages, rendering her a legend shared by the Federation and all of humanity. Revered as the guardian deity of the Federation, her likeness is immortalized on monuments and echoed in ballads, serving as an eternal beacon of inspiration for future generations. I look forward to creating brilliance together with all, amidst the steel and concrete. The grand screen displays the speech of the Federation's leader, Wei Dan. With the resurgence of technology, villages once isolated by natural disasters gradually reconnect with the outside world, witnessing for the first time the visage of a legendary leader. Oh dear, after so many years without contact, now the leaders are the heads of state. The world has truly changed. Our days of freedom are surely over. Come on, if you can't speak sensibly, then remain silent. If it weren't for the search and rescue team finding our village, we would have perished from starvation long ago. Who cares about freedom? Besides, the leader's speech was just like before. Indeed, I see nothing wrong with the present. Look how composed and reliable the leader is in her duties. One wonders which family raised such a remarkable daughter. Neighbors engaged in lively dialogue, shifting from matters of state to personal affairs, completely oblivious to a ragged man emerging from the thicket behind them. He limped closer, fixated on the figure on the screen, his soiled face gradually contorting in disbelief. How can this be? How could it possibly be her? Everything is wrong. Wei Dan, you deceived me. You have betrayed me. At this moment, Wei Mingdong could no longer hear the sound around him. His mind was consumed by the image of Wei Dan speaking. He was abruptly kicked to the ground, and several individuals rushed over to unleash a flurry of punches and kicks upon him. Wei Mingdong seemed oblivious to the pain, incessantly repeating, "You deceived me. All of you have deceived me. Just like that wretched woman. They have all betrayed me. Wei Dan, you have betrayed me. Wei Dan. Dun dun, dun dun. No, I am your father. You cannot deceive me. She is my daughter. I am the F-Rare's father. I'm the F-Rare's." Wei Mingdong alternated between laughter and tears, his expression growing increasingly frenzied. He has truly lost his mind. How could he be the father of a F-Rare? How absurd. The F-Rare's father was undeniably handsome, standing proudly beside him. Upon hearing these words, Wei Mingdong was inexplicably provoked, suddenly springing up from the ground. With a frenzied demeanor, he pointed at the screen, exclaiming, "You are speaking nonsense. You are deceiving me. I am her father. Wei Dan is my daughter. That is my daughter. Bah! Truly insane. What a disappointment." The few onlookers, taken aback by his erratic behavior, felt an unsettling aura and were reluctant to approach further. Soon, the crowd began to disperse. "I am Wei Mingdong. She is Wei Dan. I am the F-Rare's father. Who is that person beside her, daring to impersonate me? Audacious. Daring. PFF." Wei Mingdong spat out a mouthful of blood, his body collapsing straight to the ground, his eyes wide open like bronze bells, refusing to close. Is he truly dead? Wu Xin held a photograph, scrutinizing it intently. "Rest assured, my dear, to flawlessly execute the task, I specifically arranged for a video featuring the F-Rare and the patriarch of the Gong clan together. Absolutely devastating." A man standing beside Wu Xin looked at her with a self-satisfied expression. "Indeed, this was executed splendidly. Dan will surely be delighted." Wu Xin glanced at the man, placing the photograph into an envelope, her expression shifting in an instant. "What did you just call me? Did I not instruct you to refer to me as Commander Wu?" The man, unfazed by her words, replied with a cheeky grin, "Sure thing, my dear. I promise to remember next time." Hearing the term "my dear" again ignited Wu Xion's fury, and she raised her leg to kick him. The man, seemingly prepared for this, deftly sidestepped her attempt. "Stop right there. My dear, if you hit me again, Meng Tao will have to marry you." "Ouch. You're really going to kick me? That's what you get for talking nonsense. Just watch how I teach you a lesson today." Wu Xin grabbed a stick, pursuing him with determination, as if vowing not to relent until he was defeated. Murdering a husband. Thus, the story comes to a close.